Batman, you cannot deny that your brother Superman attracted Zod. Their battle nearly obliterated half of Metropolis, resulting in countless lives lost. Would you care to see the extensive list of casualties? David, he is adopted. The Flash, why don't you step forward like your brother and lead the heroes in protecting the world? David, I lack his strength. Wonder Woman, are you implying that when Superman was struck by Darkseid, you would have approached him with a series of martial arts moves to take down the Lord of Darkness? Traversing the DC universe, David discovers he has become the newborn son of Superman's adoptive parents, endowed at birth with a template akin to Thanos. Moreover, by influencing the emotions of pivotal characters, he can accelerate the fusion of this template and unlock new ones. Templates loading: Hyperion, Million Star Sentinel. Complete Phoenix Force template, Golden Planet Devourer template. The air was as pristine and pure as the first day of creation. A gentle breeze caressed the golden wheat fields, akin to the touch of the divine. On a cool autumn night, a red pickup truck meandered along a road in the outskirts of Kansas. The boundless fields of wheat on either side resonated with the harmonious chirping of insects, while fireflies danced like stars in leisure. Above, the night sky was a tapestry of twinkling stars. Inside the vehicle, the radio played melodious tunes, and the familiar scent of the fields mingled with the fresh aroma of rain-soaked earth wafted in. Jonathan Kent, a new father, extended his hand out the window, feeling the shape of the wind, a smile of happiness curving at the corners of his mouth. Jonathan, this is a gift from God, his wife Martha, freshly discharged from the hospital, remarked, her complexion still slightly pale. Yet, gazing at the adorable, quiet child in her arms felt like beholding the most precious treasure in the world, her eyes brimming with an ineffable love, her voice laced with tenderness. I longed for a child, and now it feels as if an angel has been born, she said. The gift from God? My mother is named Martha? David, transformed into an infant, gazed at his mother, struggling to comprehend the surreal turn of events, a hint of helplessness stirring within him. Awakening to find himself in the form of a baby, his mother now bore the name Martha, and his father was Jonathan Kent. Not only that, but he was born in a hospital named Metropolis, signifying his arrival in the notoriously dark DC universe as the son of Superman's adoptive parents. Indeed, this is God's promise he will grow up healthy and strong, Jonathan spoke, casting a glance at his wife through the rearview mirror, his words cut short by a sudden rumble. A meteor from a distant cosmos tore through the night sky, illuminating half of it with a fiery glow. Countless meteors rained down upon the earth, sending dirt and rocks flying, some even heading towards the small town behind them. In the midst of the meteor storm, one particularly large rock descended, as if the finger of God had swiftly swept across their path, creating a chasm of fate that obstructed the couple's journey. Oh my, Jonathan exclaimed, slamming on the brakes, the tires screeching against the asphalt, the vehicle skidding perilously close to the edge of the ravine. He quickly turned to look back. Martha, are you and the child all right? We're fine, Jonathan, Martha reassured him, having instinctively shielded the infant during the abrupt stop, the baby unscathed. The child of Krypton has arrived on Earth as foretold, Jonathan noted amidst the trembling earth and deafening roars. Despite the chaos, the infant in Martha's arms remained calm and serene, his fair skin glowing, gently blinking his bright eyes in curiosity. Jonathan, look at our child, he is unafraid, Martha marveled, her eyes shining with wonder. Such an extraordinary demeanor confirmed the child was indeed a divine blessing. Gazing outside, David felt no fear, only anticipation. Post-birth detected commencing loading of the Thanos template, an emotionless electronic voice echoed in his mind. As he recalled his birth, he realized he had been endowed with the Thanos template, possessing the formidable physiology of the Eternals, albeit initially only a 30% fusion. To expedite the process, he needed emotional points. Emotional points are accumulated by influencing the emotions of those significant to the fate of the DC universe, he reflected, having already garnered some points from his adoptive parents. But the arrival of the Kryptonian child is merely the beginning. Through the car window, David's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he were searching for a colossal gold mine amidst the smoke outside. Who in the DC world possesses greater popularity and strength than Superman? He pondered. Once the template was fully integrated, the next one would be unlocked. What is that? Jonathan, hearing his wife's voice, did not turn but squinted into the smoke, captivated by a hard, dark silhouette. Martha, stay in the car with the child. Concerned for their safety, he sternly instructed his wife before stepping out to investigate. The remnants of the meteors still smoldered on the ground, illuminating the darkness. As Jonathan beheld the object amidst the haze, his eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. Jonathan? Jonathan? What do you see? Martha called from the vehicle, growing anxious as her husband remained silent. Unable to contain her worry, she emerged with their child, approaching his side. She too stood stunned. A black spacecraft, resembling an infant's cradle, had carved a trench in the road, made of an unknown metal, about the size of the truck's front. It lay silently at the bottom of the ravine, the transparent hatch already open. Inside sat a charming baby with curly hair, bright blue eyes sparkling with life, kicking his legs joyfully as he gazed at the curious couple with innocent delight. Martha, we must leave. Jonathan snapped back to reality, swallowing hard with urgency, eager to take his wife and child away. Throughout history, humanity has gazed up at the stars, pondering if they are alone in the cosmos. Now the question had been answered, and the alien bore a striking resemblance to humans. The authorities will arrive shortly, he warned. This matter will be tightly contained. I do not wish for us to be entangled in this trouble. Leave? David was taken aback, struck by the unexpected turn of events. Indeed, Superman's adoptive parents sought to adopt him because Martha yearned for a child. Now that the child had arrived, it was he. Will Superman cease to exist? Without this extraordinarily kind couple to nurture him, what would become of Superman? Would he be taken by the military, transformed into a frail experiment hidden from the world for years, akin to some comic book version? This was unacceptable. Beyond the countless apocalyptic threats that Superman would later resolve, where could he find such a vast resource again if Superman were gone? No, perhaps God is especially benevolent to us, Jonathan, Martha interjected, gazing at the adorable child in the spacecraft, feeling an overwhelming impulse filling her mind, instinctively reluctant to abandon this child, her face revealing hesitation. He has sent us more than one angel. Martha? Jonathan exclaimed in astonishment. Consider what the authorities will do to this child once they arrive. She was not oblivious to the troubles at hand. The kind-hearted Martha turned her head, her eyes filled with compassion, attempting to persuade her husband. Sequestered in a cold, sterile laboratory, deprived of parental care, devoid of toys and affection, growing up amidst relentless sampling experiments. Enough, Martha, Jonathan said, his forehead cradled in his hands, torn between his conscience and his sense of duty. He shared his wife's kindness, yet, just as he wavered, David, nestled in Martha's arms, extended a short, plump, fair arm from the swaddling, waving joyfully at the Kryptonian child, giggling with delight, seemingly enamored with him. Do you see, Jonathan? Martha's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had found a compelling argument to sway her husband. Our child appears to have taken a liking to him, as if urging us to adopt him. 2 votes to 1. Observing his son's reaction, Jonathan wrestled with his thoughts for a moment, feigning resignation as he raised his hand. Very well, what more can I say? He tenderly kissed his wife, glanced at their adorable and lively son, and then cast his gaze toward the solitary infant in the space capsule, letting out a sigh. 2 children, the farm will certainly be bustling next year. Chapter 2, A Glimpse of Thanos' Authenticity Breakfast, is ready. David, came the urging call of his mother, Martha, from downstairs. You and Clark are going to be late for school. Coming right away, David replied, the golden morning sunlight streaming through the window as he finished his morning routine and exchanged his pajamas. With a head of jet black, short hair, and strikingly chiseled features, David stood tall and slender, his physique revealing a well-honed musculature that exuded cleanliness and composure, reminiscent of a silent statue from ancient Greece. However, as he approached the mirror, he clenched his fists. The strength of his high-density alloy bones and taut muscles surged within him like the terrifying force of a volcanic eruption. His skin swiftly displayed a purplish hue, with sharp, rugged lines forming along his jaw, silently adding an air of authority. As he gazed into the mirror like a stoic monarch, the progress of the Thanos fusion template was steadily increasing. Yet the condition of his complexion remained unchanged despite his exertion. Fusion template progress. 81. After glancing at the progress, he ceased straining, allowing his skin tone to gradually return to normal as he donned his clothing. A hint of resignation crossed his face as he made his way down the stairs. What is this? Retaining a touch of authenticity to recognize the Thanos template? At least he didn't resemble the towering figure of Thanos, with his diminutive eyes and bald, purple head. David ran his fingers through his hair, reflecting on the fact that such a powerful hairstyle was beyond his high school years to bear. Ding! The crisp sound of the toaster echoed. In the living room, the aroma of toasted bread wafted through the air, just as David descended the stairs. He heard the light patter of footsteps behind him. Good morning, David greeted Clark, his older brother, with his tall stature and striking blue eyes. Feeling a bit parched, he casually opened the refrigerator and turned back, asking, "Care for a sip of milk to wake you up?" As he spoke, he poured himself a generous gulp from a large glass bottle. David raised an eyebrow, striding over to the dining table, ignoring his brother's foolishness. "Don't drink it like that." "Clark," Martha swiftly approached, snatching the cold milk from his grasp. "The milk just taken from the fridge tastes better," she remarked, as the future Superman, still merely a youth of 17 or 18, raised his hand with a smile. "What about her upbringing, Clark?" Martha, having just finished preparing breakfast, spoke with a hint of exasperation, as years had etched subtle lines around her eyes. "Sit down for breakfast, David, or you'll miss the school bus." "Good morning." You two sleepyheads, Jonathan, the burly man who had just fed the farm's cows, entered the room, shedding his hay-strewn outerwear onto the sofa. He took the milk from his wife's hand and drank from it naturally, casting a glance at his two just-awakened sons, noting how his actions mirrored those of Clark just moments before. "Well, I see where your upbringing has gone." Upon witnessing this scene, Martha pressed her forehead. She recalled her mother advising her to have the cows fed in the morning and to brush off before entering the house after they had gotten a new sofa. Taking the bottle from his father, David poured himself a glass of milk and, leisurely biting into a warm piece of bread, remarked, "Next time, I shall certainly remember." The couch in the living room bore traces of hay from his outer garments. Jonathan, accustomed to being rough around the edges, glanced back at his wife with a hint of embarrassment. At the dining table, he pulled out a chair, sat down, and coughed lightly, assuming a serious demeanor. "In truth, I believe choosing this difficult-to-clean fabric sofa was a mistake, considering we reside on a farm. In this Kent household, at least there was someone like me." Gentle Martha, undeterred by the soiled sofa, placed a hand on her little son's shoulder, offering a reassuring raised eyebrow to the two men. Clark rubbed his forehead, attempting to conceal his face. He could not deny that having been raised on a farm, he had inherited his father's laxity regarding household cleanliness, while his brother David tended to be more meticulous. The exasperation of Superman Clark. As the information stream flashed before him, David did not even lift his eyelids. Taking another bite of bread, it must be noted that growing up alongside Clark, a veritable treasure trove, had allowed him to adapt to the formidable powers he possessed, which were beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. In terms of time, for the Kents, David was the first to arrive. However, prior to their arrival on Earth, the son of Krypton had traveled through the cosmos for a while, appearing significantly older than the newborn David. Thus, the Kryptonian became the elder brother, while David assumed the role of the younger son. "What are you looking at, Clark?" Martha inquired, sitting down and sipping her milk. Noticing her eldest son lost in thought while gazing at a piece of paper, a smile inevitably curling at the corners of his mouth. "A permission slip." Clark fumbled slightly, attempting to tuck the note away. "What kind of permission slip?" His motion to pick up the jam knife paused as Jonathan cast him a glance. "The school's football team has selections this afternoon," David added casually, being in the same class as Clark. He did not hesitate to inform their loving, adoptive parents, displaying the honesty characteristic of his Kryptonian heritage. Upon hearing about the football team selections, the atmosphere at the table shifted. It fell into a sudden hush, with only David continuing to eat with nonchalance. The couple exchanged glances, Martha hesitating to speak. "What's the matter?" "Father, you once played football on the school team." Clark, who wished to join the football team, sensed something amiss and turned to his father, the head of the household. "But you're different, Clark. We are all aware of that." Jonathan grew somewhat serious, trying to soften his tone in light of his son entering adolescence. After returning home, with Clark cradled in the truck from the spaceship, the couple once pondered whether the small infant they found was indeed an extraterrestrial being. He bore an uncanny resemblance to humans, devoid of horns or tails, and his skin was unremarkable. As a child, he could effortlessly lift a pickup truck with a single hand. However, one fateful day, when Clark was 7, he was repairing a car on the farm. The jack tilted precariously, and it seemed as though the heavy vehicle would crash down upon him. At that moment, the innocent and naive Clark exhibited an unimaginable strength, lifting the car with ease, akin to moving a plastic dinosaur toy aside. Yet, Jonathan, who was astonished and wide-eyed, failed to notice that their biological son had already reached out first. Clark remained oblivious, as the immense weight felt trivial to both of them. On the field, I would strive to restrain my strength. Locking eyes with his parents, Clark earnestly promised to control his power, wishing to impress his father. The allure of sports lies in the exhilarating confrontation with others and the pursuit of self-improvement. At the dinner table, David feigned confusion. I don't quite comprehend how my dear brother, especially in football, which is American football, engages in such intense physical confrontations, requiring players to charge and collide while holding the ball. What insights do you gain from joining the football team? Compared to the young son of Krypton, the bodies of Earthlings seemed as fragile as glass, shattering upon contact. On the field, he likely found himself preoccupied with the need to carefully manage his strength. Father, I assure you, I will be cautious. Listening to his brother refer to him as dear brother made their parents' expressions turn skeptical, leaving Clark feeling quite dejected. Surely, it was the norm for other families to dote on their younger sons, while his own family seemed to prioritize the elder son. And this younger brother often targeted him under the guise of concern. I know you will, but what if an accident occurs? Jonathan, having played football, understood the constant running and collisions on the field. How could an elephant manage to avoid harming a kitten while charging forward? As always, Clark sensed the seriousness and resolve in his father's softened tone, leading him to feel defeated. It was always the same. Every time a conversation began with what if, in case, or suppose, how could he possibly refute it? Father, I have had enough. The young Clark, increasingly frustrated, raised his voice slightly. He was weary of evading all activities, relegated to sitting quietly in a corner of the campus, unable to engage in anything. He wished to be as popular as others. Chapter 3, 17. Fear. Clark suddenly revealed the pent-up emotions he had long suppressed, leaving the couple momentarily at a loss for words to comfort him. Son. The topic had lingered in their home for quite some time. They hoped their son could conceal his true nature, fearing that one day government agents might come to take him away. However, adolescents yearn for attention within the confines of their school, and those who have traversed this phase comprehend such sentiments. Having finished my meal, I took my leave. The atmosphere at the table was rather somber. David displayed little interest in the monotonous topic that had been broached yet again at home. His ears perked up as he gazed out the window, appearing indifferent. Before rising to grab his backpack and depart, Clark was excited, scoring a 9, while he himself felt a dip, scoring a 7, collecting a cascade of emotional points from his dear brother. Just as he ambled outside the farm, the school bus arrived punctually before him. Hey, David. Climbing aboard, he was greeted by a lively mix of boys and girls, their laughter and chatter exuding the exuberance and vitality characteristic of high school students. A few waved at David, to which he merely nodded in acknowledgement before finding a seat in the back row. David casually turned his head to admire the scenery outside. The sky was a brilliant blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily, while the lush green fields stretched endlessly, merging into the distant, dense woods, evoking a sense of tranquility within him. This quaint town of Smallville, nestled in Kansas, could perhaps boast the singular virtue of its seclusion and backwardness, which had preserved much of its natural beauty and fresh air. The bus made a brief halt before resuming its journey. Where's Clark, David? Came a bright, curious voice from across the aisle. Although the two brothers did not spend every waking moment together, it was unusual for one to be absent during their morning commute. He's in the back, David replied without needing to glance back. Chloe, with her golden short hair and fair complexion, often squinted her eyes in a crescent when she smiled, revealing her adorable tiger teeth. She was an inquisitive soul, always eager to explore peculiar and intriguing matters, serving as both a reporter and editor for the school newspaper. Sitting in her seat, she peered out, intrigued by the happenings at the Kent farm. It was not uncommon for high school students to bicker with their parents during this tumultuous period of adolescence. You wouldn't be interested, David remarked, his tone tinged with boredom. Here we go again. Don't always act like an adult, David. Upon hearing this, Peter, a slightly shorter and somewhat comical African-American boy sitting beside Chloe, shot him a knowing glance and chuckled. That just makes you seem out of place. Girls don't fancy that. Within the school, the Kent brothers were notoriously uninterested in various activities. Clark presented himself as tall yet shy, lacking in verbal prowess, resembling a gentle giant. In contrast, David was perceived as a solitary figure, preferring to remain withdrawn and shrouded in a hint of mystery. It appeared that Clark would miss the school bus today. Chloe turned back, playfully commenting, if it weren't for your upbringing on a farm, rumors would have long spread that you were born in the Renaissance, a vampire dwelling alone in a castle. David and Chloe were well acquainted, primarily because they were among the few close friends of Clark. Their relationship had developed over time through mutual interactions. Gazing out of the window, David remained non-committal about this connection. Having relived his life, albeit influenced by various hormones, he still retained some of the mentalities of adolescence. Though undoubtedly distinct from the impulsive nature of youthful teenagers, such as his Kryptonian brother, Clark, Kryptonians, too, experience their own form of adolescence. With a sigh of contemplation, David's gaze landed on the front row of the school bus, where a pair of amorous young lovers engaged in flirtatious banter. Lana Long, with her silky black hair and slightly upturned nose, was undeniably beautiful, serving as the captain of the school's cheerleading squad. Though she did not possess the overtly provocative demeanor, she was adored and secretly admired by countless boys within the school. Her boyfriend, a dashing blonde who shone like a star, was the captain of the football team. Their romance was hardly surprising. Inwardly, David scoffed. To be candid, if the shy Clark, who struggled to converse with girls, could somehow win Lana's affection away from Whitney, who was the very captain of the football team, it would certainly make for a sensational headline in the next edition of The Torch. Catching David's gaze, Chloe stifled a laugh, remarking, "But we all know that is a far-fetched notion. The truth of unrequited love is rarely concealed," as Clark's friend, Chloe, along with Peter, had discerned his secret admiration for Lana. After all, it was evident when a boy frequently lost himself in thoughts of a particular girl, only to become a bundle of nerves when speaking to her. Having grown up together for over a decade, if Clark genuinely loved football, David would wholeheartedly support him. Alas, the young superhero seemed to be clouded by hormones. Clark's desire to join the football team stemmed primarily from his infatuation with Lana's boyfriend, Whitney, who was the captain. He yearned to emulate him, hoping to shine on the football field and capture the attention of the girl he admired. How naive, David thought, shaking his head inwardly. It appeared that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Clark's aspirations to join the football team were destined to fizzle out. Suppressing his amusement at Clark's pitiable crush, Peter, now serious, glanced around before leaning in to speak in hushed tones. "What about you, David? I have long made it clear that I do not intend to join the football team." He had no interest in engaging in a game with the generally boorish and arrogant football players who behaved like gorillas. "But it is the only way," Peter said, a flicker of fear gleaming in his eyes. "What way?" Chloe inquired, puzzled. "Why are you speaking so quietly all of a sudden?" It was as if he were a thief, evading something ominous. "What are you discussing?" "You wouldn't understand, Chloe," Peter replied, casting a furtive glance at the rowdy football players seated ahead, as if fearing they might turn around at any moment. He nervously swallowed. "We want to avoid becoming the unfortunate scapegoats." Scapegoats? This is a tradition of the school's football team. Prior to the commencement of the competition, the team paints uns from Smallville on a chosen individual's chest and hangs him up like a scarecrow, David explained with a smile. It resembles a morale-boosting ritual reminiscent of military expeditions. A group of audacious and reckless youths, emboldened by their youth. It appears I have underestimated the brutish nature of the football players. Chloe furrowed her brow, her expression conveying a multitude of unspoken sentiments. "This is precisely why Clark and I wish to join the school team, even if it is merely to tend to the uniforms and fetch water." They would not turn on their own. The slightly shorter African-American, Peter, remarked while casting an imploring glance at David. "You still find this amusing, David? If Clark fails to make the cut, one of you brothers may very well become the next target." This was no idle threat. The reality of American campuses is such that only those excelling in sports garner admiration, while the academically gifted nerds inevitably become the victims of bullying. A pair of farm-born, academically distinguished nerd brothers have made quite a name for themselves on campus, you know. As for Clark, his predicament might just provide Whitney the opportunity to target you. The brother of Clark. Foolish Clark. David rolled his eyes inwardly at the thought. Clark believed he was concealing his infatuation with Lana quite well. Yet anyone who had interacted with them could discern the truth, including Lana's boyfriend. Despite Superman's seemingly awkward demeanor, shyness, and lack of eloquence, he remains one of the least favored among boys. However, his towering physique and handsome appearance render him undeniably threatening, especially since Lana, despite having a boyfriend, exhibits a subtly different demeanor towards Clark compared to others. With the risk of becoming green with envy, Whitney, accustomed to being the star of the campus, finds it difficult to suppress his jealousy. At that moment, Peter lowered his voice, urging David to join the football team. Whitney engaged in conversation with his girlfriend, either by coincidence or by an uncanny awareness of his name, glanced back while laughing, his gaze momentarily resting on David, revealing a chilling coldness before he turned away. Is he truly seeking me out? Witnessing this scene, David raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. Should he now begin to fear? At 17, with a physique akin to Thanos. Should I truly fear the violent tendencies of my peers? Chapter 4. Clark, I feel almost embarrassed to expose you. The requirements to join the football team were still met with parental disapproval. Clark, dejected, slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped outside, casting a glance around. The tire tracks were clearly imprinted on the dirt road in front of the farm. The school bus was likely nearing the school at this hour. He couldn't display any abnormalities in public, but as long as no one was watching, it didn't matter. A smirk crept across Clark's lips as he shouldered his backpack. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, darting into the expansive cornfields with a speed surpassing that of a bullet, creating a powerful gust of wind in his wake. From a celestial perspective, verdant waves swiftly part as if directed by Moses' staff. Apart from a brief exchange between the school bus driver and a stranded motorist who inquired if assistance was needed, little time was lost. The school bus glided smoothly to a halt in front of the local high school, arriving punctually. Students descended from the bus in clusters, making their way toward the campus. Upon alighting, David cast a glance at a weathered sign in the distance, adorned with a meteorite motif, faded and battered by the elements. Welcome to Smallville, the global capital of meteorites. Over a decade prior, a meteor shower had graced this town, bringing both calamity and opportunity. The townsfolk aspired to leverage the title of meteorite capital to transform their humble abode into a thriving tourist destination. Yet, the narrow roads, easily traversable in just a few steps, and the omnipresent low-rise buildings reveal the outcome of such ambitions. David withdrew his gaze and ambled towards the springtime campus, where cherry blossoms were in bloom. The so-called meteorite capital would eventually yield its secrets to Clark. The meteorites were, in fact, kryptonite, the remnants of the space pod that had descended to Earth from Krypton. It is widely acknowledged that kryptonite is Superman's Achilles heel. Mere contact can induce pain and weakness, or, in more severe instances, death. A diminutive green stone possesses the power to render a being capable of shifting tectonic plates powerless, kneeling in surrender. As he matured, David had taken note of the abundance of kryptonite in this town. One might even stumble upon it while strolling down the street. He was certain that future adversaries of Superman would have no trouble sourcing kryptonite. Chloe and Peter followed suit, joining David as they made their way into the campus. Good morning, Chloe, Peter. Clark appeared from nowhere, clad in denim jeans and a classic thick blue checkered shirt, clutching a few books in an attempt to feign an early arrival, greeting the pair. Didn't David say you were behind? Chloe's curiosity was piqued, her radar for oddities activated. How had Clark, who missed the bus, arrived at school before them? I took a shortcut. I left long before you. David had not noticed. Clark recalled David's earlier comment that had disrupted his plans, despite the improbability of obtaining his parents' approval without David's prompting. He felt a twinge of annoyance and playfully draped an arm over David's shoulder, teasingly chiding his now expressionless younger brother. You know, David has never shown much interest in me. Really? The skepticism in Chloe and Peter's voices was unmistakable as they turned their attention to David. They remembered that David had mentioned Clark's struggle to gain parental consent for participating in the football team tryouts that morning, and that he was still persisting. Whatever. David shrugged off Clark's arm and led the way into the campus. He began to ponder whether he should select a small piece of kryptonite from his previous collection to carry with him, just in case a certain son of Krypton attempted to deceive him once more. Clark let out a slight sigh of relief after the unfortunate incident. His unique qualities were well understood by David, who had been his constant companion, a family member who knew him inside out. While others might be bewildered by his abilities, David certainly grasped the essence of it all. Fortunately, David chose not to expose him. After all, his younger brother had always exhibited remarkable maturity. Observing David's silhouette, a smile crept across Clark's face. Despite the fact that he, as an older brother, possessed immense strength and speed that surpassed sound, he had never felt a twinge of envy for his seemingly ordinary younger sibling. However, this peculiarity offered little advantage. Reflecting on this, his brows furrowed once more. Suddenly, Clark felt as though his strength had been abruptly siphoned away, leaving him weak and unsteady, causing him to collapse to the ground, scattering his books everywhere. Whitney, embracing his girlfriend Lana, passed by and shot him a disdainful glance. Noticing his fall, Lana paused to assist him in gathering his scattered books, glancing at one in her hand with a smile. Thus spoke Zarathustra, Nietzsche. Clark, do you consider yourself an ordinary person or Superman? Upon hearing her voice, David turned his head to glance back. His eyes swept over Lana's fair neckline, adorned with a green crystal necklace. I don't know, Clark replied, turning away from the kryptonite necklace, feeling somewhat uncomfortable and stammering. The Superman that Lana referred to was not merely Clark's future heroic moniker. The philosopher Nietzsche had proposed a definition of an empowered human being, one who transcends the constraints of worldly rules and morals, surpassing the ordinary, brimming with creativity and possessing a formidable will, which he termed the Übermensch. Speaking of kryptonite, David mused, stroking his chin with sympathy, temporarily dismissing the idea of carrying kryptonite in the future. The future Superman was already in a dire predicament, confronted by his dream girl. He found himself unable to speak freely due to the presence of the kryptonite necklace. Every encounter with his unrequited love often resulted in his embarrassment. Let us go, Whitney said, feeling a surge of jealousy as he witnessed his girlfriend engaging with Clark, however, restrained by his presence. He kissed Lana and wrapped his arm around his bashful girlfriend, departing and leaving behind a flustered figure picking up his books. David? As footsteps approached, Clark looked up to see David coming over. His eyes brightened, hoping that his brother would assist him in collecting his books. How tragic, Clark, David exclaimed, shaking his head as he walked away, leaving behind a sarcastic remark. Enraged by his brother's deliberate mockery, Clark fumed silently as he finished gathering his books. The four of them then entered the building, where, in the corridor beside the lockers, hormone-driven boys and girls engaged in eager conversation, making every effort to showcase their charm and captivate the opposite sex, accepting each other's invitations. Spring has arrived, David remarked, absorbing the atmosphere of the school. Are you referring to the upcoming spring dance, David? Chloe inquired with a wink. Do you have a dance partner? David had always shown little interest in such matters. Peter shrugged and invited Chloe to be his dance partner, purely as friends. It would provide companionship, alleviating any awkwardness at the upcoming ball. What about you, Clark? The four of them continued their conversation as they entered the classroom. After a morning of studies, noon arrived, marking the end of classes. David coughed. You're going home alone today, Clark remarked, seemingly serious. I need to go to the playground to support Peter during his selection trials. Accompanying Peter? David scanned him up and down, then let out a laugh. I wouldn't want to embarrass you, Clark. With that, he ignored Clark, who was blushing and eager to argue, and nonchalantly turned away. On the school bus, David gazed out at the scenery. Clark's excuse about supporting Peter was merely a cover for his burgeoning feelings. As he intended to watch Lana and her cheerleaders practice, David could only shake his head, deeming him foolish for inviting discomfort upon himself. The playground was filled with not only cheerleaders, but also the football team, abundant with drama and jealousy, all waiting for Clark. Inside the bus, Chloe sat beside him, quietly working on her manuscript, which adhered to her signature style, sharp and incisive, an article titled Football, Sport or Savagery, intended for the school newspaper. On the bridge, where vehicles were seldom seen, the bus driver navigated swiftly and smoothly. Unbeknownst to him, a broken steel part lay on the asphalt ahead, the site of a previous breakdown. Suddenly, the bus's tire was punctured, causing it to deflate unexpectedly. With a jolt, the bus lost control, despite the driver's frantic attempts to steer. It crashed through the bridge's guardrail, plummeting downwards. The bus soared through the air. A sudden loss of weightlessness caused panic among the passengers, who screamed in unison. David's expression shifted as the bus plunged into the water, creating a massive splash. With a resounding thud, the heavy bus sank rapidly beneath the surface. The frigid river water surged through the seams of the vehicle, quickly engulfing it up to their knees. Help! Help us! The occupants, disregarding their disorientation, scrambled to their feet, shouting in terror and banging on the windows. Chloe, her face pale with fear, joined in the cries, panic gripping her as she realized she could not swim. I don't want to die. Is there anyone who can save me? The atmosphere in the bus became thick with despair, fear overtaking every individual. As the water rose to their waists, soaking their clothes, David appeared unfazed by the life-threatening crisis, glancing around with a furrowed brow. Chapter 5. Clark, did you save Luther? Swish. Time seemed to slow. In an instant, the rippling waves within the school bus, the unsteady girls with hair flying, and the boys shouting in terror, spitting as they scream, all seemed to slow down 100-fold. David assessed the situation with a calm demeanor, casually shattering the glass beside him. With a swift motion of his arms, he propelled himself toward the front of the bus like a torpedo launched from a tube. The bus, perched high, was filled with panicked individuals, none of whom noticed his presence. Immersed in water, David remained unperturbed, his demeanor relaxed. As an Eternal, he required neither food nor water, and could exist even in the frigid vacuum of space at temperatures below 200 degrees Celsius, let alone beneath the water surface. With his well-defined hand, he pressed against the front of the bus, pushing it aside as effortlessly as one would move an obstruction in their path. In the tumultuous river, the bus, weighing several tons and akin to a medium-sized vehicle, was launched like a projectile by an explosive force, breaking through the water-s surface with a thunderous crash. Soaring toward the riverbank. Thud! The bus arched gracefully for several meters before landing heavily on the grassy riverbank, its rubber tires splattering mud as the impact jolted the entire vehicle. The glass windows shattered, sending shards flying. Gasps of surprise erupted from the passengers, who were caught off guard and stumbled to the floor, instinctively shielding their heads. What had just transpired? After a moment, as the glass fragments settled, the stunned occupants cautiously rose, incredulous as they gazed outside. Moments ago, they had been trapped in the dark, perilous depths of the river, their lives hanging by a thread. Now, they found themselves basking in the warmth of sunlight on the shore, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds in the trees, a scene so vibrant and beautiful. Are we dreaming? They exchanged bewildered glances. Oh my God! The school bus driver, a man of faith, removed his cap, astonished, his eyes scanning the river as if to catch a glimpse of some angelic figures. Are you all right, Chloe? A voice inquired. The survivor, Chloe, pale and shaken, turned to see David, equally drenched yet composed, his features devoid of any fear. Was it a characteristic of the Kent family to possess such fortitude? Ie me fine, she replied, still reeling from the miraculous event. I thought that my next encounter with light and air would be as a mournful crowd sought to recover our bodies from the riverbed. What exactly transpired? This question echoed in the minds of all aboard the bus, save for David. Who would save them? Had God truly heeded their cries? We must exit the vehicle and leave this place, the bus driver urged, regaining some focus. The bank was treacherously slick. Should the bus slide back into the river, it would be a fatal jest. With wet clothes clinging to his body, David wrung out his garment, maintaining his composure as he departed the bus, which had nearly become their coffin, alongside the still shaken others. It seems as though something has forcefully ejected us from the river. Staring in astonishment at the crumpled front of the bus, it bore the marks of what could only be likened to a collision with an Asian elephant. The robust bus driver stood agape, unable to close his mouth for an extended moment. Could there be a water monster lurking in the depths? A group of students, still shaken, engaged in fervent discussion, their astonishment palpable. Did our school bus collide with its head, resulting in our unexpected ejection? Gazing once more at the tumultuous river, one could almost sense the presence of a colossal beast lying in wait beneath the surface. Casting a glance at the imprints left behind, David nonchalantly withdrew his gaze. Thanos, a mutant of the Eternal race, possessed unimaginable power and endurance, coupled with a regenerative ability and agility far surpassing that of ordinary beings. His skin was nearly indestructible, particularly against cold, heat, electricity, radiation, toxins, aging, and disease. His physical strength eclipsed that of vibranium, with a formidable prowess capable of slaying deities. Although he had only assimilated over 80% of the template, he remained uncertain of the limits of his own power. The pickup truck, akin to a giant, lifted anything with ease. David estimated that he could effortlessly catch a falling aircraft, haul thousands of tons of steel warships, or lift multi-story residential buildings with little strain. However, devoid of a universal biological stance, such feats would likely result in catastrophic disintegration. The bus driver's claim that something had hurled the bus from the river was merely a jest. While submerged, David had refrained from exerting too much force, fearing he might inadvertently hasten the demise of those around him, subjecting them to the agony of near drowning. The group distanced themselves from the riverbank, sitting quietly as they awaited the arrival of rescue personnel. and their parents. The bus had plunged into the river and had been violently cast ashore, resulting in numerous injuries, broken bones, and lacerations. The bizarre occurrence of the school bus being inexplicably struck by an unidentified creature was undeniably extraordinary, enough to baffle biologists and scientists alike. Yet, in this small town, it could hardly be deemed unusual, nor did it shatter one's worldview. Since the meteor shower over a decade ago, this town had witnessed an array of peculiar events. There were tales of long comatose individuals awakening only to vanish, sightings of wolves larger than tigers prowling the dark woods at night, and ghostly encounters in desolate graveyards involving a little girl clutching a stuffed bear, who would vanish upon turning her head. Countless bizarre incidents, including creatures of strange speed and immense strength howling through the night, were recounted. Upon hearing of the children's perilous situation, many parents rushed to the riverbank, their concerns palpable. As David spotted his mother, Martha, arriving in a vehicle and pulling over by the roadside, he approached her with a hint of confusion. "David, are you all right?" Martha exclaimed, her face etched with worry as she hurried towards him, inspecting him from head to toe for any signs of injury. "Does her leg hurt? What about your chest? Did you choke?" "I'm fine, mother," David reassured her. Patience was exhibited as David repeatedly assured his mother that he was unharmed, managing to placate her fears. He grasped her icy hand and chuckled. "Why are you here? Where's father?" He had long contemplated revealing his abilities to his parents. However, unlike Clark, whenever he exerted his powers, his skin turned a shade of purple, and stripes appeared along his jawline, unmistakably indicating genetic mutation, making him appear more alien than even the Kryptonians. He feared that Jonathan and Martha would be concerned. Just then, a call from the police interrupted, informing them that his brother had been in a car accident and had fallen into the river from another bridge, and that his father had gone to check on him. Martha's expression was a mix of worry and peculiarity. It was indeed strange that both of her sons encountered misfortune on the same day. One school bus skidded off into the river, while the other was struck by a vehicle and plunged into the water. Accident. Did he damage someone else's vehicle? David wondered. Is the driver all right? I hope he won't demand compensation. The incident with the bus falling into the river felt eerily familiar. How had Clark evaded disaster only to still end up in the water? Was this the force of fate at play? "David, Clark is your brother," Martha replied, her initial worry morphing into a resigned tone upon hearing her younger son's words. "I know, but his body could withstand a truck's impact, could it not?" David shrugged. "Even if it were to be wrecked, as long as he survives, a little sun exposure would suffice to mend him. See you this afternoon, Chloe." After exchanging a few words with his mother, David bid farewell to Chloe, and the mother-son duo turned to their old pickup truck, which had served the Kent family for over a decade, and drove away. After David's departure, Chloe, wrapped in a blanket by the rescue team, trembled from a cold. Suddenly, she noticed a footprint nearby, beneath which lay a patch of crushed green watergrass. Confusion flickered in her eyes as she glanced around. Whose footprint was this? Everyone had fled the bus before it reached the shore. Why was there watergrass? Aside from a few injured students and some who feigned injury to get a day off, classes resumed as usual that afternoon and the following day, undeterred by the incidents. David couldn't help but marvel at the insensitivity and adaptability of the town's residents. Having endured meteor showers, they were indeed different. The following evening, David and Clark returned home from school. In the farmyard, at the entrance of the small courtyard, a brand new red pickup truck stood quietly, its gleaming paint reflecting the last rays of the setting sun, adorned with a gift resembling a present. "Whose truck is this?" Clark asked cheerfully as he approached his mother, who had just emerged from the barn. "Mom, are we finally getting a new vehicle?" "This is your truck, Clark." "Mine? You saved Lex, and he gifted you this car." Martha frowned as she handed Clark a thank you note. David had heard that Clark had been struck by an out-of-control silver sedan that had sent him tumbling off the bridge. Yet he emerged unscathed, while the owner of the car nearly drowned in the river. Clark rescued a man from the river, saving his life. And the man was greatly astonished by his physique. "Dear Clark, drive carefully, and do not make the same mistakes I did." Upon hearing these words, Clark eagerly tore open the letter and read it aloud with quiet excitement, expressing immense gratitude for the events of the previous day concerning Lex Luthor. He had already envisioned driving this splendid pickup truck to school, certain it would capture Lana's attention. David, who had initially shown little interest in the matter, raised an eyebrow at the mention of the name and glanced at the thank you note, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. Wait a minute, Clark, you saved Lex Luthor? Yes, why? The young Superman lifted his head, puzzled by his brother's reaction. Chapter 6. Son, it's time Lex Luthor, one of Superman's most formidable adversaries. Upon discovering Superman, he dedicated himself to ridding the world of what he perceived as Superman's threat, believing that the hero lulled humanity into complacency, depriving them of the opportunity to face challenges and hindering their potential as a species. Just yesterday, Clark had not saved anyone. Rather, in his youth, Lex Luthor had nearly perished after falling into the river. Yet, he had unwittingly rescued one of his greatest foes. Clark, as long as you are happy, David shrugged. Of course I am thrilled, Clark replied, Mom. Where are the keys to the truck? He turned to David, suggesting they take a drive together, feeling a slight relief from the gloom that had enveloped him in recent days. He could hardly contain his excitement to drive this, his very first car. Given the family's financial situation, he had thought he would have to wait until he found work to afford one. Clark's mother, Martha, hesitated. The keys are with your father. Nearby, Jonathan was busy operating the mower, processing hay on the farm. Dad, Clark exclaimed joyfully as he pulled David along, eager to ask for the keys. As the young superhero opened his mouth to speak, Jonathan halted the mower, his expression becoming serious. I know you are eager, but you cannot accept this. He was still reflecting on Lex Luthor's astonished gaze as he observed the mangled car pulled from the river, then shifted to Clark, who appeared unscathed. A miracle that defied logic, his face revealing a desire to investigate and uncover the truth, like an ambitious businessman discovering an unparalleled opportunity. He couldn't shake the feeling of impending unease. Why not? I saved him, Clark responded, confused. That does not mean you can comfortably accept someone else's extravagant gratitude. New car for you, Dad. I can drive the old one, Clark insisted. This isn't about that. Noticing his son's disappointment, Jonathan quickly added, a pickup truck is nothing significant to the Luthor family. David, however, found himself agreeing with Clark's sentiment. The Luthor Group, one of the world's renowned commercial conglomerates, has established its fertilizer plant in the remote town of Linsmerville, nestled near the metropolis. Over 2,000 individuals in the town are employed by the Lex family. Clark saved Lex Luthor. For an heir of such immense wealth, a pickup truck is hardly a costly affair. Listening to his son, Jonathan attempted to convey that it is quite normal in life to desire something and strive for it. Normal? I have had enough of normal. Clark's pent-up frustration culminated in an eruption, interrupting his father's words. He was fully capable of much, more than merely observing. He could excel at anything he set his mind to. Yet, in pursuit of normalcy, he felt compelled to conceal his true self, relegating himself to the role of an inconspicuous minion, bitterly standing by the playground, watching the object of his affection in another's embrace, sharing passionate kisses. Is this what normalcy entails? Evading his father's south attempt to place a comforting hand on his shoulder, he stormed over to the grass cutter, activating the machine. Amidst the cacophony of its deafening roar, he thrust his arm into the relentless blades. Snap! Snap! Father, tell me. As if encountering an indomitable alloy, the blades dulled. The gears shattered, and the grass cutter belched out a plume of black smoke, ceasing its operation. Clark, even knowing his son was as resilient as steel. Jonathan gasped in alarm, rushing to extricate his son's arm from the machine's grip. Only his clothing was torn, while Clark's arm bore not a single mark. I know you are formidable, Clark, but have you considered that repairing the grass cutter incurs expenses? Observing the adolescent Clark, David nonchalantly inserted his hands into his pockets. In a fit of venting, the only outcome was the damage to the grass cutter. Father, did you see? I am inherently extraordinary. Hearing his brother's words, Clark's ire intensified, his voice quavering with agitation, unable to accept his own reality. Their mother, Martha, rushed over upon hearing the commotion and upon witnessing the scene, exchanged a worried glance with her husband, Jonathan. Perhaps it is time, my son. Jonathan sighed, wearily removing his work gloves. This day was bound to arrive. What? A sense of foreboding washed over Clark. Come with me. He turned, his steps heavy, urging Clark to follow. Then, glancing at his younger son, he hesitated momentarily. David, you should join us as well. As a member of this family, you have the right to know the truth. Although David was the biological child of Jonathan and Martha, and Clark merely an adopted child from an alien lineage, The kind-hearted Jonathan and Martha had never treated them differently. In their hearts, both were their sons. I recognize that some truths cannot remain concealed forever, especially once you discover that you, Clark, are inherently extraordinary, possessing powers beyond human comprehension. In the dilapidated auto repair shop, a burly worker with golden hair listened to the pulsating strains of death metal, standing beside a car while twisting the key in ignition. The dashboard illuminated. The engine roared to life, and the worker, chewing gum, wore a triumphant smile as he closed the hood. Just as he was about to take a breather, he noticed a gaunt figure lurking in the shadows at the entrance, akin to a wraith. "Damn it, you scared me," he muttered under his breath, suddenly realizing that the shadowy figure looked somewhat familiar. "Do I know you?" He squinted, recognizing the newcomer and stepping closer. "You resemble that scarecrow. What was his name?" "Ah, yes, Jeremy." Jeremy, with his jet black hair and skeletal frame, stared back with hollow cheeks and an icy demeanor, remaining silent. "I heard you got your head bashed in during that meteor shower and slipped into a coma," the worker remarked, his grease-stained hands dismissively brushing against Jeremy's clothing. "Finally dragged yourself away from the hospital bed? Look at your frail physique." Before he could finish, he felt an intense jolt of electricity surge from Jeremy's shoulder where he had touched him. The acrid scent of burning flesh filled the air. The worker was flung back several meters, crashing into a tool rack and landing heavily on the ground. "Monster!" he gasped, raising his charred, painful hand in horror, retreating in fear. "Listen, that was over a decade ago." The worker quickly grasped why Jeremy was here. Desperate to quell any thoughts of revenge, he cried out in agony. "It was just a game." "A game?" Chapter 7. I will bring Clark back. Jeremy seemed to find amusement in the notion, raising his palm. A terrifying scar marred his hand where a steel nail had pierced through. After Jesus was crucified, he bore the sins of mankind and ascended to heaven. With a crackle. As he spoke, his palm crackled with blinding electricity, causing the worker's eyes to widen in terror. 17 years later, I returned to this realm, endowed by God with this power to cleanse your sins. Since you enjoy games so much, let's play another. Jeremy advanced step by step, resembling the grim Reaper drawing near. The electric light illuminated the windows, accompanied by chilling screams. Minutes later, a gaunt figure, cloaked and cold, departed the repair shop. Inside, a charred corpse lay quietly on the ground, having endured torment, no longer ostentatious or contemptuous, curled into a fetal position as if returning to a state of infancy. Creak! Jonathan opened the barn door. The musty odor of decaying, damp rice wafted in. In this classic scenario, David already sensed what was about to unfold. Clark was about to discover his true lineage. He rarely suppressed his casual demeanor, casting a glance at the bewildered Clark beside him, a flicker of concern stirring within him. Uncertain whether Clark could fathom this truth. With David's existence, particularly given his recent arrival, Jonathan and Martha found themselves devoid of a suitable reason to adopt another child. The couple had secretly adopted Clark, publicly proclaiming themselves as his biological siblings. "What are you saying, Father?" An inexplicable panic gripped Clark's heart, as he began to regret having lashed out at his parents moments earlier. His father and mother only sought to protect him. They had his best interests at heart. Why had he failed to exercise restraint, Clark? This is a legacy left to you by your parents, Clark. Jonathan retrieved an object from a nondescript, worn box. His expression heavy with sorrow, his voice subdued as he turned to hand it to Clark. It was a dark, elongated stone seal, its head adorned with an engraved. "Parents?" Clark struggled to believe what he had just heard, his complexion paling as he gazed at the black, elongated object, hesitant to reach out, as if confronting a fragile bubble, fearful that a mere touch would shatter it, rendering some truths irretrievable. "Father, this jest is far from amusing." Why? Why did his father seem to speak falsehoods, yet his heartbeat remained steady? The key to the fortress of solitude? David furrowed his brow, diverting his gaze from the key. Observing Clark's reaction, he worried that this sudden revelation might overwhelm him. For an ordinary person, discovering within a single day that their beloved parents were not their biological ones, lacking any blood relation, would be difficult to bear. What if he were to learn that he was an extraterrestrial? David suddenly recalled a phrase uttered by a pale, deranged individual to drive a person mad. One he'd only provide them with a day as miserable as a clown's. Surely not. His eyelids fluttered. If a clown were to evolve into a superhero, it would indeed be a fatal jest. Creak. The cellar door opened once more, and Jonathan led his two sons downstairs, unveiling an object concealed beneath canvas. As dust swirled around, a small spacecraft came into view, its streamlined form resembling a cradle, seemingly only capable of accommodating an infant. No! Staring at the vessel that had no place on the farm, Clark staggered back in shock. "Father, please do not treat me this way." His expression was rigid, tinged with a plea, akin to that of a forsaken child gazing at Jonathan. "Clark, you are in fact the son that Martha and I adopted." Witnessing his son's reaction filled Jonathan with profound sorrow. Yet, having ventured this far, he could not retract his words. It was better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one, and he gritted his teeth to reveal the truth. "You hail from another world. We found you during that meteor shower over a decade ago." Clark felt as though he were walking on clouds, his mind clouded, sensing that everything before him was slipping away. What about David? Suddenly, he spotted David, grasping at the opportunity like a lifeline, and hurriedly inquired, "Please, do not reveal to him that David is the biological son of Martha and me." Observing the lack of astonishment on David's face, Jonathan felt a pang of confusion, suspecting that David might still believe this all to be an illusion. However, disregarding David in that moment, he hesitated before unveiling the harsh and painful truth. No, this is all a fabrication. I cannot accept it." Clark, with eyes ablaze and resembling a wounded beast, roared in anguish before turning to flee, as if mad. He yearned to escape this deception, to flee from the heart-wrenching reality. With a speed surpassing the speed of sound, Clark bolted from the cellar, vanishing from sight. So, Jonathan anxiously wished to pursue him. Yet as a mere mortal father, how could he hope to keep pace with his son from Krypton? He could only stand helplessly at the cellar's entrance, gazing at the empty barn, reflective of his own desolate heart. Clark will come to understand, father. Observing his father in such a state of despair, David felt a stirring within, having never witnessed the stubborn and resolute Jonathan exhibit such vulnerability. He stepped forward to support his father, offering comfort. "I cannot believe you would forsake our home. David, why are you not the least bit astonished?" Jonathan wearily turned back. "Our home consists of but a few houses, and Clark is so extraordinarily different." In truth, David was also baffled as to why Clark had never discovered the spaceship in the cellar over the years, especially during his childhood, when he was most curious and adventurous. He had sneaked in here at a mere few years old to investigate it. After all, it was a genuine spacecraft. "I understand now." Jonathan, appearing to age several years in that moment, doubted the correctness of his previous actions. Supported, he sat down on the steps and unexpectedly patted his son's shoulder. "David, my son, you have done well." His voice was hoarse, yet his gaze was filled with pride as he looked at his son, who had always been remarkably perceptive, betraying no unusual expression. Where Clark comes from, whether he is an alien or not, is of little consequence. What truly matters is that he is our family, your brother raised alongside you. Do not blame him for his intense reaction. He simply cannot accept it at this moment. I will bring him back. Seeing his father in such a dazed state, David frowned and rose to leave. If Jonathan paused, cautioning, "If Clark does not wish to return for the time being, do not force him." Having been struck with two pieces of devastating news in a single day, the very foundation of his life, as the son of Kent, was being called into question, he could only imagine the impact this would have on his eldest son. "I will," David nodded at his father, though internally he thought otherwise, secretly resolving that if he could not persuade Clark, he would resort to a more forceful approach to bring him back to his senses. Signed, starting today, I will update twice daily. Thank you for your continued support. Dear readers, Chapter 8, I Overthought, 3K. In a bar illuminated by vibrant lights and lively music, Clark stumbled in like a specter, having fled from home, seeking solace in intoxication to obliterate his reality. He had heard that drowning oneself in drink could erase all thoughts. At merely 18, however, the state's laws prohibited the sale of spirits to him. The bartender, casting a glance at Clark's identification, inquired if he would prefer a beer. "Anything alcoholic will suffice," he replied, as he retrieved his ID, yearning for the drink to arrive swiftly. On the dance floor, couples swayed passionately, while others at booths engaged in spirited drinking games. The cacophony and revelry felt utterly disconnected from him. Clark was engulfed in a profound sense of loss and solitude, akin to a lone wolf separated from its pack. An indescribable ache filled his heart. Was everything a mere illusion? Memories of his life with his parents and younger brother flashed before him. He had never belonged to that family, nor to this planet he had inhabited since childhood. In his youth, Clark had pondered why others could not lift trucks or emerged unscathed from falls, realizing now that he was fundamentally different from his father and brother. He understood the truth. They shared no blood ties. He was merely an alien creature, discovered by his parents. Beside the dimly lit bar with red-rimmed eyes, Clark stared vacantly at the name Clark Kent on his ID. He bore no true surname of Kent, nor should his name take such a form. It ought to possess a peculiar and convoluted essence unrecognizable to Earth dwellers. Among the billions inhabiting this planet, none were of his kin, and no place could be deemed his homeland. Why? In a tumult of emotions, Clark clenched his fists in frustration. Was this God's cruel jest? Why was he not a human? Why could he not share blood with his parents and brother? He longed for his father to declare that everything he had been told was a fabrication, that come morning he would savor his mother's lovingly baked apple pie, bicker playfully with his brother on the school bus, and return to assist his father with farm chores, leading a life that was both simple and fulfilling. Why had his existence been so abruptly shattered with the sudden revelation of this dreadful truth? How could he return to that home and feel entitled to the love of his parents? In a haze of confusion and rage, Clark felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his fury through violence. At that moment, Clark, a hand clasped his shoulder. Is that really you? Turning, Clark found Whitney and several teammates, beers in hand, their faces wearing sinister smiles as they encircled him like hounds on a vulnerable rabbit. Clark, why are you sulking alone? Whitney draped an arm around Clark's neck, feigning intimacy while applying subtle pressure. Whitney, please do not bother me right now. To his astonishment, Clark remained utterly still, his body as unyielding as steel, effortlessly prying Whitney's hand away. Although he had intended to unleash his frustration, the opportunity for confrontation presented itself unexpectedly. Nevertheless, the future Superman, instilled with a profound sense of kindness by the Jonathan couple over the years, restrained himself from retaliating. I have some good news for you, Clark, Whitney declared, staggering as he spilled his beer on the floor, his embarrassment in front of the crowd igniting his fury. I have decided you will be this year's Scarecrow. With a glance, he signaled several members of the football team to set down their beers and forcibly remove Clark from the scene. I told you not to provoke me. The raucous rock music in the bar assaulted Clark's ears as he suddenly sprang to his feet, seizing Whitney by the collar, anger radiating from his eyes, nearly losing control. However, in an instant, Whitney's collar tore away, revealing a familiar green crystal necklace, the radiation from the kryptonite enveloping him. Clark felt his extraordinary strength rapidly dissipate. Agony etched across his features. The hand closest to the kryptonite exhibited bulging green veins, as if poisoned. In the flickering light, Whitney, oblivious to Clark's distress, delivered a punch that sent the weakened hero crashing to the ground, contemptuously adjusting his clothes. What of it, Clark? He crouched down, gripping Clark again, his voice a low murmur laced with jealousy and malice. I have long noticed the way you look at my girlfriend. I know exactly what you're thinking. Do you think she belongs to you? With the high school football championship approaching, Lana had entrusted her cherished meteorite crystal necklace to her boyfriend, hoping to convey her sentiments and bless him to triumph in the competition, ultimately attracting the attention of scouts. Yet, this encounter forced Clark to confront the formidable power of kryptonite once more. You covet her necklace, don't you? Noticing Clark's gaze fixated on the necklace around his neck, Whitney, assuming Clark's jealousy was palpable, mockingly draped the necklace around Clark's neck, delivering a harsh humiliation. Then I shall give it to you. This is as close to Lana as you will ever get. Take him away, he commanded, rising and gesturing to the football players, who hoisted the increasingly tormented Clark through the back door. In a crowded environment, Whitney planned to escort Clark to a secluded cornfield for a thorough lesson. I will make you understand the futility of your infatuation. Suddenly, a voice devoid of emotional fluctuation cut through the air. Were you taking Clark, Whitney? David appeared, hands tucked in the pockets of his brown jacket, surprising Whitney, who soon smirked. Since you've come to us, I suppose we'll take you along. Let Clark witness how misguided thoughts can ensnare his own brother. David's expression remained impassive, as if he had not heard Whitney's intentions. David, hurry! Clark, trapped and utterly weakened, unable to even muster the strength to stand, watched his brother desperately call out through gritted teeth, "You cannot overcome them." Whitney and his entourage of 5, each a robust member of the school's football team, loomed menacingly. Clark, filled with urgency and regret, had feared that his brother might succumb to the events of the day, taking a dark turn and bringing trouble upon their family. Disregarding Whitney and his companions, David raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly. It appears my concerns were unfounded, Clark. Even when faced with a few high schoolers wielding kryptonite, you seemed to falter. Whitney, unable to contain his fury at David's dismissive demeanor, commanded, "Show him your strength." 2 towering, muscular football players advanced with ferocious expressions, lunging at David with fists raised. The commotion at the bar finally caught the attention of onlookers, many of whom gathered to cheer and revel in the chaos. Go on, fight. In a place like this, brawls were commonplace. David remained poised, effortlessly dodging the first punch thrown his way and countered with a lightning-fast strike. The impact resounded as the football player, eyes bulging and face reddening like a boiled lobster, crumpled to the ground, clutching his abdomen and spitting out saliva. The second player charged in, but David executed a graceful spin, landing an elbow strike that sent him crashing to the ground, unconscious. In mere seconds, David had dispatched 2 adversaries, leaving the bar patrons astonished, their applause ringing out in approval. Impressive. This young man is remarkable. Could he be a professional fighter? Clark was taken aback, shocked to discover this hidden facet of his brother. Whitney, frozen in disbelief, stared at the 2 downed players. Together now, Whitney rallied, joining forces with the teammates who had previously thrown Clark to the ground, rushing towards David. With movements as light as a butterfly, David evaded their attempts, landing 3 precise punches that sent them sprawling, bruised and battered. "This is impossible," Whitney gasped, clutching his chest in agony, feeling as though his ribs had been shattered. Yet, defiantly, he struggled to rise and charge at David once more. "Just a coward who won't dare participate in any activities at school," David remarked, his foot effortlessly sending Whitney tumbling back to the ground, stepping over him with nonchalance as he approached Clark. You need not exert extraordinary strength to deal with such individuals. As the onlookers in the bar observed him approach, they instinctively retreated, creating a path for him, unwilling to provoke any trouble. Could a retired Navy SEAL truly possess such formidable prowess? Where did you acquire such combat skills? Clark inquired, his voice strained. David responded nonchalantly, on television, as he removed the necklace from around his brother's neck. Clark, taken aback by this unexpected revelation, finally succumbed to his fatigue and fainted, his eyes rolling back. David, with an air of ease, pocketed the necklace and hoisted the towering figure of Clark over his shoulder, departing the bar as the crowd parted in respect. Despite the chaos that had disrupted business, the bar owner dared not ask David to stay. After traversing a short distance under the cold moonlight, they found themselves on an empty street. Gradually regaining consciousness, Clark, still dazed, realized they were heading home and began to struggle. "Put me down, David. I refuse to go back," he protested, still grappling with the unresolved matters at home. Meanwhile, after Clark and David's departure, Whitney and several football players, who had been knocked down, struggled to rise from the ground. Ridiculed by the crowd, they clumsily supported one another as they exited. Not long after, a gaunt figure emerged from the bar, eyeing the departing group clad in baseball jackets with a frigid gaze. "No rush. There is ample time," he murmured to himself before returning to the bar, leisurely sipping his drink, his expression unchanging as he regarded a hefty African-American man in the corner attempting to woo a woman as though observing a corpse. The original plan could not be disrupted. As for the equally unruly high school athletes, he recalled that the town's spring dance was scheduled for tomorrow night. "I've never attracted anyone's attention at a dance before, but this time will be different," Jerome smirked, confident he would be the center of attention at the event. "Let me down, David." Clark weakly roused himself, struggling to descend from his brother's shoulder. "I refuse to go back." He was still uncertain how to face their parents. What? 18-year-old Clark wants to run away from home? David thought the situation had a rather straightforward solution, devoid of any need for emotional tug-of-war. With a swift motion, he delivered a sharp strike to the back of Clark's neck. Whack! Startled, Clark turned to glance at his brother, puzzled by his intentions. "You're losing your strength," David observed. Clicking his tongue, free from kryptonite's radiation, Clark gradually began to recover, despite the absence of sunlight. Bang! David struck again. A terrifying force capable of shattering a tank with a single blow unleashed a shockwave that spread over a dozen meters, akin to a tempest sweeping through the landscape, causing the grass along the roadside to thrash violently. Clark's eyes rolled back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. It was done. His complexion, once pallid on the dimly lit road, began to revive as David carried the unconscious Clark back to the farm. Inside, the couple awaited the return of their 2 children, the warm glow of their home illuminating the doorway. Before entering, he extracted a green, luminescent kryptonite necklace, swirling it around Clark's face, applying a veneer of distress. Under the radiation of the kryptonite, Clark, who had nearly recovered, now exhibited a painful expression in his stupor, his face pale and frail, as if stricken by a grave illness. Satisfied after a moment, David tucked away the kryptonite. Kryptonians could only face life-threatening dangers after prolonged exposure, measured in months or even years. A brief encounter posed no peril, especially since Clark was no ordinary Kryptonian. Of course, this is all for your own good, Clark. He was certainly not motivated by any signal of distress emanating from Clark. With a smirk, David carried Clark inside. My heavens. David, what has happened to your brother? Martha gasped at the sight. Clark, why has he fainted? Jonathan's expression was one of disbelief. Clark had always been robust, never having fallen ill or sustained an injury. It was the first time the couple witnessed him in such a state, pale and unconscious. I'm not quite sure. It seems there's an issue with Clark's extraordinary physique, David replied, his demeanor calm. Quickly, lay him down, carefully taking Clark from his younger son's shoulders. Jonathan placed him gently on the sofa. Martha hurriedly fetched a glass of water, approaching the sofa with anxious calls of her son's name. Clark? Both parents were in a flurry, for despite their middle age, they had never encountered their son being unwell. As Clark sensed a gentle swaying, he gradually awakened, surrounded by his worried parents, their eyes brimming with an unshakable concern, cautious not to jostle him too vigorously. Father, mother, returning to the warm familiarity of home. He gazed at his parents, feeling a sense of disorientation. He had nearly forgotten when his father's hair had turned gray, his face etched with the passage of time. His once robust physique now diminished, while his mother's eyes bore the marks of age, her skin lax. Each detail pierced his heart like a blade. He recalled fond memories of riding on his father's shoulders, urging him to run, indifferent to the ball games other fathers and sons played, leaving his father with no choice but to engage only with David. And there was a time he adored corn dogs, persistently coaxing his mother to prepare them. Memories of the past flooding his mind. Clark's nose tingled as if struck, overwhelmed by the realization that he had consumed his parents' youth. My parents discovered me amidst a meteor shower and raised me with the same care and devotion they would a biological child, even more so than they did for David, attending to my psychological and emotional needs with unwavering concern. They never demanded anything from me, nor did they ever contemplate extracting any benefit from my existence. Though they could have effortlessly capitalized on my abilities, molding me into a promising star athlete in football or rugby to amass wealth, they chose a different path, immersing themselves in the unending toil of farm life instead. They even insisted I conceal my talents, solely to shield me, a decision I found increasingly burdensome. Clark, what is troubling you? Martha asked, noting her son's prolonged silence and distant gaze, her worry deepening as she feared for his well-being. Mother, Clark exclaimed, his eyes reddening as guilt surged within him. He rose abruptly, arms outstretched, enveloping the couple who loved him most in a tight embrace. I was wrong, Father. No matter the circumstances, nothing can alter the fact that I am your son. Reflecting on his past foolishness, he acknowledged how his parents had never cared about his identity, bestowing upon him the finest love and warmth for over a decade, treating him as their own. Yet upon learning the truth, he had become entangled in the complexities of his lineage. I'm just glad you're back, Clark, Jonathan said, feeling a weight lift from his heart as a smile graced his face. He exchanged a reassuring glance with Martha, who joined in embracing their son. Seems someone has abandoned the idea of running away from home, David remarked, leaning against the doorframe with a playful smirk, prompting Clark to recall his earlier embarrassment and turn to his younger brother. You always have a clearer perspective than I do, David, Clark admitted, and both Jonathan and Martha nodded in agreement, acknowledging their younger son's intelligence and maturity that spared them much concern. Clark, are you all right? Martha inquired, the warmth of their familial bond returning, though she recalled the pallor that had briefly washed over her son's face. Why do you seem unwell? I'm fine. Except for a pain at the back of my head, Clark replied, rubbing the spot as if he had been struck by a falling rocket, wincing in discomfort. He turned to David, puzzled. Was it you? Did Lana's necklace render you too weak? It seemed unlikely that he could have been hurt so severely by his brother. David, sensing the weight of the moment, subtly shifted the conversation. Perhaps Clark was injured by Whitney and the others. Injured? Clark, you been hurt? Jonathan and Martha pressed, their concern intensifying as Clark struggled to find an opportunity to ask David what had transpired. Under the vast expanse of the starry sky, in the large barn filled with machinery and tools, Clark recounted the events to his parents from the vantage of the open window on the second floor, ultimately reassuring them that he had sustained no harm, at least not from Whitney and his companions. A gentle breeze rustled through the wheat fields of the farm, invoking a sense of peace and nostalgia, as everything felt reminiscent of days gone by. Clark sat by the window, peering through the astronomical telescope at a scene a kilometer away, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Within the telescope's view, a striking figure with lustrous black hair sat on the steps of a house, enjoying the evening breeze while composing an English report. Most notably, the figure no longer wore the green necklace around her neck, prompting him to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a shadowy figure stealthily approaching Lana's home, capturing clandestine photographs of her from behind the bushes before hurriedly retreating, leaving behind a gift box. Puzzled, Lana approached and opened the box. A few brilliantly colored butterflies, adorned with shimmering green dust, fluttered out, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairy tale. She gasped in delight, covering her mouth as she scanned the street for the mysterious gift giver. A suitor? A pang of jealousy stirred within Clark. Lana's allure was truly extraordinary. He resolved to discover the identity of the gift giver, wondering if he might recognize them. I recall someone asking Mother for $300, claiming a keen interest in astronomy. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his musings, startling Clark as he turned around. David slowly descended the stairs, his expression a mix of peculiarity and surprise. Honestly, when I first saw you gazing through that thing, I thought you were searching for your homeland among the stars, feeling lost after discovering your origins. He raised an eyebrow, glancing at the telescope aimed directly at a house. Chapter 10. Everyone has sins. Despite my confusion regarding my origins, this place undeniably felt like home. Hearing David's words, Clark fell silent, his tone unusually earnest, as though he were speaking both to David and himself. I am certain of this, David. You, Father, and Mother are my family. That will never change. The ordinary things he once took for granted, nearly lost today, suddenly revealed to Clark the necessity of cherishing and protecting those bonds, such as familial love. Thank you for today, brother. Don't expect a few kind words to keep me from telling Mother what you've been up to all day with that thing. Clark, usually somewhat reserved, expressed his feelings with unexpected candor, leaving David momentarily taken aback, his gaze drifting afar. This telescope was created to aid humanity in observing the sublime and vast cosmos, not to spy on one's secret crush for material to daydream about. David, I assure you, I had no such intention. Clark flustered, attempting to clarify that he harbored no such thoughts. I understand. However, David, clearly dismissive, offered a perfunctory response and turned to leave, denying Clark the opportunity to explain further. Today is unlike any other, as a series of events unfold with great intensity, stirring the emotions of the Kent couple and Clark alike. David, as a result, has garnered numerous emotional points, further advancing his integration. The integration rate now stands at 81 to 83. As the narrative progresses, enhancing this integration becomes increasingly challenging. However, even a slight improvement in integration can yield a power far superior to previous increments. A gentle breeze sweeps through Smallville High School. Sneakers flit about with a lively rhythm, while whispers and shy laughter escape from groups of girls, and boys boastfully lift their chins, engaging in jovial banter. The atmosphere is charged with excitement and anticipation, as tonight marks the spring dance. Once again, you did not ride the school bus with David. Clark, Peter inquired, curious about the matter. There is something. I saved someone, and he gifted me something, but I cannot accept it, Clark explained. This morning, without a hint of complaint, he dutifully followed his father's wishes to Lex's estate, engaging in polite conversation with Lex Luthor before returning the pickup truck. What gift? Peter pressed, intrigued. The necklace holds great significance for me. A distant, sorrowful voice reached them, revealing Lana's troubled expression. Beside her, Whitney, sporting a bandage on his bruised nose and a swollen forehead, attempted to console her while offering explanations. What happened to Whitney's face? Peter questioned, puzzled. Perhaps he fell while intoxicated? Clark awkwardly ventured, glancing at David, who seemed unfazed. That necklace was crafted from a meteorite left to me by my aunt after my parents perished in a meteor shower. It serves as a cherished reminder of them. And you have misplaced it. We were attacked by drunken troublemakers at the bar, and after the scuffle, I discovered the necklace was missing. Lana, I promise I will retrieve it. Clark's extraordinary hearing allowed him to catch their conversation, and he frowned at Whitney's deceitful words aimed at Lana. Upon learning the necklace's backstory, he hesitated, glancing at David with a pleading expression, ready to voice his thoughts. You are truly kind, Clark, David remarked, a hint of resignation in his voice, as he anticipated Clark's intentions and turned to leave. Though David's superhuman hearing was not as acute as that of the Kryptonians, the distance posed no challenge for him. It is needless to say that despite Clark's reluctance to forego the opportunity to converse freely with his crush, he resolved to return the necklace to Lana. Even if its return would mend the rift between Lana and Whitney and assist Whitney, he understood that he might lose his chance with her as well. Such excessive kindness. He is indeed destined to be the future Superman, David could only comment. Before the evening dance, Clark persistently approached David, seeking the necklace, while David responded with feigned indifference. Why must the precious kryptonite be returned? Additionally, Clark had been persistently requesting, with emotions surging each time. At the ball, Chloe, without an invitation from partner, had no choice but to team up with Peter to avoid awkwardness. As for David and Clark, neither of them seemed to be bothered. The melodious music filled the vibrant dance floor, where pairs of elegantly dressed young men and women exchanged glances, their faces illuminated with smiles, dancing gently like birds in flight. By the elongated dining table, David casually sampled a delicacy. Look there, your dream lover is dancing with another man wrapped in his embrace, he remarked, pointing with his fork at the most captivating couple at the center. He chuckled lightly at Clark, who had been persistently requesting. Even so, you wish to return the necklace? Clark gazed at the dance floor, a hint of sourness akin to having tasted a lemon settling in his heart. Despite his irritation, Lana, oblivious to the underlying truths and comforted by Whitney's deceitful reassurances, did not decline Whitney's invitation to the ball. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, they shared a heartfelt gaze, slowly dancing together, becoming the most radiant pair amidst the crowd. The one he admired dressed exquisitely for the ball, yet not for him. He merely stood at the edge, an inconspicuous figure. That necklace had originally belonged to Lana, David. Clark's tone betrayed a sense of disappointment, yet he still said, "All right, I'll give it to you tomorrow. After all, you have no chance. Lana is not suited for you." Clark's face brightened at this statement, eager to inquire further about the reasoning behind it. Suddenly, the fire alarm in the school auditorium was triggered, and water poured down from the pipes like a torrential rain. Where did this water come from? The fire alarm has been set off. Where's the fire? Amidst the shouts, the attendees were caught off guard, drenched and disheveled, their meticulously crafted appearances ruined, hairstyles collapsing under the deluge. David glanced at his wet clothes, his expression darkening. Was it an accident? Clark quickly scanned for any signs of fire, not even a hint of smoke in sight. Was the fire alarm malfunctioning? Or had the central control outside been activated? Bang! Just then, the auditorium doors were violently kicked open, the sound of clear footsteps resonating. A hooded, gaunt figure entered, lifting its head to reveal a cold visage. With dazzling currents of electricity crackling in its hands like silver serpents, the air filled with a burnt odor. Although my intention this time is not directed at all of you, amidst the fearful and perplexed gazes of the crowd, he paused momentarily. With a hand capable of unleashing a current potent enough to melt steel, he forcefully pressed down onto the damp ground. I do not mind cleansing your sins in advance. Apologies for the delay in updating. I have written a bit more to make up for the half-chapter 1-0'd from yesterday. Chapter 11, Kill Him, Clark. First, the fire alarm was triggered, drenching everyone. Now, suddenly, there appeared an individual endowed with the ability to discharge electricity. It was evident that this was a meticulously orchestrated massacre. Gazing at the figure at the entrance, David raised an eyebrow. He had long suspected that the eerie tales circulating in this small town were not mere fabrications. It was highly probable that radiation from kryptonite had caused certain individuals to undergo genetic mutations. After all, the affluent rely on technology while the impoverished depend on mutation. Yet, he never anticipated the emergence of a madman intent on slaughtering nearly everyone in the local high school. The crowd screamed in terror. What kind of horror film is this? Chloe and Peter trembled in fear. Anyone with a modicum of common sense understood the catastrophic consequences of electricity coming into contact with water. That individual could instantly annihilate hundreds merely by placing his hands on the ground. Raise your hands. It seemed as though hell itself beckoned to them. Some boys attempted to rush forward to intervene, but it was in vain. The gaunt figure, resembling a demon, swiftly directed his electrified hands toward the ground. In less than a second, the 30-meter distance rendered it impossible for anyone to halt him. In that fleeting moment, David furrowed his brow, poised to act. Setting aside the fact that individuals he knew were present, saving them would merely require a gesture. From another perspective, should all here perish, leaving only Clark and himself alive, it would be difficult not to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. David? No. However, someone was quicker. Clark glanced at David, who was in peril, and a sense of dread surged within him. His complexion shifted dramatically as he uttered a low exclamation. In a desperate burst of unprecedented speed, he vanished from his spot. With a crackle, the electric current was mere centimeters from the ground, but in the next instant, he was abruptly seized and lifted away. What just happened? Where did that person go? Some individuals, terrified, closed their eyes, bracing for the imagined agony of an electric shock that never came. Hesitantly, they opened their eyes to see the door. The malevolent entity that sought to murder them had vanished, leaving only a chilling breeze wafting in from outside, causing them to shiver. Was it merely an illusion? Was everything that transpired a collective hallucinatory event? Even those who had rushed toward Jerome to intervene saw nothing. As Clark's speed exceeded the limits of human perception, they did not even catch a glimpse of a blurred afterimage. Amidst the unfolding chaos, no one looked to Lana first. David gently set down the delicacy in his hand, a flicker of satisfaction coursing through him. It seems you are salvageable, Clark, not entirely lost to depravity. This elder brother of yours has not succumbed to a girl who, despite having a boyfriend, treats other boys with undue affection. However, how shall you navigate this predicament, Clark? If mishandled, this matter could bring turmoil upon the family. David furrowed his brow and retreated, his body swaying before vanishing into thin air. The onlookers were left with a lingering unease, glancing around in search of answers, questioning whether this was merely a cruel jest. Where are David and Clark? Chloe, with trepidation, patted her chest, her gaze scouring the vicinity for the two who had seemingly vanished. They were just here. Peter glanced around, pondering if perhaps the two had found the dancing uninteresting and departed. Doubt flickered in Chloe's eyes, but it was not long ago that she had seen the brothers still present. Could she be mistaken? Who are you, and why did you do that? On the outskirts of town, Clark furiously demanded, having discarded the lunatic he had been carrying. Do you have any idea how many lives are at stake? Rising from the ground, Jeremy shook his head, surveying his hands and the surroundings. How had he suddenly arrived on this rural road, when he was just moments away from executing those sinners? Who are you? He asked, looking intently at Clark, realizing it was this man who had brought him here. His body taut with vigilance. Indeed, he was not the only extraordinary person in this world. It's you. I saw you at the bar. In the next instant, recognizing the furious countenance of Clark, Jeremy recalled their similar fates. They nearly made you a scapegoat. His expression darkened, a swell of betrayal igniting a fierce anger within him. As his hands crackled with electricity, glowing ominously beneath the dim streetlight, the sound akin to a cacophony of cawing crows echoing across the desolate landscape. Yet you choose to protect them? What difference is there between those boys in their olive team uniforms and the ones who crucified me over a decade ago? With a thunderous roar, he questioned, unleashing a potent surge of electricity that sent Clark hurtling away. You wish to kill Whitney and the others? That is absolutely unacceptable. Falling several meters before rising unscathed, Clark brushed off the smoldering embers singed into his clothing. Understanding the original intent behind Jeremy's words, he responded urgently. Even though Whitney was his rival, and even if Whitney sought to crucify him, such a fate was unwarranted. God has returned me to this world, burdened with a special mission to purify evil. The overwhelming strike that should have charred a man to cinders had failed to harm his adversary, leaving Jeremy astonished, then seething with rage. You too have been favored by God, yet you protect the wicked. He unleashed a tremendous surge of electricity, appearing to cradle two miniature suns of power in his hands. To protect the wicked? You are utterly unworthy of the abilities bestowed upon you by God. The surging current struck the asphalt road beneath, causing it to glow red and melt, releasing a foul odor reminiscent of sulfur from the depths of hell. Jerome shouted, extending his arms forward. The electricity surged forth like a rapidly growing tree of lightning, branching out with a robust trunk, striking Clark at a speed surpassing sound. With no time to evade, Clark raised his arms in a defensive posture, only for the fabric of his clothing to disintegrate into ashes in an instant. The powerful current induced a twinge of pain, eliciting a cry from him. In the next moment, Clark dodged away with the swiftness of a bullet, positioning himself beside Jerome. As time seemed to slow dramatically, Jerome, still wearing a fierce expression, stared ahead, oblivious to the current erupting from his palm. He glanced at his hands, cautiously pushing forward. With a thud, time resumed its normal flow, and Jerome's body was propelled as if struck by a truck, skidding across the ground for several meters before crashing down heavily. A gasp escaped his lips as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He felt as though several ribs had been fractured. I cannot comprehend how anyone could derive pleasure from aiding those who torment them. Jerome clutched his painfully throbbing chest, glaring at Clark with fury. Why would Clark assist those who bullied him? It was an act of betrayal. Your palms? Clark's gaze fell upon Jerome's hands, marred by ghastly scars as if pierced by steel nails, and his expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. He recalled a conversation with Chloe during recess, where she had mentioned a peculiar incident in town. Several former members of the high school football team had been electrocuted recently. Are you the serial killer responsible for their deaths? Are you seeking revenge on the football team? I will kill you. Ignoring Clark's words, Jerome gritted his teeth against the pain, attempting to rise from the ground to attack him. Don't get up again. I don't want to accidentally kill you. Clark waved his hands in a flustered manner. Having never engaged in a fight, he feared he might inadvertently harm his opponent. Yet Jerome's anger intensified at Clark's words. Despite his injuries, he staggered to his feet, determined to confront him. If he wishes to kill you, then do it, Clark. Just as Clark found himself at a loss, a cold voice broke through. David, what has happened to your body? A figure, familiar yet inexplicably out of place, emerged from the shadows beneath the streetlight. David, what are you saying? Clark exclaimed, bewildered by David's sudden appearance. How did you get here? I specifically brought him out of town. It seemed implausible for David to have arrived so swiftly, even by car. Moreover, had he truly heard his brother suggest taking a life? I said to kill him, Clark. Ignoring his questions, David fixed his gaze upon Jeremy, his demeanor serious as he reiterated his stance. Surprisingly, this individual could also evoke emotional responses, albeit far fewer than Clark. If you do not take action, then I shall. That is unacceptable. How can we resort to murder? Clark, raised under Martha's benevolent teachings, was taken aback, unable to fathom the words he had just heard, feeling a disconcerting unfamiliarity with his brother. He has killed more than one person. He is a madman, a wretched being, is he not? David had heard the prior remarks. Observing Jeremy, it was evident that he had descended into madness, harboring the desire to slay hundreds without a flicker of remorse. We cannot enact vigilante justice. Clark's expression darkened slightly as he slowed his voice, rejecting the notion and suggesting instead, there are laws in place. We can hand him over to the authorities, where he will face justice and receive appropriate punishment. He did not deny that Jeremy deserved the death penalty, yet believed that no one should ever place themselves above the law and the sanctity of life. You have revealed your face to him. David ceased his idle chatter and advanced towards Jeremy, who was barely managing to rise from the ground. My face? Do you truly believe that a standard prison can contain him? When he escapes, will he not seek revenge upon you? David was unconcerned about the resilient Clark, yet he understood that vengeance could be directed towards those close to him. If he follows you to our home, mentioning their parents caused Clark's expression to shift, as he suddenly recalled something he had overlooked from the very beginning. He finally understood why his brother had insisted on killing him from the outset. In his haste, Clark had forgotten to conceal his identity. With a sudden clarity, Jeremy, facing Clark, exhibited no fear. However, when David approached him with an icy demeanor, An inexplicable unease crept into his heart, akin to the difference between a gentle elephant and a deadly lion. He could discern from the frostbitten gaze of David that his threat to kill was not mere bluster. Would an ordinary person possess the capability and confidence to approach him with lethal intent? Suddenly, a surge of electricity crackled through the air, and before Jeremy could mount a defense, David vanished without a blink. Though Thanos did not possess super speed, his velocity approached the speed of sound, which sufficed. To eliminate future threats, your execution shall be expedited. David materialized before the startled Jeremy, effortlessly gripping his neck with a single hand as though he were a mere chick, lifting him off the ground. As if a vice had clamped around his throat, Jeremy struggled to breathe, his face turning a ghastly shade of purple, his legs flailing helplessly in the air. What manner of monster are you? Gazing at David's purple-tinged visage, Jeremy's eyes widened in terror, his hands grasping at David's wrist. And in a desperate attempt to survive, he unleashed his powers. Let me go. A terrifying current struck David's hand, reducing only the lower half of his sleeve to ashes, yet failing to budge his elongated form, which seemed as resilient as steel. David, what has become of you? On one side stood their parents, and on the other, a murderer. Clark, already caught in a dilemma, was rendered speechless at the sudden transformation of his brother, his mouth agape in astonishment. How did you become this way? You are not the only one with secrets, Clark, David replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. He could have easily snapped Jerome's neck, yet refrained, harboring a hypothesis. Clark quickly realized that this was not the moment for such thoughts. Leaving behind only an afterimage, he rushed forward and grasped David's wrist. Let him go, brother. He hastily attempted to intervene, but to his astonishment, no matter how hard he pulled, he could not pry David's grip apart. The strength David exhibited was enough to force a regular person's hand free, yet was also sufficient to bend a steel rod of considerable thickness. The road beneath them buckled under the strain of David's power, yet he remained as immovable as a mountain. How is this possible? Are you really David? Clark, taken aback, dared not exert more force, fearing harm might come to his suddenly enigmatic brother. Listen, David, you cannot kill him. Some lines, once crossed, are difficult to retract. If our parents were here, they would not condone your actions. His expression grew serious as he gazed intently into his brother's eyes, earnestly imploring him to release the man. At that moment, Clark regretted not having considered the situation more thoroughly. He did not wish for his brother to resolve matters through murder. Consider how our father and mother would feel upon learning of this, David. For a second, 2 seconds, they locked eyes. All right, I won't kill him. Mentioning their parents seemed to soften David's resolve, and he released Jerome. However, he added, I must take precautions just in case. With that, he swiftly struck Jerome on the back of the head. The blow was not delivered with excessive force, yet it felt as if a baseball bat had struck him hard. Before he could react, Jerome collapsed onto the cold, unyielding asphalt, closing his eyes, motionless. You still killed him? Clark hurriedly checked Jerome's condition. He still breathed, but no amount of calling could rouse him. I prevented him from causing further harm by rendering him a vegetable. What? Clark, incredulous, looked up at David. Are you suggesting this is also a form of vigilante justice? That cannot be acceptable. David raised an eyebrow in retort. Clark, to be honest, held this very belief. Reducing a man to a state of vegetative existence to thwart potential retribution seemed excessively cruel. Yet, recalling that this predicament stemmed from his own oversight, and acknowledging that his brother had heeded his words by sparing the man's life, could he truly chastise David further? Clark fell silent, unable to articulate his thoughts. This matter ends here. You shall take him to a place capable of providing care, and do not involve yourself further. David glanced at the freshly incapacitated individual on the ground before turning away. From Jerome's fear 004, anger 003, hatred 0004, an unceasing flow of emotional points was credited. Indeed, although the comatose man could not awaken, his mind remained conscious. This was far more advantageous to Jerome than killing him. I placed him at the entrance of the town hospital. Lifting Jerome, Clark vanished from sight. Mere seconds later, as David had not strayed far, he returned, his voice somber. Now we must return to school, lest anyone discover our absence. David cast a glance at Clark, whose movement was only a faint blur when he left. My strength and defense undoubtedly surpassed Clark's at this moment, yet in terms of speed, he held a considerable advantage over me. A flicker of curiosity arose within him. without the use of kryptonite, who would prevail in a confrontation between him and the current Clark? David, what is happening with your body? Clark queried as he caught up to his brother, his expression a tapestry of confusion and concern. A myriad of questions bubbled within him. Today, David had revealed far too much, and he suddenly realized how little he truly knew about his brother. Chapter 13. Do not bite me, tall and slender like a mantis. With unkempt hair and round glasses, Greg was often regarded as an oddity at school due to his passion for collecting insects, leading him to shy away from the gaze of others. Even the school bullies refrained from tormenting someone who spent his days amongst filthy bugs. As night fell, Greg returned home, disheartened in his black evening attire. He lacked the courage to attend the dance, having turned back just as he neared the school. Recently, one of the containers housing his precious insects had been inadvertently left open, resulting in a multitude of red spots dotting his face overnight. He could not appear at the dance in such a state, especially in front of the person who haunted his dreams. In the brightly lit living room, a sudden clap echoed. Is this why you spend all day holed up in your room, Greg? Upon seeing her son, Greg's mother wore a grim expression as she tossed a stack of photographs and several videotapes onto the sofa. The images captured his classmate Lana from various angles, day and night, even on her way home, resembling the work of a voyeur. The content of the videotapes mirrored the photographs. You cannot invade my room without my permission, Greg shouted in anger, hurriedly stashing away his cherished items. How could you do this? I am in the same club as Lana's aunt, Neil. My son spends all day secretly photographing her niece. How am I to face her? Greg's mother, growing increasingly agitated, was on the verge of tears. I cannot allow this to continue. It was her negligence, her excessive respect for her son's privacy, and her failure to question his usual behavior that had led to his current predicament. The act of surreptitiously capturing images of female classmates, coupled with an obsessive affinity for nurturing various insects in the confines of his room, has rendered him increasingly melancholic and withdrawn from social interactions. Tomorrow morning, I intend to contact the military academy in Claremont. The consequences of this behavior are unfathomable. I cannot even begin to imagine what my son might become. It is simply unacceptable. Should I depart, what fate awaits my beloved insects? It is high time you relinquished that peculiar obsession of yours. Come tomorrow, I shall dispose of all the insects cluttering your space. The sheer audacity of my son, shouting at me over those creatures, only serves to heighten my agitation. With a resounding thud, I hastily returned to my room, slamming the door shut. Greg gazed at the myriad of bottles housing butterflies, beetles, and spiders, his expression softening into one of quiet reverie, almost akin to the infatuation one might reserve for a beloved. You are all so beautiful. No one shall harm you. I will take you to a safe haven. The soil within the containers, where the insects resided, emitted a delicate green luminescence. This was a fragment of a meteorite he had discovered during a nocturnal expedition, crushed and added to each bottle, enhancing their beauty with a phosphorescent glow. He had even presented a luminescent butterfly as a gift to the object of his affection. I wonder what Lana's expression was upon receiving such a gift. Regrettably, I did not capture that moment. Once everything was meticulously arranged, Greg's expression once more transformed into one of fervent adoration for the insects. He gathered the bottles into his vehicle, preparing to release them in the abandoned treehouse of his childhood. Additionally, it provided him a refuge from the looming threat of military school. With a decisive click, the aged automobile roared to life, and Greg sped down the road, disregarding his mother's frantic shouts behind him, a sardonic smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he raced towards the treehouse of his youth. However, not far beyond the town, a jolt from a muddy pothole sent the containers tumbling to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Now, liberated, the insects, infused with meteorite dust, swarmed chaotically within the confines of the vehicle, assaulting Greg mercilessly. No, do not bite me. The agony was akin to 1,000 needles piercing his skin. He could not endure it any longer. The steering wheel veered wildly, crashing into the roadside thicket. The glowing insects descended upon him with frenzied fervor. Greg's anguished cries echoed through the desolate countryside, gradually fading into silence as he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the school auditorium, an atmosphere of palpable terror enveloped the attendees, leaving them trembling and drenched, akin to drenched fowl. The festivities could no longer continue. Someone alerted the authorities, and the local police swiftly arrived to investigate. Upon learning of the near assault on the child, parents rushed to retrieve their offspring. The once tranquil night was shattered as the school entrance became congested with ambulances, police vehicles, and concerned parents. David, Clark, Jonathan, and Martha sped to the scene upon receiving the news. Yet amidst the throng, they could not locate their two sons. Chloe, have you seen them? Martha inquired of the young girl, who had previously left a lasting impression during her visits to the family farm. I am uncertain, Aunt Martha, Chloe replied, draped in a blanket while seated on the steps of the school, accompanied by her father. It should be fine. Dad, Mom, we are here. The couple was searching, and Clark shouted, Clark, where have you been? Chloe inquired, voicing a long-held question. David and I didn't have partners, and halfway through the dance, it became dull, so we stepped outside for some fresh air. As Clark and David approached, noticing that Chloe and Peter's parents were present, Clark scratched the back of his head. His lie was awkward, lacking in finesse, and tinged with nervousness. However, no one pondered it further. Many were frightened tonight. Are you all right? Jonathan asked, glancing at his younger son's newly changed clothes, patting his shoulder and addressing both sons. I'm fine, Dad, David replied with a smile. And Clark echoed the sentiment. Jonathan scanned the surroundings, subtly signaling his concerned wife not to ask too many questions just yet. The couple understood that the assailant had suddenly vanished, likely due to their eldest son's intervention. Moreover, both sons were clad in clothes that should have been neatly folded in the wardrobe at home, indicating they had encountered some form of incident. You are Clark Kent and David Kent? Yes, sir. Where were you during the incident? The local police, conducting routine questioning, did not suspect Clark and David, as witness testimonies indicated a stark difference between their physiques and that of the slender assailant. The nature of the event, whether an attack or a prank, had yet to be determined, suggesting that it was prudent not to overreact. Given how the assailant had startled everyone and then vanished, it was likely the latter. Regrettably, tonight was meant to be a delightful evening for the children, Jonathan. As long as the children are unharmed, that is what matters. After a brief exchange among several parents, each took their children home. So, it truly was not a prank. At home, Jonathan and Martha sat on the sofa, gazing at their two sons. A person capable of emitting electricity? The couple exchanged astonished glances. Chapter 14. Gotham is not far from Metropolis upon hearing the recounting of events from their sons. It became clear that after Clark had subdued the assailant, David, feeling uneasy, had followed him. In his haste to scale the school fence, he accidentally tore his clothing and then witnessed Clark incapacitating the individual. You did exceptionally well, Clark. You saved your brother and everyone else, Jonathan reflected thoughtfully. Though we urge you to conceal your abilities, that does not mean you should stand idly by when others are in peril. We believe that God has bestowed upon you these powers for a reason. God? Clark, feeling a bit awkward, thought that his brother hardly needed saving, and this statement left him feeling even more uncomfortable. What is it? Jonathan observed a peculiar expression on Clark's face. Nothing much. Just that madman who intends to slay everyone at the ball, claiming that God has bestowed upon him this power, David remarked with a chuckle. By God, I refer to the heavens, not necessarily a specific deity. Jonathan scratched his face, acknowledging that he and Martha were not devout believers. By the way, you managed to subdue that individual. What became of him? Clark struggled to articulate a response. Earlier, he had inquired about his brother's condition, but his brother had remained silent, insisting they discuss it at home while urging him to keep it a secret from their parents for the time being. Clark, you'll keep my secret, won't you? Echoed his brother's voice in his ear. Of course, was his reply. He was pushed down by Clark, rendered a vegetable. In the room, David interjected with a smile. What? Jonathan and Martha exclaimed in astonishment, nearly rising from their seats as they glanced at Clark, whom they had just praised. Dad, Mom, you know Clark has always been exceptionally strong. David continued, his grin unwavering. I don't think we can blame him. Clark felt an unsettling familiarity with this phrasing, recalling a conversation he had with Chloe just days prior when he was late for school. You know, David never really cares about me. Clark, is that truly the case? Yes, he affirmed, feeling the weight of his parents' inquisitive gazes upon him. Having agreed to uphold the secret, what more could he say but to nod resolutely? Clark, starting tomorrow, you must practice controlling your strength in secret on the farm. Jonathan rose abruptly, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. His brow furrowed with concern as he grasped his son's shoulder. What if next time you accidentally use a bit too much force and end up harming someone? All right, Clark replied, grappling with the unspoken frustrations that accompanied his father's well-intentioned yet stern admonitions. Though Jonathan and Martha were kind-hearted, they were not naive. Clark had merely made an unfortunate mistake. The primary issue was that the assailant had been a murderer intent on slaughtering students, who rightfully deserved the harshest of penalties. Thus, the focus remained on the urgent need for Clark to practice mastering his powers, with Jonathan pledging to supervise him starting the next day. You are utterly despicable, David. In the warehouse, having ascended to the attic and finally escaped his parents' nagging, the burdened Clark could not help but feel a swell of resentment. Moreover, his brother held a grudge. Practicing your strength is not detrimental to you. Under the starlit sky, he stood by the window, arms crossed, casting a sidelong glance at David. Look at how you handled that guy today. It was as if you were preparing to help a hedgehog cross the road. It was neither a push nor a pull, and you were at a loss. I've always been able to keep my strength at a level comparable to that of an ordinary person. He stated a fact that, if untrue, would have resulted in countless accidents over the years. But what if an opponent's strength exceeds that of an average person? What then? How many individuals with superpowers do you think I need to confront? Clark felt that David was deliberately creating trouble for him. Their town was so small, and he had always avoided conflict. It seemed improbable that misfortune would consistently find him, especially when it involved individuals with extraordinary abilities. David, unsure of how to respond to this remark, remained silent. The meteor shower that Clark had witnessed had given rise to no fewer than 7 or 8 superpowered individuals, transforming them into local legends. As for the rest, who could say how many there truly were? David, can you now speak to me about your condition? Clark inquired softly, glancing around. Is it something from your past or something recent? Having just hurried home to change clothes and avoid detection, David now found no reason to refuse the conversation. I have been this way since birth, David replied. Now that he had revealed his abilities to Clark, he felt no need to conceal the truth about his condition. From birth, Clark's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you certain? Why? Can't you accept that you have carelessly exposed your powers for over a decade? While I have managed to keep mine hidden, David countered, casting a sidelong glance at Clark. To be honest, it is a bit disconcerting, Clark admitted, feeling a mix of emotions. Before he matured, he had once regarded his own gifts as a blessing, believing himself to be stronger than anyone else. Now, the memory of his childhood joy contrasted painfully with the sight of David, similarly gifted, observing him with indifference. He felt a wave of shame wash over him. Are you truly certain? I mean, how do you know you were born this way? Memory, David said, tapping his head with a finger. In truth, few knew that the formidable Titan Thanos, who instilled fear across the universe, had once dreamed of becoming a scientist in his youth, a dream he later fulfilled. The Titan planet he grew up on, though technologically advanced, lacked weaponry and crime. Everything was in perfect harmony. It was only with the birth of the mutant Eternal Thanos that he embarked on a path of scientific inquiry to understand his own differences. His method of exploration was dissection, first of small animals, then classmates, and eventually, even his own mother. Thanos could be said to possess an extraordinary intellect. After leaving Titan, he became the second in command aboard a cosmic pirate ship, leveraging his scientific knowledge to embark on a journey of dark dominion. David was truthful when he told Clark that he had learned combat techniques from television. It was indeed as simple as watching. You must keep my secret, Clark. After you just accused me of turning someone into a vegetable, Clark replied, a hint of resentment in his voice. Clark, think about how I might appear after using my powers. Do you wish for your parents to worry? David asked. He intended to wait until Jonathan and Martha encountered more extraordinary individuals on Earth before revealing this matter. By then, their capacity to accept such truths would be considerably enhanced. Besides, one Clark was already enough to keep them in constant concern. Let them temporarily possess a normal, carefree son. Upon mentioning parents, Clark's demeanor softened. By the way, where did you acquire the method to render someone into a vegetative state? Don't tell me it was also from the television. When this topic arose, his tone grew exceedingly grave, with a hint of concern in his eyes. The precise technique to incapacitate someone with a gentle tap to the back of their head, leading to a vegetative state, is not something one can glean from television, nor can it be mastered through mere practice. It necessitates repeated experimentation. This implies that the individual who has been rendered a vegetable by his own brother may not be the only one. Gotham is not far from Metropolis. David turned and descended the stairs, leaving behind a remark. During long school breaks, I would occasionally wander there. You are well aware of the environment. The populace is simple-minded, rife with malefactors, where 9 out of 10 may be wrongfully executed, and among those sentenced to death, a few might still escape. It is not difficult to find those wicked enough to deserve 100 executions for the purpose of practicing this technique. He learned it after just a few attempts. He had long grown weary of the trope, where supervillains repeatedly escape from prisons built by superheroes. He resolved to contribute something to this world, perhaps by creating a few vegetative individuals, providing him with some emotional release, while simultaneously rendering the world a tad quieter. Gotham? The very name seems to possess an enchanting malevolence that instills fear and beckons one towards depravity. Upon hearing that his brother had visited such a place, Clark momentarily froze, his expression shifting dramatically. The sky was a deep azure, reminiscent of blue velvet. Radiant sunlight poured down, and the gentle spring breeze stirred the branches of the cherry trees within the campus. Petals fluttered down like confetti, creating a beautiful spectacle. Students meandered with books in hand, gathering in small clusters to engage in idle chatter. As David and his companions strolled through the school, Clark walked beside them, his brow furrowed with worry as he frequently glanced at David. Like a parent fearful of their child going astray, Clark felt a profound responsibility as an older brother to ensure that his sibling did not lose the innate goodness of human nature amidst the harsh realities of life, potentially becoming cold-hearted or even malevolent, especially after realizing that David possessed powers far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Clark had pondered this matter throughout the night, contemplating how to pull David back from the precipice of darkness. To casually reduce someone to a vegetative state without a trace of remorse signified a troubling trend of moral decline. This was Clark's conviction. He sensed that his brother's thoughts and perceptions teetered dangerously on the edge of a cliff. One more step might lead to the onset of his downfall. Placing himself above others with alarming ease, noticing Clark's eagerness to assume the role of a life mentor, David was at a loss for words. However, since yesterday, Clark's frequency of bringing up emotional points had surged dramatically, as if he had been mulling over David's situation incessantly from that moment onward. At this pace, it may not be long before complete integration is achieved, ushering in the next template. Unexpectedly, David found himself in good spirits. He pondered what the next template might be. Perhaps it would be somewhat weaker, comparable to the Thanos template, or possibly even more formidable. As they entered the building, all eyes seemed to gravitate towards them. Students in the corridor frequently cast curious and astonished glances at the group. Peter, with a hint of self-adoration, mused quietly. Could it be that they've finally realized that my stature does not detract from my charm? Spare US. Peter, Chloe, engrossed in a newspaper, glanced up momentarily. It was evident that the attention was primarily directed at Clark and David, with David being the focal point. She too felt puzzled as to why so many were fixated on the two. Although David did not possess Clark's extraordinary hearing, his heightened senses allowed him to discern the whispers circulating among the onlookers. As the residents of this small town often remarked in Smowl, a town scarcely larger than a bottle cap, news travels swiftly. For instance, there was a recent incident at a bar where several of the high school's most celebrated football players attempted to bully someone, only to be swiftly dealt with by a certain younger brother who had inadvertently stumbled upon the scene. A look of resignation flashed across Clark's face as he too had heard the gossip. His older brother, despite his size, had been overpowered, leading to a confrontation that ended with the younger sibling effortlessly dispatching a few bullies. Looks like Lana is headed your way, Clark. Peter nudged his good friend. You might want to wipe that expression off your face that screams, "Why am I such a loser?" As they approached the end of the corridor, Clark cleared his throat, silently berating himself while straightening his posture. Lana, her lovely dark hair cascading around her, approached with a sorrowful expression, having just had a heated argument with her boyfriend. She hurriedly made her way to Clark to apologize, her voice soft and tinged with the remnants of tears. "I'm so sorry, Clark. I had no idea Whitney could be so immature as to confront you just because I spoke to you for a moment." Upon hearing the rumors circulating in the school, she immediately sought Whitney for confirmation, hoping for a denial from her boyfriend. However, Whitney, feeling embarrassed, had angrily confessed, implying that it was Lana's subtle display of affection towards Clark that had provoked him to seek confrontation. "I'm really fine, Lana," Clark replied with a smile. "You shouldn't blame Whitney. I cannot accept his deceit. He initiated the trouble, and he lost the necklace I gave him," Lana lamented, her eyes reddening with sorrow. She continued, "There were provocations at the bar by someone who had been drinking, and I think I need to reevaluate my relationship with Whitney." Seeing Lana's despondent and forlorn demeanor, Clark, inexperienced in such matters, scratched the back of his head, flustered and unsure of how to comfort her, merely repeating that she shouldn't cry. "I ran into Whitney at the bar. Perhaps he was under the influence, which led to his irrational behavior." "Clark, do you wish to heed what you are uttering? Is it permissible to excuse a rival as long as the object of your affection spirits are lifted?" David silently shook his head, feeling that there was no hope for him. Even in the absence of kryptonite, Clark's current disposition would render him incapable of pursuing the cheerleader. Clark subtly gestured to David, urging him to retrieve the meteorite necklace, which held profound significance for Lana, and return it to her, as they had agreed the previous day. Perhaps, with the necklace restored, Lana's sorrow might dissipate. "I'm sorry, David," Lana said earnestly, wiping her tears as a realization dawned upon her. "Because of me, Whitney has caused you trouble." "It's nothing," David replied nonchalantly, producing the necklace from his pocket and handing it to her. "This is your necklace, which Clark found that day and had me keep safe." Clark yearned to present the necklace to Lana personally. However, he felt that if he were to fumble the necklace and dramatically collapse to the ground, it would be far better for David to pass it on. "My necklace!" Lana exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with surprise, a smile breaking through her tear-streaked face. "Thank you, David and Clark." It seemed she had misconstrued the situation. If Clark had found it, why did he not return it directly to her? Lana assumed that David was attempting to facilitate a connection between her and his brother, Clark. Noticing David's indifferent demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the other students' reactions, she observed that after handing over the necklace, his gaze shifted elsewhere, leaving space for Clark to converse with her. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable urge to glance at David a second time. Typically like Clark, he refrained from engaging in any sports, often seen with a book in hand in a corner of the campus. Tall in stature, yet lacking any overt muscularity. How had he triumphed over Whitney and his teammates? Meanwhile, Clark, who had been closely watching his beloved, glanced between Lana and his brother, a sudden chill of foreboding creeping into his heart. A series of footsteps echoed sharply around the corner of the hallway. Lana, Whitney, irate and remorseful, realized her earlier demeanor had been inappropriate. Her expression tensed as she sought to catch up and reconcile with her girlfriend. "David, Clark, I must be off," Lana said, her countenance shifting as she expressed a desire to avoid him. She quickly greeted Chloe and Peter before turning to leave in haste. As Whitney approached, she caught sight of David, her face momentarily betraying discomfort, her eyes flashing with embarrassment and anger as she departed. David remained unfazed by her reaction. At the nearby staircase corner, a figure coldly observed the unfolding scene, their gaze shifting between David and Clark, reminiscent of a predatory creature scrutiny. Chapter 16. The insect eagerly seeking a mate. Is someone watching me? David, sensing something amiss, directed his gaze towards the source, prompting the others to turn as well. A man clad in a black jacket, with slicked-back golden hair, bore a frigid demeanor, resembling a detached predator perched atop the food chain. His eyes seemingly oblivious to the presence of the four, as he pivoted and strode away in the direction that Lana had departed. Was that the enigmatic Grek? It took Peter several moments to respond, his expression one of bewilderment. I took a few seconds to recognize him. Chloe's eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, she had collaborated with Grek, publishing articles on entomological education in her Torch newspaper. Yet, the Grek she encountered now was a stark contrast to the timid boy who once could scarcely meet a girl's gaze. He had not only discarded his glasses and changed his attire, but he appeared to have undergone a complete transformation. Chloe rubbed her arms in suspicion, a shiver coursing through her. It was not embarrassment, nor was it shyness, but rather an instinctive discomfort, akin to a fawn sensing a hyena's presence, its body instinctively alerting it to flee. David and Clark, however, seemed entirely unfazed by Chloe's reaction. The four continued their conversation as they made their way to the classroom. Chloe flicked the newspaper and brought up another peculiar incident she had read about. "Look at this," Jeremy Clare, a former student of her high school, was found in a comatose state after a meteor shower over a decade ago. Following an electrical malfunction at a medical facility, he vanished from the state hospital, only to be discovered yesterday at the entrance of our local hospital. It sounds as if someone absconded with a comatose patient from a hospital, only to abandon him at our doorstep? Peter queried, puzzled about the motive behind such an act. David and Clark exchanged a glance, the latter displaying a hint of anxiety. I must have fixed this to my wall of curiosities, Chloe declared. In the activities department at school, she had created a wall showcasing all manner of bizarre occurrences. Well, this hardly seems remarkable, Clark responded, somewhat defensively. Interestingly, this previously unnoticed comatose individual has seemingly not aged a day in the past decade, for reasons unknown. As they conversed, they arrived at the editorial room, and upon opening the storage area, Chloe affixed the newspaper to the wall. The entire wall was adorned with similar articles and clippings, all chronicling bizarre events attributed to the meteor strike. Among them was a magazine cover featuring Lana. A flicker of sorrow crossed Clark's eyes. The cover depicted a young Lana, clad in an adorable pink princess dress, wielding a fairy wand, her attire reminiscent of a child awaiting her parents to take her to an amusement park. Yet, she appeared as though she had just endured a calamity, her outfit soiled, her expression one of deep sorrow and grief. The magazine bore the title Heartbroken Angels after the meteor shower. The meteor shower over a decade ago had wrought devastation, claiming lives, including that of Lana's parents. It was this tragedy that had drawn Clark's attention to Lana, and after several furtive glances, he found himself harboring feelings that transcended mere admiration. Insects, the most populous group among invertebrates and arthropods on our planet, include creatures such as cockroaches, ants, and bees. Students, do not underestimate these diminutive beings. Their potential is immense, enabling them to accomplish feats that seem inconceivable to us humans. However, most of their lives are fleeting, akin to meteors, rarely extending beyond summer. Thus, once insects metamorphose into adults, driven by powerful genetic instincts, they typically embark swiftly on the quest for mates, striving to outmaneuver competitors and reproduce. One monotonous biology class later, as the school day drew to a close, the horizon subtly hinted at dusk. David, Clark, and others exited the school gates. At the entrance, Greg, who had appeared stoic at noon, now bore a smile as he conversed with a visibly fatigued Lana. Lana, you seem rather downcast. I've heard of a delightful cafe in town. Would you care to join me? He waved his homework. I would appreciate your guidance on my literature report. Greg, I mentioned during lunch that I truly cherish the butterfly you gifted me. However, I'm not in the right frame of mind to accept your invitation. May I have some solitude? An anxious Whitney sought to reconcile with his girlfriend, trailing her throughout the campus, but this only prompted Lana to formally suggest a temporary separation. Having recently endured a romantic disappointment, she was emotionally and physically exhausted. Very well, Greg's smile turned somewhat rigid. Lana nodded at David and Clark as a form of greeting before turning away, clutching her books wearily. Despite his change in demeanor, Greg still struggled with interactions with girls. Chloe shook her head, amused. Buddy, I think what you should be doing right now is not standing here. Peter patted Clark on the shoulder, winking. What a rare opportunity. As David and Clark realized the implications, their eyes lit up. Could you let my parents know I'll be home late? David, crossing paths with him, remarked nonchalantly. If you find yourself on the way home with a girl and encounter some ruffians, I suggest you prioritize your own safety, Clark. Lana donned the kryptonite necklace once more. If an unfortunate scenario were to unfold where someone harassed Lana, it would likely be Clark who would fall first in a bid to play the hero. If the future Superman, leader of the Justice League, were to attempt a rescue in high school only to be bested by a petty thug in an alley, it would be quite the farce. I know, Clark, accustomed to his brother's sardonic reminders, resignedly hurried after Lana. David and the others boarded the school bus. Meanwhile, at the school gates, Greg watched indifferently as Clark pursued Lana, lost in thought. Suddenly, someone forcefully patted his shoulder, whispering a threat, "Stay away from my girlfriend." After casting a threatening remark, Whitney intended to pursue and admonish Clark further. However, an unexpectedly strong hand seized his shoulder, rendering him immobile. A defeated competitor must come to terms with their failure. Greg's grip was akin to a hydraulic press, causing Whitney's bones to crack painfully. In anguish and fury, he turned to retaliate with an elbow aimed at Greg's face. "Let go of me. You're already out." Whitney, came the cold, emotionless words reminiscent of a heartless being. Greg swiftly flung him backward, and Whitney was tossed aside like a weightless plush toy, crashing into a trash bin at the school gate, where he lay sprawled and unconscious, heedless of the gasps from onlookers. With an expression devoid of emotion, Greg glanced at Clark, who was trying to converse with Lana, then cast his gaze at the departing school bus. "Only I shall claim the victor's prize," he declared, turning away. Chapter 17. Clark's Dream and Luther David, Clark. "Today we shall head to the outskirts of town to sell fruits. You will assist in loading the truck shortly." The rare holiday call came from downstairs. The wooden staircase responded to their mother's voice as David descended, casually reflecting on the events of the previous day. Greg's transformation at school seemed almost genetic. His heartbeat was notably slower than that of ordinary individuals. However, this small town housed many with genetic anomalies, as long as one did not provoke him. All would be well. Seated at the dining table, Jonathan soaked his cereal in milk, enjoying his breakfast. David, disliking cereal, savored warm bread spread with blueberry jam. "Clark!" Martha shouted again from downstairs, noticing her eldest son had yet to appear. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from above, accompanied by the sound of wood splintering. When did Clark develop a temper? Jonathan mused, his brow furrowing. The noise suggested something had been broken by Clark. "Are you all right, Clark?" Knowing her husband was merely jesting, Martha called upstairs. "I'm fine, Mother. I'll be down shortly," Clark replied, his voice tinged with anxiety. Moments later, he sat at the dining table, wearing an expression of shock, akin to a child caught in mischief. "My bed needs repairs." "Your bed is broken? What happened?" Jonathan asked, a hint of confusion in his eyes. During adolescence, the body undergoes rapid development. Could it be that his son's strength had surged once more beyond his control? "I woke up and found myself floating in midair. After the initial shock, I fell and broke the bedpost," Clark explained, his brow furrowed, displaying a hint of reluctance. How could one float? This revelation of an extraordinary ability made him feel uncomfortable, a stark reminder of his alien origins, reinforcing his sense of not belonging to this family. Moreover, would this lead to further uncontrollable phenomena within him? Floating? From super strength, super defense, to super speed, even the experienced couple could not help but feel astonished. Since ancient times, the ability to soar has been a cherished dream of humanity. The perceptive and attentive Martha sensed her son's emotions, grasped his hand, and spoke gently. "Clark, regardless of the extraordinary gifts you possess, you are still our son. Since these talents are innate to you, you shall learn to master them, my dear." Jonathan's tone bore a hint of seriousness, as he sought to instill confidence in his son. "Do not be afraid. You are not the only one who can fly. Countless birds revel in the freedom of the skies." The young Superman seemed on the verge of awakening his ability to fly, and David remarked without surprise, "I thought it might be something else." "What?" Clark could not help but inquire. "Nothing much. I heard some sounds next door when I woke up, as if someone were sleep-talking and repeatedly uttering a name." David swallowed a mouthful of bread, his casual tone causing Clark at the table to feel quite embarrassed. For in his dreams before waking, he too had been flying, soaring to Lana's home and hovering above her bed, admiring her graceful slumber. He swore he had done nothing before being roused, though the dream certainly had its enchanting qualities. Did he actually speak aloud? Surely it was because he had talked to Lana for an unusually long time on their way home from school the previous day, attempting to comfort her, leading to dreams of her that night. Someone's name? Martha pondered. "Clark, did you have a nightmare?" She recalled the last time Clark had nearly been struck by Whitney. "Nothing. Mother, it's getting late. Let us finish breakfast and load the car for the market." Clark's face flushed, and he coughed slightly from the milk, awkwardly diverting the conversation. "Otherwise, we might miss out on good spots." After breakfast, at the farm's entrance, Clark and David carried box after box of prepared fruit from the storage. The several dozen pounds of fruit felt as light as a feather in Clark's arms, and he effortlessly loaded box after box onto the pickup truck. However, when he turned around to see David leisurely placing his second box on the truck after Clark had already moved 7 or 8, he could not help but urge, "Could you please hurry up? Clark, your brother does not possess your strength, so do not rush him," Martha gently reproached. "He lacks strength," Clark began, remembering how previously he had struggled to budge David's one hand with both of his own, though he had refrained from using his full power. All along, he had functioned almost as a human tractor, post driver, and plow for the family farm, saving them considerable expenses. Clark felt no discontent. He was more than willing to share the burdens of his aging parents who had raised him. Yet, upon realizing David's own remarkable strength. He recalled all those times he had worked while David had idly watched, which left him feeling quite vexed, especially now that David was still comfortably slacking off. The most frustrating part was that he could not even express his grievances to his parents. Unfazed by Clark's resentful gaze, David continued to load the last box of fruit onto the truck after Clark had moved 7 or 8 boxes. He settled into the pickup, finding it a bit cramped. "It's inconvenient for my father to drive. You should sit in the back." Just as Clark, having finished his tasks, was about to join him, David waved his hand dismissively. The front of the pickup had only 1 row of seats. It was just enough for 3 people, but 4 would be rather cramped. "Why not you?" Clark thwarted, widened his eyes. It seemed inappropriate for an older brother to usurp his younger brother's seat. David looked at him, his tone laced with confusion. "You look so self-assured. It's hard to discern where you resemble a younger sibling." Clark clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and reluctantly turned to the back. Jonathan and Martha exchanged puzzled glances. In the past, Clark had always rushed to the back, concerned that David might fall and injure himself. What was amiss today? Were the brothers having a spat? With a turn of the key, the engine roared to life. In the back of the truck, the future Superman, Clark, sat somewhat dejectedly, cradling a basket of apples. Upon arriving at the market, the Kent family found a spot close to the center, erecting their tent and displaying boxes of enticing, fresh fruit. Clark pressed a nail into the wooden stake using his thumb, hanging a sign that read Kent Farm Fresh Fruit. "Aren't you afraid of being seen using your abilities so casually?" David asked, glancing up from their stall. Situated in this picturesque countryside, the area was ideal for a spring outing, leading to the emergence of a makeshift market composed of tents. The green grass was dotted with stalls selling fresh produce, hot dogs, and various other delights, bustling with activity. "In terms of concealing abilities, I admit I fall short compared to you," Clark admitted, having discreetly observed that no one was paying attention before using his powers. He sat beside David, both watching their stall. "All these years, Mom and Dad never noticed." "Clark, I didn't expect to see you here." Suddenly, a clear voice filled with warmth rang out. The two turned to see David catching sight of a bald head glistening in the sunlight. "Luthor?" Chapter 18. Midway Ambush. "Luthor? Call me Lex. You saved my life, Clark." Lex Luthor, clad in an exquisite silver-gray suit, exuded a youthful, elite demeanor, yet there lingered traces of a privileged nonchalance and arrogance typical of the affluent. At this moment, he had yet to transform into the cold, composed billionaire and ambitious figure he would later become. "Even if you decline my gift, I hope you won't treat me too coldly," Lex remarked. Clark, feeling amicable, responded with a light laugh. "What brings you here, Lex? Why shouldn't I be here? Do you assume I ought to spend my days lounging in nightclubs, luxury boutiques, and car dealerships, extravagantly squandering money and reveling in excess?" Lex Luthor retorted humorously. "Don't be ridiculous, Clark. Am I not allowed to feel a bit down and take a stroll? Even an heir to a billion-dollar fortune may wish to enjoy the countryside, wander through a market, and indulge in hot dogs and fruit to uplift his spirits." David raised an eyebrow and remarked nonchalantly, "Is the vast expanse of Metropolis Golf Course not sufficient to alleviate your malaise? A casual walk in the countryside, a serendipitous encounter, an engaging conversation. How delightful it sounds." Clark sensed that his brother harbored some disdain for Lex Luthor, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Yet regarding Luthor, he felt a tinge of sympathy alongside his budding fondness. During his last visit to Luthor Manor to return the pickup truck, he had exchanged a few words with Lex about his baldness. Lex recounted a day over a decade ago when his father brought him to this small town to inspect a fertilizer plant, only to be caught in a meteor shower that caused him to lose all his hair. "Though I faced my father's disdain and was ostracized by my classmates, who deemed me a freak, it taught me valuable lessons, such as the notion that solitude fosters deeper contemplation. Cattle may travel in herds, yet predators often walk alone." Clark recalled Lex's words, delivered with a nonchalant bravado, yet his expression had betrayed a lingering discontent. "This is my brother, David," Clark introduced. "Your brother?" "Greetings, David," Lex said, casting a scrutinizing glance at David. A shadow passed over his face as he sighed. "The Metropolis Golf Club is splendid, but I currently have no desire to return there, at least not until I shed this identity of public ridicule." "What troubles you, Lex?" He mused. "My father believes that the progeny of lions should exhibit valor and determination." His tone was laced with self-deprecation. "Perhaps. As I have yet to achieve anything worthy of his approval at my age, he has exiled me to this small town to oversee the local fertilizer plant. The Luthor Group's assets sprawl across the nation, with their presence ubiquitous in every facet of life in Metropolis. The approach to nurturing an heir to such an empire seems misguided. Removing him from the core of the vast enterprise to manage a modest fertilizer plant in a remote town is hardly the way to cultivate a leader. The upper echelons of Metropolis society have often remarked on the notorious antics of Luthor's son throughout his youth. His father, intent on preventing him from making headlines or landing in prison, has likely spent enough to establish multiple newspapers and prisons anew. It appears Lionel Luthor, that shrewd and cold-hearted old bat, has finally relinquished hope in him. Manage the fertilizer plant well, and your father may sooner or later allow you to return, Clark comforted, noting Lex's mention of his father's neglect. I have heard you are your father's only son. Perhaps, Lex replied, but I believe it is far more rewarding to carve out a new path than to manage a fertilizer plant with limited potential. With a shift in demeanor, Lex smiled. The contemporary automobile glass can trace its origins back to a rather unsuccessful chemical experiment, while the ubiquitous cola can be linked to a physician's endeavor to concoct a remedy for headaches. Clark and David, are you aware of the immense business opportunities that often begin inconspicuously, akin to seeds buried in the soil, only to be discovered, nurtured, and cultivated by those with vision, ultimately blossoming into towering trees that inspire awe? He spoke to the two with fervor, as if sharing his aspirations and objectives. Are you venturing into the countryside in search of seeds? Clark jested. Have you found that elusive seed, Luthor? David added thoughtfully. Not yet, Luthor replied. But regardless of what one seeks, patience is paramount, is it not? Their gazes met, and Luthor chuckled gracefully. It must be said that, aside from his lesser-known frivolities, Luthor had received an excellent upbringing. His comportment exuded refinement, leaving a favorable impression on those around him and fostering amiable conversation. Oh, is that so? David's eyes flickered with indifference, as he perceived that Luthor believed he had already unearthed that seed and was currently in the process of extracting it. That very seed was none other than Clark, a person who had survived a head-on collision with a runaway sports car, traveling over 200 miles per hour, crashing through the concrete barriers of a bridge and plunging into the river, yet emerging unscathed. Today could very well mark the inception of the other's excavation. Clark, David, you must return and fetch some more fruit, Jonathan and Martha announced joyfully as they returned from a successful transaction. A client planning to host a party has expressed interest in our fresh produce, and the fruits we currently possess are insufficient. The two rose, and Clark took the opportunity to introduce Luthor to his parents. Mr. and Mrs. Kent, it is a pleasure to meet you, Lex Luthor greeted warmly, extending his hand. Jonathan hesitated briefly before offering a polite handshake, then promptly turned to his sons. You must hurry. Do not keep the client waiting. It was evident he had no desire to converse with Lex Luthor. Luthor maintained his smile, revealing his pearly whites, though it seemed to stiffen slightly. Understood, father. David replied with a smile, and after exchanging pleasantries with Clark, they departed. Father seems to harbor a dislike for Lex Luthor, Clark remarked quizzically as they left the market. My father's aversion to the Luthors has long-standing roots, David replied. Before the Luthor Group employed various means to acquire vast tracts of land to establish that fertilizer plant. The river near that area had yet to turn green, with grass still lining its banks and the soil not yet tainted by foul odors. David scoffed. Now, an indelible scar marred the town's map. But that is not Lex's fault, Clark contended, feeling it unjust to implicate Lex, who had not even mastered elementary arithmetic at that time. Hello, Clark, David. Two individuals were engaged in conversation, preparing to depart from the market when they unexpectedly encountered Chloe and Peter, who had also come to enjoy the springtime. The two waved joyfully and approached them. Who wouldn't relish a day out in the spring, basking in the sunshine and breathing in the fresh air? Chloe inhaled deeply, her spirits lifted. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Peter suddenly recalled something. By the way, have you seen Greg? No, why? You might find it hard to believe, but yesterday, Greg knocked Whitney unconscious at the school entrance, and she was taken to the hospital. The police came to investigate and discovered that Greg's mother had been murdered in their home, her body wrapped in a web-like material. And Greg has since vanished. He glanced around and lowered his voice, the atmosphere turning eerily tense. Are you suggesting that Greg killed his own mother? Clark frowned, incredulous. who could commit such an atrocity against their own flesh and blood? Generally, it seems implausible, but that is what the police suspect, Chloe shrugged. Perhaps he has undergone a drastic change in appearance due to mental illness, making such a thing conceivable. Regardless, if you happen to encounter Greg, exercise caution, Peter warned seriously. A person capable of killing their own mother could be capable of anything. David and I will be vigilant, Clark nodded thoughtfully. Could the exposure to kryptonite cause not only genetic mutations, but also a significant alteration in personality? By the way, where is your stall? We happen to have some free time and could lend a hand, Chloe smiled, her eyes narrowing playfully. She and Peter were quite familiar with the Kent family, having often visited the Kent farm. Thank you, Chloe and Peter. After directing them to the stall, David and Clark started their pickup truck and drove onto the highway. Phew! Upon reaching the desolate outskirts, Clark drove anxiously, his gaze not focused ahead. Could you please pay attention to the road, Clark? David furrowed his brow. If the vehicle flips, we could both sustain injuries, leading to additional expenses for our families. What if Greg has truly lost his mind? Clark turned his head with concern. Could Lana be in danger? Watch out. David glanced ahead and suddenly reached for the steering wheel. Above them, a cold, ominous figure, emerging from the treetops, lunged forward with unnatural speed, akin to a praying mantis pouncing on its prey, surging several meters in an instant with tremendous force. Chapter 19. Do you also wish to become Superman? Screech. On the deserted outskirts, the sound of tires screeching echoed far and wide. The faint scent of burnt rubber wafted through the air as the old red pickup truck suddenly drifted around a corner, attempting to evade the figure leaping from above. In midair, the figure unleashed an incredible force from its waist, twisting its body in an effort to grasp the roof of the truck, but only brushed against it, failing to secure a hold. With a jarring screech of metal against metal, the moment passed. The pickup truck surged down the highway, and, as David braked, Clark disembarked. The figure, who had committed an act akin to suicide in the eyes of ordinary people, did not crash to the ground, bloodied and gasping for breath. Rather, he gracefully twisted in midair like an agile flea, landing steadily. Greg, clad in a black leather coat, with slick-back golden hair and a familiar profile. Clark recognized him before he had fully turned around, exclaiming, "Why did you attack us?" Sensing the abnormal prowess of Greg, a foreboding intuition stirred within him, prompting his inquiry. "I heard your mother met with an unfortunate fate. Was it you? She impeded me. You are next." Greg slowly turned to face him, exuding an air of confidence, as if he were a spider confronting prey ensnared in its web, unhurried to strike again, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. "Have you lost your mind?" Clark could hardly believe his ears. How could one descend to such depths of depravity? "She is your mother. We are no longer of the same realm of existence." The once timid and reclusive Greg now emanated an aura of a top-tier predator, towering over other life forms. "I'm no longer bound by any morals or rules." He spread his arms wide, a disdain emanating from him as his voice rose. "I surpass you all, outpacing anyone. Do you aspire to be a superhero?" David, having shifted his gaze from the 5 distinct scratches on the car's roof, spoke with a voice laced with icy mockery. To claim superiority in the hierarchy of life before a child of Krypton, a being of eternal lineage? David, you court death. Greg seethed with fury at the unabashed derision. Yet David remained unfazed. The emotional intensity Greg provided was far greater than that of Jeremy, due to his superior strength. Greg listened. "You need therapy." Clark wished to implore him to calm down, suspecting a mental disturbance. Perhaps there was a way to restore the cold, deranged version of him back to his former self. "Huh, therapy? It is you who need to be eliminated." Greg moved with the swiftness of a specter, leaving behind an afterimage as he lunged towards David, his punch slicing through the air with a whistling force. "David, no," Clark cried out, sensing that David's expression was even colder than before. Greg assumed Clark was worried about her brother, and as he gazed at the seemingly unresponsive David, a glint of cold-blooded ferocity shone in his eyes. "I'll deal with you first." In the split second before impact, David stood his ground, as if confronting a mere insect without a blink. In the next moment, like being struck by an ancient battering ram, Greg's fist, propelled by lightning speed, crashed into his chest. Thud, thud, thud. Greg was sent hurtling backward with greater velocity than he had approached, soaring across the road and crashing heavily into the grass a dozen meters away, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. "Greg?" Clark hurriedly glanced over, fearing that David might have taken a life. By the roadside, David stood expressionless, his skin tinged with a purplish hue, and his chin etched with deep, earth-like fissures, exuding an imposing presence. "What bit you?" Grek clumsily rose from the ground, gazing at David with a look of suspicion. He had been bitten by a creature infused with meteorite dust, resulting in an evolution after shedding his skin. But what animal had bitten David, leaving him seemingly unscathed? David lifted his eyelids, slightly surprised. It appeared that Grek's physique was sturdier than anticipated, and he had not exerted himself fully. He regarded Grek with a hint of disdain, his tone monotonous. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Were those whose genes had been altered by kryptonite also mentally affected? Your strength is insufficient to harm me." Grek stomped, causing the ground to crack, dirt flying up as he charged like a cannonball, unleashing a furious punch once more. Even before the fist fully descended, the air felt suffocating under the weight of his formidable power. Do you know that a cockroach can push objects weighing 1,200 times its own weight? A glimmer of menace flickered in his eyes. "Stop, Grek. You've lost your sanity." Clark's body flickered, his speed surpassing that of a roaring spacecraft, as he positioned himself in an attempt to shield his brother from the impending attack. However, Grek's strength exceeded Clark's expectations. Bang! The fist landed brutally on Clark's face, sending him hurtling like a meteor for dozens of meters. David cast a glance at the Kryptonian who had just been struck, aware that his restraint had led to this setback. Fearing that his opponent would collide with the steel wall like an ordinary person and sustain serious injuries, he found himself often sent flying despite being a god among men. Without pausing, Grek charged forward once more, raising his fist as if to crush David's skull like a watermelon. Bang! David turned his head, seemingly unhurried, and firmly caught Grek's punch with his palm. The ferocious force met an immovable cliff, halting abruptly. A gust of white air surged, scattering the dust along the road as the solid asphalt crumbled, creating a deep pit several meters in diameter, with debris flying out like bullets. At the edge of the road, Clark, who had just returned, had to shield his eyes from the chaos. "A cockroach?" David remarked. "I'm afraid I have no interest in insects." As he spoke, he exerted pressure as though he were a hydraulic press with hundreds of tons of force. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones fracturing, Grek's hand was crushed, and he fell to his knees, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Shattered bones pierced through flesh, and a warm flow seeped from his palm. David casually released him, glancing at his bloodied hand, which was a mix of red and green, slightly viscous. "Could it be that you mutated after being bitten by an insect?" Reflecting on Grek's earlier words, he frowned, feeling a wave of nausea. Grek's fingers were shattered, bent at unnatural angles, and the latent ferocity within his genes was ignited. With his other hand, he swung a fist in an attempt to ambush David, but he struck nothing but air. Swift as a flash, David effortlessly evaded and positioned himself behind Grek. Surpassing the reactions of an ordinary human, Grek unleashed an astonishing speed, his fist cutting through the air like a tempest, striking again at a velocity nearly matching David's. With a resounding thud, David seized his arm, raising an eyebrow in surprise. And with a motion as effortless as snapping a cornstalk, he shattered Grek's other unscathed arm. It was only logical. If bothersome insects lacked agility, how could they possibly survive? My arm. With both arms incapacitated, Grek collapsed to the ground in agony, his face contorted in anguish. "No, it's impossible. How could you break my arm so easily?" Upon regaining consciousness, having tested his own capabilities, he believed himself as resilient as the toughest exoskeletal beetles, his bones akin to steel. Yet, under David's might, they crumbled like delicate twigs. Foolish insect to provoke humanity. You ought to realize the consequences. David, disinterested in addressing Grek's inquiries, prepared to strike once more. Suddenly, Clark dashed forward, interposing himself before Grek, raising a hand in protest. "Do not kill him." Chapter 20. Luther robbing a bank? You're still alive? Grek, trembling in pain, was astonished to see Clark, nearly unscathed save for a bit of dirt. Should we leave this to the law? David understood Clark's unspoken thoughts. We must not cross that line. Clark's expression was grave. They could not act in a manner that would disappoint their parents. And let him reveal that there are extraordinarily strong freak brothers in this town. David pressed on. Clark hesitated at this statement. He did not wish to bring trouble to his family. Yet, allowing David to employ the same tactics again was out of the question. An instinctive refusal welled up within him. Discussing matters with Grek seemed naive, even to him. What should we do? Suddenly, contrary to all logic, Grek, who should have been incapacitated by pain, sprang up and fled like the wind, raising clouds of dust as he dashed into the forest below the road. David narrowed his eyes, his keen vision locking onto Grek's form. Astonishingly, his arms had fully recovered. The insect possesses a tenacious vitality? Clark, why are you not pursuing him? He cast a glance at Clark, who had blocked his view moments ago. Realizing the urgency, Clark understood that failing to prevent Grek's escape could lead to retaliation against their families. This time, he held nothing back. With a swift motion, he closed the distance and intercepted Grek, who was nearing supersonic speed. Grek, I cannot allow you to escape and harm others. Clark could surmise some reasons behind Grek's aggression. Their previous interactions were minimal, with the only recent connection being Lana. How can you be so fast? As Grek approached the forest, he suddenly spotted a figure ahead. He slammed on the brakes, astonished as he stared at Clark. At that moment, a stone was flung from the pocket of his leather coat. Turning his gaze, he noticed David had approached, standing a few meters behind him. One brother possessed immense strength, while the other moved with the speed of lightning. Grek suddenly regretted his decision to confront these two rivals before seeking his beloved to sire offspring. Abruptly, Clark emitted a muffled grunt, as if his strength had been rapidly drained, causing him to collapse to his knees. He glanced at the stone that had landed several meters away. The gray-black exterior concealed a glowing green crystal within, reminiscent of Lana's necklace. His expression darkened. However, this stone was significantly larger than the crystal on Lana's necklace. To Grek's astonishment, what he had presumed to be a dual assault with no chance of escape turned out to be Clark's vulnerability, possibly linked to the meteorite's mutation. He contemplated retrieving the stone to confront Clark, but quickly abandoned the thought, recalling David's presence behind him, and fled instead. Unfortunately, David picked up a stone from the ground, squinting as he aimed at Grek's retreating figure and hurled it with great force. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, the stone carried the force of an anti-material sniper bullet, striking Grek precisely on the head. Bang! As Grek exuberantly dashed into the forest. His head burst open like a watermelon, a shockwave dispersing through the trees, splattering red and white across the ground. Witnessing the murder before him, Clark's eyes widened as he turned to his brother. David, I had no choice. With no emotional points left, Grek was undeniably deceased. It seemed his regenerative abilities were not strong enough to grant him resurrection. David shrugged in resignation. If he didn't possess regenerative powers, I wouldn't have killed him. If possible, I wish to create another humanoid emotional energy generator. Jerome was unaware of what it felt like to be conscious yet trapped in darkness, but it surely must be unbearable. Within just 2 days, his emotions had grown increasingly extreme, providing him with an abundance of emotional energy. You killed him, David, Clark whispered with a hint of agitation. You could have easily caught up or removed the meteorite, allowing me to pursue him. He should have been more cautious. Had he not been struck, he could have intercepted David. And then what? David retorted calmly. What would you do if you caught him? Do you have a better plan to deal with him? As he spoke, he picked up the meteorite and turned to leave. I await your ingenious method of conveying this, Clark. Yet, the question remains, is there truly a solution? As the kryptonite radiation dissipated, Clark regained his strength, casting a remorseful gaze upon the decapitated corpse, his fist clenched in frustration. Once David maneuvered the vehicle back onto the highway, Clark, with dirt-stained hands, returned with a slight air of despondency. What have you done? He inquired. I buried Grek deep within the forest, David replied. Legally speaking, you have destroyed the evidence of my killing Grek, making you an accomplice, subject to the same punishment. David chuckled lightly. Indeed. Clark lifted his head, stating earnestly, but you are my only brother. David shook his head. If you hadn't delivered that line with the earnest gaze of a juvenile detention counselor confronting a recalcitrant youth, perhaps I would have felt a flicker of emotion for a mere second. David had no intention of concerning himself with the genetically altered Grek. Yet, unexpectedly, Grek had sought him out to attack Clark with the intent to eliminate him as well. It was likely due to Lana. Like an insect driven by primal instincts. To secure a mate, one would vanquish all competitors. With the ability to recover, unable to transform into an emotional energy generator, he had no choice but to eliminate him, which was somewhat regrettable. However, previously, as Clark had entertained the notion that he might never encounter a situation akin to that with Jeremy. He could focus his attention on David. After that fateful day, his concerns for David had gradually diminished. Yet, following David's slaying of Greg, Clark's worries about his brother's descent into darkness resurfaced with renewed intensity. Despite Clark's somber driving, David sat in the passenger seat, casually observing the scenery outside. After the two had driven away, a magnificent white wolf with a coat as silken as satin slowly emerged from the forest, gazing curiously in the direction of their departure, as if pondering something profound. Along the way, Clark discreetly touched up the car's paint, employing his remarkable lung capacity to expedite the drying process. He resolved to withhold this incident from his parents, wishing to spare them the burden of worry. The resolution of Greg had scarcely consumed David's time. He returned to the market with a truckload of fruit, having spent less than an hour away. Luther remained, engaging Jonathan and Martha under the pretense of inquiring about the produce business in Smallville. Martha mused that if Luther chose to embark on a career as a fruit and vegetable buyer, it might bode well for the townsfolk engaged in farming and orchard management. Hence, she did not rebuff him as her husband had. "Hello," David greeted Chloe and Pete, who were assisting at the fruit stand. The stall was not particularly busy, and the two found little to occupy their time. "Lex, do my family's fruits allure you so?" Clark jested upon noticing that Luther had not yet departed. Luther observed Clark's somewhat sullen demeanor, then glanced at David, whose expression radiated the ease of someone returning from a pleasant outing, before redirecting his attention back to Clark. "What transpired, Clark?" he inquired tentatively, his voice barely above a whisper. "You appear to be grappling with a dilemma." A flicker of discomfort crossed Clark's eyes. "It's nothing," he replied. "In my youth, I was rather mischievous." Luther's eyes glinted with intrigue, a smile gracing his lips. "What a splendid opportunity to bond, then." "I frequently found myself summoned to the counseling office. To shield my thoughts from being perceived by others, I garnered some understanding of psychology. Mr. Luther, my son is experiencing minor adolescent troubles, which he can handle on his own." Noticing the two conversing, Jonathan stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Clark's shoulder. "There is no need for your psychological assistance," he added. "To be summoned to the counseling office suggests more than mere mischief, does it not?" David observed quietly, aware that his father, Jonathan, presumed Clark was still troubled by the earlier incident involving levitation, thus refraining from allowing Luther to pry further. Luther chuckled, eager to continue, but was abruptly interrupted as several armed police officers pushed through the crowd, brandishing badges and an arrest warrant. The surrounding crowd quickly dispersed, forming a circle to witness the unfolding events. "Mr. Lex Luthor, we are the Smallville Police. We suspect your involvement in a bank robbery and request that you accompany us for questioning." "Robbery?" Luthor was momentarily taken aback. "Numerous eyewitnesses claim to have seen you armed, robbing the town bank half an hour ago, absconding with $100,000. You may be wearing a bulletproof vest beneath your clothing, and despite being shot twice by the security personnel, you managed to flee. Am I to believe I risked gunfire to rob a town bank for a mere $100,000? At this critical juncture, Luther found himself incredulous, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. "Officer, the factory I own donates far more than $100,000 annually to local schools, the police department, and fire services." Jonathan and Martha exchanged concerned glances. "A bank robbery?" The crowd was both astonished and perplexed, having recognized the name Lex Luthor. If anything, a bank acquisition seemed more plausible. Luther's gaze shifted toward Clark and David, who stood behind him. "I have been here for the past hour. The Kent family can vouch for my whereabouts." Instantly, all eyes, both police and spectators alike, turned toward them. Jonathan found himself momentarily speechless. The update was delayed, extending by an additional 1,000 words. Chapter 21. David, how strong are you? Clark was taken aback by his father's willingness to vouch for Luther. Upon returning home that evening, he remained astonished. Throughout the day, Luther had indeed lingered near their fruit stand, never straying from their sight. Yet, it was surprising that Jonathan, who harbored a clear disdain for Luther, had stepped forward to provide him with an alibi, thereby alleviating some of the suspicion cast upon him. David raised an eyebrow in response. "Do you truly believe Father would fabricate a story merely to trouble Luther?" Clark scratched his chin, pondering the improbability of the situation. That statement seemed to cast doubt on the teachings of his father over the years. Honesty is a radiant mirror that reflects one's character. and I do not wish for the blemishes of Luther's son to tarnish that mirror. Upon returning from outside, he overheard the conversation between his two sons, and, shedding his coat, Jonathan opened his arms wide. Especially before you, my sons. Today, the farm's fresh produce sold remarkably well. The labor of cultivating has borne fruit. Lifting his spirits as he spoke with a slight elevation in his voice. I wonder who was late for a date with me in their youth, claiming that their motorcycle broke down when in reality, they simply overslept. Martha, approaching from behind, shook her head. Sometimes, a well-meaning lie is permissible. Jonathan, feeling slightly awkward, gently embraced his wife and raised an eyebrow at his two sons. Otherwise, how can we have this warm home we cherish now? Although the atmosphere at home was relaxed, Clark discerned that his father's animosity towards Luther remained unchanged. It was indeed peculiar that Luther had not left the market all day. Who could be the bank robber? He recalled the events from earlier, his words tinged with confusion. Many had seen Luther, and the bank surveillance cameras had captured him as well. Perhaps the robber bore a striking resemblance to Lex Luthor? In the kitchen, having washed her hands, Martha began preparing dinner, turning to speculate. Luther had only recently arrived in town, and very few knew him well. Perhaps there was a case of mistaken identity. She dried her hands and continued to smile. Jonathan reminisced about Jack Kent from their school days. Aside from his curly hair, he bore an uncanny resemblance to their English teacher. He would often mimic the teacher's tone in a humorous manner until caught and summoned to the office with his parents. Jonathan recalled amusing anecdotes from their school days. Clark agreed, shrugging his shoulders. Perhaps someone who fancied themselves resembling Lex decided to take chance. The officer recounted the series of events. Lex Luthor had gone to the bank to withdraw funds, and the branch manager had eagerly attended to this esteemed client. However, when it came time to sign, the signature did not match the stored samples. The bank manager casually inquired if he could see Luther's driver's license, intending to process the transaction differently. In response, Luther drew a gun, but fortunately, no one was harmed in the end. Thus, he summarized the matter that had become a hot topic in the small town. However, Clark harbored another suspicion. Since David had been silent, the two exchanged glances, both aware of what the other was contemplating, yet refraining from voicing their thoughts in front of their parents. Even if their parents were to learn of the existence of those with extraordinary abilities, they prefer to shield the two from worry. After dinner, in the attic of the warehouse, feeling the cool night breeze and gazing at the tranquil wheat fields bathed in moonlight, David turned to look at Clark, who had just stealthily returned from outside. "Where have you been?" "Nothing much." Clark scratched his head, recalling how David and Greg had engaged in a brawl during the day, resulting in the destruction of the road. As night fell, he feared that someone might drive into the pit and suffer an accident, so he decided to investigate. "You are truly kind," David remarked, somewhat admiringly. When I arrived, the construction crew from the traffic company responsible for road maintenance had just completed their work. They were bewildered by the damaged surface, believing it impossible for even several tons of steel to have fallen from a truck and caused such destruction. Clark recounted what he had witnessed, glancing at David with feigned casualness. "David, how strong are you? Are you trying to strengthen the bond between brothers through an arm wrestling match?" David squinted his eyes. "How old are you?" "Not that it matters. I have no interest in arm wrestling with you. You should practice concealing your intentions while speaking, Clark." He stuffed his hands into his pockets and gazed into the night. "I believe there's nothing wrong with being sincere." His younger brother always spoke to him in a tone that suggested he was more mature and intelligent, which, though often true, still irked Clark somewhat. "Oh," David chuckled softly. "Do you dare to claim that you merely wish to inquire about my strength?" The child of Krypton felt slightly embarrassed. His previous question indeed carried ulterior motives. He sought to gauge David's strength, so that if a situation similar to Greg's arose again, he would know how to appropriately intervene. David saw through Clark's intentions. "Save it. I won't tell you." He added, "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself." "David, do you think the impersonator of Luther who robbed the bank is a metahuman?" Upon hearing this, Clark was taken aback and pondered for a moment before responding. Encountering two metahumans in such quick succession left a strong impression. Now, faced with something peculiar, he instinctively began to think along those lines, much like one who has narrowly avoided a snake bite becomes wary of ropes that resemble snakes. "Perhaps," David conceded, not dismissing the possibility. However, he did not believe that every strange occurrence was necessarily linked to metahumans. If it truly were a metahuman, he might be able to withstand bullets with his bare body. Clark's expression turned serious. Even Grek, who possessed over 100 tons of strength, lacked such defenses, suggesting the presence of a metahuman more formidable than Grek. David nodded. Rumors circulated in the small town, with witnesses claiming they could clearly see the robber clad only in a lightweight suit, not resembling someone wearing body armor. Yet, to the eyes of the average person, there seemed to be no other explanation for someone being shot twice in the back and escaping unscathed. No need to worry. The bank robber should have no interest in farms. He patted Clark on the shoulder before turning to descend the loft and retire for the night. However, Clark felt uneasy about the presence of such a brazen bank robber lurking in the town. He hoped others were safe as well. The morning dawned with a rhythmic sound of footsteps. In a quaint antique shop nestled within the town, Catherine, a somewhat elderly woman with gray hair, hurriedly ascended the stairs to her residence on the second floor, clutching a red bag brimming with money. She knocked urgently on her daughter's door. Tina, where did you acquire this money? Tina, having just washed her hair, emerged leisurely from her room, carelessly drying her locks with a towel. I told you, our lives will improve. Please tell me you didn't rob a bank yesterday. Catherine spoke with a tone of disbelief, clinging to a glimmer of hope regarding her daughter's actions. Of course I didn't, Tina replied, her high nose and fair features complemented by her long, auburn hair, a smile gracing her face. Before Catherine could catch her breath, Tina dropped the towel, and a chilling transformation unfolded. With a grotesque, crackling sound, her flesh morphed like clay, her form elongated, her frame widening, until she resembled the bald Lex Luthor, a cold smirk upon her face. It was Lex Luthor's doing, Tina uttered in a coarse, masculine voice, her tone flippant. After a moment, she reverted to her original appearance, wistfully toying with her hair. It's a pity the signature revealed a flaw. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to resort to robbery yesterday. You promised you would no longer use this ability, Catherine exclaimed, her lips trembling with fury and heartbreak. I did it for our sake. After Father passed away, we relied on this neglected antique shop, and it has become increasingly difficult to maintain even our basic needs. Tina attempted to persuade her mother, her pupils dilating with excitement, her complexion flushed. Look at this money. This is merely the beginning. Soon, I can live a life akin to Lana's. Lana, who owned a prosperous shop, was a figure of envy for Tina, who had grown up in a struggling household. Enough. I cannot bear to see you hurt. Hurt? Tina chuckled as if hearing a joke. That bank security guard shot at me twice from behind, and all he ruined was one of my suits. Tina, no one's life is perfect. Catherine endeavored to soften her tone. Lana's is. Tina's expression darkened as she interrupted sharply. She had heard such comments countless times throughout her life. Lana was like a graceful swan, born into privilege, beautiful and adored. Always the center of attention, while Tina felt like a dull, ugly duckling by comparison. This money is stolen. Not wishing to continue the argument, Catherine's countenance soured as she angrily descended the stairs. I will return it, claiming I found it beside a garbage truck. Don't be like this, mother. Why can't we have happiness? Tina impatiently rushed forward, attempting to seize the bag. The sound of knocking echoed through the air. In the midst of a struggle, her strength surged unexpectedly, causing Catherine to lose her grip on the backpack. She stumbled backward and fell down the stairs, her aged body rolling several times before her head struck the wall with a heavy thud, rendering her unconscious and unaware of her fate. Mom. Tina's eyes widened in alarm as she rushed downstairs, dropping her backpack. She intended to make an emergency call, but, upon picking up the phone, a sudden thought struck her. After a moment of hesitation, her expression grew cold, and she set the phone down. Before the physical education class, everyone was changing into their sports attire in the locker room. Suddenly, Clark found his vision blurring, and, after rubbing his eyes vigorously, he opened them to a shocking sight, letting out a startled cry. The room was filled with skeletal figures enveloped in flesh, with even the dark blue veins clearly visible among the gore, resembling a scene from a horror film. Clark? Peter, standing nearby, was puzzled by his outburst. However, to Clark's eyes, one of the gruesome figures turned its head, causing him to recoil in fear. My eyes! My eyes! He exclaimed. What is wrong? Another robust skeleton, akin to a Greek statue, turned its head with a frown. Observing Clark's sudden scream, David, who had just put on his shirt, inquired. As Clark stumbled backward, his gaze inadvertently pierced through the wall, revealing the adjacent female locker room. There, girls were changing into their undergarments, and among them was a familiar figure, Lana. The black-eyed future Superman's gaze grew fixated, as if beholding a breathtaking vista, and a smile revealing his pearly whites crept onto his lips. "What is wrong with your eyes?" Peter asked again, noticing Clark's astonishment. After a moment of shock, Clark seemed to be lost in thought, grinning foolishly at the wall. "Nothing," he replied, shaking his head to dispel the daze, hurriedly brushing off Peter's concern. Once Peter left, Clark continued to change his clothes slowly, lingeringly gazing at the wall. David glanced at the wall separating them from the female locker room, then at Clark, whose eyes seemed glued to the wall, and quickly deduced the situation. "You have a nosebleed, Clark," he suddenly remarked. Startled from his reverie, Clark frantically touched his nose, finding nothing amiss. "Wait, do I even get nosebleeds?" He looked up to see David, arms crossed, observing him with a knowing glint in his eyes. Under that gaze, Clark felt as uneasy as a thief caught in the act, instinctively diverting his gaze elsewhere. Why the sudden comment? Did David somehow uncover his newly emerged peculiar ability? "Are you saying you've developed a new power to see through people and objects?" Seeing Clark seated on the sofa at home, Martha wore a worried expression. Jonathan gently stroked his wife's back, reassuring her not to fret too much, while he listened quietly. David leaned against the dining table, a light smile gracing his lips, while Clark dared not meet his gaze. "Sometimes I can see through, like an X-ray," he admitted, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Seated upon the couch, Clark bowed his head, feigning a melancholic demeanor, his voice muffled, as if he were harboring a towel in his mouth. "Is it beyond control?" Perceiving his wife's concern, Jonathan furrowed his brow. Unlike before, Clark's newfound abilities had manifested far too frequently of late. Just days prior, he had exhibited levitation, though it had not recurred since. The unrelenting changes felt like an unexpected assault, shattering the tranquility and instilling an instinctive unease within him. "I am uncertain how to control it," Clark admitted, glancing at David. "Really?" David retorted with a sardonic smile. "Before gym class, you were fixated on the wall, and your new ability didn't falter." His words carried an insinuation. Some matters hinge solely on your desire or lack thereof. The future Superman, awakening to his supervision, immediately utilized it to surreptitiously gaze into the girl's changing room. A rather noble paragon of virtue, indeed. He ought to feel a twinge of shame for frequently attempting to impart wisdom. "Regrettably, I neglected to bring my camera this morning. The eyes possess muscles, akin to blinking and focusing. You may attempt to exert control over them, Clark." David's assertion left Jonathan puzzled regarding what his younger son was indicating about the wall, yet he refrained from probing further, offering a serious reminder. "I shall endeavor to do so," Clark replied, a fleeting hesitation crossing his face. After offering a few words of comfort and caution to Clark, Jonathan ensured that he would be careful, grateful that this ability posed no danger. Shortly thereafter, Martha, his mother, went to tidy up clothes in preparation for their outing. Jonathan, too, departed the room to tend to the cattle on the farm. "Talp, Talp, what were you about to say, Clark?" The sound of footsteps approached as David drew near, having noticed Clark's earlier expression. He jested. "Are you contemplating confessing your actions to your parents? After all, being sincere is never a fault, right? My powers have been increasing at an accelerated rate these past few days." Upon hearing the familiar phrase, Clark coughed, his face flushed. Noticing his parents' absence, he lowered his voice. The sudden emergence of a new anomaly was already enough to worry his parents, hence his earlier reticence. "The rapidity of my power growth," he clarified. David raised an eyebrow, taken aback by this revelation. "What do you attribute it to?" Unlike the inevitable emergence of supervision, this aspect had not crossed his mind. Perhaps it is the culmination of adolescence. Growth spurts are typical during this phase. Clark paused briefly, engaging in self-analysis. The age of 18 marks a tumultuous transition from youth to adulthood. "Are you not an extraterrestrial?" David's eyes widened in sudden realization. He had overlooked such a straightforward possibility. Yet he continued, "Can aliens not experience puberty?" "Indeed, there are instances of it." David chuckled, a knowing glint in his eye, which caused Clark's expression to shift once more to one of embarrassment. Chapter 23. No one shall hinder me. The afternoon air was rather gloomy, with a chill breeze sweeping through the town streets. While their mother Martha went out for errands, Clark and David accompanied her, assisting in carrying the items. A foreboding sign of impending rain loomed over the town, prompting pedestrians to hasten their steps. Clark had just placed 2 large buckets of discounted laundry detergent into his car when, in an instant, his surroundings transformed into a silent film world. Rendered in stark black and white, the townsfolk morphed into mere skeletons rather than familiar faces. A woman casually passing by with a basket of vegetables made Clark instinctively recoil. David recognized that Clark's heightened vision had once again spiraled out of control. Master your gift with intention. Do not fear or resist it. Zod, upon his arrival on Earth, adapted to the sun's rays within mere moments, effortlessly embracing the sudden emergence of various abilities, a testament to his rigorous training as an elite warrior. Yet, despite being of the same Kryptonian lineage, Zod possessed no more limbs than Superman, and his potential paled in comparison. Reflecting on his experiences prior to physical education classes, Clark understood the significance of mastering his abilities. Observing Clark's troubled expression, David suspected that his brother's psychological state played a crucial role. Clark's aversion to his emerging powers rendered him an outcast, frequently reminding him of his extraterrestrial origins, resulting in an inconsistent grasp of his abilities. Just as Clark was about to speak, a peculiar skeleton caught his eye in the distance, diverting his attention. Others appeared as though illuminated by X-rays within the monochrome landscape. Yet this particular skeleton radiated a vivid green luminescence, reminiscent of a meteorite. This unexpected sight instantly recalled the numerous challenges Clark had faced in the past. Strangely, while those meteorites had accompanied him to Earth, they became his nemesis, draining his strength upon proximity. What's wrong, Clark? What has happened? Martha emerged from the supermarket, noticing her eldest son's disconcerted state, urging an immediate return home. No, I'm fine. As he watched the green skeleton enter a small shop by the street, Clark shook his head and took a deep breath, attempting to regain control. Miraculously, after 2 seconds, he managed to suppress his ability. David was right. As long as I do not resist it, I can prevail. A flicker of joy ignited within him, but glancing at his composed younger brother brought a wave of frustration. The gift was undeniably his, yet David seemed to grasp its nuances far better. David remained unfazed by this revelation. It was well known that Superman possessed a somewhat idealistic nature. Their eldest son exhibited signs of mastering his newly manifested capabilities, alleviating Martha's concerns. Mom, didn't you mention wanting to visit the antique shop? Clark recalled seeing the green skeleton enter the roadside antiquities establishment. Our bedside lamp is broken. I thought you could ask Aunt Catherine for help with the repairs. After a few steps, Martha led her 2 sons into the dilapidated antique shop. The bell jingled as the door swung open, announcing their arrival. The shop was a treasure trove filled with an array of items, ceramics, and horn artifacts displayed in glass cabinets. Oil paintings, antique clocks, and embroidered tapestries adorning the walls. In one corner, small statues exuding a strong African tribal aesthetic were haphazardly arranged, truly befitting an antique store. David circled the room, harboring doubts about the authenticity of the antiques within. An establishment that had fallen to the repair of household appliances was hard to assess. Most of the items were likely from the previous week. Martha, how have you been lately? Catherine emerged from the back of the store with nimble steps, a flicker of anxiety in her eyes, her face adorned with a practiced smile. How's business? Martha, unperturbed, recognized Catherine, her features, eyes, nose, even the slight wrinkles at the corners, identical. Not bad. I came to pick up a lamp. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Martha smiled and returned to the matter at hand. The lamp? Catherine inquired, puzzled. Clark secretly wished to activate that peculiar perspective once more. Straining to control the muscles at the corners of his eyes, he succeeded after several seconds. Before him, behind the counter, was a skeletal structure radiating a meteorite's glow. But why was it so much shorter? The figure was different from the young woman he had just seen. Now it appeared hunched. Could there be 2? He recalled that Aunt Catherine's daughter, Tina, attended the local high school, though they were not in the same class. The rosewood lamp that Jonathan had damaged. After Martha provided an explanation, it seemed Catherine finally remembered and turned to fetch it from the back. What was that smell? David inhaled, a faint, unpleasant odor infiltrating his nostrils. Clark also took a whiff, but detected nothing unusual. The Kryptonian, endowed with superhuman hearing and vision, likely had not yet awakened his other senses. Martha, being an ordinary person, was equally oblivious. I'm sorry. Martha, but the lamp isn't repaired yet. Could you come back next week? Catherine emerged, her face betraying regret. Of course, Martha replied with a light laugh, ever amiable. As she turned to leave with her 2 sons, she suddenly noticed a stack of cash partially visible beneath a cabinet near the stairs. Bending down to pick it up, she asked, "What is this?" "Thank you, Martha. I'm such a fool," Catherine exclaimed hurriedly, her tone stiffening as she snatched the money away. "A customer paid in cash, and I searched all day for it. Turns out it was here. No need to mention it. That's quite a sum, Catherine. You should keep it safe." A flicker of unease crossed Martha's eyes as she smiled. After offering her advice, she quickly departed with her sons. Once outside the antique shop, walking down the street, Martha whispered that stack of money was tied with a ribbon from the town's storage and loan. The town bank had just been robbed, and now there was a sudden appearance of $10,000 in Catherine's shop. It's hard not to draw connections. Catherine claimed it was money from a customer, but we all knew her antique store had been closed for quite some time. I doubt Aunt Catherine could recklessly throw around $10,000. When David first noticed the money, Catherine's face had been a mask of panic. The robber was likely linked to her in some way. I saw it too. Clark turned to glance back at the antique shop, witnessing a startling scene. Inside, a figure that had once been hunched was now elongated. As if its very skeleton had been pulled upwards, its chest and back straightened, transforming into the form he had previously observed. Most significantly, within a display cabinet, a female corpse lay encased, aging, stooped, her heart no longer beating and her blood having congealed. "I fear what we have seen is not Aunt Catherine." He opened his mouth. "Who is that?" Martha inquired, perplexed. "I do not know." Yet Clark articulated his discovery. Someone he had known for years could possibly be dead. The body merely behind her. Martha, somewhat frightened, resolved to return home and discuss how to address this matter with her husband, Jonathan. Even though their elder son possessed extraordinary abilities, she did not wish to involve him in this predicament lightly. Upon closing the door, Tina's flesh flowed like soft clay, reverting to its original form. Contemplating Martha's unnatural expression upon discovering the money, she expressionlessly hung a sign indicating a temporary closure, a chilling voice resonating within the shop. "No one shall impede my pursuit of happiness." Chapter 24. A fear of what may come upon returning home. Jonathan found himself momentarily perplexed by his wife and 2 sons' accounts of having seen Catherine, yet the possibility that she was already deceased loomed. The skeletal figure, the distortion, the corpse, and the money. He was momentarily bewildered. The individual who attended to us in the antique shop must have been the bank robber. Combining this with what Clark had previously stated, David concluded that the situation was evident. First Luther, then Catherine. She possessed the ability to transform into others. But who could that person be? Martha, filled with dread, rubbed her arms. This was too terrifying. An adversary who could assume the guise of a familiar face. Silently approaching 1's side. Just moments ago, she had been entirely oblivious to the fact that the person was not someone she recognized. Clark furrowed his brow in deep thought. He could ascertain that the skeletal figure belonged to a female, yet it seemed there were no other clues available. "It is Tina." After a few moments of contemplation, David suddenly spoke. The 3 at home turned their puzzled gazes toward him. Clark queried, "Why would it be Tina? She possesses such abilities. Why not transform into someone else, commit murder, and escape undetected? Why take on Aunt Catherine's appearance, knowing the police would inevitably seek her out? Unless Catherine has indeed perished, the authorities would certainly come knocking at her door." Through analysis and speculation, he concluded that it must be Catherine's daughter, chuckling softly. Only Catherine's daughter Tina would be sought by the police, regardless of who had killed Catherine, as she was the sole relative of the deceased. Tina, having stolen the money and taken her mother's life, would act out of guilt. Catherine, Martha mourned the loss of someone she had once known well. Yet, one should not speak with such certainty, my son. Jonathan took hold of his wife's icy hand, offering her solace, his brow furrowed. The shocking case of a daughter murdering her mother, a profound violation of familial bonds, is indeed too horrifying to comprehend. David instinctively found it difficult to accept such a tragic event, raising an eyebrow without uttering a word. I observed that her skeletal structure appeared somewhat unusual. Clark meticulously recalled his memories and finally unearthed another potential clue, albeit one of uncertain significance. Emitting an eerie green glow, the skeletal lines appeared peculiar. Lacking the fluidity and natural grace typical of a human ribcage, This individual's ribs varied in thickness. By the time Catherine with Tina had her daughter Tina, she was already advancing in years, and Tina was born with a cartilage disease. Martha seemed to recall something dreadful, her complexion paling slightly. She and her husband sought medical help far and wide, yet doctors deemed it unlikely she would survive past the first grade. They poured substantial resources into experimental medications still in development, but to no avail. Jonathan furrowed his brow and interjected with a somber tone. Eventually, feeling helpless, they returned to their small town with Tina, and somehow, a miracle occurred. Tina began to show signs of improvement. He was starting to believe his son's deductions. The murderer could indeed be Tina. Desperate individuals sometimes resort to irrational remedies. David stroked his chin, glancing at Clark. I had heard that when the meteor first fell, some charlatans arrived in town, proclaiming it a divine gift from God, claiming that drinking the infused water could cure all ailments. One can only imagine that Catherine and her husband, in their desperation, would have persistently attempted such remedies and, upon witnessing their daughter's remarkable recovery, fervently thanked the Almighty. Yet, Catherine likely never anticipated that her daughter would ultimately be her demise. David was correct. That person could very well be Tina. Clark's eyes widened in astonishment. Following his brother's analysis and the information provided by their parents, all clues began to intertwine. No wonder that individual's skeleton glowed like a meteorite. She had been consuming water infused with meteorite essence from childhood. Since you have seen the body, it is imperative to notify the authorities first. Jonathan contemplated for a moment, determined not to allow the murderer an opportunity to escape, and picked up the phone to call the police. He succinctly relayed the situation, mentioning the potential discovery of stolen bank money in Catherine's antique shop, as well as the foul odor of decay. The police promptly dispatched officers to the antique store. All right, children, the police are on their way. Despite being discovered on the spot, even if Tina transformed into another person, she could not evade capture. David frowned. This was not a secure situation. The couple remained unaware that Tina, in addition to her shape-shifting abilities, possessed a resilience that could withstand bullets, making her a formidable opponent for ordinary law enforcement. I will be taking a leave of absence from school this afternoon, David suddenly declared. The meteorite, without a doubt, was the catalyst for granting certain individuals in the town their abilities. Thus, one might ponder whether prolonged exposure to the meteorite, enduring its radiation, or even consuming it, would amplify their powers. His gaze flickered. Had Tina's continual ingestion of meteorite-infused water contributed to her extraordinary strength? I will also be taking a leave, I added. Clark followed closely, remaining vigilant with a serious expression, determined to protect his parents from any harm. David glanced at Clark. If this were any other place, he would find it absurd that a mere superhuman from a small town could render him, with his Thanos-like strength, incapable of safeguarding his parents from even the slightest injury. Yet, there were times when Superman encountered adversaries that posed genuine trouble and danger, even for him. Better safe than sorry. It would be wise for both he and Clark to stay and protect the couple together, even if it turned out to be an overreaction. It was far preferable to facing a scenario he could not bear to witness, one that would haunt him for a lifetime. Why? The two sons reacted with noticeable concern, while the couple looked puzzled. Are you afraid Tina might attack us? Just then, a knock echoed through the air. As they prepared to explain, the door was rapped upon. Peering through the glass door, they saw Lex Luthor standing outside, a polite smile gracing his features as he inquired, "May I come in?" Jonathan and Martha instantly felt a twinge of anxiety, rising from their seats. David and Clark stepped forward, positioning themselves in front of their parents. David subtly exchanged a glance with Clark. Clark attempted once more to use his X-ray vision to assess Lex's skeletal structure outside, but his nerves held him back. "What's wrong?" Lex Luthor teased, opening the outer door. "It's just me, not my evil twin, and I'm not armed." He raised his hands to show the family. "You all know I'm innocent." Clark focused intently, finally regaining his X-ray vision. As he scanned Lex from head to toe, he sighed in relief, signaling to his brother and parents with a smile. "Lex, what brings you here?" The skeletal structure appeared normal. It was indeed Lex Luthor. Jonathan and Martha relaxed, and David subtly eased his tense posture. If he were alone, he wouldn't feel this anxious even if faced with 10 superhumans, but with his parents behind him, the situation felt different. "I came to thank Mr. and Mrs. Kent. Without your testimony, I would still be unable to clear my name." The Kent family exchanged curious glances. a hint of suspicion flickering in their eyes as Luther continued with a smile. "Please come in, Mr. Luther," Martha invited. "I watched the closed-circuit television footage, and I can't fathom how that person managed to look almost exactly like me. If it weren't for the differing handwriting, I might have found myself destitute by now." Luther expressed his genuine astonishment and confusion. "Seeing someone brazenly impersonating me in broad daylight while robbing a bank is quite an odd sensation." He had intended to take this opportunity to visit and cultivate a friendly rapport with the Clark family. However, upon arrival, Luther suddenly sensed a peculiar and somber atmosphere in the household. Realizing it was not an opportune moment for a visit, his plans had gone awry. This time, he refrained from showcasing his acumen and cleverness by offering assistance in times of trouble. When a person harbors animosity towards another, the display of wit and intelligence often incites wariness and resistance. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he sincerely expressed his gratitude, his gaze flickering as he took his leave. Upon departing the farm, Luther settled into his silver-gray convertible, casting a few glances at the Kent family within the house, his brow furrowed. Lost in thought as he drove away, he had informed his parents about Tina potentially being a formidable, superpowered individual. Jonathan pondered for a moment and excused both his sons from school, citing the prevalent spring flu as the reason. He opted not to send David to school, fearing he might face an attack alone. "David, you shall stay at home with us. Clark will protect us. I will inquire with acquaintances about the police's findings. Perhaps they might apprehend Tina," he assured. Chapter 25. It begins with you. Martha, their father, Jonathan, reported the incident to the police as dusk approached. The local officers arrived, taking statements, led by Sheriff Bob, who was an old high school classmate of Jonathan. "Bob, have you captured the perpetrator?" Jonathan inquired. "We regrettably discovered Catherine's body in her antique shop, yet the money remains missing. The killer may have absconded with it," Bob divulged, not hesitating to share information with an old classmate and a source of clues. "We have been stationed there for quite some time. The assailant may have escaped, and we have not found any suspicious individuals in town. Catherine's daughter, Tina, has mysteriously vanished, and we suspect she may have met with a similar fate." Following the coroner's examination, it was revealed that Catherine had long been deceased. Thus, the woman Martha encountered could not have been her. Bob furrowed his brow, recalling the bizarre bank heist, muttering to himself, "Could those agents, disguised through clever impersonation, truly exist?" Jonathan found himself at a loss for words. After bidding Bob farewell, he turned with a sigh towards his wife and sons, delivering the disheartening news. The police had come up empty-handed. "This might also be a blessing in disguise," he added. Martha expressed her concerns. "Tina possesses extraordinary abilities. A firearm would be ineffective against her. If they were to confront her, Bob and his team would likely be in grave danger." David and Clark were not surprised. They had never anticipated that the police would capture Tina. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the starlit sky enveloped the landscape, darkness shrouding the farm as the cold wind swept through the low-lying wheat fields. Under the glaring lights, David and Clark stood side by side at the entrance of their home, prepared to be the first targets should Tina launch an assault. Even if she approached from behind, she would not escape David's keen hearing. She would be wise to exact her revenge tonight, David mused, his gaze fixed on the distance, his voice carrying the chill of the wind. Tina would need to assume Catherine's identity to avoid drawing the police's attention. Having not been seen in town for an extended period, she likely understood the situation and could easily deduce who had alerted the authorities. There is a saying, while one may successfully catch a thief for 1,000 days, one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. According to forensic deduction, Aunt Catherine may have fallen down the stairs, resulting in her untimely demise from a blow to the back of her head. As Clark hesitated, attempting to scan the surroundings with his extraordinary vision, he pondered aloud, "What do you wish to express?" David sensed that there were unspoken words lingering in Clark's mind. Casting a glance at their parents seated in the living room, Clark's expression softened, and he lowered his voice. "I will handle Tina. I shall subdue her." Tina was poised to assault their parents, and the chill emanating from his younger brother felt far more intense than the previous encounter with Greg, who had perished by his hand. He was unwilling for David to become stained with blood once more, making it impossible for him to retreat. What comes next? Despite the repetitive nature of the question, Clark persistently encouraged him. David, arms crossed, remained unperturbed. "I have devised a plan." Clark raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride in his demeanor. How to incapacitate the villain without the fear of them revealing my identity and abilities. Oh, David appeared somewhat taken aback. Clark then produced a woven blue hood from his pocket, ensuring the coast was clear before swiftly donning it, obscuring his entire face save for his eyes. Can you still recognize who I am, David? Clark deliberately lowered his voice, adopting a deep tone. Are you a bank robber? David quipped, his eyelids lifting. The son of Krypton had finally engaged his intellect, considering the notion of a hood to conceal his identity. Though this disguise bore a striking resemblance to that of a bank thief, save for the absence of a firearm. I drew inspiration from a comic, Clark replied, undeterred by the jest. He had found a solution to a perplexing issue that had long puzzled him. I cannot prevent Greg and the others from revealing my abilities, but I can make them believe it was an unknown entity that subdued them. Thus, you must refrain from intervening to avoid drawing our parents' attention to your peculiarities. Clark believed this dilemma was resolved, eliminating David's rationale for turning others into vegetative states or resorting to murder to ensure silence. However, the naive son of Krypton remained unaware that David harbored ulterior motives. Just then, as Clark endeavored to persuade David, a slender figure with delicate black hair approached from a distance, huddling with arms wrapped around herself, her face flushed from the cold, resembling a forlorn child who had quarreled with her parents and sought refuge. Clark, David, why are you standing out here? Lana? Clark turned to see his crush unexpectedly at the doorstep, utterly astonished. Wait, how did you recognize me? He touched his face, fully aware he was wearing a hood. Your clothing, your height, most importantly, you're standing next to David. In the biting wind, Lana's eyes were reddened, as though she had recently shed tears, her voice somewhat hoarse and her tone subdued. Clark was momentarily taken aback, forgetting this detail. What transpired? Why do you look like this, Lana? Noticing the glistening tears at the corners of her eyes, his expression shifted with concern. After casting a discerning gaze over Lana, David discreetly nudged the infatuated Clark, who had momentarily forgotten everything else upon seeing her. Have you forgotten something, Clark? As Clark prepared to step forward, he suddenly recalled that the person before him might not actually be Lana. He swiftly activated his supervision. Lana, my aunt believes I should give Whitney another chance. I had a quarrel with her, and now I have nowhere to go. May I come to your house for a while? As Lana spoke, her voice trembled with the threat of tears, and she took a step closer. Stop, Clark interjected, extending his hand, his expression darkening with anger as he declared. Do not attempt to deceive me. You are not Lana. What are you talking about, Clark? If I'm not Lana, then who am I? Lana's face was awash with confusion and grievance. David's gaze turned cold, ready to take action at any moment. Tina, you still have time to turn yourself in. As he gazed into the tear-filled eyes of the person he secretly adored, Clark felt a disorienting sense of unreality, as if he were dreaming. He bit his lip to regain composure and spoke in a low voice. Inside the house, Jonathan and Martha noticed their sons blocking Lana at the door. Jonathan cautiously picked up his shotgun, positioning himself protectively behind his wife. You have ruined my life. I intended for each of you to perish one by one, at the hands of your closest ones, in a manner filled with shock, confusion, and agony, with her identity exposed. Tina's pupils dilated as she glanced between the brothers outside and the couple inside, her voice a sharp echo that seemed to rise from the depths of hell. Her flesh and bones twisted and morphed, reverting to her true appearance. How did you recognize me? She had considered the possibility that the Kent family might know someone capable of altering their appearance, but why was it that Clark could identify her with just a glance? Was Aunt Catherine's death an accident, or was it your doing? Clark would not answer, instead taking a step forward to press for the truth. Although having my identity uncovered diminishes the thrill, it does not prevent me from killing you. Starting with you, Martha. At the mention of her mother's death, Tina's fury intensified as her gaze shifted past the two boys, fixating fiercely on Martha. She stomped on the ground, preparing to charge into the house to kill her. Chapter 26. David, Clark, what is wrong with you? With a swish. To Tina, Jonathan's shotgun was no more threatening than a mere stick. At the moment she leaped, grass clippings flew into the air, and time itself seemed to slow down dramatically. Clark, with his agile form, dashed forward, lifting Tina and sprinting away. Despite witnessing Tina's slowed speed, he remained confident he could subdue her. However, given the force evident in her powerful leap, it was clear she possessed considerable strength. Even a casual strike could turn splintered wood into lethal projectiles. Clark was determined to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. As Clark and Tina vanished from sight, David, moving with the speed of a skilled athlete, aimed for a specific direction to pursue them. "I'll go help Clark, father. You protect mother." "David, do not go," Jonathan called out, gripping his shotgun, but his son had already run off, disappearing from view. David glanced back to confirm that his parents were out of sight, and his speed suddenly surged. On the country road, illuminated by streetlights, Clark slowed down to release Tina, but before she could react, she clenched her hands together and struck Clark's back with great force. Thud! A dull sound echoed, as if a car had collided with him. Caught off guard, Clark was sent sprawling to the ground, cracking the pavement beneath him and causing small stones to leap into the air. "You have power too, Clark." Realizing that Clark had survived, Tina seized him by the neck, attempting to lift him. Clark firmly grasped her wrist, restraining her movement with a serious expression. "Tina, before you commit an even graver mistake, you can still turn back." He had sensed Tina's fury earlier. Aunt Catherine's death might harbor hidden truths, and it was not Tina's doing. After all, she hadn't killed anyone. She had merely robbed a bank. "Mistakes?" Tina scoffed. "I simply wield my abilities to pursue happiness." What was wrong with that? She was ready to exert her strength, eager to test who was stronger between her and Clark. Suddenly, a chilling figure surged forth like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful punch to Tina's face. The shockwave erupted, and Tina was sent tumbling backward, akin to a small stone skipping across the surface of a lake, colliding with the ground multiple times before landing dozens of meters away. Even Clark, still caught in her grasp, was dragged along, crashing to the ground several meters away. "Who?" Tina cried, her face marked with a bruise, as she rose angrily to confront the newcomer. David, his expression impassive, emerged into the light, rubbing his fist. "Your bones are rather resilient," he remarked, having just struck the woman's cheekbone, feeling as if he had hit high-density alloy. "David?" Tina vaguely recognized him, her gaze flickering between the rising Clark and her. Her expression fierce. "The brother possesses power, while the younger one is a monster. But your family has no right to provoke me." She moved faster than a charging cheetah, closing the distance in an instant to throw a punch at David. Thud! Her fist, propelled like a bullet, struck with incredible force, and David retreated to evade the blow. As she swung again, he caught her wrist, and Tina struggled to break free, as if trapped in an iron grip. "Decent strength, but unfortunately, your fighting style is entirely lacking," he observed coldly, applying pressure with hundreds of tons of force. "Let go of me," Tina snarled in pain, her other fist tearing through the air toward David's head. Seemingly unfazed, David remained motionless, exerting a sudden surge of power that reached over 1,000 tons. Under such terrifying force, even steel would be crushed to dust. Crack! As her punch was halfway through, an excruciating pain shot through Tina's wrist, and she screamed, her body responding like it had been electrified, releasing David's hand, though she was utterly incapable of breaking free. She gazed upon that handsome yet frigid visage, as though confronted by a merciless and chilling creature, evoking an instinctive dread within her. In a moment of desperation, Tina's facial features contorted, resembling that of a woman bearing fine lines at the corners of her eyes, her expression deliberately twisted into one of profound agony. Tina had assumed Martha's visage, believing that the sight of her mother's tormented face would instinctively compel David to release her. Indeed, he did so, relinquishing his grip as if jolted by an electric shock. "How dare you?" Yet, in the next instant, fury surged within him. Before Tina could escape, a hand, as unyielding as iron, seized her head, forcefully slamming her face into the ground. Thud! Debris scattered as Tina's head was brutally pressed into the earth. Cackling. Tina screamed in despair, attempting to lift her head, but the immense hand pressed down with such force that her skull emitted a sound of unbearable strain, the terror of death overwhelming her body and mind. "Help! Help!" she cried, her muffled pleas resonating from the ground. David remained unmoved, his expression icy, raising his fist to strike down. Crack! "Let go, David." Clark rushed forward, grasping David's wrist. This time, he exerted all his strength. But upon realizing he could not pry David loose even with his utmost effort, he stared at him in astonishment. Just as Clark prepared to use both hands, David swung his arm back, sending Clark flying as if he weighed nothing, and then he unleashed his punch. Thud! Tina, like a drowning soul, flailed her arms helplessly against the ground, her head buried in the earth, motionless. "Tina," Clark shouted, rushing to her side and turning the unconscious form over. Fortunately, she still breathed, though she could not be roused. "You've once again rendered someone a vegetable." He glared furiously at his brother. "To dare assume Mother-S likeness. I am fortunate not to have killed her." David rose, dusting off his hands, casting a disdainful glance at the figure beneath him, his tone frigid. From Tina's fear, 08. Confusion, 0. Anxiety, 10. Urgency, fear, 12. Terror. A complete cycle of consciousness fading into oblivion, bewildered by an inability to control her body, followed by a frantic attempt to regain agency, leading to a grim realization, culminating in sheer terror. He had not killed Tina. In the confines of a penitentiary, the recalcitrant offenders often face punishment in solitary confinement. A mere sliver of light seeped through the bars, the space so confined that one could hardly take 2 steps. Shrouded in darkness with no one to converse with, not even a glimpse of one's own hands. Typically, even the most vicious of criminals would emerge from 3 days in solitary with a newfound compliance. Yet, what awaited Tina would be an intensified version of solitary confinement lasting decades. By the frigid shores of the icy lake, vehicles were parked along the water's edge, a bonfire crackling to life. On a lively holiday afternoon, a spirited outdoor barbecue party unfolds. David and Chloe, along with a few others, sit by the crackling fire, grilling meat. "David, Clark, what is the matter with you?" Chloe, clad in a down jacket, inquired with a hint of confusion. "If my memory serves me right, I haven't seen you two speak for several days. The atmosphere between you has been as frigid as the lakeside." Peter, feigning a shiver, exaggeratedly rubbed his arms as if he were on the verge of freezing to death, his teeth chattering. "Oh my, someone save me." He performed an exaggerated and comical act, hoping to foster a lively and relaxed atmosphere, granting the two a chance for reconciliation. "I don't feel cold," Clark replied in a muted tone, turning the grilling meat. David sipped his cold fruit beer, gazing at the distant lakeshore, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. "Have you come from a frigid alien world?" Chloe asked, intrigued. She had never witnessed such a dynamic between the two before. What could possibly have transpired between these brothers? Chapter 27. The strange transfer, student though spring had yet to fully blossom. The chill by the riverside did little to dampen the enthusiasm of a group of high school students for their holiday barbecue party. Taking a sip of fruit beer, David stared contemplatively at the icy river surface. Just days prior, after he had left Tina in a comatose state, the two brothers returned home. Their father, Jonathan, anxiously stood at the door with a hunting rifle, only relaxing when he saw both sons return safely, expressing concern and reproaching David for his impulsive actions. To alleviate their parents' worries, Clark had taken the initiative to claim responsibility, asserting that he had knocked someone unconscious and left them at the town police station. Subsequently, the police discovered the relocated 100,000 in Tina's school locker. However, due to a lack of evidence and Tina's inexplicable state of unconsciousness, she was temporarily regarded as a suspect and placed under medical supervision. Rarely irked with David, Clark had refrained from speaking to him for several days following that incident. Although David felt guilty about Clark bearing the brunt of the blame once again, he deemed it a trivial matter. The Kryptonian, who now adamantly refused to cross certain lines, would eventually find himself in a position to sever the neck of his last remaining kin. Clark, less rigid and obstinate, simply harbored an idealistic view of the world at his youthful age. By the fire, David clenched his fists, as if the dense alloy of his muscles coalesced with the force of a volcanic eruption. The Thanos template endowed him with formidable strength. Yet, it was still insufficient. Even the fully realized Superman had faced mortal peril on numerous occasions in this treacherous world, and Earth had narrowly escaped annihilation countless times. The prospect of complete obliteration of the planet was not without precedent. Gazing upward towards the sky, David's eyes seemed to penetrate beyond the azure firmament into the cosmos. Though infused with the Thanos template, he bore no ambition to dominate the universe or to arrogantly assume the mantle of responsibility for cosmic safety. For now, he harbored but one singular goal: continuously enhancing one's strength to ensure the ability to protect oneself and loved ones, regardless of the circumstances. Is a goal that appears simple, yet is profoundly complex. Thus, he would not miss any opportunity to gather emotional points. He hoped that the next template would rival that of the formidable Thanos. Given the unprecedented occurrences of recent days, coupled with Clark's rapidly increasing strength as he approached adulthood, the emotional points he garnered were also multiplying, allowing for a swift integration of templates. The next one should not be far off. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in David's eyes as he quietly sipped his drink, silently wishing for an accompanying superpower that did not require physicality. This way, in light of the events of the past few days, he would no longer need to conceal the truth from his parents, sparing them unnecessary worry. In the distance, a subtle commotion arose. A vibrant yet wise and beautiful figure entered the party, akin to a silvery moonbeam illuminating the night. The crowd's attention was entirely captivated, with a throng of young men eagerly vying for her attention. Many held plates of grilled steak, resembling bees drawn to a blooming flower, rushing forth to invite her to join them, with some nearly coming to blows over the opportunity. Apologies, the girl responded with confidence and grace, refusing each invitation with polite charm. The gaze of 4 individuals was similarly drawn to her. Who is she? She resembles Lana, Clark queried, tilting his head in confusion, as such a stunning girl left no impression on him. Is that your excuse for infidelity? David remarked, casting his eyes upon the girl he had never seen at school before. I truly believe it resembles her, Clark retorted quietly. I see no resemblance. Clark. Chloe concurred with David, her tone somewhat forced. Aside from her dark hair, her features and demeanor possess almost no commonality. She is a new transfer student at our high school. I believe her name is Kyra, Chloe added. Peter's gaze was fixated on the enchanting figure, as if his soul had been ensnared. Perhaps my youth is just beginning, he mused, noting her adventurous spirit reminiscent of a female jungle explorer, contemplating that she might not favor a man shorter than herself. Observing the focal point of the crowd, Chloe, seated at the edge of the party and devoid of conversation, felt somewhat disheartened. Chloe, I seem to detect a hint of sourness, Peter remarked, referring to the most vulnerable aspect being mentioned. Frustrated, he turned away, stating, he simply matured later. No sooner had he spoken than the beautiful figure appeared to glance in their direction. Look, she is looking our way. Tall and with a complexion reminiscent of healthy wheat, her dark hair braided at the back, she possessed the striking beauty of a mixed heritage, adorned with indigenous jewelry that exuded a primal and vibrant allure. Peter coughed in excitement, adjusting his posture to cease his furtive glances, attempting to project an aura of depth and intrigue as he grilled the meat, hoping to attract her attention through an alternate route. However, after a few moments, when he turned his head again, he found Kira already seated with several girls, laughing and chatting, seemingly oblivious to his presence. He felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. David paused mid-sip of his fruit beer, squinting at that figure. A gifted individual? In this small town, such a revelation was not particularly surprising. Yet, why the mixture of warmth and wariness directed towards him? The transition from familiarity to caution seemed rather contradictory, leaving him perplexed. Clark, unlike the other 3, did not gaze at Kira, but instead stared gloomily at Lana in the distance. On a nearby stone, Whitney leaned in towards Lana, who was absorbed in grilling meat. Whitney bombarded her with several remarks, to which Lana would occasionally respond, her expression devoid of joy, tinged with a faint sorrow. The fact that separated couples could still sit together and converse spoke volumes. For instance, if Clark were truly still as angry as he had been days ago, he would not have casually remarked, in the face of Chloe and Peter's teasing, that he was not cold at all. Sizzle, sizzle. A few stones were stacked, the flames roasting the grill above. Clark withdrew his gaze, absent-mindedly flipping the beef on the grill while stealing a glance at David. Tina's transformation into a vegetative state at the hands of their brother had initially ignited his anger. Yet, he had to concede that when Tina adopted a demeanor reminiscent of their mother Martha, an uncontrollable fury welled up within him. Especially when he recalled Tina's desire to harm their mother, he found it hard to muster any sympathy for her. Clark was increasingly concerned about his brother and himself. Given the current circumstances, he pondered whether he was failing to steer his brother back on course. It seemed as though he might be the one altered first, gradually acclimating to this cold behavior. Clark, do not merely observe. Peter nudged his friend, raising his eyebrows and interrupting Clark's contemplation. Whitney was fervently attempting to reconcile with Lana, while he sat there like a coward. Indeed, Clark's nature was tinged with shyness. He found it difficult to compete for Lana's attention in Whitney's presence. Observing his demeanor, Peter shook his head in disapproval. For the past 2 weeks, Lana had been volunteering at the town's elderly care facility. Suddenly, David remarked, "Tomorrow is the weekend, and Whitney will be training with the football team. Clark, have you completed your 30 hours of community service?" Turning to Clark as he spoke, he reminded him of the school's mandate that every student must complete 30 hours of community service each semester to foster a sense of social responsibility. Clark's eyes brightened as he quickly recognized this as a splendid opportunity. "Thank you, David," he replied, somewhat sheepishly. His brother always seemed to be the smarter one, possessing clever ideas. "No need to thank me," David said, taking another sip of his fruit beer. "Consider the fact that I have supported you on 2 occasions. It seems only fitting that I reciprocate," Clark remarked. "Reciprocate what?" Chloe inquired curiously from the side. Chapter 28. The Seer to Chloe's Query. Clark provided a vague response to brush it aside. "Perfect timing for us to go together," Peter suggested, gesturing with his hands. "Unfortunately, it's not summer. Otherwise, we could serve as lifeguards at the pool. That would spare us from mingling with the elderly indentures. However, as spring has yet to fully warm, volunteering indoors is undoubtedly preferable to cleaning streets and picking up litter outside." Chloe had long since fulfilled her community service requirements and declined the proposal. She was not merely observing me. She was also keeping an eye on Clark. David noted. That girl, Kyra, although engaged in conversation and barbecuing with a few other girls, occasionally glanced this way. He was covertly studying her, and she, in turn, was surreptitiously watching him and Clark. What was her intention? "Chloe, you appear rather cold. Shall I assist you in warming up?" A handsome boy with thick golden hair approached, clad in a football jersey, grinning as he attempted to engage Chloe. "I can't believe you would utter such words so readily," Chloe responded, astonished and bashful at his bold approach. "Don't misunderstand. I have a blanket. Would you like to come sit with me?" Sean raised an eyebrow, gesturing toward a nearby spot. "Sean, you're not her type." Peter stood up, undeterred by the height difference, boldly meeting Sean's gaze. David had heard of this Sean, known for his silver tongue and his knack for charming girls only to break their hearts shortly thereafter. He was a notorious cad. In biology class, the teacher assigned me to conduct an experiment with Jenna from the neighboring class. As a school reporter, Chloe was naturally aware of Sean's reputation and chuckled. "I heard you broke up with her last week?" "To be precise, we mutually ended things," Sean replied nonchalantly. Sensing Chloe's smile bolstered his confidence. "Would you like to join me? I assure you, I want to do anything, no matter how beautiful I find you." His tone softened, and his gaze, laden with affection, seemed capable of melting hearts. A blush crept onto Chloe's cheeks. Few had ever complimented her in such a manner. Who claimed she was unappealing? She glanced at Peter, who had earlier accused her of being envious of Kyra, and opened her mouth to speak. Chloe, you haven't even had a drink. Merely warming yourself by the fire could leave you dazed," David interjected suddenly. Young people in their adolescence often act impulsively, neglecting the consequences of their actions. "Keep your distance," he directed at Sean, succinctly delivering his message. Sean's gaze faltered. He had heard tales of David single-handedly handling several of Whitney's friends and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. All right. The hope of winning her affection seemed utterly dim. He could only turn away in disappointment and join a few friends who called to him. Heading to the lakeside to play football. In truth, I merely wished to offer him my phone number to send him on his way. Once Sean departed, Chloe, regaining her composure, turned to her friends who were observing her. Her cheeks flushed as she sought to redeem herself. "I am not foolish." David shrugged. "Let us assume your words ring true." This elicited a wave of embarrassment from Chloe, yet ultimately, she expressed her gratitude to David and Peter, recognizing their good intentions. Clark silently observed from the sidelines, pondering a certain matter. When family encounters threats, they respond with a fierce fury that strikes terror into their adversaries. When friends find themselves in distress, they offer support that warms their hearts like a gentle spring breeze. Is it possible that his younger brother is gradually elevating himself above others in his heart? Is it truly wrong to be ruthless towards one's enemies? He shook his head vigorously, determined not to delve further into these thoughts, fearing that his convictions might be altered by his brother's influence. David looked at Clark with a puzzled expression, watching as he vacillated between moments of contemplation and shaking his head, utterly bewildered by his behavior. At the lakeside, the pizza had arrived. Sean catch. Upon hearing the arrival of the pizza, a football player tossed him the ball. Sean leaped, but it slipped through his fingers. The football belonging to Sean landed on the icy surface several meters away. Frustrated to see others indulging in pizza, he trudged over to retrieve the ball. On the cold, hard and slippery ice, just as he picked up the ball, a sharp sound rang out. Crack! What was that noise? Sean felt as if he had been drenched in icy water. His body shivered as he looked down. Cracks began to form beneath his feet, and he hesitated to move. Just as he was about to call out, the ice shattered beneath him, plunging him into the frigid, biting waters of the lake. In a desperate struggle, he found himself unable to break through the ice, drowning and gasping for air. Soon, he lay still, his limbs ceasing to move, sinking to the lake's bottom. At the lake's depths, murky sediment swirled around, illuminated by a dim green glow. A vast array of meteorites lay clustered together. As he settled upon the meteorites, his corpse, submerged in the chilling lake water, saw its veins swell and turn green, an astonishing transformation occurring in the shadows. Meanwhile, a group of football players enjoyed their steaming, delicious pizza, oblivious to Sean's absence. Early that morning, Martha and Jonathan furrowed their brows, calculators in hand, tallying the income and expenses from the past 6 months. $54,501. Clark listened for a few moments before reaching the answer on the calculator ahead of them. Upon hearing about the cost of repairing the lawnmower, he awkwardly scratched his face. If he hadn't impulsively reached into the lawnmower that day, they could have saved over $1,000 in repair costs. Now, to calculate the profits. Jonathan refrained from reprimanding his eldest son and gently took the bill from him. David glanced at the remaining ledger, and before Jonathan could begin to press the calculator, he noted the income was 67,357 yuan. So, it seems our farm made over 10,000 last year in just half a year? He raised an eyebrow. The couple set down the bills and calculator, seemingly unfazed, and exhaled. Martha, facing her 2 exceptionally bright sons, smiled. At least we haven't incurred losses, have we? Moreover, our most precious wealth is the 2 of you. Such matters should not trouble you. You have arranged to volunteer with Peter at the community center, Haven to you? Off you go. Jonathan waved his hand, dismissing his 2 sons who had yet to enter university. The burdens of life ought not to rest upon the shoulders of 2 students. Upon arriving at the town's nursing home, an announcement echoed, Room 206 requires a volunteer. Please report to Room 206. Each student was mandated to complete 30 hours of community service, and David was no exception. The 3 of them arrived at the nursing home and received their assignments. A girl clad in a crimson dress, with striking features and dark hair, emerged from a room, pushing a cart filled with books. Lana, what a coincidence to see you here, Clark greeted, feigning a chance encounter, though his voice betrayed a hint of nervousness. Are you volunteering here too? For quite a while now, Lana replied casually, offering a mild smile. What task have you been assigned? I am to accompany Cassandra and read with her. David and Peter fell silent, allowing Clark the opportunity to converse with Lana, as David's task was to play chess with an elderly lady. Cassandra? She sounds intriguing, Lana remarked with a playful expression. The caregivers say she can foresee the future, from mere minutes ahead to predicting a person's entire life. Have you ever tried it, Lana? Clark inquired. At his question, Lana remained silent, shrugged her shoulders, clearly skeptical, and continued on her way to deliver books to the next resident. Foreseeing the future? Peter reacted with indifference, while David raised an eyebrow, and Clark focused more on Lana's departing figure. Russell. In the room, an elderly lady with a blindfold, her hair white and her face kind, was reading a braille book with her hands. Don't just stand there. It's the first time I've had 3 companions to read with me. Please come in, she suddenly spoke. The 3 at the door exchanged glances. David's eyes flickered with intrigue as he secretly assessed the elderly woman. She truly possesses a gift, and a considerable one at that, though whether she can foresee the future remains uncertain. However, does this lady genuinely require someone to read with her? How does one read braille together? How did you know there were 3 of us? Peter asked, perplexed as they entered the room. Though my sight is gone, my hearing remains sharp. Cassandra's voice, tinged with a sense of weariness, failed to fully assuage Peter's doubts. Is the hearing of the blind truly so acute? As Cassandra removed her blindfold, she inadvertently let the book resting on her knee slip to the ground. Peter, standing before them, stepped forward to assist, inadvertently brushing his hand against the elderly lady's. What is your name, sir? She inquired, unhurriedly placing the book back in order. Peter Ross. Mr. Ross, your journey home today will be lengthy. Perhaps you should check your pockets. A mysterious smile flickered across Cassandra's face. Peter rummaged through his pocket, only to discover that his car keys were missing, their whereabouts unknown. I must take my leave. It seems my volunteer work will not come to fruition today. Take care of yourselves, you too. He cast a curious glance at the elderly lady, a fleeting look of despair crossing his features as he bid them farewell. Once Peter departed, Cassandra turned her attention to the two remaining individuals. Are you two brothers? She asked, rising from her chair, no longer appearing blind, her face perfectly oriented towards them. Her smile warm and benevolent. What are your names, gentlemen? Under the bright sunlight, beside a tranquil lake near the forest, remnants of last night's revelry lay scattered about. Suddenly, a hand burst forth through the thick ice, reminiscent of a ghastly legend, as if a zombie's hand emerged from the depths. Its skin, a chilling blue, resembled that of a corpse frozen in snow. A figure clambered out from the lake, stumbling to the riverbank. Soaked and shivering, he appeared as though he had just emerged from the frigid waters, an entirely normal sight, except for the fact that he had lain in the lake for an entire night. Sean, with icicles clinging to his eyebrows, trembled as he sat upon the ground, using a discarded lighter to ignite a small fire. He extended his frostbitten hands towards the flames, seeking warmth. However, the fire's astonishing heat was absorbed from a distance, and the freshly kindled wood transformed into a mound of ice. As the intense chill enveloping his body dissipated, the icy hue of his skin faded. It was as though he had returned to life. Sean gazed at his hands in disbelief, his numbed mind slowly awakening to the realization that something extraordinary had occurred within him. Clenching his fists, he felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him, a strength that was almost terrifying. Restored to health, he set out for home, but as he stepped out of the woods, the biting cold struck him once more. With frost accumulating on his brows, Sean trembled as he waved for help from passing vehicles. Hey kid, what's wrong? A car halted, and a kind-hearted man stepped out to assist him, only to freeze in place as he touched Sean. In an instant, the warmth of the man was drawn away like a receding tide, transforming him into an ice sculpture that collapsed onto the hard pavement, shattering into a cascade of sanguine shards. As Sean's coldness began to abate, he felt a surge of strength, extending his hand and effortlessly lifting the car as if it were a mere plastic toy. In an instant, he became aware of something and gazed towards a certain direction in the town, akin to a greedy prospector who, upon discovering a nugget of gold, glimpses a mountain of riches. His eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement and fervor, and he could not help but swallow hard. There stood a thermal power station. The heavy curtains woven from wool were drawn, shielding the sunlight from the outside. The flames in the fireplace flickered quietly. Luther took a sip of whiskey, the burn tracing down his throat, yet his face remained impassive. He perused old news articles on his computer, alongside posts from the townsfolk on the forum, as though it were a routine day at the office. A stack of dollars lay on the desk beside him. With a click, the door was opened by a servant. In strode a middle-aged man clad in a trench coat, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness, his hair thinning slightly, exuding an air of astuteness. He held a brown paper folder, casually tapping it against his thigh. Mr. Luther, have you prepared my money? Roger Nixon, if I recall correctly. Luther slowly rose, poured a glass of translucent brown liquid, and handed it to him with a smile. A reporter for the Metropolitan Inquiry. Is it? You mentioned you had something to show me. This photograph could send our sales soaring, Nixon declared, extracting a newspaper from the folder. The newspaper featured a striking image at its center, at the bank's entrance. Lex Luthor brandished a handgun, having just committed a robbery and fleeing. That is in the past, Luthor chuckled lightly. Surely, as a reporter, Mr. Nixon, you are aware of the latest developments regarding bank heists. News has a tendency to become outdated swiftly. It is quite the challenge to keep 1S articles consistently in the headlines. Nixon shook his head. Mr. Luther, have you ever dug up potatoes? Before Luther could respond, Nixon fixed his gaze upon him, as if he had a firm grasp on the situation, and smirked. I imagine a privileged gentleman like you, born with a silver spoon, may not realize that digging up potatoes can easily unearth a whole string of them. He raised the folder in his hand and handed it over, feigning a sigh. So thick, it nearly resembles a stack of cash, your juvenile criminal records. Quite astonishing. It appears the esteemed reporter did not deceive me over the phone and indeed has some knowledge of my wild youth. Taking the folder, Luther flipped through it, his voice low, a smile gracing his face. "Thank you very much, Mr. Nixon." "Thank you?" Nixon replied, puzzled. "What are you thanking me for extortion? This contains only destroyed electronic records and sealed files. How did you manage to find them, Mr. Reporter?" He walked back to his desk, slowly seated himself, and inquired. "One can only imagine the sums your father must have paid to conceal these records. I may not possess your father's wealth, but fortunately, bribing a custodian in a dust-laden archive does not cost much." Nixon scoffed, grateful to the idle guard who rummaged through archives, inadvertently presenting him with a windfall. Contemplating the implications of these revelations, should they be published, was intriguing. The recently exonerated heir of the Luthor Group, after all, had a checkered past, and bank robbery was merely a trifling matter. In my journalistic experience, people revel in plot twists and turns. He set down his glass, shrugged, and covertly glanced at the crisp, ink-scented $100,000 on the table, speaking with confidence. This would undoubtedly impact the stock price of the Luthor Group. "Mr. Nixon, this money is now yours," Luthor said, unfazed, as he retrieved a black cloth bag from beneath the table. "Mr. Luthor, you're also responsible for providing the bag?" Nixon remarked, somewhat astonished, as he began to stuff the stacks of cash into it. "You must feel quite pleased right now." Watching him collect the extorted money, Luthor remained unperturbed. Outmaneuvering the illustrious Luthor father and son was indeed a gratifying experience. Once the money was secured, he casually tossed out a remark akin to a parent admonishing a child, smiling as he turned to leave, his hand reaching for the doorknob. "What I've given you is the only copy. Live honestly from now on, Lex Luthor. If you step through that door, I assure you, you will vanish from this world immediately." Luthor set down his glass, a smile gracing his lips as he uttered those chilling words. "What will you do? Kill me for this sum of money?" Nixon retorted, turning back with disdain. "To extort a billionaire heir, did you think I would be unprepared?" He would not return on time. His email would automatically alert major newspapers, and was a mere $100,000 worth of murder. He was not greedy, only asking for a modest sum. "No, you will live well, but there will be no evidence of your existence left in this world." He shook his head. "What are you talking about? Driver's licenses, passports, bank accounts, even tax records, all will be obliterated." Perusing the news on his computer, Luthor spoke casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. "One phone call, and there will be no evidence of your life." "Mr. Luthor, are you attempting to intimidate me? Call the bank and see if your account is still active." Like someone who doubts the sun will rise each day, Luthor glanced up at him. "If your phone number still exists." He pulled out his phone, intending to make a call, but Nixon, after several attempts, found himself unable to dial out. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His complexion turned frantic, his voice tinged with anxiety. "How did you do this?" Chapter 30, Trouble, Madam Do Not Worry, Mr. Jack. In the manor's office, Luthor leaned forward, hands clasped, resembling a prehistoric crocodile finally revealing its gaping maw, and coldly stated, "A wonderful new life awaits you. I am Nixon. That is in the past. I shall bestow upon you a new identity. The surname shall be Jack. What shall the first name be? Perhaps Baker? Benson? No, let's settle on Johnson." His tone resembled that of one casually contemplating lunch, freely weaving the tapestry of his impending life. Nixon felt as if he were plummeting into an abyss, a chill creeping down his spine. What profession shall he undertake? A hitman, a drug dealer, a gang enforcer, or a terrorist? All identities that would inevitably burden him with murder charges and the pursuit of law enforcement. "Listen, I can return the money to you." He swallowed hard, hastily placing the bag upon the table. Family, work, friends. He could not bear to accept that all he had established in the first half of his life had vanished. "Will my money ever like this?" Luthor raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Nixon, trembling, quickly retrieved the cash from the bag, arranging it back into its rightful place. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, gazing at Luthor as if he were a devil whose words could dictate his fate, nervously presenting a strained smile. "Mr. Luthor, do you believe you can extort me? Do you think I am a pampered young master who needs your protection?" Luthor rose slowly yet powerfully, his expression resembling that of a ravenous demon, his voice suddenly escalating, causing Nixon to shudder, nearly collapsing to his knees. "You are not the first to think thus. Those I have made disappear have never returned. Do you truly believe it is mere happenstance that governs this nation? Mr. Luthor, what is it that you desire from me?" Facing the imminent wave that could obliterate him, Nixon trembled, his voice quivering in supplication. You are esteemed among metropolitan journalists. Your channels for information about the underprivileged surpass even mine. I require you to discreetly investigate certain matters for me. Please do tell. There exists a family named Kent who operates a farm in this small town. Luther turned and drew back the curtains, light flooding and yet failing to penetrate the darkness of his eyes. I want every detail about them, no matter how trivial. I shall do so. Nixon nodded vigorously in agreement. I will ensure it is done to your satisfaction. Is there anything else, Mr. Luther? Noticing Luther's gaze upon him, he quickly lowered his head, resembling a loyal servant. This is a remarkable little town, Luther remarked, a smirk playing upon his lips as he gazed once more at the estate beyond. Though I've only been here a few days, I have glimpsed a fragment of its enigmatic veil, leaving me utterly captivated. First, there was Clark who, despite being struck by a 200-mile-per-hour sports car and emerging unscathed, ended up saving his own life. Then there was a high school girl with an inexplicable ability to assume his form and commit bank robbery. Furthermore, the myriad strange occurrences circulating in this town that I recently encountered online. I wish to uncover everything about her mystery. You shall have your wish, Mr. Luther. After dismissing the journalist he had recently taken under his wing, Luther watched as he drove away, slowly sipping his drink, a low chuckle escaping his lips. Thank you, Nixon. Fortunately, it was you, a rather foolish and timid individual, who discovered one of my vulnerabilities in advance, rather than someone more troublesome. And just at a time when I was in need of assistance, you presented yourself. What are your names, gentlemen? In the nursing home, Cassandra, her eyes clouded with white, and her hair a brilliant white, smiled kindly. I am Clark. Davikin. Clark first introduced himself, and David followed suit. Kent brothers, I presume? Please come a little closer. The gentle matron gestured toward a bed not far away. Madam, I have heard that you possess the ability to foresee the future. As they took their seats, Clark glanced at his brother, believing that after encountering several individuals with extraordinary abilities, David now shared his sentiments. He turned his head, hesitating momentarily, yet could not refrain from asking, is it true? Who would not be curious about the future, especially when it is known that such foresight may not be a mere illusion? When it first occurred, I thought it was a curse, a mere hallucination. The moment I made physical contact with another, uncontrollable fragments of events would materialize before my eyes. Cassandra chuckled softly. It was only later that I realized it was a gift bestowed upon me by the heavens. Clark was taken aback. The elderly woman before him seemed utterly unconcerned about concealing her abilities, casually discussing them with someone she had just met. He began to harbor doubts about her authenticity as a seer. Only a deceiver would be so eager to reveal their talents and engage in such discourse. However, Peter's recent incident had also validated certain extraordinary occurrences. Clark refrained from entertaining any impolite thoughts, David cautioned. Unlike Clark, David was inclined to believe that Cassandra was indeed capable of foreseeing the future. He spoke slowly. I suspect that when you reach the age of Mrs. Cassandra, you will also adopt a more indifferent attitude towards certain matters. Upon closer inspection, it indeed appeared that the elderly woman exuded an aura of tranquil acceptance that comes with the passage of time. Clark suddenly realized this and promptly apologized. I beg your pardon, Mrs. Cassandra. Not at all, the matron replied with a carefree smile. When did you first foresee something? Clark had long harbored a theory that it seemed all the peculiar occurrences in the town began after the meteor shower. Could those with extraordinary abilities be connected to the meteorites? He possessed a strong premonition, though he lacked the evidence to substantiate it. One morning, I awoke as usual, and then the meteorites fell, striking the wheat field before my home. The doctor concluded that the flash burned out my optic nerve, an instant that irrevocably altered the course of my life. I am sorry, Clark said, his expression becoming strained, his voice heavy as he regarded the elderly woman recounting her past with such detachment. The meteor shower had accompanied him, bringing calamity and transforming the lives of many. It is not your fault, dear, Cassandra assumed. He felt remorse for her blindness and smiled. Kindness is a virtue. Observing the guilt in Clark's eyes, David added pointedly, yet, there are certain matters in this world that lie beyond your control, my brother. He was compelled to come to Earth, not by his own volition. He should not bear the burden alone. Comforted by his younger brother, Clark felt a slight relief. At the same time, he was perplexed by his brother's unprecedented attempt to console him over such trivial emotions. Since then, I can no longer perceive my present, but can glimpse into the futures of others. Speaking softly, she extended her hand gently. "Child, would you like to give it a try?" Gazing at the elderly woman before him, Clark hesitated, wondering if activating such a power would deplete his strength. He had come to volunteer, to accompany the elderly in reading, not to seek answers about his future from them. Meanwhile, outside the room, a tall, beautiful figure with flowing black hair moved silently, like a hunter adept at stealth in the jungle, quietly arriving at the door, pressing against the wall to listen within. Occasionally, one can only glimpse light in the futures of others, David mused. Is that why you often assist people in predicting the future, guiding them, Mrs. Cassandra? It was evident that this elderly woman held an inexplicable enthusiasm for helping others foresee their destinies. "Child, you are quite astute," Cassandra replied, nodding approvingly in his direction. "The world is so beautiful, resplendent with colors as white as clouds, with lovely green fields and azure skies. Light is always preferable to darkness, especially for one who once had sight." Her tone was imbued with nostalgia. Upon hearing this, Clark ceased his hesitation and extended his hand toward the kind, blind elder. "Pardon me, dear lady." Chapter 31. The future seen by Clark. Clark reached out, his hand meeting the gnarled fingers of the elderly woman. After a few seconds, his vision transformed. He seemed to be in a different world altogether. A catastrophic scene resembling the apocalypse unfolded before him. A blood-red twilight enveloped the horizon. Skyscrapers were pierced and collapsed, flames raged, and thick black smoke spiraled skyward. People scattered in panic, their desperate cries echoing like sounds from the depths of hell. A heavy chasm, like a mighty finger from the heavens, descended upon him, causing Clark excruciating pain as if struck by a meteor. He lay at the bottom of the chasm, struggling to lift his head. Suddenly, a man with black hair, clad in a dark suit adorned with mysterious golden patterns, descended slowly from the sky, his tall and muscular frame commanding attention. As he neared the ground, the debris below him lifted as if in orbit, surrounding him in a protective halo. An overwhelming aura akin to that of a divine being descended upon the earth, rendering him breathless. David? Witnessing such a terrifying scene and recognizing his brother, both strange and familiar, Clark felt an immense shock within. He seemed to be trapped in a dream, merely an observer unable to manipulate what unfolded, unable even to speak, limited to a narrow perspective. "Clark, look around you." David's eyes glowed with a molten red hue as he shook his head slightly. "I did not wish to resort to this, but your disobedience compels my hand." Confusion and astonishment gripped Clark. Was this devastation wrought by David? A flurry of disjointed thoughts raced through his mind. Had he refused to yield to David, leading to a cataclysmic battle that destroyed the city? Wait, this resembled Metropolis. Clark recognized it. In the distance, atop the Daily Planet building, the iconic golden Earth statue had been wielded like a weapon, crashing through several structures before landing on the ground. Had his fears indeed materialized? Had David succumbed to power, embarking on a malevolent path while Clark stood in opposition to him? Uncertainty coursed through his heart, as if to validate Clark's suspicions. He felt an inexhaustible rage welling up within him, his eyes ablaze with fury akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Brother, you require correction." The future version of himself roared with a chilling intensity, soaring upwards and launching a fist towards his brother, charging like a deity confronting a rival god. In a flash, a golden lasso, reminiscent of lightning, ensnared his waist. Almost simultaneously, emerald chains, serpentine in their movement, coiled around his form, while massive spikes drove the chains into the ground, halting his advance. His momentum came to a jarring halt, yanked back forcefully. His body, propelled like a cannonball, came to a standstill, sending ripples of air cascading outward. Mere centimeters separated them from a face-to-face collision, as David hovered in midair, his gaze unblinking. "It is you who requires repair, my brother." Who had aided David? Clark pondered, bewildered. Suddenly, the future Clark turned in anger, spotting a striking figure resembling a warrior goddess, crowned and clad in battle armor. She shattered the ground beneath her feet while firmly grasping the golden lasso. On the other side, a brown-haired man donned in a glowing green bodysuit, typically adorned with a casual smile, now bore a serious expression, floating in the air. A ring resembling a green gemstone radiated light from his hand as he strained to maintain the manifested chains and spikes from being torn apart. Both individuals gritted their teeth, exerting every ounce of strength, struggling to restrain the future Clark, who resembled a rampaging bull. David's accomplices? A jolt of realization struck Clark. Were they David's malevolent allies or mere minions? Before he could contemplate further, David appeared before him in a flash, his fist descending like a meteor, sending him crashing back to the ground. The future Clark's body created a massive crater, the force akin to a tumultuous sea reverberating through several streets, as surrounding buildings trembled and glass shattered under the seismic impact. What shall we do? A deep, resonant voice echoed. A grappling hook embedded itself in a building's wall. As a shadowy figure resembling a bat swung into view, he unfurled his black, bat-like cloak and landed firmly on the ground, his countenance cold and forbidding, exuding an aura of darkness reminiscent of the dense, unyielding clouds that loom over Gotham in legend, instilling an involuntary sense of oppression and dread. Clark had harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of these forebodings. He questioned whether his brother had genuinely embarked upon a path of darkness. Yet, suddenly, his internal balance wavered. He scrutinized the figure before him. This bat-like entity truly seemed far from benevolent, as if destined to be at odds with the light. Could those who associated with him be virtuous? Clark mused that if their parents were to witness this scene, it would surely grieve them deeply. David, furrowing his brow, raised his hand, seemingly poised to take action. Crack! The image shattered abruptly. Clark's consciousness returned to reality, where he found the astonished Ms. Cassandra turning her gaze. Cassandra opened her eyes, as if the foresight of the future had concluded, yet she was initially taken aback, looking at herself, while David wore a puzzled expression. Why was she regarding herself, rather than the future concerning Clark? Had she glimpsed an alien visage in Clark's future? David, you just returned to reality. Clark sprang to his feet in a sudden rush. A massive chimney, several dozen meters in diameter and robust in stature, loomed over the earth. A diminutive figure, Sean, ecstatically withdrew his hand from its apex. Beneath him, a dozen factory workers appeared frozen in terror, transformed into ice sculptures. Frost enveloped the entire colossal chimney, as the cold and the return to normalcy alternated incessantly. Each time he absorbed sufficient heat, his potency ascended to new heights. A sensation akin to gluttony washed over Sean, prompting him to cease his actions. At this moment, he felt immensely powerful. With exhilaration, he glanced at the ground where several crumpled brass bullets lay. Those bullets had struck him previously, yet now they could barely elicit a tickle. He could scarcely fathom how formidable he had become. He picked up a crowbar, discarded by a patrolling worker at the power plant, to use as a weapon. Creak! The sound was grating to the ears. The crowbar was twisted into knots by an overwhelming force. Yet, this was not his limit. Sean pressed down on the contorted crowbar with both hands, exerting tremendous strength, as steel yielded like clay between his fingers. Witnessing this spectacle, he was overtaken by unrestrained joy, bursting into laughter. Modern civilization was nearly constructed upon steel. Nothing in the world was thought to be more resilient. Now, he possessed strength capable of shaking the very foundations of the earth, unrestrained by law enforcement. The small town had become his playground, open to his whims. Where to begin? Perhaps he would seek out a beautiful girl and inquire whether she would like to experience the might of his robust, steel-like arms? No. A figure emerged in Sean's mind. David. That fellow had merely cast a glance his way yesterday and uttered a single phrase, sending him fleeing in terror. He spoke the name with resentment. Do you think you are formidable? Reflecting on his fearful and resentful departure from the presence of a few individuals yesterday, Sean found himself unable to suppress the surging anger and humiliation within him. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I am no longer the person I once was. Or a few football players to him. Now, he felt capable of standing against an armed battalion all on his own, leaving behind a scene of lifeless ice sculptures. Sean clenched his fists and strode away from the power plant, his countenance stern as he headed towards Kent Farm. I assure you, you will regret daring to treat me that way, David. Chapter 32. Those who cannot see the future, what is wrong with me? David questioned, gazing at the astonished expressions of the two individuals in the room, seeking an explanation from Clark. What did you see? Cassandra might comprehend, having never witnessed his abilities before. Yet what was with Clark's bewildered and fearful demeanor? Clark hesitated, his face contorted in struggle. Should he reveal the truth to his brother? David, alarmed by what this future might entail, resolved not to become a reflection of that fate. Or perhaps he would indulge himself, slipping further into darkness. Did you see it too, child? Upon hearing Clark's voice, the blind Cassandra turned her head towards the astonished Clark, her tone filled with surprise. Shouldn't I have seen it? Clark hesitated. No one has ever seen it before, Cassandra replied, shaking her head. Her ability to foresee others' futures was something only she could experience. Just like Mr. Ross, who lost his car keys. I could only reveal my predictions when prompted. But this time was different. Why is that? We all know you are unlike others. Overwhelmed by the prior events, Clark's mind was nearly blank, but then he began to panic, realizing his abilities had been exposed. And his brother had also been discovered to be different. Do not be afraid, Clark. Observing Clark's visage from an outsider's perspective in her foresight, Cassandra spoke gently, a smile gracing her lips. I just realized that I have actually seen you before. You have seen me, madam? Clark asked, perplexed. The elderly woman had encountered baby Clark when he arrived on Earth amidst a meteor shower. David's expression shifted subtly, as he began to suspect where Cassandra might have seen him. Suddenly, Cassandra paused, a mysterious smile crossing her face as she instructed, Child, please close the door. Confused, Clark approached the door. At the wall adjacent to the entrance, a figure with dark hair, having overheard the conversation within, quickly retreated. Turning to shut the slightly ajar door behind Peter, Clark returned to the bedside, yet he did not resume his place beside his brother. Why are you looking at me like that, Clark? David questioned, perplexed by the complex emotions reflected in Clark's gaze, feigning indifference with a light chuckle. Concerns from Clark 32, Panic 30, Fear 25. He had never been particularly invested in the future, nor did he require others to dictate what his destiny would entail. However, witnessing Clark's reaction inevitably piqued his curiosity. The emotions radiating from Clark now seemed like an amplified version of the earlier worries he had harbored about my descent into ruin. David's gaze shifted thoughtfully, keenly surmising the nature of what Clark might have seen. Yet, he remained perplexed. How could his future possibly align with Clark's apprehensions? A girl with dark hair emerged from around the corner, casting a glance at the tightly shut door of the house, her brow furrowed as she contemplated retreating quietly. Kayla? Suddenly, a bright voice rang out from behind. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Lana, pushing a cart, wore an expression of surprise. Having encountered a friend she had just met at the party the previous day. Are you here to volunteer as well? Kayla turned, a hint of an awkward smile gracing her face. Yes, indeed. Some things remain unchanged, even after my recent transfer, like the 30 hours of community service required this semester. Lana engaged Kayla in conversation, but soon found herself puzzled. Yesterday, Kayla had been quite talkative. The two enjoyed a lively exchange, with Kayla inquiring about various aspects of the local high school, eager to hear about the notable figures within its halls to form a general impression. Yet now, Kayla seemed somewhat distracted, her gaze wandering intermittently. You will be an extraordinary person in the future, Cassandra remarked with a smile. In the realm of others' futures, some may encounter pain and despair, yet when you arrive, hope descends, and all calamities dissipate. Upon hearing Cassandra's words, David's eyes widened in astonishment. It appeared this elderly woman had indeed glimpsed Clark's future, the very essence of Superman. He realized he had underestimated the wisdom of the residents in this town's nursing home. If she could foresee the future of Superman, her understanding of the world's destiny might surpass his own. However, she might also grasp fragments of the future's intricate tapestry. Me? Extraordinary? Clark queried, thoroughly bewildered as he pointed to himself. Though he had always known of his remarkable gifts, he had never envisioned himself worthy of such an accolade. It seems you were born for this, child. To rescue others from fear and darkness, Cassandra gently implied to the confused and anxious Clark. Having foretold the future so many times, I have discerned a pattern. Do you know what it is? Madam, may I ask what it is? Clark replied with a respectful expression. Observing the scene, she managed to regain her composure shortly after a moment of surprise, as if no worldly affair could ever unnerve her. The future is malleable. A mysterious smile graced her lips. Indeed, from this moment onward, the future has already begun to shift. Just like Peter, David slowly began to speak. Once one becomes aware of their future, they are unlikely to allow themselves or their circumstances to drift towards an undesirable fate. Indeed, my dear child. Facing David, the old woman spoke with her customary warmth, even as she foresaw a potential conflict with Clark. She had witnessed countless futures unfold. Humans are intricate beings. One should not hastily define an individual or their destiny. Perhaps a seemingly inconspicuous child, raised on a humble farm, may blossom into the most radiant and beloved figure on the planet, while a respected prosecutor with a promising future could, after a single unfortunate day, transform into a fearsome gangster. Conversely, a typically mercenary and cold-hearted mercenary might, without concern for reward, strive heroically to save the world. Now, it is your turn, my child. Cassandra gently extended her hand towards David. He hesitated, then followed suit. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. An interminable stretch of silence ensued, and nothing occurred. Just as David began to think that he was not special enough, like the child of tomorrow, to glimpse his own future, Cassandra, her eyes closed, opened her milky white gaze and sighed. My dear child, I cannot see your future. This is an unprecedented occurrence. It appears I cannot provide any guidance for your life. She shook her head. Your future must be grasped and created by yourself. 2 brothers, one able to perceive the future she envisioned, and the other whose future remained obscured. Unable to see? David pondered this revelation, puzzled. The titan-like resistance of Thanos to mental abilities. Could it be that foresight also fell under the category of mental faculties? Would that explain the inability to perceive? Clark, who had been anxiously awaiting insight into his brother's future, was momentarily taken aback. Gritting his teeth, he resolved internally that, regardless of the circumstances, he would never allow his brother to stray onto a dark path. Clark opened his eyes, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Madam, might you assist me once more in glimpsing my own future? Cassandra, blind in sight yet not in heart, discerned his intentions and shook her head in resignation. My child, I am not a radio, capable of tuning in at will or flipping through channels to access any segment of your future at a whim. Cassandra's ability to predict the future was uncontrollable. At times, she glimpsed events mere minutes ahead, while at others, she foresaw the conclusion of others' lives. She could not frequently predict the ever-changing future of a single individual. Clark's desire to ascertain whether his steadfast resolve to prevent his brother from straying would yield any change in the future proved unattainable. I am weary, my children. Listening to the rhythmic ticking of the clock, Cassandra smiled with satisfaction, while Clark appeared somewhat puzzled, as he had yet to begin reading with the venerable elder before him. Surely, you do not believe that Mrs. Cassandra requires someone to read to her? David patted him on the shoulder and rose to leave. This elderly woman could read Braille. She merely needed someone to help her glimpse the vibrant world anew through another's eyes. Madam, I apologize for the interruption. Clark, regaining his composure, glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing he had lingered long enough and decided to take his leave. I shall return to see you this afternoon. My dear child, I can only offer you glimpses of the future. At times, you may not grasp the entirety of the situation, so refrain from hastily passing judgment. Finally, Cassandra, sitting serenely in her chair, reminded Clark as he was about to close the door. When it comes to family, cultivate patience and trust. I understand. Thank you, madam. Clark paused momentarily, his expression contemplative, before nodding and shutting the door behind him. He had intended to accompany David to a room downstairs to play chess with another elder, thus fulfilling their community service hours. However, after 2 games, the elderly opponent lost interest, having perceived that David was merely humoring her, striving to keep her spirits high. After a genuine effort on her part, she swiftly succumbed to defeat. Go on, I will inform the staff that you played chess with me, the elderly lady said, a hint of frustration evident as she rubbed her forehead and waved them away. The 2 boys had no choice but to leave, noting that lunchtime was fast approaching. They found themselves longing to return home to savor their Mother Martha's exquisite seafood chowder rather than dining in the nursing home's cafeteria. Upon descending the stairs, they spotted Peter's car parked outside, yet Peter was nowhere to be seen, perhaps still searching for his keys. Are you truly going to return home looking like that, Clark? What might your father and mother think? As they exited the nursing home, Clark's brow was clouded with lingering sorrow, his mind elsewhere as he walked. David lifted his eyelids and remarked, What have you seen in the future that has you so worried? Did you lock yourself in a coffin made of meteorites? Or did you steal away the heart of Lana, whom you so dearly cherish? Nothing of the sort. That line wouldn't even fool a child, David replied, his tone tinged with exasperation, knowing full well that his brother from Krypton was not adept at deceit. Let me ponder it for a while before deciding whether to share. David, Clark was uncertain if revealing what he had seen would bring benefit or detriment. Thus he resolved to take some time to reflect. He cast a glance back at the nursing home. His initial purpose for visiting that day had been to spend time with Lana, perhaps sharing conversation in the cafeteria, but the events that had transpired had dampened his spirits. After all, it is your future. David shrugged, not pressing for further inquiry, though curiosity lingered. He was not inclined to be consumed by the foresight of an ability that could predict the future. The future lies beneath his feet, within his grasp. He steers the vessel of his life. The destination of this life's journey is determined solely by himself. In this world, there exists a multitude of individuals gifted with foresight and divination. However, should one utter trivialities, it may lead to a state of anxiety, leaving no time for other pursuits. In contrast, my current concern leans towards another matter. As he traverses the path, regardless of the distracted Clark beside him, David clenched his palm. Ever since the fusion degree surpassed 90, he sensed a formidable energy coursing through him, saturating every cell of his being. The greater the fusion degree, the more immense the energy became. Yet, he found himself unable to release it. This inevitably conjured thoughts of the comic book character Thanos. In the comics, Thanos could unleash powerful cosmic energy from his hands or eyes, yet initially, he was incapable of doing so. Shortly after departing his homeworld of Titan and embarking on the path of darkness, he vanquished the leader of cosmic pirates and assumed control, subsequently leading his band of pirates to plunder the universe in pursuit of scientific knowledge to enhance his own physique. To fully exploit his potential, Thanos crafted a suit of armor and underwent biological modifications, enabling him to unleash the immense energy contained within. In the comics, Thanos' golden armor, seemingly simple and reminiscent of Hammerforge creations, actually embodies various pinnacle technologies of the cosmos, one of which aids him in concentrating and releasing energy. David understood that the template he was to integrate was that of the cinematic Thanos. Yet perhaps Thanos is Thanos, and some essences remain unchanged. He pondered. The cinematic Thanos might be consumed by the quest for the Infinity Stones, serving as the universe's population control officer, leaving little time to explore his own potential. Even without energy beams, Thanos' formidable physique sufficed to dominate the cosmos. Should he acquire the Infinity Stones, which grant dominion over the universe, possessing the ability to unleash energy would not render his snapping fingers any less effortless. David shook his head, uncertain of how to manage the energy within him. Presently, he lacked the means to forge a suit of advanced cosmic armor or to undergo biological enhancements. This surplus ability seemed, for the time being, to hold little utility. On the outskirts, en route home, David raised an eyebrow. How fortuitous, David! A voice laced with resentment and triumph suddenly rang out. At the crossroads, a figure emerged slowly, abruptly blocking their path, its skin resembling a frost-covered surface, lips a deep shade of blue, rendering its visage somewhat grotesque. I traversed the town intending to visit your farm. Yet here I find you. San? Clark lifted his gaze, astonished at the sight of Sean, whose skin exhibited an unnatural hue and trembled slightly. Are you well? San, upon hearing this question, spread his arms wide and laughed maniacally. I could not be better. Now, he abruptly turned to David, his tone menacing. As the grass beneath his palms shattered from the frost, and a gust of wind sent ice and snow swirling through the air. Kneel before me and plead, and I may consider sparing your life, David. As he traversed the town, his ability to absorb heat resurfaced. Have you ever contemplated applying to the circus? At these words, David's expression turned icy. From Sean's demeanor, it was evident that he had been affected by the radiation from kryptonite, resulting in a genetic mutation. With your current grotesque appearance, the audience must be overflowing. Your ignorance will lead you to your grave. Provoked by the mockery, Sean's fury ignited, and he lunged forward. Fists raised. You have no idea of the power I possess now. Sean, stop. Clark rushed in, attempting to prevent Sean from approaching David, motivated by the desire to protect both his brother and himself. However, as his hands made contact with Sean's body, an uncontrollable withdrawal of heat ensued. A radiant glow, akin to the sun, emanated where they touched, being absorbed into Sean's form. How can the heat within you be greater than that of a small power plant? A surge of immense heat flooded into his body, rapidly enhancing Sean's physique, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, I am becoming stronger. A painful low groan escaped Clark. He felt his strength swiftly dissipating, collapsing to the ground, encased in ice capable of shattering steel. His consciousness blurred as he trembled uncontrollably. Seeking death, David propelled himself forward, his body rocketing like a cannonball towards Sean, unleashing a terrifying force akin to a volcanic eruption as he landed a punch squarely on Sean's chest. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated. A visible white shockwave erupted violently. Like a tempest, it swept across dozens of meters. Crack! It was as though he had been struck head-on by a high-speed train hurtling at 400 kilometers per hour. Pain lanced through Sean's chest, sending him flying backward, carving a long trench into the earth several dozen meters away. Clark, how is your body? David inquired quickly, brow furrowed. Under the sun, and still breathing, Clark's resilience should not be an issue. Beneath the sun's rays, Clark's frostbitten visage rapidly improved, though his body remained weak, requiring a moment to recuperate. Observing his brother's concern, a warm current surged within him. Suddenly, Clark recalled a vision of the future. His brother would soar through the skies, his complexion normal, eyes glowing red. Is he truly my brother? Could it be that Cassandra's powers over extraterrestrial beings have caused a misfire, leading to these bizarre hallucinations? Brother, do not kill him, nor Clark stammered, his teeth chattering from a cold. I shall avenge you right away. Before he could finish, David stomped the ground fiercely, the tremendous force causing the hard asphalt to crack. As his body shot forth with incredible speed, arcing through the air for dozens of meters, he radiated a chilling aura, crashing down before Sean, sending dirt flying beneath his feet. Ignorance may indeed lead one to the grave, but I shall not be among them. Have you acquired abilities as well? A somber voice, reminiscent of a merciless judgment, slowly permeated the air. Sean, in agony, rose to his feet, only to behold David's transformed visage. Panic-stricken, he sprang up and swung his fists. Yet David effortlessly evaded the blows. Having witnessed Clark's recent fate, he was acutely aware of the consequences of physical contact with him. The capacity to absorb heat and grow stronger. With a powerful kick, Sean was sent soaring, this time David exerting even greater force. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the overwhelming power shattered his ribs, propelling him back into the pit, akin to a stone plunging into a lake, stirring up a torrent of earth and creating a gaping hole several meters wide. David looked down upon him. What a splendid ability you possess, squandered on you. The accumulated heat from many formidable beings was scarcely significant. Only Clark, drawing from the sun's energy, could withstand such a fate. For others, a mere touch could lead to instantaneous demise. Some individuals, despite being endowed with immense power, cannot conceal their inherent cowardice. Silence. The blatant derision ignited Sean's fury. He erupted from the pit in a manner befitting an esteemed football player, generating a fierce gust of wind as he collided with David, attempting to tackle him. Kneel before me and beg for mercy, he roared, channeling his power to absorb the heat emanating from David's body, believing him to be on the verge of collapse. Yet, to his astonishment, David remained unfazed, his legs carving deep furrows in the ground as he nonchalantly retaliated, bringing his fist down upon Sean with terrifying force. The impact sent Sean crashing to the earth, a visible shockwave of white energy scattering debris and foliage in all directions. The sound of shattering bones reverberated. My back! In the depths of the several-meter-wide pit, Sean screamed in terror, beset by excruciating pain. His face contorted in agony. He trembled as he reached for his back, sensing a void in his lower body. Do not worry. You shall soon be liberated from this anguish. David, feeling a slight drain of cosmic energy within him, remained expressionless as he swung his fist downward with the force of a collapsing hill. Boom! Sean's eyes rolled back. He succumbed to unconsciousness, his brain damaged, plunging into an eternal void of darkness. Weak and staggering, Clark approached and beheld this harrowing scene. Yes, Clark, what were you about to say? Withdrawing his fist, David tilted his head within the vast pit. I beheld Sean, now rendered a mere shell of himself, and Clark was nearly overcome with rage. Creak! Excuse me, madam. A voice interrupted. The door swung open, and a nervously poised Kara entered the room, her hands clasped tightly together. The residents of this nursing home say you possess the ability to foresee the future. Can you assist me? Cassandra sat upon a stool, savoring her meal, as the melodious chirping of birds outside graced her ears. With her eyes closed, she chewed each morsel slowly, her expression radiating an indescribable tranquility and serenity, as though she were indulging in the most exquisite delicacies of the world, while simultaneously relishing the echoes of her life's journey. "Child, I'm not a gypsy witch." She eventually opened her eyes, set down her spoon, and spoke with deliberate calmness. "If you wish to foresee the future, I recommend seeking the divination tent of a circus. Moreover, allow me to impart one final piece of life advice, dear girl." She gently shook her head. "Eavesdropping is not a commendable habit. Please grant me a chance." "Lady Cassandra." At these words, Kira's eyes sparkled with a newfound light, as if she had confirmed a realization, and she stepped closer, her voice tinged with excitement. Even without transformation, her agility was far beyond that of an ordinary blind elder. "It seems I have misspoken," Cassandra lamented softly, shaking her head, her voice frail with age. "Indeed, as one ages, the mind does not remain as sharp. Time is of the essence. May I have the final moments to leave quietly? Time is fleeting. All mortals must face death." Cassandra listened to the clock on the wall, nearing the hour, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I have seen my own demise in the futures of other caregivers. Some futures are alterable, while others are fated and immutable, such as the natural conclusion of life." Approaching 90, she had intended to catch one last glimpse of this world this morning before departing in peace. However, death should be serene and tranquil. The elderly woman, in the twilight of her existence, ought not to be disturbed. Kira clasped her hands tightly, her beautiful face etched with guilt. "This is not only crucial for me, but for my kin and indeed the world. I implore you, I cannot reveal the futures of others without permission." Yet, unable to resist the girl's earnest pleas, the kind elder set aside her spoon, shook her head, and proposed, "But I can assist you in glimpsing your own future." "My future?" Kira's face reflected a struggle as she contemplated this alternative. If the prophecy were to be believed, the one known as the Angry Mother would indeed manifest in this generation. According to her people's legends, she would inevitably become entwined with the one who descends with heavenly fire, destined to be his woman. Thus, through this vision of the future, she could discern which of the two brothers was the savior, the one known as Nama, and which was the malevolent Sagai, thereby aiding Nama in vanquishing his brother. "Forgive me, madam. The world is so beautiful. Even one last glimpse before departing would be a blessing." With mere seconds remaining, Cassandra, with great effort, lay back down on the bed, supported by the girl, and grasped her hand with a smile. After a moment of visionary clarity, she weakly opened her eyes. Her gaze filled with compassion as she turned her head towards the anxious girl before her. "Do not draw near to those brothers. Otherwise, your fate shall be steeped in misfortune." "Misfortune?" As the conversation among your tribe trailed off, the clock's hands passed the hour by mere seconds. Cassandra, struggling to articulate her thoughts, succumbed to exhaustion, her eyes fluttering shut, her hands falling limply to her sides. "Madam?" Kira's expression transformed dramatically. David, devoid of mercy, rendered Sean, who had threatened and boasted of killing him, a mere vegetable. Clark, filled with fury, charged at Sean, sending him flying in order to rescue himself, a warmth swelling within him. Yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anger as he gazed upon the unconscious Sean at the bottom of the pit, his voice heavy and hesitant. This situation was unlike previous ones. Perhaps Sean had not yet committed a crime, but here he lay, incapacitated. The earlier instances involved empowered individuals like Jeremy, who could unleash currents, Greg, who had transformed into a bug, and Tina, who could alter her flesh and fortify her bones, all of whom had confirmed their heinous transgressions. In contrast, Sean might have merely sought revenge upon acquiring his abilities. "Wasn't his assault upon you and me a crime?" Upon hearing these words, David feigned surprise. With such a perilous ability, surely this incident should be regarded as self-defense in a court of law, disregarding all else? He patted the astonished Clark on the shoulder and turned to depart. "Do not feel inferior, my brother. Aliens are also human." David was not taken aback. Comic books often portray such narratives, where superheroes do not see themselves as human. Perhaps they believe that a person wielding a straw to pierce another does not constitute a murderous intent. If no other crimes were committed, merely assaulting him would not draw much concern. Yet now, there was a desire to impose this criminal perspective upon him. Is being powerful a sin? Are those with abilities not human? Given the circumstances, Clark contemplated, gritting his teeth, and swiftly used his super speed to erase the traces surrounding the scene, subsequently delivering Sean to the hospital entrance before following his brother. When he first witnessed David undertake such actions, he was shocked and incredulous, yet by now, he had frighteningly begun to grow accustomed to it. Upon returning home, Clark found his anger dissipating, as the radio at the dinner table reported an attack on the local power plant by an unknown assailant, suspected of utilizing liquid nitrogen as a weapon, resulting in the freezing deaths of over a dozen individuals. Moreover, he understood the root of these events. David had helped Chloe rid herself of the lecherous Sean the day prior. At the dinner table, Jonathan and Martha anxiously urged both to exercise caution. This could very well be another empowered individual, and he wondered if the police would manage to apprehend the perpetrator. Unbeknownst to the couple, the criminal responsible had already been rendered a vegetable and lay in a hospital. Reflecting on those who, upon gaining power, immediately placed themselves above life and law. Indulging in their whims, Clark considered that his brother's mindset was comparatively less perilous. Nonetheless, he still believed that his brother required guidance. Ideally, David would not reduce individuals to vegetables so readily. Clark refrained from further persuading his brother, having come to understand that his sibling possessed his own worldview. More often than not, his brother demonstrated greater intelligence and maturity than he, rendering Clark's words seemingly inconsequential in David's eyes. They had exchanged similar sentiments ad nauseum. Any further discourse will be futile. At times, words prove powerless, and mere verbal persuasion seldom alters an individual's course. Regardless of whether Madame Cassandra's foresight was flawed, it was his duty as an elder brother to prevent David from straying down a misguided path. This time, he had let his guard down. Clark resolved that next time, he would act decisively to deter David. It was unacceptable for him, as an elder brother, to find himself in dire straits requiring his younger brother's assistance. At the Metropolitan Museum of Art, an extraordinary antique exhibition was underway. Many patrons, clad in tailored suits and flowing gowns, leisurely strolled through the gallery, champagne flutes in hand, admiring the exquisite artifacts that had recently arrived from across the globe. Before a display case housing an ancient Greek armor, Clark gazed through the glass. A trace of melancholy etched upon his face as he reflected on the events of the afternoon. Merely 2 hours prior, they were to visit the nursing home, and yet, Madame Cassandra had already departed from this world. He felt immense gratitude for the elderly woman's foresight. He had initially intended to spend the afternoon in her company, unaware that by the time he returned, the room would be desolate. All of her personal belongings had been collected. From a tearful caretaker passing by, he learned that the elderly woman had ascended to heaven at noon. Many individuals in the nursing home had benefited from her guidance, receiving wisdom and assistance with their troubles, and then mourned her passing. The sole consolation was that she had not departed in suffering. David shook his head gently, contemplating that the kind matron may have known her time was near, departing this life with serenity. There is no need to grieve excessively for a lady who had seen through the veils of existence. After midday, as the two made their way to the nursing home, they fortuitously encountered Lana, who had just returned from the Metropolitan. Her aunt had gifted her several tickets to the exhibition. Recalling the troubles she had inadvertently caused a few days prior and the comfort Clark had offered, she graciously provided each of them with a ticket. While Clark had initially welcomed the prospect of spending more time with Lana that evening, the events of the afternoon dampened his spirits. "I understand," he replied, his demeanor slightly more subdued as he nodded and inhaled deeply. "Life must continue." He lifted his gaze to observe the display case adorned with dazzling gemstones and brilliant armor. His curiosity piqued. The inner armor was embedded with large gemstones in a striking interplay of blue and red, exuding opulence and value, leaving one uncertain of its authenticity. He had heard that some of the museum's prized artifacts were, in fact, high-quality replicas due to past incidents. Having grown up on a farm, Clark felt somewhat out of place in such an environment, and, lowering his voice, inquired of his brother, "You may examine it closely with your own eyes." David casually remarked that he was not an expert in ancient Greek artifacts. The Thanos template was nearing completion. For the past few days, he had largely ignored the notifications regarding emotional points, opting to conceal them. The incessant barrage of resentment and hatred from several vegetative individuals was quite bothersome. Nevertheless, he was content knowing that his emotional points were steadily increasing. Clark's strength seemed to have grown rapidly of late. David perused previous notifications, noting that the ability points provided by Clark had nearly doubled in recent days. Even moderate emotions yielded a substantial amount of emotional points. A name caught his attention, eliciting a flicker of confusion within him. When had Kayla developed anxious feelings towards him? Had he encountered her during the day? Clark, David. What a surprise to see you here, came the smooth voice of Luther, dressed impeccably in a black suit. As he approached with a champagne flute adorned with a lemon wedge, a smile gracing his face. Would you like me to introduce you to the treasures here, Luther? Clark greeted him with a smile. The artifacts were genuine relics from ancient Greece, once belonging to Alexander the Great. Earlier, Clark had curiously observed the display case, where Luther pointed out the armor adorned with a serpent-like emblem on the chest. This emblem was said to symbolize courage and strength. Courage and strength? David mused, glancing at the serpent coiled in shape and letting out a light chuckle. The soldiers of Alexander would likely disagree. It was hard to imagine anyone donning such armor on the battlefield. Encrusted with dazzling gemstones visible from miles away, this was certainly not a suit of battle armor. If it were not intended for the battlefield, how could one speak of strength and courage? Wasn't he that rather absurd? Sometimes, the enemy is not found on a blood-soaked battlefield, Luther remarked with a smile. This armor was designed to help Alexander appear sacred and untouchable on certain occasions. Lex, are you a history enthusiast? Clark inquired, surprised that a descendant of an entrepreneur was so well-versed in history. I am merely interested in those who dominated the world before the age of 30, Luther replied, a hint of uncontainable ambition and pride seeping through his casual demeanor. David raised an eyebrow. If memory serves, Alexander died at the age of 33, did he not? Luther's smile faltered slightly, and Clark patted him on the shoulder, alleviating the awkwardness with a chuckle. Lex, life need not be meaningful solely through world domination. In the distance, Clark caught sight of Lana, her silhouette graceful and captivating, prompting an involuntary smile. Just as he was about to approach her, another familiar figure emerged, Whitney, walking beside Lana. The daytime football training had concluded, and Whitney had heard that Lana had managed to secure a ticket as well. He followed her with the hope of rekindling his relationship with his ex-girlfriend. Observing the apparent easing of their rapport as they engaged in conversation, Clark's expression darkened. Life, after all, requires a certain vigor, wouldn't you agree, Clark? Luther patted him on the shoulder. Only those brave enough to take the initiative can capture a lady's affection. He offered advice, seeking to draw closer to Clark through the art of wooing women. For Clark's act of saving his life, aside from other considerations, he felt a sense of gratitude. I need some fresh air, he said. Not far away, Lana was dressed in a delicate pink gown, adorned with a stunning green gemstone necklace that beautifully accentuated her fair neck, drawing attention. Clark sighed in frustration. David shook his head discreetly, recognizing it as a consequence of one's own making. Ignoring Clark, he continued to meander through the venue, where a few Egyptian artifacts, unlike that ostentatious armor, exuded a unique ancient charm. Are you actually trying to escape? In the park's underbrush, Jax Farland bore a fierce expression as he knocked a man to the ground with a single punch. I can't find it. I don't know where the company's confidential client files are. Please, let me go, the bloodied man pleaded. Since you refuse to work for me, you might as well prepare to spend a few years behind bars. With a rough motion, he turned the man over, pulling out handcuffs and threatening him menacingly. Everyone harbors secrets they wish to keep hidden. Jax Farland was a detective who navigated the murky waters between right and wrong, controlling others by unearthing their secrets. However, being a detective was merely his profession. What he truly coveted were those green, crisp banknotes. He would resort to any means necessary, as long as there was profit to be made. Exiting the museum, he descended the steps. Clark inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air as he gazed upon the towering steel forest of skyscrapers surrounding him. Compared to his small town, this place felt like a vibrant world unto itself. As his gaze wandered, he noticed the desolate streets of the night, eerie in their silence. Not far away, beneath a bus stop sign, a homeless man, clad in tattered rags, lay on a reclined chair, curled up with his small dog, sleeping fitfully. Well, it seems there isn't much of a difference, he thought, a sense of resignation flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, a public bus approached. As it neared the bus stop, the driver appeared to suffer a heart attack, his face pale as he slumped forward, causing the bus to veer dangerously toward the stop, threatening to crush the sleeping homeless man beneath it. This is bad. At that critical moment, Clark's eyes widened, and he swiftly leaped across several meters to position himself between the bus and the stop. He extended his hand to halt the oncoming vehicle, determined to protect the homeless man. Sometimes the body responds faster than the mind, and Clark suddenly realized a crucial oversight. His complexion shifting dramatically. Under the immense weight of inertia, a bus weighing several tons should have collided heavily with him, crushing its front end and potentially saving the homeless man, but the driver would not survive. No, in that critical moment, just as the inevitable collision loomed, an extraordinary and secretive force field emerged, enveloping the entire bus. Bam! The speeding bus halted abruptly, as if it had slammed into an impenetrable wall. Yet the front end was only slightly dented at the point of contact with Clark. The homeless man was spared from being reduced to pulp, and the driver remained largely unharmed. Clark exhaled with relief, staring blankly at his palm. How had he accomplished this? It defied all scientific explanation. Well, have you changed your mind? From the nearby bushes, Fran, panting from delivering a series of blows, resembled a nocturnal predator tormenting its prey, his expression grim as he continued to question. Bam! Before the man could respond, a deafening sound erupted, prompting him to look up and witness an astonishing sight. After a moment of shock, the driver's pained groans pulled him back to reality. Clark hurriedly tore open the bus door, entered, and lifted the heart attack-stricken driver, disappearing in a flash, racing towards the Metropolis Hospital. Seeing Clark vanish, Fran's face registered astonishment. He abandoned his victim and rushed to the front of the bus, examining the distinct dent, then glancing around for the now-missing driver. He surveyed the deserted street. He was convinced he had not imagined it, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. Everyone harbors secrets, and this time, he seemed to have uncovered a monumental one. How about it, children? Has the vibrant metropolis stirred any feelings of longing within you? In the morning, at the dining table, Jonathan and Martha were having breakfast when their mother, Martha, remarked with a smile. The museum was fantastic, but Clark hesitated as he descended the stairs. What? Jonathan paused, spoon in hand. Seated at the table, David quietly handed over a newspaper, murmuring just a minor incident occurred. The headline read, "Out-of-control late-night bus nearly crushes homeless man." I stopped it. Clark recalled the bizarre events of the previous night, still perplexed by what had transpired. "Are you all right, Clark?" Martha inquired anxiously. As a mother, her concern was palpable. Of course, the steel-bodied Clark was unharmed. He scratched his head. "I'm fine, Mother." "Clark, you saved a life, and I'm proud of you." After reviewing the newspaper, Jonathan frowned, "But did anyone see you? This is a bustling metropolis." It was late at night. The avenue was deserted. Everyone was at the museum, and the commotion didn't reach them. Martha reassured him. The newspaper didn't mention any witnesses, so it should be fine. "That's good." Jonathan smiled. "Now, finish your breakfast and get ready for school. Children, you don't want to miss the bus." David had already listened to Clark recount the events of the previous night and understood that it was likely the result of a biofield in action. Superman's ability to fly was inherently reliant on this biofield, so it was hardly surprising. However, Clark seemed somewhat flustered by the emergence of this new and peculiar power, having hardly paid attention in class throughout the morning. By noon, as school let out, Clark took David by the arm, intending to explore the woods on the outskirts of town to experiment with his newfound abilities, lest they spiral out of control. As the two passed through a narrow alley in town, a middle-aged figure emerged slowly, displaying a badge with a bemused smile, akin to a hyena discovering carrion. Blocking their path. "Gentlemen, Metropolis Detective Jax Laren here. We have a traffic accident case that requires your assistance in investigation." Traffic accident. The mention of the Metropolis police tightened Clark's chest. Was this about the incident from the previous night? But why were they seeking him out? Observing the officer's self-satisfied demeanor, as if he had caught someone in a compromising position, David narrowed his eyes. In the alley, Fran produced two photographs, the view captured by the museum's surveillance camera during the moment when Clark and David conversed with Luther. "You're quite difficult to track down, Clark." He chuckled, shaking the photographs. "Fortunately, you attended the museum exhibition that night." Fran could only recall the general outline of Clark's clothing, hairstyle, and half of his profile, which made identifying him challenging. It was the dead of night, and the city was deserted, save for the Metropolitan Museum, which was hosting an exhibition. He had taken a chance, and, to his surprise, had indeed found them. With these photographs, as a member of the police department, locating you should be straightforward. Officer, what precisely do you wish us to assist you with regarding this investigation? Clark swallowed nervously, his gaze fixed on the officer before him. The unexpected approach of the police, especially in connection with a traffic accident, filled him with a sense of foreboding. David stood nearby, arms crossed, observing with cold indifference, eager to discern the officer's intentions. I really wonder what your adoptive parents have been feeding you, Fran remarked, his eyes gleaming as if he were gazing at a rare creature in a zoo. He reached out and pinched Clark's solid arm, prompting Clark to swat his hand away in irritation. Fran feigned surprise, raising his hands in mock surrender, yet wore a smug grin. Take it easy. I can only withstand so much from you. Officer, I have no idea what you're talking about. Stop pretending. I saw it last night. He lowered his voice, leaning in as if they were old acquaintances, clapping his hands together. A spectacular performance. Stopping a runaway city bus with one hand. A wave of discomfort washed over Clark's face as he prepared to speak. Clark, are you really going to play dumb at this point? Fran shook his head, confident and assured. You can't possibly be this naive, can you? The other party did not appear to be merely bluffing. Their secret had indeed been exposed. Upon hearing these words, Clark felt a surge of anxiety and anger, glaring at him fiercely. Even the most docile of elephants, when provoked, can become formidable. David's icy demeanor was not something one could toy with lightly. How audacious of this individual to provoke someone capable of easily crushing him. Elephant, it seems you're also aware of your brother's secret. Fran turned his gaze towards Clark, his primary target, merely intercepting Clark's brother as an afterthought. He was utterly unconcerned by the veiled threat emanating from David. I know what you, your family, and you desire. He gestured towards Clark and David, speaking with unrestrained confidence. Clark, you possess such power and talent, yet you have never participated in any school sports, not even daring to retaliate when struck. Your adoptive parents, despite having a son like you, choose to toil away on a farm, earning a meager sum after a year's hard work, navigating the gray areas of morality, leveraging others' life-threatening secrets to coerce them into serving one's own ends. One can easily find themselves ensnared by their own web. Only the timid prey are the most favorable targets for hunters. Fran had meticulously researched Clark's circumstances, boasting over 80% certainty in capturing this rare specimen. Otherwise, he would not be here. You wish for a stable and peaceful life, do you not? The mere thought of such power is exhilarating, promising effortless access to vast wealth in any endeavor. Yet, your family does not enjoy that. They are so cautious that they forbid their child from participating in any school sports. Your brother Clark could easily eliminate me. But should I fail to return within a specified time, an automated email will disseminate your family's information to major media outlets. With a shift in tone, a cold smile crept upon Fran's lips. What do you suppose will happen then? I assure you, you will instantly become a household name. A family of stars in Metropolis and across the globe. This family could not withstand a thorough investigation. Enough. What do you want? Clark seized Fran by the collar, unable to contain his fury. Do not involve my brother and parents in this. Without them, this alien would not even know where he is now, or if he is still alive. If not for him, my brother could enjoy all of our parents' love. Clark was determined to shield his family from any trouble caused by him. Shh. Lower your voice, Clark. Do not let others hear your secret. Fran laughed, seemingly unfazed, as if before him stood a creature far more terrifying than an African elephant. The young man before him, too innocent, was agitated and frightened, hence his anger. I ask for very little. It would be a shame to squander your talent on a farm. I am a righteous detective, and all I need is your assistance in dealing with a few nefarious gangsters from whom evidence is elusive. Having perused Clark's information, Fran comprehended the character of the young man before him. The wealth acquired from vanquishing some of the largest gangs in the metropolis was sufficient for him to lead a carefree existence for an extended period. I shall not aid you in committing murder. Faced with a threat, Clark felt a tumult of anxiety and anger, uncertain of how to respond. Filled with deep regret for not being more cautious during the rescue last night and neglecting to survey the surroundings for onlookers. The abruptness of the situation left Clark with no opportunity to react, even if the adversaries were gangsters with blood on their hands. Indeed, it appeared that the individual before him was even more obstinate than he had anticipated. Not killing is an option. If you can subdue them, I am indifferent. Fran shrugged, his sole desire being monetary gain. It seemed he had no other recourse. Just as Clark hesitated, contemplating an agreement, a sharp sound echoed through the alley. Clap, clap. Bold yet measured, David applauded, his tone unhurried, as if genuinely offering praise. Such qualities are essential for a gambler. His heart raced as if it might leap from his throat, yet his face remained impassive. This officer named Fran could indeed be considered talent. A flicker of discomfort crossed Fran's eyes, as if his hidden intentions had been unveiled, though his smile remained intact. He was indeed gambling, and while his confidence was above 80%, it did not guarantee victory. However, the stakes were worthwhile. Should he triumph in this gamble, he would be free from worry for the rest of his life. This secret could sustain him for a lifetime. Are you interested in placing a wager with me? David produced a 50-cent coin from his pocket. What do you wish to bet on? Fran inquired with a smile upon seeing the coin in his hand, though a sliver of unease crept into his heart, as if something was beyond his anticipation. This boy, David Kent, had previously been dismissed in Fran's mind. So what if he could face several peers from the football team? It was merely childish play. Yet now, upon witnessing the young man, Fran had not detected a trace of anxiety or panic on David's face from the outset to the present moment. David maintained a composed and eerie demeanor, observing Fran as if he were an insignificant insect, oblivious to its fate, exuding an unsettling confidence. Was he perhaps a monstrous brother? Chapter 38. Are you awake? It is said that throughout history, there have been warriors among humanity who, despite enduring countless tortures, refused to divulge information to their enemies. David pinched the 50-cent coin between his fingers, a glint of danger flickering in his eyes as he spoke with a disquieting smile. I wager 50 cents that you are not that kind of person. If within half an hour you are not on your knees, weeping like a child and revealing all that I wish to know, such as your email account and password, I shall concede you 50 cents. Is the torture you refer to something you learned from television? Fran's heart skipped a beat, his reaction exaggerated as if he had just heard a delightful jest, bursting into laughter. For reasons unknown, after David finished his wager with a smile, he felt an overwhelming sense of peril, as though a predator far more terrifying than a lion had him in its sights, sending chills down his spine and raising the hairs on the back of his neck. David, what do you intend to do? Clark's expression shifted dramatically as he blocked David's advance. The menacing words that escaped David's lips frightened him deeply. The thought of torture, devoid of humanity and trampling upon human dignity, was inconceivable to him. He could hardly believe his brother would contemplate such actions. Most frightening was the ease with which David spoke, as if he were merely inviting someone to dine. Clark, do you still wish to parade your kindness at this juncture? David sneered at the Fran, gazing at him as one would a corpse. He had never inflicted torture upon anyone, yet he believed such tasks were not difficult to master, and he felt no trepidation about potential mistakes. Absolutely not. What if you fail to extract the information? Clark protested, his teeth clenched. Past experiences had taught him that reasoning with his brother was futile, especially in such urgent matters. There was no time for discourse. He directly addressed the potential consequences of this endeavor. If it did not return on time, an email would be sent, and perhaps David would have no opportunity to interrogate it all. 10 minutes will suffice. Perhaps not even half an hour, David asserted, attempting to push past Clark. I do not believe this despicable and treacherous individual will be a paragon of fortitude. No, Clark firmly grasped David's hand. I cannot allow you to gamble with our parents' safety. He lowered his voice, earnestly trying to dissuade his brother. Give him whatever he wants. After all, they are merely criminals. David raised an eyebrow, regarding Clark with astonished curiosity. I never realized you could be so flexible with your principles. This is unequivocally illegal. I have agreed, to prevent further complications. Clark tightened his grip on David's hand and turned to Fran, urgency lacing his voice. Hurry, I will find you shortly. I shall await you, Clark. Fran cast a fleeting glance at David, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, and swiftly departed. David yearned to advance, but he knew that if he exerted himself further, he would resemble a titan of tyranny, and he frowned. I cannot fathom why you would obstruct me for a few gangsters. This is not your usual demeanor, David. As the other man walked away, Clark willingly released David, confident that David lacked the speed to outpace him. Human desire is like a boulder tumbling down a mountainside. Once set in motion, it will not cease. Adjusting his cuffs and pocketing the 50 cents, David spoke coldly. Let me have a try, David. If Fran was a competent gambler, Clark was a failing one, perpetually indecisive and harboring a sense of false hope. Yet, at times, retreating and compromising equated to outright surrender. The same words are returned to you. David's gaze was intense as their eyes met. I cannot allow you to risk our parents. This was a matter that required no contemplation. Only a fool would neglect a formidable weapon that could grant them unrestrained power. To satiate a hyena in one go is an impossibility. Once it grows hungry again, it will return to you, an endless cycle. That fellow's appetite will only increase. And inevitably, this will involve Jonathan and Martha. David, you know that you are not as swift as I am. I wish to protect someone, and you cannot hope to find or catch up with me. Both held firmly to their convictions, and Clark, unwilling to engage in a physical confrontation with his brother, gritted his teeth and said, "Let me try just once." As he spoke, a surge of anger welled within him. Why was he the elder sibling? Yet his brother refused to heed even a single word? I understand. Taking a step back, David regarded him. Let us set aside other matters. Your speed is at least tenfold, if not many times greater than mine. Even with someone in tow, should I wish to flee, I might not even graze the hem of your garment. Upon hearing this, Clark's eyes brightened with hope, believing that David was on the verge of conceding. I never wished to resort to this. David shook his head with a sigh, retrieving a small box from his pocket and opening it. With a snap, a thumb-sized green crystal emerged, radiating the distinct luminescence of kryptonite. He brandished the kryptonite towards Clark as if a priest wielding a cross against a vampire. A meteorite? Clark's legs weakened, and he felt as though he were being hollowed out, retreating painfully under the eerie green glow, barely managing to brace himself against the wall. His eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to articulate. David, you would use a meteorite against me? He had suffered its effects more than once, but had never anticipated encountering it in the hands of his brother. Is this the piece that Grayson possessed? A memory surfaced. He recalled a meteorite that his brother had once kept. You have forced my hand, Clark. David advanced, delivering a decisive punch that landed squarely on his face. Bam! Clark crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Clang! Observing Clark in a slumber akin to that of an infant, David carelessly tossed the kryptonite beside him, ensuring the continuous application of weakness to prevent the son of Krypton from awakening prematurely under the sun. He turned to leave the desolate alleyway. At the end of the town street, Friend leisurely leaned against a lamppost, awaiting the arrival of his lifelong moving check. Although Clark had promised to find him, he dared not venture too far, fearing that his counterpart might lose his way. Who are you waiting for? A cold voice suddenly broke the stillness behind him. Fran turned to see David, his expression filled with confusion. What brings you here? Where is Clark? Has he had a change of heart? A sinister realization dawned upon him, and a cruel smile crept across his face. No, he cannot come for the time being. David delivered a powerful punch, seizing the unconscious Fran as one might grasp a chick, and vanished in a thin air. In an abandoned factory, Fran regained consciousness to find himself securely bound to a chair, struggling in vain against the ropes. Ah, you are awake? A voice resonated. Upon a wooden table sat a laptop, and David leisurely occupied the chair behind it, pushing a 50-cent coin forward. Under Fran's horrified gaze, he donned surgical rubber gloves and rose with a smile. Our wager begins. Chapter 39. The best way to protect a secret. As Fran beheld David approach, he desperately attempted to escape, yet it was futile. Help! Help! He cried, his voice echoing far, but in this forsaken factory on the outskirts, no one would come to his aid. David advanced step by step, each footfall resonating like the tolling of a death knell in Fran's heart, instilling a paralyzing fear within him. Listen, imprisoning and harming a police officer is a federal crime. Fran swallowed hard, attempting to reason with the 17-year-old high school student, hoping to dissuade David from his reckless course of action. With a calm demeanor, David toppled the chair to which Fran was bound, forcefully adjusting his head and placing a damp towel over his face. Water torture, since its inception in the Middle Ages, has been regarded as one of the most inhumane forms of punishment in human history. His steady voice held an undercurrent of chilling cruelty. I relish this form of torture. It is simple, efficient, and does not require bloodshed. No. Realizing the impending horror, Fran cried out in panic. His head thrashed in a futile struggle. Yet David's grip was unyielding, akin to that of a vice. With a swift motion, David held a heavy bucket of water with one hand, allowing the liquid to flow steadily and inexorably over the towel, invading Fran's mouth and nostrils. Help! Fran's pleas were drowned by the torrent, his coughs rendering him speechless. Desperate for air, he found the soaked towel pressed tightly against his face, suffocating his access to oxygen. Within 30 seconds, as the oxygen in his blood rapidly depletes, the agonizing sensation of near drowning commenced. The veins in his neck bulged, and his legs convulsed like those of a rabbit caught in a snare. Deep breaths. Dizziness is to be expected, David reminded him, as the interrogation truly began. The lack of oxygen induced uncontrollable gasps and desperate gulps, forcing a deluge of water into Fran's stomach, lungs, and bronchial tubes, exacerbating his agony. He struggled to articulate anything coherent, yet the water overwhelmed him. The factory echoed with his harrowing cries. From the Spanish Inquisition to modern intelligence agencies, 80% of those subjected to water torture have succumbed. I hope you are not among that 20%, Jax Fran, David stated, his tone laced with a hint of hopeful anticipation. Because the remaining victims were all unfortunate souls who perished under the unintentional torment of their executioners. A wave of intense suffering and dread engulfed Fran's mind and body, shattering his already fragile resolve. Within 30 seconds of experiencing the agony of suffocation, he began to explore various means to convey his desire to confess. Yet, with his voice stifled and his limbs bound, he remained ensnared in the very torment designed to elicit his admission. In the suffocating darkness, he endured an excruciatingly prolonged 2 minutes. Fran's consciousness began to wane, his limbs exhibiting abnormal convulsions. It was nearly time. If this continued, the situation would become dire. David set down the water bucket. Those subjected to water torture eventually lose control of their bodily functions. As the cloth was removed from his face, Fran, now sobbing uncontrollably, was greeted by the light once more. Gasping for air like a fish returned to the surface, only able to focus his pupils after several agonizing seconds. He appeared pale and trembled in terror, gazing at David as if he wished to speak. Ah, indeed. Noticing his expression, David raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his face as if recalling something forgotten. I neglected to inform you how to signal me should you wish to confess. There was no trace of realization on David's countenance, and Fran stared at him in horror, his eyes wide, his face etched with fear, his teeth chattering. Demon, you have wasted enough of my time. It is time to divulge what I seek. David straightened the chair, his smile fading as he spoke slowly. Or perhaps, would you prefer a second round? I'll tell you. Like a jolt of electricity, Fran begged for mercy, and if not for the restraints of the chair, he would surely have knelt before David, prostrating himself and willing to sacrifice anything to avoid enduring that previous torment again. A sudden click. The scheduled email was canceled, and David looked up at the trembling Fran, closing his notebook. Thank you for your cooperation. You're not an ordinary individual, Fran stammered, hugging himself. What did you say? David feigned ignorance. Your grip earlier was like a vice, unnaturally strong, constricting my face. No matter how I struggled, I could not budge an inch. Reflecting on the excruciating pain that felt as though his cheekbone might shatter, Fran comprehended everything, gazing at David as if he were a terrifying beast, his eyes wide with fear. Why did Clark regard his brother's actions with such trepidation? Clark had promised him, yet subsequently vanished, leaving only one explanation. You are a monster more formidable than your brother. I dislike the term monster, David replied, stepping closer, casting a shadow over Fran. I merely possess a few tricks to deal with Clark. What do you intend to do? Sitting in the chair? Fran felt his heart gripped by a hand fashioned from terror, an overwhelming sense of unease coursing through him, wishing he had never provoked this adversary. Please, let me go. I apologize, but the most effective way to keep a secret is to ensure the person is dead. David snapped his fingers, and the 50-cent coin shot forth like a bullet, effortlessly penetrating his skull and embedding itself, stained with blood, into the brick wall behind. Fran stared wide-eyed, unable to close his eyes in death, as his chair toppled backward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Even in defeat, I still gift you this 50 cents. Did you kill him, David? After school, in the afternoon, in the loft of the warehouse. Upon awakening at noon, Clark searched for Fran around town for a couple of hours after school, but found no trace of him, his anger mounting as he approached. David gazed calmly into the encroaching night. Indeed, he was a detective. He had not anticipated his brother would concede so readily, leaving Clark momentarily speechless. I handled it quite cleanly. He had no principles against killing. Previously, he refrained from harming those with abilities solely to maximize emotional impact. And Fran was merely an ordinary individual, of no use to keep alive. The body was buried beneath the concrete of the abandoned factory floor, where it would never be discovered. I mean, he might not have committed any serious crimes at all, Clark said in a low voice. That adept detective who threatens people is unlikely to be a good officer. However, perhaps he had not severely broken the law. Otherwise, working at the police station, he might have already been caught and imprisoned. Your naivety is amusing, dear brother. David had anticipated this line of thought and shook his head. He turned a laptop on the table in the loft around and pressed play. Chapter 40, The Sold Kent Farm. In the video, Fran, bound to a chair, wept as he recounted his past crimes. He frequently assisted gangs by betraying informants, covertly harming colleagues with whom he had conflicts, sabotaging obstacles to promotions within the police force, and threatening individuals to steal various business secrets. His offenses were enough to merit 5 or 6 death sentences. Ultimately, the video revealed Fran's intentions to control Clark. If Clark disobeyed, I would show him a bit of color, such as bringing in a corpse and a black gun, hiding them in a barn, framing your father for murder, and putting him in prison. Then I would truly hold leverage over your family. The video emitted a trembling voice. Despite Fran's fearful confessions, Clark discerned the chillingly sinister machinations within. Perhaps his brother was right. He was naively optimistic. This was my wrongdoing. After the video concluded, Clark's expression soured slightly as he admitted his mistakes to his brother. He looked earnestly into David's eyes, worry etched upon his face. But you should not kill, brother. You have yet to finish high school, and you can strike someone into a vegetative state without a second thought, inflict torture, and dispose of bodies. I am truly frightened. Strictly speaking, his younger brother David is still a minor, yet his actions have evoked a sense of dread in many adults. In comparison to the loss of life, the future Superman Clark is more preoccupied with David's well-being. What is your opinion on those soldiers who took lives during the defense battle? David inquired. Are they uncontrolled, malevolent murderers? Certainly not, Clark replied. How could one be guilty for defending their nation? Then do not concern yourself with me, David retorted, turning away. I am safeguarding this home from any external troubles and destruction. Watching his brother's retreating figure, Clark opened his mouth at a loss for words. If David were to maintain such a stance, he would have no cause for concern. It is the fear that certain matters, if left unattended, may unfold in ways that become irreversible. Today, David crossed the line of taking a life, seemingly unburdened, as if he had simply crushed an insect, a trivial act in his eyes. Clark's heart sank, drawing parallels to the ominous visions of Ms. Cassandra, who foresaw the future. If those visions were indeed valid, it was evident that David's burgeoning power extended beyond merely protecting their home. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the chill of rain tapped against the glass. At the Metropolitan Environmental Center, on the top floor of the pristine building, a meticulously dressed man in a suit and tie, with slicked back hair and a steadfast demeanor, gazed solemnly at the bustling crowd below, each person sheltered beneath umbrellas. The view here is quite splendid, a warm voice interjected as a brown-haired man clad in a black coat entered the office, removing his leather gloves. A welcoming smile graced his face. Good morning, Mr. Rickman. It is a pleasure to have you here. Paul, seemingly prepared for a formidable confrontation, slowly turned. Maintaining a serious yet courteous tone, Director Paul summoned me. Is there something I might contribute to the Environmental Center? He seated himself opposite Paul without ceremony, adjusting his posture as if dissatisfied with the chair's comfort. The billionaire Rickman smiled and continued, I heard your company is conducting investigations in Smallville, preparing to acquire several farms. What plans do you have? He settled into his own chair, fixing his gaze on Paul with unambiguous intent. My plan is to construct a large factory, thereby creating jobs and generating tax revenue for our beloved metropolis, Rickman replied, shrugging casually. Paul remained silent as he retrieved a water sample from the cabinet, placing it on the table while scrutinizing Rickman intently. What is this? Rickman inquired. It is a groundwater sample extracted from the site of your recently constructed factory, showing a higher concentration of various contaminants than those found in any of your other facilities, Paul stated with piercing eyes. The relationship between Rickman Enterprises and the Environmental Protection Center has always been amicable. Paul Rickman, without even glancing, pointed with a smile toward the corner of the room. Did you know? The water cooler in your office is actually sponsored by my company. Just a couple of days ago, I had lunch with several of your colleagues. Not everyone can be swayed by money. Tomorrow, I shall issue a restraining order to prevent your company from approaching that small town. He rose, a defiant glint in his eyes, his hands pressed against the table. Listen to me. It is in everyone's best interest, otherwise. Rickman also stood, his smile vanishing, his gaze turning cold and intimidating. I have studied the pesticide factory under your enterprise. The number of poisoning lawsuits against you seems particularly high. Although you have suppressed them all, Paul retrieved a thick folder, unflinching in his confrontation. I have contacted several individuals and decided to refile against you. Mr. Rickman may soon find himself quite busy, with little time for anything else. His expression darkened further, and after a brief pause, Rickman suddenly laughed, shaking his head in apparent resignation. You truly have struck my vulnerable point, Paul. He placed a hand on Paul's shoulder, his palm seemingly brushing against the nape of his neck, establishing physical contact. After a fleeting moment of distraction, Paul's gaze returned to normal. Feeling an overwhelming closeness and admiration for the esteemed businessman, suddenly engulfed by regret. How could he have been so rude to Mr. Rickman, who had consistently contributed to the Environmental Protection Center? I apologize, sir. No need to worry, Director Paul, Rickman replied, his smile warm as he guided him to the window, speaking as if to an old friend. I truly admire your tenacity, but I have never purchased anyone with money. You are right, sir. I should not doubt your integrity. He gestured toward the buildings outside. You have devoted so much passion to your work, ensuring a safe and environmentally friendly life for the people. Yet do you own any piece of land? No, sir, my wife, children, and I are still renting an apartment. A hint of sorrow crossed Paul's brow, as if recalling a painful memory. Shaking his head, Rickman's face reflected genuine compassion. What is the meaning of living such a life? Think about it, Mr. Paul. He patted the bewildered Paul on the shoulder and turned to leave. Moments later, in the lobby of the Metropolis Environmental Center, the image of a successful businessman, Rickman approached the entrance. Suddenly, a figure leaped from above, crashing into the cab outside, leaving a gruesome mess. Tyler, I hear that a few stubborn farmers refuse to sell their land. He withdrew his icy gaze, pulling out his phone. Prepare the vehicle. We are heading to the small town. I will have a word with them. The golden midday sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the room. David and Clark opened the door to their home, only to find the absence of any enticing aroma of lunch. The atmosphere was oppressively somber. Dad, Mom, what is the matter? David inquired, stepping inside, visibly astonished. In the living room, their father, Jonathan, sat despondently at the dining table, while their mother, Martha, stood nearby, her expression one of anger, as if they had just engaged in an unprecedented quarrel, ignoring one another entirely. Such a scenario had been a rarity in their warm household over the past decade. What is happening, Dad? Clark, puzzled and anxious upon witnessing the discord between his parents, pointed to the several documents Jonathan was perusing repeatedly. It is the contract for your father selling our farm and house, Martha exclaimed, unable to contain her fury, her eyes reddening as she chastised her husband. How could you make such a decision without discussing it with me first? Who was it that once told me this land was our family heirloom? Who promised that we would always reside here? What? The brothers were taken aback. Just this morning, all seemed well, and now, upon returning home from school, their house and land had seemingly vanished. David furrowed his brow and stepped closer, struggling to grasp the gravity of the situation. Father, have you truly sold our Kent farm and Kent home? It was unfathomable that Jonathan had silently sold the farm he had cultivated for a lifetime without consulting anyone in the family. To whom did you sell the farm and house? Clark could not help but inquire. I sold it to Rick Rickman of Rickman Enterprises. He intends to build a chemical factory here, Martha responded, bewildered as to why her husband would take such a step, knowing well his disdain for polluting factories. I do not comprehend how this transpired, Jonathan said, his gaze drifting as he caressed the contract in his hands, feeling as though he were trapped in a surreal dream, recounting the bizarre sequence of events. I was working in the barn when he entered with a group and again proposed purchasing my farm. I firmly rejected him. He expressed regret and shook my hand before leaving. Jonathan struggled to remember the details, but it felt as if a segment of his memory had been excised, leaving his mind blank. I seem to have inexplicably signed this document. Seem to have? David keenly seized upon the crucial point. I lack that portion of memory. Yet this is undeniably my signature. Jonathan shook his head in distress, the handwriting unmistakably identical. What shall we say in court? That my husband was possessed by an evil spirit? Martha, exceedingly agitated, her chest heaving, turned to her two sons with a heavy heart. I sent the original contract to our lawyer for consultation, and he stated that the contract holds no flaws. The chances of winning a lawsuit are virtually non-existent. We must vacate this place within 3 days. But this is our home. We have always lived here on this land. Clark's eyes widened, unable to fathom leaving the home and farm where he had grown up. Not anymore, Jonathan replied with a hint of regret. I inherited this ancestral land from your grandfather, and yet I sold it for a mere $100,000. I cannot comprehend why he would sign that contract. I am certain no one was holding a gun to his wife and children, forcing him to do so. With only 3 days left to vacate the family farm in Kent, the sudden, distressing news caught the family off guard. The atmosphere was thick with despair, and no one cared about lunch anymore. Perhaps I could seek help from someone. Maybe they could offer a solution, Clark thought, his eyes brightening as he glanced at his parents. I saved Lexa's life, and though you have taught me not to expect rewards for helping others, I believe this is not the time for modesty. After casting a serious glance at David, who was furrowing his brow in contemplation, he felt compelled to prove to his brother that he, too, could safeguard their home and resolve this issue gently. No one should suffer undeserved harm in the process. I do not wish to have dealings with the Luthers, Jonathan instinctively resisted. Do you have any other options, Jonathan? Martha inquired, her tone tinged with irritation. The head of the family opened his mouth, but no words emerged. It's a matter of abilities, David suddenly interjected after a moment of thought. He could not conceive of any other possibility. Is Rickman one of them? Upon hearing the term abilities, Clark's expression shifted as he pondered. He and his brother had encountered several peculiar individuals with powers, some capable of generating electricity, others resembling insects, and some who could shapeshift and absorb heat. It seemed rather unsurprising to encounter another individual with the ability to deceive. Is it akin to that assailant at the school and Tina? The couple exchanged glances, recalling the last time their son spoke of the electrifying individual and Tina, their faces reflecting disbelief. What could have compelled Dad to sell this cherished farm in such a haphazard manner without even discussing it with us? David shrugged in response to his parents. But how shall we resolve this matter now? He feigned a casual demeanor, yet it did not alleviate their worries. The couple remained troubled. Even if they discerned the root of the issue, could they really assert in court that Rickman possessed supernatural abilities that had bewitched their family, invalidating the contract's legal standing? Mom and Dad, please do not fret. Allow me to speak with him, David said, narrowing his eyes and smiling softly. With this secret, Mr. Rickman might reconsider. His tone was gentle, as if he genuinely intended to reason with the man, and he turned to leave. Clark's expression changed. Recalling the past instances of individuals left in a vegetative state, he believed David's demeanor suggested something far more serious than a mere conversation. I shall accompany you. Clark, David. You must exercise caution. With Clark accompanying them, Jonathan and Martha felt an immediate sense of relief, calling their two sons back for several earnest reminders. If it becomes untenable, our family can find another place in town to reside. The integrity of a family does not hinge on the land it occupies. David nodded, reassuring his parents not to worry, and turned to leave. Not far along, Clark, who had caught up, glanced back at the farm and remarked, Mom and Dad remain oblivious to the fact that you actually require no protection from me. Rather, I must protect others from you. They were entirely unaware of the true nature of David's troublesome behavior, and he could not disclose the truth, burdened with the task of concealing David's chaos. Protecting whom? Protecting those who deceitfully covet our farm and home. Sensing an implication, David cast a sidelong glance at him. David, there is no need for you to be so brutally cold in all your actions. Upon hearing David's tone directed at Rickman, Clark reached out and firmly restrained him, lowering his voice with gravity. Rickman is quite affluent. Should anything happen to him, it would capture the attention of major newspapers. Unlike Smallville, where even significant events go unnoticed. If you transform someone into a vegetable this time, fearing he could not persuade his resolute younger brother, he clenched his teeth, declaring, I will not bear this burden in front of our parents again. What would you have me do? David raised an eyebrow, astonished that Clark would use this situation to threaten him. After crossing that line and taking a life, Clark was genuinely beginning to panic, and his usual hesitant demeanor was no longer present. However, upon reflection, Clark did raise a valid concern. Rickman was quite well known, with enterprises monopolizing the pesticide production business in Metropolis and surrounding cities. Should he suddenly become incapacitated, the newspapers of Metropolis would undoubtedly seize upon the story. The template had already merged 99, and 2 days ago it stood at that very percentage. He hoped this new template would allow for the unrestrained display of abilities. He possessed the strength to protect himself, yet still allowed his parents to worry, causing David to lose focus. Let us see who can resolve this matter safely and effectively first. Upon hearing his brother's words, Clark discreetly exhaled in relief, withholding his premeditated plan, and spoke in a solemn tone. After nearly bringing trouble upon their family last time, which affected their father, he intended to use this incident to surpass his brother, helping David recognize his shortcomings so that his words might carry weight in the future. Your proposal is commendable, but David's expression remained stoic, finding the suggestion rather dull. No refuses. The towering Clark anticipated his response, and, confronting his brother, asserted firmly. He stood like a steadfast rock, his gaze resolute and imbued with concern, emanating an inexplicable strength. Your transformation is astonishing, Clark. As David surveyed Clark's new appearance, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you planning to establish your authority as an older brother from now on, enforcing strict discipline on your younger sibling who may be veering into danger?" The unspoken thought was laid bare, prompting Clark to clench his fists discreetly. Unflinchingly, he met David's gaze and sincerely declared, "I am doing this for your own good." Upon hearing those words, David, feeling a surge of defensiveness, contemplated whether to retrieve a piece of kryptonite from his pocket to revert the assertive Clark back to his former self. Suddenly, his expression shifted. "All right, have you agreed?" Clark, taken aback by the intensity of the moment, was prepared to retreat several hundred meters at the slightest hint of trouble. Chapter 42. A new template. Knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Chloe, who had been napping, descended the stairs, her face still marked by the imprint of her pillow. Upon seeing Clark at the door, she rubbed her sleepy eyes in confusion. "Clark, is there something you need? Have you come to play with me?" "Chloe, is your uncle at home?" Clark inquired, shedding his earlier facade of firmness and reverting to his usual demeanor as he peered inside. "He hasn't returned from the factory, and I had to cook for myself at noon," Chloe complained. Her father worked as a departmental manager at the fertilizer plant run by Luther, often leaving him preoccupied. "We're facing some trouble at our farm, Chloe. Could you assist me?" Clark requested earnestly. "Trouble? Come in," she replied, though puzzled by her friend's plea. She did not refuse and welcomed him inside. In the living room, seated on the sofa, Clark swiftly recounted the unfolding events. "I need information about Mr. Rickman. Is it truly possible for someone to sell their hard-earned farmland with just a handshake?" Chloe, intrigued by such peculiar matters, perked up. "Wait a moment. I'll go grab my laptop." With a hurried dash upstairs, she left Clark to contemplate the blue hood hidden in his pocket. He planned to first ascertain whether Rickman possessed any mutant abilities, then acquire the address from Chloe, and finally confront the matter directly. Before long, Chloe returned, excitedly carrying her notebook computer. She opened it to search for various information regarding Rickman, but suddenly paused, her brow furrowing in curiosity as she glanced toward the door. "By the way, where is David? With such significant issues concerning our farm and home, how could he not be here?" Clark scratched his head, uncertain of how to respond. As soon as he heard his brother's agreement, he activated his super speed and arrived at Chloe's doorstep, eager to avoid any delay in outpacing his sibling. As for David's current activities, he was unaware. On the outskirts of the town, within the vast, tranquil forest, a figure moving at near supersonic speed suddenly halted, the gust it created swirling the fallen leaves around. The Thanos template has been fully integrated at 100. Loading new template loading at 13, stopping his movements. David glanced around to ensure no one was present before perusing the information before him. Initially, he had intended to decline Clark's proposal, but suddenly, the integration of the Thanos template was complete. After Clark departed, he swiftly made his way to this secluded forest, poised to embrace the merging of the second template. It was his first experience with dual template integration, and he approached it with caution. David wished to avoid alarming his parents with any disturbances near the farm. What could the new template entail? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Abruptly, a surge of heat enveloped his body, a continuous warmth coursing through him. As if molten lava surged within his veins, each cell pulsating with cosmic energy. His bones cracked audibly. Deep within, something seemed to be merging. His heartbeat raced uncontrollably as David gazed at his hands. The skin, tinged purple from exerting extraordinary strength, began to fade slightly. He stroked his chin, noting that the previously pronounced lines were diminishing. Suddenly, a purple energy ripple shot forth from his hand like a jolt of electricity. In the distance, a large tree was struck, immediately displaying a gaping wound several inches deep, scorched and menacing. With a flurry of energy ripples unleashed, surrounding trees were felled in a sweeping motion. The cosmic energy contained within him roared. David sensed that with the loading and merging of a new template, a latent energy within him was on the verge of breaking free. Like a tidal wave poised to breach a dam, he felt a pressure in his chest akin to something trapped, accompanied by a primal urge to unleash it, culminating in a low growl as he swung his fist. Buzz! David's fist emitted a concentrated wave of purple cosmic energy, roaring forth and instantly penetrating the towering trees before him, striking targets hundreds of meters away. Each tree in his direct path bore a fist-sized hole, the bark, and would reduce to ash. In the blink of an eye, the impact spanned nearly a mile, and he hastily reined in the energy. Rick Rickman, aged 42, had attended Smallville High School and graduated from the University of Kansas. After graduation, he engaged in the sales of agricultural equipment. Chloe recited the information she had found about Rickman on her computer. Proficient in computer technology, she had developed a program that could aggregate search information, making it easier for her to write articles for the school newspaper. To her surprise, it turned out that Mr. Rickman, who was set to open a chemical factory in their small town, was not only her senior, but also a local resident. Perusing the latest corporate plans released by Rickman's enterprise, she scoffed slightly. Was this truly his way of giving back to his hometown? Did he possess any peculiar traits? Clark was more concerned about other matters. Let me take a look, she said, dragging the mouse. After graduating, he entered the sales industry, initially languishing at the bottom of the performance rankings and nearly facing dismissal. However, the following year saw a remarkable transformation, as he dominated the sales leaderboard for 3 consecutive years. With the substantial bonuses he acquired, he established his own company and embarked on a journey through the tumultuous sea of commerce. This reminded Chloe of Clark's inexplicable persuasion of Uncle Jonathan to sell his land and house, which she found rather suspicious. Despite frequent criticisms of chaotic corporate management, he continued to navigate smoothly, securing significant business deals and amassing a fortune of hundreds of millions. Could this be considered fortuitous? If all went as expected, could it be that the year he faced dismissal coincided with the year of the meteor shower? Clark took a deep breath, confirming David's suspicions. Indeed, it was 1991. There is no need to sift through news articles to verify the year. The townspeople would never forget the year of the meteor shower, Chloe asserted. Where does he reside now? Chloe. Only one question remained, Clark exclaimed excitedly as he stood up. 146 Metropolitan Street. Chloe, slightly puzzled by Clark's reaction, responded nonetheless. Thank you. Chloe, next time, I'll treat you to your favorite caramel pudding. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Upon hearing the location, Clark expressed his gratitude and departed swiftly, exhilarated by the prospect of his enhanced speed compared to David and the time saved with Chloe's assistance. Convinced that victory was within reach. Wait, Chloe's expression changed upon glimpsing a news article online, and she dashed out the door, attempting to call out to Clark. However, she found the space before her empty, with Clark's figure already vanished. In his rapid sprint, unlike David, whose speed left a visible trail, Clark moved with such swiftness that he seemed almost imperceptible, quickly retrieving a blue hood from his pocket and donning it with fervent determination. This time, he was certain to outpace his brother. Unbeknownst to Clark, David had yet to set out and was contemplating allowing him to handle the matter first. Within the forest, smoke billowed, and a heavy sound startled a flock of birds. As the energy within his purple skin receded, David clenched his fist in exhilaration, feeling a surge of immense power within him, akin to a tidal wave. Previously, he could only sense the cosmic energy, but now it flowed with effortless command. He raised his palm once more, releasing a beam of energy that struck a distant, decaying tree trunk. Under the weight of the concentrated energy, the entire trunk disintegrated, leaving no remnants behind. New template loaded. Black Emperor template has merged by 30. A mutant known as Black Emperor? A spark of unexpected joy welled in David's eyes. Now he understood why he could unleash energy that had once been beyond his grasp. Moreover, there were additional abilities. The fusion of the two templates with his body seemed to transcend the simplicity of mere addition. He clenched his fist, and a dazzling purple light radiated from his eyes. Chapter 43. The new ability to manipulate energy. The standalone villa, with its austere and minimalist Nordic design, subtly exudes a sense of aloofness characteristic of the elite. After effortlessly dealing with several obstinate farmers, Rickman returned home, casually tossing his car keys onto the coffee table. He intended to retrieve a bottle of red wine from the underground cellar to savor leisurely. Suddenly, a shadow was cast upon the glass surface of the table, revealing a figure that had silently appeared behind him. Startled, he recoiled, his hair standing on end. "Who are you?" The imposing figure, clad in blue work attire reminiscent of a lumberjack, with sturdy brown boots and a hood featuring only 2 eye holes, lowered his voice. "Mr. Rickman, do not be alarmed. What do you want?" Seeing that the stranger was unarmed, Rickman, still shaken, exhaled in relief, though his expression turned to one of anger. "You have employed underhanded methods to manipulate the farmers into unknowingly selling their farms and homes. This is unjust." "Manipulate? I am unaware of what you speak," Rickman replied, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. "If you seek money, there is no need for such theatrics. I do not desire your money. I merely wish for you to annul the contracts that have brought distress to the farmers under false pretenses." Clark stepped forward, his tall and robust physique emanating an undeniable aura of intimidation. Rickman feigned fear, retreating a step before suddenly lunging forward, attempting to grasp Clark's neck. In an instant, Rickman found himself grasping at air as Clark had already moved behind him. "I am aware of your abilities. I surmise that without physical contact, you cannot activate your powers." Initially, his father Jonathan had been lucid, firmly rejecting the stranger until he had shaken hands and subsequently lost his memory, signing the agreement. If he could control others with mere thought, the process would not require such complexity. It was likely that physical contact was essential to invoke his powers, akin to Sean's need to touch in order to absorb another's body heat. "To prevent your abilities from being exposed, it would be prudent to comply with my requests, Mr. Rickman." "You." Turning to face the blue-clad figure who had teleported behind him, Rickman's eyes widened in astonishment. "You possess abilities as well, annulling the contracts. Or shall I relay news of your powers to the major newspapers?" Ignoring Rickman's astonishment, Clark employed the very tactics that had once threatened him. "You may choose, Mr. Rickman." I agree." With a flicker of frustration and contemplation in his gaze, Rickman struggled momentarily before responding. In truth, the decision was not difficult. On one side lay the exposure of his greatest secret, the potential ruin of his multi-billion-dollar enterprise, and the inundation of judgmental and wary glances from others. On the other side was merely a plot of land worth a few $100,000, yet to be developed. A wise choice indeed. "I shall keep a vigilant eye on you, Mr. Rickman, should you fail to terminate the contract before the sun rises. The headlines of tomorrow's city newspapers will be reserved for you." With that, Clark vanished in a gust of wind, his tall figure dissipating like a specter within the room. Rickman was left alone, astonished, his expression shifting between apprehension and resolve as he clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, he noticed remnants of earth, speckled with fragments of grass, on the polished gray marble floor where the man in blue had previously stood. A glint of realization illuminated Rickman's eyes as he approached, crouching down to carefully gather the soil. "Unfair, is it not? You know my identity, while I remain oblivious to yours." He retrieved his phone, dialing a number with a sardonic smile. "Is this the Metropolitan Geological Survey? I wish to submit several soil samples." In the depths of the forest, David gazed at his hands, sensing the immense power coursing through him. With a formidable force, he struck a towering tree that could be embraced by an adult. Crack! The trunk splintered under the tremendous impact, collapsing between 2 other trees and stirring up a cloud of dust. David pivoted and struck another tree, sending wood chips flying, the severed trunk soaring several meters before crashing to the ground. For both punches exerted the same force. However, the second was augmented by the kinetic energy absorbed from the first. This is the essence of the Black Emperor's ability to absorb various forms of energy and convert them into personal power, effortlessly releasing it or temporarily enhancing his strength, speed, and endurance. The energy absorption is not limited to kinetic, thermal, or electrical energy, extending even to magical energy, boasting an unparalleled defense. The upper limit of the Black Emperor's power could effortlessly drain a small nuclear reactor, rendering it a formidable template. An oceanic surge of energy roiled within David. Moreover, after merging with a form reminiscent of Thanos, his energy absorption capacity had significantly increased. As a member of the Eternals, every drop of Thanos' blood and every cell within him contained cosmic energy, making him a colossal reservoir of power. Yet, it appeared that I could primarily absorb kinetic energy for now. David experimented with his newfound abilities, finding the absorption of kinetic energy to be as effortless as breathing or drinking water. Emitting energy beams from his hands, he ignited the scattered wood on the ground. However, when he reached into the flames, he discovered the absorption became considerably more challenging, akin to attempting to swallow unprepared grains while parched from days without water. The process proved far from smooth. He shook his head. It must be due to insufficient template integration. Withdrawing his hand from the fire, David contemplated, drawing a deep breath before exhaling. A fierce gust of wind extinguished the flames, preventing a potential wildfire from consuming the forest. Once the integration improves, he surmised he would likely be able to absorb energies such as electrical and thermal. Ultimately, with complete fusion, he should be capable of absorbing magical energy as well. By that time, my magical resistance will reach a formidable level. The vast majority of superheroes and supervillains possess no special resistance against magic. Take Clark, for instance. His magical resistance, when compared to his physical resilience, is rather ordinary, leading to jest that his magical resistance is effectively negative. While the Black Emperor is undeniably powerful, he is not without his vulnerabilities and flaws, which vanished upon merging with the template of Thanos. David felt the cosmic energy within him spontaneously rejuvenating, excitement flickering in his eyes. For example, if the energy within the Black Emperor is not replenished, it will diminish gradually. Devoid of energy, he is merely an ordinary man. To sustain sufficient kinetic and energetic reserves, he must endure blows from others or relentlessly strike walls and engage in charging behaviors. This is undeniably cumbersome, yet he is exempt from such troubles. David, endowed with the physiology of the Eternals, can autonomously restore cosmic energy, filling his entire being with it. Furthermore, approaching the energy absorption limit is perilously dangerous for the Black Emperor. A careless transgression beyond this threshold could result in catastrophic energy explosions, potentially leading to dismemberment or, in severe cases, complete annihilation. His susceptibility to overload renders him vulnerable. However, relying on his eternal physiology, an energy meltdown would result in merely minor injuries. Moreover, with the fusion of the two templates, he no longer requires manual assistance to absorb energy. When the Black Emperor absorbs energy, it resembles how other mutants harness their abilities, such as Magneto and Professor X, who often need to gesture to concentrate and activate their powers. Yet for someone whose cells are inherently capable of storing energy, such complexities are generally unnecessary. The amalgamation of the two templates with his body yields benefits that far exceed mere arithmetic addition. Chapter 44. I shall assist you in defeating your malevolent brother now. In terms of contemporary technology on Earth, there should be no threats to me, not even from a conventional nuclear bomb. With David's significant enhancement in power, a smile graced his lips. Only a colossal nuclear bomb, with the potential to endanger the entire world and bring about nuclear apocalypse, could pose a danger to him. As for why I refer to this as contemporary technology, the science within the DC universe is not as scientifically grounded. There are always individuals on Earth who occasionally develop cutting-edge black technology that rivals the pinnacle of the universe. For instance, the truly artificial intelligence robots, the Metal Team, which originated from Earth technology, can contend with Kryptonians, as well as the Red Tornado, which can replicate any observed superpower and has even defeated the Justice League's Amazo robot. The latter is nearly comparable to the ultimate weapon of destruction, Doomsday, created through Kryptonian biotechnology. Bringing his wandering thoughts back, David prepared to conduct a final experiment before departing. He aimed to emit energy beams from his eyes. Thanos possesses biological enhancements and high-tech armor. He has the ability to absorb and manipulate energy. Having already tested energy release from his palms, it stands to reason that the ocular region should be equally capable. David summoned the energy within himself, focusing his gaze as it warmed slightly. Suddenly, two beams of violet energy, exuding a destructive heat, shot forth. They carved deep, charred grooves into the ground, converging at a single point. Witnessing the efficacy of his power, a smile of exhilaration spread across his face as he intensified the energy output. The ground sizzled, succumbing to the horrific heat, melting into magma and evaporating in furious steam. The overwhelming temperature caused the moisture in the surrounding earth to evaporate, resulting in cracks forming in the ground and leaves wilting and curling. If this continued, the nearby trees would likely catch fire. Not wishing to incite a wildfire, David ceased his energy flow, the residual violet energy in his eyes glowing like a deity standing upon the earth, captivating in its presence. He blinked, slightly warmed, reassured that there was no significant issue. The release of energy from his eyes and hands posed no danger. After experimenting with all his abilities, David calmed his mind, preparing to turn away. He was indifferent to Clark's notions of competition and victory, though he felt a twinge of unease. Even fully realized superheroes occasionally falter. One could hardly expect the youthful version to fare better. Suddenly, a faint crack echoed from afar, the sound of a dry twig snapping underfoot. "Come out." David frowned immediately, his gaze darting toward a thicket in the distance as he called out. In his excitement over the new template, he had overlooked the presence of an observer. Admittedly, he lacked Clark's extraordinary hearing and vision, though those abilities often proved less than useful. From behind the thicket emerged a tall, striking woman, her face displaying astonishment as she gazed at the molten ground, murmuring to herself, "Can you incinerate everything?" Upon noticing her, David was taken aback, surprised that the individual who had discovered his abilities was not unfamiliar. The legends, it seemed, held true. Kara regarded David with eyes alight, as if witnessing a figure of myth manifest in reality, murmuring in excitement. What legends? David's expression hardened, yet he remained composed, recognizing that the person before him was no ordinary individual. "When did you arrive?" he inquired. "David Kent, you need not worry. I have long been aware of your abilities, and I will not expose them to outsiders," Kara responded, raising her hand in a gesture of goodwill, her excitement evident. "Long been aware?" David's brow furrowed deeper, skepticism lingering in his gaze. "I witnessed everything when you and your brother, Clark Kent, were emanating a scent akin to insects at the forest's edge," Kara recounted candidly. She had now confirmed which of the two brothers held the title of Namor. Upon hearing her narrative, David's gaze flickered with realization as he pieced everything together. She observed the extraordinary abilities he and Clark exhibited while confronting Grek, which could explain why Kira had been covertly monitoring both of them. Since that fateful party, he had sensed a persistent scrutiny directed towards him and Clark within campus. "Given that you have managed to remain silent for so many days, I trust you will continue to do so," David remarked coldly, a hint of danger flashing in his eyes, unabashedly delivering a warning as he turned to leave. "If you wish to avoid my unwelcome visit, during which you would be unable to utter another word." "Wait, Nama," Kira interjected hurriedly, sensing David's intent to depart. "You must be cautious of your brother." "I do not go by Nama," David retorted, momentarily halting his steps and tilting his head slightly. "Furthermore, why should I be wary of Clark?" Although Clark had been somewhat bothersome lately, fretting over trivialities and closely monitoring him to prevent him from treading dangerous paths, it hardly warranted caution. Kira emanated an oddity from head to toe, her gaze towards him imbued with an unsettling fervor reminiscent of a devoted acolyte eager to follow in his footsteps. "In the legends of our tribe, you are known as Nama, and your brother is referred to as Sergei." "Nama, Sergei?" David questioned, perplexed, struggling to comprehend her words. "What tribal legend?" "Our Kawachi tribe boasts a rich heritage spanning 5 centuries. 500 years ago, a man from another planet fell in love with the mother of our tribe. This forbidden romance gave birth to our lineage. On the day he departed, soaring into the sky, he left behind a prophecy. 500 years hence, his descendants would descend with the celestial fire, known as Nama, to thwart his brother Sergei from annihilating the Kawachi tribe and humanity. Aside from the extraterrestrial aspect, it was a rather primal tale. However, it bore no relevance to him." David raised an eyebrow, preparing to walk away. He was certain he was no Nama, and Clark could not possibly be the world-destroying Sergei she spoke of. "I'm a native of Earth. The legend describes Nama as possessing not only the ability to descend with celestial fire, Kira pursued, hastening to explain. He also possesses a strength unmatched by 10 men combined, with eyes that can incinerate all in their path. You embody all these traits, David. There had always been speculation within the tribe that the meteor shower accompanied by flames 17 years ago coincided with the prophecy, potentially representing the celestial fire of legend. Witnessing both David and Clark exhibit extraordinary powers that day in the forest, Kira had begun to form a hypothesis, a pair of brothers endowed with exceptional abilities, one of whom bore purple skin unlike any earthling. Could they be the fabled siblings foretold in the prophecy? Upon sighting you in the forest, I have been observing you intently, eager to discern which of you is Nama and which is Sergei. As she spoke, she revealed her abilities to convey to David that she was not mad. Kayla's palm transformed into a pristine white wolf's claw. Just moments ago, I witnessed beams of light emanating from your eyes, igniting the earth into molten lava. I have thus confirmed your identity. You are indeed the prophesied savior, Nama, a wolf? The local folklore has long whispered of a great white wolf roaming the nighttime woods. Could that be you? Upon seeing her wolf claw, David halted in surprise. As for Kayla's legends, he regarded them merely as tales, feeling little stir within. Perhaps the existence of extraterrestrials, their descendants, or even the prophecy of their return to Earth holds truth, yet he felt no personal connection to it. This is the convergence of fate, Nama. I am the daughter of the Kavachi tribe's chieftain, bearing a bracelet bestowed by the tribal matriarch, and it was I who discovered you. The tribe has awaited the arrival of the prophesied one for 5 centuries. With a visage imbued with determination, Kayla was resolute that David was indeed Nama. Her voice resonated with fervor as she raised her hand, revealing a beautiful silver bracelet adorned with turquoise. I shall dedicate myself wholly, without reservation, to assist you in defeating your malevolent brother, Clark, and to help you avert his destruction of the world. Clark, the malevolent? David's expression was one of bewilderment. Intrigued by this novel notion, he mused that Clark ought to hear such words and experience the sensation of being regarded as a criminal. The legends of your tribe bear no relevance to me. Resolute in avoiding further entanglement with Kayla, David swiftly departed at near sonic speed, leaving a few leaves caught in the gust of wind, which gradually descended. I do not possess your ability to transform into a wolf. Grasping a withered yellow leaf that floated before her, Kayla gazed in the direction of David's departure, her eyes filled with longing and her expression a tapestry of emotions. The kind, serene elderly woman from the nursing home had foretold her future before passing. Do not approach David and his brother, lest fate lead you into misfortune. Should misfortune be her destiny, she would not shy away. She had prepared herself mentally, resolved to assist Nama in vanquishing Sergei. Now, David understood why the recent transfer student had exhibited both warmth and wariness toward him. Under the fervent gaze akin to a pursuit of faith, he felt a disquieting unease instilled by Kayla. Having acquired new abilities in the forest and spent considerable time experimenting, he noticed the afternoon drawing near. David returned home. David, you're back? The previously oppressive atmosphere in the house dissipated. A smirk of triumph played at the corners of Clark's mouth. Just moments ago, Rickman had sent someone to terminate the contract. Not only ours, but similar agreements from several other farms were also being dissolved. He had never experienced such joy in helping others. And most importantly, he had outshone his brother by adeptly and elegantly resolving the matter. This time, his brother should realize that problems need not be addressed with brutality and cruelty. Son, we no longer need to move. Jonathan and Martha, the couple, smiled and nodded. The farm and the house have returned to us. Clark had just recounted to his parents the process he undertook. He merely mentioned that in his eagerness. He had left his brother behind, rushing to Chloe's home first, where he concealed his identity and pressured Rickman into retracting the contract through his abilities. Jonathan and Martha reiterated the story, and David learned of the events. Although they harbored some concerns about their son's use of his abilities, they felt somewhat reassured, considering that the meteorite might have bestowed powers upon many. You must be hungry. I shall prepare lunch, and it should be ready before you head to school. With the problem resolved and a heavy burden lifted from her heart, Martha recalled that her 2 sons had yet to eat and joyfully dashed into the kitchen to busy herself. Without your astute and swift analysis, Clark would not have been able to resolve this so quickly. Well done, my son. Jonathan said, patting his younger son's shoulder with pride. He then joined Martha in the kitchen, working together as if no quarrel had ever transpired. As the clouds of discontent dissipated, the home regained its former ease and warmth. David understood that his father had been mindful of his feelings, hoping he would not feel disheartened or resentful for being left behind, while Clark resolved the issue with his extraordinary abilities. "David, why are you not particularly joyous?" Clark inquired, crossing his arms in confusion as he stood beside his brother. "Is it because I resolved this matter before you? Is your competitive spirit so strong? What is there to celebrate?" Redirecting his gaze from their parents, David looked at him, furrowing his brow. "Do you not think our parents are too kind? The house and the farm are inherently ours. In situations like this, one should be content simply to reclaim what was taken from them. Though I have witnessed our parents' kindness before, it often leaves one with the impression that kindness is indeed easily exploited. I sense that Dad and Mom are not particularly happy either," Clark whispered as he pulled David aside. He had just quietly overheard their parents discussing the possibility of reporting Rickman, ensuring that he would no longer use his powers for wrongdoing or take what others cherished. However, if someone were to uncover Rickman's secret, and then someone reported his irregularities, might it not cause Rickman to suspect that the blue-clad individual was indeed Clark? Jonathan and Martha hesitated, keeping this matter close to their hearts. "We could collaborate with several other farmers to report him," David suggested as he observed his parents preparing lunch in the kitchen. "But would that make our intentions too obvious?" Several farmers, puzzled as to why they suddenly sold their farms and homes, might reasonably suspect that Rickman had used some form of coercive drug or potion to persuade them into signing the contracts, leading to a police investigation. "It is indeed a plan." Clark's eyes brightened as he nodded thoughtfully. "Based on my understanding of my parents, if this matter remains unresolved, it will linger in their hearts, creating an emotional knot." He glanced at David, who had just proposed a plan, feeling a twinge of confusion. It was unlike David to approach this issue with such gentleness. Had his example exerted such a profound influence? Had he been mistaken about David all along? Previously, when their abilities and identities were exposed, David had no choice but to act as he did. Perhaps if Clark concealed his identity well in the future, the incident where David incapacitated someone would not recur. This thought filled Clark with joy, unbeknownst to him that David, despite having suggested a course of action, internally doubted its effectiveness. A baseless report, lacking any evidence, may not capture the police's attention. Additionally, dealing with an influential billionaire like Rickman was no trivial matter, and, given his abilities, the likelihood of failure was nearly absolute. David quietly shook his head. He had only proposed this idea to alleviate his parents' worries before the next day. Beyond that, he believed the issue would dissipate. "Clark, David, it's time for lunch," Martha called gently as the meal was prepared. "Hurry and finish so you can head to school." David smiled as he sat at the table with Clark, and after a couple of bites, he looked up to praise his mother for her increasingly delectable apple pie. Observing her two sons devouring their meal, Jonathan tenderly embraced his wife in the kitchen, the afternoon sun casting a warm glow over them. Managing the farm could sometimes be exhausting, perhaps echoing the saying that one only learns to cherish things after they are lost. Despite not having a moment's rest that day, a serene sense of happiness enveloped them. "If our family can remain like this, it is the greatest happiness," Martha mused. "That may be difficult," Jonathan replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Your two beloved sons will eventually go to college, marry, and start families of their own. I wonder what kind of wives Clark and David will choose." This thought made Martha's imagination wander. Coughing lightly, both David and Clark, whose keen senses exceeded the ordinary, exchanged an awkward glance as they were momentarily choked. "Slow down. Look at you two," Martha exclaimed, rushing over to pour water for her sons, her concern tinged with gentle reproach as the room filled with a warm atmosphere. Chapter 46. Clark burned by the little fire star as night fell. The stars hung high in the sky, while silent, dark clouds drifted in, obscuring half the moon. Rickman returned home after spending the afternoon managing company affairs. With a fire crackling in the hearth, he settled into an armchair, his expression shifting unpredictably, resembling a beast poised to pounce. Since acquiring his abilities from that meteor shower over a decade ago, Rickman has navigated life with remarkable ease. No longer the hapless salesman on the verge of dismissal, but rather a figure of success and renown. It had been quite some time since he had tasted the bitterness of being threatened. "Oh, the man in blue," The small clumps of soil found on the living room floor have been sent for analysis, with results expected by tomorrow. Furthermore, soil samples from several farms will be dispatched to the Geological Survey Bureau for comparison. It will not be difficult to ascertain your connection to one of those farms. Oh. Man in blue. Rickman's gaze hardened as he manipulated several sealed test tubes. These were soil samples he had discreetly retrieved from those farms earlier that afternoon. Soil analysis is a complex endeavor. The organic and inorganic materials, as well as bacteria and viruses contained within the soil from different locales, yield varied data. Particularly, the soil from farms can differ significantly. Some raise cattle and sheep, their excrement mingling with the earth, while others cultivate corn, wheat, or fruits and vegetables, each employing distinct fertilizers and brands. From this, it will be straightforward to unveil your identity. Oh, man in blue. In just a few short hours, from signing the land acquisition contract to the sudden appearance of the threatening figure in blue at his home, it was once again the small rural town. He could not bring himself to believe that this individual was merely a masked vigilante seeking justice. It was clear this was connected to those farm owners. A gust of wind stirred the room, lifting the curtains and allowing moonlight to pour in like silver gauze. On the sofa, an unfamiliar silhouette had materialized. "You are quite observant," a deep voice intoned. "Who?" Rickman exclaimed, startled, leaping from his seat near the fireplace, brandishing a silver pistol aimed at the figure on the sofa. With the man in blue having invaded his home once, there could easily be a second time. He had hidden firearms in numerous locations throughout the house that afternoon, preparing for any eventuality. Every presence leaves a trace. The figure on the sofa seemed oblivious to the weapon aimed at him, murmuring softly, "It seems someone is pleased to be a step ahead of me, forgetting other matters." David, having overheard Rickman's intent to send the soil for geological comparison, could easily deduce what had transpired. A certain son of Krypton may be feeling a bit too pleased with himself, perhaps nervous from his first foray into such dealings. Unaware he had left behind a few telltale signs. They were close to grasping at the loose end. He rose slowly, stepping from the shadows to reveal a chilling visage. "Who are you?" Rickman inquired, his eyes widening at the sight of purple skin, the gun in his hand offering no semblance of safety. Having assimilated a second template, the vertical lines on David's jaw had vanished, though his skin still bore traces of purple due to the formidable physiology of the Eternals. He had entered with near supersonic speed, hence the coloration. In a swift motion, David approached Rickman, and before he could react, seized him by the throat and exited the villa. Rickman struggled to breathe, the surroundings blur before him. Moments later, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, and he was thrown onto the cold concrete floor of a desolate alley. "Where am I?" Panic surged within him as he staggered to his feet, faintly recognizing this as a street in Metropolis. "This is your grave. Who are you?" Gazing at the menacing figure emanating an aura of terror. Rickman's heart skipped a beat, his hair standing on end, caught in a whirlwind of fear and rage. "Creek, you need not know who I am." David's eyes radiated a purple beam, and Rickman's gun had unexpectedly found its way into his hands. With a sound that sent chills down the spine, he effortlessly crushed it into scrap metal, melting it into a dazzling pool of molten iron that dripped between his fingers. "You, Rickman," who moments ago felt a flicker of anger due to fear, found his throat constricted, unable to utter a word, struggling to comprehend what lay before him. "You only need to know that you have caused a couple, who should not have been anxious, to quarrel for an entire morning. You simply need to be aware that you coveted properties and land that were never meant for you. This matter cannot conclude with a mere reclaiming of the land and houses, easily punctuated with a period," David declared coldly. "Wrongdoings entail consequences. I have great wealth. I can offer it all to you. Spare my life." Trembling, Rickman gazed at the figure whose purple eyes instilled dread, unable to fathom why his trivial acquisition of a few farmers' lands had resulted in such calamity. Previously, during his unchecked reign in Metropolis, he had never encountered such dire consequences. First, there was a swift blue-clad figure, and now, a monstrous purple-skinned being had appeared. 30 million, no, 80 million. Before he could finish, David's expression remained impassive, his eyes sending beams that tore through the darkness, incinerating the pleading Rickman into a pile of ash that settled in the damp, filthy alley. He turned and vanished into thin air. "David, you know what is going on, don't you?" The next day, outside the school, Clark, with a face full of concern. "Stop, David. This morning, my parents and several farmers went to the police station to report, only to discover news of Rickman's disappearance. Did you kill again? He hesitated to think in that direction, but considering the recent disappearance of a detective under David's command, it was hard not to draw connections. He wondered why David had been so unnaturally calm yesterday, so unlike his usual demeanor. In the end, a hint of anger crept into Clark's voice. Is it not natural to flee from Metropolis out of fear of exposure after you've unraveled the secret? David shrugged indifferently. Regardless, with his abilities, he could thrive wherever he chose to run. No, Clark attempted to protest further. As they entered the campus, David casually withdrew a rough, fist-sized meteorite from his pocket, forcing Clark to retreat in helplessness. David, I merely asked you 2 questions, and you resort to using a meteorite against me. Under the radiation of the meteorite, a feeling of heartache enveloped Clark as he stepped back, unable to believe his eyes as he gazed at his younger brother. Do not misunderstand. Have you forgotten the extracurricular assignment given by our geography teacher, Mr. Reagan? David weighed the meteorite in his hand. Let us gather various rocks according to the methods he taught us. I have been tasked with collecting meteorites and rose quartz. While other geography teachers elsewhere might deem it absurd for students to gather meteorites as an assignment, in the quaint town of Smallville, self-proclaimed as the global capital of meteorites, they are found abundantly. Terrified of the meteorites, Clark could only watch as his brother departed, intending to inquire later in the afternoon after school. By the time afternoon classes concluded and he exited the classroom, he noticed that the sky had become overcast, dark clouds having gathered low, signaling an impending downpour. Clark looked up, feeling a wave of melancholy. As school ended, Chloe pulled him aside, requesting his assistance in proofreading and editing the school newspaper, while David had already vanished from sight. Missing the bus, he had no choice but to walk home. Often discontent with his extraordinary abilities, Clark decided to stroll homeward, contemplating how to broach the subject with David should it indeed rain. A short while later, he reached the bridge. Casually glancing upward, his expression shifted dramatically. Avery, what are you doing? A chilling breeze swept through as a rebellious figure stood atop the bridge railing, headphones on, peering down at the dam below. Carelessly tossing stones from his bag, Clark recognized his classmate, Avery Reagan, the son of their geography teacher. Mr. Reagan had always insisted that Avery address him as teacher while at school, never dad. Just that afternoon in geography class, he had sternly reprimanded his son in front of the entire class for having only partially completed his homework. Get down. It's dangerous, Clark shouted. Yet, with headphones blaring rock music, Avery, his face sullen and rebellious, seemed utterly oblivious. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Alarmed by the perilous figure standing in the wind, Clark rushed forward, wrapping his arms around Avery's waist in an attempt to pull him down from the bridge, fearing he might fall or be struck by lightning. Wearing electronic devices while perched high up made one susceptible to lightning strikes. Crack! Just then, a bolt of lightning struck, hitting both of them. The meteorite in Avery's backpack, intended for geography homework, gleamed brightly, channeling the lightning into a green glow. Zzz. Aya! The brief electric shock left Clark's body rigid, and he cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Avery followed suit, falling beside him, his clothes singed and smoldering from the strike. Are you all right, Avery? Clark asked, feeling merely a slight tingling sensation, assured that he was unharmed. He intended to help the supine Avery up, hoping to find that he had escaped injury. However, to his dismay, the sparks on Avery's clothing had burned him. Without any forewarning, Clark let out a cry of pain, instinctively retracting his hand as if struck by an electric shock, his eyes widening in astonishment at the blistered skin. Just a tiny spark, why? When he raised his gaze again, he noticed Avery, whose chest was ablaze with embers, seemingly unscathed, as if merely experiencing a slight dizziness. Awakening in a daze. Chapter 47. The powerless Clark. A tumultuous storm loomed overhead, heavy rain pouring down, turning the farm's grassy expanse into a quagmire. Inside the cozy house, Jonathan, Martha, and David sat sipping hot tea. The rain lashed against the windows, producing a rhythmic patter. Why hasn't Clark returned yet? Martha wondered, glancing outside with her cup of steaming tea. I saw him being called away by Chloe, David replied after taking a sip. He might be helping her with her manuscript. Jonathan's concern for his eldest son's safety grew. It's just a heavy rain, not a flood, Clark will be fine, he reassured with a smile. Suddenly, a weak hand knocked on the door. A tall figure stumbled inside, drenched in mud, his tattered clothes soaked through, strands of hair plastered to his face. As he fell into the room, crash! A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated Clark's pale visage as he collapsed to the floor, blood streaking across his profile. "Clark, what happened to you?" Jonathan and Martha exclaimed in shock, having never witnessed their son in such a state, rushing forward to assist him. Martha felt Clark's forehead, which burned with fever, her expression turning to one of alarm. "Why is your forehead so hot? Are you all right?" David's expression shifted, his brow furrowing as he quickly took the burden of the weakened Clark from their hands, recalling only the possibility of a kryptonite encounter to explain his brother's disheveled state. "Were you caught in the rain with Lana and confronted by Whitney?" "No, it's not that." Clark, soaked and feeble, was supported by his brother as he sank into a chair. He looked up at David with a sense of panic in his eyes. "David, I lost my powers." The family was struck dumb, their expressions filled with disbelief. "What do you mean?" David was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Clark's words. Had Superman ever lost his abilities? Despite the gloomy rain outside, it was not the red sun that could strip a Kryptonian of their strength. "I don't understand either. I was struck by lightning before I came home, and then my powers vanished." Clark gazed at his burned hands. Just then a drop of blood fell onto them. He touched his nose, realizing he was bleeding. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the table. "Clark?" David was about to inquire whether Clark had inadvertently inhaled kryptonite dust, which could temporarily nullify his abilities. But Clark had already succumbed to unconsciousness. "David, we must take your brother to the hospital." In a state of panic, Martha was eager to drive through the rain to the hospital, but Jonathan grasped her arm. "Wait a moment, Martha. If we go to the hospital and the doctors discover something, it will undoubtedly lead to complications. I cannot bear the thought of losing the son I have nurtured so diligently. Perhaps this is a normal occurrence for Clark. Let us observe for a while longer. Clark is not of this earth, and no one knows if he will undergo any peculiar developments. It could be akin to a bear hibernating in winter or a caterpillar cocooning." "No need, Mom." David listened intently to Clark's heartbeat and furrowed his brow. Clark's heartbeat was robust and vigorous. It seemed as though he had merely fainted from overexertion and fever. A couple of doses of medicine and some rest should suffice. "Really?" Martha regarded her serious young son with skepticism. Although Clark's body seemed normal and even exceptionally strong compared to ordinary humans, it was indeed quite abnormal when compared to Kryptonians. Nevertheless, it was evident that there was no immediate threat to his life. "I'll take him upstairs." As David carried Clark upstairs, a wave of confusion washed over him regarding what had transpired with his son. Meanwhile, Avery, with his golden hair and tattered clothing, was sprinting home through the torrential rain. Suddenly, his speed inexplicably surged, resembling a runaway aircraft skimming the ground, breaking the sound barrier, and crashing violently into a massive tree by the roadside. Boom! It was as though a rocket had struck, shattering the tree into splinters. Avery extricated himself from the wreckage, astonished to find himself unscathed. How could this be? Even a speeding truck would have crumpled upon such impact, yet he suffered no injury. What about that incredible speed? I felt like a warrior angel from comic book. In disbelief, Avery was overwhelmed with joy by the extraordinary scene before him. This power. The Warrior Angel was a wildly popular comic series that had accompanied many children through their formative years, depicting superheroes with speed surpassing sound and bodies of immense strength. He tentatively threw a punch. Boom! The air erupted like a pressurized cooker, and the sound barrier shattered, reverberating for miles, drowning out even the thunder above. Suddenly, within mere meters, the raindrops and puddles were violently displaced, a visible shockwave surging forth, as if a typhoon had swept through, obliterating trees in its path and creating a fan-shaped area resembling a battlefield ravaged by missiles. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a hysterical laughter erupted from Avery, who clutched his forehead and tilted his head back in wild delight, revealing a single eye that sparkled with boundless defiance and rebellion. With such power at his disposal, when the world could hinder him? I shall do as I please. As the strap of his backpack collided with a nearby tree, it snapped, causing the bag to tumble to the ground, scattering its contents, books and assignments, across the earth. In times past, he would have hurriedly gathered them up, fearing reprimand from his parents upon returning home. Yet now, A heavy disdain curled at the corners of Avery's mouth. With newfound divine strength, did he truly still need to attend school? His parents, especially the strict father, could no longer exert control over him. He took a step, preparing to leave. From a fallen backpack emerged a meteorite, the size of a fist, glowing green as if responding to some unseen force. As he passed by, Avery's foot faltered, and he fell to the ground, a searing pain coursing through his body. Had his powers vanished once more? Collapsed in the mud, he weakly gazed at the inexplicably luminous meteorite, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. What was this thing? The following morning, after the rain had cleared, the sun streamed warmly into the room. On his comfortable bed, a cool towel resting on his forehead, Clark opened his eyes, feeling considerably better. His parents and younger brother surrounded his bedside. He threw off the covers and sat up. "How are you feeling, Clark?" His parents' concerned inquiries filled him with warmth, and he replied with a smile, "I'm fine now." His gaze shifted to his brother, who stood silently, brow furrowed, eyes filled with concern and curiosity. "What exactly happened to you?" Not only David, but both parents were eager to understand why their eldest son had changed so dramatically. Yesterday, after school, Clark pressed his forehead as he recalled. It must be related to the lightning. The dam bridge, Avery, saving someone struck by lightning, green lightning? Upon hearing his account, his parents exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation. "So it truly was a meteorite," David muttered, shaking his head. Could it be that the lightning reacted with the kryptonite, causing Clark to experience effects akin to inhaling kryptonite dust? Chapter 48. The world would be Avery's playground meteorite? What about the meteorite? Jonathan asked, puzzled by his younger son's words. Clark's powers were not invincible. Proximity to the meteorite left him weak and unwell, akin to an acute allergic reaction. He turned to his parents and asked, "Is this true? Clark, why have you and David never mentioned this to your mother and me?" Jonathan's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed the two brothers had been harboring such a significant secret from them. "You both have enough on your plates managing the farm," Clark offered with a strained smile, explaining, "My peculiarities were already enough to worry you, but thankfully, sometimes my extraordinary abilities allow you to worry less for me. If you knew I was allergic to meteorites, I fear you would be even more concerned." Martha sighed, cradling her eldest son with compassion. Perhaps being an ordinary person wouldn't be so bad, Clark mused hesitantly. In the past, when he possessed extraordinary abilities, he often felt a profound sense of loneliness, distinct from the ordinary experience of others. However, after his younger brother also revealed his own powers, he seldom encountered that emotion again. Clark, despite losing his abilities, would not succumb to despair. Yet, without his powers, how could he prevent his brother from pursuing any reckless endeavor? Noticing Clark's subtle concern directed toward him, David rolled his eyes. "Son, as long as your health remains intact, that is what truly matters." Both parents reassured Clark that becoming an ordinary person was not a matter of great consequence. "Regardless of whether you can lift a pickup truck, you will always be our son," Jonathan reflected. "At least you will no longer have to hide your true self." Clark contemplated the advantages of being an ordinary person. He would no longer need to avoid various sports at school, nor would he have to dodge awkward situations related to Lana's necklace. The thought of being able to join the football team and interact freely with Lana ignited a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Perhaps this change was not as detrimental as it initially seemed. "Yesterday, it seems you were not the only one to lose your abilities." Observing the Kryptonian child lost in thought, David shook his head. "What?" Clark coughed, suppressing his musings and adopting a facade of serious attentiveness. "Lightning struck you and Avery." "Why?" Despite the strike, did Avery not turn to ash? He speculated that Avery might have awakened his own abilities, surviving a fierce bolt of green lightning infused with kryptonite. David found it implausible that Avery had not undergone some form of transformation. Clark's expression shifted. "David, we must visit Avery's house." "Avery, where were you yesterday?" At the dinner table, their mother, visibly anxious, could not restrain her inquiry. "I was in your room, collecting things." "Why is your backpack missing and your clothes in tatters? As if scorched by fire?" "I'm fine." In response to his mother's concern, Avery, with a grim countenance, replied indifferently while chewing on the meat on his plate. An incredible event had transpired within him yesterday. After being struck by lightning, he had acquired godlike powers. Yet, he soon discovered an anomaly that could restrain his otherwise invincible self on this planet: meteorites. Approaching a meteorite rendered him weak, uncomfortable, and even in pain, reducing him to a state worse than that of an ordinary person, unable to stand. Given his father's profession as a geography teacher, their garage contained an array of rock specimens, including meteorites. After returning home, Avery conducted numerous experiments to confirm this unsettling reality. Why must I bear such a fatal flaw when I have gained such extraordinary power? His gaze hardened, and he could not help but clench his fists, as this revelation threatened to shatter many of his lofty aspirations. Avery could not tolerate the existence of such a debilitating weakness, knowing he should be free to pursue anything he desired on this planet. Why, despite having been released from school long ago, do you not return home? Observing his son's sullen expression, seemingly indifferent and lost in thought, Reagan's face flushed with anger as he demanded an explanation. Are you waiting to be reminded to eat? You consistently disregard my words. Do you have any idea how much you embarrassed me at school yesterday? The son of a geography teacher renowned for his strictness. Yet he fails to complete his geography assignments, rendering him the subject of ridicule in the office. Enough of this. At the dinner table, his wife, Beth, gently placed a hand on her husband's arm, attempting to calm him. However, Avery, filled with resentment, suddenly rose to his feet, twisting the fork and knife in his grasp, glaring defiantly at his father. I am 18 now. You have no authority over me. He recalled the humiliation of being publicly reprimanded in class the previous day. You think I have no say in your life? Your current grades hardly qualify you for college. In response to his son's defiance, Reagan, disregarding his wife's attempts at moderation, stood abruptly, his gaze fierce and furious. Do you plan to live off welfare in the future? Huh, college? Avery's face was a mask of disdain and mockery. Your vision is so limited. You have no idea of the power I currently possess. He clenched his fist, feeling a terrifying strength that even tanks and aircraft could not rival, a sense of obsession and greed gleaming in his eyes. My future is beyond the imagination of a mere geography teacher from a small-town high school. He hurled the twisted cutlery to the ground, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he wiped his hands. I intend to escape this stifling environment that has constrained me for 18 years and now fills me with discomfort. This small town is littered with meteorites, filled with elements that seek to suppress him. Yet, once he leaves this town, he can pursue whatever he desires. The world is his playground. Assuring his parents he would be fine, he stepped outside with his brother. As they walked through the muddy, waterlogged streets, Clark felt a sense of unease. If Avery were to gain power, he would not misuse it, he hoped. Remembering the audacity with which Avery had stood on the bridge railing, listening to rock music amidst a fierce wind, exuding rebellion, Clark felt uncertain himself. Sometimes, Clark, one must respect the fates of others. Reflecting on the series of events that had led to this moment, David could not help but speak coldly. What do you mean? Put aside your savior complex. Standing on the bridge railing during a thunderous gale, believing oneself to be cool while listening to music through headphones, should one meet a tragic end, they cannot blame others. Individuals must bear the consequences of their actions. Such a person, even if misfortune befalls them, elicits no sympathy. Earlier, with their parents present, David refrained from directly confronting Clark about his meddling. Do you enjoy playing the caretaker for others? He is merely a teenager navigating the tumult of adolescence. Do not be so harsh on him, David. Clark could not stand idly by, feeling his brother's palpable disdain for Avery. He wished to counsel him towards a more forgiving perspective, for they would soon encounter Avery, and it was imperative to avoid any conflict. Have you forgotten how old you are? David retorted. Due to his unique circumstances, Clark had faced many challenges and tribulations that most children his age had not, rendering him generally more mature than his peers. Yet he was merely 18. As the two walked along the road, David suddenly halted and squinted into the distance. A figure raced past on the highway, moving at an astonishing speed, disappearing like a flash of lightning. Even with his keen eyesight, he could only discern a vague blur, unable to make out the silhouette. This scene felt eerily familiar, yet Clark, now an ordinary person, was puzzled by David's sudden stop and glanced in that direction. Seeing nothing amiss. What is wrong, David? Chapter 49. Has Avery gone to Gotham? David stared intently at the spot where the figure had vanished, his mind racing with questions. How could there be someone in their small town capable of matching Clark's speed? Was that individual heading towards Avery's home? His expression shifted rapidly as he suddenly entertained a bizarre notion. Perhaps Clark's powers had not merely faded away. "Let us hurry, Clark," David urged, pulling the bewildered Clark swiftly towards Avery's neighborhood. Upon reaching the street, they found the front door shattered, as if struck by a missile, with splintered fragments strewn across the lawn. From within, the heart-wrenching cries of a woman echoed. Alarmed, Clark dashed into the house. Their geography teacher, Reagan, was slumped on the sofa, a gash on his forehead, lost and dazed. Avery's mother, Beth, wept sorrowfully, leaning against her husband, resembling a mother mourning a lost child. Utterly devastated, relieved to see that they were not gravely injured, Clark sighed with relief. "Aunt Beth, what has happened?" David asked, frowning as he surveyed the remnants of the door before stepping inside. "Ever since he returned yesterday, Avery has seemed like a different person," Beth replied. Her eyes reddened with tears. He attempted to run away from home, and when his father tried to stop him, he was thrown aside. Avery casually tossed Reagan across the dining table, sending him crashing 7 or 8 meters away onto the sofa. Had it not been for the sofa, he might have sustained severe injuries or worse. Afterward, Avery kicked down the front door, creating a deafening explosion of sound, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Reagan was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend how his son possessed such immense strength. Run away? Where could he have gone? Clark pressed urgently from behind. They needed to find Avery before he made an irreversible mistake in his clearly unstable emotional state. Wait a moment, Clark. After listening to Beth's account, David became increasingly convinced of his suspicions and pulled his brother back towards the door. "Do you not find Aunt Beth's description particularly familiar?" He mused, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The defense that could withstand lightning strikes, coupled with immense strength and blinding speed, suggests that Avery may have not merely mutated to acquire these abilities. Not mutated? Clark was perplexed by his brother's implication, despite the astonishing nature of these powers. However, the previous Grek also fit this description. Just moments ago, a shadow had departed from this direction at speeds exponentially faster than sound. David's gaze flickered as he solemnly recounted what he had just witnessed. "It seems rather coincidental." He paused, then countered, "You lost your abilities, and Avery just happened to gain powers that are on par with yours?" "What?" Clark exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Are you suggesting that my abilities were transferred to Avery by the lightning and the meteor?" Before David could nod in affirmation, Clark rushed back to the couple, urgently inquiring about Avery's whereabouts. "Aunt Beth, where has Avery gone? His condition is perilous." "I'm not certain," Beth replied, wiping her tears. Clearly shaken by her son's sudden transformation, her voice choked with emotion. "Avery mentioned feeling uncomfortable here. He spoke of seeking a paradise for the powerful, a place devoid of legal constraints, where many numbed souls await subjugation. It is not far, for he intends to return. When he does, he will erase everything that causes him discomfort." She wept as she recounted her son's final words before his departure. "At that time, he will do as he wishes. Nothing in this world will be able to stop him." "Do as he wishes?" David scoffed. The last Grek believed he had transcended evolution, considering himself a Superman superior to anyone else. Now, with Avery possessing Kryptonian abilities, he wishes to become a sovereign, a paradise for the powerful, a realm devoid of law. The cascade of questions left Clark bewildered, momentarily at a loss to identify this place. Where could it be? A war-torn region? David turned his gaze towards the distant horizon, where the remarkably swift figure had vanished, his expression pensive. "The answer is quite simple. Gotham." "Gotham?" Clark's expression shifted dramatically. "It lies in close proximity to Metropolis, where the law is merely a facade for the powerful, and the populace exists in a state of numbness. Besides that humble locale, where else could it be?" After offering a few hasty reassurances to the Reagans, David and Clark swiftly returned home to convey their observations and conclusions. "Are you suggesting that Clark's abilities were transferred to Avery by the lightning?" Upon hearing the news brought back by his sons, their father Jonathan furrowed his brow in astonishment. If that were indeed the case, it would not bode well for his son to have lost his powers. "Gotham, that place." Martha expressed her unease. If Avery were to run away from home and succumb to a life of wrongdoing, wielding her newfound abilities for malevolent purposes. Both she and Jonathan are acutely aware of Clark's immense power. They have patiently guided their son, instilling in him the importance of not misusing his gifts, primarily employing this strength to assist the farm by alleviating the burden on a few workers. However, The sudden acquisition of such powers by Avery may disrupt her mindset, particularly upon arriving in Gotham, a city notorious for its rampant crime and among the highest crime rates in the nation. This poses a significant concern. David nodded in agreement. It was evident that Avery did not intend to utilize her abilities for mundane tasks such as repairing fences or tending to crops. She harbored grand ambitions for her future, a cold smirk flickering in her eyes. Avery claimed she would return, accompanied by individuals who would eradicate anything that unsettled her, at which point nothing would stand in her way. This raises suspicions that she may have discovered that the meteorite is her Achilles heel. It is imperative to retrieve Avery before she unleashes my powers to wreak havoc. Clark's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. He could not bear the thought of someone being harmed or even losing their life due to his abilities. Yet, Martha hesitated, pondering how to intervene. I may need to embark on a journey, Mom and Dad, David stated seriously after a few moments of contemplation, lifting his gaze to Jonathan and Martha. I will assist Clark in cleaning up this mess and bringing Avery back. He remained unconvinced that Clark, as the future Superman, would permanently lose his abilities. If they could be inadvertently transferred away, they could also be restored. David? Hearing the unusual tone in David's voice, Clark turned to his brother, his eyes widening in realization of David's intentions. Yet at that moment, he could not help but wonder whether their parents would be even more concerned upon seeing his peculiar appearance. In truth, David's motivations extended beyond merely helping Clark regain his powers. His eyes flickered with determination. Since Clark lost his abilities, the emotional energy he could provide had diminished by more than 20-fold. The primary source of this emotional energy had vanished, akin to a gold mine disappearing, causing the rate of power fusion to plummet dramatically. Where it once resembled the speed of a bicycle, it had now slowed to that of a tortoise, just as he had acquired new ability. "What will you do, son?" Jonathan queried, his face a mask of uncertainty. "You aren't afraid of danger, which is commendable." "I'll use the meteorite," David replied, retrieving a thumb-sized piece of the meteorite from his pocket. Upon witnessing the potentially lethal meteorite, Clark instinctively raised his hands to shield his eyes from the light. However, the meteorite did not emit a green glow. Instead, it radiated a subtle, luminescent green hue imperceptible during the day. Feeling no sense of weakness or discomfort, Clark was astonished as he examined himself. I'm Fine." He did not exhibit the anticipated reaction, a fact that did not surprise David. For on the journey back, he had discreetly tested this kryptonite on Clark without his knowledge. Avery had not only acquired powers akin to Clark's, but had also become something more. He must have developed weaknesses akin to his own. Nevertheless, it remains perilous. Martha cannot consent to her younger son embarking on such a reckless adventure. The thought of him journeying alone to Gotham, a place rife with criminals, fills her with unease, let alone confronting Avery, who possesses superhuman strength and speed. "Do not fret, my son," Jonathan reassured, gently patting his younger son's shoulder. "Let us first sit down and devise a plan." It would be overly reckless for the young man to venture to Gotham armed only with a piece of meteorite. "In truth, Mom and Dad, you need not worry about me." Faced with the anxious expressions of his parents, David opened his mouth to speak. Indeed, he was not inclined to conceal his newfound abilities any longer, although he refrained from revealing his eternal clan mutation for fear it might alarm his parents. He felt it was appropriate to showcase his power of manipulation. "What do you mean?" Jonathan and Martha exchanged puzzled glances as their son appeared ready to divulge something significant. With a hum, a glimmer of mirth flickered in David's eyes as he raised his hand, a sphere of highly concentrated purple energy forming, radiant yet dormant. "I possess a somewhat unique ability. Self-defense is not an issue." The purple glow illuminated the room. "Son, what is happening?" Jonathan and Martha gasped in astonishment, gazing at the luminous orb in their son's hand, which resembled a small purple sun. Clark's eyes widened in disbelief, as the scene before him diverged from his expectations of how his brother might reveal his powers. The air in the living room grew still, the ticking clock the only sound as they absorbed this startling revelation. Energy manipulation? David ascended the stairs to prepare for his departure, with Clark trailing closely behind. Incredulous as he pressed, "You've been hiding part of your abilities from me?" Typically, he shared everything with David, and his brother's secrecy stung. "It's a power I've only recently awakened." In his room, David retrieved a heavy box from beneath his bed, effortlessly placing it on the table. The box was of a size akin to a baby cradle. Really? Believe it or not. Seeing David's sincerity assuaged Clark's anxiety, and he was about to inquire when his brother had acquired this ability when David abruptly opened the box. Inside lay a multitude of meteorites, varying in size and glowing with a green luminescence, numbering at least 70 or 80. These are meteorites? Clark stammered, awestruck, unable to fathom how so many could exist. Had he not lost his powers, he might have collapsed at the sight. He stared wide-eyed at his brother. What do you intend to do with all these meteorites? Collecting them, David replied. David raised an eyebrow. Is that not acceptable? Observing his brother's unflinching demeanor, Clark felt a wave of frustration nearly overwhelm him. Do you truly believe I would accept this? He could hardly fathom that after only a few days of uncovering the meteorite's vulnerabilities, his brother had amassed such a substantial collection, enough to construct a coffin, no less. In truth, this was a stockpile David had previously unearthed, having deemed it sufficient for the past few years without further exploration. Buzz. David extracted a slightly larger fragment of meteorite. His eyes emitted energy beams, manipulating them with laser-like precision to slice through the material. Under his deft guidance, the hard meteorite was severed with ease, akin to a hot knife through butter, as layers of stone were swiftly removed. You can project energy beams from your eyes? Clark exclaimed in astonishment, perplexed by his brother's actions. What exactly are you doing? Carrying a rock around seems rather foolish. As he spoke, he hastily completed his task. Furthermore, the radiation emitted from the raw meteorite was insufficiently potent. Blowing away the greenish dust, the brilliance in David's eyes dimmed. In the palm of his hand lay a ring, meticulously crafted from the innermost crystal of the meteorite, resembling a flawless emerald, radiating a powerful glow. In the daylight, it exuded a faint luminescence. Clark gazed at the verdant ring, his face paling with an unsettling sensation. Involuntarily stepping back, even though he was not currently in pain, the psychological scars lingered. David, once you successfully bring Avery back, you will destroy it, won't you? He placed the box back in its original spot. Faced with Clark's probing, David slipped the kryptonite ring onto his right index finger, smiling without uttering a word. You will destroy it, right? A profound sense of foreboding enveloped Clark as he swallowed hard, his voice lacking conviction. Clark wished to accompany his brother, but Jonathan and Martha forbade him. As he was devoid of power now, it was best for him to remain home and not burden David. Upon descending the stairs, David prepared to depart, carrying no luggage. A single kryptonite ring sufficed. Child, are you certain you have the confidence to bring Avery back without sustaining any harm? At the threshold of their home, Jonathan and Martha bore expressions of shock and concern, apprehensive at David's impending journey to another city, fraught with potential dangers. How could a parent remain at ease? There will be no issues, David exhaled, smiling. Having disclosed his abilities, he felt considerably lighter. My power to manipulate energy excels in defense. Clark's attacks cannot breach my protection. Is that so? Jonathan and Martha turned their gazes toward Clark. Indeed, Clark replied, mustering courage despite his own uncertainties, knowing he must not instill worry in their hearts. David, please be exceedingly cautious. Clark's face reflected his anxiety as he stepped forward to embrace David tightly. He clenched his fists in silence, feeling a pang of guilt. For the circumstances had arisen from his own actions, and it should not have fallen upon David to address them. His son, David, embraced his parents before turning away and waving goodbye. Gotham was not far. He would return in just a few days. Jonathan held his wife Martha close, watching their son's departing figure with a flicker of concern in his eyes. May God bless our David and ensure his safe return. Without needing to glance back, David sensed his parents' anxious expressions, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. Before he concealed his abilities, they worried for his safety. After he revealed them, their concern remained unabated. He left behind only a fleeting shadow as he accelerated away. Gotham lay mere steps from Metropolis, separated by a slender body of water. The two cities, gazing across the sea at one another, shared rich cultural and economic exchanges. Like Metropolis, Gotham was a flourishing and advanced modern metropolis, with towering skyscrapers visible everywhere. Even featuring an elevated tram system, an intricate web akin to veins coursing through the city, providing sustenance to Gotham's heart, Wayne Tower. Yet, unlike Metropolis, Gotham's outward glamour belied the filth hidden beneath, with a persistently high crime rate that served as an indelible mark upon the city. Tick-tock, leaden clouds locked the sky, and icy raindrops fell like tears, drenching the feathers of birds too weary to fly, as they perched atop gargoyle statues, preening their damp plumage. A bird peered down, its head trembling, and through its reflective gaze, a black umbrella slowly traversed the street. Clang, clang. Gotham seemed perpetually shrouded in an ominous gloom, with unending rain. As he watched the long tram tracks reverberate with noise while gliding over concrete pillars, David, clad in a gray trench coat, lifted his umbrella slightly, glancing at the overcast sky with a soft sigh. This was his impression of Gotham. At least during his previous visits, he had never encountered a sunny day. Such a dark and damp place could hardly be free from the growth of mold and decay. In a nearby, shadowy alley, a pallid figure shivered, sniffling as he pulled out a roll of money, glancing furtively to urge others to hasten their transactions, while a few stood in line behind him. Pressed against the alley wall, a homeless elderly man curled up, his thin body and scraggly beard reflecting the dull gray sky in his lifeless eyes, lying on the cold ground. Meanwhile, several young vagrants, clad in tattered clothes, huddled around a trash can ablaze, extending their gloved hands to seek warmth, trembling in the cold. Noticing someone watching, they eyed him with the ferocity of mangy wild dogs guarding their territory. This was the busiest heart of Gotham. David shook his head, ascended the steps, folded his umbrella, and entered the Gotham National Bank, its ancient facade reminiscent of a castle. Lacking the superhuman vision and hearing of the son of Krypton, seeking out a single individual in a city of millions was no simple task. Firstly, he found himself in need of some funds. Externally, the building appeared to be constructed of ancient bricks, steeped in history. Yet within the bank's interior, one encountered a spacious and immaculate environment, adorned with robust marble columns, plush brown sofas, and luminous display windows. The decor exuded a classical elegance, seamlessly blended with a modern humanistic flair. Even the antiquities appeared rejuvenated. The lobby manager, impeccably attired in a suit, engaged in animated conversation with clients who were enjoying complimentary coffee. Who could forget the antiquated coffee machine that perpetually failed to filter out the grounds, leaving patrons with unsightly remnants lodged in their teeth? Much to the chagrin of countless customers, behold our current Gotham National Bank, where the ambience is refreshing, the equipment modern, and our high-tech security system ensures the utmost protection for your wealth while providing superior service. As David ambled across the polished marble floor, disregarding the lobby manager's proud proclamations, he approached the counter, ready to conduct his business. Surely, who could resist the allure of the present-day Gotham National Bank? Do not speak so definitively, sir. A jarring voice interjected loudly as a group of robbers clad in suits, wielding submachine guns, and draped in black bags, stormed in. The leader, a figure of mockery, aimed his weapon at the manager. I much preferred the banks of 60 years ago. The vault doors back then were certainly not as thick as these, impervious even to a tank's assault. Suddenly, a piercing scream reverberated through the bank, and before the frightened patrons could scatter like startled birds, a gunshot rang out, claiming the life of the bank manager, whose expression froze in terror. The assailant, with a graceful smile, pressed his finger to his lips and spoke softly, his words drifting through the hall like a chilling winter breeze, instilling tremors in all who heard. For instance, you all should obediently lie on the ground, as silent as the mice in the rafters of a church, or else we shall adorn the walls with your remains. A daylight heist at the National Bank. An audacious crime. Arriving in Gotham less than an hour ago, he was already experiencing the city's notorious character. David glanced around. Was the city so eager to awaken its impression upon him? Each robber donned a red hood, dressed in black suits. Some even adorned with a red rose on their lapels, presenting themselves with a poise that seemed more fitting for a gala than a bank robbery. How tastefully sinister. Yet, it must be said, Gotham is never short of stylish criminals. Oh, it appears we have a young man here who has not complied. Does he not understand the situation? The trembling patrons obeyed, but one individual remained standing, displaying an expression of ordinary curiosity, as if oblivious to the deadly nature of the unfolding bank heist, drawing unwanted attention. Spotting David, the leader of the robbers waved his hand with a smirk, as if summoning a servant at a banquet to fetch him a glass of champagne. Red Hood number 5, Teach this disobedient gentleman a lesson he shall never forget. From behind him, one of the robbers emerged, a small henchman with a fierce demeanor, who swiftly approached David and aimed his gun at his head. His voice was low and menacing, instilling fear. "Kneel down. I command you to kneel," he said, viciously kicking David's knee. Yet it felt as if he had struck a steel pillar. David remained unmoved. A sharp pain shot through his leg, and beneath the crimson hood of the fifth, a frown creased his brow, surprise flickering in his eyes. It had long been said that the citizens of Gotham lived in hardship. Raising an eyebrow, David chuckled lightly in the presence of the seemingly inconspicuous fifth hood. However, he was taken aback to find that Bruce Wayne, the owner of Wayne Enterprises, had descended to the level of bank robbery. Chapter 51. Let us discover who you are. Upon David's declaration, silence enveloped the lobby. Bruce Wayne? The patrons of the bank, crouching on the ground, exchanged puzzled and strange glances. The people of Gotham might not know the mayor's name, but they could not be oblivious to Bruce Wayne. From the moment they were born until their final rest, the shadow of Wayne Enterprises loomed over every aspect of their lives. Bruce Wayne was the heir to the immensely wealthy Wayne conglomerate. Yet, Bruce Wayne had been missing for several years. How could he possibly be here, robbing a bank? In Gotham, there existed a gang of criminals known as the Red Hood Gang, led by an individual simply named Red Hood, who was neither particularly formidable nor renowned. David felt a tinge of surprise. Compared to infamous villains like Bane, the Joker, and Scarecrow, Red Hood was merely an insignificant player. However, the Joker's origin story in many realms began as a former Red Hood, who, in an attempt to evade Batman, fell into a vat of chemicals, resulting in his pallid skin and green hair. David initially intended to use an emotional cue to ascertain whether this Red Hood was indeed the Joker. The fifth Red Hood stared at him in shock, a smirk of amusement playing on his lips as he appraised him. Unexpectedly, rather than the Joker, he discerned Batman. As the fifth Red Hood approached, preparing to teach David a lesson for his disobedience, an emotional cue from Bruce Wayne refreshed in his mind. "Shut your mouth. If I were that corpse, I wouldn't be standing here." The fifth Red Hood shouted angrily, raising the guns but to strike David on the forehead. "Wait." The leader of the Red Hood gang suddenly raised his gun, aiming at the fifth. "Boss, I don't understand. You told me to teach him a lesson. I'm doing just that." Under the barrel of the gun, the fifth Red Hood hurriedly raised his hands, bewilderment in his tone. "Do you truly believe this kid is nonsense?" The remaining henchmen of the Red Hood also pointed their weapons at the fifth, dark barrels trained on him and David. "I don't know if you're Bruce Wayne, but you are certainly not the fifth." The leader of the Red Hood shook his head regretfully. "Number 5 among us is the most unhinged. When the opportunity to shoot arises, he will refrain from using his fists." "You speak far too much." The expression beneath the Red Hood of number 5 shifted dramatically. He had intended to kick down this seemingly fearless young man and then knock him unconscious with the butt of his gun, effectively concluding the encounter. However, his hesitation in firing drew the attention of his adversary. Additionally, number 5 is left-handed. The leader of the Red Hood wore a disdainful smirk at the corner of his mouth. Number 5 glanced at his right hand, which held the weapon, and a look of discomfort washed over his face. He had made more than one error. David confirmed that the red-hooded minion before him was none other than Bruce Wayne, the Batman, who had only recently returned to Gotham to engage in the fight against crime. This version of Bruce Wayne resembled a novice, far from the mature and cold figure he would later become, a Batman who seemed incapable of error, where one might wonder, had the bank security personnel vanished too? Ignoring the 7 or 8 submachine guns pointed in his direction, David scanned the surroundings. At the entrance of the security room, a figure lay on the ground, lips turning purple and froth escaping from his mouth, while another person was collapsed atop him, exhibiting a similar appearance. They had evidently been poisoned beforehand. "Now, remove your hood." Though in the midst of robbing a bank, and with the police likely on their way, the leader of the Red Hood showed no signs of urgency. Instead, he pointed his gun with great interest. "Let's see who you are. Are you the infamous orphan of the Wayne family? Or perhaps a deluded officer believing he can take us down single-handedly? If indeed you are Bruce Wayne, your future will be carefree." Laughter erupted among the armed henchmen. "We are not the foolish Joe Chill, who, over a mere string of pearls, murdered Gotham's wealthiest couple." The harsh sound reverberated throughout the hall as David observed the raised hand of number 5, the veins on his hand becoming pronounced. "Joe Chill, A cowardly street thug scorned by the mob, rose to infamy after the tragic murder of the Waynes, an event known to all in Gotham. Under the threat of a gun, Number 5 had no choice but to awkwardly remove his hood, revealing a middle-aged face adorned with a thick black beard. An expression of irritation as if misunderstood. Number 5, in the brief moment of astonishment among the red-hooded henchmen, Number 5 flicked his wrist, and a miniature remote control shot forth from his sleeve. With lightning speed, he pressed it down. Boom! The bank's thick, sturdy glass door shattered into a million pieces. The shockwave from the explosion swept through the hall, shards of glass flying, and the Red Hoods were knocked to the ground by the force. Almost simultaneously, a smoke bomb was thrown to the floor. Number 5 pivoted and lunged at the standing David, dragging him behind the bank counter to evade the imminent gunfire. However, like a ferocious beast, Bruce surged forward, his shoulder colliding with what felt like a massive bronze statue, eliciting a grunt from him as he paused in surprise. He had indeed considered that the young lad was proficient in martial arts. Yet no matter how formidable those skills were, the weight of one's own body remained unchanged. In the midst of the ambush, how could a master of over 100 fighting styles not move him at all? Not sensing the need to evade, David glanced at the astonished, middle-aged face, noting the wrinkled skin on his neck, and with a slight smile, casually tossed Batman behind the solid wooden counter. The fledgling Batman, still somewhat inexperienced in executing plans, had nonetheless long adopted the habit of keeping a backup strategy. Shoot him, kill him, with the simultaneous discharge of several submachine guns. Bullets roared from the barrels, effortlessly piercing through the heavy counter as Bruce Wayne ducked to the ground, covering his head. Each golden bullet struck David's body, immediately losing all kinetic energy, clattering harmlessly to the floor. Cease fire. After the volley of hundreds of bullets, the leader of the Red Hood commanded in a low tone. Amidst the dissipating smoke, a tall, indistinct figure stood unmoved within, while several Red Hood thugs awaited the silhouette they expected to see riddled with bullets to topple backward. Yet within the haze, a flicker of dangerous purple light emerged. What is that? A thug furrowed his brow, gun raised, squinting to discern the source of the illumination. Suddenly, a laser shot forth from the smoke, piercing through his chest with excruciating pain. Stunned, he looked down in disbelief as a gaping blood hole, the size of a thumb, punctured his heart. Thud! The body collapsed, a pool of crimson rapidly spreading across the hall. Kill him! Aimed at the figure in the smoke. The Red Hood gang panically opened fire. Using the counter as cover, Bruce Wayne crouched behind, cautiously peeking out with wide eyes, filled with astonishment. Whoosh whoosh. Not far in front of him, the young man clad in a trench coat stood calmly, raising one arm in the shape of a gun. Like a scene from a black and white silent film, he imagined his finger as a pistol reminiscent of a dashing cowboy confronting bandits. A childhood memory from his estate where he too had played in the grass before losing his parents. But now, that figure truly unleashed something from his fingertips. Not bullets, but beams of purple laser. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. In the bank hall, viewed from the side, the upright figure wore a casual expression, as if playing a game, methodically and unhurriedly firing invisible shots with his finger. Yet it felt as if death itself was calling names. The searing lasers sliced through the air, causing the thugs to stand on end in panic as blood holes erupted in their chests, one by one, their bodies collapsing to the ground. From Bruce Wayne's astonishment, 43. How did this guy manage to do that? Yesterday, I added another chapter, stayed up a bit late, and woke up around noon with a slight headache. I'll adjust the timing. The updates won't be fewer, just a bit delayed. The update for midnight will be posted tomorrow during the day, and I'll write more to make up for it. Chapter 52. Gotham can be easily annihilated. The bodies thudded to the ground, and soon the bank's grand hall fell silent, devoid of gunfire. Only the terrified screams of those sprawled on the floor echoed through the air. Outside, police cars arrived, surrounding the bank with their piercing sirens. One by one, they formed a protective barrier, as Gotham's officers trembled behind the vehicles, frantically shouting through loudspeakers. Don't move. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. A cacophony of jarring noises ensued. David cupped his hands over his ears and glanced outside. Not a single officer bore the anxious expression of someone eager to rescue hostages. Instead, they huddled behind their cars, resembling novice soldiers on a battlefield, fearful of being mowed down by machine gun fire. Some dared not even peek out, while a few others, slightly braver yet pale, were trembling so violently that their hands shook uncontrollably as they pointed toward the bank. "Fear not. Gotham's elite officers have arrived. You are saved," David said with a smile. Lifting the money he had just withdrawn from the counter. A gust of wind swirled around him, dispersing the smoke, and he vanished from sight. The sudden disappearance left Bruce Wayne wide-eyed in astonishment. Having trained under a master of ninjutsu, he understood the art of stealth achieved through the interplay of light and smoke. Yet he had failed to detect any flaws in David's technique. As he observed the bodies of the robbers lying on the ground, the officers seemed poised to make a move. Bruce swiftly turned and ascended the stairs of the bank, crashing through the glass and escaping into the alleyway behind. The surveillance cameras had ceased functioning long before the robbers entered. Having concluded his brief encounter, David utilized his fingers to dismiss the robbers and made his way to an unoccupied alley several hundred meters away. He paused until his skin regained its normal hue, ready to depart in search of a hotel. "What brings you to Gotham?" A deep, resonant voice suddenly inquired from behind him. David turned to find Red Hood number 5 lurking in the shadows, his expression as stoic as the eternal ice atop a mountain. The weapon he had previously wielded lay discarded, leaving him unarmed like a Greek warrior facing a formidable beast. His muscles, taut beneath his suit, were coiled and ready for action. "You dare to pursue me? Are you not afraid of joining your comrades?" David retorted, a frown creasing Bruce Wayne's brow as doubts swirled within him. This young man, enveloped in an air of enigma, might possess some advanced weaponry capable of emitting lasers, and appeared to have surpassed him in the art of stealth. Most crucially, a single phrase unveiled the identity concealed beneath the mask and human guise. "You are not a police officer. You have no right to interrogate me," David replied with a smile. Before him stood Bruce Wayne, already hinting at the formidable presence he would one day embody, in contrast to the youthful Clark, who had yet to fully emerge from the confines of school. Bruce was closer to the fully realized Batman, a figure of immense significance for the fate of the world. Thus, despite lacking the powers of the unfallen Clark, the emotional weight he could offer remained substantial. "I am not a police officer. Who else, aside from the officers, would dare to infiltrate the ranks of criminals in an effort to thwart a heist?" Bruce asked slowly, acknowledging his own recklessness in embodying the Red Hood number 5. Realizing there were numerous oversights, primarily due to the lack of time to engage with a group of bank robbers. Yet, he could not fathom where the cracks in his true identity had been revealed. "You are correct, but you seem to overlook one crucial detail. This is Gotham," David replied. Spreading his hands, the young man from Metropolis explained to the native Gothamite that in this decaying city, the officers merely played a part-time role, while the gangsters and informants were the true operatives of Gotham's police force. Those individuals outside the bank would never risk their lives for the meager salary of a few $100s a day. Bruce Wayne fell silent for a moment. "Gotham will not remain this way forever," he said, his voice low and solemn, as if reciting a conviction to which he had pledged his life's energy. "Best of luck to you," David replied with a slight smile, preparing to turn away. "You seem to be skeptical of this notion." Bruce Wayne stepped forward, akin to a leopard poised to seize its prey. Many held differing opinions on whether Gotham still had hope, yet this would not sway his belief. However, he was curious about the young man's perspective. For some inexplicable reason, this individual seemed to understand him profoundly, including recognizing his identity and discerning the depths of his heart upon hearing the words, "Gotham will not remain this way forever." The ancient city of Gotham had once bestowed countless lives and hopes upon many. Yet, it was undeniable that it was now gravely ill, steeped in decay. David paused briefly before remarking, "As for why Gotham is so dark and chaotic, various explanations abound in comics. Some say it rests upon the gates of hell, cursed, or under the control of the Court of Owls, with even the spirit of the city twisted beyond recognition. However, one phrase encapsulates Gotham. It can be easily destroyed, but is difficult to change, unless someone steps forward to wield the cold, precise scalpel to excise the festering corruption. Gotham will continue to endure pain and decay until its demise." "Is that what you advocate? To strike down with lethal force?" Bruce Wayne discerned the implication in his words, his tone turning harsh. Years ago, when Joe Chill was paroled as a witness to capture the mafia boss, Bruce had contemplated ending the life of the man who had slain his parents as he exited the courtroom. Yet, someone had awakened him to the truth. His parents would never wish to see him descend into darkness, becoming akin to those criminals. You seem to have recently arrived in Gotham, yet you've already claimed the lives of several individuals in this city. Am I not entitled to defend myself against a group of armed assailants? I simply do not employ a firearm, David stated, unwilling to engage further, and took a step away. Although he had come to Gotham in search of someone, Bruce Wayne was of no assistance to him now. In the eyes of the public, Bruce Wayne remains in a state of disappearance, indicating that the current Batman has only recently returned to Gotham. He likely has yet to fully grasp the operations of his own company, and he finds himself perplexed by the circumstances surrounding Gotham. By the way, please refrain from carelessly tossing items in my direction, Gotham's vigilante. He extracted a miniature locator from the pocket of his trench coat, flicking it backward with a snap of his fingers. A gust of wind rushed forth, and Bruce Wayne swiftly turned his face aside as the coin-sized locator, sharp as a razor, grazed his skin and embedded itself deep into the brick wall behind him. When he redirected his gaze, the alley lay deserted, devoid of any presence, save for a chilling breeze that swept through. He was not surprised, merely furrowing his brow. Master Bruce? In the underground passage, a sleek black motorcycle roared forward, its tires robust enough to withstand bullets, its formidable design instilling a sense of awe as it came to a gradual halt before a bunker. The rider, tearing off the tattered mask from his face, revealed a youthful yet cold visage, his gaze resolute, embodying an unyielding spirit forged through trials, yet brimming with an eager ambition to accomplish something significant. It is I, Alfred. I saw the news. You have once again navigated a perilous day, Master. Amidst the rumble of the motorcycle's engine, the elderly voice of Alfred emerged, tinged with a blend of resignation and concern. It is still early in the day, Alfred. At the bunker's entrance, as he awaited the door to open, Bruce Wayne dismounted, gracefully removing the red rose from his suit's lapel, his expression contemplative as he noted a barely perceptible black spot concealed within the rose's petals. Forgive me, Master. To be honest, operating a supercomputer was not part of my training as a butler. After a half-minute, the bunker door creaked open. It's quite all right, Alfred. I still have ample time today. He strolled leisurely into what he referred to as the Batcave, connecting a miniature camera to the vast computer screen. The footage of a bank heist unfolded, then paused, capturing a young face. The glow from a screen flickered upon Wayne's visage as he fixated on the image, murmuring softly as he pressed the search button. Now let me see who you are. Chapter 53. Theft is not a good habit. A fierce bird of prey has intruded into the ominous forest known as Gotham. Bruce Wayne is eager to ascertain the identity of this individual. Yet, as he pressed the button, the screen displayed the stark red letters. No data available. Before the expansive computer screen, Bruce furrowed his brow. No criminal record, no driver's license, no spending history, no immigration records. Either this individual had resided in the primordial forest since birth, or, like him, they bore a false identity. As he ambled along the bustling streets of Gotham under his umbrella, David touched his face contemplatively. His extraordinary vision discerned the pinhole camera nestled within Batman's chest emblem. Yet he chose to disregard it. The visage before him was unmistakably genuine, albeit subtly altered from its original form. A human face comprises over 40 distinct muscles, categorized into those responsible for expression and those for mastication. These facial muscles, intertwined with blood vessels and nerves, envelop cartilage and bone, with smooth skin adhering to the musculature. These tissues are interlinked and interactive, capable of producing a myriad of movements and expressions. However, the degree of control a person possesses over them is exceedingly limited. Only exceptionally gifted performers can manipulate a greater number of facial muscles, rendering their countenance slightly rigid and adopting a semblance of another's visage. Yet, even they cannot exert complete control. The average individual is unlikely to achieve such feats. He, however, was far from ordinary, verging on not being human at all. Thanos, as a member of the eternal race, possessed an innate ability to precisely and effortlessly govern all his bodily muscles, facilitating combat training and strength control, as well as enabling alterations to his facial appearance. It is likely that Thanos had never employed such talent. The Dark Lord might have deemed it beneath him to conceal his identity, for he had far superior methods at his disposal, such as magic and technology. Concealment would prove futile given his towering stature and distinctive purple visage. As he traversed the streets, he caught sight of a high-voltage power line. David recalled Avery in Gotham. As a future Superman, He could not fathom that Clark would easily lose his abilities. Moreover, Superman's powers were rooted in his genetics, stemming from his identity as Clark Kent, making them quite challenging to usurp. Capturing Avery and reenacting the incident might restore Clark's abilities, akin to the potent energy of kryptonite. Should that fail, he could explore other methods to summon lightning during a stormy day. Yet all these plans hinged upon first locating Avery in Gotham and bringing him back. A contemplative expression flitted across his features. He decided to seek out 2 local informants to inquire about the latest news in Gotham. Suddenly, a hurried figure collided with an ostentatiously dressed lady adorned with designer handbags. "Apologies," exclaimed a girl with flowing chestnut hair, rushing past as if in a desperate hurry. Her head bowed in apology before she vanished around the corner. The lady muttered a few curses, dismissing the incident as she continued on her way. David raised an eyebrow, noting that the sapphire ring on the woman's hand had mysteriously vanished. Encountering a robbery so soon after encountering a theft was not particularly surprising in the quaint yet tumultuous realm of Gotham. Nonetheless, the skill with which the ring had been pilfered in the moment of collision was rather extraordinary. A hint of surprise flickered across his countenance. As a thief, one inevitably mingles with the underbelly of society, especially when seeking unique channels for disposing of stolen goods. Thus, this individual could be deemed a local informant. "Young master, I wonder if you recall that above this cave lies Wayne Manor." An elderly gentleman, impeccably dressed in a butler's attire, with hair ashen and eyes reflecting the wisdom and burdens of time, approached with a gleaming silver tray, upon which rested a glass of iced coffee. "Of course, Alfred." Accepting the coffee, Bruce Wayne took a sip before returning his attention to the computer. "How could I possibly forget something so simple? Yet since your return, you have secluded yourself in this Batcave, scarcely venturing to the manor that lies so near." A hint of helplessness flickered in Alfred's gaze. "I have many matters to attend to, Alfred. Numerous pressing concerns." The computer had infiltrated and downloaded the withdrawal records from the Gotham National Bank, with hopes of uncovering a lead. However, it revealed that the card used for the withdrawals belonged to a former henchman of a now-deceased mob boss, who had met his demise over a year ago. Bruce Wayne furrowed his brow, glancing at the death file, which indicated a broken neck. The body was discovered in the gang's temporary hideout, alongside several other deceased thugs, a number of whom had suffered fatal brain injuries. The Hyena Gang? A few members survived, but are now in a vegetative state. In the same time frame, dozens of gang members across Gotham had succumbed to severe brain trauma, with 7 or 8 others left incapacitated. Beyond this, no further leads could be found. The current clues seem to have run dry. "Master, I understand your feelings, but your impatience is concerning." Observing the Master's increasingly troubled expression, Alfred slightly inclined his body and offered his counsel. "In 1840, your ancestor, Solomon Wayne, invested in establishing the series of industrial and commercial districts that now constitute Gotham's prosperity. Understand that this was not accomplished in a day. Rome wasn't built in a day." "I know, Alfred." Rubbing his temples, Bruce Wayne confided in the elder who had raised him. Having endured life-threatening trials and undergone hellish training that could drive many to madness, I once believed I was prepared. Yet upon returning to Gotham, I realized how much I still lack. The distinction between infiltration, sabotage, assassination, and blending in, versus investigation and protection, was stark. He rose and approached the workbench, meticulously honing his bat-shaped throwing darts, the sparks reflecting in his pupils. I possess advanced technology and formidable weaponry, yet some things cannot be replaced by science. I require precision, strength, and swiftness, like a bat in the night, elusive and deadly. Striking true, coldly efficient, and never errant. I must interject, Master. Alfred shook his head. "I cannot ascertain how long it will take you to achieve this, but it will be wise to first safeguard what you already have." "What do you mean?" Pausing, he turned his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. "If you continue on this path, the top-secret technologies from Wayne Enterprises R&D department, along with your powerful weaponry, may soon slip from your grasp." Alfred was reluctant to witness the child he had nurtured growing up under such duress, leaving no respite for himself in this city. Soon, there would be no sleek, advanced Batmobile or Bat-suit for him to tinker with. Indeed, there were more pressing matters at hand. A glimmer of inquiry shone in Bruce Wayne's eyes. "For many years, William Earl had been managing your family business on your behalf, and in your absence, some of his actions had grown increasingly audacious. Recently, as the chairman of the board. He had been lobbying fellow directors to take Wayne Enterprises public. Listening to Alfred's account, Bruce Wayne's expression darkened. For an ordinary company, going public might yield various advantages. However, for Wayne Enterprises, which had thrived alongside Gotham for nearly 2 centuries, those advantages were negligible. The sole concern lay in the fact that once the company went public, the ease of stock manipulation could dilute the shares of a certain missing Wayne, effectively ousting him from the board. You are right, Alfred. Perhaps it is time for Gotham to know that the son of Wayne has returned, he said, his voice steady as a sharp bat-shaped projectile soared through the air, striking its target with precision from several meters away. In the winding, cobblestone streets of an empty alley, a young girl clad in tight black jeans and a blue-striped blouse. Her loose brown hair, cascading over her swan-like neck, concealed her brilliant, gem-like eyes behind a pair of unassuming square glasses. Her attire suggested a studious university student, engrossed in her studies and entirely disengaged from social interactions, evoking no suspicion from passers-by. After swiftly stashing the pilfered wallet into her satchel, she adorned her fingers with jewelry, her eyes gleaming with admiration for the sapphire ring she had just acquired. A perfect starry blue sapphire, its quality ranking among the top in her collection. Adjusting her glasses, Selina felt a surge of joy. Today appeared to be her fortunate day. Merely strolling down the street had led her to discover a beautiful sapphire ring. Stealing is not a commendable habit, a young, magnetic voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Startled, she instinctively concealed the ring, turning to face the source of the voice. Who is it? As Selina turned, she found herself facing a camera. David nodded in satisfaction, turning his phone around. How'd it turn out? Was the angle all right? On the phone screen, there was an image of Selina wearing the stolen sapphire ring, with a smug smile reminiscent of a little thief. Delete it. Upon realizing evidence of her theft had been captured, Selina hurriedly reached to snatch the phone. However, David easily stepped back, placing the phone in his pocket with a light pat. This will serve as evidence for the court in the future. Give it to me. Selina reached out, attempting to snatch the phone from David's grasp in a bid to erase the evidence of her face captured in a photograph. Her movements were agile and deft, yet each time she extended her hands, she was a moment too late. David appeared unfazed, like a butterfly flitting through a meadow, seemingly unperturbed, while Selina failed to even brush against the hem of his garment. After several swift maneuvers, Selina, resembling an unaccustomed athlete, leaned against her knees, breathless and exhausted, suddenly casting a surprised glance behind David, as if she had spotted something extraordinary. What could it be? Such childish tactics should not be employed. Despite Selina's commendable acting skills and her unexpected timing, David did not even turn his head, his expression one of indifference. Selina Kyle, known as Catwoman, was an international thief with a penchant for jewels, antiques, and various precious artworks, possessing world-class skills that allowed her to pilfer targets from even the most secure environments. Though still young, he found it hard to believe that a mere scuffle could leave the seasoned thief so fatigued. Was her stamina truly so limited? Did she not fear being apprehended and taken to the police station? Let me impart a word of caution, outsider. Do not provoke anyone in Gotham, even if they are a thief. Slightly irked by David's jest, Selina withdrew a black whip from her satchel, brandishing it with a flourish, the crack resounding like thunder, sending a shiver down the spine. In an instant, her demeanor transformed, resembling a black rose adorned with sharp thorns. Perhaps it is too late to say this, but I just encountered the darkest and most ruthless individual in Gotham. Observing the change in a young Catwoman as she brandished her weapon, David raised an eyebrow, intrigued. By the way, how did you discern that I am an outsider? Your trench coat is exquisite. However, in the perpetually rain-soaked Gotham, only 2 types of individuals don such attire. Selina removed her glasses and, with a flick of her wrist, sent the black whip darting toward David like a striking serpent. 1, like you, who is unfamiliar with Gotham, and 2, those who merely wear luxury garments once before discarding them. You are correct. Effortlessly catching the approaching whip, David glanced at the mud-splattered hem of his trench coat and turned back with a smile. But why can't I be the latter? The young Catwoman paid no heed to David's inquiry. She attempted to yank back the whip, aiming to trip him. Yet it felt as if it were gripped by a hydraulic press, immovable, even when she used both hands, her feet slipping on the damp ground. Damn it. What did your parents feed you when you were a child? She felt as though she were wrestling with a bull. Vegetables, apple pie, oatmeal, perhaps a morning glass of milk? With one hand grasping the whip, David gave a slight tug, and Selena's lithe form was propelled several meters away, landing in the muck. Appearing quite disheveled. You are lighter than I imagined. He turned to regard the fallen Selena, raising an eyebrow in surprise at her discomfort. How can one run swiftly without a gentle push? You truly are a gentleman, a mere country dweller. The sound of pain seemed to resonate as Selena, clutching her waist, rose unsteadily, deliberately speaking in sarcasm and complaints. However, in the next instant, she unexpectedly produced a stun gun from her bag. The high-pressure nitrogen in the magazine swiftly released, and 2 electrodes launched from the barrel. Let's see if you can withstand this. Crack. The moment the 2 electrodes struck David's chest, a high-voltage current surged forth, sufficient to render a 300-pound behemoth incapacitated, convulsing on the ground in a fetal position. The scene Selena had envisioned did not unfold. Her half-formed smirk froze on her face. As if unaffected, David casually tore off the barbs from his clothing and stepped toward her. What manner of monster are you? Witnessing David's resilience, Selena felt a twinge of panic, akin to a kitten caught in mischief, trying to escape but cornered. What do you intend to do? With no path to retreat. She pressed against the wall, realizing that David was not merely pursuing her for theft. Mom, surely you wouldn't wish for the evidence of your thievery to come to the attention of the police? David brandished his phone, shaking it slightly. Be more specific. In a temporary lodging apartment. Caught off guard, Selena wore a look of resignation. The individual before her threatened her with evidence of her crime, demanding she gather intelligence. Albeit the specifics remained nebulous. I wish to know all significant happenings in Gotham, particularly those involving the underworld, David asserted. Avery has arrived in Gotham, and judging by his remarks prior to his departure, his purpose here is not simply to indulge in the lawless pleasures of the city. There are many numb souls awaiting conquest. I shall return and erase everything that discomforts me. This fellow is quite ambitious. A glimmer of something unusual flickered in his eyes. Unlike Clark, Avery, upon discovering a weakness, is inclined to eradicate it immediately. His arrival in Gotham likely aims at gathering a following to return to a small town, to obliterate all remnants of meteorites, ensuring nothing can hinder him in the future. Yet, the world is not as simple as he imagines. You must be aware that Gotham's crime syndicates outnumber hotels that merely provide hot water, correct? Selena replied, vexed as she fiddled with the discharged stun gun, wondering where this man had come from, considering he could withstand such an attack. Who are the most notorious crime lord in Gotham? David pondered, understanding that Avery, upon gaining power, would likely dismiss the smaller gangs. Black Mask, Roman Kazure, Carmine Falcone, the Penguin. Selena counted on her fingers, enumerating a few of Gotham's infamous crime lords. I seek information on these individuals, their recent activities, and any anomalies therein. Are you serious? Upon hearing David's nonchalant remarks, she paused, her fingers ceasing their motion, her eyes widening slightly as she lifted her gaze. Do you truly regard them as the petty hoodlums from your quaint little town, who would soil themselves at the mere sight of a sheriff? To say the least, each of these gang leaders could shake Gotham to its core with a mere stomp of their feet. They are ruthless, cold-blooded monsters who devour their prey whole. Even the children of Gotham would weep at the mere mention of their names. Offending the mayor is a lesser sin than crossing them. Are you not afraid that your audacity might create ripples in the dark waters, attracting sharks? Selena warned, pausing momentarily before her expression shifted to one of indignation. Moreover, are you not overestimating the capabilities of a mere thief? While I seek to pilfer discreetly, you're suggesting I should poke a tiger in the rear. What's the difference between that and handing me a gun to assassinate the president? The consequences of the latter might even be more favorable. As she withdrew her gaze from the rain-soaked street bustling with passers-by, David, clad in a sharp black suit, smiled at the Catwoman lounging on the sofa. I have faith in you. You're no ordinary thief. The number of notorious gang leaders in Gotham is vast. Having concrete information is undoubtedly more expedient than approaching each one individually. Absolutely not. The young Catwoman's tone was resolute in rejecting any notion of courting danger. Attracting their attention would leave her with nothing but bones. It would be preferable to be apprehended by the police, where she might serve a mere few years. A few years in prison? David raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can reduce your sentence. I suspect the value of what you've stolen could easily amount to a century behind bars. Beyond exquisite jewels, her targets often included invaluable artifacts. Regardless, it's better than death. Upon grasping David's intentions, Selina dismissed his threats with a huff, rising to leave the room. She knew that a single photograph may not suffice to convict her. She merely wished to avoid drawing the attention of the precinct. Even if incarcerated, the possibility of escape loomed large. The guards in prison are hardly more vigilant than the security of a private museum. For her, stealing from a museum felt like returning home. Prison could not confine her for long. How about a price? David proposed. I have no interest in money. Selina flatly rejected his tempting offer, her hand already reaching for the doorknob. Suddenly, a 10-cent coin, propelled with the force of a shotgun blast, shattered the brass doorknob. What do you think you're doing? She exclaimed, turning with the ferocity of a startled cat, ready for a fight. How'd you do that? With your hand? As she beheld David retracting his finger from the flicked coin, Selina's eyes widened in astonishment. You may not care for money, but you likely possess an abundance of jewels. Yet there are certain matters you have never encountered, David remarked enigmatically. In our rural region, there exists a cave that once served as a refuge for fleeing slaves last century. Within its depths, they clandestinely cultivated a peculiar herb brought from Africa, known as heartleaf. Heartleaf? Catwoman inquired, her brow furrowed in skepticism. Consuming heartleaf grants one the pinnacle of human physicality, strength, and speed. Is that truly the case? The fantastical claim left her with a visage of doubt. As a thief, it is paramount to possess the acumen to read others, discerning whom to target and whom to avoid. She had dabbled in psychology, yet observing David speak of heartleaf's extraordinary effects, he appeared devoid of deceit. Moreover, how else could one explain this man's formidable power without the herb? So, you provide me with the information I seek, and in return, I offer you heartleaf? Selina questioned, her belief wavering. Are you once again venturing into motocross? Lucius Fox, head of Wayne Enterprises Technology Development and Applications Department, chuckled as he welcomed the son of his late friend to the subterranean 13th floor of Wayne Tower. By the way, I just caught wind of your headline news. The long-missing Bruce Wayne reappeared at a Wayne Enterprises board meeting. Bruce smiled faintly. This morning, during a board meeting convened by William Earl to discuss going public, I made my official re-entry before the assembly, interrupting proceedings without any prior announcement. A few responsive board members mentioned they would reconsider. It seems Gotham has not forgotten me, he mused, a hint of nostalgia crossing his features. After nearly succumbing to darkness on the day he contemplated shooting the paroled Joker, he departed Gotham, wandering and absorbing diverse knowledge, remaining out of the public eye for 6 years. Your family has played an integral role in Gotham's prosperity. They shall never forget you, the elder reflected, gazing at the young man before him, reminiscent of his departed friend. Mr. Fox, I wish to inquire whether there exists any attire specifically designed to counter laser weaponry. Bruce Wayne, after exchanging pleasantries, broached the main topic. Was it this time mountain climbing, cave exploration, or precision skydiving? Lucius teased, concealing his emotions. The son of his late friend was once again procuring an array of high-tech gadgets under various pretexts. Bruce hesitated. Truth be told, even with his intellect, he couldn't concoct a plausible reason for a privileged young man to face laser weaponry. If you prefer not to disclose your intentions, that is perfectly acceptable. At least when questioned, I need not fabricate a lie. The elder humorously navigated the topic away. Bruce fell silent. While he might conceal his advanced technological arsenal from others, he could not deceive the man who personally handed him several pieces of equipment. The two shared an unspoken understanding and chose not to pursue the subject further. There is a semi-finished item. Leading Bruce to a box draped with a dusty curtain, he unveiled its contents, a pair of black energy-absorbing wrist guards. Crafted from superconducting composite materials, they were as light as carbon fiber, yet possessed the formidable capability to withstand blades. With the wrist guards in hand, Lucius approached a workbench and activated the guards with an electric shock device. A surge of electricity coursed through them, the light flickering momentarily before vanishing. Absorbed? Witnessing this, Bruce's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he eagerly inquired if lasers could also be absorbed. Any form of energy can be absorbed, Lucius replied, lifting a finger with a grave expression. However, should the absorption limit be exceeded, The result would be catastrophic, a blast potent enough to obliterate tank armor, leaving nothing but carnage should a person wear them. Thus, they remained a work in progress. Such a glaring and lethal flaw prompted a furrowed brow from Bruce. Why not continue the research? He asked. Firstly, ordinary individuals do not require defenses against stormtroopers of interplanetary warfare. Lucius jested lightly, spreading his arms with a melancholic expression, indicating the emptiness of their floor. The Technological Research Department of Wayne Enterprises had effectively become a shell of its former self. Earl believed that the legacy left by Wayne Enterprises could sustain them for years without the need for significant investment in technological development. For instance, the AK-47 had remained a global bestseller for decades. His words implied that some businesses, though simple in their investments, yielded exorbitant profits. The AK-47? Bruce noted the weight of his tone, puzzled as to why it was mentioned. The development of weaponry had once been a facet of Wayne Group's business. But the focus had shifted years ago, with arms now constituting a substantial portion of the company's revenue. What? Bruce Wayne's expression darkened. Having ventured into war-torn regions and witnessed firsthand the devastation wrought by conflict, he gritted his teeth. How could he dare to tarnish the Wayne name with such dealings? Speaking of arms, there was a matter of considerable importance that I must disclose. Lucius, his brow furrowed in concern, recalled something. What is it? Bruce inquired. In recent days, Wayne Enterprises has lost a significant piece of wartime technology, a microwave generator. Chapter 56. The news is in. This device could emit microwaves, heating and vaporizing enemy water supplies from a distance. Lucius had been relegated to the basement of the building for several years, during which Earl had shown little interest until recently, when he suddenly sent people to retrieve detailed information regarding the microwave generator. Water supplies? Bruce mused, considering the loss seemed trivial. Yet, the motives of those who had stolen it were undoubtedly complex, for dozens had perished in the endeavor. Every crew member aboard the vessel transporting the microwave generator had been slain. Any leads? Bruce frowned. All the bodies had vanished, presumed to have been discarded in the sea. At the scene, a discovery was made. Lucius produced a photograph depicting a bloodied ninja dart embedded in the cargo ship's wall. Upon recognizing the style of the dart, Bruce's pupils contracted. Do you recognize it? He inquired, attempting to instigate an investigation into the matter. Without a direct response, Bruce's expression became complex. Of course, I am familiar with it, he admitted, recalling that most of his skills were honed in that very place, where he endured the brutal and inhumane trials of ancient training, solidifying his resolve within the Shadow Warriors Alliance. Yet, when the Alliance commanded him to eliminate a criminal to prove his allegiance to justice and to lead the Shadow Warriors in annihilating Gotham, he unleashed chaos, obliterating the base with explosives. It seems that this affair is far from over. As he gazed at the photograph, he could almost sense the earthy scent of impending storms in the humid air, his gaze sharp and piercing. In the heart of Gotham City, within the Burnley district, lies the Manchester Restaurant, one of the finest establishments in the city, frequented by the affluent and illustrious. The ambience was resplendent, adorned with bright and elegant decor, accompanied by the melodious strains of a violin. Inside the restaurant, David and Selina sat across from one another, observing the bustling activity on the second floor. Reflections of passers-by visible in the polished surfaces, with a clear view from the ground floor to the upper windows. Is this the venue you chose for the information exchange? If those individuals you asked me to investigate catch wind of this, it matters not where you conduct the transaction. They will hunt you down like bloodhounds and tear you apart, Selina remarked, spreading her hands in exasperation. Perhaps, if fortune favors us, they remain oblivious. Even conducting the exchange in the street would pose no issue. David displayed no signs of anxiety, only skepticism, suspecting she might seek to vent her frustrations at having been threatened by taking him down. He glanced at the menu, aware that a meal here could sustain an ordinary family for an entire year. I have long desired to dine here, but opportunity has eluded me, Selina mused, her curiosity piqued by the lavish decor surrounding them. The East District, renowned as Gotham's impoverished area, is infamous for the crime alley that led to Bruce Wayne's tragic loss of his parents. Although Catwoman possessed numerous valuable collectibles, she believed that a thief's ostentatiousness could never bode well. A resounding roar interrupted their thoughts, the ostentatious growl of a flashy sports car. An exaggeratedly sleek, silver-gray vehicle came to a halt below, drawing the gaze of diners. A sharply dressed young gentleman emerged from the car. The waiter approached, his eyes nearly glued to the globally limited luxury sports car, unable to divert his gaze. "That car is exquisite," he exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Bruce smirked nonchalantly. "That's nothing. I possess an even cooler one." Another two-seater sports car pulled up, this time with two stunning models on board. He fastened his suit jacket, gallantly assisting the two models from the car as they ascended the stairs. "Mr. Wayne," he was greeted warmly, even obsequiously, by all who beheld him. The return of Bruce Wayne to Gotham has dominated the news today, overshadowing all other stories. As he descended the staircase, the center of attention with two models on his arms, Selina observed him with a complex mix of emotions. It truly is a spectacle. Some individuals are born into a world of privilege. David recalled Catwoman's tragic childhood. Selina's mother, Maria Kyle, was a cold and distant figure, her marriage fraught with discord, preferring the company of cats over that of her daughter. One fateful day, she took her own life, leaving Selina's father, a chronic alcoholic, to reflect his bitterness upon Selina, who reminded him too much of her mother. His cruelty ultimately led to his demise as well. Following these hardships, the homeless Selina roamed the streets before being taken to an orphanage. David contemplated expressing that Bruce Wayne was not significantly better off, yet it seemed an inadequate consolation. Not far from the second-floor dining area, a gathering of Wayne Enterprises directors was hosted by William Earl. "Bruce, you've arrived?" The sight of Bruce Wayne embracing two models in such an environment momentarily stunned him, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He had expected to exert considerable effort to persuade the board of Bruce's return. "Mary, over here, at the staircase's corner." Selina waved at a provocatively dressed woman ascending to the second floor. Lowering her sunglasses, Mary cast a flirtatious glance at the statuesque David before taking her seat. "Here, that's what you wanted." She slid a brown, paper-wrapped envelope across the table to Selina. David furrowed his brow. Mary appeared somewhat dazed, as if intoxicated. Could the information from someone like her be reliable? "Shall we eat?" Selina provided access to elusive channels, with David covering the expenses. After payment, Selina invited Mary to join them for a meal. "No, I dislike the atmosphere here. It makes me uncomfortable." With that, she stood up, blowing a teasing kiss to the stern-faced David before swaying away without a backward glance. Mary was one of Gotham's informants, her sources far from upscale, waitstaff at restaurants, street thieves, homeless individuals, nightclub dancers, and the countless addicts lingering in alleys, even corrupt police officers. Noticing David's skepticism about the reliability of her sources, Selina explained as she handed him the envelope. "However, her information is generally quite accurate, often firsthand. The best informants are those seemingly inconspicuous individuals who frequent the shadows of society." "She appears unfazed by the dangerous mobsters you speak of," David remarked. "Such as Gotham." She replied, "The city is rife with sirens, shattered glass, piercing screams, and the sordid laughter echoing in its alleys. There are far too many things in Gotham to fear. If one were to live in constant dread, there would be no time left for anything else." She responded with an air of nonchalance. "It appears that the delectable dishes I have chosen can be savored solely by me." Seated in a corner by the window on the second floor, the Catwoman gracefully indulges in her lavish meal, while he quietly peruses the messages he has received. To his surprise, he encounters Bruce Wayne once more. Yet he lacks the inclination to greet him. Batman is not a suitable companion for social engagements, even if he could provide a considerable emotional boost. In recent days, David has occasionally glimpsed emotional points emanating from Batman. During this period, David's progress in integrating the template has scarcely faltered. Bruce Wayne often finds himself contemplating matters related to David, with emotions predominantly characterized by confusion, suspicion, and anxiety, seldom pausing from dawn till dusk. One of Batman's most distinctive traits is his paranoia, even towards friends. If he perceives a threat or the possibility of losing control, he will discreetly devise a contingency plan. However, what is commendable about him is his consistency. He treats others as he would himself, often with even greater severity. His precautionary measures to prevent his own loss of control include a plan that involves exhuming his parents' grave, intending to attack him in a moment of rage and irrationality. He should expedite matters with Avery and return to the town. In comparison to Batman, David prefers to derive emotional points from Clark, even if Clark embodies a more virtuous persona than Batman. The message from Mary is remarkably concise, devoid of photographs, consisting solely of handwritten text. It is understandable that gang leaders like Falcone and Black Mask are not easily captured in photographs. If one is photographed, it signifies an imminent gunfire scenario. Recently, Carmine Falcone has reportedly sustained mysterious injuries, with bandages adorning his hands and an unusual necktie concealing bruises on his neck. Upon reading this news, David squinted. There is no need to read further. Avery must have sought out the Roman. While Bruce Wayne and others engage in conversation over their meal, the topic shifts to the recent emergence of vigilantes in Gotham. He dismissively gestures toward his own head, offering a scornful remark. That individual who masquerades as a bat must be mentally unhinged. Surely, his life lacks enjoyment, or else he would not be competing with the police for work. The restaurant manager approached, sporting a pair of small mustaches and exuding an air of subtle arrogance. Sir, please observe your companion. The decorative pool in the restaurant is not intended for swimming. This affluent young man, who indulges in luxury cars and models, displays a complete lack of decorum. Bruce Wayne glanced back to see the two models he had brought, clad only in lingerie, plunging into the restaurant's ornamental pool. Frolicking like mermaids and splashing water at one another, their impolite behavior drawing the attention of several patrons. I kindly request that you all take your leave. I apologize. Their personalities tend to be rather boisterous. Bruce Wayne offered a slight, apologetic smile as he retrieved his checkbook from within his coat, beginning to inscribe his signature. Sir, no matter how generous your tip may be, it remains the same. He carelessly scrawled a series of zeros, and rising from his seat, he nonchalantly thrust a staggering check into the manager's chest, treating it as if it were mere scrap paper. I shall purchase this restaurant. Henceforth, swimming in the pool shall be permitted. Unfazed by the manager's stunned silence or the bewildered patrons at the table, Bruce Wayne winked at them before leaping into the pool, frolicking with the two models as if no one were watching. In the water, while Bruce Wayne endeavored to cultivate his playboy persona, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure, halting in his tracks. The two models, however, remained undeterred, playfully splashing water onto his face. The sudden deluge left his hair plastered to his forehead, and as he wiped his face, the facade of his light-hearted smile faltered. Such an awkward predicament for Batman was a rarity. On the shore, David, seated at the dining table, withdrew his keen gaze, rising alongside Catwoman, who had just finished her meal. Bruce, you look exceptionally dashing today. Let us venture elsewhere and acquire a few more restaurants. The two models continued their laughter in the pool, and he stiffly nodded in response. Have you found your target? Selina inquired as they exited the restaurant, clad in a black dress. David nodded. True to expectations, Avery had sought out one of the largest crime lords in Gotham, Carmine Falcone, known as the Roman. Falcone was notoriously cold-hearted, and his criminal empire, referred to as the Roman Empire, positioned him as Gotham's most formidable crime boss, maintaining connections with city councilors and police officials alike. Individuals of his stature are rarely attacked. Anyone who dares to make such an attempt must be prepared for lethal consequences, lest they face merciless retribution. However, Falcone had been injured, sporting an embarrassing bruise on his neck, yet his assailants had spared his life, indicating a distinct lack of fear regarding retaliation. So, our deal is struck? David understood her true inquiry pertained to her heart-shaped herb. When I next return to Gotham, I shall bring it for you. Next time? Catwoman's eyes widened in disbelief. Dear lady, are you not aware that herbs have their seasons? David chuckled, suddenly glancing curiously behind Catwoman. What is that? What? Caught off guard, Catwoman turned in confusion, only to find that David had vanished from sight, leaving the street eerily empty. In an instant, she realized she had been deceived. Selina felt her temper flare, akin to a beautiful yet furious black cat, gritting her teeth in indignation. Do not let me see you again. Anger momentarily froze her, and Catwoman suddenly realized that from yesterday until now, she remained oblivious to that man's name. She felt a surge of frustration, observing her exquisite attire and graceful demeanor, which belied her origins from the upper echelons of society. Passers-by near one of Gotham's most opulent restaurants silently shook their heads, labeling her yet another unfortunate girl discarded by a wealthy playboy. Miss? Someone approached her, attempting to strike up a conversation. Get lost. The night was shrouded in darkness. On the outskirts of Gotham, an ancient manor stood, patrolled by a cold-faced mob, assassin walking alongside a muscular, fierce dog, perpetually on guard. This was the headquarters of Gotham's most notorious crime lord, Roman. The security and defenses here were tighter than those of a prison. David appeared outside the manor, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. Sometimes, even the simplest tricks could ensnare the unsuspecting. As for the heart-shaped grass, he had none in his possession from the alternate universe. Nevertheless, Catwoman was not entirely at a loss. At least she had dined at the expensive restaurant she had long wished to visit. Inside the manor, the luxurious master bedroom that once belonged to Roman was now occupied by another. The air was filled with seductive melodies. Falcone, with a face as grim as water, emerged from what was once his domain. He was a pivotal figure in Gotham's underworld, resembling a mob godfather, with a sharp, gray-white haircut and a countenance that exuded a chilling authority. Upon his exit, someone eagerly approached, ready to speak. He calmly shook his head, stifling the man's impulse to voice his thoughts. Too close. He proceeded to another castle. Have you found him, boss? The report came from his subordinate. A middle school student? Falcone's expression darkened as he rubbed his neck. Recently, someone had brazenly invaded his manor, disregarding a multitude of firearms, and in the blink of an eye, appeared before him, gripping his throat with one hand, lifting him off the ground, and threatening him to submit or risk having his neck snapped. A middle school student nearly suffocated me. Before the imminent threat of death, all were equal, forcing him into a humiliating submission to survive. Though the duration of these days was brief, the humiliation ran deep. His crime syndicate had become a mere plaything for that boy, reducing him to a mere servant at the boy's beck and call. Our people have infiltrated his parents' vicinity. With your command, they could be apprehended at any moment as leverage. Wait, it's not the right time. Falcone shook his head, filled with trepidation. That boy's skin seemed capable of repelling assault rifle bullets. His speed surpassed sound itself, resembling a monster, far from the ordinary adversaries he was accustomed to dealing with. And he could not help but feel a twinge of fear. Young men are often the most unpredictable forces within the underworld, characterized by their audacity and a seeming lack of fear. They act without restraint, driven by impulsive fervor, capable of anything when emotions run high. Threats to their parents may not yield the desired effect, serving merely as a temporary trump card. Although he is in his 50s, he is unwilling to risk his life. But how long must he wait? The trusted confidant of the mob boss could not help but ponder. What was he afraid of? Inside, Falcone furrowed his brow and murmured, "What?" The confidant question puzzled. That young man harbors significant apprehensions, Falcone asserted with certainty. Through various probes, such as suggesting he unified Gotham's underworld due to his extraordinary abilities. I found him reluctant, as if he fears something. He only instructed me to gather resources and assemble personnel to heed his commands. But what could possibly instill fear in someone with such power? He frowned in contemplation. If this could be unraveled, only then would matters truly stabilize. Just as the godfather of Gotham's mob and his subordinates pondered within the room, a sudden crash erupted. The window shattered violently, sending shards flying, as a frigid figure burst through like a cannonball. In the dim glow of streetlights late at night, Jonathan, having just delivered his goods, drove his pickup truck along a rural road, a faint frown etched on his face. Recent days had been tumultuous. His eldest son had unexpectedly lost his abilities, while his youngest had concealed his superpowers for years, now determined to pursue Avery and leave their small town for Gotham. However, over the past few days, his youngest had been in contact with the family, providing some solace to him and his wife. He had just heard on the phone that David had located Avery and should be returning soon. Jonathan's worries began to ease. Suddenly, a dilapidated blue sedan behind him blared its horn insistently, prompting Jonathan to maneuver aside. He frowned, adjusting the steering wheel to yield, but the driver seemed frantic. As if his rear end were ablaze, the blaring horn relentless. "Hey, buddy, must you be in such a rush?" He called out as the car drew nearer, rolling down his window in irritation. The sedan appeared oblivious to his words. Inside, a disheveled middle-aged man donned a white lab coat, exuding the air of a beleaguered scholar, his hands trembling with excitement as he spoke on the phone. "Richard, I've done it. I have truly succeeded. Ha 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 ha." On the passenger seat, a peculiar specimen resembling a sunflower was sealed within a glass jar. The man gazed at the jar with fervor, as if beholding the greatest scientific discovery of the 21st century. It's you. What time is it, Hamilton? I just finished dinner and was preparing for bed when you decided to call me at this hour. The voice on the other end scratched his head, sounding distressed. Listen, I have succeeded. No, to be precise, I have achieved success halfway, yet it is sufficient to restore my former accolades. Hamilton was once a luminary in the scientific community, having participated in a nationally organized research group during his youth, investigating the lunar rocks and soil brought back by the Apollo missions. The scientific realm deemed him a strong contender for the Nobel Prize until he published a paper discussing the role of meteorites in genetic evolution and mutation. Lacking any solid argument and presenting an almost fantastical hypothesis, the scientific community was left in uproar, labeling him as mad. Consequently, all funding and honors eluded him, forcing him to retreat to his hometown, where he secluded himself in the woods for research. I have successfully utilized meteorites to induce evolution in a local plant species, known as the devil, which had become extinct due to harsh growing conditions. Now, it thrives even in ordinary soil. You must see it and assist me in issuing a statement. The devil, a name that hardly conveys anything positive. Hamilton eagerly shared his findings. Yet the tone on the other end of the line was casual, as if dismissing a deranged individual. That is inconsequential. You comprehend the significance of this matter, he exclaimed, his excitement surging like a torrent. Hamilton's pupils dilated as he struggled to contain his exhilaration, yearning to elaborate further. As he drove along the highway at night, a sudden jolt from a stone caused him to lose grip of the steering wheel, and the vehicle veered uncontrollably towards the roadside. No, faced with the sloped embankment, he clutched his phone, terror etched across his face. Thud! The car careened off the slope, spinning several times before crashing on the ground. The screech of tires pierced the night as the pickup truck came to a halt, illuminating the scene. My heavens! Upon witnessing the aftermath of a horrific car accident, despite having just been rudely honked at by the other party, Jonathan felt no trace of schadenfreude. He hastily exited his vehicle to render aid. Struggling, he dragged the unconscious driver, blood streaming from his forehead, from the overturned cabin. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a basin of shattered fragments lying at his feet, each piece as large as a silver platter, resembling a yellow moon, faintly glowing with a green luminescence. A fragrant aroma wafted towards him, and he felt an inexplicable warmth coursing through his body, yet he paid it no mind. After pulling the individual a safe distance away from the burning wreckage, Jonathan took a few deep breaths and quickly dialed 911. In a dimly lit room behind heavy curtains, on a plush and expensive bed, Avery lounged with his muscular torso exposed, flanked by two voluptuous models who fed him fruit like dutiful handmaidens, while he indulged in a newly installed projection screen, immersed in a thrilling game. On the screen, tiny figures wielded machine guns, mercilessly slaughtering enemy forces. The exhilaration of the game filled him with fervor, everything unfolding as he had envisioned. Arriving in Gotham, endowed with divine-like powers granted by lightning, he effortlessly subdued one of Gotham's most formidable gangs, reveling in a luxurious lifestyle he had only dared to dream of. Yet it was still not enough. Furiously pressing the buttons, a blazing fire of ambition surged within his eyes. The meteorite is his Achilles heel, as long as it remains unresolved. It weighs upon his chest like an immovable stone, preventing him from experiencing true liberation. Falcone has nearly gathered the necessary funds and manpower. Once he employs both soft and hard tactics to seize every meteorite from the townsfolk, he will turn the town upside down and obliterate all meteorites buried beneath the earth. At that point, nothing on this planet will hinder his advance. He will no longer need to conceal himself. The entire world will become his playground, and he shall ascend to the status of a sovereign ruler. When that time arrives, I will have the liberty to do as I please. On the stage, chaos erupted as Avery, with a blend of exhilaration and a hint of brutal savagery in his expression, resembled a tyrannical dictator poised to seize control of a nation, instilling fear in the two models beside him. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the glass window shattered, and a shadowy figure, unfurling bat-like wings, soared into the room. Who goes there? A hitman. Protect the boss. The abrupt assault threw the room into disarray as everyone drew their weapons, aiming at the intruder. From outside the manor, a keen observer noted a single brightly lit window among several ancient castles, through which it appeared that individuals of no ordinary ilk were clandestinely conferring. Unwilling to waste time with the gangsters and their hounds, Davis unleashed a powerful surge of energy, propelling himself like a cannonball across 70 to 80 meters into the room. "Are you Carmine Falcone?" he demanded. As shards of glass flew and terrified voices filled the air, Davis's gaze locked onto Falcone, who was being shielded by several others. "This is the 5th floor. How did he get up here?" The astonished onlookers noted Davis's tailored suit, devoid of any climbing apparatus. "Open fire. Kill him," they shouted. Upon hearing the commotion, guards stationed outside rushed in with submachine guns, joining the others in aiming at the sole unfamiliar presence in the room. The sound of gunfire erupted like a typewriter's clatter. Bullets from the submachine guns peppered Davis, yet his clothing remained unscathed, the projectiles losing all momentum and falling harmlessly to the ground. In that moment, he observed Falcone retreating towards the door, shielded by several men. Without hesitation, he swept aside a heavy mahogany desk, which soared through the air, crashing down upon 2 guards wielding submachine guns at the entrance, blocking their path. Shock painted the faces of those present, and Falcone's expression faltered. "You have yet to answer my question," Davis stated coldly, his presence imposing, as though he were an elephant confronting mere ants, radiating an aura so powerful it rendered the air stifling. "Enough, you fools, cease firing." Seeing Davis untouched by the barrage of bullets, Falcone feigned anger, lowering his head slightly as he placed a hand upon his chest, a respectful smile gracing his face. "Sir, I am indeed Falcone. How may I serve you?" He bore no resemblance to a crime lord confronted by someone who had just invaded his home and slain his subordinates. Rather, he appeared as a humble broker addressing an esteemed client, extending the utmost courtesy. "An unusual individual has arrived, hasn't he?" David raised his eyebrows. "Where is he?" Indeed, at the moment David laid eyes on Falcone, he sensed that he had discovered the source of Avery's apprehensions. Reflecting on the past few days, 2 formidable entities, impervious to bullets, had invaded his estate. Surely, this bore significance. Perhaps an opportunity had presented itself to extricate himself from the clutches and threats posed by that young man. As Falcone's fervor ignited, a thunderous boom erupted from outside, where the night breeze whistled through the shattered window. In another castle, flames flickered from a room. A figure descended with a semblance of bat-like wings, albeit somewhat ungracefully. He was indeed within that very chamber. Falcone pointed outward, his expression rigid. That had been his bedroom. Now, it appeared to have been assaulted. He could not fathom whether the world had changed, or if it was merely the proliferation of monsters that had altered the landscape, allowing gangsters to invade like children at an amusement park. "Batman?" As he beheld the gliding figure, David's gaze sharpened, only to be diverted by yet another silhouette. Beside the blasted window stood a bare-chested figure, his countenance dark, disdainfully waving away the acrid smoke before him as he looked down upon the fleeing form, as if regarding a bug destined to fall into his grasp. It was Avery. David cast a glance back at Falcone. It seemed that Batman had come to trouble Falcone, yet had mistakenly targeted the wrong individual. Suddenly, he realized that instead of confronting a frail, aging mob boss, he was facing a creature impervious even to his batarangs. The wind howled past his ears. The cloak, crafted from memory material, transformed into bat wings as it electrified, allowing Bruce to glide downward. His expression grave beneath the bat cowl. Gotham was rife with crime, its nefarious denizens abundant. He believed it prudent to confront and eliminate the most notorious among them, thereby stifling the city's dark undercurrents. Hence, he had infiltrated the estate of one of the foremost crime lords, Falcone, intending to deliver a thorough beating, leaving him clad only in his undergarments, and bind him to the bat signal for all Gotham's villains to witness their fallen idol. Yet, why was there a stranger in Falcone's bedroom? Batman furrowed his brow, discomfort surging through his throat. Just as he prepared to inquire, the young man appeared before him in the blink of an eye, seizing his throat and lifting him effortlessly from the ground, his strength surpassing that of an elephant. A strike to the assailant's neck felt akin to hitting high-density rubber, reverberating painfully through his hand. As the adversary demanded to know his identity, he hastily activated the tear gas emitter from his utility belt, spraying the young man before leaping through the window to escape, retaliating with a magnetically charged batarang infused with explosives. Originally intended for demolishing buildings, the bat-shaped dart failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon that individual. As he glided closer to the ground, Bruce sought to discern any trace of injury on the man, yet found none. Suddenly, the defiant silhouette, bare from the waist up, vanished from his line of sight, as if a frame of reality had been abruptly removed. One moment it was there, and the next, it was gone. Why did it disappear? A pang of anxiety gripped Bruce's heart as he landed. He rolled to dissipate his momentum, eager to depart from this place. For it held vital intelligence he had yet to uncover, such as the identity of the young man. However, a figure materialized before him like a ghost. A powerful hand seizing him and lifting him off the ground. Avery's voice dripped with disdain. What do you think you can escape to, oddity? The grip tightened, making it difficult for Bruce to breathe, his face reddening as he reached for his waist. In a flash, Avery's other hand snatched away his tear gas device. One hand gripping him while the other toyed with the canister of repugnant spray, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You intend to employ the same trick before me a second time? A dull thud resonated as a figure plummeted from the 5th floor without any semblance of cushioning, akin to a heavy weight crashing from the heavens, shattering stone and sending debris flying, dust swirling in the air. Both men turned their gazes toward the commotion. How could this be? Avery furrowed his brow. Since acquiring his abilities, smoke had ceased to obstruct his vision. Before him stood a tall, bony figure, sinewy muscles clinging to its skeleton, having leaped from the 5th floor seemingly unscathed. The estate was already illuminated by street lamps, and following the earlier disturbance. The rooftop was aglow as if equipped with searchlights, bathing the estate in daylight. Amidst the swirling dust stood a familiar silhouette, prompting Bruce to feel an unsettling sense of déjà vu. Who are you? As the lights illuminated the dissipating smoke, David's figure emerged. Indeed, it is you. Bruce mused that Gotham would not harbor so many terrifying raptors. Avery and David were classmates of the same year. He should have recognized David. Yet the young man appeared altered from his former self. How did you accomplish this? Noticing David's physical prowess far exceeding that of an ordinary human, Avery's expression darkened as he carelessly tossed Bruce aside. Bruce's back collided with a corner of the podium, pain flaring across his face as he clutched his aching back and staggered to his feet. Seize him. He casually commanded the approaching gang assassins to capture Batman. Avery, however, remained fixated on David, his interest piqued more by this individual than by the bat-clad intruder in his domain. In a low tone, he inquired, "You possess abilities that transcend the ordinary. How did you achieve this?" Listening to Avery's tone, which was laced with an air of divine superiority, yet betraying an undercurrent of unease, David scoffed. "Well, it certainly wasn't a lightning strike that bestowed them upon me." "How do you know?" Uncertain of the reason, Avery felt an inexplicable familiarity with the stranger before him, his expression shifting abruptly as he scrutinized the figure. This was his greatest secret. How could this unfamiliar individual possibly know? Could it be that more than one person had acquired powers through lightning? Amidst the chaos, Batman, clad in battle armor, engaged in a fierce struggle against the relentless onslaught of gangsters and hounds. Though injured and perilously surrounded, he deftly evaded and retaliated, ultimately detecting a sense of familiarity in the fray. This was the Gotham he recognized. The two individuals over there seemed to have intruded from another realm entirely. "You have stolen someone else's abilities and run rampant here," he thought, observing Avery, who resided in a castle and commanded a cadre of henchmen, seemingly living a life of luxury. David's voice cut through the air like a chilling wind from a snow-capped mountain. "I had no choice but to pursue you here. If you were not of some use to me, I would have resolved this matter right here and now." Regrettably, he needed to keep Avery alive to attempt to transfer the abilities back to Clark. Otherwise, it would have been far simpler to eliminate him outright. A grating sound echoed through the air as metal tore apart. "What are you saying?" Avery seethed, furious at the audacity of this man who treated him as if he were a mere pawn to be disposed of. In a fit of rage, he seized a lamppost and hurled it at David. "This is my power." The lamppost whistled through the air, propelled by a fierce wind, yet David remained motionless, his hands unmoving. With a swift motion, he unleashed two beams of concentrated energy from his eyes, melting half of the lamppost into molten metal that cascaded down, while the other half whirled past him, demolishing the wall of the castle behind. As if merely a gentle breeze had brushed by, he remained unfazed, his gaze sharpening as he unleashed a robust laser that seared through the air, instantly closing in on Avery. This beam was several times thicker than the previous one, radiating an overwhelming aura of energy. Avery's complexion paled, and he crossed his arms defensively before him. The immense force propelled him backward, as if a bulldozer had struck him, carving deep furrows into the ground. Since acquiring his abilities, he had believed that nothing on this planet could harm him except for meteors. Yet he now realized how mistaken he had been. The searing heat and intense temperature distorted the air around him, and as waves of energy surged, he began to feel a burning pain in his arms, unable to suppress a cry of agony. The pain was akin to being splashed with molten rock. Avery thought frantically, retreating from his position. He discovered that he was not as invincible as he had imagined. This man before him, from some unknown origin, could indeed inflict harm. Panic surged through him, and for a fleeting moment, he considered fleeing. However, he quickly noticed David's sluggish reaction, his head failing to follow his movements. Avery halted, standing several meters away, his face contorting into a sinister smirk. "You are strong, but not strong enough. I have discovered your weakness." "Oh," David chuckled. "What is my weakness? Is that you are too slow." Time seemed to slow down as Avery unleashed his incredible speed. In that moment, the winds that swirled around them became almost lethargic. He arrived before David in a fraction of a blink, his fist imbued with terrifying velocity, poised to strike his face. Speed is power, though his strength was already formidable. It was the punch delivered at dozens of times the speed of sound that represented his most potent attack. Avery was confident that even steel several meters thick would be torn apart like mere cardboard under the force of his lightning-fast blow. The air compressed by his overwhelming power nearly solidified, a torrent of white energy surging forth. David, with a hand poised in defense, unleashed a punch infused with frenzied cosmic energy. Boom! The ground buckled, the earth rolling as if struck by a meteor, fissures extending for several meters, reminiscent of an earthquake. The entire estate trembled, waves of energy crashing like a furious tide. The glass of several ancient castles shattered, and those standing by the window, including Falcone and his companions, were sent tumbling backward. Within the estate, the gangsters and hounds engaged in battle with Batman were thrown aside as if they were weightless scraps of paper by the violent shockwave. Sensing the impending disaster, Batman swiftly extended his grappling hook, latching onto a lamppost, and swung behind a column just in time to evade calamity. Amidst the onslaught of purple energy, Avery was flung backward, his body glowing as if scorched by hot oil. He was uncontrollably propelled several meters, landing awkwardly on the ground. Clutching his chest in disbelief as he gazed at the imposing figure standing firm amidst the chaos, unable to refrain from exclaiming, "This is impossible." Avery could hardly fathom that he had been bested by David's strength. In the midst of the shattered earth, the once soft soil was compressed to the hardness of stone. David, emanating a purple ripple akin to the waves of light on a star's surface, spoke with a voice both commanding and divine, his eyes glowing with a fierce purple radiance, resembling two miniature suns. "It was evident that your speed is still insufficient." The force of that previous punch had compelled him to utilize his physical prowess. Yet the purple glow emanating from his skin masked any unusual hue. This kind of power. Falcone and the others, having regained their footing, peered down from the window, their faces betraying their shock. The earth had been compacted downward by an astonishing force, creating a wide pit several dozen meters across. As if a missile had struck the ground, merely the result of a simple exchange of blows between the two. Batman unconsciously clenched his fists, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "I refuse to believe it." Amidst the roaring sound, Avery propelled himself off the ground, his form shooting forth like a cannonball, a fierce roar escaping his lips as he launched another assault. He could not allow himself to be halted here. This is merely an inconspicuous city on this planet. Your intentions to attack are as shallow as the rebellious mind of your youth, easily discernible. Effortlessly seizing Avery's supersonic fist that tore through the air, David briefly tested the extent of Clark's current abilities, unwilling to indulge Avery any longer. In a cold tone, he raised his other hand, revealing a green kryptonite ring. "It's a meteorite. How could you possibly know my weakness?" Under the radiation, Avery's formidable strength, comparable to that of a battleship, swiftly drained away like a flood, causing him to kneel in agony, his face contorted in terror as he looked up. David, gripping his fist, offered no response to his curiosity. The Black Monarch could enhance his power, speed, and endurance by consuming his internal energy, but in a normal state, he could only match the strength of Steel Behemoth and achieve speeds several times faster than an average human. Beyond that, his frail body would struggle to withstand the strain. A miscalculation could result in being torn apart by the energy. I, however, am different. A powerful physique can sometimes provide an abundance of confidence. Even though I may not possess the full strength of the Black Monarch at his peak, enhanced by cosmic energy, my speed can now reach 4 to 5 times the speed of sound. Although I still cannot match Clark's velocity, the gap has narrowed, and Avery, endowed with his abilities, is no longer so elusive. Bang! With a roll of his eyes, Avery was knocked unconscious, his face swelling rapidly, resembling a dumpling. With a swift slap, David vented his frustrations over being forced to Gotham and dragged the incapacitated Avery, adorned with the ring, preparing to depart. After taking a couple of steps, he recalled something, turned back, and raised a finger, unleashing a ray that pierced the air. Whoosh! Help! The 5th floor erupted as the ground beneath Falcone shattered, sending him plummeting. Batman swiftly deployed his grappling hook, swinging in to catch him, preventing the Gotham crime lore from becoming a mere splatter before facing trial. Did you think I was someone you could manipulate, old man? Observing Falcone's pale countenance, David turned to leave, tossing a remark to Batman. I leave him in your hands. He had not forgotten the thrill he felt when the old man pointed out Avery's location, contemplating a spectator's role in the ensuing conflict, hoping to use him to eliminate the looming threat of Avery. As David dragged Avery away, the gangsters who had been knocked down by the shockwave staggered to their feet, nursing varying degrees of injuries. Yet, none dared to obstruct his path, instinctively retreating in fear, as if avoiding a natural disaster, anxious not to incur his wrath. Watching David's departing figure, Batman furrowed his brow, reluctant to intervene, particularly as he lacked the certainty to do so. He adhered to a stringent no-kill principle to avoid succumbing to darkness, yet he seldom interfered in the affairs of others. Occupying Falcone's bedroom, his eyes glinting with brutal ferocity, he regarded the others as one might view insects or slaves, convinced that the individual taken away was not an innocent citizen who merely enjoyed assisting elderly ladies across the street. Yesterday, Avery was apprehended in the dead of night. Opting to remain in Gotham for a night's respite, David drew back the heavy curtains of another hotel room at dawn, only to be greeted by yet another overcast day. Raindrops traced mournful paths down the window, swiftly extinguishing any semblance of morning cheer. He retrieved the unconscious Avery from the hotel wardrobe. With the matter resolved, David prepared to return to the small town. Having lingered in Gotham for too long, he wondered if the perpetually dreary weather had cast a spell upon him, instilling an inexplicable sense of melancholy. While the small town was remote, it exuded a comforting familiarity. That quaint locale, brimming with wheat fields and corn, was devoid of any bustling allure. It was the cherished abode he shared with his parents and Clark. Once he transferred Clark's abilities back to him, he could remain in the town and gather PowerPoint from Clark. After breakfast, David intended to call his parents to inform them of his return home that day. However, his phone suddenly rang. Clark? David answered, only to be met with a panicked voice. David, it's bad. Dad has collapsed and is now unconscious in the hospital. Clark's frantic tone pierced through the line. The previous night, their father, Jonathan, had returned home after a day of helping others, seemingly in good spirits. Yet, upon waking, his demeanor had shifted drastically. He vacillated between tears and laughter, and while working in the barn, he fainted and fell into a coma. What could be happening? David's expression morphed into one of alarm. His father had always been robust, rarely showing signs of fatigue, even after a long day on the farm. He suddenly recalled the kryptonite. Prolonged exposure to its radiation could lead to cancer, reminiscent of the comic book villain, Luthor. However, the kryptonite was securely stored within a lead-lined box, shielded by walls, so logically, there should be no issue. What illness has befallen him? He pressed urgently. I'm not sure. He has been unconscious and feverish, and the hospital can't determine the cause. But, do you remember that new transfer student, Kyra? In the bustling hospital corridor, Clark's face bore a hint of urgency as he glanced at Kyra, who had just returned from her inquiries. Lowering his voice, he continued, She heard about Dad and came to our house to understand the situation. She said, "Dad has been poisoned by something called Devil S toxin." Kyra? Poison? David's countenance darkened. Was it an accident, or was it a deliberate act? After resting for a moment, Kyra, having noticed Clark on the phone, approached briskly, signaling her desire to speak with David. "David, Kyra wants to talk to you." Observing Kyra's serious expression, Clark hesitated but handed the phone to her. Although their interactions had been minimal prior to this moment, David sensed that Kyra's concern and urgency following his father's illness were genuine, though he was left wondering about the source of her compassion. "Listen, your father has been poisoned with Devil S toxin," Kyra said, stepping aside to avoid Clark and speaking rapidly in hushed tones. "Upon hearing of your father's sudden illness, I rushed to the hospital. It came to my attention that after yesterday's events, the individual he saved was also hospitalized, afflicted with a high fever and identical symptoms. I ventured to the site of the incident, where I encountered a malevolent force." "What is this malevolent force?" Ignoring Kayla's description, "It seemed as though your father had suffered an unjust calamity," and David's tone was filled with ire. "The malevolent force was first discovered by the town's inhabitants centuries ago on the outskirts, in a desolate area. It is a local toxin. Those who inhale its fragrance are seized by uncontrollable laughter and tears, their emotions spiraling into chaos as if possessed by a demon. Before long, what happens?" His expression shifted. "They succumb to death. Hence, it is referred to as the malevolent force, a brief bout of madness leading to their summons. Is modern medicine unable to cure this? All traces of the malevolent force were incinerated long ago, and the conditions necessary for its growth have been extinct for centuries. The town's hospital is powerless, and those afflicted by this toxin seldom survive beyond a day." Kayla gazed sorrowfully at Jonathan, who lay in the hospital bed, her tone heavy with grief. She had heard tales in the town. This man, who raised Nama, was widely regarded as a paragon of virtue. A day? It barely suffices to transfer to another facility. Expecting the hospital to devise an antidote for a toxin that has been extinct for centuries is indeed an unreasonable demand. David furrowed his brow, aware that despite the advancements in modern medicine, certain primitive plants and animals still harbor toxins that remain unbroken. "Kayla, I recall you mentioning that your tribe descends from celestial beings. Is there any means to treat this toxin?" He did not take her words lightly. Centuries ago, this land was devoid of Americans, inhabited solely by indigenous peoples, and he remembered that Kayla belonged to such a tribe. Could it be that she still clung to her prophetic beliefs, devising this plan to earn his trust? When it comes to parents, David was unwilling to overlook any possibility. "I cannot help, Nama," Kayla replied, shaking her head in sorrow. "Although her tribe claims descent from extraterrestrial beings, they possess no advanced technology." "Give the phone to Clark," David insisted, suppressing his burning anxiety. "What did Kayla say to you, David? Is there anything you can do?" Clark inquired urgently, gritting his teeth. "I cannot fathom what would become of this family if something were to happen to Dad." His younger brother, always more resourceful than David, was now his only hope. Wishing that perhaps Clark harbored hidden abilities, capable of alleviating the gravely ill with a mere gesture. "Come on, do not panic. Dad's illness is not insurmountable." Taking a deep breath, David asserted quickly, "I have located Avery. I will return shortly." As he ended the call, his expression wavered between hope and despair. Though his father was gravely poisoned, in this world, anything is possible. There are countless methods, even those that could bring the deceased back to life. Setting aside distant matters, David immediately conjured two potential methods for saving Jonathan, linked to Gotham. The Court of Owls, secretly ruling over Gotham, crafted a mortal clause from a wondrous metal known as Electrum. David's eyes flickered with realization. However, while Electrum could indeed grant resurrection and amplify one's agility, the process was excruciatingly slow. It required the embedding of Electrum within the body, merging with blood and cells over the years, all while freezing the corpse before any revival could occur. This method, albeit a last resort, was far too protracted. The other alternative was the Lazarus Pit. He glanced at Avery, pale and unconscious, resolved to return to the small town, first to check on his father's condition, as his concern weighed heavily upon him. Although he would need to return to Gotham shortly thereafter, the journey between the two locations would take mere minutes at his full speed. For an ordinary person, traveling between the two cities would require several hours by car. For him, it was no farther than a trip to the local supermarket. With a thunderous roar, David departed the hotel, shattering the sound barrier in a blur, faster than the swiftest reconnaissance aircraft on Earth, arriving at the town hospital in under 3 minutes. He deposited Avery on the rooftop and swiftly located his father's hospital room. The door creaked open. David, upon seeing her son after days of absence. Martha clutched her husband's rough hand and stood vigil beside him, tears glistening in her eyes as she trembled while calling out, "Mother!" David embraced her, his brow furrowing at the sight of his father, unconscious in the hospital bed. The once optimistic and stubborn man, robust as an ox, lay there with pale lips and a fever rendering him delirious, stirring deep sympathy within David. "Children, have I ever told you about the first time I met your father?" Martha began, her voice breaking. The hospital had just diagnosed Jonathan with an unknown lethal poison, his body deteriorating, with life-threatening consequences anticipated within a day. Martha, with tear-streaked cheeks, caressed her husband's face sorrowfully. He was at Metropolis University studying finance, sitting by the fountain in his denim attire, munching an apple. I borrowed his notes, though he was unaware that I had taken them. That was our first encounter. I envisioned a future with him in marriage, never contemplating that our last meeting would unfold in such a manner. "It will be all right, Mother. I already have a way to save Father." David gently placed a hand on her shoulder, unable to suppress his interruption as he turned to Clark, his eyes brimming with confusion. "Didn't I ask you to comfort her? Why is she still so heartbroken?" In the room, Kira stood nearby, while Clark wore a dejected expression. Helplessness etched across his face. His brother had disclosed nothing to him. He spoke only of having a solution, yet offered no details, making it difficult for anyone to believe. "Is there truly a way, son?" With a sense of helplessness, Martha wiped away her tears and turned back, her voice trembling. "There exists a spring in this world known as the Pool of Lazarus, whose waters possess the miraculous ability to heal wounds, preserve youth, and even restore life." In the room, David gazed solemnly at his father lying in the sickbed, observing Kira's expression of joy upon his revelation of a means of salvation. Rather than anxiety or other emotions, he concluded that she was not the one who had poisoned him, and he had unjustly doubted her. "Lazarus? I recall that he is a figure from the Gospel of John, who was on the brink of death, but was resurrected through the prayers of Jesus." Clark, upon hearing his brother's exaggerated claims about the spring's powers, opened his mouth, feeling as though he were caught in a fantastical tale. Could it truly be that his brother was fabricating this to comfort them? Martha, in her sorrow, also harbored doubts. There are many wondrous phenomena in this world that transcend human understanding, yet they are not illusory. David hinted that both their mother and Clark understood his implications. Someone must have discovered its restorative powers, which led to its naming as the Pool of Lazarus. However, he withheld one crucial detail. The waters of the Pool of Lazarus come with side effects. If used excessively, they may amplify one's darker inclinations. Thus, it is imperative to retrieve the water before the toxins inflict irreparable harm on his father, or at the very least before his father passes away. A glint of cold determination flickered in David's eyes. Resurrecting the dead using the spring would undoubtedly have consequences, yet a modest application to purge the toxins posed no issues. "Kira, I sincerely thank you." He turned to Kira, who had rushed to the hospital the moment she learned of Jonathan's predicament, and after a moment of silence, he continued, "Please stay here with my mother. Clark and I will return before nightfall." Although still skeptical of any prophecy, Kira genuinely wished to assist their family this time. "Clark, come with me." With that, he grasped Clark's arm and took hold of Avery, leading him away. Upon departing the hospital, they made their way to the outskirts and arrived at the power plant. "This time, saving my father will largely depend on your speed. The Pool of Lazarus does not reside within this country." "My speed?" As the scenery blurred before him, Clark, brought into the power plant, shook his head in disorientation. Not to mention speed, he had felt utterly helpless prior. It was his brother who had discovered the means to save their father. He would willingly forego his abilities if it meant helping. What has happened to him? Turning, he saw Avery, pale and unconscious on the ground, and he could not help but wonder if his brother had rendered yet another person catatonic. Having worn the meteorite ring for too long, he had fainted. David instructed Clark to hold Avery's hand and promptly tore a cable from the wall, thrusting it into Clark's grasp. Crackle, as Clark crouched to examine Avery. Instinctively, he caught the object his brother had handed him, only to realize it was a high-voltage cable sparking with electricity. David? He widened his eyes in disbelief. He had now lost his abilities. Before he could discard the cable, a surge of high-voltage electricity coursed through his and Avery's bodies. The green glow of the kryptonite ring Avery wore became vividly pronounced, and the visible high-voltage current transformed into an emerald hue. Ah, ah, ah. His muscles convulsed, electricity flooding his entire being, and after a piercing scream, Clark opened his eyes, feeling as though everything had returned. His body was once again imbued with strength. He cast aside the cable and gazed at his powerful hands, a look of astonishment gracing his face. In the past, regaining his abilities would have brought him joy, yet he wouldn't have felt such an overwhelming elation. However, now, his brother had mentioned that saving their father's life required his abilities. Were you too hasty just now? Although he had regained his powers, Clark could not restrain his admonition toward his brother's previous actions. Believe in yourself. You possess immense potential. Stowing away the kryptonite ring, David, unfazed by the outcome, patted his shoulder. Superman can almost be considered the child of DC. As long as it isn't absurd, one can play around freely and, at most, just toss the body into the sun for a while. Clark hesitated. His brother's faith in him was inherently a good thing. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Perhaps it would be better if his brother did not place such unwavering trust in him. My heart, it aches so terribly. Suddenly, Avery awakened, bewildered as to why the Kent brothers stood before him. The searing pain in his heart felt as if it were being scorched and on the verge of explosion, rendering him unable to think. Avery, what is wrong? Clark inquired urgently. Yet Avery could not articulate a response. His blood surged like a tidal wave, out of control, veins bulging on his forehead as he violently coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. David? Don't look at me, I did nothing. Upon witnessing Avery's sudden demise, David frowned. Perhaps this was the price of acquiring divine powers. Maybe a trace of energy still lingered within him. Without your constitution, he could not withstand that energy. Clark's abilities allowed Avery's cells to absorb solar energy, but without that formidable physique, such energy became a death sentence. Let us not dwell on him for now. We need to head to Gotham. Gotham? Mentioning something more pressing related to their unconscious father, Clark quickly turned his head, no longer preoccupied with that issue. Hadn't his brother just been to Gotham? There is someone there who should be able to inform us of the exact location of the Lazarus Pit. David gazed towards Gotham. Chapter 63. The visit to Wayne Manor. The courtyard walls were overrun with gray, skeletal branches, and the building intermittently emitted chilling, mournful cries. The weathered paint, eroded by the elements, presented an eerie visage, resembling a devil's artwork, as an atmosphere of dread permeated the entire structure. This was indeed one of the oldest edifices in Gotham, Arkham Asylum. It resembled a mental asylum, yet bore the characteristics of a prison, housing numerous individuals with criminal inclinations. Gotham, for reasons unknown, truly seemed like a cursed locale, with a number of deranged murderers rivaled that of petty thieves elsewhere who could find joy in stealing a mere $100. Within the confines of the asylum, Batman lurked in the shadows, poised beside a railing near the ceiling, his icy gaze surveying the scene below. He had come to this place following an investigation into a significant batch of chemical materials at the docks. Initially, he suspected the clandestine production of a potent white powder capable of sending thousands to the gallows, but the reality appeared to diverge from his expectations. The storage area below resembled a pharmaceutical factory, with workers clad in lab coats busily mixing barrels of white powder under the supervision of a figure in a white coat. This individual, resembling a scarecrow, was slender with a slightly hunched back, wearing glasses that gave him an air of scholarly refinement, yet madness lurked behind his brow. A nameplate on his chest read Jonathan Crane, identifying him as the chief physician of this asylum. Bruce furrowed his brow. It was evident that this physician was dissatisfied with his usual duties of interacting with the mentally ill. He had ventured into other, more sinister enterprises. Bruce's gaze swept over the pipeline, noting the accumulation of traces left behind by the spilled substances. This operation had evidently been ongoing for several days. Was someone poisoning the citizens of Gotham? No, it was not an ordinary toxin. He consumed Gotham's water as well and felt no ill effects. As Bruce prepared to leap down to thwart these individuals' nefarious intentions and interrogate the frail physician with his grappling hook, a message suddenly echoed in his cowl. Alfred? Master Bruce, We have an unexpected visitor. Your bat mask appears to have been compromised. It would be prudent for you to return. Receiving Alfred's swift and succinct warning, Batman hesitated momentarily, using the sound of rushing water from the pipeline to mask his movements. He swiftly collected a sample of the spilled powder and then quietly retreated into the shadows. Following the tragic death of his parents, Bruce had been raised solely by the elderly butler, who in Bruce's heart was the last remnant of family. He mounted his Batcycle and sped homeward. Moments before, on the streets of Gotham, pedestrians buzzed with excitement over a singular event. One of Gotham's most notorious crime lords, Falcone, had been stripped down to his underwear and bound in a star shape upon the bat signal, casting a shadow of the bat across the overcast sky. The entire city could behold this terrifying projection of the bat. The fearsome reputation and authority of the mob boss had been utterly shattered, and Gotham felt the tremors of impending change. This was unprecedented. Someone was boldly challenging the dark and decayed order of the city. In the streets of Gotham, the rogues and ne'er-do-wells, engaged in extortion and shoplifting, began to exhibit the traits of true criminals, their actions tinged with a palpable sense of panic and clumsiness. Fearful that at any moment, a shadowy figure would emerge from above, casting a looming darkness to engulf them. Batman, a newspaper caught by the wind, slapped against his face as he gazed upward at the towering edifices of Gotham. Clark lowered the paper and beheld a bold crimson headline. Captured under the bat signal, Roman Falcone. Accompanying it was a photograph from the scene, along with a sketch of Batman, his wings unfurled, fleeting between the skyscrapers. He paused, puzzled by the familiarity of the silhouette. Was this the one who knew the whereabouts of the pool of Lazarus? Turning around, Clark encountered a somewhat unfamiliar figure. Who are you? Why are you wearing David's clothes? David had recently returned to the town, restoring his appearance. Thus, he could not reveal his true self in Gotham. Where's your blue hood? Clark inquired. David, how have you transformed into this? Recognizing his brother by his familiar height and build, Clark was astonished. Following his brother's suggestion, he retrieved the blue hood and donned it. Where shall we seek this Batman? He asked. Bats are creatures of the night, typically elusive during daylight. Ignoring Clark's curious gaze, David pondered for a moment. Let us visit his residence. Batman, too, requires rest. Nighttime is when crime flourishes in Gotham, and he may be at home now. The two traversed the city at supersonic speed, arriving at the outskirts of Gotham before Wayne Manor. The verdant lawn, walls adorned with climbing ivy, the imposing black gates, the lengthy corridor of statues, and a fountain led to a grandiose castle. What a magnificent estate! Lex's manor pales in comparison to this vast expanse, Clark exclaimed, wide-eyed, peering inside as if a country boy had entered the city. Is this where Batman resides? By the way, what are his abilities? The newspaper stated that Batman confronted the criminal underworld to save others and uphold the city's safety. It was implausible that he faced armed criminals unarmed. His thoughts drifted back to the abilities he had encountered previously. You have already seen it. Seen what? Clark replied, bewildered, for he had observed nothing aside from the sprawling ancient manor. David chose not to remain silent, pressing the doorbell. On the palm-sized screen embedded in the square stone column beside the door, an elderly gentleman, exuding an air of British propriety, appeared. May I inquire who you are? Is Bruce Wayne at home? I am sorry, but the master is not at home. Please visit another day. May I have your name so that I may inform him upon his return? Is Batman here? Disregarding Alfred's formulaic response, David coldly remarked. At this moment, Bruce Wayne is ruthlessly instilling fear in the hearts of all Gotham's villains, even working tirelessly during the day to combat crime. Batman? Are you referring to that vigilante who flits about Gotham draped in a bat cloak? Alfred, recognizing David at a glance, maintained an impassive demeanor. Batman had once projected David's face on the Batcave screen in an attempt to gather information. He had also witnessed astonishing footage of David effortlessly dispatching a robber with a beam from his fingertip. This is Wayne Manor. The person you seek is not here. Subsequently, with a tone of apology, he terminated the recording. What now? Clark scratched his face, feeling rejected and pressed for time. Should he force his way in? It mattered little. My objective has been accomplished. Presently, a certain bat ought to be racing back to its lair, not intending to linger idly outside. David urged Clark to cross the threshold into the estate. Mounting the Batcycle, Batman swiftly returned to his domain. Like a thief, he utilized his grappling hook to infiltrate the second floor of his own home peering through the window. In the parlor, two individuals sat upon the sofa, being attended to by Alfred. One familiar figure had not sipped the coffee before him, his fingers drumming impatiently on the armrest, seemingly waiting for something with a hint of irritation. Is this raptor still in Gotham? What could possibly be causing him distress? In the room, another person donned a blue hood obscuring his features, sitting awkwardly and bashfully, cradling a steaming cup of coffee, appearing somewhat embarrassed to be treated with such courtesy while intruding on another's abode, apologizing to the butler Alfred. Who is this other individual? Someone else endowed with special abilities? With suspicion brewing in his mind, Batman silently retreated to his chamber, changing into his civilian attire before appearing at the doorway of the parlor on the second floor. After witnessing the devastation wrought by David's energy-laden punch, he no longer doubted whether David possessed some technological prowess. If technology had advanced to such a degree, Wayne Enterprises would have long been out of business. Master, he greeted as he entered the room, nodding at Alfred. Bruce was about to probe further to ascertain whether the other truly recognized his identity. Your movements are rather sluggish. David rose, frowning, having already noticed Batman's surveillance from the window, but choosing not to expose it. After all, having already intruded upon someone's home, it would be rather impolite to drag him in from outside. Mr. Bruce Wayne, could you enlighten me regarding the location of the Lazarus Pit? What Lazarus Pit? Bruce furrowed his brow. He had never heard of such a name. Where is the headquarters of the League of Assassins that you trained with, located in the Middle East? Seeing the perplexed expression on Bruce Wayne's face, which seemed genuine, David swiftly inquired. Perhaps Batman was still unaware of the Lazarus Pit at this moment, but that was inconsequential, as it lay within the headquarters of the League of Assassins. Trained? League of Assassins? Bruce's countenance shifted subtly. Indeed, he had undergone training at a certain location, albeit not with the League of Assassins. I have only heard of the Shadow Warriors Alliance. Sensing David's agitation, which hinted at a lack of patience, he glanced at Alfred, who stood nearby, and cautiously probed. Shadow Warriors? Where did you receive your Ra's al Ghul training? Although not the League of Assassins. The term stirred a faint recollection in David. Ra's al Ghul, the master assassin, known as the head of the demon, was the founder of the League of Assassins. After discovering the Lazarus Pit in some remote part of the Middle East, he had immersed himself within it for years, acquiring the gift of immortality, and had lived for over 7 centuries, amassing vast wealth and establishing organizations akin to the League of Assassins across the globe with the intent of purifying humanity. The so-called Shadow Warriors were likely similar organizations he had founded elsewhere. Clark observed David, then looked at the newly arrived Bruce Wayne. The mention of the League of Assassins, Ra's al Ghul, and Shadow Warriors left him utterly bewildered. How did his brother come to know such matters? However, there was no time for him to inquire further. Please tell us, Mr. Wayne, this is of utmost importance to us. Witnessing Clark's earnest and slightly anxious plea, Bruce, who had just been startled by the mention of the master assassin, felt a flicker of recognition in his eyes as they exchanged glances between Clark and David. We? This young man clad in a blue hood, blue jeans, and a brown coat, whose attire suggested a less than affluent background and bore a faint scent of hay. Perhaps a farmer? Yet his tone implied an equal standing with David. Did he also possess such formidable power? At the cold, damp harbor of Gotham, waves crashed against the rocks like shattered snowflakes. A cargo ship, silent and unassuming, docked. A tall and elegant figure descended from the vessel, appearing middle-aged, his chin adorned with a neatly trimmed beard and his hair short and steel-like. His eyes radiated vigorous energy, clad in an exquisite tailored suit. He exuded the air of an ancient ruler, as if he had witnessed the passage of countless years and had seen through the complexities of life, embodying a commanding presence as if nothing in this world could astonish or perplex him. Following closely behind him were dozens of masked individuals, dressed as warriors, each resembling a ruthless machine forged through brutal training, silent and exuding a chilling aura. Everyone bowed their heads in reverence, yet those who trailed behind him harbored an insatiable fervor in their eyes, as if they were on a pilgrimage. From a ship, a massive machine, the very war apparatus lost by Wayne Enterprises, was hoisted down. Let us proceed and obliterate it, purging yet another festering wound from this world. Observing the corrupt and decaying Gotham, Lei Xiaogu's expression turned cold as he waved his hand, issuing a command. Just as Rome and London had once met their demise at our hands. In a remote region bordering an ancient Eastern nation, renowned for its snow-capped mountains and monks. A thought flickered through Bruce's mind. He replied, seemingly unaware of how well David understood him, as if he possessed knowledge that even Bruce did not. At a moment when a tiger desperately yearned for something, Bruce felt it prudent to avoid provoking him for the time being. Where exactly? David, already privy to the location, intended to ascertain its specifics before heading there with Clark. If you seek Lei Xiaogu, he has already met an untimely end at my hands. Bruce recalled with a glimmer of memory. The bald monk, despite his exceptional swordsmanship, could not gain the upper hand. However, when coerced into leading the Shadow Warriors to annihilate Gotham, he sparked a great fire that ignited gunpowder, resulting in an explosion. That man perished in the inferno, with only his mentor, who had taught him martial arts and was both teacher and friend, being rescued. Lei Xiaogu could not be dead. He possessed the pool of Lazarus. You need only tell me where that base is. Lei Xiaogu was one of Batman's primary adversaries. He could not have perished at the hands of Bruce Wayne, who had yet to return to Gotham, David asserted solemnly. Even if he were dead, his fervent followers would undoubtedly cast his body into the pool of Lazarus to revive him. If he is not dead, Bruce's eyes brightened as a thought struck him. Then he may very well be in Gotham now. Just days prior, upon learning that Wayne Enterprises had lost a microwave generator capable of evaporating water sources for warfare, he had contemplated pursuing the matter. But that group had executed their plan with such precision that they vanished into the vast ocean after acquiring their desired weaponry. Today, he discovered that unknown substances were being introduced into the city's water supply. The connection between these two incidents was hard to ignore. Bruce articulated his findings, acknowledging that if the Shadow Warriors alliance still existed, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to defeat so many well-trained warriors. His previous success had been tinged with luck, and now that group was orchestrating a meticulously calculated malevolent scheme. He could not place Gotham's safety solely on his simplistic confidence. He required a contingency plan. Perhaps this time, he could enlist a force not native to Gotham as insurance to save the city. The Shadow Warriors Alliance had once aimed to destroy Gotham, and they surely had not abandoned that ambition. The unknown substance was likely a toxin that could be activated upon evaporation, which the Shadow Warriors Alliance intended to employ to obliterate Gotham. They might initiate their scheme at any moment, perhaps tomorrow or even the next second. Bruce's expression darkened. In Gotham? David raised an eyebrow, murmuring as he glanced at Clark, offering a reminder. Initially, it was presumed that the trail might have run cold with the enigmatic Batman. Yet unexpectedly, it was rekindled, sparing one from the perplexing labyrinth of the Middle East. The key to discovering the pool of Lazarus lay in locating Ra's al Ghul. However, how does one find him? The situation appeared to crystallize once more. Clark's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he pondered whether there existed a portrait of this master ninja. This venerable being, who had lived for centuries, held himself in high regard, and, on the eve of his plan to obliterate Gotham, showed disdain for concealment, undoubtedly flanked by a cadre of warriors or ninjas. Centuries? Bruce's eyelids twitched. It seemed the young man truly possessed greater insight into the Ninja Master and the League of Assassins. In times past, had one claimed that someone lived for centuries, he would have been incredulous. Yet, witnessing the power exhibited by this youth, centuries of life no longer seemed an outrageous notion. Warriors? Ninjas? The realization dawned upon him. Without inquiring how his brother acquired such knowledge, Clark committed it to memory, promptly setting off like a tempest, his figure vanishing into thin air. Where had he gone? The silhouette before him abruptly disappeared, reminiscent of a scene where the world had been momentarily stilled, causing Bruce's gaze to sharpen. He resolved to scour the city, to unearth Ra's al Ghul. David squinted outwards. The time was merely around 9 o'clock. There was still plenty of time. As long as Ra's al Ghul was located and pressed for the exact whereabouts of the pool of Lazarus, the next step would be to procure the sacred water. Chapter 65. The Demon King is never threatened. Employing his superhuman vision, Clark traversed Gotham City at speeds that exceeded sound, searching for the warriors and ninjas David had mentioned. He meticulously combed through every block, every alleyway, fearful of missing a single detail. Under the influence of the biological field, the citizens of Gotham remained blissfully unaware of the figure darting past them at velocities capable of shattering glass and injuring pedestrians. After an unrelenting search lasting several minutes, Clark finally spotted his target at the train station, slipping into the throng of commuters. By the platform, a procession of nearly 100 individuals donned gas masks and bore swords, exuding an aura of cold, mechanical detachment that instinctively repelled onlookers. Their bizarre attire sent the station's patrons scurrying in fear. Even as the tram arrived, none dared to board alongside them. The leader, a middle-aged man clad in a suit, radiated a commanding presence, elegantly leaning on a cane as he stepped onto the tram. His companions resembled silent attendants of an ancient sovereign, hoisting a massive, box-like machine aboard the vehicle. This individual must be Raz Al Ghul, as described by David. Clark swiftly dialed his brother's number, his fists clenched at the thought of a plan to annihilate the city. Within the cavernous confines of the Batcave, Bruce meticulously combined the previously gathered powder with water, allowing it to evaporate. The glass enclosure, housing several bats as test subjects, erupted into a cacophony of terrified shrieks. Fear morphed into rage, inciting a frenzied melee among the creatures as they viciously attacked one another. Blood spattered and flesh flew, and within a mere 30 seconds, several bats lay on the brink of death. Clenching his fists with a grim expression, Bruce deduced the intentions behind the adversary's scheme. The aim was to plunge Gotham into a maelstrom of terror, chaos, and self-destruction, accompanied by bloodshed and mournful cries. The brutality of the scene, where a mere handful of bats slaughtered one another out of fear, was harrowing. He dared not envision what such carnage would entail if it involved the millions of Gotham citizens. If left unchecked, hell itself would descend upon the earth. However, the singular microwave emitter that had been lost was limited in its range, making it impossible to replicate the chaos on a grand scale in a short span. Once the turmoil began, the members of the Assassin League would also become targets, unless they swiftly traversed the city with the emitter, casually pausing to admire their handiwork in some remote locale. Contemplating the specifics of their plan, Bruce's thoughts turned to the meeting room. He had found it at the high rail tram station to the north of the city. Upon receiving a call, David's form vanished in an instant. The station was not far from Wayne Manor, and within mere seconds, he arrived at the tram station Clark had mentioned. Regardless of your sinister intentions towards the citizens, this is where your plans come to a halt. Just in time, he witnessed Clark spring forth and physically sever the steel tracks of the high rail tram. Now, you cannot go anywhere. He landed on the ground, his demeanor grave as he dusted off his hands. Although unaware of the nefarious purpose behind their boarding the tram, he was certain that thwarting the malevolent plans of these villains was the right course of action. "Who are you?" As they boarded the tram, an excruciatingly grating sound echoed ahead, prompting the crowd to look up and discover that the tracks had been sabotaged. The stoic visage of Lei Xiaogu radiated a chilling aura, evoking a sense of dread as though he were a sovereign wielding the power of life and death, causing involuntary shivers among those present. A creature who had lived for over 7 centuries, Lei Xiaogu bore a gravitas accrued over nearly a millennium of supremacy. The sound of metal scraping against metal filled the air as the warriors slowly drew their gleaming katanas, their cold, ferocious eyes fixed upon the two intruders. "Run! They're killing!" The terrified citizens on the platform shrieked, scrambling to escape in a panic. It was evident that this group was far more than mere cosplayers of warriors. Casting a glance at the frenzied crowd, David, with a physique forged from high-density alloy, vanished from sight, hurtling into the tram like a projectile. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a gaping hole ripped through the flimsy tram wall, shards of glass swirling like deadly blades within the carriage. David's form suddenly materialized inside the tram, his body as formidable as steel, sending several individuals hurtling away. "Where's the pool of Lazarus?" Lei Xiaogu. Upon witnessing this scene, Lei Xiaogu's pupils constricted, revealing a flicker of shock. "Kill!" A throng of seemingly fearless warriors roared as they brandished their blades, charging at David with reckless abandon. His expression remained impassive, barely acknowledging them. With a decisive step, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, sweeping through the interior of the tram. One by one, the warriors were sent sprawling, crashing through the glass, and tumbling outside, grievously wounded and spitting blood. Some, as if oblivious to their injuries, rose again, brandishing their weapons in a renewed assault. Yet, the wisest course was to remain still and avoid harm. Clark stood at the tram's entrance, toppling each assailant with ease. "How do you know that name?" Despite dozens of his subordinates lying grievously injured, Lei Xiaogu did not flinch. His gaze remained fixed on David as he drew a sword from his cane, the blade darting forth like a venomous serpent aimed at David's neck. Its speed and precision akin to a flash of white lightning. The clash echoed. Answer my question. In terms of martial prowess, you might indeed be among the strongest in this realm. In that fleeting moment when the blade grazed David's skin, the alloy sword shattered under the force of his overwhelming energy, the hilt slipping from Lei Xiaogu's grasp. His palm, gripping the sword, was torn and bloodied. Before he could even comprehend the turn of events, David deftly sidestepped, seizing him by the throat and lifting him into the air, his voice chillingly devoid of emotion. Yet before me, you resemble a mere insect that has lived a tad longer, flailing in futility. The pool of Lazarus had endowed Lei Xiaogu with extraordinary strength and speed. Yet in David's presence, he was indistinguishable from an ordinary man. The demon lord was never one to cower in the face of threats. Life and death hung in the balance, although Lei Xiaogu was shaken by the incomprehensible power before him. Understanding that this youth could easily snap his neck with a mere flick, he wore a sardonic smile, unafraid. Is that so? David squinted, aware that this ancient figure could not be perceived through the lens of normalcy. With the passage of time, individuals often become cold-blooded, especially after centuries spent immersed in the pool of Lazarus. Lei Xiaogu's mind had long been eroded. The specter of life and death elicited little emotional response from him. What now? David, it seems he fears not death. The seasoned warriors, honed through brutal training, could not withstand Clark's blows, each one rendered unconscious in turn. Clark, vigilant of the unfolding scene, dashed into the tram, his expression tense as he observed Lei Xiaogu, whose face bore no trace of fear. He spoke in a hushed tone. For some reason, I sense that this man is not merely masking his fear of death. To him, life and death may hold little significance, reminiscent of a fervent zealot. I am aware of your past, Lei Xiaogu. With a casual motion, David released Lei Xiaogu, whose face had turned crimson from the choking grip. As Lei Xiaogu gingerly touched his pained throat, David's voice remained impassive, devoid of any semblance of empathy. You once studied alchemy, mastered the healing arts, and traversed this world. You held a fervent passion for it, until you discovered the pool of Lazarus, only to have the life you saved turn against you. Taking the life of your beloved wife. Lei Xiaogu, centuries ago, had fortuitously stumbled upon the pool of Lazarus during his travels in Arabia. Captivated by its mysteries, he dedicated himself to studying its properties and, in that land, encountered the love of his life, a woman named Sora. At that time, the prince ruling the neighboring kingdom fell gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death, and sought assistance from him, a master of healing arts. Despite his profound skills, he was unable to cure the prince and resorted to the pool of Lazarus. The dying prince revived, yet the darkness within him intensified, leading to the demise of Solara. Naturally, the king could not bear to condemn his beloved son. Instead, he imprisoned Lei Xiaogu, torturing him alongside the corpse of his wife. Betrayed and bereaved of his closest kin, it was then that he transformed. How do you know of this past? Upon the mention of his painful memories, Lei Xiaogu's countenance darkened, and he retorted sharply. This event transpired over 7 centuries ago. Those who once followed him had long perished, and logically, no one should be aware of it now. Subsequently, Lei Xiaogu narrowly escaped, traveling far and wide to master martial and sword arts, gathering followers. Eventually, he returned to that place, obliterating the small kingdom, slaughtering its inhabitants from top to bottom, and establishing the Assassin's Guild, vowing to eradicate the decaying nations, cities, and humanity. The agony of losing loved ones is unbearable, is it not? Silence. The haunting memories surged within his mind. The usually composed Lei Xiaogu was now filled with fury, lunging forward with clenched fists. However, he was struck back by David, falling to the ground with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, revealing his true intentions. I not only know this, but I also know you have a daughter named Talia, whom you cherish above all else. Upon hearing his daughter's name, Lei Xiaogu's expression shifted, panic flickering in his eyes for the first time in front of the two. Tell me where the pool of Lazarus is, where you shall experience the agony of losing your loved ones once more. Raising him again with one hand, David drew him closer, a chilling glint in his eyes capable of freezing one's very soul. No matter where she is hidden, I shall find her and ensure she suffers a torturous demise. Lei Xiaogu's cold-heartedness allowed him to plot the deaths of countless innocents without a flutter of his eyelids. Yet he loved his daughter. In the comics, his daughter loved Batman, and he hoped that Batman and Talia would succeed him in leading the Assassin's Guild. He had many opportunities to gain the upper hand, but showed mercy towards Batman. David? Clark momentarily faltered, somewhat taken aback by his brother's demeanor. However, it seemed his brother was merely feigning this appearance to save their father. David was simply a bit ruthless in his dealings, not yet to the extent of involving the innocent. David had no intention of directing his wrath towards the blameless. Yet, as the daughter of Lei Xiaogu and a high-ranking member of the Assassin's Guild, Talia was far from innocent. The blood on her hands was unimaginable to the average person. I assure you, not a single bone of your daughter shall remain. He raised his palm and unleashed an energy blast towards the station below, scorching a hole the size of a bowl in the train's undercarriage. Molten iron dripped down, soil and stone turning into lava, extending into a gaping abyss several meters deep. Lei Xiaogu's expression changed drastically as the searing heat enveloped him, reminiscent of the sulfurous scent of hell. David delivered his chilling threat with deliberate precision. Even if you possess the pool of Lazarus, it will avail you nothing, akin to the fate of your deceased wife, Sola. Chapter 66. Now we must return enough. If you desire the pool of Lazarus, I shall grant it to you. Moments ago, the formidable Ra's al Ghul, usually impervious to threats, found himself uncharacteristically perturbed and begrudgingly agreed. Do not dare use Talia to threaten me. The individual before him wielded terrifying power. His warriors and ninjas were utterly incapable of mounting even the slightest resistance. This was an adversary unlike any he had previously encountered. In a world where few things mattered to him, a tide of unease washed over him. He was uncertain he could safeguard his daughter from this man's lethal intent. Deep within the Rocky Mountains lies a pool of Lazarus from which you can obtain what you seek. With a face betraying humiliation, Ra's al Ghul divulged a series of coordinates. In truth, there were multiple pools of Lazarus scattered across the earth, which he sought to establish as crucial bases. The location of his Assassin's Guild headquarters was one he would never disclose to this man, lest the centuries of hard work in building his organization be obliterated in an instant. Take him with us. We are leaving Clark. David, unwilling to trust him so readily, tossed Ra's al Ghul to Clark. He had no particular interest in the pool of Lazarus in the Middle East. Any source of healing would suffice. A closer location would expedite their retrieval of the spring water, mitigating the injuries suffered by his father, Jonathan. Where do you intend to take him? Batman broke through the dome, unfurling his wings as he descended, his voice resonating with gravity. His gaze was complex as he regarded the somewhat disheveled Ra's al Ghul. I believe you are the true master of ninjutsu. Ra's al Ghul had been his mentor during his training with the Shadow Warriors Alliance, imparting much knowledge while concealing his true identity behind a mask, transforming into an enigmatic figure that inspired fear, a lesson he had taught. They had once shared a bond of both teacher and friend. The monk-like ninja master was merely a puppet you presented. No, when I was absent, he truly embodied the master of ninjutsu. Ra's al Ghul regarded his most accomplished disciple with a look of nostalgia from a familiar lower half of his face. He instantly recognized his former pupil and had long surmised the identity of Gotham's recently emerged Bat. You truly followed my teachings, concealing your vulnerabilities behind a mask. Enough. Our conversation ends here. If he has not deceived me, I shall spare his life and return him for your judgment. Impatient to rescue, David furrowed his brow, unwilling to grant this pair of mentors any further time for reminiscence. This time, Batman had inadvertently aided him by providing a lead. As he spoke, he and Clark vanished from the spot, taking Ra's al Ghul toward the Rocky Mountains. The Rocky Mountains, often regarded as the backbone of North America, stretch majestically for thousands of kilometers from north to south, composed of numerous renowned and obscure foothills. Amidst an unnamed spur of the Rockies, at an altitude exceeding 2,000 meters, the air grows thin. The mountain peaks, adorned with a blanket of pristine snow, present a breathtaking spectacle before a stone palace. Suddenly, David and the formidable Clark, accompanied by the enigmatic Lei Xiaogu, materialize amidst a gust of wind that sweeps the snow around them. Upon arrival, David glimpses a pool at the base of the palace. Clark, with his penetrating gaze, observes that the area surrounding the pool is heavily guarded, igniting a spark of joy within him. Securing the spring water would allow him to return and save his father. However, David, not one to be easily deceived, cautions Lei Xiaogu, who is astonished by their swift journey to the Rockies. You had better not be deceiving me. Otherwise, you might want to prepare a coffin for your daughter. In an instant, dozens of assassins disguised as ninjas spring forth from the stone palace, encircling the two men as if facing a formidable adversary. Casting a glance at the concealed miniature cameras nestled among the towering branches of the cedar trees, David retracts his gaze. You are indeed advanced here. All of you stand down. Lei Xiaogu commands the ninjas, still reeling from the shock of the surroundings. His mind is tumultuous as he grapples with the incredibility of how these two individuals traversed over 1,000 kilometers from Gotham to the Rockies at a speed surpassing sound. One person might be conceivable, but both possessing such extraordinary abilities is unfathomable. Were you truly? During his travels across the world, he had encountered phenomena beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals, yet he had never witnessed beings such as them. This is information you do not need to know. Ignoring the vigilant ninjas who had sheathed their weapons, David and Clark led him deep into the bowels of the palace. There, they entered a stone chamber fashioned from caverns, revealing a pool of vibrant emerald water. Under the dim light, the greenish hue of the pool cast a pallor on Clark's face, evoking a sense of foreboding in him, as he instinctively turned to his brother. Is this truly the pool you spoke of, said to possess wondrous properties? It hardly resembles a sacred spring capable of resurrection. Rather, it seems more akin to a product of malevolence. Is this the pool of Lazarus? David furrowed his brow, for this was his first encounter with the fabled water said to grant life anew. He knelt down and extended his hand toward the pool. However, he was acutely aware of the potential perils. While the pool of Lazarus could heal all wounds, resurrect the dead, and grant immortality, excessive use would exact a grave toll, potentially driving one to madness, good souls entering and wicked souls emerging. Lei Xiaogu gazed into the reflection of the pool, a cold smile gracing his lips. He was well aware of the pool's corrosive effect on the mind, yet he did not believe he would succumb. His choices remained his own. Clark exclaimed in astonishment, looking at his brother. This was information his brother had not disclosed beforehand. Do not waste words, my brother. Let Clark retrieve the water pouch he carries. David rose, flicking away the pool water from his hand, feeling no trace of energy. One must understand that excessive consumption of water can lead to poisoning and death. Some comics suggest that the pool of Lazarus is imbued with an impure Dionysian essence, a liquid metal that grants immortality and eternal youth, while others claim it derives from magical energy, bestowing such abilities. I'm uncertain about the nature of other pools, but this one appears to originate from the essence of the wine god. Gazing at the emerald waters, his expression sharpened, and a sudden thought took hold. Even if his ability to manipulate energy had not reached its zenith, and he could not yet absorb magical energy, his sensitivity to energy was unparalleled. Perhaps it could evoke negative emotions, unleashing one's darker side. Yet, without mentioning dosage, one could recklessly indulge, no matter how dreadful the day. Some might transform into deranged jesters. Humans inherently generate negative emotions, and unless they are profoundly intense, like fleeting feelings of melancholy and agitation, they can be easily forgotten. Clark hesitated, but ultimately decided to heed his brother's counsel, as he had no other means to save their father. After all, it was a better outcome than his father succumbing to toxic effects. He filled a water pouch that stood a half-man's height. We can return now. Clark cast a worried glance at Lei Xiaogu. His brother had urged him to don the blue hood to conceal his identity. Hence he refrained from uttering David's name or revealing that this was to rescue their father. Wait. With the pool water secured for insurance, David felt emboldened to experiment. His eyes emitted beams of laser-like energy, penetrating the pool's depths. The verdant waters began to evaporate rapidly. What are you doing? Are you intent on destroying it? A dazzling light illuminated the dim stone chamber, and Lei Xiaogu's expression darkened with shock. Although he controlled more than one pool of Lazarus, being forced to reveal the location of one was humiliating enough. Now, witnessing its destruction before him was further affront. Nevertheless, he remained rational and refrained from taking action. Clark was enveloped in confusion. If you wish to avoid perishing here, silence yourself. David's eyes radiated terrifying cosmic energy, heating the boiling waters of the pool. The DC universe harbors numerous remarkable metals, such as in-metal and amber gold, while the Dionysian essence, named after the Greek god of wine, symbolizes rebirth. Pure Dionysian essence can grant rebirth, immortality, and longevity without inducing madness. Securing pure Dionysian essence would ensure a more stable recovery for his father. Furthermore, with the essence in hand, such an incident would not occur again. David gritted his teeth. He was willing to confront demons in hell to save his parents' lives. Yet, if there was a possibility to preemptively eliminate such risks, why not seize it? In a pool spanning several meters in width, the water was entirely evaporated with each breath, leaving only molten earth and stone, transformed into a seething magma. The chamber was permeated with an unpleasant odor reminiscent of sulfur. Yet, David did not falter. Instead, he intensified his energy output. The air within the stone chamber grew thin, making it difficult for Lyxagu to breathe, compelling him to turn and flee. At the bottom of the pool, a magma pit emerged, its temperature exceeding that of the sun's surface, soaring to thousands of degrees and continuing to rise. The terrifying heat radiated throughout the stone room, with only Clark able to withstand such temperatures. Had Lyxagu not departed moments earlier, he would have been reduced to charred remains. Yet, no trace of metal was discernible, prompting a frown from David. Could it be that the Dionysian factors here were too scarce to manifest? Or had they sunk to the depths of the magma? Just as doubt began to cloud his thoughts, and he contemplated giving up, droplets of emerald, reflective liquid began to coalesce above the magma, forming a thumb-sized pool of liquid metal that floated atop the molten rock, distinctly separate like oil and water. A spark of joy ignited in David's expression as he dashed across the magma, which felt as solid as ground beneath his swift feet. He scooped up the deep green, liquid metal and returned to his original position. With a hiss, sensing the Dionysian factor in his grasp attempting to penetrate his body, David swiftly fashioned a stone test tube with an energy beam, sealing the substance within. He shook it gently, pleased to find no leaks. "Is this what you desired, David?" Clark approached, his face a mask of curiosity as he scrutinized the contents of the test tube. "What purpose does it serve?" "It will ensure a safer remedy for my father," David replied, his gaze flickering with an unusual light as he tightened his grip on the test tube. "Now, we must return." Having apprehended Lyxagu in an attempt to escape via helicopter, they unceremoniously deposited him at Wayne Manor in Gotham, leaving the matter of his father-in-law's fate to Bruce. David and Clark hastily returned to the small-town hospital, though they now possessed the Dionysian factor. And even if their father, Jonathan, had perished, there was no cause for alarm. However, how would his mother endure the unbearable sorrow? "Mom, we're back," David announced as he and Clark entered the hospital room, the clock on the wall indicating noon. Clark, ever vigilant, glanced outside before locking the door and drawing the curtains. The extraordinary scene that was about to unfold might not be suitable for the eyes of the uninitiated. "Is this the spring water that can detoxify your father?" Martha, her eyes reddened, rose from beside the sickbed, her gaze filled with hope as it settled on the stone test tube in David's hand. "Almost, Mom," David replied, turning to look at his unconscious father, Jonathan. "He will awaken soon, as robust and healthy as ever, and it will be as if nothing has transpired." Casting a glance at Kara, David did not dismiss her. Instead, he approached Jonathan, holding a test tube. He gently touched his father's forehead, which burned with fever, and then tipped the tube, allowing the deep green metallic liquid to cascade onto Jonathan's unconscious brow. David halted midway, reserving some for his mother, intending to observe the effects before committing to the entire dose. The shimmering emerald liquid seeped into Jonathan's skin like spring water penetrating the earth, entering his very being. The extraordinary scene rendered Kyra speechless, her mouth slightly agape. Perhaps this truly was the elixir of eternal youth, a miraculous water that could restore life. A few seconds passed in silence, during which those in the room held their breath, hesitant to disrupt the moment. Suddenly, Jonathan gasped as if surfacing from a suffocating river. Jolting awake from a nightmare, his eyes wide with shock. The rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor filled the air, accompanied by the sharp scent of antiseptic. His wife and 2 sons surrounded him, eyes filled with hope, along with a young girl he did not recognize. "Where am I?" he murmured, pressing his hand to his foggy head, as if awakening from a prolonged slumber. "Jonathan, do you feel anything amiss?" His wife, Martha, asked tears of joy mingling with concern. "Amiss?" he replied, noticing the anxious gazes of his sons as he moved his arms, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "Perhaps something is slightly off. Could it be that the toxins lingered, or that the Dionysian factor was insufficient?" David prepared to reveal the remaining portion of the Dionysian essence. "Since turning 30, I have never felt this youthful and vigorous. I believe I could apply for a cowboy position at Uncle Ben's ranch without issue," Jonathan declared, feeling an inexhaustible energy coursing through him as he spoke to his family. "You nearly gave me a heart attack, Jonathan," Martha exclaimed, her heart racing with relief yet tinged with reproach as she lightly swatted her husband. "Wonderful news. Father has awakened," Clark exclaimed with enthusiasm, giving his brother a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Now, Mom, you must take Dad for a checkup," David said, quietly exhaling in relief, a smile gracing his features, though still harboring concern. As for the sudden improvement in the patient's condition, they would attribute it to the existence of an antidote hidden within an indigenous tribe. The Dionysian factor, they agreed, could not be detected through conventional scientific methods. "Indeed, David is correct," Martha concurred. Jonathan, recalling events leading up to his fainting, observed his family with a contemplative gaze. It seemed something extraordinary transpired during his unconsciousness, and he regarded Kyra with curiosity. "By the way, who is this child?" he inquired, glancing at his two sons, who appeared to be of similar age, perhaps familiar with her. After a thorough examination, the doctors were amazed to discover that Jonathan's health was astonishingly robust, akin to that of a vigorous man in his 30s. Some intrigued physicians expressed a desire to study the antidote derived from herbal remedies. However, David managed to deflect the situation by invoking tribal regulations against divulging information. After Jonathan and Martha tidied up, they were discharged from the hospital that same day and began preparations for the evening's dinner. Kira busied herself in the process, and to express their gratitude, the couple invited her to their home for a meal. Eager for an opportunity to connect with the parents of Nama, Kira gladly accepted and departed. Meanwhile, David and Clark stood before another ward in the small-town hospital, peering through the transparent glass to witness the desperate attempts of doctors to revive a middle-aged man whose heart rate had plummeted. Despite the efforts of the defibrillator, the failing heart seemed beyond salvation. David observed the imminent loss of a life, while Clark hesitated to speak. "Don't even think about it." As soon as he opened his mouth, David was eager to discern his intentions and promptly rejected the notion. "The remaining resources are meant for my mother." As Kira investigated the reemergence of a long-extinct demon, she simultaneously sought to uncover the identity of the man involved in the car accident. The reasons were not difficult to surmise. He had been ostracized from the mainstream scientific community for publishing audaciously mad theories and sought to reclaim his honor through diligent research. This was a tale of inspiration. David's gaze remained cold as he regarded the patient in the bed. "But you should not involve my family in this." This individual was not only a stranger to him, but also unworthy of any divine intervention. Yet he had inadvertently endangered his family with the true culprit's actions. "I will not lay a hand on him, but neither will I save him." Upon hearing David's words, Clark felt a sense of helplessness. There was no need for intervention. It was evident the man was on the brink of death. It was a pity that such a remarkably gifted genius was perishing here. A voice interrupted the somber atmosphere as Lex Luthor, clad in an expensive suit, approached the two men, stopping to gaze at the unsuccessful resuscitation attempt within the ward. Shaking his head in sorrow, "Lex, what brings you here?" Clark exclaimed in surprise, unaware that such a prodigious figure was concealed within this small town. Luthor replied, "I intended to visit today, but I arrived too late." Observing the body declared deceased by the doctors, a flicker of regret flashed in his eyes. After commissioning an investigation into the town's various legends, he had unexpectedly discovered that a once renowned figure in the scientific community resided here. His theories regarding the effects of meteorites on genetic evolution and mutation aligned perfectly with this individual's findings, as the meteorites were the source of all the town's peculiarities. At 3:46 p.m., the patient was pronounced dead. Following the announcement, the doctor exited the ward. To be a step ahead is to be a genius. To be 10 steps ahead is to be a madman, Dr. Hamilton. A nurse draped a white sheet over the body that had been declared physiologically dead, while Luthor bowed his head, seemingly mourning the life that had been lost. "Do you hold Dr. Hamilton's research in high regard?" David inquired, sensing that Luthor's visit was not merely a social call. In truth, Hamilton holds a modest reputation in this small town. although many have never laid eyes upon him or know his name. Numerous souls have heard whispers of an eccentric scientist who lives in seclusion within a camper amidst the woods, diligently studying meteorites. Luther countered, having grown up in this town, have you not noticed the peculiar occurrences that gradually emerged following the meteor shower? Chapter 68, The Wishing Stone. What town, with even a hint of history, lacks its own collection of strange tales? Clark scratched the back of his head and chuckled. The unusual phenomenon of the meteor shower may have provided the impetus for the rise and propagation of such tales. Perhaps, Luther replied with a gentle smile, not contesting the statement. He had intended to invest in this tragic genius for extensive research on meteorites, yet arrived a moment too late. Nevertheless, he recently stumbled upon an astonishing and enigmatic artifact that might offer him an unexpected delight. Does the fabled lamp, capable of granting all wishes, truly exist? With a glimmer in his eye, Luther paused to ponder briefly before bidding farewell to the two, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to depart. Your performance has improved since our last encounter, David remarked slowly as he watched Luther leave. Just moments ago, Clark's expression had revealed hardly any flaws. Of course, it would have been even better without those unnecessary gestures. Having seen what he wished to observe, David left a piece of advice and turned to head home. Despite his brother's praise, Clark felt no joy. The body was being wheeled out of the ward by a nurse, destined for the underground morgue. He sighed, his mood heavy, another victim of meteorites. Had it not been for the meteorite he brought, Mr. Hamilton might still be a revered scientist rather than a scientific oddity in the eyes of the townsfolk. Suddenly, a cacophony of jarring sounds invaded Clark's ears, disrupting his thoughts. The mechanical whir of medical devices, the squeaking wheels of the gurney against the floor, the anguished cries of patients, and the wails of infants, all manner of noises, bombarded his senses, causing his eardrums to throb as if struck by a drum. On my ears, Clark clutched his head, retreating in agony until he collapsed onto a hospital bench. Another ability? Control it, Clark. There is nothing to fear. Merely another form of heightened sensory perception, he reminded himself. Having previously awakened his supersight, Clark had gained experience. Just as David had inspired him before, he focused his mind, continually convincing himself that he could master it. With intent concentration, the deafening clamor in his ears gradually dulled to a more bearable level. At Luther Manor, under the quietude of night in an empty office, Lex Luthor's gaze was contemplative as he absently stroked an object in his hand, the unexpected delight discovered during his last visit to the Metropolitan Museum. Upon a gray stone pedestal rests a cluster of yellow crystals, encircled by an ancient brass ring inscribed with intricate Latin script, reminiscent of a bygone handcrafted artifact. However, the materials are unremarkable, rendering it impossible to ascertain its age. It is merely a trinket acquired alongside a collection of Egyptian antiquities by the Metropolitan Museum. An expert in Egyptian artifacts dismissed it as a modern creation worth no more than $100, deemed devoid of exhibition value. Luther observed as it was carelessly tossed among a heap of miscellaneous items in the storage area after he had finished exploring the Egyptian exhibit. Was it destiny? During the security personnel's handling, the crystal slipped from the top of a towering stack of boxes, plummeting over 2 meters to the ground, yet remained unscathed. Possessing a modicum of gemological knowledge, Luther was taken aback by its resilience. He gentlemanly retrieved it, intending to return it to the guard. Holding the object, one might dare to make a wish. Behind his desk, Luther softly recited the Latin inscribed on the stone's brass ring. Upon reading those 8 words, he recalled the myriad mysteries of his quaint town, reminiscent of a wish-granting genie in a fairy tale, an intriguing artifact. Once a skeptic of such things, Luther, on a whim, purchased it. Upon returning to his estate, he placed it on a bookshelf as a curious decorative piece. Yesterday, while retrieving a book, he inadvertently knocked it to the ground once more, yet it sustained no damage. Intrigued, he discovered that its hardness exceeded his expectations, despite being crystal. It could not be shattered even by a hammer, nor could it crack under the intensity of flames exceeding 1,000 degrees. As he caressed the cool, solid crystal, a flicker of fervor ignited in his gaze. Subsequently, he attempted various means to break it, yet all efforts were in vain, leaving not a single mark. Its durability was astonishing, almost beyond mortal creation. On the adjacent computer screen displayed a report commissioned for a handsome sum, recently sent along with photographs of ancient stone carvings. 4,000 years ago, It had first appeared in the Indus Valley, resurfacing in Carthage in 146 BC, and again in 4 AD, when a second ruler of the Kushite Empire, Romulus II, clutched it tightly in his dying moments after being assassinated, unwilling to relinquish it. Luther's tone was somber. "Mirror, mirror, tell me, what secrets do you hold?" Clutching the stone, he muttered a spell akin to those found in fairy tales. Seconds passed without any occurrence, for he lacked the true intent to make a wish, his voice tinged with derision. It was clear that this object possessed some extraordinary magical properties. Yet it either demanded a monumental limitation on wishes or exacted a significant price. Otherwise, Romulus II would have long since ruled the world. Under the dim light, Luther chuckled softly, his face partially shrouded in shadow, his eyes glimmering with restrained ambition as he murmured to himself, "Patience, for I shall uncover your secrets in due time." Only then will he make a wish, although he has yet to determine what that wish shall be. Shall it be to fathom all mysteries associated with meteors, or to ascend as a modern-day Alexander ruling the world, following a delightful and heartwarming dinner beneath a canopy of stars and a gentle night breeze? David and Kayla ventured outside the farm. As the sole acquaintance of Kayla within the household, his parents entrusted him with the task of seeing her off. "Thank you for today," he said after a brief silence, having walked a few meters. "It's nothing, Nama. I would willingly do anything for you." With a lightness in her step, Kayla's face radiated subtle joy. "You are the destined savior. Could you refrain from calling me Nama?" David asked, a hint of discomfort creasing his brow. He had never subscribed to that prophecy, and previously, he had not cared how Kayla addressed him. However, now that she had become a friend of the family, his parents, Martha and Jonathan, held a fondness for this spirited and intelligent girl. "You have been in close proximity to Clark. The so-called prophecy of your tribe, which foretells the world's destruction, certainly does not pertain to him. Just handing him a girl would leave him utterly flustered. How could he possibly bring about the end of the world? The notion of possessing strength surpassing 10 men, of eyes that could emit flames, and the peculiarities of aliens differing from humans was hardly surprising. As for the accompanying descent of heavenly fire, it was likely a misinterpretation by those technologically primitive individuals regarding the brilliance of a spacecraft's arrival. And the savior, David's eyes flickered with resignation. The indigenous people of that time likely had no concept of what a continent was, perceiving their world as merely a series of valleys. Of course, Kayla smiled, feeling that the title Nama lacked intimacy. Her eyes sparkled as she ventured, "May I call you David?" Noticing David's lack of objection, she furrowed her brow and continued, "Your brother Clark, at this moment, truly bears no relation to destruction." Reflecting on her interactions with Clark, she remembered him as shy and kind, deeply anxious for his family's welfare. Yet, even the cold-blooded crocodile, when newly born, is innocent and endearing. Nevertheless, she remained reluctant to dismiss the prophecy, which had circulated in her tribe for 5 centuries, as mere fabrication. The lion's bloodthirsty nature lies within its very essence. Even if it resists its fate, it cannot survive on grass alone and will inevitably reveal its fangs. David? Nama? Sergei? To destroy the world, me? Standing atop the warehouse loft, David watched his brother escort Kayla away, still reeling from the astonishing revelation. He had just inadvertently overheard something remarkable. It seemed that David and Kayla were discussing something peculiar, referring to him as a Sergei. With a bloodthirsty nature etched into his bones, destined to bring about the world's end? Surely, this must be a jest. As David bid farewell to Kayla and returned to the most suitable attic for stargazing, Clark observed his brother ascending the stairs, unable to contain his curiosity. "David, what were you discussing with Kayla just now?" Chapter 69, Luther's Experiment, Son. "What exactly did you administer to my body yesterday?" At the breakfast table, their father, Jonathan, appeared invigorated as he savored the sandwiches prepared by Martha, completely devoid of the signs of the previous day's poisoning and fever-induced coma. In fact, he had never felt better, as if an inexhaustible energy coursed through him, though a hint of perplexity lingered in his expression. "It's the Dionysus factor." "What is this Dionysus? Is it a metal?" Jonathan pondered, contemplating whether he would encounter problems during future airport security checks. "Sort of. You know the common wisdom. Metals should not be ingested." David offered a more palatable explanation. "You could think of it as herbal soup." Although the Dionysus factor is said to grant immortality and resurrection, Jonathan's appearance remained largely unchanged. It was noteworthy that even the 700-year-old immortal, Lei Xiaogu, bore the visage of middle age. And the comic book character known for possessing the purest Dionysus factor did not sport the face of a mere 17 or 18-year-old. Perhaps the Dionysus factor had no effect on the hostess' outward age? Herbal soup? Martha, holding a stone test tube filled with a deep green metallic liquid, hesitated. Her son had urged her to consume it upon waking, claiming it would be beneficial for her health, even though she trusted her son would not harm her. The notion of ingesting a metal raised doubts, especially since she was in good health and questioned the necessity of such a remedy. At the dining table, Clark seemed to be lost in thought, quietly sipping the seafood soup prepared by their mother, remaining silent. The previous day, he had inquired about his brother's conversation with Kayla, to which David had casually replied that it was nothing of significance, not elaborating further. Yet, he had overheard the gist of their exchange. Surge? The end of the world? Casting a glance at Clark, David sensed that his brother was preoccupied. Memories of Rickman, whom he had slain, haunted him. Perhaps Clark was still entangled in that ordeal. The day before, when Clark had questioned David about his conversation with Kayla, David had assumed it was a mere casual inquiry and responded likewise. Being viewed as a prophesied savior inevitably evoked a sense of shame, and he believed that Kayla would eventually recognize the fallacy of the prophecy within her tribe, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. As he swallowed a mouthful of rich soup, David's gaze flickered, and he sighed inwardly. It was merely a misunderstanding. No one would relish being perceived as a harbinger of the world's destruction. Thus, he refrained from sharing this utterly inconsequential matter with Clark, knowing it would serve only to dampen spirits. After the meal, on their way to school, Clark inquired, "David, where have you been these past few days? You haven't shown up at school." Facing the curious questions from Chloe and Peter, David shrugged. "I had some family matters to attend to. I went to Gotham." Gotham? Chloe and the others exchanged glances, clearly familiar with the name. It was said that the place was rife with gangs, and one had to tread carefully even in the alleys during daylight. Chloe recalled the tales of Gotham from before, a look of reluctance crossing her face. She found peculiar matters intriguing, yet the thought of gang robberies was altogether unappealing. The law enforcement in that city was rumored to be even worse than in Smallville. "Perhaps it has improved a bit since then," David remarked. The emergence of Batman, while not capable of reversing the pervasive criminal underbelly of Gotham, at least offered some semblance of order. Those criminals and thugs would feel trepidation at the sudden appearance of Batman, who would incapacitate them and send them to prison. "Have you heard about that masked vigilante called Batman?" Peter recalled a recent news segment. Mentioning Batman caused Clark, who had been silently gazing out the window, to press his lips together. When he visited Gotham yesterday in haste to seek clues to save his father, he had no time to ponder other matters. Yet, the sights and sounds he encountered in Gotham left him perplexed. Bruce Wayne, the heir to the storied Wayne family of Gotham, possessed a fortune in the billions without any superhuman abilities. In the face of a corrupt and dark city, he risked his own safety to stand against crime, prioritizing the security of the city's lower-class citizens. His brief observations and interactions left him somewhat awestruck by Bruce Wayne's character. Undoubtedly, at this juncture, Batman was a hero. But if that were the case, what role would he himself play in the future? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Clark's eyes as he recalled MS. Cassandra's prophetic vision featuring Batman. However, he found himself on the opposing side. Batman had chosen to align with David, aiding him against Clark. If Batman is virtuous, then who will he become in the future? Reflecting on Kayla's words regarding the tribal prophecy and the impending destruction of the world, a sense of dread settled in Clark's throat. Surely, that couldn't be true. Was it possible that while he vigilantly watched David to prevent him from going astray, he himself could be the one who turns malevolent and endangers others? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Clark, noticing Clark's vehement shaking of his head, an expression of unwillingness to accept the reality, David gave him a gentle nudge. "Don't tell me you're still pondering over Rickman?" "No, it's not about Rickman." Clark snapped back to reality, hesitating to speak further. Initially, he had felt anger over Rickman's actions, believing that after his brother's execution, he had taken to indiscriminate killing. However, in recent days, Chloe had shown him news about Rickman. Lowering his voice, he glanced at Chloe and Peter on the other side of the school bus. There's a man named Paul, the director of the Metropolis Environmental Center. He never accepts bribes and enforces the law with unwavering integrity, continuously battling against corruption. To this day, he still rents a modest apartment in Metropolis with his family. Director Paul is a genuinely admirable person who prioritizes the health and well-being of the community. One fateful morning, after inquiring about the pollution issues at Rickman's factory, he inexplicably took his own life by jumping from a building. The news was accompanied by harrowing photographs of his wife and young child, grieving over the body draped in a blood-stained white cloth. The scene was heart-wrenching and brought tears to one's eyes. Clark, with a somber tone, was acutely aware of the circumstances. Rickman, through his influence, had extinguished the life of a commendable individual and shattered a once happy family. This was not Rickman's first transgression. There had been numerous reports of suicides casting shadows of his involvement, though Clark retained reservations about his brother David's methods of vigilante justice. He no longer viewed Rickman as innocent or deserving of mere reprimand. Next time you visit a stranger's home, do take a look at the soles of your shoes. Clark resolved to let the matter rest, uninterested in further discourse regarding the deceased. David merely offered a faint reminder. The soles? Clark pondered, perplexed by the sudden mention. Meanwhile, Peter approached with a spark of excitement. Hey, have you heard? Today's class, what about the class? Both inquired, puzzled by any changes. Peter glanced around conspiratorially, lowering his voice with a hint of mischief. Didn't you check the schedule? The school has a new biology teacher, a mature and attractive woman. Today's lesson involves human sexuality. I've heard there will be some film shown, you know what I mean? He shot them a knowing glance. Peter, could you refrain from behaving like an overly eager baboon? Chloe remarked disdainfully, her adeptness with technology evident. And you too? I don't comprehend. Not at all, Clark coughed, his face reddening as he hastily feigned ignorance. David averted his gaze, pretending not to know him. Come in, a deep voice called from behind a heavy wooden door, where Luther was attending to business. His new head of security opened the door, ushering in the individual he wished to meet. Manager Coro, Mr. Luther is awaiting you inside. A robust man clad in a black suit and sunglasses entered, seemingly in high spirits, a smile adorning his face that betrayed his good mood. Yet, one could question whether such an individual, influenced by emotions beyond the professional realm, could be deemed a competent bodyguard, let alone a head of security. I trust one am not interrupting your work. Luther reclined comfortably in his office chair, extending his hand. Please, have a seat, Mr. Coro. Thank you, Mr. Luther. A middle-aged man with a sincere countenance entered, marveling at the opulence of the castle as facilities. He walked cautiously, as if fearing to shatter something delicate, gripping the edges of his suit as he sat down, visibly anxious in the presence of his employer. Casting a glance at the new head of security who had just closed the door, Luther's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Chapter 70. The new biology teacher. From the morning onward, Luther had embarked on a small experiment concerning the acquired wish stone. He summoned a rather impulsive young bodyguard named Marshall to his office, expressing his confidence in the young man's potential and keen insight. In essence, he hinted at the prospect of promoting the restless fellow waiting in the corridor. Under the gaze of the visibly excited young man, Luther produced a wish stone, adopting the demeanor of a witty and humorous boss. Hold the stone and make a wish, Marshall. Perhaps your desire will soon materialize. The young bodyguard eagerly complied. Yet unbeknownst to him, Luther had no intention of promoting him at all. Before an hour had passed, the former head of the bodyguard team submitted his resignation, citing a family tragedy. His child had been in an accident, and after years of working away from home, he wished to return and be with his family. Among the remaining bodyguards, any one of them seemed more likely to take over the captain's position, until a fragment of stone fell from the castle's towering wall, nearly striking him as he walked about the estate. Had it not been for the young bodyguard who spotted the danger and pushed him out of the way, he might now be lying in a hospital. Mr. Luther, you call me for something? Cora asked, nervously from across the desk, his mind racing with thoughts of any recent oversights or mistakes in his work at the factory. Nothing to worry about, Mr. Cora. Relax, Luther reassured him, his amiable tone gradually putting Cora at ease. He felt no gratitude towards Marshall, yet he harbored a suspicion that failing to heed the stone's significance might lead to unforeseen consequences. However, one incident was merely insufficient. It was far from enough. A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Luther's eyes, though his smile remained intact. Mr. Cora, I greatly admire your recent work ethic. You have managed the factory's warehouse with remarkable efficiency. Since your appointment, there have been no reports of lost items. After a night of contemplation, He had devised a wish to make, but he needed to ensure that everything was foolproof before proceeding. "This is simply my duty," Mr. Luther Cora said, somewhat bashfully scratching his head. "No, a person of honesty and excellence deserves recognition, does he not?" Luther's gaze bore into him, laden with insinuation, as he slowly posed the question with a smile. "Whether in a nation or a factory, how can one command respect without a fair system of rewards and punishments?" Meeting Cora's astonished eyes, as if struck by an overwhelming surprise, Luther retrieved the ancient wish stone from beneath the desk, reminiscent of the serpent in Eden poised to enlighten Adam and Eve, and softly tempted, "Make a wish, Mr. Cora." Each time, the ever-predictable Professor Kowalski conducted this lesson. He would always commence with the same archaic educational film on physiology. As the school bell rang, Peter entered the classroom with a flourish, relieved that he would no longer have to endure such torment. Beneath the exhilarating projection screen stood a stern elderly lady, nearing 60, adorned with spectacles. Her expression austere as she meticulously scanned the room for any inattentive students, instilling an atmosphere where no inappropriate thoughts could possibly arise. "Who informed you of this? Your brother?" David raised an eyebrow. "My father," Clark replied, momentarily stifled. "Classmates, please settle down. I am the new Ms. Akins, responsible for imparting knowledge in biology, health education, and human anatomy." As the golden rays of the morning sun streamed into the classroom, a striking figure entered, a sensuous woman in her 30s. Clad in a daringly short skirt, she wasted no time, raising her arms to unfurl the rolled-up projection screen above the blackboard. The male students, just taking their seats, were momentarily entranced, nearly rising in tandem with the teacher whose skirt fluttered upward. An inexplicable warmth enveloped the classroom. Clark, swallowing nervously, caught his younger brother's sidelong glance and feigned seriousness, fanning himself with a hand, pretending to be affected by the heat. "Summer is approaching. This is all quite normal. Look, Ms. Akins is perspiring," Peter remarked unabashedly, his gaze fixated ahead, as if his very soul had been ensnared. The sultry weather rendered Ms. Akins's curves even more alluring than the blazing sun above, her short skirt seemingly failing to provide any relief. With her full, sensuous lips slightly parted, she fanned herself, beads of sweat cascading down her sun-kissed neck. As the film commenced, she moved to the side of the podium, seeking the breeze by the window. Yet, the attention of the male students was scarcely directed at the projection screen. David felt a hint of discomfort, furrowing his brow. This was unusual. He held no interest in Ms. Akins's alluring and somewhat provocative demeanor. An extraordinary individual? Perhaps the heat was overwhelming. Clark, feeling parched, was drenched in perspiration, his eyes seemingly ablaze, shifting furtively between the screen and the window. Suddenly, flames erupted on the screen, igniting with alarming swiftness. "Fire!" The classroom erupted in shocked exclamations. Clark's fleeting moment of inappropriate thoughts vanished in an instant, his fiery gaze extinguished. "Quickly, evacuate, everyone." Ms. Akins guided them out of the classroom as faculty rushed in to extinguish the flames. Thus concluded an unconventional biology lesson. Peter appeared as though he had witnessed a divine interruption, his spirits dampened. Others bore expressions of distress, akin to being stuck on a slide, unable to ascend or descend. In the corridor, David gazed at the cherry blossoms outside, paying little heed to Ms. Akins, who was directing the fire response. He was not a deranged killer seeking to harm extraordinary individuals. As long as they did not provoke him, all would be well. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, the four of them exited the campus, ready to return home. "Hey, Clark, how is your physics report coming along?" Embracing a book, the raven-haired Lana approached, her radiant smile brightening the surroundings as she waved a greeting to Clark. "I'm doing well. And you, Lana?" The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, their rapport exuding an air of intimacy that hinted at something more than mere friendship. David, taken aback, felt as though he had missed several episodes of a gripping series. "You're unaware, are you, David? During your absence, the bond between Lana and Clark has blossomed remarkably. Do not underestimate the valiant knight who boldly charges forth for love, even if he was once merely a bashful country lad blushing at the sight of a girl," Peter remarked with a mischievous grin. Without his powers and no longer fearing kryptonite, Clark began to express his affections with newfound confidence. Tall and handsome, with a smile as warm as the sun, He no longer found himself in embarrassing situations as he once did, and even Lana, accustomed to being pursued as the cheerleading captain, could not resist his charm. David had not anticipated that Clark would turn his misfortune into unexpected fortune during this time. As Lana joined the group, the others greeted her, and she and Clark shared laughter as they boarded the school bus. At the school gate, a figure with a dark expression emerged. Whitney, witnessing this scene and the curious glances from passers-by, felt a surge of anger, her complexion turning pale as she gritted her teeth. Clark, she clenched her fists, the veins on her hands bulging, the prominent green luminescent tattoo on her wrist glaringly visible. This time, your brother will not be able to protect you. Chapter 71. I Want to Become a Goddess Combined Edition. Professor Akins, donning sunglasses, drove a beautiful red Mustang out of the school gates, rebuffing the advances of male teachers clamoring for dates. Even as one persistent teacher pursued her with 2 concert tickets in hand, she paid him no mind, her car gliding onto the townhouse streets, the wind tousling her fiery orange hair. With one hand on the steering wheel, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. I have returned to this town not to court a bunch of high school teachers who can't even afford a standalone villa. Among the entire town, only one man captured her interest, the billionaire heir, Lex Luthor. A fervent spark ignited in Akins' eyes as she drove toward Luthor Manor, her anticipation mounting. I hope Lex Luthor can surprise me. I wonder what invaluable treasures lie within his vault. Meanwhile, Luthor sat behind his desk, his expression slightly troubled as he pondered his affairs. Marshall, recently promoted to head of security, faced a calamitous incident before noon. A disgruntled team member, envious of his new position, leaked an embarrassing photo of him. The image depicted him drunkenly embracing a filthy toilet, a sight that would surely serve as fodder for ridicule among his peers. Oblivious to the fact that he had become the subject of laughter, the prideful Marshall reveled in his newfound rank. Is it mere coincidence or consequence? Luthor is not the kind of employer who is considerate of his subordinates. He only cares whether this is an isolated incident or if every individual who wishes upon a wishstone is destined to encounter misfortune. He rests his chin on his crossed hands, his expression dark and brooding. Suddenly, the door to the study bursts open. Who are you? A striking woman clad in a short pink skirt strides in, surveying her surroundings as if inspecting a new residence. Dismissing Luthor with a critical remark about the decor being too antiquated. Although this is a castle, it is unexpected for a reputed rich heir to possess such a style in his study. Who are you? Marshall interjects. The substantial salary of over $100,000 you receive each month is not an invitation for you to allow strangers to wander in. His thoughts interrupted. Luthor casts a cold gaze towards the bodyguards outside the door, signaling them to take action. Regardless of the means, this woman, dressed like a nightclub dancer, employed to deceive them into letting her in, she must be escorted out immediately. Boss, we advise you to treat Miss Akins with a bit more courtesy. Marshall and his colleagues gaze at Akins with adoration, as if she were a goddess descended from the heavens, embodying all that is beautiful in the world. They are deeply displeased by Luthor's perceived rudeness towards their deity. Do you seem to dislike me? Akins, with her alluring physique, perches herself on the solid wood desk, leaning down to scrutinize Luthor with a playful glint in her eyes. Madam, allow me to remind you that there is a distinction between sensuality and promiscuity. The bodyguard's reactions cause him to frown as he turns to face the woman before him, a flicker of disdain crossing Luthor's features as he retorts coldly. Is that so? Akins laughs lightly, unconcerned. You misunderstand. I can summon men to their demise with a mere gesture, and I have no need to barter my beauty. She smiles seductively, exhaling a fragrant aroma. However, this scent is overly cloying, reminiscent of cheap cream, sweet enough to repel. Overwhelmed by the fragrance, Luthor shakes his head, and upon glancing back at her, he perceives her as a flawless masterpiece of divine creation, leaving him parched. His once cold and unyielding heart begins to waver. He opens his mouth to apologize for his previous ungentlemanly tone, but instinctively senses something amiss, furrowing his brow. Yet for you, I am willing to make an exception. Akin's smile falters slightly, yet she remains unfazed, leaning down to kiss Luthor's lips. Though initially taken aback, he quickly succumbs to the softness of her lips, savoring the sweet exchange of saliva, and when he opens his eyes again, they brim with affection, as if this woman were everything to him. Miss, may I inquire your name? His heart ablaze, he transforms entirely from the stoic Lex Luthor, gracefully taking Aiken's hand and bestowing a passionate kiss. I do not wish to remain ignorant of the name of the woman with whom I might share my dreams for a lifetime. Of course. Witnessing the successful capture of Luther through her own abilities, Aiken smiled gently. At least for a while, she need not worry. However, prior to that, to demonstrate your sincerity, might you unveil to me your most treasured possession? Close the door. All of you leave, Luther commanded, prompting the bodyguards to hesitate until Aikens interjected, compelling their departure. Once the door was secured, he cautiously retrieved the wishstone from a small safe within his desk. What is this? A statue carved entirely from a yellow gemstone? Aikens marveled at the palm-sized yellow gem. Yet, the crystal appeared somewhat clouded. No, its material is merely citron, but this is my treasure. It has the power to fulfill your desires. Drawing the curtains, Luther, shrouded in mystery, caressed the artifact in his hands, lowering his voice as if to guard against anyone overhearing and coveting his possession. Glancing at the dusty yellow crystal base, Aikens looked back at Luther, her expression frozen in disbelief. Are you jesting? Trying to showcase your sense of humor? No, it is indeed genuine, Luther replied with utmost seriousness. As summer approached, the heat intensified. Martha sat before an electric fan, tallying bills, feeling somewhat languid from warmth. Darling, would you care for a bottle of iced soda? Despite the sweltering farm outside, Jonathan remained invigorated after a busy morning, shedding his gloves as he returned inside, opening the refrigerator and casting a playful glance at his wife. I do not comprehend, Martha replied, wiping the sweat from her neck, her face etched with confusion. Our cattle outside are sprawled on the ground from the heat, and yet you seem unaffected. Perhaps it's due to some factor? Jonathan chuckled as he handed her a bottle of chilled water. Martha accepted it with resignation, placing it on her forehead, planning to use the remaining half bottle of her son's peculiar liquid metal later that afternoon. She felt ambivalent about immortality, uncertain if she could endure the loss of friends one by one. Nevertheless, the thought of boundless vitality in the summer heat truly intrigued her. Hello, we are back, David announced as he opened the door, greeting his parents. Martha glanced at her two sons, who appeared equally vibrant, and she routinely inquired about their day as she prepared to make lunch. David, Clark, how was school today? Everything went well, except for the fire in biology class. David retrieved a bottle of soda from the refrigerator, taking a refreshing sip. A fire? What happened? The couple's attention shifted sharply upon hearing the news. You would have to ask Clark about that, David replied. It was just a small flame. Initially, he did not connect it with Clark, but later realized something was amiss and upon questioning, discovered it was indeed his doing. Clark was gradually awakening one of the hallmark abilities of Kryptonians, heat vision. What does this have to do with your brother? The parents queried, puzzled. The fire may have been ignited by me. Clark scratched his head, hesitant to voice his thoughts. At first, my eyes felt hot, and then a small flame erupted from the point I was staring at. Staring? Is there a reason for that? It sounds rather perilous. And the couple was eager to uncover the cause of Clark's newfound abilities. The newly arrived Ms. Aikens should count herself fortunate. At that moment, Clark had diverted his gaze and ceased to fixate on her. David jested. Otherwise, the classmates might bear psychological scars, and the school would have to find another biology teacher. A female biology teacher? Ahem, yes. Clark mumbled through his hand, glaring at his brother, who had unwittingly sold him out. The couple exchanged a glance, at a loss for words regarding this sensitive topic. Don't look at me like that, David feigned fear teasingly. Don't forget, you're not like everyone else. Your eyes can be deadly. The parents hastily positioned themselves in front of David, waving their hands in alarm. Clark, manage your emotions. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. MS. Aikens is not here now, David replied with a grin, as his parents had momentarily forgotten about his abilities. I'm not the same as before. I've discovered a trick to control my powers. Not long ago, he had effortlessly managed his sudden super hearing, and Clark felt confident, emphasizing his point with a hint of anger. However, for various reasons, he had yet to disclose this development to anyone in his family. Oh, well, it was your inspiration, Clark admitted, feeling somewhat deflated, unable to deny his brother's contribution. As long as I do not resist the newly emerged abilities, viewing them as troublesome or as proof of my strangeness. When I focus on controlling them, I find it far easier than I had anticipated. Does that sound like a good thing? Jonathan and Martha sensed that their eldest son seemed a bit different. As if a part of the shackles in his heart had been removed, which felt worthy of celebration. "Let us prepare a grand meal for the family at noon," suggested Martha with a smile. At the dining table, a sumptuous lunch was laid out: sweet roasted pumpkin, a delightful combination of pine nut catfish, and generous chunks of beef stew with potatoes. As the family enjoyed their meal, the television suddenly aired a news report, the anchor's expression grave. The Metropolitan Midday News reports that yesterday, the bank vault in the small town of Smallville was mysteriously robbed. No signs of forced entry or tunneling were found at the scene, and a significant amount of precious jewels and gold bars have vanished. Now, let us turn to our reporter interviewing Officer Bob. The three paused their meals, intrigued by this bizarre news related to their town. On the screen, the familiar Officer Bob was leading reporters and cameramen to observe the scene, providing a series of perplexing analyses, ultimately yielding little valuable information. There exists but a singular, dubious conclusion. Based on the footprints discovered at the scene, the band of thieves responsible for this audacious heist appear to possess no corporeal form, seemingly traversing through walls to manifest within the vault, laden with jewels and gold bars, only to vanish through the walls once more. Could they be endowed with extraordinary abilities? The family speculated in hushed tones. However, as no one was harmed in this theft, few took it to heart. After dinner, Clark ventured outside to practice fervently, honing his skills on everything from scarecrows and fence posts to the trough for feeding cattle. Indeed, he swiftly mastered his newfound heat vision, advancing to the point of melting stone, even managing to sustain the heating of a plastic trough without melting it. Observing Clark wield his abilities as naturally as a human breathes or a fish swims, David raised an eyebrow in surprise. It seemed that from now on, their mother need not struggle to heat milk every morning. Ordinarily, one would expect the acquisition of such powers during Superman's maturation to be fraught with difficulty. Had he inadvertently instigated some transformation? Could he not do the same? Once assured that he could control his abilities without inadvertently harming others, Clark smiled. He had witnessed David's eyes emit energy beams, evaporating the pool of Lazarus. Speaking of which, where did you acquire that peculiar knowledge? As thoughts of the pool of Lazarus and the Dionysian factor crossed his mind, curiosity flickered across Clark's face. Have I not mentioned it before? I stumbled upon a magician's diary in Gotham, David had explained to their parents, prompting Clark to ponder, stroking his chin in confusion. But do magicians truly exist in this world? If extraterrestrials can inhabit this realm, why not magicians? David shot him a sidelong glance, prompting Clark to falter. Their parents, Jonathan and Martha, had readily accepted this rationale, for the notion of healing ailments and resurrecting the deceased seemed thoroughly enchanting. Are you suggesting that this stone can indeed grant wishes? With a flurry of hammering and chiseling, no marks were left upon the stone, and Akins shook her pained hand, her gaze ablaze, as if beholding the world's greatest treasure, caressing the stone as one might a lover's face. She could scarcely believe such a wondrous artifact existed, akin to Aladdin's lamp from fairy tales. How does one make a wish? By merely rubbing it? Akins inquired eagerly. No, one must hold the wish firmly. However, I have yet to grasp its limitations. Luther, smitten with Akins, candidly revealed his findings. There might also be side effects, he intended to add. We shall discover through experimentation. Yet, viewing Luther merely as a pawn, the ardent Akins could hardly contain her impatience. Contemplating the possibilities this stone presented, she envisioned all she could attain. Placing this stone before anyone would surely incite madness, even in the president. I yearn to become a veritable goddess, akin to Aphrodite from Greek mythology. Akins grasped the stone, her heart racing with excitement as she fervently wished to become the goddess of love and beauty. Once her wish was uttered, a profound silence enveloped the air, as if nothing had transpired. There was no blinding holy light, no celestial music played by tiny angels, and even the stone remained inert, devoid of any glow or tremor. Yet, in the next moment, she sensed an inexplicable transformation occurring within her being. Clark, I recall warning you to keep your distance from Lana. As evening fell and the school bus came to a halt at the farm's entrance, after bidding farewell to Chloe and Peter, David and Clark were about to head home when a chilling voice laced with anger pierced the air. A figure emerged from the shadows beneath the streetlight, hands tucked into pockets, blocking their path. Yet you seem utterly oblivious to my counsel. Whitney's demeanor was icy as she obstructed David and Clark's way. What do you intend to do, Whitney? Clark's expression was guarded, tinged with suspicion as he found himself cornered at his own doorstep. Isn't it obvious? In the battle surrounding Lana, you cannot best me. Thus, I intend to resort to other means. David, lacking insight into Clark's shy and earnest nature, struggled to comprehend the nuances of romance. Whitney, a quintessential golden-haired handsome figure, had not lost much in terms of appearance and possessed a past emotional connection. Yet she found herself outmatched by Clark, a considerable failure indeed. Clark, I have warned you. You cannot hold me accountable for today's events. With her hands emerging from her pockets, Whitney clenched her fists, the sound echoing ominously, as if she were a beast poised to pounce. What audacity grants you the courage to present yourself at my doorstep in such a manner? Ignoring Whitney's threatening posture, David assessed her with a perplexed demeanor. Previously, he had effortlessly subdued Whitney alongside several other members of the football team at the bar, an encounter that had left her with a lingering sense of trepidation, but that was in the past. I concede that you possess impressive fighting skills, yet you cannot even lay a finger on me now. Whitney smirked, rolling up her sleeves to reveal the fluorescent tattoos hidden beneath her clothing. Since joining that team, the tattoo had bestowed upon her strength and abilities beyond the ordinary. Whitney, even if you were to strike me, it wouldn't alter the situation. Under the unique radiation of the meteorite, Clark's Kryptonian superpowers waned rapidly. His legs grew weak, and discomfort washed over him as he sought to reason with her. This approach is precisely what Lana disdains. I'll strike first and ask questions later. Clark's words only fueled the fire within Whitney, her eyes ablaze with jealousy as she swung her fist at the bewildered Clark. David stepped forward to shield Clark, aiming to intercept what was merely a harmless punch to him. Let me demonstrate my strength. Witness how I discipline your disobedient brother right before your eyes. Whitney, with a scornful smile and a fist raised, moved like a phantom, effortlessly passing through him and delivering a punch aimed at Clark's head. Huh? David turned, frowning. Whitney's swift movements appeared to him as though they had slowed down tenfold, resembling a silent film. In an instant, he vanished from sight, taking Clark with him, reappearing some 20 to 30 meters away. Whitney's decisive punch met only air, as the two brothers had inexplicably disappeared, like specters, into the distance. His expression shifted, and he inhaled deeply, questioning whether he was experiencing an illusion. How did you do that? Whitney exclaimed. Your body? Stepping away from the kryptonite-infused tattoos. Clark regained a modicum of strength, recalling the moment Whitney had glided through his brother like a ghost, equally astonished. Are you all right, David? He quickly turned to inquire about David's well-being after being passed through. I'm fine, David replied tersely, raising an eyebrow at the astonished Whitney in the distance. It was hardly surprising that Whitney had gained abilities from the meteorite. If others in the town could acquire powers, how could Clark's rival, the son of DC, remain ordinary and untouched by fate? Moreover, Whitney's abilities seemed uniquely advantageous. Do you possess superpowers as well? Have you also received a tattoo? The weakened Clark was overlooked as Whitney glared at David, a mix of astonishment and rage in his eyes. Recalling how he and his teammates had been bested by this boy endowed with special powers, Whitney felt humiliated before their peers. Now I understand how you defeated us. Whitney believed that a tattoo was the source of his newfound strength. Don't conflate me with you meteorite freaks, David retorted, casting a glance at the tattoo on Whitney's wrist, his expression shifting slightly. Could it be that someone had discovered the luminous effects of kryptonite and foolishly developed distinctive tattoos? How many individuals bore such tattoos? Was the town now being inundated with a horde of empowered beings? Once I knock you down, let us see if you can maintain this superior demeanor. Whitney charged at him like an enraged bull. Whoosh! David kicked a pebble from beneath his foot. The stone shot across the road like a bullet, yet passed through Whitney's body without inflicting any harm. Whitney scoffed and continued his advance. Useless. You can't harm me. Was it a matter of precise control that allowed the stone to pass through, or was control unnecessary? As he blinked, David appeared behind Whitney, swinging his hand down in a swift strike. The speed employed was beyond Whitney's capacity to react, resulting in a futile blow, as if he had struck a mere projection. Whoosh! A sharp sound resonated. Only after David had completed his move did Whitney realize, abruptly turning to see David behind him. His eyes widened in fury as he swung a punch, yet again met only empty air. David effortlessly flashed a few dozen meters away. observing him with an air of leisure. Whitney felt like a jester being mocked, his irritation boiling over. What skill was it to stand still and dodge? Yet, David paid him no mind. Was it not an ability that required constant adaptation, but rather a passive one? A contemplative look crossed his face. Whitney had gained power. Though lacking the speed and strength of seasoned abilities, he was no more formidable than an ordinary person. However, in terms of defense, he was remarkably gifted. Transforming into a mere shadow, he transcended all physical forms, rendering himself immune to tangible attacks. Even a Superman would find it challenging to contend with him. David's gaze sharpened. Whitney remained calm. Recognizing that David's speed far exceeded his own, Whitney swung a fist at Clark, who was far from foolish enough to remain stationary. Especially with the radiant glow of kryptonite emanating from his arm, retreating several meters. You possess abilities too? He mused. Of course, you're brothers. Astonished by Clark's display of uncanny speed, Whitney glanced from one brother to the other, confronting two foes he could scarcely touch, and bellowed in frustration. If you have the prowess, stop dodging and face me like a man. Just moments ago, he had boasted that David could not lay a finger on him. Yet now he resembled a fool, increasingly disheveled. If you won't evade, what can you truly do? With a modicum of speculation regarding Whitney's abilities, David maintained an impassive demeanor, swiftly appearing before Whitney. Bang! Whitney's fist slammed into David's chest with a force comparable to 800 or 900 pounds, yet it felt as ineffective as a mere tickle, akin to striking a steel plate. Clutching his agonized hand, he staggered back. Why is your body so hard, my hand? Ignoring Whitney's muffled groans, David furrowed his brow, surveying his palm. Initially, he had presumed Whitney's ability would at least allow his hands to regain corporeality during combat. For a fleeting millisecond, he had been struck by an attack that was more irritating than painful, and to his surprise, his attempt to grasp Whitney had resulted in nothing but empty air. Yet, Whitney was entirely oblivious to the swiftness of David's movements. Even in the act of attacking, was his physical state still an illusion? He could strike others, but remained untouchable himself, his body existing in a superimposed state between the tangible and the ethereal. The ability was indeed impressive, but regrettably, your strength and speed are woefully inadequate. Raising his eyes, David expressed mild astonishment. Possessing such an ability would render one nearly invincible. A slight enhancement in superhuman strength and speed would pose a significant challenge for even a fully developed Clark. Had I not shown restraint earlier, you would be lying on the ground in agony now, rather than still possessing the energy to mock me. Amidst the searing pain, Whitney cradled his bruised hand, gritting his teeth in a low growl. He should not have held back. He ought to impart a lesson upon this smug individual that he would remember for a lifetime. Oh, how do you intend to deal with me? David inquired, genuinely intrigued to hear his response. Unlike Clark, who possesses a weakness to kryptonite, Whitney now finds himself standing at a distance, hesitant to approach. I shall pierce through your flesh and land a blow upon your heart. Whitney scoffs at David's nonchalance, questioning how he can remain so unfazed when facing a potential strike to his vulnerable organs. You will kneel in agony, aware of what true suffering entails, he declares as he swings his fist once more. Is this all? David had anticipated some extraordinary ability, effortlessly evading the strike. With his physical fortitude, even a missile's impact would be inconsequential against his relatively frail insides. Yet, he has no desire to remain stationary and endure another attack from Whitney, who is beginning to gauge his capabilities. Go home, Whitney. Clark swiftly intervenes, placing himself between the two, his demeanor serious as he implores Whitney to retreat. This matter ends here. Your impulsive anger should not lead you down a path of crime. He understands his brother's temperament deeply. While David may have brushed off previous assaults, the recent attempt to strike at his innards has undoubtedly struck a nerve. You have spoken too late. A flicker of cold rage crosses Whitney's face as he recalls the incident. Do you think this tattoo came about by mere chance? What do you mean? Clark's expression shifts, realizing that Whitney may have already misused this newfound ability. The bank heist. Was it you and others? David recalls the peculiar bank robbery reported at noon, where the vault door and floor showed no signs of tampering, yet jewels and gold bars had vanished. I was on the verge of winning Lana back, and it's all your fault. Ignoring their inquiries, Whitney again lunges at Clark. In just a few days of training with the football team, Clark had taken Lana from him, and when he sought her out again, she had gently requested he not pursue her any longer. "Who is this other you speak of? Clark?" Yet, as they stood several paces apart, Whitney felt the sting of humiliation, his fists clenched in anger. It was evident who he referred to afterward. He sought solace in a bar, inadvertently befriending a group. Among them were those who had witnessed his baseball games, deeming him a robust prospect, and they invited him into their fold. With just a blend of meteorite solution and tattoo ink, one could acquire the ability to phase through objects, rendering bank vaults as mere illusions. However, I never anticipated that my companions and I would easily mock the police, and now I find it impossible to simply teach you a lesson. As he vented his pent-up resentment, a sinister glint appeared in Whitney's eyes. "Clark, David, I wonder if your parents possess such abilities as you do." He contemplated how to draw the two closer. "Enough. Cease this at once." As Whitney turned to stride towards the farmhouse, Clark's expression transformed into one of shock. He swiftly positioned himself in front of her, exclaiming, "You have become a shadow of your former self." Whitney. He found it incomprehensible, although he had always regarded Whitney as a rival. The Whitney of yore had merely been somewhat arrogant and brash, yet she would never have stooped to such depths. Jealousy, one of humanity's original sins, is a formidable foe to overcome. He had no interest in understanding Whitney's transformation. He was solely concerned about her intentions towards his parents. David's voice turned icy, his eyes gleaming with a violet hue. It is alarmingly easy to succumb to malevolence. With a resounding boom, a violet energy beam shot through Whitney's legs, crashing into the ground beneath her. The impact was akin to a missile strike, sending plumes of earth into the air, creating a sudden, deep pit over 2 meters in height. Although Whitney emerged unscathed, the ground fell away beneath her, and she tumbled into the abyss. "To think you can emit lasers from your eyes like a machine, David, you have truly broadened my horizons." David flashed to the edge of the pit as Whitney stood at its bottom, eyes wide with astonishment as she met his gaze. "But do you believe this will deter me?" Clenching her fists, Whitney smugly utilized her phantasmal form to meld into the soil, as if wading through water, step by step, rising with the strength to topple skyscrapers, impervious to harm. "Your ability is fascinating, this blending of reality and illusion." Observing this spectacle, David's expression remained impassive as he spoke slowly. "Yet, I wonder if you have realized that you are still breathing." Breathing, a fundamental aspect of life, is often overlooked by many, but he had not overlooked it. The essence of Whitney's humanity had not significantly shifted. She could not fly, could not negate gravity. And most critically, she required oxygen to survive. With a sudden halt, Whitney looked at David's expressionless face, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart, although her visage remained mockingly composed. "And what of it? Can you confine me in a box and suffocate me? What could possibly contain me?" After a brief pause, her tone dripped with derision as she lunged forward, aiming to plunge her hands into David's chest and seize his heart. But predictably, she grasped at nothing. "Or do you intend to drain the air from before me? Everyone must breathe. This hardly qualifies as a weakness." "I lack that capacity," David replied, darting several meters away, channeling cosmic energy to unleash searing rays that swept through the surroundings. The intense heat caused the air within a radius of dozens of meters to become thin and vaporous. Just as Whitney emerged from the earth, she struggled to take another step, collapsing to her knees, clutching her throat as if poisoned, her face reddening with effort. "But I possess alternative methods to achieve the same end," he continued nonchalantly. I cannot breathe. Save me." On the ground, Whitney crawled in desperation, yearning to escape this desolate place. His face, marred in hues of purple and blue, bore an expression of pleading, as the dread of death surged upon him like a relentless tide. Unconsciously trembling, he struggled to extend his hand toward the two. David had almost grown accustomed to his brother's ruthless demeanor. Clark hurriedly attempted to rush forward to aid Whitney, who was on the brink of asphyxiation. However, as he approached, the tattoo imbued with kryptonite liquid rendered him powerless, reducing him to a mere mortal, and he too succumbed to weakness and the onset of unconsciousness. "Moments later." David turned and dragged the unconscious Clark away, casting a fleeting glance at Whitney's wrist tattoo before indifferently averting his gaze. The illusion and reality intertwined. The tattoo whispered, "I do not wish to die." As darkness encroached and the agony of suffocation intensified, Whitney's consciousness began to fade. The last image etched in his mind being David's frigid countenance. A wave of regret washed over him. He lamented his decision to confront the two brothers. But alas, it was too late. With a thud, his outstretched hands, once pleading for mercy and assistance, fell impotently to the ground, and Whitney gradually lost the breath of life. Why? Why has it come to this? The brilliant mirror shattered violently upon the floor, the copper antique splintering and disappearing into the depths of the ground. Behind the desk, Akins howled like a banshee, her voice a raspy, unbearable sound. Even with her newfound strength and speed, her body exceeding the resilience of steel. The submachine gun before her appeared as a mere toy. She resembled a true deity, yet no power could compensate for her irrevocable losses. This is utterly wrong. In the elegantly adorned study, Luther's gaze brimmed with affection deeper than the ocean, standing like a devoted servant without complaint beside her. Even if Akins were to demand the sacrifice of his heart, he would not hesitate. Despite Akins' grotesque visage, her body unwieldy, skin resembling coarse sandpaper, and her voice akin to the harsh cries of a vulture, like a monstrous entity capable of silencing a child's wail, she clutched a stone tightly, her eyes fierce with urgency. Is this the wish that the stone has granted me? No, I cannot accept this. I must wish again. Suddenly, a thought struck Akins. Chapter 73. The formula for Meteor Inc. After Akins wished to transform into a goddess akin to Aphrodite, she felt her body grow increasingly powerful, transcending the ordinary, morphing into what resembled a true divinity. Yet, alongside this transformation, her appearance and skin deteriorated into a state of increasing ugliness and coarseness, her voice becoming husky. Wait, this cannot be right. Distressed by the disfigurement of her once proud beauty, Akins anxiously sought to wish her appearance back to its former glory. But then, she abruptly recalled something, her expression darkening as she gazed at the wish stone in her hand. I wish to become a goddess. Logically, I should not have transformed into this. Could it be, as Luther remarked after her wish, that making a wish with this enchanted stone may come at a certain cost? And for me, the price of my wish would be the loss of my beauty. Akins touched her face in disbelief. If I were to wish for the restoration of my appearance and figure, would I then sacrifice something else, such as love, lifespan, or eyesight? Would this not create an endless cycle, leaving me unable to wish again? I command you to grant me a beauty and form akin to that of a goddess. Akins's gaze shifted as she turned her head, pointing a finger at Luther. Despite her now unattractive visage, her allure had intensified, 100-fold stronger than before, resembling a true goddess of love and beauty capable of captivating all. A triumphant smile graced her lips, for she intended for Luther to bear the cost of her wish. My dear Miss Akins, while I acknowledge that this request may be somewhat presumptuous, might I also be permitted to make a wish? Luther's eyes glimmered with infatuation, as if he had forgotten that this stone of boundless power originally belonged to him, and he addressed Akins with his plea. What do you wish for? Akins became alert at once, not out of suspicion that Luther might break free from his control, but rather at the thought of him making a demand of her. Love can render one blind, yet it does not transform one into a thoughtless puppet. The other party remains self-interested, albeit in ways that do not involve her. I stand right before him, and he still thinks of himself. I cannot believe how selfish this man can be in his normal state. Her eyes darted, a flicker of intrigue crossing her face. It is a wish I have long contemplated. Luther's eyes shone with desire. I wish to possess a brain endowed with the greatest scientific genius in the world. He unabashedly articulated his thoughts in the presence of the one he cherished. Is that all? Akins paused, fearing that Luther might wish to claim her heart directly through the wish stone. Why not wish for endless wealth, or to become the President of the United States, or even of the world? This wish may appear commendable to an ordinary individual, but in her eyes, it was hardly remarkable for Lex Luthor, an heir to billions. With wealth and power, even the most brilliant scientists would work for you. No, my dear, Luther replied leisurely with a smile. No matter how admirable others may be, they are not mine. Humanity's journey from ancient apes descending from trees to becoming the sovereigns of this planet, free from the worries of weather or food shortages, capable of communicating with those across the globe with a mere touch, traversing oceans in less than an hour, and exploring the moon and the depths of the ocean, All these marvels are gifts of technology. If you desire it, then so be it. Akins was indifferent to this notion. But are you not afraid of the cost of your wish? As long as you are by my side, my dear, Luther replied, accepting the wish stone with a gentlemanly bow. I fear losing nothing. Akins was charmed by him, her heart unguarded. Though a mere kiss could make anyone temporarily fall in love with her, those devoid of romance would not utter sweet nothings simply because they had developed feelings for another. With a smile curling at the corners of her lips, she rewarded him with a kiss and handed over the wish stone. Moreover, we can have others make wishes on my behalf. Upon receiving the wish stone, a clever glint flashed across Luther's face, and he swiftly changed the subject. With so many available, why should he bear the cost alone? As dusk fell, in the outskirts of a quaint town, a junkyard lay in disarray. Abandoned cars piled haphazardly like refuse. David, following leads he had gathered at the bar, made his way slowly to this place. Who are you? Get out of here. At the entrance of a two-story shack guarding the junkyard, a few men were leisurely drinking beer and playing cards. Upon noticing an unfamiliar face, they dropped their cards and stood up, wary expressions adorning their features. What brings you here? The leader, a man of medium stature with a robust physique, donned a headscarf emblazoned with flame patterns that encased his hair. Clad in a black studded leather jacket, he exuded a rock-and-roll aura and spoke with an unfriendly tone. Did you not read the sign outside stating that this is a private area? No trespassers allowed. You are the ones who robbed the bank with Whitney, aren't you? Tossing a photograph of Whitney carelessly, David scrutinized the group. What are you talking about? One of them paled, feigning ignorance. Rob a bank. However, the middle-aged leader's countenance darkened as he pushed the man aside, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Who informed you of this? Was it Whitney? Behind him, several men stealthily reached for their weapons, benches, baseball bats, while he discreetly felt for the handgun at his waist, seemingly oblivious to their movements. David cast a cold glance at one man wearing a denim vest, noting the green tattoo inked on his arm. Who conceived the idea of mixing meteorite solution with tattoo ink? He needed to know more than just this. He sought the brand of the tattoo ink and whether it contained additional components. That was the purpose of his visit. As his piercing gaze swept over the group, one long-haired man, covered in tattoos, took a step back, intimidated. Uncertain why, he sensed an indescribable force emanating from the youth before him, standing still. He seemed as immovable as a mountain, eliciting a desire to submit. You know too much. Seize him. At the mention of meteorite solution and ink, the leader waved his hand, his expression transforming into that of a fierce wolf. I intend to interrogate him thoroughly about how he came to know of this. Except for the long-haired tattooed man, several others lunged at him, armed and predatory. David had no intention of letting any of them leave this place today. His eyes ignited with energy, unleashing a scorching ray. Swoosh! The searing beam swept through the air, initially intended to thin the atmosphere surrounding this group. Crack! However, it was unexpected to witness two individuals seemingly severed as if by guillotine, as effortlessly as a hot knife slicing through butter. Lowering his gaze to the body from which crimson lines emerged at the waist, he then lifted his eyes in disbelief towards David. The upper half of one body had detached at the waist, collapsing onto the ground, blood rapidly pooling around it. This unforeseen and gruesome spectacle caused David to frown. Astonishingly, there were two incapable ones among them. Were they deemed untrustworthy, thus not bestowed with tattoos? Bang! In the face of this horrific scene, the leader of the robbers, gripped by terror, fired his weapon, yet a brass bullet merely fell at David's feet, failing even to pierce his clothing. Bang, bang, bang. Several more shots were fired, all of them futile. What kind of monster are you? The remaining two, seemingly unscathed, instinctively touched their bodies, witnessing this terrifying and bizarre scene, their minds shaken, their legs trembling to the point of immobility. Get up! What are you afraid of? He cannot harm you. The leader urgently urged his companions, though his own face betrayed a mask of confusion and fear. How could even bullets fail to injure him? Was he some kind of robot forged of steel? Spare us. Please spare us. A large pool of blood spread across the ground, the glaring crimson seeping towards their feet, causing both individuals to buckle in fear, collapsing to their knees in supplication. Boss, you know our powers have limitations. This guy's a monster, one pleaded while simultaneously turning away, overwhelmed by terror, tears streaming down his face. Damn it, The leader activated his powers, a fierce determination etched on his face as he charged at David. Regardless of whether you are human or machine, you shall not leave here alive. He raised his hands, intent on penetrating David's mind to extinguish his life. He envisioned it splendidly. After all, once the brain or control chip was damaged, neither man nor machine could move again. Yet, how could David afford him such an opportunity? His eyes ignited with robust energy beams, sweeping around him. Zing! The beams sliced through the walls of the small room beside the trembling, long-haired man, as if the steel and concrete were mere paper, narrowly missing cleaving him in two. The intense heat evaporated the oxygen, and the panicked robber leader stumbled a few steps before gasping for breath, clutching his throat, his face reddening as he collapsed to the ground. The other two, too, fell powerless on the ground. Spare us. David walked indifferently among them, who writhed in pain and anguish, like mere lambs awaiting slaughter, until he stood before the long-haired man who had remained motionless at the back. You're the one who intended to merge the meteorite solution with tattoo ink. Igriagis. Loron stammered, his face paling, trembling in fear, his teeth chattering. I'm just a tattoo artist from the town. Please don't kill me. Through a series of inquiries, David gleaned the events that had transpired. The tattoo artist Loron, upon unexpectedly discovering the luminescent properties of a meteorite, conceived an ingenious idea to grind the meteorite, mix it with water, and incorporate tattoo ink, aspiring to create glow-in-the-dark tattoos. He did not consider the potential toxicity of this concoction. After testing it on himself and a couple of friends, they astonishingly found themselves endowed with the ability to phase through solid matter. Soon after acquiring these powers, they brazenly entertained the notion of robbing a bank vault. What was that about the powers having a time limit? David inquired, casting a glance at the lifeless body, now a ghastly shade of purple. Loron, lacking any scientific expertise, merely observed that their bodies seemed to develop a resistance to the meteorite ink, causing their abilities to gradually diminish. Initially, they could phase for half a day, but with each subsequent use, the duration shrank until mere minutes remained, eventually vanishing entirely. Within just a few days, some among them had completely lost their powers, rendering further tattoos futile. Thus, they found themselves compelled to recruit fresh blood, such as Whitney, to aid in their criminal endeavors of transporting jewels. David raised an eyebrow, questioning how one could so casually enlist others to share such extraordinary abilities. What is the formula? Spare me my life. Do not compel me to repeat myself. The deep purple glow ignited in David's eyes, and a wave of intense heat enveloped the air. It felt as though the molten lava of hell was churning, and as Loron glanced at the gruesome corpses behind David, he trembled as he divulged the brand of tattoo ink he utilized. Excellent, David replied, turning to leave and making his way outside the junkyard. As the terrifying youth departed, the long-haired tattoo artist felt a rush of relief, only to be pierced through the heart by a precise energy beam. Under the meticulous control of energy, the body fell rigidly, igniting in flames. The tattoo artist, who had initially gained the power, had long since lost it. A few more beams obliterated the corpses, igniting the entire junkyard in flames. Amidst the roaring inferno, David maintained a serene expression as he departed, intent on returning home to experiment with this formula. The long-haired tattoo artist had mentioned that even without tattooing, merely sketching the design would allow the solution to permeate the skin, albeit easily smudged. David pondered whether the solution would be of any use to him. Although his defenses were already formidable, he considered it a potentially useful albeit minimal asset to retain. Recently, he had been preoccupied with family matters due to an elder's severe illness. Today, he had taken a brief leave, writing a few hundred words less than usual. He vowed to make up for it tomorrow, committing to a minimum of 6,000 words a day, and sought subscriptions. Chapter 74. Wayne Hospital in the town. On his way home, David casually purchased tattoo ink from the department store. As he passed the street corner, he caught a plastic bottle that had been casually tossed aside and was taken aback to glimpse the town hospital undergoing a remarkable transformation on the adjacent street. Amidst the clamor of construction, the hospital was being renovated with tireless labor from workers. A brand new gilded sign now adorned the entrance, proclaiming it to be Wayne Group's Smallville Hospital. Wayne Group? The sight of that name, so out of place, made David's eyelids flicker. The colossal entity that had held sway over Gotham for a century was now intent on establishing a commercial presence in Metropolis. Having fortuitously chosen the nondescript rural town of Smallville, he found it hard to believe. Avery, David, and Clark had taken great care to conceal their identities when visiting Gotham, to avoid drawing the attention of the ever-watchful Batman, who lurked in the shadows, plotting his schemes. They focused their gaze on the town and its farms, striving to avert any unnecessary complications. Regrettably, this little town had already birthed an impulsive individual who brazenly revealed his identity and wreaked havoc in Gotham. Bruce Wayne had likely traced the town through Avery's connections. Given Batman's inherently suspicious nature, he was predisposed to assume the worst. Standing at the street corner, David remained expressionless, tossing the ink bottle in his hand. The peculiar happenings in the town had undoubtedly caught the attention of that bat. "David, did you kill Whitney?" Clark, having awakened after a night of unconsciousness, found his brother's absence alarming. Upon David's return, he eagerly confronted him at the warehouse entrance. "That's just how I operate, Clark," David replied, his eyes betraying no emotion, as if Clark should have been accustomed to his demeanor by now. "Let's not forget who instigated this situation." Clark paused, realization dawning upon him. This incident had originated from his own actions. Whitney might have only intended to frighten us, not truly harm our parents. He still refused to believe that Whitney would resort to murder, as it was evident that Whitney had initially sought merely to teach him a lesson, yet had ultimately paid with his life. "I'm not like that bat, forever guarding against anyone," David retorted, "but neither am I like you, holding out excessive hope for others." Ignoring Clark, David brushed past him. One could never predict the actions of a person consumed by jealousy and rage. When it came to their parents, even the slightest possibility warranted severing ties. "David, did you not say that our parents ingested that metal and are no longer in danger?" Clark, observing his brother's calm demeanor, voiced his concern, insisting that their parents were in no peril. David's coldness denied Whitney any chance of survival. Thud! David's stride faltered as he turned, his icy gaze locking onto Clark. "What do you mean by that, Clark?" His voice was measured, yet bore an undercurrent of pressure, as if a tempest brewed beneath the tranquil surface. "I spoke without thinking just now." Clark's expression shifted. "That is not what I meant," he stammered, eager to clarify. "I brought back the essence of Bacchus for my parents, so they need not worry about experiencing anything akin to the recent incident." David stepped closer, jabbing Clark's chest with a firm poke. "Rather than shielding my parents from any injuries or fright, it was to provide an unwavering foundation for your maternal instincts. Clark." The veiled anger in my brother's words struck Clark like a heavy blow to the heart. After witnessing his brother ascend the stairs, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him, scratching his head in frustration. Damn, how could he have uttered such words moments ago? At the entrance of the house, David frowned as he cast a glance at Clark, illuminated by the light at the warehouse door, shaking his head in disapproval. Though Clark possessed a maturity beyond his years, he occasionally resembled an impetuous 18-year-old high school student. On a sunlit morning, golden rays streamed through the castle's windows. Seated at her desk, Akins could hardly conceal the smile at the corners of her mouth, delighting in her own exquisite beauty reflected in the mirror. "My dear, even Helen, whose beauty incited the Trojan War, would feel inconsequential in your presence," Luther remarked, standing nearby like a butler. "Had the ancient Greek hero Paris laid eyes on you, he would no longer wrestle with the dilemma of whom to bestow the golden apple, symbolizing the fairest goddess. You have a way with words, Lex." Akins replied with a gentle smile. After being selected by the enchanted bodyguards to grant wishes for herself and Luther, her appearance and figure now resembled the finest masterpiece crafted by the divine, embodying beauty in every facet. Her voice, akin to the siren song, resonated with a captivating allure that stirred deep yearnings within the heart. Luther had indeed attained his desired wish. His mind now appeared as if a new gateway had been unlocked, akin to an inexhaustible spring from which flowed an endless stream of scientific innovations and whimsical ideas. However, Akins hesitated momentarily, a flicker of regret passing through her eyes. "Unfortunately, he is bald. His appearance cannot be deemed handsome, which diminishes the impact of the sweet nothings that should have resonated profoundly." Even at this hour of the morning, Luther stood by the window, his shiny bald head gleaming too brilliantly, distracting from the sincerity of his affections. "My allure may deceive others, yet it cannot deceive myself." A fiery glimmer sparkled in her eyes. Now possessing nearly everything she desired, she was ready to indulge. The first thing Akins wished to do was to summon two handsome young men to serve her like a queen. Luther, you already possess the most brilliant mind in the world, but why not wish to become the most handsome man to accompany me? She proposed with a hint of worry in her gaze, knowing that Luther had bestowed upon her the wish stone that granted her current state. Listening to him elucidate the workings of the wish stone, she recognized Luther's intelligence as exceptionally suited for devising strategies and remaining by her side. My dear Akins, beauty and handsomeness are merely constructs defined by society, Luther asserted, regarding his appearance as inconsequential. The notion of the most handsome individual is subjective and nearly impossible to determine. Although enchanted and somewhat dazed, her intrinsic nature remained unchanged. The wish stone seemed capable of granting limitless desires, a notion so splendid that I found myself hesitating to believe in such beauty. For now, a single wish would suffice. Do as you please, the hour has come, and I must attend to my duties. Gently lifting the wish stone and placing it into her bag, Akins rose with grace. Possessing the beauty and power akin to a deity, she felt temporarily content, despite holding the means to fulfill all wishes at present. She harbored no desire to dominate the world. Perhaps, when I grow weary of this quaint town, I might wish to become a queen. But for now, she intended to seek out two young and handsome gentlemen in the town's garden to serve her. Akins licked her lips, feeling a warmth coursing through her body. After a bout of impulsive words regarding Whitney the previous night, Clark found himself hesitant to broach the subject again. He sulked alongside David as they made their way to school. Upon arrival, after 2 lessons had passed, the bell rang. A stunning figure, impeccably dressed and breathtakingly beautiful, entered the classroom, carrying a bag that suggested a shopping outing rather than a class attendance. Her slender legs glided leisurely into the room. How exquisite! All eyes were drawn to this ethereal presence, and whispers erupted among the students, buzzing like a hive. How could a woman be so enchanting? Peter was mesmerized, his gaze fixated, unable to tear himself away. Other students were similarly entranced, with even the girls displaying expressions of awe and bashfulness. Chloe's cheeks flushed with color. My heavens, who is this lady? Her beauty and allure were irresistible to all, transcending age and gender, capable of stirring even stones. Who are you? Someone stood and, swallowing hard, inquired, has the new teacher entered the wrong classroom? I am Akins, the new biology teacher. Have you all forgotten me? She casually placed her stylish red jacket and short denim shorts atop the podium, her attire sizzling with allure. In a tone akin to that of a kindergarten teacher, she scanned the class, smiling brightly. Her eyes sparkled as if she had discovered 2 promising candidates. Akins, teacher? Gasps of surprise and confusion rippled through the room as the students exchanged incredulous glances. What a jest! While Akins was undeniably alluring, she seemed worlds apart from this captivating vision. Surely, cosmetic surgery could not yield such rapid transformation. One would expect the sculptor of the Venus de Milo to be employed rather than this. Akins? David's eyelids fluttered. Was someone impersonating her? Or did this individual possess the ability to enhance her own beauty? The woman who refers to herself as Akins, although possessing exquisite and beautiful features, exudes an air of artificiality akin to a meticulously crafted plastic doll, imbued from head to toe with an unsettling sense of inauthenticity. Clark, seated in his place, could not help but ponder the identity of this lady and her motives for impersonating Professor Akins. However, someone seemed eager to speak. Am I not Professor Akins? Akins furrowed her brows, appearing somewhat aggrieved at not being recognized, a hint of pink flickering in her eyes. You're indeed Professor Akins. Good morning, Professor Akins. The classmates chorused in unison, resembling a row of neatly seated children. David and Clark exchanged glances, noticing that Peter, Chloe, and others were all in a daze. Their eyes glazed over, as if they had been ensnared by the throes of love, hanging on every word of the woman at the podium. After the initial response, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, creating a chilling atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine. Why are you not enchanted? Akins, who was contemplating the search for male servants, suddenly realized that 2 individuals in the class remained alert, and they were precisely the 2 she had been paying attention to. These 2 youths gazed in astonishment at their classmates who had succumbed to enchantment. Standing out in her eyes like a row of sunflowers all facing the sun, except for two that turned in another direction. Aiken's face reflected her astonishment as she glared at the two. How are you able to maintain your lucidity, even before attaining divinity? No one has ever been able to disregard my influence. Who are you, and what have you done to them? Shaking Peter in an attempt to rouse him. She was met with annoyance as he disdainfully waved her off, still entranced by Aikens. Clark clenched his fists in anger and stood up. The rest of the classmates were under her control, having lost their rightful clarity, their minds manipulated. Are you truly Aikens? With his identity exposed. David had no intention of playing along to conceal that he was unaffected by her charm, slowly rising to scrutinize her, possessing such an unusual, enchanting ability. Yet vastly different from the Aikens of yesterday. Why would a woman endowed with such prowess and beauty resort to impersonating someone so inferior? Yet, he could not fathom how she had transformed so dramatically in a mere day. Surely, it could not be a divine intervention, rewarding her faithful devotion and enhancing her abilities while simultaneously bestowing her with beauty. A fleeting thought crossed David's mind. Answer my question. How did you manage this? Why are you immune to my influence? Aiken's expression darkened, struggling to accept that on the very day after her wish to become the goddess of love and beauty, someone would possess the ability to resist her allure. Turn them back. Clark's body flickered as he swiftly left his seat, advancing to the podium and seizing Aiken's wrist. His voice grave, observing his classmates, all wearing enamored smiles, in this absurd and surreal situation left him profoundly unsettled, startled by the force of Clark's grip on her wrist. Aikens attempted to break free, only to find herself ensnared by an overwhelming strength. Clark, equally astonished, felt as though he had seized the tail of a legendary earthbound giant. The intensity of her struggle grew. With a sudden motion, Aikens flung Clark's hand away, narrowing her eyes as she exhaled, a sweet fragrance enveloping Clark's face. What have you done to me? Clark stumbled back, his face flushed, his heart racing uncontrollably. The sight of Aikens, so breathtakingly beautiful, compelled him to bow before her. No, why am I thinking this? He shook his head vigorously, freeing himself from her enchantment, glaring at her defiantly. You will not control me. Clark can't, David can't. What secrets do you brothers hold? With a mind as sharp as a divine intellect, Aikens recalled the hastily perused class roster adorned with photographs. Her expression shifted, a mixture of uncertainty and provocation as she glanced at the two of them. Grabbing her bag, she vanished in a flash, leaving only an afterimage as she sped beyond the town. If you wish to return to normal, follow me. Clutching the wish stone, she was not yet finished with her game and preferred to resolve matters with these two away from prying eyes. Don't even think about escaping. Clark surged forward. Your secrets intrigue me as well. Casting a glance at their dazed classmates, David murmured to himself, a purple energy ripple emanating from him as he too took off in pursuit, ignoring the need to release Peter and Chloe from their enchantment. He was deeply curious about how Aikens, once of average ability, had become so formidable. Outside the town, on an expanse of lush grassland, Aikens came to an abrupt halt, not by choice, but because Clark had caught up to her, his hand resting anxiously on her shoulder. Touching her without permission was rather impolite. In an instant, her pupils constricted, a mischievous laugh escaping her lips as she retaliated with an elbow strike. Bang! The shock wave erupted, and Clark grunted as if struck by a speeding truck, hurtling backward, only to be halted by a hand pressing against his back. David. Clark, clutching his side in pain, turned to see David observing Aikens, who had turned away a short distance ahead, his brow furrowed. This was highly unusual. Someone had managed to resist Clark without the aid of meteorites. You are not from this town. Where did you acquire such power? The strength she exhibited even surpassed that of young Clark, and it was impossible that it stemmed from the mutations caused by meteorites. I am indeed from this town. Slightly turning her body, concealing her bag behind her, Aikens masked her astonishment with a light smile. Do refrain from acting so astonished. For over 2 decades, I resided in a quaint town, oblivious to the existence of such remarkable brothers among us. She had previously tested her own speed and strength, surpassing the speed of sound and exceeding that of supersonic jets, effortlessly bending steel as though it were mere clay. Yet, she had just been caught. With a swift elbow strike, the explosive force possessed the capability to demolish a building. Yet the elder brother emerged unscathed, while the younger one nonchalantly caught his airborne sibling. What do you carry in your bag that you hold so dear? David inquired, his expression impassive, keenly focusing on the bag in Aiken's grasp. Though the reddish-brown bag appeared luxurious and exquisitely chosen, it hardly seemed like an item of rare value, especially for someone with such formidable abilities. Realizing that Clark and his companion were not to be underestimated, she instinctively shielded the bag with her body, a psychological manifestation of her concern over its potential theft. Inside, of course, are my personal belongings, Aikens replied, her voice laced with a hint of languor and seduction. Would you like to see? David Kent. Do you wish to explore the realm of women? I can enlighten you. She licked her scarlet lips and beckoned with a finger, as if inviting a knight to charge forth. David, be cautious. Do not approach her, Clark warned, having just rubbed his ribs, sensing a serious threat. She emanates an invisible fragrance that nearly ensnared me moments ago. He feared that his brother might inadvertently fall victim to her enigmatic powers. I noticed, David replied, seemingly unfazed. Even the so-called Superman, humorously dubbed as having negative magical resistance, had been unable to tempt him. Thus, he did not perceive her as a threat. Release your hold over your classmates, Ms. Aikens, Clark commanded, his voice low as he readied his fist for a strike. First, seize her bag. Standing firm, he cautioned Clark, while David's eyes shimmered with violet light, unleashing two energy beams that cleaved through the air. Aikens' pupils constricted as she swiftly dodged the searing rays. Before she could regain her footing, Clark, propelled by a gust of wind, was upon her in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch. She raised her arm to absorb the force of his blow, capable of sinking a battleship, and countered with a swift chop to Clark's neck. Reeling from the pain, Clark staggered back, only to be met with a swift kick aimed at him. He instinctively blocked with both hands, momentarily relieved, yet was then confronted with a fist that quickly magnified in his vision, striking him hard and sending him retreating once more. Boom! Just as Aikens prepared to press her advantage, a massive violet energy cannon pierced the sky, searing the air. She was propelled backward as if struck by a missile laden with tons of TNT, crashing to the ground and carving a deep trench. At the trench's end, her skin stinging and her face pale, she hastily tucked a wishing stone into her jacket pocket, discarding the bag as a cumbersome burden. A stone? David observed, catching a glimpse of a yellow-gray stone that she had extracted from the bag. His gaze sharpened, revealing a contemplative expression. Clark stood up, his expression grave as he blinked unnaturally at the eye that had been struck. Although there was some discomfort, he was fortunate that the blow had not landed elsewhere. To be repelled by a woman employing simple self-defense tactics was a blow to his pride as an extraterrestrial being. David swiftly appeared by his side, and upon hearing his brother's mockery, Clark's face flushed with embarrassment. It was my oversight. He resolved that upon returning, he would learn some combat skills, vowing not to rely solely on brute strength to flail his fists. Clark had underestimated Aikens, mistaking her for the ability users he had encountered before. This time, he had miscalculated, for Aikens was not someone he could afford to hold back against. He propelled himself forward, his form akin to a raging thunderbolt as he charged at Aikens. David leaped into action, slicing through the air like a supersonic reconnaissance craft, engaging Aikens just as she narrowly evaded Clark's assault. Boom! 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 The three engaged in combat, each strike tearing through the air, shaking the earth as though three giants were clashing. The ground near the forest resembled a zone struck by an explosive shell. The air erupted, white shockwaves rolling and pulsating ceaselessly, debris flying, and the earth fracturing. Never had he imagined that a small town could harbor someone capable of momentarily withstanding the combined might of him and Clark. Faster than I am, stronger than Clark, altogether. She was alarmingly close to the strength of a young Clark. David's expression reflected astonishment. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Aikens was likely the catalyst for the butterfly effect he had unleashed. This remote town should not possess such formidable individuals. Damn it! Having narrowly evaded an incoming energy beam, Aikens was equally astounded, questioning whether the wish stone had significantly diminished her granted power. What kind of goddess am I? Is there such a weak deity? She found herself overwhelmed by two high school students from the town. One moved with lightning speed, often missing her with attacks, while the other was slower but resilient. Her strikes felt futile against him, as though striking a mountain forged of steel. He seized the opportunity, each punch falling upon her like meteors, nearly causing her to cough up blood. Bang! The air exploded in a deafening roar, and as Akins raised her arms to fend off David's assault, she was sent flying several meters, her body tumbling across the ground like a stone skipping on water. She sprang to her feet, hair disheveled, her chest scorched and marked with faint burn traces, evidence of David's eye beams. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her cheeks throbbed painfully, and she appeared utterly disheveled, a stark contrast to the divine beauty she once embodied. This is not the goddess I envisioned. How could a deity be defeated? Drawing the wish stone from her pocket, her gaze sharpened as she clutched the stone tightly, determined to wish once more, disregarding any potential consequences. I shall wish again. I want to retain my appearance and become tenfold stronger than I am now, she shouted fervently. Chapter 76. Do not gaze upon it. It is not worthy. Akins tightly grasped the wishing stone in her palm. Upon noticing the stone's appearance and hearing her wish, David's expression shifted abruptly as he recalled its true nature. A wishing stone? After uttering her wish, Akins felt an intense heat radiating from her entire being, as if she had transformed into a supervolcano, an inexhaustible force surging within her. Her eyes sparkled with a pink luminescence, and she radiated an aura akin to a miniature sun, excitement illuminating her face. I am now tenfold stronger than before. You shall all bow before me. As the skies darkened and the winds roiled, a divine pressure enveloped the surroundings, and she shouted, shaking the earth beneath her feet. With a ferocious punch, she tore through the air, instantly reaching Clark. Crack! A searing pain erupted from Clark's chest, akin to being struck by a rocket. He was hurled hundreds of meters away, crashing into towering trees that fell like dried grass before a tempest, obliterated by his uncontrollable force. From above, it resembled the chariot of a sun god racing past, leaving behind a deep trench. As Clark was sent flying, David's heart raced. Now it is your turn. Akins's gaze swept over him, her presence exuding an overwhelming authority, reminiscent of a battle goddess as she charged forward. You have no idea what you are playing with. David retaliated fiercely, unleashing a torrent of cosmic energy. Their fists collided, generating a colossal gust that upheaved the ground, spiderweb-like cracks extending for dozens of meters, as if a ton of explosives had detonated, sending the earth surging like a tidal wave. Standing firm like an immovable mountain, David remained unscathed, his gaze cold as steel, his powerful physique exuding an imposing aura that rendered the air heavy. Under the violent impact, Akins staggered back, a burning pain coursing through her arm, her skin reddening and peeling as if scorched by magma. Her expression was one of disbelief as she raised her fist once more to strike. Impossible. How could her strength have surged so dramatically yet still be inferior to this man? You cannot possibly withstand my power. With his enhanced ability to manipulate energy, David met her attack with unwavering resolve, his punch now amplified to a level that could shake mountains and split the earth. Boom! A dense wave of white energy erupted, sending Akins tumbling backward. Before she could catch her breath, David, with a chilling aura of murderous intent, lunged at her with the speed of lightning, delivering another devastating blow. Akins raised her arms in defense, as if a mountain were crashing down upon her. Unable to withstand the escalating force, she knelt on one knee, the ground beneath her fracturing with spiderweb-like fissures extending nearly 50 meters, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. No, why is this happening? I did not truly gain tenfold strength. She was deceived by the illusion of her enhanced power, for in reality, her strength had not increased so significantly. You have vastly overestimated the creator of this stone. He raised his fist once more and unleashed the absorbed, ferocious energy in one fell swoop, akin to the bombardment of a 1,000-ton missile, sending Akins crashing into the depths of the earth. Moreover, your strength is waning. The deep pit, measuring several meters in diameter, resembled a scar upon the earth. David leaped down beside the shattered Akins, whose bones had been violently jolted, and slowly picked up the wish stone she had dropped. Akins, her hair turned gray and her visage aged, uncontrollably coughed up blood, her eyes wide with extreme resentment. She extended her skeletal hand, frail as a twig, yearning to grasp the wish stone from afar, desperate to clutch at her last lifeline, yet it was all in vain. After picking up the stone and toying with it for a moment, David shook his head. Even if it could amplify one's strength severalfold, the cost would be your very life. This stone is no benevolent artifact, Making a wish upon it is akin to striking a deal with the devil. Now, he comprehended the source of Akin's formidable power. "Please, save me," Akins implored, her life force rapidly draining, her frame reduced to that of a mere skeleton. As she exerted her utmost to activate her abilities, exhaling a sweet scent, David waved his hand before his nose, as if repelled by a cheap perfume. "You are on the brink of death. Spare me your futile attempts at temptation." With her life force utterly depleted, Akin's eyes dulled, resembling two murky glass orbs. She had ceased to breathe. "Is she dead?" Clark rushed back, clutching his chest, his expression one of shock. After being violently cast aside by the surging Akins, he experienced unprecedented pain, fearing his ribs were fractured, and hastened back, worried about David. To his dismay, he found Akins lifeless. "It was not my doing," David stated. Her greed led her to make a wish that sealed her fate. Greed, one of humanity's original sins. A wish? Can the stone truly grant wishes? Clark, having briefly basked in the sun's rays at the bottom of the pit, felt his injuries healing considerably. He moved his body and jumped down, astonished as he examined the stone in David's hand. Since childhood, he had heard tales of various treasures capable of granting wishes, but never expected to encounter one in reality. Indeed, Akins had significantly increased her strength after making a wish. He recalled the scene vividly. "Don't look too closely. It's not a good thing," David remarked, stowing the stone in his jacket pocket. This stone was likely the same one Wonder Woman used to resurrect her boyfriend, which subsequently birthed Cheetah. However, there was no doubt that such a narrative had not unfolded in reality. Otherwise, given the chaos that ensued globally, even his parents would not have been astonished by Clark. The extraterrestrial. But why had this event not transpired? At that time, he had not yet been born. The butterfly effect should not have influenced events prior to his existence. A flicker of doubt crossed David's eyes as he suddenly recalled a hypothesis. Time flows like a river when a stone is cast into its depths. The ripples it creates affect not only the waters below, but also those above. In the realm of comics, such instances abound. Take, for example, the Flashpoint event, wherein Barry Allen traverses back to a time before his mother's tragic demise, inadvertently influencing even the span of his own existence. The Wayne family, emerging from a cinema, encounters a gun-wielding assailant, leading to the untimely death of young Bruce Wayne in a shadowy alleyway. In his stead, Thomas Wayne assumes the mantle of a violent crusader against crime, while Martha Wayne, unable to bear the loss, descends into madness and transforms into the Joker. David suddenly stands still, lost in thought, prompting Clark to call out in confusion. This stone possesses the power to grant wishes, yet at a cost, leaving most wishers to rue their desires. As Clark's voice breaks through David's reverie, he notices Clark's unyielding curiosity towards the stone and offers further explanation. Is this why Akins has become what he is? Clark glances at Akins' skeletal remains, a chill racing down his spine as the enchanting allure of the fabled treasure dissipates. This object seems inherently malevolent. Perhaps we should bury it. The more he gazes upon the grim visage of the corpse, the more dread envelopes him, prompting him to furrow his brow and suggest, "That may not be necessary. In a time of dire need, this stone could prove invaluable," David replies after a moment's contemplation, shaking his head in refusal. Though he possesses formidable strength, he acknowledges the limitations of his abilities. Some may be capable of collapsing mountains with a single punch, yet fail to revive a meager pea. Our powers are inevitably constrained. This stone might serve as a last resort. Even if his mother, Martha, succumbed to the intoxicating allure of the Bacchus factor due to the sweltering heat, her immortality is not absolute. For instance, her physical form could be irrevocably destroyed. Should an irreparable calamity occur, he would prefer to summon a devil disguised as a deity to broker a deal for his parents' return, welcoming any cost the devil might demand. Reviving someone may be a formidable challenge, yet slaying a god is not beyond reach. Clark hesitates, instinctively repulsed by such wicked and unpredictable forces. Suddenly, a pallor washes over him as he recalls a pressing concern, as if faced with the apocalypse. What about school? In that moment of urgency, our unique abilities were unveiled. Now that our peers have regained their senses, how will they perceive us? Have they perhaps alerted the authorities out of fear? Clark harbors no desire for his family's tranquil existence to be shattered. Let us return and assess the situation, he suggests, his expression shifting slightly. While David is indifferent to the exposure of their powers, he knows their parents would feel sorrowful and reluctant to relocate. If necessary, we might consider seeking out a death row inmate to bear the cost of a wish. A fleeting thought crossed David's mind, pondering whether such a method of exploiting a glitch would prove effective. Chapter 77. A new path to acquire emotional points. As Clark and David hastened back to school, they discovered that their classmates had inexplicably lost all recollection of the enchanting control they had been under. They remembered only the strikingly beautiful woman who had entered the classroom, introducing herself as the new teacher, Miss Akins. In Luthor Manor, seated behind his desk, Lex Luthor shook his head to regain clarity, feeling as though a part of his mind had been excised, leaving behind an unsettling void. What had I forgotten? He could only recall the presence of a stunning woman who had intruded upon his office. Suddenly, Luthor's expression darkened, and he swiftly crouched down to open the safe. It was utterly empty. As anticipated, his greatest fears had materialized. The wish stone, capable of granting desires, was nowhere to be found. Was it that woman? No, something was amiss. Luthor furrowed his brow, his mind seemingly sharper than ever, with vivid recollections of scientific knowledge regarding memory and sporadic flashes of experimental inspiration. Exoskeleton mechs, renewable energy. It felt as though the wish he had longed for had indeed been granted, yet he could not recall when he had made such a wish. Luthor's brow knitted in concentration as he desperately tried to remember, but no fragments came to him. What exactly had transpired? After Miss Akins left those she had bewitched, they would lose all memories of her. For years, she had wielded her power to seduce countless men, leading them to ruin. Had it not been for this, she would have been discovered and hunted down long ago. This ability had inadvertently aided David and Clark. As for the collective amnesia experienced by their classmates, it was but a trivial occurrence in this town rife with peculiarities. After the police determined that no neurotoxic substances had been present in the classroom, life proceeded as normal, with everyone returning to school the following day. With the arrival of summer came the impending graduation. Students were soon to advance to university, cherishing their bonds with one another and feeling a deep sense of nostalgia for their beloved high school days. Astute individuals recognized an opportunity and began selling memorabilia on campus. David, aren't you considering purchasing a graduation ring to commemorate the conclusion of your high school life? Clark inquired as they walked through the school corridor. You seem lost in thought these past few days. Is it the sorrow of impending graduation that weighs on you? However, his brother did not strike him as someone easily given to sentimentality or nostalgia. You mean to spend dozens, if not hundreds, of dollars on a ring that costs only a few dollars to produce? David interrupted, shaking his head. No, such an act would serve only as a hollow reminder. One that years later would only lead me to chastise my foolish self. Chloe sheepishly lowered her hand, adorned with a brass ring inscribed with the name of Smallville High School. Initially, she intended to inquire whether the ring was aesthetically pleasing. Clark, ignore him. What matters is that we find it worthwhile, Peter remarked, undeterred by any discouragement. He eagerly led Clark to the stall selling commemorative rings at school. After selecting an ebony ring, Clark also found a choice that appealed to him. Using the spare change he had saved to acquire a ring that appeared to be set with a ruby. Yet, Clark was fully aware that the stone could not possibly be a genuine ruby. It might be plastic or a synthetic gem. Nevertheless, he dismissed such concerns. Glancing at the inner band bearing the name of Smallville High School, he joyfully slipped it on. This did not detract from its commemorative significance. The moment he donned the ring, an extraordinary sensation surged within his heart. It was as if an ice cube had suddenly pressed against his back, sending a shiver through him, his eyes widening in excitement, mingled with thoughts of unsettling matters that could incite indulgence and exhilaration. How does it fit? Peter inquired, checking the size of the ring. I've never felt as good as I do now. It feels as though all my shackles have been released. An inexplicable thrill flooding my heart, my mind more active than ever, Clark replied, a smile curving his lips. Never before. A glimmer of something unusual flickered in his eyes. David was right. As one matures, they often reflect on their past selves with disdain, wishing they could chastise their former selves. At that moment, Clark felt his past self was utterly foolish. With remarkable talent left unutilized, he realized he could be living a life 1,000 times better than his current one. I told you it would be worthwhile, Peter said, beaming at the ring on his hand. Suddenly, he noticed a slight flaw. while the ring appeared exquisite on the stall. It was less noticeable on his own hand. Clark, brimming with excitement, glanced over at his younger brother, his gaze flickering momentarily before he suppressed his smile. This rare holiday, although exams were looming, neither David nor Clark regarded them as a concern. For them, it was leisure time. There was little interest in probing Clark's plans. He would likely stick to the usual routine of dating Lana. Although Whitney's mysterious disappearance weighed on Lana's mind, it did not hinder the deepening of Clark and Lana's relationship. Since meeting Akins, David had been eager to gauge the extent of the time ripples he had created. Seizing the opportunity during the holiday, he ventured to the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History. He recalled that Wonder Woman had worked there after World War I, blending in among the masses under the guise of an ordinary person. The museum's grand hall was adorned with polished marble. Diana Prince? I sincerely apologize, but after thorough confirmation, there is no one among our museum staff responsible for artifact appraisal and restoration whom you are seeking. The receptionist, after a brief inquiry, gently replied, "Thank you." David's expression showed surprise as he exited the museum. He inquired around Washington. Yet the enigmatic woman rumored to possess a radiant lasso who rescues those afflicted by crime also seemed to be a mere figment of imagination. Did the ripples I created perhaps grow too large? Could it be that Wonder Woman has yet to depart from Paradise Island? At Fountain Square in Paradise Island, observing the doves soaring through the sky, David gazed into the distance, softly murmuring. For the past few days, he had been contemplating a matter. His emotional points, aside from those provided by unique figures like Batman, appeared to stem solely from individuals endowed with extraordinary powers. Unfortunately, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Even among the few exceptional beings in a small town, he had yet to encounter more than 10, and the emotional points they collectively offered paled in comparison to a fraction of what Clark could provide. Most of the time, enhancing template fusion relied heavily on Clark. Now, with Clark's increased prowess, he could sometimes furnish David with 60 to 70 emotional points. However, what if there existed a populous, extraordinary race? A glimmer of hope sparked in David's eyes. Just 2 days ago, he pledged a minimum of 6,000 words, but he had forgotten that tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. Thus, he must retire early today, as he would be visiting his ailing grandfather for the celebration. Perhaps he should request a brief leave today, promising to make up the deficit after the festival. Finally, he wished everyone a peaceful Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 78. Do not engage in actions you may regret. Are you jesting or have you dialed the wrong number? Jonathan, incredulous at the phone call, responded, "What? Thank you." Martha, stirring the pancakes in the pan, turned to inquire, "What is it?" Setting down the phone, Jonathan furrowed his brow. The credit card company called to confirm the amount we spent. A series of bills had resulted in a considerable charge on their family credit card that morning. However, as he prepared to retrieve his credit card, he realized it had mysteriously vanished from his wallet. "Jonathan, when did we install a satellite dish in the warehouse?" Looking through the window, Martha suddenly noticed a brand new satellite dish affixed to the wall on the second floor of the warehouse, momentarily stunned. Jonathan glanced over and exchanged a puzzled look with his wife. The couple entered the warehouse, bewildered by the scene before them. When did our storage for farm machinery and tools transform into an arcade? A voice of confusion echoed from behind, precisely what the couple intended to express. Their son. They turned to see David, who had just returned from Washington, standing at the warehouse entrance, hands tucked into his jacket pockets, his expression one of astonishment. The warehouse is adorned with a variety of gaming consoles, while trendy rock-inspired attire dangles from the ceiling, complemented by several exquisite electric guitars gracing the walls. It appears to be a sanctuary for a boy who harbors a fervent passion for gaming and rock music. Thundering sounds of an exhilarating game resonate from the upper floor. With Clark's birthday still a while away, even if it were his birthday, his parents would not indulge him to this extent. David raised an eyebrow. Have we won a lottery? He contemplated a new avenue for emotional gratification, but realized he could not vanish from home without justification. He planned to search for Paradise Island after his exams, with a long vacation just a week away. I sincerely hope so. A glance upward revealed Jonathan's face clouded with confusion and anger as he pieced together the situation. The trio ascended the staircase to the attic. Clark, clad in a striking black leather jacket, bore a defiant and rebellious expression as he fixated on the screen, the deafening audio amplifying the crisp sounds of combat from the game. Die, let us see how long you can hold out." He frantically pressed the buttons on the controller. His parents observed their son, who was completely immersed in the violent world of the game, feeling a mix of bewilderment and irritation. Clark, what on earth is happening? How did our home become filled with so many items? The Eddie store in Metropolis, open 24 hours with enticing discounts. As his parents approached, questioning the transformed state of the warehouse, Clark remained fixated on the screen, responding without even glancing back. Are you saying you used our credit card to purchase all this? Jonathan's eyes widened in disbelief. Mother Martha struggled to comprehend that her typically shy and studious eldest son would stoop to such behavior, silently pilfering their funds to indulge in these extravagant purchases. Clark, did you steal our money? Martha, usually mild-mannered, could not suppress her stern expression. David, filled with astonishment, pondered whether Clark had finally entered his rebellious phase, nearing the end of adolescence. Clark, are you even listening to your mother? Seeing his eldest son still engrossed in the game, Jonathan, in a fit of anger, switched off the blaring speakers. Stop it, you're so annoying. Without the exhilarating soundtrack, the fighting game instantly lost its appeal. An irritation flickered across Clark's brow as he tossed the controller aside and stood up. Don't you have enough chores to do on this wretched farm? What did you say, Clark? Hearing words so uncharacteristic of Clark, David's brow furrowed in alarm. A rebellious phase should not manifest in such insolence. Was he some shapeshifter like Tina? Clark, we never taught you to speak to your parents like that. Jonathan was taken aback by his son's unexpected demeanor and the lack of remorse, feeling anger swell within him. Clark, what's gotten into you? Martha stood in stunned silence, her eyes filled with profound confusion. Her eldest son appeared utterly alien to her. Could it be that her son was an extraterrestrial, endowed with superhuman abilities, super speed, and extraordinary vision, thus also experiencing a fierce phase of rebellion? Do not speak to me in a condescending tone. You are not my true parents, he retorted, dismissing the couple who had raised him with a flippant smile, uttering words that pierced their hearts even deeper. You merely stumbled upon me in a cornfield by sheer luck. At this proclamation, the warehouse fell into an eerie silence. Martha felt as though she had been struck by a heavy blow, reeling back in disbelief with reddened eyes. While Jonathan's face contorted in shock as he called out his son's full name, Clark Kent, he dreaded the impending return to school, bruised and battered. Apologize to your parents. Clark. Upon hearing Clark's revelation of his unique lineage, David's doubts about the identity of the person before him evaporated, his tone turning icy, devoid of any emotion. Immediately. Right now. The peculiar demeanor of Clark drew David's attention to a ruby-inlaid ring on his hand. Unlike the glowing green kryptonite, this gem's hue, combined with Clark's drastic behavioral shift, sparked a memory in David, causing his expression to shift subtly. Who do you think you are? Clark snapped, a long-simmering resentment boiling over. I've found you insufferable for quite some time. You should be aware of who is the elder and who is the younger in this household. He glared at David, recalling the numerous occasions David had embarrassed him, never once showing obedience, repeatedly tarnishing his dignity. Remove the ring from your finger, Clark. Clark's emotions spiraled dangerously, and David's suspicions solidified as he spoke in a low tone. You have transformed beyond recognition. Do not allow the ring to control you. And do not compel me to take action. It was red kryptonite, the only substance that could fundamentally alter Superman's character. Kryptonite comes in various forms. Aside from the green kryptonite that weakens Kryptonians, there is blue kryptonite that temporarily nullifies their abilities, gold kryptonite that permanently removes their powers, and black kryptonite that splits them into a good and evil persona. Among these, red kryptonite induces a moral abandonment in Superman, exacerbating his negative emotions and leading him down a path of malevolence. One could no longer perceive Clark through the lens of his former self. With their parents present, David refrained from immediate action, subtly signaling for them to exit. The ring? Jonathan and Martha began to grasp the gravity of the situation, recognizing their younger son's concern for their safety. With worried gazes cast towards their erratic eldest son, they chose to retreat downstairs to avoid burdening their younger child. How could there be red kryptonite in this small town? David furrowed his brow, fixating on Clark and the ominous red kryptonite ring adorning his hand. In the realm of kryptonite, green kryptonite was the most common threat to Kryptonians. The other varieties appeared infrequently in comics, with their formation differing significantly from that of green kryptonite. The formation of red kryptonite requires the passage through a peculiar cosmic cloud, and in the quaint town, its existence had become a mere memory for him. Are you frightened? David? As he observed David take a cautious step, akin to facing a ferocious beast, Clark erupted into laughter. What will you do? Draw forth a meteorite ring and render me powerless, kneeling before you? In a swift motion, he produced a stone from behind him, a gray rock base, upon which a cluster of yellow crystals seemed to flourish. Do you see what this is? A glint of cold satisfaction danced in Clark's eyes. A wish stone? David's expression darkened. It seems you have pilfered not only your parents' credit card, but other treasures as well. He merely locked the wish stone away in the bedside cabinet. Having witnessed the corpse of Akins, Clark feigned resistance to the wish stone. Caught off guard by Clark's sudden approach. What do you intend to do? What can you possibly do? Naturally, I aim to erase my soul vulnerability. Grasping the stone tightly, Clark laughed with abandon, excitement flickering in his gaze. He was not yet perfect. Fortunately, this stone was at his disposal. Do not commit an act you will regret. Clark. Enraged, David raised his hand and unleashed a beam of energy, intending to send the wish stone flying. To wish upon the stone incurs a price, and none could ascertain what it would demand. Yet, Clark's speed consistently outmatched David's, especially when he shed his mental constraints, his power now vastly transformed. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight and reappeared downstairs. My dear brother, speed has never been your forte. Have you forgotten? From the attic railing, David looked down, shaking his head with a sardonic smile as he voiced his own wish. I wish for the complete disappearance of all meteorites that render me weak. Crackle. Dark clouds enveloped the sky, casting an ominous shadow as lightning danced. Across various corners of the world, green kryptonite vanished simultaneously, leaving David's box, once brimming with the stones beneath his bed, utterly empty. From this day forth, nothing shall constrain me. His eyes pierced through the town's depths, free from the obtrusive green stones. Amidst the howling winds, Clark laughed triumphantly, clutching the wish stone and casting a brazen glance at David, his fists cracking with anticipation. Now, allow me to teach you a lesson, so you may understand what it means to be a dutiful and obedient brother. In the distance, their parents hid behind the house, watching in astonishment and concern. You are far too reckless, Clark. As the wish was granted, David's expression shifted, narrowing his eyes. I may be a tad late returning. I'll take a brief leave of absence. I owe a little over half a chapter, but all overdue updates will commence tomorrow. Chapter 79. I am invincible behind the house. Jonathan and Martha concealed themselves, their two sons poised for confrontation. The atmosphere was charged with tension as the couple exchanged worried glances, gripping each other's hands tightly. Clark had utilized that malevolent stone. David had remarked that it was akin to making a pact with the devil. What were they to do? Panic welled up in Martha's eyes. They had heard about the wish stone from David and Clark. The collective memory loss experienced by a class of students was something their parents could not possibly overlook. Was the ring that affected Clark the work of that stone? Jonathan clenched his teeth, attempting to make deductions from the scant information available. The notion of a stone that could grant wishes seemed utterly ludicrous. However, after hearing their son recount the discovery of a magician's diary and witnessing the miraculous metal that could restore life and vitality, it no longer appeared so far-fetched. Following David's detailed narration, the couple readily accepted the astonishing reality. Enough. Do not speak to me in such a tone. I am the elder brother, Clark roared, his demeanor shifting dramatically, radiating an intensity unlike before. With a surge of terrifying power, he cracked the ground beneath him and hurled a punch toward David. Even if you are not yourself now, your insufferable demeanor still incites a desire to teach you a lesson. Clark. David's gaze hardened, and a torrent of cosmic energy erupted from within him, releasing an overwhelming force akin to a raging sea. As his energy surged, his speed increased dramatically, approaching nearly 10 times the speed of sound. However, Clark was evidently faster. David could not catch the trajectory of Clark's fist, only catching a blurred glimpse of him approaching with missile-like velocity, the air around him compressing into substance. In a flash, David swung his fist, unleashing a torrent of wild, cosmic energy that coalesced into a wave powerful enough to melt steel. If he couldn't keep up with the speed, he would widen the radius of his attack. Boom! A terrifying heat capable of vaporizing steel surged forth as Clark sneered, swiftly evading into another direction, tearing through the air with a punch that struck David squarely in the face. You underestimate me far too much. The red kryptonite had altered Clark's character, transforming his combat style from naive straightforwardness to one of increased menace. Boom! The shockwave erupted, sending violent winds sweeping hundreds of meters away. The ground trembled under the weight of such formidable power. Jonathan and Martha, sheltered behind the house dozens of meters away, shielded their eyes, their faces pale, hearts racing in their throats. Was it? The explosive energy equivalent to thousands of tons of dynamite was entirely absorbed as David remained steadfast, compressing cosmic energy in his other fist. Buzz! Like a great wave crashing, Clark was violently propelled backward, soaring over 100 meters before struggling to regain his footing, his chest searing with heat and pain. Too many words. Is this your attempt to boast at me? David's countenance was frigid as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, while Clark darted around him, evading the onslaught with great urgency. Despite claiming to be different now, he deliberately slowed down in an attempt to mock David, only to fall victim to a momentary lapse in judgment. His temperament had shifted dramatically, leading to newfound vulnerabilities. He found himself less formidable than before. At least in defeat, he could attribute it to his excessive kindness, whereas now he felt rather diminished, lacking any justifiable excuse. Presently, he resembled a second-rate antagonist. Silence! How dare you speak to me in such a manner, you Earth native? You cannot even fathom the extent of my prowess. Clark seethed with rage, his frustration mounting as he charged toward David with ferocious intent. His fists, capable of shattering an aircraft carrier, rained down upon David like a tempest, complemented by searing beams of heat that could slice through any material. With an air of arrogance and a vile demeanor, it felt as though he were confronting a counterpart of Superman. David's expression remained icy, his command over energy reaching its zenith as he absorbed Clark's attacks, occasionally firing beams from his eyes and hands to obstruct Clark's evasive maneuvers. Though Clark landed blows on David more often than not, desperation crept into his heart. He soon realized that his assaults were futile against David's resilience. Even when David managed to strike him amidst the flurry of attacks, the pain inflicted was profound. No, you are merely an indigenous inhabitant of a backward planet that cannot even traverse the stars. How could you ever hope to rival me? Clark bellowed, his eyes brimming with indignation and fury. He craved power, an insatiable hunger for strength. His emotions flared, and with each furious swing of his fists, he unleashed an ever-increasing force. Sensing the escalating kinetic energy, David frowned. Although he remained unharmed, the trend was troubling. Do you sense it? My previous weakness, my constant worries about this power, about my own identity, have dissipated. Each punch grows more potent than the last. Clark's eyes ignited with fervor as he laughed with audacity. But I'm no longer the person I once was. The potential within me far exceeds your imagination. He swung his fists with abandon, the power erupting from him akin to a volcanic explosion, a force incomprehensible to the ordinary. Were it not for David's adept absorption of all kinetic energy, the surrounding earth would have fractured, with tremors felt for miles around. Nevertheless, the sheer force generated by their exchanges whipped up winds that caused the structures on the farm to sway like reeds in a tempest. Jonathan was compelled to grasp his wife, retreating to a distant hillside. The couple watched in astonishment as their suns clashed, their expressions etched with shock. The explosive waves of white energy and the thunderous roars echoed as though two monstrous beings were locked in combat. Their speed was so extraordinary that only fleeting afterimages could be perceived, while the errant beams scorched the earth into a molten landscape, reminiscent of deities engaged in a fierce battle. Jonathan cast a worried glance around him, relieved that he was surrounded by his family's farm. Otherwise, they might have been noticed by others. However, if this commotion continued, would it attract the attention of nearby residents? Enough! David attempted several times to seize Clark's hand, aiming to obliterate the red kryptonite with his energy beam. Yet, he found his speed lacking, and Clark seemed acutely aware that once he removed the ring, he would revert to his former, feeble self, thus constantly evading and anticipating David's moves. The cacophony they had created had persisted for a while, and if they continued, it was likely that the house and barn would crumble under the strain. With a fierce shout, he resolved to hold nothing back against Clark. After all, even if he were injured, he could recover. David's eyes emitted beams as his hands unleashed a relentless barrage of energy, akin to a concentrated artillery assault, significantly increasing the pressure on Clark. His evasion became increasingly arduous as the avenues for counterattack gradually closed, leaving only one path before him. Yet, just as Clark began to falter, David's energy blasts grew feeble, resembling a faucet on the verge of running dry. Not enough, David. You have yet to recognize your true identity. The brief exchange of heat beams ended in a stalemate, and a cold smile crept across David's lips as he realized the truth and charged forward. Precisely, this fellow's formidable energy projection could not be without limits. Your energy cannot sustain your extravagance. He forcefully disrupted an incoming energy blast with a punch, and as Clark advanced toward him, raising his fist high, David thought, "Without the annoying energy shock, how could your sluggish movements contend with me?" A crimson glow flickered in Clark's eyes as David's seemingly reckless energy release finally drained him. "Kneel. Boom. My energy derives from the sun above. As long as the sun remains in the sky, I am invincible." Clark, who believed he had secured victory, was unconcerned as his fist was caught. He laughed maniacally, his expression twisted with a hint of malice, and summoned all his strength to unleash his heat vision. His eyes glowing like heated iron orbs, the veins around them illuminated. Hiss! David swiftly retaliated with purple beams from his eyes. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The red and purple energies collided violently, annihilating one another, as the purple rays began to wane. Just when Clark was poised to overpower David in an area where he excelled, a sudden burst of intense purple light erupted before him, akin to scalding hot water invading his eyes. In an instant, the intensity of the beams emitted by David surged several-fold, resembling a raging torrent overwhelming a small flame, crashing directly into Clark's eyes. He clutched his throbbing eyes, retreating in agony. "My eyes, you despicable fiend!" Clark shouted in utter distress. A thief who had long succumbed to evil, but had disguised himself for a day to pilfer from me dares to call me despicable? David remained impassive, once again firing a beam aimed at the ring on Clark's finger. A precise hit. The ring, long purchased by Clark and worn for merely a day, embedded with red kryptonite, was burned, melted, and evaporated, vanishing from Clark's grasp. No! A sudden wave of heat coursed through his hand, and he instinctively reached out to grasp something, yet it was too late. With the ring's disappearance, the malevolent exhilaration that had surged within Clark swiftly dissipated, replaced by a look of horror. After a fleeting moment of chaos and confusion, panic took its place. What have I done? Though darkness still enveloped him, it did not hinder Clark from sifting through his memories, recalling his harsh demeanor towards his parents, his disrespectful words to his younger brother, and even the physical altercation that ensued. The hurtful words lingered. David breathed a sigh of relief. Observing his eldest son return to normalcy, Jonathan and Martha hurried over. "So, are you all right?" Both parents, filled with concern, embraced Clark and inquired about David. "I'm fine." Jonathan examined him closely. Indeed, his younger son bore no signs of harm. In stark contrast, the eldest's attire was nearly torn to shreds, his eyes swollen like overripe peaches, tears streaming down from the irritation, rendering him quite a sight. "Mom, Dad." "David, I'm so sorry." As Clark felt the familiar heartbeat of his parents, he embraced them, his blindness inducing a wave of anxiety, yet bringing comfort as he expressed his sorrow and regret for his actions and words. "It's all right, dear. We know that wasn't truly you," Martha interjected, gently halting his confession. "Clark, what happened?" Jonathan asked, seeking the root of the matter. "It was the ring. Clark could only attribute the chaos to the ring. The moment he donned it, he became unhinged, his rational mind subdued, akin to a split personality. Yet he couldn't articulate the specifics. "It must be the meteor." David approached slowly, taking over the explanation. "I can think of no other reason aside from the meteor that accompanied Clark to Earth affecting him." "But aren't meteors typically green?" Jonathan countered. "Just because we haven't encountered one before doesn't mean it doesn't exist," David replied. "It seems that the green meteor affects Clark physiologically, while the red meteor impacts him psychologically." "David, I'm sorry." Like a child who had caused trouble, Clark couldn't stop apologizing as he sensed David's approach. "It's fine after all. I wasn't the one hurt." Though David said this, his brow remained furrowed, not out of anger for Clark's actions, but out of concern for the unknown consequences of Clark's wish. "My eyes." Clark, who had barely managed to keep his swollen eyes open, caught a glimpse of blurred surroundings. However, with the sunlight streaming in, as his injuries began to heal, The swelling subsided, only to find his vision swallowed by darkness once more. In a frantic gesture, he reached out. "Clark, what is wrong? I can't see. Did your brother hit you too hard?" The couple exchanged worried glances, concern etched on their faces as David frowned. His energy beams could incinerate the very eyes of others. Yet they could not easily inflict severe damage upon Clark's vision. Moreover, it was daytime. As a flicker of realization dawned upon him, Clark opened his misty gray eyes. Moving his lips slightly, wearing an inexplicable calmness akin to a penitent soul finding solace after punishment. "This is the price of my wish, as the cost of his desire." His sight had been taken from him. What? Gazing at his son's gray eyes, Jonathan and his wife were taken aback. Finding it hard to accept, could it be that Clark would face permanent blindness? Perhaps this was the best outcome possible. Clark tenderly caressed his mother's cold hand, offering her comfort. Though a sense of unrest lingered within him regarding his own blindness, he smiled at his family. He feared that his reckless actions might lead the wish stone to exact its toll upon his parents and younger brother. "If it were only my eyes, it would be more bearable. It should not be permanent." David furrowed his brow, reminding him. The source of the wish stone was the Greek god of deception. If it were the king of the gods, Zeus, perhaps his power surpassed that of a typical Superman. However, most other deities likely lack the capacity to permanently strip Clark of his gifts. "It's all right, David. I still have my ears." The once infallible remedy of sunbathing to recover from injuries had failed him this time, and Clark suspected that his brother was merely trying to console him. He had lost one sense, yet his super hearing remained intact. "Just give me some time, and I shall be as capable as anyone else. It will not greatly affect my life." As usual, David meticulously cleared away the traces left by the skirmish, ensuring their actions remained undisclosed. Indeed, as he had stated, despite lacking proficiency, within just 2 or 3 days, Clark appeared indistinguishable from a normal person. Aside from his sunglasses and white cane, few could discern that he was blind. It had hardly impacted his life at all. A week later, the two successfully completed their exams, their results not particularly remarkable, merely standing out among their peers. Achieving better scores would require little effort from them, yet it seemed unnecessary, as it would attract undue attention. This result is commendable. At home, seated before the computer screen, Jonathan reviewed his son's report cards, a hint of pride gracing his features as he nodded in satisfaction. "I know that if you were motivated by wealth, you could easily become sports stars, earning tens of millions. Indeed, you possess far more potential than I, a mere farmer skilled only in handling tools." Finally, he nodded earnestly, jesting. "Sons, what are your plans for the holidays?" With a gentle smile, Martha inquired of her 2 sons. Regardless of other matters, the two had never caused her and Jonathan any concern when it came to their studies. As for their university life, the couple had always believed it would pose no challenge for them. "Merely changing schools. Both of my sons have enrolled at Metropolitan State University, which is not far from Smallville. For an average person, cycling there would take less than an hour. One could exaggerate and say it is almost at our doorstep. At most, my sons will encounter a few youthful dilemmas during their university life. At 18, it seems appropriate for them to start dating. Chloe plans to intern as a reporter at the Global Daily during the holidays and wishes to recruit me as her assistant." Clark recalls Chloe's previous words to him. "A journalist?" David raised an eyebrow, pondering how early Clark would be engaging with the profession of a reporter, especially one whose identity he would eventually conceal. Was there a long-standing connection? "What is the matter? Though I have lost my sight, I assure you that I have developed a keener sense of listening." Clark chuckled, believing his brother thought him unfit for the role. Losing his vision has allowed him to empathize more with the underprivileged, a perspective he had previously overlooked. Reflecting on the past, he expressed how resistant he had been to his extraordinary gifts, shaking his head. Compared to those born with disabilities, his own grievances seemed trivial. "Perhaps, as father said, God bestowed upon me unique talents, and I ought to learn to accept them and even utilize them for a purpose," Clark murmured, a flicker of maturity and seriousness crossing his face. David, listening to his tone, appeared astonished. It seemed that this bout of blindness, albeit temporary, had propelled Clark closer to the path of becoming a son of tomorrow. Previously, although kind-hearted, Clark was still in high school, preoccupied with his own adolescent troubles, lacking the initiative to help others. Has he now developed a sense of empathy? Do you wish to be a masked vigilante like Batman in Gotham? He pondered what it might be like if Clark, in his current state, began combating crime in Metropolitan, Would he be a supercharged version of Nightwing? I cannot say. I have not yet given it much thought. Clark scratched his head, still somewhat hesitant about the idea of being a vigilante. Revealing his extraordinary abilities to the public frightened him, as he feared it might endanger his family. However, perspectives can change over time. What about you? Clark asked, turning his head towards where his brother was seated. Me? I might go travel, David replied, gazing out the window toward the distant blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds, his vision stretching beyond the mountains to the horizon. Travel? If I could elicit emotional fluctuations from an extraordinary race, my ability to merge with them should skyrocket. Paradise Island boasts thousands, if not tens of thousands, of Amazonian warriors, and Earth is home to more than one extraordinary race, such as the Atlanteans from beneath the sea. Chapter 81. Paradise Island indeed lives up to its name. David intends to travel. His parents and Clark were not particularly surprised. During the academic break, many individuals seize the opportunity to travel, seeking relaxation and rejuvenation in anticipation of their collegiate lives. To commemorate the conclusion of David and Clark's high school journey, their mother, Martha, joyfully prepared a sumptuous dinner, inviting friends and family to join in the celebration. The dinner table was graced by the presence of Peter, Chloe, and Kayla. To accommodate everyone, their father, Jonathan, retrieved the long-unused extendable dining table from the storage. Following a delightful feast, the hosts and guests parted ways amicably, with the couple bidding farewell to their friends while David and Clark saw off their classmates. The gentle glow of the moon cast a silvery veil over the world, illuminating the familiar attic of the warehouse. Standing before the astronomical telescope, Clark wore a look of melancholy. "Is Lana not coming today?" David asked, as he ascended the staircase with his hands in his pockets. To his surprise, Lana was absent from the dinner table, and Clark had not extended an invitation to her. She was preparing to pursue her studies in Paris. Leaning on his red and white striped cane, Clark shook his head with a hint of sadness. Life is often rife with imperfections, and realities seldom align with our desires. He had harbored feelings for Lana for years, and just as the prospect of being together seemed within reach, they were confronted with the impending separation that comes with further education. Since we are destined to part ways, perhaps it is best not to intrude. That would only deepen the regret. Their relationship had not yet reached the stage of a long-distance romance. Previously, while basking in the warmth of their flirtation, Clark had harbored unrealistic dreams of attending the same university as the object of his affection. Yet the proximity of the metropolis to their small town and the distance to Paris rendered such hopes futile. "This aligns with my impression of Lana," David remarked, nodding. Having recently become the cheerleading captain shortly after entering high school, Lana was fiercely ambitious, dating the captain of the football team and garnering attention, pursuing what many aspire to, unwilling to halt her meticulously planned life for a nascent affection. As for Clark, a youth who had never ventured beyond his small town, he could not abandon his parents to pursue Lana in a foreign land. Their flirtation was fated to remain unfulfilled. There will be ample opportunities at university, he gently reassured himself. Clark, wearing sunglasses, shook his head in resignation, doubting his prospects. In his earlier days of clear vision, he had been an unnoticed presence at school, rarely attracting the interest of girls, and now, with his blindness, the likelihood seemed even more remote. There will always be someone adept at discovering gold amidst the gravel. David chuckled lightly. He recalled Chloe speaking at the dinner table about her cousin, who, at a young age, had already become a full-fledged journalist at the Planet Daily. Strong and beautiful, having penned several popular articles and received the New Journalist Award. Her name was Louise Ryan. Clark's upcoming journey to the metropolis should serve as an opportunity to meet his future wife. "Gold," Clark exclaimed in surprise, scratching his face at his brother's unexpected assessment. "Aside from possessing some extraterrestrial talents, I seem to lack any remarkable qualities." He found it peculiar that he often handled matters less adeptly than his younger brother, even causing his brother to run errands for him, such as with Avery and Rickman. On that day, after Clark had pressed for answers, he believed he had perfectly resolved the situation with Rickman, only to inadvertently leave clues that nearly revealed his identity. Had it not been for his brother, he might have already been exposed. This realization left him profoundly frustrated. Do not underestimate your precious potential, such as your kindness. Not everyone possesses the ability to bring solace to those in peril, offering them a fleeting glimpse of hope, David remarked. This was something he himself could not achieve. Kindness? Clark's face reflected confusion as he hesitated, biting his lip. The words I uttered after being altered by the red meteorite were not conjured from thin air. They were merely thoughts that had long resided in my heart, such as my desire for my parents not to interfere too much in my life, or my feeling that David made me seem less like a brother. Those emotions, however, were magnified countless times. There is no need to impose the standards of a saint upon yourself. You are the son of humanity. Observing Clark's apparent descent into uncertainty and doubt, David furrowed his brow. It was not difficult for him to understand Clark's worry over experiencing human emotions like joy, anger, and sorrow. David, have you ever pondered why I was sent to Earth? Am I destined to bear some malevolent mission? Clark's brow furrowed deeply, his voice tinged with unease. He had caused considerable destruction that day on the farm. How many would have been harmed had that battle transpired in the town? Kayla had claimed he was the surrogate foretold to bring about the world's end, and the visions predicted by Mrs. Kardashian, which had terrified his parents days prior, now bore a different interpretation. In the future, would David be the one on the side of justice, while I become the harbinger of fear and panic? With just a piece of the red meteorite that arrived on Earth with him, he could easily transform into a formidable agent of destruction. All these thoughts coalesced, causing Clark to clench his fists involuntarily. You are overthinking it. It seems your blind eyes see nothing, granting you more time for idle speculation. Unable to inform Clark that he was merely a fleeing alien refugee baby without any mission, David raised an eyebrow, patted Clark on the shoulder, and offered a suggestion before turning to leave. Try not to dwell on such matters. Spend more time in the sun. Your eyesight may yet recover. I'm off to bed early. I leave for a trip tomorrow. By the way, where do you wish to travel this time? Clark turned towards the direction of his brother descending the stairs, inquiring, surely not back to Gotham? That dark place is best avoided. I am not certain. Perhaps I will check out the area near London. London? What attractions might there be? Clark asked, puzzled. A place rumored to be akin to paradise. Whoosh. Upon the coast of a small island, the azure waters caress the pristine white sands of the beach, while the tempestuous sea breeze carries the faint, briny scent characteristic of the ocean. On the disordered black rock beach, a tall and robust young man, clad in casual beach attire, as if on holiday, gazes up at the overcast sky, where thick fog rises from the sea, obscuring his vision. After 2 days of searching, he has finally arrived. Steve Trevor, having piloted a downed aircraft to Paradise Island, embarked on a medieval wooden vessel with Wonder Woman, Diana, and within a single night, they reached London, indicating that Paradise Island lies in proximity to the waters near London. David had spent a period searching the Atlantic and North Sea near London. Just moments ago, the sky was clear and the sun shone brightly, but as he approached at several times the speed of sound, the weather abruptly changed, as if sensing his presence. Thunder roared, the fierce winds howled, and a thick fog swiftly enveloped the sea, rendering direction indistinguishable, while serpents of lightning danced among the dark clouds, instilling a sense of dread. Should a boat have brought passengers, they would surely have judged it wise to flee from the impending storm. Yet, this only confirmed for Diana that Paradise Island was indeed nearby. Zeus, the god of thunder and the heavens, protects Paradise Island, safeguarding it with a magical barrier that conceals it from prying eyes, thus ensuring the safety of Hippolyta, his beloved, and the Amazons who dwell within. Dressed in vacation attire, David departed from his temporary refuge on the island, his skin shimmering with a violet glow. He sprinted across the surface of the sea, transforming into a streak of purple lightning, and at such incredible speed, the water beneath his feet felt as solid as ground, allowing him to race freely. What lies beyond the island? Waves lapped rhythmically against the shore, as Diana sat languidly on the cliff's edge, her slender legs swinging playfully. This question had crossed her mind countless times. Her mother had once described to her the world beyond, a realm belonging to humanity, populated by women who were not as formidable as the Amazons, and men as well. Paradise Island is a picturesque haven. Here, the sky is remarkably blue, resembling a vast expanse of pure azure glass suspended above. The air is so fresh that every breeze is devoid of any impurities and lush. Untouched jungles can be found throughout the island. Majestic, ancient stone edifices embodying classical architecture are scattered amidst the hills, even the most exquisite of landscapes, after millennia of gazing upon them, may become tiresome, much like how there is not a single corner of the island unfamiliar to the Amazon princess, bringing no sense of novelty. This is the sanctum bestowed upon the Amazons by Zeus, free from the incursions of Ares, the god of war. Diana longs to venture beyond the island, yet her mother, Hippolyta, the queen of the Amazons, has repeatedly emphasized her prohibition against leaving, forbidding any Amazon from departing the island to avoid drawing the malevolent gaze of Ares. The passage of millennia has left no trace on Diana. Her skin is as smooth as silk, her features exquisitely refined and spirited, and her cascading curls of ebony hair resemble dark wood, accentuating her extraordinary nobility. Isolated from the world and untouched by its affairs, Diana retains a hint of youthful innocence in her bright gaze, akin to a mirror-like lake. Bored, she tosses a stone into the distant sea. Thud! The stone flies over 100 meters before plunging into the waves. Whoosh! A figure, swift as lightning, traverses the expanse of water in mere moments, leaving behind a trail of white frothy waves. He appears on the pristine beach, pausing with keen interest to observe his surroundings. Paradise Island lives up to its name. Having passed through an invisible veil, David finally discovers Paradise Island. The scenery here is indeed heavenly, especially after emerging from the dark, stormy world outside, where fierce winds and raging seas prevail. Within a mere breath, one finds themselves in a realm of endless azure skies and crystal-clear waters, astonishingly serene. The gentle breeze caresses the air as seagulls glide gracefully overhead. The stark contrast makes the tumultuous experience feel like a mere illusion, as though one has transcended into another world, a paradise. A man? Diana, perplexed, blinks in disbelief, suddenly rising from her perch atop the cliff. Doubting her senses, she observes an outsider entering Paradise Island. Thud! Clad in a golden battle skirt and adorned with a starry crown, Diana leaps down from the towering cliff. Akin to a cannonball, landing firmly on the beach, her long, proportionate legs absorbing the force of the descent. Are you a man? She surveys David with curiosity and delight, as if encountering a wondrous creature for the first time. His short hair, the lack of pronounced chest, the Adam's apple, and his rugged features mirror those of the men depicted in her paintings. After thousands of years of monotonous existence, a refreshing change has finally intruded upon her world. Of course I am a man. David, adorned with a crown, battle skirt, and a golden sash, reveals a hint of surprise as he smiles. He had not anticipated that the first Amazon he would encounter upon arriving at Paradise Island will be Wonder Woman herself. He had pondered whether she had ventured beyond the island, perhaps facing other fates due to the temporal ripples he had created. Is that so strange? No. There are many men, but I have never seen one before. There are no men on Paradise Island. Diana's eyes widen in astonishment. How did you get in? Could it be that, as my mother sometimes worries when she gazes outward at night, the divine power of Zeus has waned over the millennia, and the magical barrier may not protect Paradise Island for much longer? As she examines David from head to toe, her gaze repeatedly lingers on his Adam's apple and face. Murmuring with excitement, the man appeared even more striking than the figures depicted in the painting. Yet, why is it that you lack a beard? A look of confusion washed over Diana's face, for this was not what she had observed on the canvas. It is simply because I have not yet reached the appropriate age, David replied, his tone slightly irritable as he regarded the innocent visage of the young woman before him. How old are you then? 3,000 years? Diana inquired, uttering a number she deemed relatively youthful. The Amazons were a race of immortals, each individual surpassing even the ancient and storied lives of their forebears. David had long immersed himself in the pool of Lazarus, paying the price of a distorted character to gain eternal life, a gift shared by all in this realm. A peculiar glint flickered in David's eyes, particularly when considering Diana, the offspring of the king of the gods, Zeus, and the Amazon queen. Thousands of years held little significance against her nearly boundless lifespan. What a splendid notion. An immortal race, he mused with a subtle smile. If he could conquer the Amazons, the inhabitants of the island would forever provide him with the emotional sustenance he required. An unceasing source. Wait, are you powerful enough to run upon the sea? A hint of wickedness seemed to glimmer in the man's gaze, and for reasons unknown, a chill ran down Diana's spine. Like a startled and bewildered leopard, she took a step back, readying herself for combat. Her mother had long been concerned that the magical barrier was weakening and that Ares would find them. Could it be that you are Ares? The innocent mind of Diana had drawn a logical conclusion. David, observing the untainted purity in Diana's eyes, felt a profound silence wash over him. Diana, stay away from him. A thunderous sound of hooves approached, as a regal and commanding queen rode forth on her warhorse, leading a contingent of several hundred valiant Amazon warriors. She sensed the disturbance in the magical barrier, realizing that someone had intruded upon Paradise Island. The intensity of the barrier's response suggested that this was no mere mortal trespassing. Hippolyta, sensing an imminent threat, hastily brought a portion of her forces to the expansive cliffside, where she beheld her daughter standing in close proximity to the stranger. Her expression shifted dramatically as she shouted, "Archers, ready!" The valiant Amazon warriors raised their bows, their muscles elegantly defined, powerful arms tensed, accompanied by the sharp twang of bowstrings. Gleaming arrows, glinting with cold light, were aimed squarely at David by the seaside. Dust billowed from the pounding hooves of the advancing warriors, their fierce countenances unwavering. "Intruder, declare your identity." Hippolyta unsheathed her sword, her gaze fierce as she pointed at David and bellowed. Given that he was no mortal, the likelihood of an accidental arrival here was exceedingly slim. He could not be the vanguard of Ares seeking Paradise Island. Whoosh! 2 arrows struck the ground at David's feet, laden with a warning. He merely raised an eyebrow, dismissing them as though they were but 2 small twigs embedded in the earth. A cascade of emotional points refreshed like a waterfall, overwhelming David with their intensity. The emotional points offered by this group of Amazons far surpassed those provided by Clark during his most fervent moments. It seemed that I had indeed arrived at the right place on Paradise Island. Yet, this was not the entirety of the Amazons present. With a swift motion, Diana unleashed her lasso of truth, slicing through the air with precision as she aimed to assist her mother and kin in subduing the intruder. Is this the lasso of truth? David extended his hand, swiftly grasping the shimmering rope that radiated golden light, which coiled around his arm as he regarded it with curiosity, his eyes glinting with intrigue. The lasso of truth, forged by the master craftsman Hephaestus from the golden girdle of the earth goddess Gaia, was said to be unbreakable and inescapable. Legend held that even the mighty Heracles could not sever it, binding its captives to speak only the truth. Diana had intended to ensnare David around the waist and bind his hands, but she was taken aback when he caught the lasso instead, astonishment flickering across her striking features. Ever since I emerged from childhood, none on this island, not even my mother, could match my speed. "Intruder, who are you?" As David made contact with the lasso, the valiant and sagacious queen who had ruled the Amazons for millennia seized the opportunity to demand answers. "What is your purpose here?" With renewed vigor, Diana attempted to pull David toward her, aiming to subdue him at her feet, yet to her surprise, her efforts proved futile. The lasso felt as though it were entwined around a towering mountain. An extraordinary sensation coursed through him, compelling him to utter his innermost truths, an urge difficult to resist. "My identity? You need not concern yourselves with that." Diana exerted more force, but David merely cast aside the lasso with a casual motion, his gaze directed toward Hippolyta on the cliff, seemingly oblivious to the hundreds of fierce warrior women aiming their bows at him. With a smile, he remarked, "The lasso of truth, one of the artifacts wielded by the iconic Wonder Woman, is renowned for its unyielding nature. Even Superman's reputedly indestructible defenses have faltered. Yet the lasso has seldom failed." He harbored no doubts regarding its capabilities. Seeing David escape the lasso, Hippolyta's expression hardened, believing that no further useful information could be obtained. However, David's next words caused her countenance to shift dramatically, eliciting ire from the gathered Amazon warriors. "You need only know that I have come to conquer you, Amazons." Standing upon the beach, David calmly articulated the purpose of his visit. As his words hung in the air, a profound silence ensued, only to be shattered moments later as the emotional points surged anew, like a flood unleashed, with the wrath of thousands of enraged Amazons crashing upon him like a tidal wave. "Arrogance. Kill him." Chapter 83. Is he a monster? David's ambition to conquer the Amazonian tribe deeply incensed the valiant Amazon warriors. "Man, you truly have no idea what you are facing," Hippolyta declared, her sword raised. Fury etched across her countenance. Whoosh! The longbows were drawn taut, resembling a full moon, as thousands of arrows sliced through the air towards David. Diana, with a flicker of compassion, nimbly evaded the deluge of arrows, her movements as graceful as a cat. For the first time in millennia, she encountered an outsider, a man. Yet regrettably, his disrespectful words provoked the wrath of her mother and kin. The arrows, shrieking as they flew, possessed such formidable power that even a statue of steel would be riddled with holes. David stood his ground, motionless, when the arrows struck him. Not even his garments were pierced. The once mighty arrows, capable of piercing through iron walls, lost all their momentum, falling gently like feathers. As an immortal divine race, your arrows possess less force than raindrops. At least raindrops can dampen my attire. Thud, thud, thud. Arrow after arrow fell at David's feet, quickly accumulating into a significant pile. Surprise flickered across Diana's face. As the princess of the Amazons, even she, born stronger than any of her kin, could not disregard the arrows loosed by her tribe. Yet, this man before her had done the impossible. Moreover, he seemed to comprehend the origins of their Amazonian lineage. After enduring numerous attacks, it was time for him to retaliate. As the rain of arrows persisted relentlessly, David casually raised a finger and pointed into the void. Buzz! A highly concentrated beam of cosmic energy erupted, smashing violently against the cliff's edge. It resembled a bombardment. Fist-sized shards of rock shot forth, sending the archers of the Amazon tribe into disarray, forcing them to retreat in panic. Cries of alarm erupted among the tribe. Some were thrown from their steeds, while others were left bloodied and unconscious. "Who are you, truly?" Hippolyta exclaimed, grasping her startled warhorse tightly, her pupils dilating in shock. The Amazons were a race created by the Greek gods, who fashioned their bodies from the souls of women who had perished at the hands of men, mixing earth with divine essence to forge the Amazonian warriors. Though they were women, each possessed the strength to mold steel as if it were mere clay. Their arrows, unleashed with full might, could only be effortlessly countered by the gods themselves. "I have told you. It suffices for you to understand but one thing," David replied with a light chuckle, reiterating his identity when questioned again. His singular purpose for arriving on Paradise Island was to compel the Amazons to continuously provide him with emotional energy. This endeavor presented two options. One was to elicit positive emotions from the Amazons, and the other, negative. Emotions such as reverence and gratitude are not boundless. However, hatred and resentment can consume a person's entire being, leaving them incapable of contemplating anything else. Just as one swiftly forgets the sensation of comfort, the pangs of pain and discomfort remain etched in memory, particularly when they are acutely felt in the present moment. Thus, he chose the latter. However, David would not be excessively harsh towards these innocent Amazons. "Kill!" As David reiterated his intent to conquer them, Hippolyta roared in anger, and immediately hundreds of Amazons hurled ropes, descending the cliff with swords drawn, intent on vanquishing the intruder. Witnessing her kin descend to subdue the foreign foe, the truth lasso hung at her waist, and a fierce resolve ignited in her brow. Adorned with divine silver bracelets, she resembled a valiant goddess of war, leaping forward with a clenched fist. "Mun, you shall not harm my people." As the female warriors landed, they, along with Diana, surged forward. David slightly leaned back to evade Diana's punch, retaliating with a wave of his fist that unleashed a shockwave. The ground trembled as debris was sent flying in a fan-shaped area ahead. All the charging Amazon warriors were sent sprawling back as if struck by an invisible force, their bodies crashing against the rocky walls, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in their wake. Diana, relentless in her assault, attacked with such ferocity that her punches seemed to outpace even the bullets fired from a gun, showcasing a speed that surpassed even David's. Suddenly, as they clashed, their fists met with tremendous force, akin to an explosion, sending white sand soaring into the air like a tidal wave. Diana remained unfazed, refusing to retreat a single step, and unleashed another ferocious strike. David raised an eyebrow, augmenting his strength. Unlike the youthful Superman, Diana, having lived for millennia, was nearly at her full potential, her prowess almost matching his own physical might. Yet, that was where her advantage ended. David's gaze sharpened, and his strikes grew increasingly heavy, each one resembling a meteor crashing down, forcing Diana to yield, her footing retreating under the weight. "Outsider, meet your end." As the two traded blows, a multitude of fierce Amazon warriors leapt in, swords drawn, but David paid them no heed. absorbing their kinetic energy and retaliating with a single strike that sent them tumbling into unconsciousness. On the cliff, Hippolyta tightened her grip on the reins, her brow furrowed. One by one, the Amazons attempted to ascend the cliff to assist their princess, only to be swiftly repelled, bones breaking and bodies collapsing to the ground. Rendered unable to fight, his strength seems to be growing. It felt as if an indomitable mountain was advancing relentlessly. Diana found herself retreating further, her eyes widening in shock. The power wielded by this man was becoming increasingly difficult to withstand, and it appeared to amplify strangely with each exchange. Was he a monster? Having encountered such a formidable opponent for the first time since her maturation, Diana felt no fear. Rather, a spark of excitement ignited within her, her fighting spirit soaring. Emboldened with each clash, "Man, you are a worthy adversary." Since her coming of age, she had not experienced such a thrilling battle. "If I defeat you, I shall implore my mother to spare your life." With her silver bracelet raised to deflect David's powerful blow, Diana's gaze flickered. She realized that with such might, this man could effortlessly annihilate a multitude of her kin with a mere wave of his hand. Yet, for reasons unknown, he refrained from doing so. The notion of conquering without bloodshed? How naive! There exists no such possibility. With a firm grip on Wonder Woman, David unleashed a devastating punch, a force potent enough to shatter mountains, causing her to kneel before him. "Once I vanquish you, both you and your mother shall kneel before my throne. Just as you do now. You are far too arrogant, man." Fury ignited within Diana's eyes as she struggled to rise, intent on delivering a harsh lesson to this man before her. However, no sooner had she regained her footing than she was mercilessly thrust back. David radiated a pulsating purple energy, his eyes gleaming with a divine intensity, as if a true deity had descended upon the mortal realm. Each successive attack was more terrifying than the last. Under the overwhelming force akin to landslides and tsunamis, Diana, albeit incensed, was forced to retreat continually. Had it not been for her adept use of the silver bracelets to absorb David's onslaught, she would have already been brought low. With every strike, Diana raised her bracelets to shield herself, as if submerged in a sea, dissipating a portion of his might into nothingness. David furrowed his brow slightly as he seized her striking arm, his gaze fixated on her wrist, the guardian bracelets. Forged by Hephaestus, the god of fire, the guardian bracelets were crafted from fragments of Zeus's divine aegis, automatically attracting and neutralizing projectiles, rendering the wearer impervious to blades and bullets, imbued with protective divine power. David could not help but feel a sense of admiration. As Zeus's daughter, Diana was indeed adorned with divine artifacts. Diana struggled to break free, launching another fist, only to have it captured as well. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her strength to escape, but to no avail. Her hands were ensnared as if gripped by iron pincers. "Release the princess." A tall, stern-faced warrior woman, exuding an air of authority akin to a decisive general, leapt toward David from several dozen meters away, her sword raised high, embodying the force to cleave mountains as she descended upon him. With both of her hands restrained, David unleashed a beam of purple energy from his eyes. Buzz! The intense heat scorched the air, and the powerful shockwave propelled the warrior woman away, her body soaring like a severed kite for hundreds of meters. Her sword slipped from her grasp, and her armor was pierced, leaving her abdomen burned and charred. Antiope, seeing her mentor, who had taught her swordsmanship and martial arts, injured, Diana's expression turned frantic, and she charged headlong into David's head. Boom! A white circular shockwave erupted between them. It felt as though she had collided with a wall, causing Diana to recoil, her head spinning in daze. In a fleeting moment of distraction, a protective silver bracelet was effortlessly removed from her arm. David, without a hint of hesitation, toyed with it for a brief moment before casually tossing it aside. The silver bracelet soared through the air like a shooting star, embedding itself into the nearby mountainside. With only one bracelet remaining, Diana's expression shifted dramatically. The collision of two protective silver bracelets could unleash a force capable of splitting mountains and shattering the earth, ranking among her most formidable offensive maneuvers. Yet, before she could employ it, an enemy had stripped her of one. With a swift motion, David sent another wave of approaching Amazon warriors flying, then aimed a punch at Diana's forehead, intent on incapacitating her, the most troublesome adversary. Diana raised her arm to block, but under the weight of his terrifying strength, she let out a muffled groan, feeling as if her arm had been struck by a sledgehammer. Suddenly, a beautifully crafted, razor-sharp longsword was hurled toward them. Seizing the moment while David deflected the sword, Diana pushed off the ground with all her might, striving to escape his grasp. The impact reverberated as her kin were sent sprawling like leaves in an autumn gust, her beloved mother captured in the chaos. Paradise Island, under the protection and scrutiny of the gods, was not a place for reckless abandoned man. Hippolyta hurled her sword to rescue her daughter. Leaping from a precipice 100 meters high, her form agile and powerful, her visage as cold as ice, she unleashed a flurry of punches from various angles toward David. Unlike Diana, who had yet to experience true combat, Hippolyta had fought alongside the gods in their prime, even facing extraterrestrial invaders. Her techniques, forged in blood and fire, were nearly flawless. Yet, the disparity in their physical prowess was insurmountable. Where were the gods? David regarded her as one would a frail old woman, politely dodging her strikes, dismissing her blows as he swept her away with a laugh. If the gods were indeed witnessing this scene, I would feel more elated. Alas, Paradise Island seemed far from significant, despite Hippolyta being Zeus's lover and Diana being his daughter, which should warrant divine attention. He detected not a whisper of emotion from the pantheon of Greek deities. Bam! Mother! Diana caught her mother, who had been sent reeling, blood trickling from her lips, and glared fiercely at David. Grasping the lasso at her waist once more, she held it tightly, poised like a cowgirl in a life-or-death gamble, ready to face her formidable opponent. With David's overwhelming strength, the only hope of subduing him lay with the lasso of truth. Kill! A tidal wave of Amazon warriors surged forward once more. Your futile assaults must cease. David extended his palm and clenched it fiercely. The air exploded, and with the shock wave came a torrent of formidable energy. Centered around David, a spherical ripple of energy expanded, sweeping across hundreds of meters in an instant. The remaining Amazon warriors, numbering in the thousands, were tossed aside like insects caught in a tempest, crashing against the unyielding rock face, rendered unconscious. As the energy surge approached, Diana hurriedly shielded her mother behind her. Like a tempest striking her face, she had no choice but to close her eyes. In that fleeting moment, a towering figure suddenly materialized before her. With a swift motion, the space of less than a meter between them left no opportunity for Diana, whose heart tightened, to unleash her lasso of truth. A fist descended, and the already injured arm fell limply, the lasso wrenched away. With a resounding thud, David unleashed an energy blast, propelling Diana backward and striking her abdomen. Before she could soar far, her expression marred by pain, he cast the lasso of truth. The artifact moved with intent, extending infinitely like a golden lightning bolt, ensnaring Diana midair. David yanked forcefully, and she was pulled back to him like a powerless bird tethered, crashing awkwardly onto the beach. Bound tightly by the lasso, darling daughter, Hippolyta's eyes were ablaze with fury as she rose to strike. Yet David raised his hand, unleashing another energy blast that rendered her unconscious. On the beach lay thousands of tall warrior women, stunned into silence. Beneath the bright sun, David grasped the rope, one end tethered to the fallen Diana, gazing skyward. Before arriving at Paradise Island, the integration stood at 60%. In a mere skirmish, it had increased by 1%. This was merely the beginning of a new path. However, what followed was of utmost significance. In the heart of Paradise Island, within the grand and ancient palace of the Amazons, a man sat upon the throne that belonged solely to the Amazon Queen. Amidst a sea of wounded and furious Amazon warriors, Hippolyta, the queen, could only stand with her general and kin at the foot of the throne, their eyes fixed in anger upon the man seated above, her body trembling with rage, yet too intimidated to advance. Are you all discontent? David lounged on the throne, chin resting on his hand, surveying the humiliated assembly below. It was no wonder they felt this way. The princess of the Amazons, the queen's sole heir, Diana, with ebony hair cascading down, bore an air of fragility upon her beautiful visage. Bound tightly by the lasso of truth, she could not even sit upright, leaning feebly against the opposite side of the throne, glaring at the intruder. In his other hand, David carelessly wielded a gleaming sword, one that belonged to Queen Hippolyta. positioned merely to obstruct her exit from the throne. Yet, any slight movement forward would bring her into perilous contact with the blade's edge. The veiled threat was unmistakable. What do you intend, outsider? With her daughter in the hands of one who had vanquished their entire kin, Hippolyta dared not act rashly, suppressing her fury. Quite simply, submit to me. You are deluded. The Amazon tribe may be destroyed, but it shall never be conquered. The Amazonian general Antiope cried out, inciting a chorus of fierce solidarity among the Amazon warriors, who cast hostile glares at David. Yet, regrettably, their fierce gazes bore no lethal power. Is that so? However, as far as I am aware, how could the Amazons ever have been conquered by outsiders? From the throne, David replied with an unhurried demeanor. How could you possibly know of this matter? The revelation of the Amazonian tribe's most humiliating secret past from the lips of an outsider caused Hippolyta's expression to shift dramatically. In astonishment, Diana turned to her mother. When were we, the Amazons, ever conquered? Why have I never heard of this? Hippolyta's face reflected a mixture of anger and disbelief at the exposure of what was meant to be a concealed shame from millennia past. That was an occurrence thousands of years ago, a disgrace to the Amazonian tribe. How could you possibly be aware of it? Her gaze fixed intently on David. She perceived him as a man cloaked in mystery, possessing not only formidable strength akin to the divine, but also knowledge of many long-lost secrets. It was a tale from the past. Once renowned throughout Greece, the great hero, the son of the gods, Heracles, was mocked for his strength that could shake mountains but could never subdue the women of Paradise Island. From his throne, David commenced recounting the humiliating history that the Amazon warriors desperately sought to conceal. He led warriors to this place, wishing to conquer the island. But the valiant Amazon queen wielded a magical girdle bestowed upon her by the goddess Aphrodite. Ultimately, he was vanquished by the Amazon queen. Enough. All of that was incited by the malevolent god of war, Ares, David declared, addressing her triumph over the illustrious hero. Yet, a flicker of shame and rage crossed Hippolyta's countenance as she sought to halt David's revelations. However, David paid her no heed. Not only Diana, but many of the later-born members of the Amazon tribe displayed confusion, evidently unaware of this ancient saga. He intended to demonstrate that the Amazonian claims of invincibility were but a jest. Unfortunately, after defeating Heracles, the Amazon queen was deceived by him, resulting in the loss of her girdle and her strength, rendering the entire Amazonian tribe prisoners to the might of the demigod. David paused, seemingly lamenting the weight of the word deceit, while Hippolyta's expression fluctuated between despondence and indignation. In truth, his assertion that the Amazons had been conquered was a gesture of courtesy. The reality was one of enslavement, having been reduced entirely to servitude. You Amazons have long ago been conquered. Thus, do not present yourselves with such a facade of defiance. If the goddess's girdle were still in my possession, Hippolyta hissed through clenched teeth, glaring at David with fury, you, an outsider, shall never sit peacefully upon my throne. With the power granted by the divine girdle, she possessed strength that rivaled the gods themselves, having once defeated the mighty Heracles before he ascended to divinity. A mere outsider, the vanquished always find reasons for their defeat. David gently shook his head. Let us not discuss whether your belt could defeat my strength. It seems you have lost yours. He chuckled lightly. Allow me to guess. Is it because you were once captured by a man, reclaimed by the god of love? Indeed, for a man to possess a woman's belt, though nothing overtly scandalous may have occurred, cannot be merely summarized by the term deception. Aphrodite, disappointed by this affair, initially intended to turn a blind eye to Hippolyta on Paradise Island. However, upon witnessing the suffering of her kin, Hippolyta repented and prayed for aid. In the end, Aphrodite softened and assisted Hippolyta in driving away Heracles, the son of Zeus. Subsequently, the Amazonian women adopted the custom of wearing bracelets, a perpetual reminder of their past as slaves, ever vigilant against outsiders and men. It is inconceivable that you could make the Amazons submit once more. This history is undeniably a source of humiliation for Hippolyta, who cannot fathom why David seems privy to such intimate details, yet refrains from exposing them publicly. It was a prime opportunity to undermine her authority as queen and the dignity of her people. Yet, faced with an outsider intent on re-enslaving Paradise Island after such a long passage of time, she felt no gratitude. It is precisely due to the harrowing lessons of history that we understand the taste of losing freedom is far worse than losing one's life. Addressing the Amazons, who had just learned of their past subjugation and whose confidence was shaken, Hippolyta cried out passionately, her voice resonating through the ancient halls of the Amazonian tribe. The gods watch over us. We do not fear returning to their embrace. Upon mentioning the gods, the battle-scarred Amazon warriors regained their confidence, their eyes igniting with an indomitable spirit as they shouted, "Outsider, you may slay us, but you can never strip us of our dignity." They are a race born of the souls of women who perished at the hands of men, mixed with earth and divine power. Even in death, they may return to the gods, so what is there to fear? Overy, I admire your unwavering resolve, David applauded, fully aware that these Amazons were not merely speaking empty words. In the comics, this idyllic island had fallen multiple times, even having been thoroughly decimated, yet had never bowed to irrelevant outsiders. In that case, it seems I shall have to settle for a deserted paradise island as my private collection. He slowly rose, brandishing his long sword, his expression cold and tinged with a hint of regret as he ran his finger along the blade, as if preparing for a massacre. The simple action caused the Amazons to recoil in fear, their hearts racing with trepidation. "Outsider, you shall not harm my people." Wonder Woman strived to rise and prevent David, but the lasso of truth bound her like a caterpillar, and its power, akin to kryptonite, rendered her vulnerable. "Otherwise, I shall ensure you pay for your bloodshed with blood." Once ensnared by the lasso of truth, her divine power diminished significantly. Struggling to regain her footing, she managed to hop upright, yet her appearance bore no semblance of intimidation. With a swift motion of his long sword, David disrupted Diana's precarious balance, causing her to stumble like a clumsy fool, ultimately collapsing back on her throne. "Perhaps I shall keep you, Princess of the Amazons, as a trophy to demonstrate my conquest over the legendary Amazonian tribe," he proclaimed, his gaze shifting once more to the assembled Amazons. "Wait." The Amazon Queen's expression tightened, as if confronted by a fearsome creature from myth, and she urgently called out, "Do you have any last words?" David stood poised, his sword propped casually, exuding an air of nonchalance as if slaughtering the Amazons posed no challenge to him. Meanwhile, the warriors behind her felt their hearts race, the tension palpable, as anxious glances were cast towards their queen. The outsider, Heracles, son of Zeus, had completed the 12 labors and ascended to global fame as a heroic figure, drawing countless warriors to his cause, willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Hippolyta fixed her gaze on David, her palm damp with sweat, the weight of pressure overwhelming her. She and her kin had already experienced the terror of his formidable prowess. "If you can achieve feats surpassing those of the mighty Heracles, our Amazon tribe shall yield to you. The era of the gods has long since passed. The ancient deities no longer dwell upon this earth," and she harbored doubts about whether her soul and those of her kin could return to the embrace of the divine after their demise. Moreover, having lived on Paradise Island from birth, they were unaccustomed to the realm of the gods and feared they might lose their freedom and be relegated to servitude. "What precisely do you mean by feats that transcend the 12 labors?" David scoffed at the trepidation his presence incited among the gathered crowd. His intention was never to annihilate the Amazon tribe, as it brought him no advantage. Creating enmity and then departing was unwise, considering their fierce reputation might lead to retaliation. Furthermore, he had no desire to kill, only to ensnare them in a perpetual struggle. The optimal choice was to conquer the Amazons, compelling them to submit against their will, harboring resentment yet feeling powerless, forever under his dominion. A flicker of something unsettling danced in his eyes. David's derisive laughter struck Hippolyta like a searing slap, as she reflected on her earlier resolute defiance, now wavering as she considered submission for the sake of her daughter and her people, a sacrifice she, as queen, felt compelled to make. The 12 labors? Achievements surpassing those of Heracles? Diana inquired with surprise, her brow furrowing. From a young age, she had heard tales of Heracles, the mightiest offspring of the god King Zeus and immortal, renowned across the land, yet she had never been informed of the 12 labors. "It is not unusual that your mother did not share this with you. After all, one of the 12 trials is to obtain her magical belt," David chuckled. There was no need for a mother to recount her humiliating failures to her daughter. But what else? Hippolyta felt a jolt in her heart as she caught the playful gaze of the young man in the hall, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Could he possibly know something else? It was inconceivable. That matter was known only to the gods. Faced with Diana's probing inquiries, David merely smiled and refrained from answering. If Hippolyta were to recount this myth to Diana, the latter would undoubtedly question how Heracles had defeated her mother. Certain details would inevitably lead to uncomfortable revelations. Diana, being the daughter of Zeus and Hippolyta, and Heracles, the son of Zeus, had once nearly captured Hippolyta, albeit prior to Zeus's time. Sooner or later, Diana would learn of her lineage, at which point her idealized image of her mother would likely shatter. Yet, upon reflection, such behavior was not out of character for Greek deities, David mused. Heracles was a prime example. He was the son of Zeus and Alcmene, who was the granddaughter of Perseus, making her Zeus's great-granddaughter as well. Moreover, she was the wife of Amphitryon, the king of Thebes, which, in comparison, seemed rather insignificant. The 12 trials included slaying the invulnerable Nemean lion, vanquishing the gigantic, venomous Hydra, capturing the Ceryneian hind alive, subduing the mightily powerful Erymanthian boar, and ultimately retrieving the three-headed dog Cerberus from the underworld. As David casually enumerated the trials faced by Heracles, Diana's astonishment grew. She recognized the names of the terrifying monsters she had heard of since childhood. These trials would pose considerable challenges even for the gods, particularly the last one. For Cerberus was the beloved pet of Hades, the lord of the underworld. It was unfathomable how Heracles had accomplished such a feat. Diana cast a wary glance at her mother, finally understanding why her mother had changed her tune. What could possibly be a greater achievement than all 12 trials combined? Outsider, you need not complete so many trials. You need only accomplish one task, and we shall hail you as our king, Hippolyta proclaimed loudly. That is to slay the war god Ares, who still wanders the earth. The hall reverberated with the weight of her words. As the valiant Amazon warriors trembled at the mention of his name, a palpable fear taking hold. An eerie silence fell over the assembly, as if they feared that uttering the queen's proclamation would summon Ares' sinister gaze. Ares, the one who had slain countless gods, including the father of the gods, Zeus. Diana's heart stirred, and she could not help but exclaim. The Amazons revered and respected the gods of Olympus. Mighty Zeus, the god of the sea, Poseidon, and the sun god. Apollo, all of whom had been mercilessly slaughtered by a single individual thousands of years ago. He is none other than the firstborn of the Father of Heaven, Zeus, and the Queen of Heaven, Hera, the god of war, Ares. Ares embodies warfare, insurrection, bloodshed, and chaos. He symbolizes strength and power, and he is the very incarnation of human calamity. Diana recited the terrifying tale she had heard since childhood about the dreadful son of the Divine Father. If I were to eliminate Ares from this world, would the Amazon tribe then submit to me? Ignoring the fearful reactions of those within the hall. As if oblivious to Ares' formidable reputation, David spoke his name as though it were that of an ordinary individual. To him, the act of slaying the god of war seemed a mere commonplace endeavor, much like David had surmised. The powerful beings and monsters the Amazon tribe had once encountered were all deceased, leaving only Ares behind. What else could serve as a trial? To kill Ares? A god cannot be killed. He can only vanish, forgotten, ceasing to exist when faith is lost. Should I succeed in slaying Ares, he would return to the realm of the gods atop Mount Olympus, where he would likely find himself imprisoned by those deities he had once slain. At that moment, his proud nature would surely foster an eternal resentment towards the mortal who had brought about his demise. A glimmer of intrigue appeared in David's eyes. It was akin to having a deity continuously supplying him with emotional energy. This notion, unspoken by Hippolyta, was already on his mind. Furthermore, the final piece of the puzzle to legally conquer the Amazon tribe lay before him. With this dual advantage, his expression remained neutral, betraying neither joy nor anger. You are well versed in many secrets that mortals ought not to know. Yet have you not heard of Ares' terror? Upon hearing David's altered phrasing, Hippolyta, having ruled as queen for millennia, merely shifted her expression slightly, unperturbed, and inquired with a heart full of intrigue. Strength and weakness, fearsome or not, are always relative concepts. To you, Ares may be as dreadful as death itself, but to me, he is not. David chuckled lightly. exuding a profound confidence that dismissed the mythological firstborn of the gods as a mere threat. Diana could not help but glance at him. Although her mother had never spoken of the 12 labors of Heracles, she had shared tales of other heroes from Greek mythology during Diana's childhood. Growing up with these stories, Diana admired those heroes who faced insurmountable challenges without flinching and aspired to emulate their unwavering courage in the face of adversity. The man before her was handsome and powerful, possessing the confidence to confront any challenge, reminiscent of the heroes she had admired as a child. Bound by the lasso of truth, Diana's eyes flickered with intensity. The Amazons despised deceit. As she observed David speaking so eloquently, Hippolyta paused momentarily before resolutely declaring, "Outsider, the promise made by the Amazons shall be fulfilled unto death." She responded to David's skepticism. Upon her declaration, the gathered Amazon warriors also displayed resolute expressions. The Amazonian tribe, once deceived and nearly reduced to slavery, harbors a profound disdain for deceit, a sentiment deeply rooted in their ancient traditions. To lie is to embody cowardice and baseness, rendering it one of the most disgraceful acts imaginable. "Excellent," David remarked with a hint of satisfaction, his tone measured. "I trust you will honor your commitments. Otherwise, you shall find yourselves on an empty island, devoid of intrigue." Upon hearing his warning, an icy gaze swept through the hall, causing Hippolyta and the Amazonian warriors to tense up. His power still fell short of that of the father of gods, Zeus. Yet thousands of years prior, Ares had slain Zeus through the might bestowed upon him as the god of war. Whenever conflict erupted among mortals, Ares' power surged, gaining further enhancement on the battlefield. In ancient times, when Darkseid led the Apocalyptian army to invade Earth, the ensuing war engulfed humanity, the gods, the Green Lanterns, and the Atlanteans, causing Ares' strength to swell to unimaginable heights. Even Zeus had aided him in that conflict, handing him an axe, while Ares, unhurried, donned his helmet before accepting it, exuding an air of dominance as the principal force of war. David's gaze turned contemplative, drifting towards the distant sky beyond the Grand Hall. He nearly felled Darkseid with a single strike. Albeit the Dark Lord was but 8 years old at the time, the event was monumental. Ares' power then surpassed that of the gods. Likely taking advantage of the post-war surge, he turned against his father, mother, and siblings, sending them back to the realm of the gods for rebirth, leaving Earth with but one Greek deity remaining. His record was nothing short of illustrious. Yet, that was a bygone era. He shook his head inwardly. In today's world, wars on Earth are scarce. Not only has he long since fallen from his peak, but he likely pales in comparison to his former self during the ancient times. As for Ares' current whereabouts, it was not difficult to surmise. David's eyes were fixed upon a certain direction, as if his gaze pierced through the miles, envisioning the one who strolls amidst the corpses on the battlefield, relishing the thunderous roar of artillery as if savoring the most exquisite symphony, intoxicated by the scent of blood, the firstborn of the father. The god of war naturally resides where conflict unfolds. In a concrete fortress, a tall man with distinctly Egyptian features held a glass of red wine, overlooking his base where soldiers patrolled relentlessly. In just a year, Ismail's life had transformed drastically. He had ascended from a mere warlord to the de facto ruler of his homeland, Kandak. This remarkable shift was owed to a single individual. Yet he found no joy in it, his brow furrowed in concern. The sound of footsteps approached, and an elderly man, his countenance weathered yet commanding, strode forth, tall and leaning on a gentleman's cane. Within the stronghold of a warlord, he bore himself like a monarch walking through his own palace. "Are you troubled for your country, your majesty?" Ismail, upon hearing the voice, calmly turned to offer a courteous bow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Should you not be attending the celebratory banquet in Cowwick, rejoicing in the triumph over Kandak and the acquisition of vast territories? The man before him was indeed the most formidable supporter behind the warlord of Cowwick, the very backbone of their fierce conflict with Kandak. "I have little fondness for the feasts of mortals," the elderly man remarked with a disdainful smile. Amidst the clinking of goblets, concealing a myriad of schemes, depravity, darkness, and violence within, he maintained an outward demeanor of refinement. That insincerity, that flavor of weakness, repulses me. For one who has partaken in the banquets of the Olympian gods, our mortal gatherings are hardly worthy of your presence. Ismail bowed his head respectfully, revealing a ghastly scar in the shape of a pentagram beneath his open shirt. Upon hearing the familiar term Olympus, the elderly man let out a cold laugh, mockery glimmering in his eyes. Your Majesty, I wonder where you unearthed the crown of my ancestors. Ismail hesitated for a moment before shifting the conversation. I have searched for it without success. You need not concern yourself with that. That place holds no benefit for you. Ares shot him a glance. Initially, he had merely sought to incite war between two nations. Yet this small country nestled between the Middle East and Egypt had surprised him. When he typically aimed to elevate a minor warlord, he unexpectedly sensed the essence of magic and demons coursing through Ismail's veins. Is it because it is sealed with Black Adam? A flicker of hatred appeared in Ismail's eyes as he clenched his fists. Over 1,000 years ago, my ancestor King Acton ruled this land. Had it not been for Black Adam, I would have long since claimed this nation that belongs to my family. His forebear had crafted a crown, forging a pact with the 6 infernal demons, destined for eternal dominion over this realm, yet everything was shattered by Black Adam. Do not presume that securing the pact with those 6 demons grants you the power to rival one chosen by those loathsome sorcerers, Ares scoffed, an implicit warning in his tone. You wield the strength of the 6 demons, yet he possesses the abilities of the 6 Egyptian gods. How can demons compare to deities? Even a mere mortal endowed with a fraction of divine power is formidable. He harbored no interest in Ismail's aspirations to claim Kandak as his own after being elevated. The notion of ruling over a mortal nation held no allure for him. His sole fascination lay in war. Both Kandak and Kawak were mere playthings providing him with amusement. The two nations were akin to lions and tigers in an arena, allowing him to absorb power and reminisce about his former grandeur. You speak the truth, Your Majesty. Feeling the discontent of the ancient deity, revered throughout history, before him, Ismail trembled slightly and bowed his head. He understood that this war god feared the release of Black Adam, who would first decimate his own forces before repelling Kawak, thus thwarting the possibility of war between the two nations and dampening his enthusiasm. In due time, I shall ensure your Kandak achieves victory once more. Thank you for your indulgence, Your Majesty. Beneath the luminous moonlight, the sea shimmered like scattered silver, while the sound of waves was soft and tranquil. Yet, this night was destined to bring insomnia to many Amazons. On the seaside palace's observation deck, Hippolyta's brow bore a hint of sorrow as she instructed her kin to fetch 2 long-cherished artifacts. The first was a dark golden shield, presented with reverence. This round shield, known as the Shield of Divine Power, was received by Diana, who grasped its weighty form, her eyes glimmering as her fingers brushed over the classical engravings on its face, reminiscent of sunlight's radiance. What a magnificent shield, splendid yet imposing, she mused. Although it was not forged by the god of fire, it was crafted from the same divine metal as your protective silver bracelet, Hippolyta explained to her daughter. It is indestructible and will shield you from the onslaught of divine wrath. The weapons of the gods are all forged from divine metal, and this shield is undoubtedly a divine artifact. During the day, Hippolyta had proposed to David that should he accomplish an unparalleled feat by slaying the god of war, Ares, the Amazon tribe would revere him as their king, much like they worship the gods. She subsequently suggested that her daughter, Diana, accompany David. Once a god is slain, their essence disperses into the cosmos, impervious to mortal defilement. My daughter, the princess of the Amazons, shall assist you and serve as your witness to the vanquishing of the war god. The god, once slain, leaves no traces behind. It must be the princess who bears witness for the Amazons to be convinced. My Diana, under the moonlight. Hippolyta's gaze was filled with complexity as she caressed her daughter's face. Her daughter had never left the island since birth, living a carefree life, untouched by conflict or the brutality of battle. On her first journey beyond the island, she would confront the terrifying evil of Ares, alongside a powerful and treacherous aspirant. As a mother, Hippolyta wished she could take her place, yet regrettably lacked the strength to do so. Do not worry. Pray for me, mother. With her hand resting on the shield, Diana exhibited no trace of fear. Her spirit was indomitable, resembling a statue of a warrior maiden carved from white jade beneath the moonlight. I shall return to Paradise Island in glory. The thought of facing the formidable war god from myth, and possibly partaking in the monumental act of god-slaying, ignited a fervor within her. May this shield protect you. In the face of her innocent and naive daughter, Hippolyta sighed inwardly and solemnly retrieved a beautiful divine sword from her attendants. Diana had beheld this sword before. The Amazonian tribe had even constructed a towering sanctuary to safeguard it. It was, to her knowledge, the most treasured possession of the Amazons, not to be approached by anyone. She had never been so close to this divine blade, and she could not resist reaching out to touch its cold, unyielding surface. It was known as the sword of the god of fire. Two fearsome dragons gripped the hilt, which was adorned with ancient, enigmatic engravings. While the slender blade was sharp enough to sever a strand of hair and slice through iron as though it were clay, bearing the name of the god of fire. It was one of the most formidable creations of Hephaestus, capable of cleaving through anything in existence. Anything? Diana's eyes flickered as she thought of the man currently slumbering in the palace of their tribe. Despite her and her kin's utmost efforts, they had inflicted no harm upon him. Could this divine sword breach his defenses? It could aid you in slaying Ares. Was slaying Ares not a trial for that man named David? Grasping the sword, Diana could not help but swing it a couple of times. The razor-thin blade slicing through the air with a low, whistling sound. She recalled her mother's words, a look of confusion crossing her face. In the Grand Hall earlier that day, that man had casually uttered his name, claiming that the Amazons needed to know the name of their future ruler. His arrogant demeanor, as if the Amazonian tribe were already his possession, had left the Amazons in turmoil. Leaving behind the last artifact, Hippolyta had dismissed those around her. Diana, only another god can slay a god. Even if the term slay merely refers to banishing a god from this realm, it is a feat only another deity can accomplish. Though this outsider is powerful, nearing divinity, I am well aware that he lacks the essence of a god. He is not one among the deities of any civilization on this planet. Is he destined to fail? Diana furrowed her brow. Indeed, Hippolyta affirmed, this is an undertaking beyond reach. Thus, when this invader of Paradise Island, audaciously seeking to conquer us, expends a portion of Ares' power only to be slain by Ares. My daughter, the princess of the Amazons, it is you who must fulfill the monumental task of slaying the god of war. Me? But mother, did you not just say that only another god can kill a god? Diana questioned, pointing to herself, her mind swirling with confusion from her mother's words. This is indeed your destiny, Diana. This sword is a gift from Zeus to our Amazonian tribe, and it bears another name, the God Slayer. After a moment's hesitation, Hippolyta continued, her words flowing more fluidly as if a dam had burst within her. The God Slayer? This sword is an exception. Zeus entrusted it to us so that it could be wielded by the mightiest warrior of the Amazons to vanquish the malevolent god of war. Having spent a night in the Amazonian palace, David felt a sense of surprise. He released Wonder Woman. Yet the Amazonian tribe refrained from regrouping to assault him while he slumbered. Was it disdain for such tactics, or did they believe they were destined for victory? Beneath the radiant morning sun, David smiled subtly. As Diana emerged, surrounded by her kin, she bore a fresh visage along the shores of the island, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. Clad in battle attire, crowned with a diadem, shod in combat boots, and armed with a sword and a round shield, she appeared as a goddess of war ready to ride into the fray. Her presence captivated onlookers, their hearts seized by her valor and beauty. With the divine shield, the sword of the god of fire, and Hermes' winged sandals, she now possessed 3 more artifacts since their last encounter. David took particular note of the sword of the god of fire, a weapon capable of cutting at the subatomic level, its might formidable enough to challenge even Kryptonian defenses. Diana had once severed the arm of Doomsday with it. On the beach, Diana beheld the man before her, exuding an ease and handsomeness reminiscent of the legendary sun god Apollo, stirring a complex array of emotions within her. Her mother had revealed everything. This man believed he could conquer the Amazons, yet he remained blissfully unaware of his inevitable defeat. However, Diana cast a glance back at her mother and tribe, who looked upon her with hopeful eyes. Everything felt strangely familiar, akin to ancient epics and myths. The treacherous king posed seemingly insurmountable challenges to the great heroes. Perilous trials akin to those faced by Heracles with his 12 labors, Jason and the Golden Fleece, and Perseus against Medusa, each believing the tasks impossible to survive and return from. After a moment of foreboding, Diana hesitated, stealing another glance at David, feeling a pang of pity and reluctance for the man who sought to conquer her people. Yet, this time, the outcome could be different. This man remained oblivious to the trap he had fallen into, unaware of the fate that awaited him. As a mortal, he was destined to be unable to slay a god. I will provide a bit less. I will make up for it this afternoon or tomorrow. Recently, due to an elderly family member's severe illness, I have been physically and mentally exhausted. I will maintain a daily update of 4,000 words. And I will write more if possible, aiming for 4,000 to 5,000. Beyond that, I cannot manage at the moment, and I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 88. God. What is happening? In this world torn by conflict, the Middle East stands as a battleground. The turmoil in Kandak has persisted for years. Just as someone seemed to gain control over the country, chaos erupted anew with neighboring Kawak. The war has raged for a year, resembling a quagmire, with both nations ensnared in a relentless tug of war, struggling to escape. In the streets of Kandak's capital, the residents, worn and weary from prolonged exposure to high pressure, hurried through the streets with sunken eyes. Occasionally, armed soldiers patrolled the area, and a stifling atmosphere permeated every corner. David and Diana strolled along the street, somewhat conspicuous. Setting aside their striking appearance and demeanor, the effortless ease they exuded seemed utterly incongruous in a nation long mired in conflict, standing out like a crane among chickens. Additionally, Diana's attire, reminiscent of ancient warrior maidens, inevitably drew attention in the bustling market. Was this what fashion had become? Almost everyone turned to glance at her, and Diana, brimming with confidence, felt no discomfort. Rather, she found modern attire peculiar. Did they not feel uneasy? Compared to the ancient Greek style that Diana was accustomed to, the contemporary clothing appeared stiff and unnatural, with sleeves extending down to the legs and collars tightly clinging to the neck, evoking a sense of discomfort. Just as a goat finds a donkey strange, so too does a donkey perceive a goat, David remarked casually. Kandak, in contrast to certain modern cities, might be considered somewhat backward, yet it has managed to retain a considerable portion of its primitive charm and ancient relics. Buildings crafted from stone were ubiquitous. Were it truly a steel jungle, Diana would likely feel even more out of place. Is Ares in this country? Sensing that David believed she was fixating on unnecessary concerns, Diana shifted the conversation to more pressing matters. After departing from Paradise Island, David had brought her across the ocean to this nation, as if with a precise objective in mind. Not necessarily, but it is quite plausible, David replied candidly. The pair traversed the city, heading towards the base outside the city limits. Although David had not read many comics, he possessed some understanding of Ares' methods. The father of all, in his paternal role, relished in fostering conflict between a weak nation and a strong one, or even between two weak nations, manipulating the situation as if it were a card game, regarding countless human lives as mere pawns. He aimed to maintain an equilibrium between both sides, ensnaring them in an endless cycle of warfare to satisfy his insatiable thirst for power derived from conflict. If he is not here, he is likely in the neighboring Kawak. This nation swiftly quelled its internal strife within a year, as a minor warlord unexpectedly seized control over the entire region. Another nation, having transitioned from poverty to inexplicably receiving substantial financial backing, purchased arms as if they were free, dramatically enhancing their military capabilities. Two countries, previously engaged in minor border skirmishes, have now been at war, with today as conflict being over a piece of land and tomorrow as involving the capture of a city, a ceaseless cycle. It all sounds remarkably like child-s play, except that the toll has been the loss of over 100,000 troops. An unseen hand seems to be orchestrating it all. Gleaning information from David about the rapid changes in these two nations, Diana regarded him with skepticism. You're not entirely foolish, David nodded. He had been monitoring the developments in these two countries for some time, as Kandak, the homeland of Black Adam, was a name he recognized, though he had previously paid little attention. When speaking of the warmongering Ares, two nations immediately come to mind. Mother was right. Ares is a brutal and bloodthirsty deity who revels in the anguished cries of those ensnared in the throes of battle. Wherever he treads, chaos and war inevitably follow. Diana's visage twisted in hatred as she instinctively clenched her fists, since Mother had recounted how Zeus had left behind the God-Slayer, entrusting it to the mightiest Amazon warrior to vanquish Ares. She vowed not to falter in wielding the divine sword. The malevolent god of war must be brought to an end. David cast a sidelong glance at the god of war's sword, which lay behind Diana. This artifact was incredibly sharp, yet it appeared that in their cinematic encounter with Ares, Diana had thrust the blade, only for it to crumble like ashes at Ares' mere touch. The divine shield crafted by the Amazons ought not to be so fragile. How Ares achieved such a feat remained a mystery. What is this? At the heart of the capital of Kandak stood the remnants of an ancient palace, prompting Ismail to establish his military government as headquarters outside the city. As they hastened out of the urban sprawl, an ice cream cart piqued Diana's curiosity. She observed the children of this war-torn nation purchasing vibrant, chilled confections from a street vendor, their faces lighting up with sheer delight upon tasting the sweet treat. Ice cream. David shook his head, realizing that having been isolated for millennia, they possessed little knowledge of modern delights. 2 ice creams, please, he said, producing a bill and purchasing 2 with ease. One was vanilla, the other chocolate, which he handed to Diana. How sweet. The daughter of Zeus and princess of the Amazon tribe, clad in the garb of a warrior, savored the ice cream in each hand. How could something so delectable exist? She mused, sampling each flavor with sparkling eyes, before turning to the vendor and clearing her throat. Embodying the grace of a true princess, as she earnestly declared, "You should take immense pride in this. Such exquisite fare would suffice even for a royal chef. I believe even a king would find boundless joy in savoring such delights daily." "Thank you, my lady," the vendor stammered, removing his straw hat. He had only ever heard compliments about the affordability of his ice cream, but never had he received praise for its flavor delivered with the grandeur of royal commendation. David observed Diana, adorned with her sword and shield, relishing her ice creams as they made their way outside the city, his expression a mix of bewilderment and amusement. Indeed, Wonder Woman's fondness for ice cream was no mere myth. Even in the absence of knowledge about the world, she was irresistibly drawn to its pleasures. To discover Ares' whereabouts, they would first need to encounter his minions. "Stop! Do not move." Outside the heavily guarded military base, the soldiers of Ismail, as new internationalist front, raised their weapons, aiming their dark barrels at David and Diana as they approached, their expressions rife with suspicion. "Do you not see the warning signs ahead?" A man and a woman appeared at ease, as if they were on a leisurely trip, and their features suggested they were not natives of this land. I suspected they were spies, and felt compelled to confront them. Approaching a foreign military base recklessly, regardless of nationality, was indefensible. A squadron of frontline soldiers was poised to escort the 2 away, 2 of whom gazed at Diana with lecherous eyes. I was not fond of their stares. David prepared to raise his hand to send these intruders to meet Anubis. Just after relishing a delightful ice cream, Diana's expression darkened in anger. She wielded the lasso of truth, sending the soldiers before her flying. An attack was underway. Alarms blared within the bastion built against the mountains. A multitude of frontline soldiers had already noticed the commotion at the entrance. Upon witnessing their comrades inexplicably hurled through the air, they swiftly opened fire. Clang, clang, clang. Diana, agile as ever, drew her divine shield from behind, raising it before her. The incoming bullets ricocheted harmlessly away. David stood behind her, momentarily shielded, as no bothersome bullets found their mark. Target her legs. In mere seconds, a torrent of bullets, a metallic deluge, surged forth, striking the shield. The officer adjusted his military cap and barked at his subordinates wielding submachine guns. "You fools. This is not a training exercise. Do you take her shield for a target?" As he aimed for the exposed legs of Diana, he furiously pulled the trigger. Yet, for reasons unknown, every bullet he fired was inexplicably drawn to the shield, leaving him dumbfounded. God, what is happening? Chapter 89. Choose a more manageable foe. The divine power of the Guardian Silver bracelet automatically attracted fire, shielding the wearer from harm by arrows and stray bullets. Clad in this protective adornment and wielding her divine shield, the bullets were diverted entirely to the shield. However, the bastion's defenses were not limited to this. Click, click. The heavy machine guns atop the high walls pivoted under human control, their formidable barrels aimed at David and Diana. Whoosh! A purple energy beam shattered the machine gun to pieces, sending shards of steel flying. With a flick of his fingers, David obliterated the remaining heavy machine guns on the wall, reducing them to rubble. The courtyard transformed into a veritable meat grinder. Blood and flesh scattered as the frontline soldiers fell lifeless to the ground amidst a haze of gunpowder. Those fortunate enough to survive cowered in corners, their terror palpable as they beheld David, whose fingers emitted deadly lasers, paralyzing them with fear. A demon. David furrowed his brow and pointed, silencing the courtyard. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the steel fortress built against the mountains, and fully armed soldiers emerged from within, guns blazing. With a sharp command, Diana leaped into action. Wielding the lasso of truth, her golden, glowing rope whipping through the air, effortlessly sending a dozen men sprawling. She moved through the crowd with the grace of a powerful female leopard, deftly dodging bullets while wielding her lasso, causing waves of enemies to fall before her relentless assault. The soldiers, pouring in like an unyielding tide, seemed to be halted by an impenetrable barrier. Within the confines of an office, Ismail retrieved a pistol from his drawer, furrowing his brow as he gazed outside, his sight traversing numerous courtyards, a frown deepening upon his face. He could not recklessly invoke the powers of the 6 demons of hell. For doing so would jeopardize the war game that had bestowed upon him his current abilities and status. But what he witnessed was astonishing. Soldiers soared into the sky as if propelled by missiles, yet there was no trace of smoke. Instead, a golden object flashed past. Was it a lasso? Doubt flickered in Ismail's eyes. It was a lasso of truth. A voice suddenly emerged from behind him. The ancient war god had appeared without notice. His gaze fixed contemplatively on the window. Ares recognized the artifact at a glance. Under the crown, Ismail exclaimed in surprise, turning back. I sensed the presence of my father. It must be my sister. The offspring of Zeus and an Amazonian had given rise to a demigod daughter, a contingency left by his treacherous father to confront him. Ares narrowed his eyes. For millennia, he had sought the hidden paradise island concealed by Zeus's powers, yet had found nothing. Now, the adversary seemed to have delivered himself to his doorstep, accompanied by a mortal, and a male at that, an Amazonian princess and a man. However, this mortal appeared to be somewhat extraordinary. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Bang, bang, bang. A few scattered soldiers opened fire. Dodge! The bullets landed at their feet. A chill flashing across David's face as he warned Diana, his eyes igniting with a violet glow, a terrifying laser shooting forth from his gaze. Buzz! An unstoppable line of death swept through, cutting through flesh, steel, and concrete as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Diana swung the lasso of truth, grasping a ledge to leap upward, but as the laser descended, the turret she had seized collapsed with a thunderous crash, and she nimbly jumped down. Boom! The turrets at the corners of the courtyard fell, and no more fierce soldiers rushed forth, weapons drawn. The laser traversed a half-mile path, penetrating everything. Anyone above waist height within its reach was unlikely to survive. David squinted toward the mountain. Something was approaching. In the distance, a dazzling fireball, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, roared toward them. Was it a demon? Diana's keen vision discerned the object still several hundred meters away, her eyes widening in astonishment. Boom! A figure plummeted like a shooting star before them, crashing into the earth and creating a colossal crater. The forceful shockwave sent the corpses on the ground flying as if they were mere chaff, while terrifying flames melted the surface into magma, billowing smoke into the air. The oppressive heat was accompanied by a suffocating stench of sulfur, and a deep, resonant voice, reminiscent of some monstrous entity, echoed through the smoke. You possess quite the audacity to slaughter all my soldiers at the base. As the steamy haze dissipated, a towering figure with crimson eyes emerged. Its skin, a deep red, was adorned with rippling muscles engulfed in flames, and its visage was menacing, with grotesque, robust horns extending backward. An ominous pentagram was emblazoned upon its chest. Exudinga terrifyinhoha. Shazam! David recognized this formidable being with surprise. He had considered that after decimating the soldiers, a wielder of inhuman strength would brazenly appear. Yet he anticipated this particular individual. Even in Kandake, the timing seemed to miss. Suddenly, a thunderous crack reverberated, accompanied by a shockwave that shook the courtyard. Sabak lunged at Diana with terrifying force. Despite her attempts to shield herself with her armor, she was hurled away, crashing through the corner of a nearby building. With a resounding thud, she extracted her arm from the debris, brushing off the fallen bricks. Her gaze was fierce as she fixed her eyes on Sabak. Wielding the sword of Ares, a thrill of excitement coursing through her at the prospect of facing a powerful adversary. This is the first time I have encountered a demon. Do you know him? The two ignored his inquiry, inciting Sabak as fury. However, his greater concern lay with the deep gash on his chest, for which magma-like blood flowed, revealing bone. Yet, before a drop could hit the ground, his wounds astonishingly healed in an instant. Where did you acquire that sword? Sabak, who had never been injured since gaining his powers, cast a wary glance at Diana. Though her strength was inferior to his, her speed surpassed his, as she had managed to strike him before raising her shield. More astonishing was the fact that her sword could pierce his seemingly indestructible form. Is she the sister of the god of war? No wonder she is the daughter of the father of all. Clenching his fists, he turned to David, contemplating whether to leave this daughter of the father to the ancient war god while he dealt with another foe. You may perceive him as a formidable demon, rivaling even the Dark Lords. Standing in the courtyard, David raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Sabak. It seemed that Ares had not perished in battle, and everything had subsequently changed. Sabak, one of the arch-nemeses of Black Adam and Shazam, possessed the powers of the 6 lords of hell. The name Sabak encapsulated the essence of Satan's might. The impeccable body of Ammon, the wicked wisdom of Belial, the flames of Beelzebub, the malevolent courage of Asmodeus, and the flight of Cratius. As a potent adversary to Shazam and Black Adam, Sabak's strength was not to be underestimated, potentially rivaling that of the current Ares. However, lacking speed among his 6 capabilities, perhaps there was hope. You have caused me considerable losses in soldiers, and I shall ensure your soul is eternally damned in hell. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Sabak resolved to engage a more manageable opponent. With a menacing glint in his eyes, he raised his formidable demonic arm, summoning hellish flames capable of evaporating steel, surging forth like a tidal wave towards David. Embrace your demise. Chapter 90. Is he truly a demon? The roaring inferno consumed all in its path, accompanied by a terrifying heat that transformed untouched ground into molten rock, a testament to its dreadfulness. David lifted his palm, and a torrent of cosmic energy erupted from within him, clashing with the ferocity of Sabak's assault. Despite the potency of his flames, they lacked significant impact. A violet torrent pierced through the blaze like a spear, yet the deep crimson fire engulfed David whole. Boom! Sabak was struck squarely in the chest, staggering back several meters as a sharp pain coursed through him. A patch of deep red on his skin faded, akin to a human bruise. Witnessing the destruction of hundreds of meters of buildings and fortifications, he had anticipated the use's power, but did not foresee the magnitude of his energy release. Nevertheless, his countenance remained cold as he gazed upward. Even his alloyed body would melt into liquid under the weight of Sabak's flames. As the flames dissipated, a gaping hole marred the sturdy concrete wall behind David, magma dripping from the breach. He stood unscathed, as if he had swallowed sand, finding it somewhat difficult to digest. After achieving over 60% integration with the template, David effortlessly absorbed thermal and electrical energy as if it were sustenance, beginning to draw in magical and other mystical energies as well. However, the process was not entirely smooth. He had primarily relied on the energy radiating from his body for protection, attempting to absorb a fragment of the intentionally introduced flames. Sabak's fire, originating from the demon Lord Beelzebub, was undoubtedly not mere fire. David was less than satisfied with his current capacity to absorb energy in the face of mystical assaults, while Sabak widened his eyes in shock and disbelief. What was happening today? His seemingly indestructible form had been easily breached, and flames capable of evaporating steel had been effortlessly countered by another. In that moment, uncertainty flickered between the two, as if Sabak were a calculating serpent measuring David with keen scrutiny. Could this fellow also be a demigod or a deity? Yet, the battle-hungry Diana paid little heed to such musings. With a powerful thrust, she shattered the ground beneath her, transforming her body into a projectile as she charged forward with her shield. Sabak raised his hand to block, but the earth beneath him fractured into debris, forcing him to retreat a step. Like a graceful butterfly, her elegant yet swift figure concealed a lethal intent. The beautiful demigoddess pivoted and swung her sword, causing Sabak's pupils to constrict as he hastily dodged. The sword of the fire god traced a perilous arc, narrowly grazing his neck. Boom! Before Shabak could regain his footing, Diana executed a rapid spin, delivering a powerful kick to his chest, unleashing a shockwave of force. Amidst a flurry of fluid assaults, Shabak's towering figure was sent hurtling, crashing through a series of houses. Was he truly a demon? The ease with which he was dispatched left Diana somewhat bewildered as she glanced at David. A demon that had thrived for countless ages in myth and legend? Or perhaps hell was a realm of peculiar comfort, devoid of strife and bloodshed. Possessing sheer strength and a formidable physique, he appeared clumsy and sluggish, lacking any semblance of combat experience. Initially intending to caution Diana against underestimating their opponent, David realized he had spoken too hastily. He remembered Shabak's formidable defensive capabilities, but overlooked his inadequate offensive prowess. Outdated software could not leverage advanced hardware. After shattering the rooftop, Shabak, disheveled and covered in dust, flew back from a distance, crashing heavily into the courtyard of the fortress, his pride severely wounded as he glared furiously at the two. He was poised to strike once more when suddenly a robust, elderly voice resonated through the air. "My sister. I did not anticipate our first meeting to unfold under such circumstances." A man, clad in a trench coat and exuding an air of dignified maturity, elegantly descended. With his hands clasped behind his back, he resembled a sovereign surveying his dominion, commanding all that lay beneath him to submit. From head to toe, he radiated an undeniable arrogance. Under the aegis of the god of war, Shabak bowed his head, recalling the divine pact he had forged with Ares in exchange for the return of his ancestors' crown. Even with the might of Shabak coursing through him, he felt no confidence in breaking free from the grasp of this renowned ancient deity. Though a mortal possessed a modicum of strength, he was not worthy of Ares' full attention. Ares cast a casual glance at David, signaling to Shabak, "I am eager to see how many of my strikes you can withstand." Understanding the implication, Shabak shattered the ground beneath him and lunged forward, his fists poised to strike David with an explosive force that compressed the very air around them. David remained unperturbed, meeting the onslaught with his own fists. Should Shabak continue to wield flames, David would expend unnecessary effort. Yet, even a blow capable of sinking a battleship would fail to breach his defenses. What power does this adversary possess, displaying no apparent weaknesses? Could he, like Black Adam, amalgamate the abilities of several deities? Shabak sought to test whether raw strength could be David's Achilles heel, only to find that the outcome was the same. His own immense strength, rivaling that of a deity, was effortlessly countered by David. The sound of their fists clashing reverberated like a boiling pressure cooker as David unleashed a barrage of precise, swift, and potent strikes aimed at Shabak's vulnerabilities. The relentless onslaught left Shabak struggling to defend himself, his robust form being pushed back, resembling a martial arts master effortlessly overpowering an ordinary opponent. The power of the 6 demons from hell regrettably wasted on him. David sensed that Shabak's strength surpassed his own raw physicality, yet his attacks were chaotic, akin to a hulking figure swinging wildly without finesse. Much like Shazam, one could argue that a single letter in his title was superfluous. The initials in Shazam symbolizes the wisdom of Solomon, alongside the strength of Hercules and the thunder of Zeus. Yet it seems to hold little significance in practice, seldom demonstrating any tangible effect. Shabak, on the other hand, boasts an evil wisdom akin to that of the infernal demon Belial. One wonders if this so-called malevolent wisdom merely entails recklessly swinging fists to vanquish foes. Do you comprehend the source of my power? Once again struck at the vulnerable neck, Shabak clutched his throat, his expression shifting as he staggered back several paces, leaving deep impressions in the ground beneath him. Are you perhaps the newly chosen one among those sorcerers following Black Adam? The notion that this individual possesses an impeccable ability, akin to his own, led him to suspect he had grasped the truth. Those elusive sorcerers had selected a new champion, bestowing upon him powers distinct from the Egyptian gods of Black Adam. From which deity does your strength derive? The might of Hercules? The physique of Achilles? Shabak's eyes glinted with hatred as he attacked with fervor. The thought of David accompanying the daughter of Zeus prompted him to probe further into David's abilities. If he possessed the body of Achilles, such formidable defense might find explanation. Your futile words are as abundant as your ineffective strikes. Mortal, do you even realize who you are addressing? Each punch delivered with greater force than the last, David remained oblivious to the errant path of his opponent's thoughts, perhaps driven mad by a desire for vengeance against the sorcerers and Black Adam. While Diana confronted Ares, he found himself engaged with Sabak, seemingly forgetting the purpose of his venture. As he dominated Sabak, David maintained his composure, unhurried to engage Ares, content to be the one who ultimately vanquished him, provoking Ares' utmost resentment and fury. The adversary before him could also provide ample emotional fuel. "Are you Ares?" As David adeptly maintained the upper hand in battle, Diana's gaze sharpened, her brow furrowing as she focused intently on Ares, the malevolent god of war. "Whom do you refer to as sister?" Ares had regarded her with a look of astonishment moments before. "Of course, I speak of you, daughter of Hippolyta." As he gently descended to the ground, Ares chuckled softly. "Did your mother not disclose your lineage? She claimed I was fashioned from clay, beseeching Zeus to grant me life." Recognizing her lineage at a glance, Diana's expression turned to one of astonishment as she swiftly wielded her lasso of truth to ensnare Ares, demanding, "Speak the truth, malevolent god of war." Unfazed by the lasso's grip, Ares replied, "My sister, I speak naught but truth. The power of the lasso of truth is beyond the resistance of even deities." And Diana felt a jolt within her, her countenance reflecting disbelief. She recalled her mother's unequivocal assertion before departing from Paradise Island that only a deity could slay another god. Yet her eyes had darted away as she mentioned that the sword of the god of fire was an exception. Did that even matter? Regardless of whether I am Zeus's daughter? Momentarily overwhelmed by a deluge of information, Diana shook her head to dispel the confusion and swiftly organized her thoughts. With a gaze imbued with lethal intent, she turned towards Ares and hissed through clenched teeth, "What matters is that you shall not endanger anyone again, nor shall you instigate war and harm humanity in this world." Once more, she unleashed her fist, sending Sabak reeling, earning even David's admiration for Diana's clarity and resolve. Had it been another, suddenly faced with such a lineage and the knowledge that the one they sought to kill was their half-brother, they would likely have been shocked and hesitant. Yet Diana was unfazed. Of course, the bonds of blood in Greek mythology are virtually non-existent, particularly within the lineage of Zeus. Growing up immersed in tales of Greek mythology, Diana should grasp this truth. She attempted to seize Ares, but in terms of strength, she was no match for the god of war, who embodied power itself. Ares' eyes flickered, and a gust of divine energy unraveled the truth lasso. "My sister, there is much you still need to learn." Ares sneered. "To me, you resemble a child who only knows how to play with toys." As Zeus's daughter, she was but a step away from true divinity, with the blood of the father of gods coursing through her veins, yet she scarcely understood how to wield divine power, seemingly unaware of the strength within her. However, this suited him just fine. "Evil Ares, meet your demise." Undeterred by Ares' taunts, Diana uttered a fierce growl, her presence formidable, like a warrior goddess shattering the earth as she lunged forward, wielding the sword of the god of fire in a furious thrust towards Ares. The daughter of the father of gods launched a monumental assault against the firstborn of the father. Time appeared to slow. Sabak, just regaining his footing, felt a tightening in his chest. He had experienced the might of that divine sword and wondered how the legendary god of war, renowned for millennia in the mortal realm, would respond. Would he evade? "My sister, you would kill me for those mortals?" Unhurriedly extending his hand, the razor-sharp sword of fire pierced Ares' palm, as if met with an overwhelming force that obliterated it. In the next moment, the blade dissipated like ash in the wind, leaving only the hilt pressing against his hand. Ares remained unfazed, exuding an aura of absolute control as he shook his head in disappointment. "I thought you were at least following our father's command. A god is the sovereign of all, not a servant of humanity. You have greatly disappointed me, sister." The Godslayer? Gazing at the barren hilt in her hand, Diana stepped back, disbelief evident in her eyes. The sword her mother had entrusted to her, purportedly forged by the god of fire, had been utterly destroyed. Sabak's expression mirrored his astonishment, shaken to the core. The ancient son of the father, astonishingly powerful, found solace in the fact that he had refrained from opposing this venerable god of war after acquiring his strength. A divine sword capable of cleaving through flesh as easily as slicing paper was casually obliterated. Among the four present, only David, apart from Ares, displayed no hint of shock. Rather, a peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes. "That is not the Godslayer, but my sister." Gently brushing off the ashes from his hands, Ares shook his head, gazing upon a foolish, wayward lamb as a noble deity would. "You are indeed the ultimate weapon left by our father to confront me. Indeed, if my mother deceived me about my lineage, then this so-called Godslayer must also be a fabrication." Witnessing the destruction of the sword of the fire god, Diana, shaken to her core, cast a determined glance at David before preparing to cast aside her sword, intending to confront the god of war with her own strength. Although she was purportedly there to assist this man in achieving the great feat of slaying a god, he remained oblivious to the deception that surrounded him. Only a deity can slay another deity. She could rely solely on herself. "You are truly naive, Diana. Are you aware of how many victories in war are built upon lies and deceit?" As she hesitated to relinquish the hilt of her sword, David slowly interjected a reminder. The motion of Diana, discarding her sword, faltered. The formidable reputation of Ares, the god of war, had long been established on this planet, where people spoke of him as a symbol of strength, claiming he was exceedingly arrogant, bloodthirsty, and cruel. David regarded Ares with eyes devoid of any reverence a mortal might hold for a deity, treating him as one would an ordinary man, even with a hint of derision. Yet, I believe a touch of cunning and villainy ought to be added. Thunderous roars echoed. "Mortal, do you know to whom you are speaking?" Ares' countenance darkened, his piercing gaze directed at David, exuding a palpable pressure that made it difficult to breathe, his voice booming like thunder. As if the heavens themselves sensed the ancient god of war's displeasure, the sky transformed in an instant. Dark clouds gathered ominously, casting a heavy pall over the land, while electric serpents writhed chaotically within the stormy clouds. Whistling, countless shards of steel rose from the ground, hurtling towards David like a tempestuous storm, as if the heavens sought to punish the irreverent mortal, turning him into a mere heap of flesh. Bang! Yet, after the storm subsided, the wall behind him, capable of withstanding anti-tank sniper fire, was left riddled with holes, while David remained unscathed, seemingly contemplating his response. A deceiver? Just moments ago, from his perspective, Diana's thrust had completely missed as Ares had evaded it. Immediately, as if witnessing something utterly shocking, she cast a doubtful glance at the intact divine sword in her hand, poised to discard it. Meanwhile, Shabak seemed equally astonished by the unfolding events. Ignoring the murderous glare of the ancient father-s son, David continued nonchalantly. A deceiver who obscures and distorts the senses of others with divine power, masquerading as an invincible force, seeking to compel them to relinquish their only weapon capable of threatening him. Chapter 92. How dare you speak thus, mortal, in a display of strength and dominion? The war god, feared by all, was audaciously labeled a deceiver. Never had anyone dared to address me in such a manner. The proud Ares, his countenance marred by fury, radiated a tempestuous light as his towering figure erupted with divine might, akin to a nuclear explosion that swept through the vicinity. Boom! The fortress, constructed of steel and concrete, crumbled like fragile parchment. Shabak raised his hands to shield himself, desperately attempting to withstand the oncoming tidal wave of divine energy, while Diana, shield in hand, was propelled backward, her legs carving deep furrows into the ground. David, enveloped in ripples of violet energy, resisted the surging divine force as a wall weighing several tons hurtled toward him. Buzz! Energy beams sliced through the wall, the smooth, severed edges whistling past. Without a glance, David turned his gaze towards the ascending Ares. "Mortal, I admire your audacity." The shards of steel around him, as if drawn by an unseen force, swiftly adhered to Ares, melting into a formidable and menacing suit of armor that exuded an aura of ferocious beauty. He stood suspended in the void, looking down with disdain, as a battle axe materialized in his grasp, emanating an oppressive presence that stifled the air. "But today, you shall learn the consequences of inciting a deity." "Deity? Before me? You lack the merit to claim such a title," David replied with an air of calmness, as though stating an undeniable truth. Enraged, Ares plummeted like a meteor, wielding his axe with terrifying force. "Mortal, you are too arrogant." Upon sensing the shift in momentum, Diana flung her truth lasso in an attempt to aid David. Whoosh! The golden rope rapidly extended toward Ares, yet with a mere glance, the tempest of divine energy surrounding him sent the artifact spiraling away. My sister, wait until I have dealt with this mortal before we reminisce. In an instant, the ground beneath David sank several inches due to the compressed air pressure. He clenched his fist, channeling cosmic energy into a highly concentrated, translucent purple sphere, which he hurled toward the descending axe. Shabak, astonished, observed as David, barehanded, dared to confront the furious ancient god of war, an act of overwhelming hubris. Throughout history, warfare has predominantly relied on metal and weaponry. Though merely an axe forged from ordinary steel, Ares' divine authority rendered it one of the most formidable weapons in existence. Even the vast plains would be transformed into chasms by his devastating strike. Boom! The earth erupted as though 1,000,000 tons of explosives had detonated, the shockwave cascading outward like a tidal wave. At the bottom of the immense crater, Ares glared with wide eyes, maintaining his axe-wielding stance, astonished that the figure before him had not been reduced to mere pulp beneath his divine might. Beneath the axe blade, a single fist thwarted his assault. Only those endowed with powers beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals could be deemed divine. Without sustaining any harm, David effortlessly withstood Ares' onslaught, his fists erupting with surging cosmic energy. Your strength, before me, pales in comparison. The axe emanated a ferocity that matched his own, forcing Ares to retreat as David launched a furious punch at the enraged god of war. Dismiss your worthless arrogance and prepare yourself. I do not wish for the act of your demise to be too effortless, devoid of any memorable moments. To slay me? How dare you utter such words, mortal? The mortal before him possessed a power akin to that of a deity, capable of countering his attacks. Ares, both astonished and furious, swung his axe with ferocious might, each blow infused with terrifying force. Bang! David retaliated with bursts of energy, occasionally meeting the axe with his fists. In this clash with the furious son of the Heavenly Father, he maintained a composure that even surpassed the wrathful Ares at times. After the integration of the Black Emperor template surpassed 60%, his ability to absorb kinetic energy significantly increased. Ares' armor and battle axe appeared to be hastily conjured, lacking the formidable gear he wielded in ancient battles. They were likely destroyed or lost during his treachery against the gods of Olympus. Had he possessed the axe that nearly felled Darkseid, he would not have dared confront Ares with such casualness. Buzz, as he deftly evaded the menacing swing of Ares' battle axe, David retaliated with a powerful strike, which was intercepted by Ares in full armor. The furious god of war charged forward, his formidable frame bracing against the energy impact, bellowing with wrath. A mere mortal dares to speak of slaying gods? I assure you, your head shall be my trophy. Ares' visage twisted in fury, lightning crackling from his axe. Despite facing an adversary of seemingly equal strength, victory was assuredly his. Clang! A thunderous sound split the air as an attack surged from behind. Ares, sensing the threat, swiftly turned and raised his axe to defend, but the sword of the god of fire cleaved through his weapon, nearly severing it in two. David was indeed correct. You have deceived me. Diana's eyes sparkled as she initiated her assault. Although in her line of sight, the sword of fire appeared to be merely a hilt. It was baffling how a sword without a blade could cleave through an axe. With this sword, you and this mortal shall meet the same fate. Ares' expression darkened as his ruse was unveiled, using his axe to pin the long sword. Towering over her, he struck a domineering pose and kicked towards Diana. In my eyes, you, with your unawakened divine power, are but a child wielding an adult's weapon. Diana's face flushed with anger as she raised her wrist to block. Yet before the kick could land, a surge of purple energy propelled Ares away. After tumbling several times, his axe caught the ground, slowing his momentum. Ares rose, his expression dark as he glared at Shabak. Worthless. Even when insulted, Shabak dared not retort, his countenance grim as a wound on his chest rapidly healed. Filled with trepidation as he regarded Diana, he sought to intercept Diana, granting the ancient war god an opportunity to resolve the matter with that mortal alone. However, the god of war's sword in Diana's grasp could effortlessly breach his defenses, compelling him to evade her strikes. The two parties stood opposed, one a duo, the other a quartet, each pair exchanging glances brimming with lethal intent, as if their gazes could ignite flames. In stark contrast to the somewhat disheveled trio, David remained unscathed. exuding an air of composure and strength. This, however, was attributable to his mastery over energy manipulation. To withstand Ares' assault barehanded did not indicate his superiority over the current Ares. Rather, it showcased his adeptness at absorbing kinetic energy and enhancing his defense. As long as he did not exceed his absorption threshold, all attacks felt trivial to him. And for those that did surpass it, his formidable physique provided ample protection. An attack not pushed to its limits could not inflict harm upon him. Kill them, Ares bellowed, charging alongside the obedient Shabak. David and Diana sprang forth to meet them, and thus the four engaged in a tumultuous clash amidst the ruins. The fortress, once standing resolutely against the mountains, lay in utter disarray. One was an ancient god of war, another the daughter of Zeus. One possessed a fragment of the powers of the 6 demon kings of hell, and though the last was but a mortal, his prowess rivaled that of a deity. Boom! 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 The deafening resonance of colliding forces echoed, causing the very mountain to tremble. The capital of Kandak, not far off, felt the tremors, plunging its populace into a state of panic. Was it an earthquake? Could it be missile bombardment? Some gazed towards the base beyond the city, where fierce flames, dazzling lightning, and purple energy wove together, nearly consuming half the sky. What calamity had befallen that place? With a crackle, Ares unleashed a thunderbolt akin to Zeus' divine might. David, too, could no longer maintain his relaxed demeanor and was compelled to take the situation seriously, lacking the energy to protect his beach shirt and shorts any longer. Bang! Once more, he engaged in a fierce clash, sending Ares flying with a powerful punch, yet the god's axe lashed out with divine lightning, tearing at his shoulder's attire. Though uninjured, he casually extinguished the flames that had ignited on his shoulder. Diana, too, swung her sword to repel Shabak, striking him with an elbow as he attempted to evade. She and David stood back to back, confronting their formidable foes. Furrowing her brow, she glanced at Ares, who remained untouched, hesitating before revealing the truth. You cannot contend with Ares. Only a god can slay a god. Leave him to me. Her mother had instructed her to wait until David and Ares were both weakened. Yet David had just aided her, and she believed him to be no villain. You have conquered Paradise Island, yet you have slain no one. Even amidst the Amazonian tribe's unyielding resistance, you did not slaughter or threaten my kin, opting instead to seek Ares' demise as a means to compel the Amazonian tribe to submit. You are not yet as wicked as you might think. Upon hearing these words, David could not help but marvel at Diana's naivety. Although he had long been aware of this trait, he felt compelled to speak the truth at this moment, unafraid that another might become enraged by deception. With her current abilities, she was in no position to contend with Ares. Though Ares was not as formidable as he had been during the ancient wars, he was still a force that a nascent Diana, yet to tap into her own potential, could not hope to confront. The Amazons have never feared death. Even if she were to perish here today, she would strive to vanquish Ares, armed with sword in one hand and shield in the other. A resolute determination radiated from Diana's countenance. In truth, while Paradise Island had enjoyed a life of ease for millennia, it had always been shrouded in Ares' ominous shadow, particularly in recent years with Zeus' magic waning. She often caught glimpses of her mother gazing sorrowfully towards the outside world. Just take care of yourself, David remarked, his expression betraying no sign of disturbance at Diana's words, as he leaped into battle against Ares. Why must only gods be capable of slaying gods? The deities of Earth exist as peculiar beings from a different dimension. It is as though they are separated from mortals by a veil, wherein a mere stone cast upon water can disturb the reflections, inflicting wounds upon the divine, yet cannot extinguish the reflection itself. Regardless of the injury sustained, a god can blink and restore themselves. Only another god can inflict true harm upon them. David had long understood this truth. He was not surprised. Had he anticipated this all along? Unable to comprehend the rejection of her proposal, Diana gritted her teeth and launched an assault on Shabak, her eyes glinting with ferocity. Her attacks growing ever more incisive, desperate to eliminate Shabak and hasten to assist David. Ares must perish, and so too must his demonic minions. Moments ago, the vicinity bore the semblance of a fortress in ruins, but as the four engaged in fierce combat, the earth fractured, nearly shattering the mountains. Terrifying chasms opened, one after another. David and Diana each held a slight advantage over their respective adversaries, yet the edge was not pronounced. This battle appeared to devolve into a war of attrition. However, Diana's heart brimmed with anxiety, convinced that the outcome would not be so straightforward. Ares felt similarly. Buzz, your efforts are in vain. Mortals are but mortals, and gods are gods. Unfazed by the shattering of his armor or the searing pain inflicted by the cosmic energy, Ares resembled a bloodied, frenzied warrior, his gaze fierce as he swung his axe with an imposing presence. The fundamental difference between us ensures your inevitable defeat. After he summoned his divine power, the mortals before him could no longer withstand his assaults with impunity. Previously, his attacks had felt as if they were sinking into an unfathomable abyss, but now, the peculiar defenses of his opponents were rendered ineffective against his divine might. What distinguishes gods from mortals? Evading the axe blade, David seemed oblivious to the wounds he had inflicted upon Ares, who appeared to recover in an instant, as though a mirage had blinked back into existence. His fist, enveloped in a highly concentrated cosmic energy, struck Ares' head with the force of a cataclysm. As he calmly posed a question, gods are immortal. Therein lies the distinction. The horn helmet flew off as Ares' head jerked back, but he paid it no mind, turning his gaze with a grotesque smile emerging on his burned, scarred face, labored breaths fueling his frenzied assaults. Pain and injury merely awakened the deeper ferocity within this god of war. The notion of mortals slaying gods is but a fanciful myth, mere mortals. Moreover, Ares was convinced that victory lay firmly within his grasp. Although his own divine vigor had waned under the relentless onslaught, he was certain that this mortal's energy was far from limitless. Even with pure physical might, he could exhaust this adversary. Though this realization irked him, it only incited further madness in his attacks. Bang, bang, bang. I believe the distinction between mortals and gods lies in the divine power bestowed by their lineage and status. With every collision, waves of visible white energy erupted, extending for hundreds of meters. As he fiercely battled Ares, David's eyes remained as tranquil as a frozen lake, patiently biding his time like a hunter awaiting the perfect moment to strike, with Ares as his prey. Yet this arrogant deity, who had slaughtered the firstborn of his divine lineage in a surge of power, remained oblivious to this fact. You are indeed correct. Whether derived from bloodline or acquired through position, only those endowed with divine power may be deemed gods. Another strike, imbued with divine lightning, was unleashed, eliciting a cold smirk from Ares. So, what aspect do you possess that aligns you with my sister, the daughter of Zeus, mingling with mere mortals? As he spoke, he erupted into mocking laughter, his axe cleaving the air downward only to be caught by David, who unleashed a force akin to a hydraulic press. Gazing at Ares with derision, bloodline or divine status, which deity do you claim descent from? Or where did you stumble upon your divine position? Ares was acutely aware that David bore no trace of divine essence. Such remarks were merely intended to belittle him. I possess neither. The ground beneath them fractured underfoot, and to David's surprise, he found himself more at ease in this struggle against the god of war, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yet, I too wield divine power. With that declaration, a sudden spark of lightning ignited in his eyes. Crack! Two resplendent bolts of divine lightning, exuding a dreadful aura, pierced the void, catching Ares off guard. The lightning illuminated the face of the firstborn of the father god, his eyes widening in shock. Chapter 94. The Death of the God of War. Chapter 94. The Death of the God of War. Two bolts of divine lightning, familiar to Ares as if they were woven into the very fabric of his being, surged through the air, and before he could finish his words, he let out a horrified scream. My eyes! His head thrown back, Ares clutched his eyes with one hand, blood streaming from his sockets, while he flailed his axe wildly, stumbling backward in disarray. In a swift and unforeseen assault, he was suddenly plunged into a disconcerting darkness, his eyes grievously harmed. Unlike previous attacks, this strike possessed divine power, capable of inflicting injuries that would render him temporarily incapacitated. You have stolen my divine essence, you despicable thief. The voice of Ares rang out, a blend of fury and a hint of trepidation. David, his demeanor unruffled, summoned divine energy into a spear crackling with lightning, akin to a triumphant hunter delivering the final blow to a prey ensnared in a trap. I can almost smell the scent of fear. Are you afraid, ancient god of war? He advanced slowly toward the disheveled son of the heavens, The tide had turned dramatically. Ares, who had only recently held a slight advantage, now found his vision obliterated. "Mortal, you cannot kill me." The shrill crack of thunder resonated like a cacophony of crows, each approaching footfall hammering into Ares' heart, igniting a mix of fear and rage that culminated in a furious shout as he swung his axe. Yet, deprived of sight, he was no match for David. With victory assured, David nonchalantly hurled the spear, which pierced through Ares' neck, sending his towering frame crashing to the ground, the axe slipping from his grasp, pinning him down. Ares, in excruciating pain, coughed blood as he attempted to rise, but a foot pressed firmly against his chest, akin to a mountain descending upon him. Severely injured and rapidly losing strength, he remained firmly subdued. "I will return, mortal. I swear by the name of the god of war. I shall return to make you experience pain deeper than that inflicted upon Prometheus by my father." What Ares encountered was beyond comprehension, as blood gushed from his mouth, accompanied by a roar of unbridled fury. Truly, he was a god. Clutching the spear of thunder, David remarked in astonishment, "Even with your throat pierced, you can still utter words. It hardly impedes your voice." Time and again, Ares had been mocked, brought low, and now, in a fit of rage, he opened his bloodied eyes, resembling a ferocious beast, howling in primal fury. "I will return, mortal. When I do, it will mark your end. If you are indeed the god of wrath, perhaps your current fury would afford you another chance to fight. But alas, you are not. So save your strength, and contemplate how to return to Olympus, facing the gods you have betrayed." In response to the war god's threat, David regarded him with the derision reserved for a defeated hound. "I await your return, Ares, should you ever have the chance to come back." Ares' wrathful cry was abruptly silenced as divine lightning rent his neck, sending his bloodied head flying, akin to a ball, landing on the ground and rolling a few times. Now soiled, the expression of rage and defiance was forever etched upon his face, eyes wide with fury and resentment. From the wrath of Ares 155, unblinking in death. Before David could admire the severed head of the god of war, the body transformed into luminous particles, dissipating into the ether. On the other side, Diana and Shabak had long ceased their struggle, their faces etched with astonishment as they beheld the scene. The god of war had been slain. By mere mortal? Shock radiated from Diana's countenance. She had witnessed David harnessing divine power, yet the manner of his triumph remained a mystery to her. Shabak, engulfed in profound dread, realized that even the ancient deity, renowned for millennia, had succumbed to this youth's hand. He had previously underestimated David, perceiving him as an easily pliable adversary. From Shabak's anxiety 132, fear 122, having vanquished the god of war, the cost borne by David was astonishingly minimal. His garments were merely slightly tattered, and he bore not a single wound. As David turned to look back, before he could utter a word, Shabak's visage blanched with terror, and he fled into the sky like a startled bird, swiftly vanishing into the clouds. David, taken aback, withdrew his gaze, not anticipating Shabak's hasty retreat. With the flight capabilities inherited from the Hell King, he ascended like lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. David had no intention of pursuing Shabak. Eliminating him held little merit. Meanwhile, Diana gripped the sword of the god of fire with immense regret, lamenting the escape of the demon due to her inattention. "You killed the god of war?" she inquired incredulously. Upon seeing David approach, she remained ensnared in disbelief, unable to regain her composure. "How did you accomplish such a feat?" David glanced at her without a word, and Diana realized she had posed a foolish question. How could he easily divulge the nature of his power, especially one capable of slaying a deity? "Wait a moment, you truly succeeded in killing the god of war?" Diana gasped, suddenly recalling the implications. David, immortal, had achieved the monumental act of god-slaying. Surely the Amazonian tribe would be compelled to recognize him as their king. Her expression shifted, and she fell into silence. Her mother would never have anticipated such a turn of events. She had believed that David could merely siphon some of Ares' strength, enabling her to vanquish the ever-looming threat that Ares posed to Paradise Island. Yet she had never imagined he would accomplish it without her assistance. Amidst the desolate battlefield, as the sun cast its golden rays, Diana stood beside David, gazing at the profile of this formidable man, her heart stirred by an indescribable sensation. It was as if myth had descended into reality, with the great tales of heroic deeds her mother had recounted in her childhood unfolding before her very eyes. An unwavering hero, undeterred by adversity, had achieved what the world deemed impossible through extraordinary strength and unwavering confidence. Although this hero's objective was to conquer her Amazonian kin, no life had been lost in the process. With the sword of the god of fire, which even the god of war fears, in her grasp, Diana found herself at a loss. Should she betray the promise made by her Amazonian kin? A flicker of struggle crossed her face as she shook her head, resolving to uphold her vow until David committed some egregious act. Unperturbed by Diana's musings, David gazed into the distance. He had successfully slain Ares. Now, all that remained was to claim Paradise Island and devise a scheme to manipulate the Amazonian warriors. He understood that to wield him as a weapon, some price must be paid, even though he had been the one to intrude upon Paradise Island first. He had already formulated a plan to ensure the Amazon tribe would submit to him, harboring resentment, while providing him with emotional leverage without outright rebellion. He pondered the situation with Clark. Had his vision returned? The thought of his blind friend lingered in his mind. 40 blue t-shirts? No problem. I'll have them by Wednesday. In a clothing store in Metropolis, Clark stood before the counter, devoid of a white cane and sunglasses, pretending to be a normal person, albeit with a hint of anxiety. Must they all bear this emblem? That could be somewhat troublesome. By the way, what is this? The slightly portly middle-aged shopkeeper scrutinized a piece of paper while stroking his chin. Your school's emblem? A student council insignia? The paper featured a red and yellow design encased in a diamond-shaped border, with a large Z at its center. It's my personal emblem, Clark replied, recalling a long strip-like object resembling a seal in his pocket. As he reflected on recent events, he seemed to have made a decision. The golden rays of the setting sun illuminated his face, and he smiled. What significance does a personal emblem hold? The young man before him was no celebrity, leaving the shopkeeper somewhat perplexed, muttering to himself. However, he refrained from probing further, as long as it was not the insignia of a terrorist group or gang. He wished to avoid any unwarranted entanglements. It appeared to him to be the fanciful whims of a youthful individual in the throes of adolescence, who fancied himself unique by designing his own signature and emblem. Shortly after emerging from the clothing store, Clark disguised himself once more, ensuring the shopkeeper had not recognized him before departing with restrained elation. This newfound ability was an unexpected discovery following his blindness. He had previously explained to his close friends Chloe and Pete that his vision was temporarily impaired due to a medical condition, uncertain if it would ever be restored. Chloe and Pete expressed their concern, worried that he might succumb to despair during the holidays due to his potential blindness. In an effort to uplift his spirits, Chloe insisted on enlisting him as her assistant reporter, hoping to remind him of his worth and the many things he could still accomplish, helping him build confidence and occupy his mind. Reflecting on this, Clark ambled down the street with his cane, embodying the appearance of a blind man, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. However, when encountering those with whom he was not well acquainted, they would invariably inquire about the peculiar condition of his eyes. Clark was aware that many of these individuals meant well, yet the burden of fabricating a lie became increasingly arduous. Each inquiry necessitated a repetition of his falsehoods, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. Thus, during the interval before and after the holiday, he would often seek refuge from familiar faces, hoping to evade recognition. Astonishingly, this tactic proved effective. Clark was uncertain when he had acquired such a peculiar ability. Initially, he assumed it was the sunglasses that concealed his identity. But even after removing them, or when directly blocking someone's path, he remained unrecognized. The familiar voices and heartbeats assured him he had not been mistaken. Knock, knock. In a certain apartment within Metropolis, Clark rapped on the door. You finally arrived, Clark. Come in. Chloe, who was busy with her makeup and hair, quickly ushered the blind Clark into her abode. I thought something might have happened to you on the way. You had me worried sick. This was no quaint little town of Smallville. Metropolis was rife with incessant streams of traffic. Do not concern yourself about me, Chloe. Surely you've witnessed my adeptness. I have adapted well to my current circumstances, Clark replied with a smile. If it were Peter instead of you, seeing you navigate the stairs like an ordinary person over these past few days would have left me wondering if you were playing a prank. Upon reflection, Chloe nodded in agreement. She found it remarkable how Clark had acclimated to life as a blind individual in less than 2 days, even more so than those who had lived with disabilities for decades. Yet, she had grown somewhat accustomed to the oddities that surrounded him. At times, I truly wonder if you possess some form of hypnotic ability. Returning to her vanity, Chloe continued to groom her hair, casually remarking, which caused a pang of anxiety within Clark. How so? She continued. You seem to exude a peculiar charm. Despite your myriad talents, you often go unnoticed, relegated to the background of campus life. Tall and handsome, with remarkable athletic prowess and scholarly excellence, the virtues of Clark are innumerable. Yet he remains an inconspicuous figure at Smallville High. Speaking of excellence, I believe your cousin, Lois Lane, is the epitome of true merit. Why have you never mentioned that she is your cousin? Clark, uncertain whether this ability was innate or newly acquired, adjusted his sunglasses to divert the conversation while also posing a question he had long wished to ask. You know, having a relative who outshines you among your peers is not always advantageous. Chloe paused in her makeup application, responding with a hint of resignation. Clark fell into silence, as he too could relate to this sentiment. When might I have the honor of meeting your cousin? He mused, his gaze drifting into the realm of memories. Her prose exudes a spirit that dares to confront ferocious tigers, with a pen that is both incisive and precise. Reading Louise Lane's articles feels akin to witnessing a vigorous and exhilarating battle dance. During this period, he found himself blinded, enveloped in darkness. Yet he seized the opportunity to engage in activities he rarely pursued before, such as reading. His worldview expanded tremendously through newspapers and news. Particularly drawn to Louise Lane's reporting style, which fearlessly exposes darkness and corruption. Snap! She was busy. Had he ever achieved great military feats? Did he possess a vast fortune? Or was he a well-known celebrity? If not, she likely had no time for him. With a swift closure of her makeup case, Chloe slapped her forehead, retracting her earlier assessment. Clark was not without his flaws. His lack of understanding of girls made it challenging for him to be a popular figure on campus. How could he praise one girl while being entranced by another in her presence? Yet, her articles also featured interviews with children from war-torn countries, residents of chaotic neighborhoods, and victims of large corporations polluting the environment. Clark remained oblivious, convinced that his previous thoughts could not encapsulate the entirety of the newsworthy, dynamic female journalist's reporting. It was precisely through reading her news that he became aware of the multitude of people suffering dire circumstances, prompting his resolve to take action. For instance, he envisioned the appearance of a blue hood in the metropolis. Aside from needing to slightly alter his image, recalling his brother's remark that his disguise resembled that of a bank robber. Clark, what? Clark felt a surge of anxiety. Unsure why his friend had suddenly shouted, the urgency in her breath and heartbeat suggesting she was upset. Losing his sight had indeed introduced some complications to his life. Although his eyes could still emit heat vision, he could no longer read subtle cues in others' expressions in a timely manner. Do you have any objections to my arrangement for us to interview a Vietnam War veteran today? Do you find it too mundane? No, certainly not. Clark waved his hand dismissively. Excellent, Chloe said, suppressing her irritation as she thrust the notebook intended for the interview into Clark's arms. Now, let us proceed. Bang. Stay still. Behave. A female officer had already been captured, rendered unconscious by a group of robbers donned in ludicrous animal masks on the rooftop of the courthouse. The audacity of the kidnapping was astonishing. Abducting a police officer, serving as a witness on the courthouse roof, the gang's leader remained untroubled, calmly conversing with their boss on the phone. Beside them sat a prearranged helicopter. Aside from her, you possess no other incriminating evidence against you, sir. Very well, Angeli. I have an important meeting at 1 o'clock. Wrap this up quickly and get her on that helicopter for a swift departure. The voice on the other end belonged to an elderly man with white hair, exuding the aura of a successful business elite, his eyes glinting coldly. Understood, sir. Release that lady. A sudden voice resonated through the air. A group of heavily armed robbers, clad in bulletproof vests, swiftly turned their heads, initially believing it to be the pursuing police officers who had discovered their ruse atop the rooftop. Instead, they were met with the sight of a tall young man dressed in a blue t-shirt. This figure, resembling a Greek statue, stood confidently under the radiant sunlight, his posture designed to evoke a sense of security, albeit somewhat awkwardly. A flowing red cape billowed behind him. Where did you escape from, you circus clown? Mocked the leader, donned in a monkey mask, momentarily taken aback by the young man's lack of weaponry. He aimed his gun at him, eliciting laughter from the other robbers. Today, I am in a generous mood. I shall grant you a chance. 3 seconds to remove yourself from my sight. Or else. The anticipated response did not materialize, and the monkey-masked leader's expression darkened. Fire. Turn him into Swiss cheese. Hot, 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 hot. The deafening gunfire erupted. The figure, bathed in sunlight, appeared to possess a body forged from steel. The bullets ricocheted off him, failing even to pierce his clothing. The sounds reverberated against the walls and floor, crafting a vivid image in Clark's mind as he flashed a radiant smile towards the robbers. Gentlemen, I have a splendid proposal. Let us cease wasting ammunition and surrender your weapons. This way, I can spare you from harm. The masked robbers, momentarily stunned, rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they were witnessing a mirage. How could bullets, which left craters in the concrete, fail to penetrate fabric? What is this? Am I hallucinating? Are we witnessing a ghost in broad daylight? Silence. You freak. Let us see how you handle this. The monkey-masked leader retorted angrily, forcing himself to maintain composure as he hefted an RPG and aimed it at the monstrous figure. Whoosh! The rocket propelled with a trail of white smoke towards Clark. Reacting swiftly, Clark dodged with agility, disregarding the scorching heat of the missile. The rocket, akin to a bird ensnared, spewed fuel from its tail, yet could not escape its trajectory. With a nearby office building within the missile's range, Clark redirected its course, sending it soaring into the sky. To prevent it from plummeting back down and injuring civilians upon loss of propulsion, Clark unleashed his heat vision, igniting the rocket mid-flight. He then turned his gaze back to the band of robbers. "A monster!" exclaimed one as they witnessed the spectacle of laser beams emanating from Clark's eyes. The robbers, stricken with fear, fled in disarray. In a flash, Clark subdued several of them, rescuing an unconscious female officer. He procured ropes to bind the captured robbers and ensure the officer was unharmed. He exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. Embracing the role of a concealed vigilante to combat crime and utilizing his strength to aid those in need felt remarkably fulfilling. He turned to gaze at the rising sun. Clark's eyes, resolute, leapt towards the horizon. He sensed the call for assistance from others. Click! A shudder echoed from the streets below. Instinctively, he glanced in the direction of the sound, but his vision had succumbed to darkness. He could discern 2 figures standing together. One, a male, exhibited a robust heartbeat and diaphragmatic breathing, while the other, a female, possessed a slightly slower pulse. This woman appeared quite tall, judging by the rhythm of her breath. She must stand at least 7 meters. Like a bird deftly soaring between buildings, Clark hastened into the distance. What is this? Loi. In the office of the Daily Planet, Editor-in-Chief Perry White, a middle-aged man with graying temples, paused as he set down his coffee cup, momentarily transfixed by a photograph in his hand. A silhouette traversed the space between high-rises, casting a grand shadow in the golden sunlight, the red cape billowing behind. My discovery and the subsequent follow-up report. At the desk, a chic urban woman, exuding beauty, confidence, and poise, with an incisive reporter's sharpness etched in her brow, was none other than the renowned journalist Lois Lane, who had garnered multiple rookie awards within her few years in the industry. No matter where you acquired your insider information, there's little to unearth here. It's merely a photoshopped image. Setting the photograph down, Editor White shook his head at the serious-faced female journalist. This image was captured by Jimmy. I was present at the time. Well, perhaps it's just a reckless youth seeking thrills, leaping between skyscrapers with the aid of springboard. This should concern the community police, not you, my esteemed reporter. Give me something sensational. After glancing at the photograph once more and setting it down, White felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Lois Lane's submissions had consistently elevated their weekly sales of the Daily Planet. This was not the first instance. Perry, Lois folded her arms, shaking her head. There have been multiple sightings of a mysterious superhuman in the Midwest of Kansas. I have resolved to pursue this as my forthcoming investigative piece. Those are merely unsubstantiated rumors. Editor White wished to remind Lois that the essence of journalism lies in truth, and that reports ought not to be based on baseless speculation. Now, I have evidence. She produced a stack of photographs, placing them on the desk. Traces of gunfire, spent shells, and fragments of rockets cascading from the sky. According to multiple eyewitnesses, this individual, standing atop the courthouse, confronted several armed assailants, thwarting a potential kidnapping and even murder. With a physique as robust as steel, he effortlessly leaped several stories high. moving with the swiftness of the wind, a formidable superhuman navigating the metropolis to combat crime, astonishingly without a mask. Gazing upon the partial profile in the initial photograph, excitement flickered in Louise's eyes. Her journalistic instincts hinted at a monumental story, one that would swiftly circulate throughout the city, catapulting this individual to fame. She would soon track down this super vigilante to secure an exclusive report. As the melodious strains of music resonated within the ancient halls of Paradise Island, David sat, chin resting on his hand, observing with keen interest the spectacle unfolding below and in the plaza outside, originally meant for military parades. A cohort of valiant Amazonian warriors donned ballet tutus, striving to stretch their bodies gracefully, attempting to perform swan-like movements as projected on the oversized screen. Though these swans, accustomed to wielding blades and bows, appeared rather clumsy, David seemed oblivious to the piercing glares directed at him, instead perceiving emotions cascading like a waterfall. Upon David and Diana's return to Paradise Island, Hippolyta sensed an ominous foreboding. When Diana recounted witnessing David slay the god of war, Ares, shock and uproar swept through the Amazonian clan. Could it be true, princess? Among the swans clad in white tutus, a striking figure stood out like a crane among chickens, Diana, the chosen lead dancer by David, the newly appointed Amazonian king. With a pained expression, Diana donned the embarrassing attire, striving to execute unfamiliar, graceful movements, her eyes reflecting a sense of resignation. Since her return to Paradise Island, she had endured countless inquiries regarding this matter, and yet another clanswoman approached her under the pretext of practicing dance. Is it true? Diana could only respond affirmatively, casting her gaze towards the throne where the man who had achieved the unimaginable challenge sat. The Amazonian clan, particularly her mother Hippolyta, doubted that a mere mortal could slay a deity, scrutinizing David with skepticism, even suggesting the use of the lasso of truth to ascertain if her daughter was under duress. Yet the outcome astonished everyone. Diana's claims were indeed true. Would the Amazonian lineage, with its millennia of heritage, choose to renege on their word and be erased from existence? Or would they uphold their promise and recognize him as their king? As David ascended the throne, his gaze deep and commanding, he surveyed the assembly, presenting the Amazonian clan with their ultimate choice. In the face of David's profound and regal scrutiny, the Amazons opted to honor their vow, kneeling in submission, acknowledging him as their new monarch. The Amazonian tribe is known for its unwavering honesty and fidelity. Hippolyta and her companions embody this principle, and despite their reluctance, they bow their heads to the new king in astonishment. For millennia, the Paradise Island of Women has now welcomed a man, and he is the king of the Amazons. I am aware that even after achieving feats surpassing those of Heracles, you remain unwilling to submit to me. From the throne, David chuckled. You, who have nearly become enslaved, have always yearned for freedom. A pensive expression crossed his face. As he delivered his coronation speech, a glimmer of hope appeared in the eyes of the Amazons, as they believed David might set a time limit on his reign or offer them a glimmer of hope, such as allowing them to leave the Paradise Island if a strong warrior among them could defeat him. However, David's next words revealed a sinister smile. But it matters not. After all, I have no use for your hearts. All I require is for your bodies to obey my commands. The Amazonian tribe nearly fainted with fury, casting suspicious glares, suspecting his words were deliberate. I hereby issue my first decree as your king. Starting today, you shall begin practicing dance. Each of you Amazons is tall and graceful, with long legs. It would be a shame not to utilize them for dancing. David proclaimed from his throne with the demeanor of a foolish ruler. Dance? When the Amazons heard this absurdity, they doubted their own ears and voiced their opposition. They, as natural warriors, surpass even the fiercest beasts. A child of 7 or 8 could wrestle with lions and tigers, and upon maturity, could tear steel apart with bare hands. Their fierce spirit has always shunned deceit. Yet now, David commanded them to abandon bows and swords and instead devote themselves to dancing. I protest. The formidable physiques bestowed upon us by the gods are not meant for the amusement of courtiers. At that moment, Diana, too, was taken aback. Dance? She never anticipated that David's first command would be such a thing. Not just her, but Hippolyta and General Antiope were equally astonished. A man who had struggled to defeat them and conquered Paradise Island through the slaying of deities issuing a first command that required the Amazons to dance. "It seems you Amazons do not adhere to the promises you profess," David mused, observing the rising discontent among the people. "Who said that? The truth remains. I have neither enacted the tyrannical law of prima nocta, like the Roman despot Caligula, nor have I incited you to wage war like Ares, risking life and limb to conquer the world for me. My first royal decree merely requests that you learn to dance, and you do not comply. Your character is called into question." The Amazons, amidst their anger, also felt a twinge of uncertainty, realizing that their treatment of the new king might indeed be excessive. They profess allegiance to him, yet immediately defy even the simplest of his commands. If David were to unleash a massacre upon them, or treat them as mere slaves, committing acts that would incite public outrage, they might defy the royal decree and even seek to overthrow him. Such actions, though regrettable, could be deemed justifiable. However, if it were merely to compel them to dance, our king, having conquered the Amazon tribe created by the gods, would it be solely for the purpose of their performance? Hippolyta could not comprehend this, her expression hardening. The absurdity of the situation compelled her to suspect ulterior motives at play. Otherwise, what could it mean? In response to her doubts, David countered, "I have triumphed over the Amazon tribe and engaged in a fierce battle with the god of war, slaying him to ascend as king. Am I not entitled to enjoy the fruits of my victory?" While this reasoning seemed plausible, an unsettling sensation lingered, reminiscent of conquering Rome only to demand raisins in tribute. The notion of practicing dance like court performers to please the new king was met with fierce resistance from the inherently warrior-like Amazons, who found it nearly shameful. Yet, it had not reached a point where they would rather die than comply. Reluctantly, they began to obey the king's command, distancing themselves from their stallions and bows. Donning the uncomfortable white, gauzy skirts, stockings, and ballet shoes, stumbling as they commenced their dance practice. David had meticulously arranged all the essentials for learning and performing the dance on his journey back. Not bad. At this moment, as the rhythmic music concluded once more, David nodded and applauded. Perhaps in a few years, they might just manage to perform adequately. Within the palace, the Amazon warriors moved awkwardly. Their once graceful and melancholic ballet, reminiscent of Swan Lake, now veering into a tense and rapid war dance. The same was true in the courtyard outside. One could almost envision the swans they portrayed, effortlessly slaying lions with their beaks. The onlookers, incensed by these observations, flushed with anger and embarrassment, harboring deep resentment toward David. "Except for you, Diana, you are somewhat tolerable," David remarked, pointing to her with candid appraisal. Diana's speed in learning the dance was remarkable, unlike the Amazons, who seemed inherently disconnected from the art. Her attitude was earnest, diligently adhering to his royal decree, and within her movements, an air of elegance and haughty grace began to emerge, reminiscent of Swan. Zeus must acknowledge the superiority of his lineage, having sired many beautiful and wise descendants. He mused, receiving public praise and feeling the weight of the gazes upon her. Diana's smile was bittersweet. She felt no joy. At that moment, she even wished for David to reveal some ambition or sinister plot that the Amazons could not tolerate, so that she might escape her current existence. David was acutely aware that compelling the Amazons to dance, especially ballet, was akin to a death sentence for them. Yet, this was precisely his desire. The Amazonian tribe now harbors deep-seated grievances. Had their gaze the power to slay, their new king would have long been impaled upon his throne. Yet, such trivial matters pale in comparison to the tyrannical excesses, brutalities, and inhumanities that characterize their ruler's reign. The Amazons possess no justification for rebellion, let alone insurrection, and must continue to submit to his will. Over the course of the following month, the dance skills of the Amazonian tribe stagnated, remaining in a lamentable state. David found himself questioning whether the gods, led by Zeus, had truly endowed this race with martial prowess while neglecting their talents in other domains. In stark contrast, his progress in template fusion was astonishingly swift. Diana, adorned in a flowing white gown reminiscent of ancient Rome, sat serenely nearby, her lap cradling an ancient golden harp. She resembled a nymph, serving the deities of Olympus. Her delicate fingers plucked the strings, producing melodies as sweet as the tinkling of a brook, which resonated throughout the hall. Within the palace, David reclined contentedly upon his throne, eyes closed, tapping his fingers to the rhythm of the music. "Are you particularly joyous today?" Diana inquired hesitantly, her harp's music unbroken. During this period of David's ascension to the Amazonian throne, there had been little enjoyment. To her, each day felt monotonous, merely observing the Amazons dance, and, more recently, playing the harp without understanding the joy in it. Especially today, devoid of any special significance. Why did he appear so elated? Is that not permissible? David retorted, keeping his eyes shut. Indeed, he had reason for his joy, though he would not share it with Diana. The fusion of the Black Emperor template had surpassed 90%. Should he engage Ares in battle now, he would hardly expend any effort. He would not need to endure a prolonged fight to accumulate divine power for a decisive strike. He could swiftly vanquish that progeny of the Heavenly Father. What might the next template be? This journey to Paradise Island had not been in vain. A smile graced David's lips as he indulged in his thoughts. Primarily, he felt validated in his decision to conquer the Amazonian tribe. With their continuous supply of emotional points, his template fusion progressed at a breakneck speed, akin to switching from a bicycle to a motorcycle. He recalled that this planet also housed another ancient and significantly larger extraordinary race. David's eyes narrowed slightly. As a descendant of the Heavenly Father, Diana surpassed ordinary beings in every regard within a month. Her dancing had reached a level that even the most discerning choreographer could find no fault. Thus, David directed her to begin learning the harp. While he endured the almost torturous monotony of watching the Amazons, devoid of any talents beyond combat, dance. As Diana played the harp, she gazed at the figure upon the throne with a complex expression. Upon returning to Paradise Island, she could not suppress her curiosity regarding her past and inquired of her mother why Ares had known of her existence long before, referring to her as a weapon left by Zeus to confront him. Why was she the daughter of Zeus? A truth her mother had never disclosed. Reluctantly, Hippolyta revealed the long-hidden story. The gods had been slain by Ares and were compelled to abandon this world, leaving only Diana, who was still in her womb. Zeus had chosen Diana as the one destined to vanquish Ares, bestowing upon her a series of divine artifacts that no other offspring possessed. Yet, Hippolyta doubted her daughter's ability to triumph over Ares, the slayer of the gods of Olympus. What does it matter that you are the daughter of the Father of the heavens? Ares is the progeny of the king and queen of the gods, wielding one of the mightiest divine positions. A bitter expression graced Hippolyta's face as she spoke of this. Thus, for all these years, she had been reluctant to share this truth with her daughter. Had it not been for David's arrival, she might have waited until Ares sought out Paradise Island out of necessity to reveal it. "Thank you," Diana murmured softly as she plucked at her harp. David, taken aback by her sudden statement, turned in confusion, asking, "What do you thank me for?" "To slay Ares, so that he can no longer incite war and endanger others, should have been my mission," she reflected, gazing into the distance, recalling her battle with Ares. From a young age, Diana aspired to embody the fearless heroes of Greek mythology, though she did not regard death with disdain. In retrospect, she pondered the potential outcome had David not intervened in that battle. Even without that infernal demon, it was highly probable she would not have been Ares' equal. "Without you, I might have been deceived into relinquishing the sword of the god of fire, losing my only weapon that could threaten him. An uncertain fate indeed." Diana leaned towards the belief that had she been duped and lost the God-Slayer, she would have most likely fallen at the hands of that malevolent half-brother. "Do not underestimate your potential. Perhaps you could have slain Ares even without me," David remarked casually. Diana still possessed untapped bloodline potential. As a child of Zeus, she should not be limited to merely a formidable physique. Although in the original tale, Diana was destined to unleash divine power and defeat Ares, the fateful pilot who perished before her eyes was now lost to her. Diana gently shook her head, disagreeing with this notion, while David silently contemplated. There was no rush. Atlantis was at the bottom of the sea and could not escape. However, having been away from home for nearly a month, he felt it was time to return and see how his parents were faring. He wondered how his work as Clark's assistant was faring and, of course, he was curious about another matter. Had Clark met with Lois Lane and sparked a bit of chemistry? After all, it was well known across any realm that the son of Krypton and Lois Lane were nearly destined to be a pair. Let us celebrate the pleasant transaction we have reached. How about joining me for a drink at the Blue River restaurant? An elderly man with white hair, satisfied, tugged at his tie, and addressed the merchant with whom he had just finalized a substantial order. The short, Mediterranean merchant, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead, appeared pale and restless as he glanced at the several men in the room, who resembled more fearsome gangsters than mere bodyguards. His visage betrayed no hint of joy, and he swallowed hard. "No, esteemed Mr. Glenn Morgan, I have always abstained from alcohol." At that moment, he yearned to leave, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of a man regarded as a philanthropic magnate by the outside world, a man who had been bestowed the title of Mr. Metropolis by the government. The piercing gazes of these men made him feel like a rabbit, poised to be torn apart by a lurking beast. "This is my invitation." The once jovial expression on Glenn Morgan's face darkened slightly. How dare someone spoil his mood, even if this person had just brought him a lucrative deal worth tens of millions of dollars? The cold-faced bodyguards took a subtle step forward, their demeanor menacing. The diminutive man trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear. Suddenly, a towering figure leaped from the upper floor, crashing through the window amidst a shower of shattered glass, entering the room with an unstoppable force. "Who are you?" "Damn, this is the 29th floor." As glass fragments flew, the bodyguards fell into disarray, recalling the tales reported by the Daily Planet. Superman? Could the news from the Daily Planet be true? The red cape, the blue t-shirt. The symbol on his chest caused the crowd to shift, revealing a flicker of alarm. The legendary figure, faster than a train, capable of leaping higher than a bird, impervious to bullets, the Metropolis vigilante. Superman? Observing the startled exclamations, Clark's face briefly reflected a peculiar expression. He recognized this as the moniker bestowed upon him by Lois Lane. His true identity had yet to be revealed to that formidable journalist. However, another identity had indeed intersected with his own, evoking a curious sensation within him. Chapter 99. The Disappearance of Superman's Weakness. Part 2. Beep beep beep. The glaring red and blue police lights flashed, accompanied by the shrill wail of sirens, as a battalion of armed riot police arrived on the scene in less than 2 minutes, 3 blocks away. "Hurry guys, that fellow is up there. He has taken down the others and is holding Mr. Glenn Morgan hostage. Why aren't we leaving? Is he waiting for us? Is he trying to provoke the police?" The leading sheriff, flanked by a squad of tactical officers, hastily ascended the stairs, his expression gravely dark. "Gentlemen, be aware that the person being held hostage is none other than Mr. Metropolis. We must exercise utmost caution, as a single word from him could cost us our jobs." Upon reaching the floor where the incident had occurred, several gangsters lay sprawled on the ground, some thrown from the room as if they had crashed through the door, while others had been flung into the chandelier. Several individuals were locked together by a broken window railing, a scene both chaotic and absurd. "Help! That guy is right inside." A thug, perceiving a glimmer of hope, trembled as he pointed toward the inner room. The sheriff, confronted with the violent aftermath, wore a grim expression as he gestured for tactical maneuvers. His team stealthily approached from either side of the door, ascending to the 29th floor. He moved with the speed of the wind, carelessly tossing us aside, even emitting lasers from his eyes. Upon encountering the police, whom they typically loathed, some were paralyzed with fright, unable to contain their terror as they shouted, "Be cautious. We are facing something unprecedented." With that, the sheriff boldly entered the room, gun drawn, flanked by his squad, who brandished submachine guns, exhibiting their well-honed tactical skills. "Don't move. Release the hostage and surrender immediately. Step away from where you stand." The cool night breeze rushed through the window, lifting the curtains on either side. The young figure clad in a blue t-shirt stood confidently at the edge of the balcony, effortlessly hoisting a terrified individual by the waistband as if lifting a feather. "Mr. Glenn Morgan? Save me, please." The car below appeared as an inconspicuous box, and Glenn Morgan's face turned pale as he gazed down at the dizzying height. From a petty mobster to the notorious crime lord, and now a renowned philanthropist in the city, he had faced countless adversaries and survived numerous shootouts. Yet, this time was different. This man was not human, impervious to bullets. "Put him down, you madman." The crowd was stunned, whether by the sight of someone casually standing on a precarious balcony railing or by the ease with which one could lift another. "Of course, officer. I will release him shortly," Clark replied, maintaining his smile despite the unseen weapons aimed at him. "Provided he confesses to the crimes he has committed and receives the punishment he deserves. There should be no distinction before the law, should there?" With a flick of his arm, he frightened Glenn Morgan nearly to the brink of a heart attack. Yet Morgan did not confess, instead screaming in desperation, "Someone protect me. He is a monster. Put Mr. Glenn Morgan down, or we will open fire." The young man was urged. "Think of your family." The SWAT team pointed their weapons with fury, still unwilling to speak. A harsh shout echoed in his ears, and a cold expression crossed Clark's face. Recently, a group of criminals had audaciously rescued a female officer, and someone had even dared to use a helicopter to abduct her from the courthouse rooftop. A level of audacity that left one astounded. He had pursued the investigation relentlessly and, after days of surveillance, discovered that the mastermind behind it all was none other than the infamous philanthropist Glenn Morgan. "You once had the opportunity, Glenn Morgan." Clark, utterly indifferent, flung him backward. Glenn Morgan soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, screaming as he plummeted toward the unforgiving asphalt below. "You madman!" The sheriff's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had truly done it. Was it not said that Superman had never dealt harshly with any robber in the month since his emergence? The rush of wind deafened Glenn Morgan, his heart racing beyond 200 beats per minute, terror coursing through him. In a mere second or two of rapid descent, he could see himself about to smash into the hard road, becoming a grotesque blossom accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. With a whoosh, his panic-stricken face contorted, eyes tightly shut, mere centimeters from the ground. A powerful steel arm grasped his clothing, the nearly 200-pound weight of his body, plummeting from such a height, dissipated in an instant, failing to even jostle that arm. "How was that roller coaster ride?" "Sir, if you enjoyed it, I can continue indefinitely." With lightning speed, Clark had already leaped to the ground, effortlessly holding him aloft as if he were a mere chick, his tone calm and collected, akin to an amusement park attendant suggesting another go on their flagship attraction. "Enough, I said. I've said it all." Having circled around death, Glenn Morgan's lips turned pale, barely able to suppress the urge to urinate, clutching his head and screaming in a frenzy. Bang! Clark threw him to the ground, compelling him to confess one crime after another. "I was once one of the most notorious gang leaders in Metropolis. I have personally gunned down dozens. I bribed the city officials. I deceived everyone." Kneeling on the ground, the once magnificent Mr. Metropolis trembled, divulging his blood-stained sins. Clark nodded subtly. He would never have acted this way before. Such intimidation bordered on torture. However, he had gleaned some lessons from his brother, realizing that reasoning with certain individuals was futile. Click, click, click. Like sharks sensing blood, the journalist pulled back from the police cordon, relentlessly snapping photos of Clark, the flashes illuminating the scene. Several cameras had been trained on him long before his arrival. "You understand the rules, Metropolis. Treat the citizens of this city well, or I shall come for you." In the background, a trembling Glenn Morgan stood, while Clark faced the camera, pointing a finger, his voice laced with ire. Glenn Morgan had transformed from a gang leader to a philanthropic tycoon, awarded the title of Mr. Metropolis, a figure who should serve as a paragon for the entire city's citizens. The decay revealed within this transformation was chilling. He did not wish to see the city he had grown up in descend into darkness, becoming a mere stone's throw from Gotham. After speaking, Clark, under the excited gaze of the citizens, straightened up and leaped several meters high, his flowing red cape trailing behind him as he vanished into the night sky. Not far away, a high-definition camera mounted on a helicopter captured the entire event from beginning to end. With multiple cameras trained on him, Clark assumed it was merely the broadcast of a television station. Indeed, it was, but that station belonged to the illustrious Luthor Group of Metropolis. As the clock approached 7 or 8 o'clock, when Clark returned home from Metropolis, he had not yet entered the door. His hand touched the doorknob when he heard a familiar, strong heartbeat, and his eyes brightened. "David, you finally decided to come back." Pushing the door open, he feigned indifference as his brother, who had been traveling for a month, stepped inside. David turned his head, raising an eyebrow while chatting with their parents about his trip to an island that felt like paradise. "It seems you have adapted well to life as a reporter's assistant," he remarked. Clark, clad in a suit, bore a hint of maturity after a month's absence, his handsome features complemented by a pair of glasses that hinted at a story waiting to be uncovered. Just as they were about to speak again, Clark was interrupted. "I've been waiting for you for so long, Clark. Let's wash our hands. Dinner is ready." The dining table was already set with a sumptuous meal. Jonathan embraced both of his sons, one on each side, his face glowing with the joy of a man slightly intoxicated, tinged with nostalgia and excitement. Martha wore a gentle smile as she arranged the dishes and utensils, her gaze shifting between her husband and their two sons. In the past, when a family was always together, they took it for granted. Now, with the eldest son engaging with the world outside and the youngest traveling, the home felt suddenly empty, leaving the couple somewhat unaccustomed. However, reflecting on it, they realized it was an inevitable phase. Both sons would eventually enter society and pursue their own careers, evoking a sense of melancholy and a deeper appreciation for their current life. Having been away for a month, despite constant phone calls, nothing could truly alleviate the longing to see family. David had suggested taking a few days off and trusting Diana to oversee the practice of her kin's dance. Diana seemed to believe that since David had accomplished the impossible challenge, he deserved to be honored as king, and thus should be treated with the requisite respect, without any diminishment. Otherwise, he could not truly be regarded as the Amazonian king. In response to David's commands, from dance practice to harp rehearsals, she executed her duties admirably. After leaving the island of paradise, her emotions appeared to remain untainted by favoritism. Following a warm family dinner, which rekindled a sense of warmth and comfort not felt in a long time, David stood on the second floor of the attic, gazing at the night sky, pondering. As a princess of the Amazon tribe, Diana commanded a considerable authority among her people. Creaking like an old wooden staircase, Clark ascended as any ordinary person would. The astronomical telescope is gone, David remarked, glancing back. In the past, the very spot where he now stood was occupied by Clark's astronomical telescope, which he had used to surreptitiously observe Lana. With Lana gone, he found himself in his current predicament. Clark shook his head. That telescope had lost all significance for him. "Is your vision still impaired?" David inquired, a subtle frown creasing his brow. A month had passed, and under the sun's daily embrace, with Clark's Kryptonian resilience, he should have long since recovered from mere blindness. It was not merely an injury to the eyeball. Could it be a curse? Or perhaps magic? There were no signs of improvement. It seemed he might remain this way indefinitely. Clark fell silent, pondering whether David might possess a solution to this dilemma. David raised an eyebrow, detecting an unmistakable air of calmness in Clark's tone. "Have you been following my advice to occasionally expose your eyes to the sunlight?" His voice was laced with skepticism. Clark, whose countenance bore an unnatural pallor, subtly turned his head away from his brother, gazing into the night sky as if he could perceive something. For an ordinary person, losing one's sight and plunging into darkness is an excruciating ordeal. Yet for Clark, the troubles it brought were not as profound. However, David sensed that there was another reason for Clark's apparent indifference, and that was guilt. The price extracted by the wish stone often involved something deeply cherished, and for some time now, Clark must have been consumed by guilt and trepidation. His casual wish had likely brought immense misfortune upon their family. David's intuition proved correct. The blindness he faced was a form of punishment, which oddly provided Clark with a measure of solace, dulling his guilt while simultaneously serving as a constant reminder to think twice before acting. Even though that incident was not his fault, one must look forward and not be haunted by the past. That is the essence of life, David spoke slowly. Do not presume that your robust physique, stronger than steel, renders your blindness insignificant. You are currently treading a perilous edge. Did you catch wind of my recent news? Clark detected a hint of implication in his brother's tone. No, I caught a whiff of the smoke clinging to you. Just recently, you were shot at by several individuals. The bullets powerful enough to fell an Asian elephant. David leaned against the railing, hands in pockets, casting a glance at him. As he rushed home to reunite with his beloved parents, he had little time to pay attention to the news of Metropolis. Becoming Superman, embodying the sun of tomorrow, was indeed the destined trajectory of Clark's life, a conclusion easily drawn. You are ever so perceptive, Clark remarked, catching a faint scent on his attire, remnants of his recent change of clothes. He had believed he had concealed his identity flawlessly, yet now he was hailed as a hero by many within the city. While as an older brother, he felt he had faltered before David, and he shook his head in mild frustration. However, regarding David's inquiry, Clark remained largely unconcerned. Though he was reluctant to revisit that matter, the meteor that constituted his weakness had vanished from this world, and the weapons of those who meant harm could not reach him. The absence of weakness? That may not be the case, David countered, shaking his head. It was precisely for this reason that he sought to caution Clark against recklessly relying on his steel physique and losing the vigilance he ought to maintain. What could this possibly mean? Clark was momentarily taken aback. In the penthouse office of LexCorp, Lex Luthor, bald and with his hands clasped before him, had half of his face shrouded in the shadows cast by the moonlight. He meticulously reviewed the ultra-high-speed footage before him, which, even if slowed down 1,000-fold, would not lose a single frame, his eyes flickering with intensity. Not long ago, he had awakened in his estate to find that he had lost a segment of his memory, along with the disappearance of the wish stone. It appeared that he had made a wish, granting him a mind endowed with extraordinary scientific prowess. That very night, however, Lex received devastating news. His astute and formidable father, Lionel Luthor, the commanding figure of the Luthor Corporation, who instilled fear in countless business rivals, had been involved in a car accident on his way home. By the time Lex rushed to the hospital, his father was gravely injured and had succumbed, leaving Lex with only a cold, lifeless body draped in a white sheet to bid farewell. Was this the price of my wish? Seated behind his desk, Lex, now devoid of the father who had always been too engrossed in business to concern himself with him, bore an expression of complex turmoil, with a hint of darkness in his gaze. Had it been the Lex of today, he would not have been the slightest bit affected by that old man's words. The great figures in the annals of history have never been swayed by the utterances of the mediocre. A ruthless ambition gleamed in his eyes. Some are born to be ruled, while others are destined to rule. The lion does not heed the lamentations of the lamb. I may not know if I shall become the most dangerous person on this planet, but I am determined to be the most powerful, with an air of arrogance. Lex pressed a button. Click. The video was paused, the ultra-high-definition image frozen in a single frame. From a towering building, a figure plummeted downwards. Yet a strong young hand grasped the fabric of his clothing, preventing the immense force of inertia from tearing it apart. This defied the laws of physics. What kind of material could withstand such force? Recalling one of the many doubts concerning this superhuman, Lex scoured through the computer as previous archives to confirm his suspicions. A remarkable ability? One that could shield his own clothing while extending outward to protect others? It seemed to be a peculiar force field. Furthermore, another exceptionally clear image was brought forth. A tall young man in a blue t-shirt exuded an overwhelming presence, pointing assertively at the camera while furiously admonishing and warning certain individuals. His impassioned expression was utterly genuine, and the gesture of his finger was powerful. Yet, upon zooming in on his striking blue eyes, they appeared somewhat large and devoid of depth, coupled with previous footage captured by various cameras. It was apparent that if his parents had taught him anything, it was that addressing others without facing them directly is hardly polite. There must undoubtedly be something amiss with his eyes. Possessing extraordinary abilities beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals, he roams this city, rescuing lives and combating crime. Believing himself to be a hero, with his fingers interlaced beneath his chin, Luthor gazes pensively at the screen, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. A plan to capture a beast dubbed Superman swiftly takes shape within his cunning and malevolent mind. Whether you're a product of a meteorite or something else will soon be revealed. The meteorite that fell upon the small town of Smallville ushered in a series of peculiar occurrences. Upon losing the wish stone and realizing he had unknowingly made a wish, he sought to continue his previous investigations into the meteorite of that town, only to find that it had vanished entirely. Moreover, meteorite specimens collected from the town and studied worldwide inexplicably evaporated overnight. In the town, he lost both his memory and the wish stone, and shortly thereafter, someone used the wish stone to wish away the meteorite. Why? Did they wish to prevent the emergence of others like him? Luthor's gaze flickered. The meteorite may have disappeared, yet those affected by it remained. He established a biological laboratory under the pretense of aiding in their treatment, conducting research on the genetically altered beings born from the meteorite. Yet, none possessed strength as formidable as this one. More powerful than a locomotive, swifter than sound, and impervious to harm. An unparalleled specimen. It seemed that the meteorite had elicited the most intense reaction within him. Another possibility occurred to him, recalling a piece of information he had unexpectedly acquired. Luthor leaned back slightly, his gaze deepening. Over a decade ago, when the meteor shower graced that inconspicuous town on Earth, a hapless soul was piloting an agricultural aircraft, spraying pesticides in his employer's fields. When the meteor shower arrived, he was so terrified that he hastily ascended to avoid the impending doom. And in that moment of near death, he glimpsed something else at the heart of the meteor shower. It was a spaceship. They all claimed I nearly perished in the meteor shower and went mad, resulting in the revocation of my pilot's license. Yet I did not. I am convinced that at the center of the meteor shower, there was indeed a spacecraft, albeit one so tiny it seemed only capable of accommodating an infant. Who says extraterrestrial beings must be the same size as us? Why couldn't it be an infant? When Luther instructed his team to investigate all matters concerning the meteorite, he unexpectedly found that unfortunate individual. Recalling the grievous past that had befallen him, the man, reeking of alcohol, animatedly gestured with a bottle in hand as he spoke. In this world, there exists magic genetic mutations. Why can there not be aliens? Luther assembled a prestigious team of experts from various fields, including but not limited to medicine, psychology, interrogation, and hypnosis, solely to ascertain the truth about a man now residing in a dilapidated, drafty house, perpetually intoxicated and impoverished. Their conclusion was that there was over a 98% probability that he was not lying. Regardless of whether it is to unravel the mysteries of meteorites or to investigate the possibility of extraterrestrial beings having fallen to Earth over a decade ago, he is determined to seize this individual. Luther fixated on the silhouette cloaked in red on the screen, akin to a hunter observing his rifle as he notes the intruder trespassing upon his estate. Within a jar affixed to the wall rests a suit of advanced green steel armor equipped with various high-tech enhancements. This is the culmination of his formidable intellect, a gift bestowed upon him, which he has diligently honed over time. However, this is a measure of last resort. When have those in power ever deigned to engage in a brawl with a ferocious beast? Luther dialed a number. His scheme necessitated assistance, as well as a figure to shield him from the forefront. The contact was labeled Sam Ryan, with the accompanying titles of General and Congressman. General Ryan, I have heard that the military has been endeavoring to track down a particular living specimen lately. Perhaps I could be of service. He remarked with a slight smirk, his words modest yet laced with an air of assured confidence, as though the other party were already his quarry. What do you mean? David inquired, expressing concern that even without the meteorite, vulnerabilities still existed. Clark, slightly flustered, shared the sensation of weakness that he wished to avoid experiencing again. If at all possible, you can move with remarkable agility in an extremely brief time frame. It is due to your super hearing, is it not? Clark refrained from disclosing when he had acquired this ability, yet David surmised it from observing his brother's remarkable agility. He pondered whether Clark concealed this information with the intent to prevent him from taking lethal actions in secrecy. Indeed, Clark replied, nodding after a moment of silence. Yet, no matter how keen your hearing, it cannot substitute for sight. There will always be limitations to what your hearing can achieve. But brother, my hearing is so acute that I could eavesdrop on events occurring on the other side of the nation. My mind can effortlessly distinguish thousands of sounds in an instant. David raised a hand to halt Clark's words. He understood the formidable nature of Kryptonians, especially the potential of their offspring, better than Clark himself. Yet this did not obviate the frequent challenges Superman faced in comics, often teetering on the brink of peril. Even a fully functional Superman encountered such trials. How much more vulnerable would he be now, having become impaired and manifesting such evident weaknesses? Relying too heavily on his hearing could render him susceptible to targeted attacks, such as those employing sonic weaponry. David shook his head, speaking gently. Bathe in the sun more. It can do you no harm. Every advantage carries its drawbacks. Overly sensitive hearing can sometimes yield dire consequences, as evidenced by the numerous instances in comics where Superman has been attacked due to his auditory abilities. I will, Clark replied, opening his mouth in response to his brother's concern, though he remained unconvinced. He believed that as long as the meteorite was absent, there was little to fear. Aside from his super hearing, he possessed super speed. The speed of sound appeared sluggish before him. In an instant, he could effortlessly escape several kilometers away. He remained apprehensive about the meteorite, yet with his brother just returned home, Clark was reluctant to engage in this debate. What else could there be? Upon encountering David, who appeared somewhat hesitant, Clark pondered whether he possessed additional vulnerabilities. Superman had numerous weaknesses. For instance, exposure to red sunlight would strip him of his powers, though typically, he would not face a red sunlight weapon, especially since the inhabitants of this planet remained oblivious to the existence of Kryptonians. David intended to speak about the meteorite, pausing momentarily before posing a question. Do you believe that once a stone has been ground to dust, it can still be regarded as a stone? It likely could not. Faced with a sudden inquiry, Clark scratched his neck. Suddenly, he experienced an epiphany. Even his blinded eyes widened in realization. His formidable memory recalling events from over a month prior. He remembered losing control, wishing for the complete disappearance of all meteorites that rendered him weak. Could it be that he had articulated that desire with such precision? A grimace crossed Clark's face as he recalled that wish had nearly cost him something invaluable, incurring a significant price. Indeed, David slowly extracted a test tube from his pocket. The transparent glass container held a luminous green liquid. The meteorites may have vanished, yet something capable of restraining your powers remained. As Clark felt his physical strength rapidly drain, he staggered backward, grasping the railing. Meteorite? What have you brought out, David? Although the sensation was not as intense as before, the familiar feeling of weakness returned, accompanied by discomfort, leaving him utterly drained. This is a byproduct of the meteorite, David remarked, shaking the test tube. It seemed that Clark's strength had increased during his tenure as a hero. This was the product he had created after obtaining the formula for the meteorite solution that granted phasing abilities. After Clark wished for the meteorites to vanish, all of his meticulously collected specimens had disappeared, leaving only a few vials of this solution. Without question, the contents of this test tube could not be turned to stone, having been overlooked by the wish stone. Where did this come from? David shook it lightly before stowing it away, preventing Clark from enduring further discomfort. Like a vampire, no longer exposed to ultraviolet rays, he gasped for breath, gradually regaining some strength. That is unimportant. What truly matters is the arrival of this distinctly unusual batch of meteorites on Earth. Numerous laboratories have taken samples for research purposes. David had long been aware of this fact, yet for various reasons, he had not disclosed it to Clark. Now, observing the Kryptonian's apparent nonchalance, he revealed the test tube to make him aware of the situation. He did not wish to see a headline one day proclaiming the absurdity of Superman, the Man of Steel, being accidentally gunned down by robbers while thwarting a laboratory heist. The meteorites had ceased to exist, but the byproducts of their research might still linger. Although the likelihood of encountering them was slim, it was not zero. David, with a hint of seriousness, reminded them that the third chapter would be available at dawn, suggesting they could rest and resume reading in the morning. Chapter 102, Clark taken away. Having regained some strength, Clark's expression bore a hint of melancholy as he took a deep breath. His brother had not disclosed the full reason, but he could surmise some of it. Most likely, it was a means to render him helpless when he was overconfident, brandishing it as a reminder that would leave him in a state of disgrace, even less dignified than an octogenarian. Perhaps it was also a precaution against his temperament shifting dramatically, leaving a hidden card to control him. I will exercise caution. Regardless, Clark wished to dismiss the matter from his mind, having concealed his super hearing from his brother. Seeing him nod in acknowledgement, the likelihood of misfortune should be considerably diminished. David turned to descend the stairs, preparing for slumber. In his view, Clark possessed another significant vulnerability, one that even kryptonite could not compare to, though mentioning it would likely be futile. Returning to his long-neglected home, David resolved to rest for a few days. His recent endeavor near the North Sea, conquering Paradise Island and battling the god of war, Ares, had drained much of his energy. Particularly in the upcoming month, he would be urging the Amazons to practice dance, fostering a habit rather than enjoying a leisurely respite. Meanwhile, Clark had his own responsibilities to fulfill, whether as Chloe's assistant in her journalistic pursuits or as Superman. Reflecting on the title bestowed upon him by Chloe's esteemed cousin, Lois Lane, he was reminded of Lana. In Chloe's rented apartment, Clark leaned over a desk by the window, assisting in organizing the audio transcripts of interviews. As he gazed into the distance, a wistful memory surfaced. He recalled a moment of embarrassment before Lana, due to a meteorite necklace, where she had helped him retrieve his Nietzsche and questioned whether he was an ordinary man or a superhero. Little did he know, he had now become the latter. Clark did not shy away from this title. It seemed to hold a peculiar connection to his being. He pondered whether the rumored beautiful and gracious journalist merely regarded him as a superhuman or was influenced by Nietzsche's concept of the Übermensch. The Übermensch is the leader among humanity, a paragon of spiritual strength, someone who transcends their own limitations, embodying the yardstick of truth and morality, a creator of norms and values. He murmured softly, sensing the weighty responsibility that accompanied such a title. He questioned whether he could truly live up to the name of Superman, not to disappoint those who had conferred this title upon him and viewed him as their beacon of hope. Suddenly, Clark's ears perked up and his brow furrowed. On the other side of the city, in the prison, a voice echoed with fury. This city has betrayed me. Those wretched individuals dared to imprison their metropolis man. All because of my entanglements with the underworld, murder, drug trafficking, and bribery of officials. Can they not see the substantial wealth I have poured forth? Are they aware of the immense energy and resources I dedicate annually to philanthropy? Within the confines of the prison, Glenn Morgan no longer exudes his usual composure. His voice, now a low rasp, engages in conversation with the visitor on the other side, reminiscent of a venomous king cobra poised to strike, laden with bitterness and resentment. I intend to make this city acutely aware of the consequences of betraying me. I shall ensure they endure a suffering 100-fold more intense than my own. Is the plan ready, Olson? It is set to commence at 7 o'clock. Sir, the train will arrive punctually. Excellent. Upon my return, as dinner time approaches, I wish to savor my exquisite caviar while witnessing that news unfold. You understand, do you not? Certainly, sir. Olson, Glenn Morgan's most formidable assassin, nodded impassively. After concluding the visitation call, Olson departed the prison to initiate contact with his subordinates and set the plan in motion. Clark, alerted by Olson's conversation, grew increasingly alarmed until the chilling details of the deranged scheme compelled him to leap to his feet, his chair sliding violently backward, screeching against the floor. What is it, Clark? Chloe, having just returned from an interview and resting in the bedroom, sat up in confusion at the commotion. I have an urgent matter to attend to. A glance at his watch revealed it was already 6:50. Seizing his clothes, he hastily departed, offering no further explanation. An innocent life, perhaps that of a mere bystander, awaited his intervention. Time was of the essence. Only 10 minutes remained. Yet first, he needed to ascertain which city train had been rigged with an explosive device. Bang! As dusk settled over King's Station, a 16-car urban high-speed train, nearly a mile in length, had just departed. Clark, draped in a crimson cloak, descended like a tempest from the rooftops of distant skyscrapers, propelled by fury and urgency. Stones scattered as the ground fissured in a spiderweb of cracks, radiating outward. It was Superman. Passers-by, disinterestedly scrolling through their phones while awaiting the train, were taken aback, some even rendered speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment as their devices slipped from their hands and clattered to the ground. Evacuate this area. There is a bomb. Seek safety, Clark bellowed, disregarding the crowd, as he forcefully pried open the tightly secured safety doors. The steel barriers contorted under his immense strength as he plunged into the tunnel, swiftly pursuing the tracks. A bomb? Danger, Superman. The crowd, momentarily stunned, shouted as they observed him leap onto the tracks. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the red and blue figure vanished from their sight. The elongated steel train, its aerodynamic form brimming with technological sophistication, surged down the tracks at a staggering speed of 400 kilometers per hour, akin to a bullet careening down its path. Clark caught up with the subway. As the world around him seemed to slow down, he tore through the train's exterior and entered the carriage. Where is the bomb? Prior to arriving here, he had sought out the small-time mobster Olson, who, after experiencing the heights of the metropolis skyscrapers several times, succumbed to fear and finally revealed which train was their target. However, he did not know the precise location of the bomb. Attempting to contact the accomplice who had planted the bomb, he found the call persistently unanswered. Time was of the essence. With utmost caution, Clark utilized his force field to part the crowd aboard the high-speed train, searching beneath their seats for the bomb. But he was running out of time. Moreover, the bomb might not be hidden beneath any passenger's seat. It could be concealed elsewhere. The sound of the impending disaster was far slower than his current state. He strained his super hearing, but could discern nothing. The adversary's plan involved placing a sensor at the next platform, which would trigger the bomb the moment the city's high-speed train passed, resulting in the tragic loss of thousands of lives and inflicting pain upon the city. He could not locate the bomb, nor did he know where the sensor was. Clark exited the train, his body flashing like lightning to the next platform. He swallowed hard, standing several dozen meters from the edge, exuding a resolute determination as he turned to face the oncoming steel serpent, racing towards him at 400 kilometers per hour. Let it come to a halt before reaching the platform. It was because of him that Glenn Morgan's crimes were exposed, leading to imprisonment, prompting a desire for revenge against this city. Everything was due to him. Come on, no one shall be harmed. The sounds of rushing wind filled his ears as the subway approached at breakneck speed. His blind eyes were enveloped in darkness. He gritted his teeth, his body taut. It was not merely a colossal mass weighing hundreds of tons barreling towards him at 400 kilometers per hour. He had to safeguard the entire train with his extraordinary force field. Otherwise, if the train came to an abrupt stop, the unimaginable force would transmit through the carriages. The steel walls would crumple like paper, and in the chaos of derailment and collision, countless lives could be lost, and the bomb might very well detonate. It was coming too swiftly, leaving him no time for contemplation. Within 50 meters, the lengthy high-speed train surged forward like a bullet, carrying the weight of a tsunami. His heart raced like a drum, and Clark let out a low growl, propelling himself off the ground and extending his arms to embrace the impending calamity. Boom! In the next instant, a violent shockwave erupted, kicking up dust and rendering visibility nearly impossible. Meanwhile, at home, the aroma of dinner wafted through the air as his mother, Martha, busily prepared a simple meal of beef stew and potatoes. In the living room, David and his son sat on the sofa, watching television while waiting for Clark to return for dinner. Suddenly, after a moment of fluster, the news anchor on the television announced an urgent report. David and his father, Jonathan, were struck with alarm as an urgent news bulletin interrupted their moment. Just moments ago, Superman had leaped onto the King S platform, shouting a warning to those awaiting the City S high-speed train that there was a bomb present. He then pursued the AZ-187 high-speed train, halting it with an extraordinary force, but subsequently succumbed to exhaustion and fell unconscious. The live report continued amidst the host's astonished tone as the camera panned over the heavily armed soldiers securing the scene. A high-speed train, abruptly brought to a standstill, bore a severely deformed front, with wave-like distortions stretching from its steel nose, clearly illustrating the unimaginable force exerted upon it. Yet, in a bizarre twist defying the laws of physics, while the front of the train was mangled, the several hundred meters of the train behind remained unscathed on the tracks, and bewildered passengers disembarked in confusion. At the front, two deep footprints, embedded 10 inches into the ground, revealed the astonishing impact force that had been endured. A few individuals clad in protective gear were collecting samples near the footprints, seemingly gathering sweat. Strangely, a person who should have been present had vanished without a trace. The host's voice continued to emanate from the television, stating that regardless of whether a bomb was on the train, Superman had saved the lives of countless citizens in the past month. It was reported that the unconscious Superman had been airlifted by military helicopters, with hopes that the military would release him once the truth was uncovered. Suddenly, Clark? David exclaimed, rising abruptly from the sofa, his brow furrowed as he stared intently at the sealed-off scene on the screen. A little late, he mused, having added another 1,000 words. Chapter 103. Let me see what he is a beast was caged. On the large screen, Luthor stroked his chin with a bemused expression as he observed another room through surveillance. A young man, dressed in a blue t-shirt, lay unconscious, shackled to a specially designed electric chair by heavy chains that resembled solid steel spheres, leaving only his forearms, shins, and head exposed. On either side of his head, enormous sonic weapons were aimed at his ears, fully prepared for any unexpected occurrences should he awaken. Even so, the walls of the room were crafted from reinforced steel. An intense array of armed soldiers held their breath outside, as if the room contained some terrifying creature. You didn't tell me your plan was to knock him out with a high-speed train filled with passengers. The middle-aged general, his white hair resembling steel needles, stood upright like a soldier, emanating an aura of military toughness. His eyes were fixed on the screen, his tone grim. The prospect of harm befalling either this unique biological entity or the passengers did not sit well with him. No, he was not simply knocked unconscious. Luthor interjected, emphasizing his point with a pointed finger, his carefully crafted scheme reduced to mere simplicity in the general's words. He fainted from exhaustion. What is the difference? Sam Lane shot him a glare. General, if you desire Superman, I shall provide you with one. For this distinguished general, steeped in tradition and solely focused on training soldiers and waging war, Luthor felt no need for further explanation and merely shrugged. Just don't forget what you initially promised me. to share all research on the biological materials related to this Superman? Sam Lane frowned, recalling the public's moniker for this formidable being. Interestingly, it was his daughter who had named this entity, and he seemed unbothered by the title. Luther scoffed. Superman? Whether he is human remains to be seen. I have yet to hear of any human capable of inhaling a potent anesthetic gas strong enough to incapacitate thousands of Asian elephants, while merely experiencing a slight decrease in heart rate. Sam Lane cast a glance at the heart rate displayed on the screen and snorted disdainfully. If it were a human, even inhaling such copious amounts of oxygen would lead to oxygen toxicity. Let us procure a blood sample. I wish to ascertain what he truly is. A blood sample? Luther exclaimed in astonishment. The strength of his skin could likely withstand even a titanium drill. What do you intend to use to extract blood? Sam Lane shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent but appearing confident. Is it Clark? Has he been captured? Hearing the commotion, Martha rushed into the living room, her face paling as she covered her mouth in disbelief while watching the news broadcast. Superman is truly Clark. He has been taken? Jonathan's eyes widened in shock as he sat frozen on the sofa, subsequently overwhelmed with anxiety, unable to process the news. Mom, Dad, have you found out? Dana, her face darkened, stared at the television, casually inquiring. Clark had confided in him that he hadn't revealed to his parents that he was Superman, wanting to spare them from worry and requesting him to keep it a secret. Yet, seeing the distress on their faces upon hearing of Superman's predicament, it was clear they were not just learning this information for the first time. Your brother wanted to keep this from us. But how could we not notice that he was hiding something? Especially Martha, who, covering her mouth, had reddened eyes and a trembling voice. The emergence of a super vigilante in the metropolis, capable of effortlessly lifting trucks and moving faster than a bullet, had already caused an uproar across television and newspapers. Initially, the couple believed it was a superhuman bestowed with powers from meteorite, even once lamenting at the dinner table about so many who had gained abilities from meteorites. Finally pleased to see one using it for good. They hadn't thought much of it, as the Superman depicted in the news appeared to be a perfectly healthy individual. How could it possibly be blind Clark? However, they later noticed that whenever Superman was mentioned, Clark either avoided the topic or appeared uncharacteristically uneasy, leading them to harbor suspicions. What a coincidence it seemed that another superpowered being as strong as alien Clark had emerged. Now is not the time for this, son. You must go and bring your brother back. Snapped back to reality, Jonathan abruptly rose from the sofa, anxiety etched across his features. With the flames of urgency licking at their heels, one could only speculate what the military might do to Clark. I understand. I shall ensure Clark returns unscathed. Casting a final glance at the scene, David furrowed his brow deeply, vanishing in a flash, leaving a gust of wind in his wake. As the couple witnessed their son's departure, Martha could no longer contain her anxious tears. Jonathan embraced his wife, both of them anxiously fixated on the television screen, their hearts fervently praying for the safe return of their two sons. After leaving home, David accelerated with the swiftness of a gale, swiftly reaching nearly 30 times the speed of sound, traversing from the small town to the metropolitan platform in under half a minute. With the fusion of the Black Emperor template on Paradise Island reaching an astonishing 97, his ability to manipulate energy surged, bestowing him with enhanced physical strength and speed. By the platform, armed soldiers stood behind the cordon, preventing all irrelevant personnel from approaching the scene, while military experts conducted final sampling procedures. How could this happen? Louise Lane hurriedly arrived at the scene with her reporter assistant, Jimmy. Observing the methodically cordoned-off area, a sense of foreboding washed over her. She was about to turn to seek her father for clarification when suddenly, a fierce wind swept through. At the center of the scene, a tall figure emerged, radiating an ethereal purple glow, effortlessly lifting a soldier by the throat with one hand, exuding an aura of chilling authority. Which base do you hail from? Chapter 104. Surely, you are prepared to face the consequences. Gripping the man in his grasp, David's eyes gleamed with icy resolve, an overwhelming presence suffocating those around him, akin to an ant confronting an ancient apex predator, beset by the oppressive weight of existence itself. Who are you? Release him. The soldier's expressions shifted to one of alarm. Who had witnessed this figure materialize within the sealed area? Raise your hands and kneel immediately, came the command, accompanied by the ominous threat of rifles aimed in unison. David remained unfazed, as if the weapons were mere sticks of firewood. Do not make me repeat myself. His voice was devoid of emotion, his eyes igniting with a fierce purple light, fixated upon the captive. A palpable aura of terrifying danger enveloped the air, instilling dread. Death was imminent. It was certain. Fear gripped the soldier's heart, his complexion paling as primal instincts screamed in alarm, his teeth chattering. Even with a gun pressed to his head, he had never felt such an overwhelming premonition of death. 14 miles north of Metropolis, base code 604. Very well. Congratulations on reclaiming your life. With the desired information in hand, David cast aside the man he held. The individual fell to the ground in terror, scrambling backwards as he met David's gaze. His courage utterly shattered. A monster! There is a monster! Fire! Roared the sergeant, his voice laced with menace, as he confronted those who dared breach the military blockade and threaten his soldiers. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, resonating through the corridor and producing a deep echo. In an instant, the ground was littered with a pile of yellow, smoke-emitting cartridges. David stood, frowning, as if besieged by a swarm of bothersome mosquitoes. A brilliant violet light flickered in his eyes, hinting at an imminent explosion of power. A palpable dread enveloped the crowd, as if they were prey under the gaze of a primordial beast. Their hearts clenched in fear, legs weakened uncontrollably, eyes widened in terror, and an overwhelming sensation of impending doom gripped them. Just as David prepared to unleash a lethal beam upon those who dared to shoot at him, a sudden recollection halted him. He glanced at the audacious souls who, upon seeing him, treated it as a grand spectacle, rushing towards his live camera, and furrowed his brow. In the next moment, a flash of violet light surged forth, and the overwhelming presence that had suffocated the atmosphere vanished without a trace. Seconds ticked by, yet silence prevailed. Had it truly departed? It was not until a cowardly soul collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, that the crowd regained their senses. Where had he gone? Despite their weapons drawn, the soldiers could not locate that fearsome figure. A collective sigh of relief washed over them, yet an unsettling feeling lingered, as if they had brushed against the specter of death. Report to base. We may have an unidentified entity approaching. The sergeant shouted urgently into his radio, casting a fierce glare at the soldier who had compromised their military secrecy. He would soon face a military tribunal. Yet, the usual terror evoked by such a statement had lost its potency in that moment. Witnessing the departure of that violet figure, the soldier felt an overwhelming sense of survival wash over him. No one could fathom the sheer terror he had experienced when he had come within mere centimeters of that searing violet gaze. He would willingly face any number of military tribunals if it meant he could simply live. How is it possible that it remains unbent? What material is this syringe made of? Luther pondered, astonished. On the screen, a researcher clad in protective gear brandished a metallic syringe, its needle glinting ominously as he attempted to pierce the superhuman skin. Yet, it was as if he were trying to puncture resilient, high-density rubber, utterly futile. How can this be? Sam Lane exclaimed, his face contorting in frustration. The creature's skin proved to be even harder than the Prometheus metal, which the military had deemed classified and forbidden for circulation. Ugh, Clark murmured weakly, his eyes fluttering open. He recalled successfully halting the train, employing an unprecedented intensity of that peculiar protective force field. Yet, just as he came to a stop, darkness enveloped him, and he fell unconscious. Where am I? In a silent room, icy shackles restrained him, and beside him, a person whose heartbeat quickened with anxiety. Something sharp was prodding at the veins in his arm. Who has captured me? Release me. Clark attempted to break free, but his limbs felt feeble, devoid of strength. Even in his weakened state, he should have been able to escape the shackles. Something was amiss. Someone had administered a drug to him. It was already astonishing enough that human strength had limited its potency. Upon seeing Clark open his eyes, it was as if they were witnessing a gorilla used for experiments awakening. Luther's expression remained calm as he pinpointed the issue. The metal used to create this needle surpassed any alloy he had encountered. The strength of the person holding him was merely too feeble. Not to mention, this metal need not possess the extraordinary might of Superman. Even iron, without sufficient force, could not break through the hardness of wood. General Lane, is this metal available for sale? Luther contemplated his battle armor. If he were to forge his armor from this metal, He would relish the opportunity to engage this so-called Superman in direct combat. Furthermore, with his hydraulic press and syringe, I refuse to believe I cannot pierce his skin. Ignoring Luthor's words, Sam Lane seized the microphone and bellowed his command. "Release me, General Lane. You are military personnel of the nation." Their conversation, separated by numerous walls, reached Clark's ears, accompanied by his panicked and furious struggles, causing the steel electric chair to tremble beneath him. The researchers recoiled in fear. "Why have you captured me?" Recalling how this being had violently halted the high-speed train, the personnel at the base hastily pressed a button. A powerful current coursed through Clark's entire body, his muscles convulsed. Steam rising from his clothes, yet he continued to resist. As the voltage escalated, only steam rose from his hair, resulting in a few muffled groans, while his body remained unscathed. "General, the voltage has been maximized." A soldier at the control panel turned in terror, wondering what material composed this being's body. Electricity was ineffective. "Let us try sonic weapons." Like an outsider, Luthor calmly and swiftly suggested. Buzz. Two sonic weapons emitted a deep rumble, unleashing sonic beams that accurately struck Clark's ear canals. Compared to his skin, the eardrums were far more fragile, akin to a drum violently struck. His head filled with a deafening buzz. This time, it was not just a few faint groans. Clark screamed in agony, as if iron rods were being thrust into his skull, stirring within. His body stiffened, his consciousness blurred. Sweat poured from him as if he had ridden a roller coaster 100 times. The world spun around him, and with the little strength he had left, it became increasingly difficult to struggle. "Superman, from whence do you hail in this vast universe? Your presence is conspicuously absent from the global database. You, a wretched extraterrestrial, must surely be the vanguard of a plan to conquer Earth." Luthor, abandoning his previously composed demeanor, unleashed a vehement tirade, reminiscent of a narrow-minded racist. His voice imbued with unshakable conviction. "No, I am not." Clark, anguished by the unfair accusations despite having rescued the citizens, cried out in a fit of rage. "Not?" Luthor's pupils constricted, his mind reeling. A normal individual would fervently deny being an absurd alien. Yet this fellow instinctively emphasized the denial of being an advanced scout for Earth's conquest. "Intriguing. It appears you truly are an extraterrestrial. Release me." "Then what are you?" "I cannot hear your heartbeat, nor the flow of blood within your veins," Clark shouted, even as the sonic weapon assaulted his eardrums. He discerned that the voice emanating from the speaker belonged to someone situated in another room, separated by numerous walls. Yet that voice bore no heartbeat, no sound of human blood coursing, nor the subtle movement of digestive processes, definitely not human. No heartbeat? The notion that such a simple observation could confirm Superman's alien nature caused Sam's heart to race. His gaze filled with skepticism as he discreetly reached for his handgun. "Do not be alarmed," Luthor remarked, unfazed beneath the light bulb, prepared to elucidate. Suddenly, a captain wielding a walkie-talkie burst in with urgency. "General, soldiers in the city report an unidentified, incredibly swift humanoid entity is about to assault the base." The captain glanced at the screen displaying Superman. Perhaps he has come to rescue him. David? Clark, in a dire predicament and filled with despair, felt a flicker of hope. His thoughts turned solely to his brother. Are they your kin? How many extraterrestrial brethren are lurking on Earth? Sam Lane's complexion paled, and he seized the walkie-talkie to issue commands, ordering all combat units, including fighter jets and tanks, to enter a state of heightened readiness. But suddenly, bang, 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 a cacophony erupted as debris flew through the air. In mere seconds, dozens of robust walls, designed to withstand rocket fire, were breached as easily as if they were made of paper. A figure, swift as lightning, barreled through the base with overwhelming force, appearing audaciously in the room under clandestine surveillance. He had found the abducted Clark. Upon witnessing Clark's desolate condition, bound to the interrogation chair, David's expression darkened, and he turned to face the camera. "Curiosity is a virtue. I trust you are prepared to bear the cost of uncovering certain secrets." A figure, striking and formidable, forcefully breached the confines of the base. The voice of his younger brother, laced with suppressed anger, echoed through the air, soon followed by a familiar tone. "Are you all right?" David gazed upon Clark, drenched in sweat and appearing feeble, a glint of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. He suspected that this entire ordeal was a calculated scheme by the military, aimed at the capture of Clark. It was as if they had anticipated his collapse, arriving promptly to seal off the area. Thankfully, Clark shook his disoriented head, mustering the strength to force a smile, attempting to convey that he was unscathed, though it only resulted in a pale grimace. The jarring sound of metal contorting assaulted the senses. David effortlessly tore apart the nearly solid steel shackles, displaying no signs of exertion as he discarded the shattered remnants as though they were mere refuse. Observing through the screen, Sam Lane and Luther were momentarily taken aback. Another entity of unimaginable strength had emerged, compounded by the extraordinary speed demonstrated upon his arrival. Could he be of Superman's extraterrestrial kin? One mutated being might be comprehensible, but the appearance of two such anomalies incited thoughts of ancestry. Was Superman indeed an alien? At that moment, even Sam Lane found himself in doubt. Are you able to walk? Despite having intruded upon a heavily fortified military base, David radiated a dark, commanding presence, revealing no hint of urgency, as if this locale were merely his backyard. Accessible at will. It's manageable. Supported by his brother, Clark stumbled to his feet. Although he felt utterly drained, walking was still within his capability. I'll get you out of here, David declared, preparing to lead him through the base. Clark, his vision obscured, hesitated and spoke, if possible, brother. Try not to kill anyone. Truly, a hero in the eyes of Metropolis citizens. Such compassion. David raised an eyebrow, bearing the weight of Clark's arm. Clark managed a bitter smile, recognizing that being captured by the military had already left him in a precarious situation. Had it not been for his brother's timely rescue, given the sonic weapon's impact on his abilities, he harbored little confidence in his own escape from the base. However, weighing all factors, Clark was reluctant for his brother to unleash a bloodbath. Given David's prowess, any act of aggression would undoubtedly result in one-sided carnage, leading to countless fatalities. Fear not, there will be no corpses birthed from this base today. Under different circumstances, David would have acted without restraint. Yet considering the kind-hearted elderly couple who were aware of his presence, he preferred to avoid excessive bloodshed. Saying this, he raised his palm and unleashed a wave of energy. A gaping hole, towering in height, ruptured through the walls, the violent cosmic energy obliterating everything in its path over the span of nearly half a mile. Several personnel stationed behind the walls met a gruesome fate, their bodies vaporized, leaving no trace behind, without tangible evidence of death. David reasoned that he could not be deemed a murderer. Ultimately, if numerous individuals went missing, it would undoubtedly be the military's slander. Trusting that their father and mother would be more reliable than the military, which sought to abduct their eldest son for experimentation. Clark had initially believed he had persuaded his younger brother. However, a fleeting smile was swiftly replaced by a somber expression as, within the range of his super hearing, he sensed the heartbeats of a dozen individuals extinguish. His brother? They had merely been transported to another realm. Soldiers, armed with firearms, responded with remarkable alacrity. A torrent of metallic fury erupted as bullets rained down. David raised his hand, and a wave of violet energy obliterated one person after another from existence. Listening to David's emotionless retorts, Clark felt exasperated. Did David think he was merely an 8-year-old child? David, we must leave at once, he urged, his voice tinged with urgency. Clang, clang, clang. A high-caliber machine gun, mounted on an armored vehicle, had its central section vaporized by concentrated energy beams, along with both the driver and the operator of the weapon, who vanished without a trace. I can handle this. Do not concern yourself with me, David replied nonchalantly, dismissing Clark's concern. Clark was not worried about his brother. The missile strikes were ineffectual against David. Despite possessing the ability to whisk them away from the military base in an instant, David chose to stride out like an ordinary person, evidently channeling the murderous intent that simmered within him. At this rate, it was uncertain how many would remain in the base by the end. Clark clenched his teeth, wishing to escape swiftly by his own means. However, his weakened body, still under the effects of potent sedatives, coupled with the night's encroaching darkness, left him with little strength, and he could only rely on his brother to guide him. Bang! The surveillance footage displayed bullets ricocheting off David and Clark, as soldiers were systematically obliterated by the purple beams emitted from their advancing forms. At this rate, he will annihilate all the soldiers in the base, Sam Lane exclaimed, fury and frustration boiling within him as he slammed his fist onto the control panel, activating a channel. Dr. Ainz, what is happening in the base? Has there been an earthquake? I can hear gunfire from within. Before he could finish, the screen revealed a middle-aged doctor in a white lab coat, his expression frantic. Debris rained down from the ceiling of the basement as he hastily inquired. This base is far more than an ordinary facility. Sam Lane had chosen to bring the unconscious Clark to this site because it was one of the military's most classified research bases, housing numerous talented individuals and expensive research equipment. Superman was intended to become another top-secret project here, but now the situation had taken a turn for the worse. A potentially more troublesome entity had emerged from nowhere. The base was under assault by a terrifying life form, likely an extraterrestrial terror race. We now require the Prometheus Project. Prepare John to connect with the Neuro-Zero battle armor immediately. Engage in combat and subdue the adversary to recapture the experimental specimen. An extraterrestrial terror race? Dr. Ainz was taken aback, feeling as though he were listening to a tale from the Arabian Nights. However, according to the planned schedule, at least 6 more months of debugging were required to safely complete the Iron Warrior. The General's reckless initiation of the battle armor could result in Sergeant Cobain suffering a fatal brain overload during the neural interface process. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly spoke. He had been preparing for this plan for 5 years. A qualified soldier never fears battle or death. I've already summoned John. Sam Lane bellowed in an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. On the base's monitoring screen, a tank targeted the two and launched a shell. The massive projectile whistled through the air, only to be detonated mid-flight by a laser beam from David's finger. He and Clark emerged unscathed, while the missile exploded, leaving a multitude of soldiers dismembered and lifeless. As smoke billowed, a severely injured soldier lay on the ground, writhing in agony. The armed soldiers turned their gazes towards the figure that had finally emerged from a base, trembling uncontrollably, their hearts filled with dread. "Monster, help! Save me! I do not wish to die." A soldier, lacking resolve, cried out in despair, lamenting the absence of 2 legs, and fled into the distance. This was no beast that a mere human could conquer. It seemed that death followed in his wake, and in a brief span, nearly 100 lives had been extinguished by his hand, their firearms unable to even momentarily impede his advance. Fear and despair spread like wildfire in the hearts of all present. In the control room, Luthor raised an eyebrow after overhearing the conversation between Sam Lane and the doctor. "Iron Warrior?" Lex Luthor remarked, "What you just heard is classified military intelligence, and shortly, I will require you to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Should today's events be leaked, you will be arrested on charges of treason and the unauthorized disclosure of national secrets." Sam Lane shot him a cold glance. "General, I understand the gravity of the situation. However, this individual seems to possess a physique rivaling that of Superman, with an energy release capability evidently superior to his." Luthor feigned surrender, raising his hands and smiling leisurely. "Your Iron Soldier's individual combat prowess could rival that of a heavily armored tank." On the screen, a heavy tank, weighing over 100 tons and boasting 200 millimeters of steel armor, had just been effortlessly penetrated by an energy laser cannon, reduced to a molten heap of scrap metal. Just wait and see. Neither he nor Superman will escape. As soldiers continued to fall, the fury in Sam Lane's eyes threatened to burst forth, fixated on the figure radiating purple light on the screen. The Zero armor was crafted entirely from the precious and classified Prometheus metal, the hardest metal unknown to the outside world, intended as the first line of defense against potential extraterrestrial invaders, embodying the essence of the Prometheus Project. Simultaneously, he bears the significant responsibility of preserving the ember of human civilization amidst an overwhelming extraterrestrial invasion, serving as the ultimate weapon upon which the White House and military have placed their profound hopes. In Chapter 106, titled "The Metallic Armor Capable of Withstanding David's Assault," Sergeant John Cobain endures the painful neural interface connection. In a room illuminated by flashing red alarms, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, Ainz anxiously reminds him of the impending ordeal. At the experimental station, John Cobain is assisted by laboratory personnel in donning a formidable mech suit, its entirety gleaming in a silvery gray hue, with only his head exposed. He exudes the essence of an elite soldier, yet a hint of arrogance lingers in his brow. for he is one of General Ryan's meticulously selected soldiers, a paragon among special forces. Do you know how I spent these past 5 years, Doctor? He asks, a manic grin spreading across his face. I certainly do, the doctor replies, wiping the sweat from his brow, fully aware that he played a role in devising the grueling training regimen that could only be described as hellish. Beyond honing the physical form, the paramount objective was to forge an indomitable will, allowing the individual to withstand excruciating training and emerge with a resolve as unyielding as steel, capable of bearing the mech's burden. Then let us proceed, Doctor. As nerve devices penetrate the back of his head, John Cobain emits muffled groans, his visage revealing an eagerness tinged with ferocity. I have prepared for this moment for 5 years. I can hardly wait to experience the power of the Zero suit. He recalls that Louise has taken a keen interest in that superhero, tirelessly pursuing him throughout Metropolis for an interview. After today, the superhero will become a fleeting meteor across the sky, forgotten by all. Having been childhood companions with Louise Lane and harboring affection for her, John Cobain's face betrays a fierce determination. Now, channel the energy. Almost the entirety of the base's stored electricity surges into the mech. And John Cobain seems to merge with the suit, electric sparks flickering in his eyes as he appears to be tormented by electric shocks, letting out a pained roar. My heavens, his heart rate is soaring to 150, then 200. The experimental staff scramble to monitor his physiological data, alarmed by the rapid escalation. His heart may burst. We must save him. Several personnel rush forward. Do not intervene. I can feel it, John Cobain declares, a hint of madness in his expression as he rises, flexing his seemingly limitless hands. The armor feels like an extension of his very being, and he revels in this newfound strength. I have never felt so alive. He experiences an unparalleled sense of power. Prometheus. He recalls the internal name of this grand initiative. If I were the Prometheus of myth, I would not choose to steal. I would choose to slay Zeus and seize the divine spark of humanity. He laughs maniacally. John Cobain threw back his head in raucous laughter, donning the helmet of his battle armor. With a single leap, he shattered the heavy, concrete ceiling above him, as though it were merely a fragile eggshell, propelled by his thrusters soaring to a height of 100 meters. The wind howled in his ears as he gazed at the display projection within his helmet, locking onto an unstoppable figure radiating with violet light within the base. The thrusters beneath him unleashed a torrent of energy, launching him like a missile, his muscles, composed of metal, bulging as he raised his fist. What manner of creature this might be was unfathomable. You shall become the first extraterrestrial wretch to fall beneath the might of his Zero armor. Be cautious. Something is hurtling towards us at breakneck speed. Clark, eyes shut, felt his ears twitch and hastily warned his brother, noting its velocity surpassed that of the Blackbird fighter. Could it be a high-tech battle armor ready for combat? To alleviate the suffering of soldiers grievously wounded by missile strikes. David raised his hand to grant them release into another realm, his gaze drifting toward the horizon, eyes narrowing slightly. The armor was anything but cumbersome. It was agile and swift, appearing to possess a technological sophistication comparable to that of Iron Man's Mark II. Whoosh! The formidable armor effortlessly shattered the sound barrier, arriving in an instant with an indomitable presence. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant violet light flared from David's fist, energy coalescing into a spherical form as he stood tall upon the ground, unperturbed as he swung his fist with force, colliding vehemently with the steel fist of his adversary. Boom! Soldiers on the concrete floor of the base were sent flying like straw, while armored vehicles weighing several tons were tossed aside as if they were mere matchboxes by the surging waves of force. The unimaginable power of their clash rent the earth asunder. Fragments of concrete were flung into the air, and the exposed earth surged, crashing outward, reminiscent of a meteor strike, as a deep pit spanning several meters suddenly formed. The entire base trembled in response. Dust cascaded from above, and his eyes crouched on the ground, cradling his head. A sense of foreboding washed over him. It appeared that John Cobain had successfully endured the neural integration and emerged alive. Yet there lingered an unsettling feeling that 5 years of brutal training had rendered Cobain's psyche somewhat unhinged. Boom! With a muffled grunt, his ears ringing from the shockwave, Clark was hurled away, colliding violently with an unloading forklift, a picture of disarray. David cast a glance back, reassured that there was no need to worry about Clark. Despite his weakened state, his physical strength remained unchanged. He returned his focus to the armor before him. Aside from the helmet, the armor covering his chest, feet, and hands, the remaining sections were composed of bulging, gleaming metal musculature. The silver-gray armor exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure, resembling an immovable mountain. Upon closer inspection, it was apparent that this was entirely distinct from the Mark II, with powers vastly superior. Observing the steel gauntlet that had met his punch, he was astonished to find it unbroken, lacking even the slightest dent. David raised an eyebrow and unleashed a powerful kick, striking with the speed of lightning. The nearly 2-meter-tall Zero armor was sent flying, its fingers digging into the ground, violently carving deep grooves to halt its momentum. John Cobain, exhilarated, gazed upon the crater he had created, glancing at his hands, trembling with excitement. He marveled at his newfound strength. What metal was this armor composed of? Its hardness rivaled that of Amazonian metal. David was astonished by the resilience of this armor. Amazonian metal is the very material from which the artifacts of Greek deities are forged. He was aware of several formidable metals within the DC universe known for their toughness. For instance, the Eternium metal utilized by the 30th century superhero Legion, renowned for its near indestructibility, which even Kryptonians struggle to breach, but its thickness poses a significant challenge. Another example is Kryptonian metal, the substance employed in their spacecraft and battle gear, and there exists supermetal name for its impenetrable ore, which can only be softened for extraction by Superman's heat vision. However, such materials should be beyond the reach of the American military. Moreover, the energy that had just been infused into his fist seemed to have been absorbed by the armor. The ability to absorb energy reminded him of a powerful metal in the DC universe, akin to Marvel's adamantium or promethium. Come, let me witness your might, alien scum. John Cobain laughed triumphantly, launching himself from the ground and swinging his fist, capable of sinking battleships, toward David. Fool! David's expression darkened as he retaliated, meeting Cobain's punch with his own, each strike heavier than the last, engaging in a raw contest of strength against the armored behemoth. The force of his blows akin to a mountain crashing down, causing the Zero armor to stagger back. It was reminiscent of two titans from mythology clashing. Their fists and feet colliding unleashed waves of white energy that swept away everything in their vicinity. Get him! Capture him! Shouted a soldier nearby, wielding a rifle as he retreated from the terrifying battlefield, rushing toward Clark, who had just risen from the ground. The armor was undoubtedly formidable, yet it appeared incapable of contending with that life form. Observing the battle on the screen, Luther remarked, "Inside the base, the air crackled with tension. Despite the minimal disparity between David and the Zero armor, it was evident that David held the upper hand. His straightforward assault seemed to overwhelm the armor, which faltered with each step back. The capabilities of the armored warrior extended beyond mere strength. Things were not unfolding as he had anticipated. Sam Lane's expression darkened. According to assessments, capturing Superman would be a trivial task for the armored warrior. Had it not been for the requirement of a safe and secure neural integration experiment taking at least 6 months, he would not have needed Luther's involvement at all. This individual appeared to possess a physique stronger than Superman's, yet the outcome would remain unchanged. If the two were of an extraterrestrial race, this being must be a more mature specimen, endowed with abilities that the youthful Superman lacked, and possessing a physique even more powerful than his own. The flesh and blood cannot possibly contend with the constructs of steel. A flicker of speculation crossed his mind as he spoke with unwavering confidence. Even if he managed to gain the upper hand momentarily, it was solely due to John's unfamiliarity with the Zero armor. The frailty of the human body succumbs to fatigue and injury, while the Zero armor remains impervious. Thus far, that being of violet light had inflicted not a single scratch upon it. Once John became adept at maneuvering the armor and gradually unleashed its full potential, these two seemingly extraterrestrial entities would inevitably be captured. One can only hope. Faced with the indisputable General Sam, Luther furrowed his brow. I do not wish to invest so much only to reap nothing in return. Seize him. The soldiers believed Clark, having risen from the ground, was unsteady and bereft of strength. In reality, he was merely adjusting to his weakened state. Bang! A rifle but struck fiercely against Clark's neck, aiming to bring him down to the ground. In response, Clark deftly deflected it, sending the brutish soldier soaring several meters, akin to a balloon, leaving him dazed. A few others armed with specialized handcuffs lunged at him, only to be effortlessly knocked to the ground. Bang, 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 open fire, witnessing Clark still capable of resistance. The soldiers swiftly raised their rifles and pulled the triggers. A cacophony of deafening gunfire erupted, and a barrage of sharp bullets sliced through the air, shredding Clark's clothing. Yet, his body remained unscathed. With a furious roar, he charged forward, unarmed, toppling the soldiers in his path. To withstand bullets with mere flesh is astonishing enough. However, compared to the fierce battle between David and the Zero Armor, Clark's struggle seemed akin to children's play. Each collision of fists and feet sent shockwaves rippling for dozens of meters. The capabilities of the Zero Armor were astonishingly unparalleled, transcending human comprehension. Yet, it faced David, whose ferocious attacks were effortlessly absorbed, accompanied by terrifying kinetic energy. John Cobain's punches felt as if they were plunging into an unfathomable abyss, an excruciating experience. He controlled the Zero Armor with his nerves, extending it as if it were an extension of himself, yet it required time to acclimatize. Are you toying with me? Alien monstrosity? John Cobain was certain that as the battle raged on, his control over the armor became increasingly proficient, enhancing its functionality. However, this creature seemed to grow stronger with every strike. Even though his strength had nearly doubled since the onset of their conflict, he remained at a disadvantage. His voice was filled with urgency and anger, his fists like a tempest, yet each blow was deftly countered. What drove him to madness was David's utter disregard for him. Throughout their skirmish, David occasionally scrutinized the Zero Armor he donned, as if only that formidable suit warranted his attention, rendering John unworthy of conversation. The Zero Armor was devoid of any long-range weapons. Primarily, it was a prototype, and humanity had yet to develop any weapon, aside from nuclear arms, that could rival the force of its punches. In the basement, Dr. Ines stared in horror at the battle unfolding on the screen, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had assumed that the most arduous challenge would undoubtedly be John Cobain's neural interface armor. Once that was successfully activated, the alien assault would pose no further threat. However, the fists that tore through the air and collapsed skyscrapers seemed to deliver nothing more than a hollow display of power, failing even to force the adversary back a single step. If this couldn't subdue him, how could we ever hope to confront him? Would we resort to launching a nuclear strike? The scene before him starkly illustrated that all of humanity's conventional weaponry was utterly futile against this seemingly extraterrestrial being, who could wreak havoc upon major cities. If this alien race were to possess even a few more such formidable entities, conquering this planet would be as effortless as a mere game. Ines found himself fervently praying that this terrifyingly powerful figure was not an alien. If Diana, who had yet to tap into her bloodline powers, were to face this armor without wielding the sword of Hephaestus, she too would find herself embroiled in a fierce battle. David's brow furrowed in astonishment as the kinetic energy unleashed was comparable to the explosion of 1,000 tons of TNT. The silver-gray armor staggered back, its legs carving 2 deep trenches several meters long into the solid concrete. The thrusters flared to life, and John Cobain, undeterred, lunged forward once more with ferocious momentum. Akin to a berserker unafraid of retaliation, his steel fist rending the earth. Buzz. 2 violet energy beams shot through the air. Useless. Your energy cannot harm me, John Cobain shouted, maneuvering the armor to disregard the searing, terrifying energy as he charged through the formidable force, closing in on David and swinging his fist down. David remained impassive as he absorbed the blow, the earth-shattering force effortlessly sending him flying once again. Clad in the Zero Armor, John Cobain possessed the strength to conquer a small nation single-handedly. Yet before David, who was genuinely engaged, he appeared pathetically weak, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, incapable of withstanding his assault. In midair, the residual violet energy on the surface of the steel armor vanished, as if absorbed by a sponge. As David once again beheld a similar sight, he confirmed that this armor was indeed forged from Prometheus metal, feeling no surprise, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Prometheus metal, also known as promethium, was invented by one of the wealthiest individuals in the DC universe, Steve Dayton, composed of titanium and vanadium mixed in a mysterious ratio to create an alloy nearly indestructible. A portion of Cyborg, a member of the Justice League, was made from Prometheus metal. Engaging once more with John Cobain, who charged at him like an unflagging war dog. David swung his fists, completely dominating the encounter. If it were merely a matter of hard metal, it would hardly warrant his concern. David required no weapons to enhance his combat prowess. His formidable physique and abilities were his most potent weapons. Bang! The fist, composed of flesh and blood, descended like a mountain from the heavens, shattering the ground beneath into a crater several meters wide. John Cobain found himself nearly driven into the earth, kneeling on one knee, his teeth chattering as he struggled to defend himself. He gazed at the enigmatic visage cloaked in violet light, his expression dark and feral as he roared in defiance. This armor was crafted to eradicate any extraterrestrial threat to Earth. I am the ultimate weapon designed to confront your kind. How could he? Clad in the world's most formidable alloy, embodying the pinnacle of human technology, fail to overpower a mere human devoid of any protective gear or weaponry. If I cannot vanquish you, what meaning is there in enduring 5 years of hellish training to don this priceless armor? With a furious shout, John Cobain thrust his arms against the descending fist and leaped forth, his body propelled like a cannonball, aiming his head at David's chest. Alien monstrosities, your ambitions shall never come to fruition. Do not speak in self-justification, imposing extraterrestrial identities upon others, feigning vigilance against conspiracies. David sensed a troubling instability in the man's psyche as he extended a hand, absorbing the kinetic energy of the attack that had crumbled the mountain, sending John Cobain crashing heavily into the ground, his unwilling roar echoing as he sought to rise once more. Bam! Do you suffer from delusions of persecution? A fist, resembling a meteor's descent, struck down upon him, sending him back to the depths of the pit. Have you forgotten who instigated all of this? Chapter 108. How shall I deal with you? The entire base trembled as the pit sank further, earth and debris swirling violently, shockwaves radiating outward for dozens of meters. Keeping all at bay. Boom! The towering figure emanating violet light, eyes ablaze with an imposing purple glare, harnessed the power of energy manipulation, drawing upon cosmic energy, enhancing his physical might to unimaginable heights. Each punch fell like an earthquake, toppling nearby structures within the base. Once I dismantle this metallic shell, we shall see if you still possess the audacity to speak of your ultimate weapon. Under the weight of his iron fists, capable of sinking aircraft carriers, the silver-gray armor no longer remained unscathed, each impact leaving dents and imprints upon John Cobain's battlesuit. Warning: armor integrity diminished by 5 to 8%. How is this possible? The blinding red warning before his eyes and the alarm ringing in his ears left John Cobain in disbelief. Despite the minor damage, the mere thought of any degradation to the Zero armor was unacceptable to him. Dr. Ainsworth had evaluated this suit, asserting it could sustain survival through a nuclear explosion, even at its epicenter. This was due to its energy-deflecting properties. He swung back in retaliation, only to be seized as David continued to pummel downwards, the pit extending ever deeper, while David's fists had yet to unleash a force comparable to a nuclear explosion. The suit's defensive capabilities were not as formidable as he had anticipated. Prometheus metal exists in 2 varieties, consumable and mutable. The skeletal structure of the armor is composed of the consumable type, which is merely resilient, while the mutable type is of paramount importance, characterized by its remarkable ability to absorb energy almost infinitely. It bears some resemblance to energy manipulation, but it can only absorb energy without the capability to manipulate or release it at will. Additionally, it cannot absorb the simplest form of kinetic energy, functioning instead like an enormous battery. The ability to survive at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion in this armor is due to its capacity to absorb the energy of the blast. However, it cannot continue to sustain attacks. As the armor sustained damage, John Cobain's spirit was doused with cold water. He withdrew his fist, yearning to escape from David. With a thrust, the propulsion system beneath him blazed to life. Yet, just as he gained some distance, David swiftly seized the foot of the armor and slammed him heavily to the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches. The chest plate of the Zero armor began to warp and shatter. No, this destruction must be halted. The Zero armor must not be obliterated. As the chest plate of the Zero armor began to contort, Sam Lane's expression shifted dramatically. He grabbed a microphone and shouted urgently. The battle helicopters, stationed above, unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon David. The bullets struck him like gentle raindrops, having little effect. He turned, unleashing a searing beam that felled several aircraft, which fell from the sky in explosions. He then swung again with a fist. Fear welled in John Cobain's eyes. The formidable confidence the armor once instilled had vanished. Now, he perceived the armor as nothing more than a tin can, one that was about to be pried open. Its opening would mean his demise. No, in a fit of rage, John Cobain struggled, throwing punches that struck David as if they were landing upon a towering mountain, failing to make even the slightest impact. He appeared akin to a delicate girl pinned to the ground, his counterattack laughable. Warning: the chest section of the armor is damaged by 98%. A piercing metallic tear echoed as the thick chest plate was breached, creating a gaping hole through which a pressure wave surged into the armor. John Cobain's eyes bulged as his sternum shattered and collapsed, leaving him gasping for breath, bereft of the armor's protection. Before David's fist even connected, he was lost. The mutable Prometheus metal possesses another ability. It can induce genetic mutations to grant superpowers. However, only Steve Dayton has previously created a multitude of superpowered individuals through it, suggesting he must possess unique methods. Nevertheless, it matters not. Since Prometheus metal has been invented, a visit to inquire further can be arranged in due time. David straightened, casting a glance at the destroyed armor before shifting his attention to Clark. Just then, Clark was felled by an RPG rocket, and David swiftly moved to his side, unleashing a sweeping energy laser that engulfed a throng of armed soldiers in a violet light, evaporating them and leaving behind pools of molten iron. Is it resolved? Clark, disheveled and battered, rose to his feet. We should depart swiftly. The mastermind behind this scheme has yet to reveal himself. Please wait here. David turned his head and, without allowing Clark a chance to respond, vanished at lightning speed. Clark, desperate to leave and prevent further casualties in the rescue of his brother, found his pleas ignored. Helpless, he could only watch as his brother departed, his frail body incapable of action. If anyone possessed the superhuman hearing to discern the whereabouts of the commander and head of this base, it would undoubtedly be Clark. Yet David doubted he would divulge such information. Thus, he resorted to a more rudimentary method. In a mere 3 seconds, he had traversed the majority of the base at breakneck speed, tearing open a massive steel door. A cadre of Special Forces soldiers, drenched in cold sweat, stood poised, weapons drawn at the entrance. A figure radiating with a fierce purple luminescence entered, unfazed by the bullets that rained upon him, leisurely casting his gaze, evaporating soldiers one by one from existence. Ultimately, only a group of terrified operators cowering in the corners remained alongside 2 individuals. Disregarding the trembling personnel, David focused on the only 2 standing in the room. To his surprise, they were both familiar faces. Lex Luthor, unsurprisingly present, given his ties to the events surrounding the Son of Krypton, raised David's suspicions that Luthor had manipulated Clark's benevolence to ensnare him into weakness and capture. The other was Sam Lane. Upon seeing the middle-aged man clad in military garb, exuding a hardened demeanor and brandishing a handgun, David's simmering murderous intent momentarily stalled. This extraterrestrial gentleman? Do you know General Lane? Luthor queried, his tone suggesting that mentioning Lane was akin to referencing a deceased individual. Yet he expressed surprise when discussing Sam Lane. You seem rather unafraid. In a flash, David seized Luthor by the throat, narrowing his eyes. Luthor, a man characterized by his obsession, arrogance, selfishness, and mad genius, was not one to fear death. On the contrary, he was remarkably protective of his life and often displayed a palpable dread when faced with peril. Suddenly, Sam Lane instinctively raised his weapon to fire, but the heat from the subsequent energy beam instantly seared his handgun, causing him to yelp in pain and clumsily discard the now molten firearm. Remain still. I have yet to decide your fate. The chilling aura emanating from David struck Lane as he stood before him, rendering him breathless and stiff, as if a dagger were pressed against his spine, leaving him paralyzed with fear. I merely happen to be here to discuss some business with General Lane. Do not misconstrue my intentions. As he turned away from a now intimidated Sam Lane, David noted Luthor's surrendering gesture, hands raised in mock defeat. Luthor's demeanor suggested one possibility. He still held a trump card to secure his survival. But what could Luthor possess that would allow him to escape David's wrath? Suddenly, David felt the skin of Luthor in his grasp was rather too slick, smoother than that of a woman, akin to a piece of synthetic rubber. with a firm squeeze. The sound of metal deforming resonated. Luther's neck was twisted. A surge of electric sparks erupted from the broken joint, yet his face retained a semblance of smile. This extraterrestrial gentleman, if eliminating my bionic robot serves to alleviate your ire, I truly hope it bears fruit. Beside him, the startled Sam Lane widened his eyes. This technology undoubtedly surpassed his understanding of civilian advancements. Are you feeling proud? David raised an eyebrow. Not at all, judging by the damage this base has sustained. You seem to be the antithesis of Superman's character. Consider this. It appears I may never again present my true self to the public. A headache ensued. Luther replied, his words a blend of truth and deceit. David discerned that his mood was exceedingly poor, likely due to the rapid exposure of one of his trump cards. Yet there was also a hint of pride in his technological prowess. With a swift motion, David severed Luther's head from his body, discarding the headless bionic form onto the ground like refuse, regarding him with an indifferent gaze. You are correct. From this day forth, Lex Luthor is as good as dead, destined to scurry like a rat in the sewers, never to bask in the sunlight again. Otherwise, what awaits you is akin to melting away into oblivion. Understanding the threat inherent in David's words, Luther's countenance darkened. If he could no longer appear before the world, the Luthor Corporation would inevitably face turmoil, and all his vast wealth would dissipate. Would he still be Lex Luthor then? Moreover, it would be prudent to keep one eye open while you sleep. Cherish the scant time you have left. A purple glint sparked in David's eyes, for one never knows when slumber may claim you for good. This world is indeed wondrous. To eliminate someone, one must first locate them. His words caused a dramatic shift in Luther's gaze, a shadow of foreboding cloaking his features. He was acutely aware that David's warning was not mere bravado. He had encountered another facet of this world, such as the Wish Stone. In mere seconds, his expression transformed multiple times, Luther's eyes flickering between uncertainty and dread, his mouth opening as if to utter something. However, David had no intention of further conversing with him. A scorching beam of heat incinerated his bionic head, severing his signal entirely. Now, there remains only you. How shall I deal with you? A pool of molten iron dripped from his hand as David turned his gaze, his fearsome visage causing Sam Lane to pale. Retreating in trepidation. Do not approach me. Had another orchestrated the plot against Clark, David would have effortlessly dispatched him to another realm. Yet, the individual before him held a rather delicate position. Sam Lane, father of Lois Lane, and thus, the future father-in-law of Clark. Chapter 109. The accelerated fusion after graduating from high school. Sam Lane unexpectedly learned from Chloe that Louise Lane was her cousin. Contemplating Clark's impending visit to Metropolis and the possibility of him encountering Louise Lane, David took to the internet to discover what Louise looked like. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a news report from the Daily Planet featuring the emerging journalist Louise Lane, which included a photograph of Sam Lane. With just a fleeting glance, David's remarkable memory etched it into his mind. What if he were to eliminate Sam Lane? What would become of Clark's future with Louise Lane? Ultimately, the matter did not concern him directly. The resolution was a burden for Clark to address later. David believed that the cost of this encounter would linger in Sam Lane's memory for a considerable time. In the end, David refrained from taking Sam Lane's life. Instead, he apprehended him, forcing him to confront the terrifying intensity of his laser-like gaze before delivering a warning and leaving him on the cold ground. There would be no second chances. As Sam Lane, overwhelmed by the acrid stench in the room, watched David's silhouette depart as if from his own backyard. His face turned pale, teeth clenched, listening to the chilling echoes of David's voice reverberate in the space. David returned home with Clark, having vacated the nearly obliterated base. The doorbell chimed. Mother, David smiled. Thank goodness. Outside, his younger brother supported their eldest sibling, who had been taken away by the military. Upon seeing the two return safely, Martha gasped, her heart swelling with joy. Clark, how are you? Father Jonathan hastily took the pale-faced eldest son from the younger brother's grasp and helped him settle onto the plush sofa in the living room. I'm fine, Mom and Dad. Clark replied weakly, managing a faint smile. He had been administered anesthetics, and a brief slumber would restore him. David poured a glass of water and handed it to Clark. In truth, had it not been night and devoid of sunlight, a few moments in the sun would have revitalized Clark completely. I apologize for concealing my activities as a vigilante from you. After enduring electric shocks and sonic weaponry that assaulted his ears, Clark, parched and breathless, took a moment before expressing his shame to his parents. On the way home, his younger brother had informed him that their parents had seen the news of his abduction on television, nearly driving them to the brink of madness with worry. This time, he had hidden his crime-fighting endeavors from them, only to have them suspect the truth, leaving Clark astonished at how deeply they cared for him. "Clark, you make us proud," Jonathan said, shaking his head, offering an encouraging squeeze to his son's shoulder. "I have always believed that God brought you here for a reason, granting you such abilities. Now you have discovered your mission, to bring hope to those in peril. How many families have been spared from destruction and sorrow because of you? There's nothing to apologize for, Clark." Martha's eyes glistened with tears, her face illuminated by a tender smile. "Utilize your abilities to rescue others. This time, Jonathan and I shall not impede you." "Rescue? If it weren't for David, I am uncertain what means of escape might have been available." Clark, having endured considerable torment today, managed a wry smile. If only his brother had refrained from taking so many lives during his rescue. Yet such matters must remain unspoken in front of our parents. Jonathan, with a sense of relief, embraced his younger son, who had bravely infiltrated the military base to save his brother, the family united in a heartfelt embrace. "The greatest pride your mother and I have in our lives is having raised you two brothers." After soothing their concerned parents, David and Clark ascended the stairs to sleep, pausing at the doors of their respective rooms. The situation had swung dramatically in a short span. First, the eldest son was taken by the military, followed by the youngest son's reckless venture into the military base to rescue his brother. Although both sons returned, bringing joy, the couple could not suppress their overwhelming fatigue and soon retired for the night. "You have drawn attention. It would be wise to remain vigilant henceforth." Clark, unable to contain his exhaustion, sought to enter his room and, upon opening the door, hesitated. David turned to remind him, "I do not wish to see you bound to an electric chair at the military base one day." Certain details remained unspoken between the two, a tacit understanding. "I know," Clark replied, scratching his head. How many times had his younger brother come to his aid? He, the elder, should be the one protecting him. David nodded, returning to his room, gazing at the ceiling. He hoped Clark had truly absorbed the lesson. The greatest vulnerability of Superman, which he had refrained from mentioning, was his inherent kindness. Were it not for his benevolence, Superman would not have to endure many of his trials. Even kryptonite would pose minimal threat. With the speed of a Kryptonian, he could ascend to the skies before an adversary could even unsheath kryptonite, incinerating them with a single heat vision. The speedster held an undeniable advantage over enemies. Yet Superman remained unguarded, often exploited by villains due to his virtuous nature. David did not expect Clark to alter his character. If he did, Superman would cease to be Superman. He merely wished for Superman to maintain a modicum of caution while embracing his role as a hero. Having previously acknowledged his fatal weaknesses, and with recent events transpiring, Clark ought to learn from this experience. David successfully extricated Clark from the military base outside the city. Yet this incident did not conclude there. Metropolis was abuzz with chaos. David appeared at the scene, sealed off by the military, forcefully demanding soldiers disclose Superman's whereabouts before vanishing, having only been present for a fleeting moment. Yet his brief appearance ignited fervent discussions online regarding his identity and abilities. As he emerged, his entire being radiated a vivid purple glow, obscuring his features in an aura of mystery, leading the citizens of Metropolis to dub him the Purple Man based on his most striking characteristic. Did he appear due to Superman? What connection exists between the Purple Man and Superman? The curiosity of some bordered on tabloid gossip. Was he there to rescue Superman? Who is mightier, he or Superman? Yet, some individuals have been significantly unsettled by the emergence of the Violet Man. First came Superman, and now the Violet Man. How many such beings are concealed on this planet? He appears entirely distinct from Superman. Superman has always radiated warmth and kindness, whereas this individual, in his fervor to save others, exudes little gentleness. Could he potentially become a menace to the city or even the world? Outside, the military's blockade reverberated with sounds akin to bombardment for nearly half an hour. Was the Violet Man battling the army, or was he engaged in a fierce confrontation with Superman? The incident involving Superman's capture, along with all matters concerning the Violet Man, became the headline in Metropolis the following day. Superman, exhausted from rescuing citizens, was whisked away by the military, while the enigmatic Violet Man appeared. Was he there to rescue Superman? After breakfast, David unfolded a copy of the Metropolis Daily, reclining on a chaise longue in the corridor of the balcony, casting a glance at the headlines. Even the typically indifferent Daily reported on this occurrence. It seems everyone is quite curious about you. Clark emerged with a cup of coffee, leaning against the railing, playfully suggesting to his brother, "Shall we become vigilantes and form a heroic alliance? You possess greater capabilities than I." What began as jest turned into contemplation as he considered that if his brother truly joined him in saving others, he would undoubtedly excel in the endeavor. "I have little interest in such matters." David cast a fleeting glance at the newspaper, setting it aside to gaze into the distance towards the farm. Precious vacation time was dwindling. He wished to focus on his next journey. Observing the panel, he raised an eyebrow. Was the fusion progress not quite normal? The numbers seemed to be advancing at an unexpected pace. Regarding Clark's proposal, David showed little enthusiasm. He merely wished to safeguard his family. Uninterested in becoming a superhero like Clark, bustling and toiling for strangers, often facing misunderstanding and suspicion, and occasionally experiencing moral coercion. Moreover, setting aside other considerations, you have never favored my approach to tasks. I fear that should the so-called vigilante group form, it would not be long before you and I clash over my actions. David rose from the chaise longue and looked at Clark. "I don't want our parents to see us fighting and worry." He patted Clark's shoulder. "So let us refrain from that." Clark, holding his coffee, fell silent. His brother had infiltrated a military base to rescue him. Yet he found himself reluctant to harm the soldiers firing upon him, eager to leave swiftly to prevent further casualties at his hands. Was he being overly harsh? "Do you remember Lex Luthor?" "I do." Clark looked up, puzzled as to why David suddenly brought up this topic. He once saved Lex Luthor's life. Had it not been for the pickup truck he gifted, he might not have discovered his true heritage so swiftly. Recently, Lex has ceased to appear in town. His father, Lionel Luthor, was involved in a car accident not long ago, and Lex has taken the reins of the family conglomerate, presumably grappling with profound grief and the overwhelming demands of the business. Clark exhibited a flicker of sympathy. "I am not inquiring about the news that was previously reported in the papers." David shook his head. "Yesterday, Luthor's behavior was rather peculiar, which could not go unnoticed. He is a genius in technology. The battle armor he invented is quite formidable and less pitted against Superman. However, the lifelike bionic robot he produced yesterday, far surpassing the current capabilities of human technology, should not have been within the grasp of young Luthor. Now that the matter has concluded, you have had a night to ponder yesterday's events. You should recognize that what transpired was a conspiracy aimed at you." David recounted what he had witnessed. "Yesterday, I encountered Luthor at the military base. I suspect he is the architect of that scheme, using an entire train full of lives as bait to ensnare you." Clark's brow furrowed momentarily, revealing a glimmer of recollection. "Yesterday, I found that voice strikingly familiar, even though it was somewhat distorted through the speaker. In hindsight, it bore a resemblance to Lex's. After mentally comparing notes, I am nearly certain. That train carried nearly 1,000 lives. It is unfathomable that someone, especially someone I once saved, could be so monstrous. Yet, it seemed that the individual at the base was not truly him. There was no heartbeat, no flow of blood. That could not be a living being. It was merely a robot." David nodded in affirmation of his deduction. "A robot? David, what do you wish for me to do?" Clark, listening intently to his brother's words, surmised that he had a task for him. "Keep an eye on Luthor. I promised yesterday that he would forever dwell in the shadows, unseen by light. However, I have matters of greater importance than merely watching him. As long as he presents himself publicly as a robot, he will be ruined. While I'm not one to easily take a life, Luthor lacks the audacity to appear in his true form before the public again." "Very well." Upon hearing his brother's request, Clark eagerly acquiesced. Nonetheless, it is worth noting that this situation originated from him. His shoulders sagged slightly. If it is merely a robot, he bears no psychological burden. Regarding whether Luthor orchestrated yesterday's events, leading to the installation of a bomb, he would investigate the matter thoroughly. Once evidence is uncovered, I shall not confine myself to mere surveillance. I will personally ensure Luthor is imprisoned. Clark clenched his fist. "That man is exceedingly cunning. You may not be able to find him." David shook his head, harboring doubts about Superman's ability to casually locate evidence, particularly given the military's involvement in the matter. Clark remained silent. He was not a naive child, and understood that once officialdom and politics were entwined, matters invariably became convoluted. After all, the judges responsible for adjudicating cases were integral components of the vast machinery known as the federal government. Speaking of the military, I must pay a visit to someone before embarking on my journey, David muttered softly. The mutable Prometheus metal could bestow superhuman abilities, and he glanced around the room, his eyes flickering momentarily. Who is this person? In the United States, in the state of Mexico, a 5-story modern villa perched by the lake, its striking white, dish-shaped edifice exuding a blend of sleek beauty and cutting-edge technology. Everything was normal in the southeast A4 zone. Elite bodyguards clad in black, accompanied by hunting dogs, patrolled the forested shores of the lake, communicating through discreet earpieces to report any anomalies. The B-14 sector was likewise secure. The security measures here surpassed even those protecting the presidents of small nations. The owner of this lakeside villa was none other than Steve Dayton, one of the wealthiest individuals in the world, a renowned industrial magnate whose conglomerate spanned various sectors including military, healthcare, automotive, and aerospace, with factories scattered across the globe. In the laboratory, Steve Dayton, appearing as though he had not slept for several days, bore a disheveled appearance, his hair resembling a bird's nest, and dark circles under his eyes starkly contrasted with the poised, vigorous, and somewhat aggressive persona he typically presented in interviews. His eyes were bloodshot, yet the fatigue etched on his face could not conceal his exhilaration. "I've done it, my masterpiece," he declared, completing the final weld. He removed his goggles and gazed upon a helmet as if it were the most precious treasure in existence. On the workbench lay a silver titanium alloy helmet, quietly resting there, resembling an ordinary skiing helmet. However, only Steve Dayton, its creator, truly comprehended the advanced technology it encompassed. It delved into the most enigmatic realms of humanity, the brain and consciousness. Once donned, it would enhance cognitive function, awaken mental energy, and enable abilities such as telepathy and even mental control. The culmination of his painstaking efforts was finally realized. Gazing at the helmet, Steve felt parched and hastily drank from a nearby cup, wiping his mouth vigorously. He extended his hands in anticipation, ready to try it on. "Steve Dayton, not only do you possess a formidable business acumen, but you are also a rare genius inventor," a youthful, magnetic voice suddenly interjected. "Isn't this a bit reckless?" Startled, like a frightened rabbit, Steve whirled around to see a young figure leaning casually against the wall, surveying him with an air of ease, as if they were standing at the entrance of a mundane supermarket rather than in his billion-dollar underground secret laboratory. The figure radiated a profound violet glow, resembling a humanoid, celestial body of purple light. "Is that the Violet One?" As an outsider breached the laboratory, Steve's pupils constricted in alarm. He hastily donned the helmet resting on the table and pressed a button, causing a crimson glow to emanate from the seams of the helmet. With a slight exhale of relief, he regained some composure and smiled. "I certainly did not summon Superman here. What brings you to seek me? Are you familiar with me?" For David, the casual moniker of the Violet One was not something he had aspired to as a superhero, rendering the title inconsequential. "I recall only appearing before the crowd yesterday. It seems you have maintained an interest in the supernatural?" He cast a glance at the helmet he had just invented, now perched upon Steve's head. Of course, a bead of sweat formed in Steve's palm as he upheld his grin, secretly attempting to harness the amplified psychic powers of the helmet to delve into David's mind. What could a creature capable of single-handedly breaching a military base and vanquishing the Zero battle armor possibly want with him? Yet, despite his efforts, sweat beaded on his forehead from the strain, and his complexion turned ashen, yielding no insights. Could it be that my psychic amplification helmet has failed? Impossible. Steve's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept that his years of research had culminated in a failure. "Your helmet is not at fault. It merely lacks sufficient power," David remarked nonchalantly, darkening Steve's expression. David possessed an extraordinarily high resistance to psychic abilities, rendering Steve Dayton's psychic amplification helmet utterly ineffective against him. In a flash, David's figure blurred, and the helmet appeared in his grasp. Before Steve could comprehend the situation, he felt an emptiness atop his head. Hastily reaching up, he discovered that the newly invented helmet had vanished. A chill crept down his spine as he faced David. As the creator of Prometheus metal, Steve had been compelled to engage in a series of collaborations with the military following their discovery of the metal. He had already witnessed footage of David defeating a battle suit constructed entirely from Prometheus metal, and he understood the nature of the being before him, radiating violet light. Setting aside other considerations, David's speed alone could easily claim Steve's head before he even had a chance to react. Initially, he had pondered how to compel David to surrender the formula for Prometheus metal, but David's nonchalant demeanor led him to realize that he had unwittingly devised a method himself. According to the trajectory of their lives, billionaire Steve Dayton would eventually become a superhero after inventing the psychic amplification helmet, acquiring the alias Mentor. In the comics, this individual harbored concerns regarding the potential crisis posed by the uncontrollable energy-absorbing properties of Prometheus metal, making it no trivial matter to extract the formula from him easily. You indeed seek the Prometheus metal. Cold sweat trickled down Steve's forehead as he sensed imminent danger, instinctively retreating a step. The fact that I invented Prometheus metal is classified information, known to only a select few in the military. How could you possibly know? You need not concern yourself with that. David slowly donned the helmet. His immense psychic ability extended outward, enveloping the entire laboratory. An invisible wave of mental energy swept through, leaving Steve Dayton's mind adrift like a small boat in an ocean, uncontrollably swaying and feeling dizzy. What is the formula for Prometheus metal? You shall not know. Shaking his head vigorously, Steve fixed his gaze on David, resolutely stating that even a creature estimated to be only vulnerable to nuclear weapons would not extract any desired information from him, regardless of one's intentions. The more individuals who know the formula for Prometheus metal, the greater the risk of its disclosure. The figure cloaked in violet light seemed to have some connection to the newly emerged vigilante Superman of Metropolis. From his act of rescuing Superman, it appeared that the individual before him might not be malevolent. However, aside from the commercial value of the formula, its potential for destruction would never compel him to divulge it to anyone. In a high-temperature, high-pressure environment, David recited an alloy formula: 331 vanadium, 597 titanium, 42 palladium, and 23 rhodium. He then inquired, "Is this a consumable or a transformative type?" "How would you know?" Hearing him recite the alloy formula, Steve's expression changed drastically. He immediately realized that his invention had succeeded. Yet, he could not breach the mental barrier of the other, while the other could effortlessly read his thoughts. Do not think of an elephant. Upon seeing these words, one's subconscious instinctively conjures an image of an elephant. Naturally, Steve would not respond to David's inquiry. But David gleaned the answer from Steve's subconscious and unexpectedly discovered another piece of information. So, it turns out that Prometheus metal was inadvertently invented by you? Amidst this novel realization, as he donned the helmet, the mental waves extended like limbs, and Steve's mind resembled a book that was perpetually updated, open for his perusal. No wonder. Feeling intrigued, David scrutinized him, and certain perplexing questions found resolution. In comparison to the Prometheus metal, which boasted hardness akin to divine materials, absorbed limitless energy, and bestowed superhuman abilities, Steve's reliance on the psychic amplification helmet to become a superhero appeared akin to a child's toy. He clearly possessed the capability to forge armor from that metal or to manifest superpowers, yet he chose not to do so. Be silent. David's terse words flushed Steve's face with indignation, causing his lips to tremble. He yearned to assert that the Prometheus metal was entirely the product of his intellect, but the words caught in his throat. Proudly considering himself a genius, he found himself unable to utter it, for it was merely a serendipitous invention during his research on an alloy intended as the primary material for aerospace rockets, heavily reliant on fortune. What is the formula for the transformative type? Earlier, Steve's subconscious had already answered what type that formula was, and David now shifted his focus to inquire about the other variant he was most concerned with. The Dionysian factor bestowed upon the Jonathan coupled the extraordinary ability of healing and immortality, while itself lacked any means of self-preservation. The mutable Prometheus metal, whether endowing parents with superhuman abilities and a modicum of self-defense, or later granting such powers to subordinates, holds immense potential. David's eyes glimmered with intrigue. In the DC universe, artifacts like the Prometheus metal that can grant individuals superpowers without adverse effects are exceedingly rare. Steve, in silence, hastily covered his ears, though it was too late. The formulation remained the same, Yet the pressure during creation must be reduced and the temperature elevated? David raised an eyebrow and smiled. Now, only one final question remained. What method could be employed to enable the mutable Prometheus metal to bestow superpowers upon individuals? Mere adornment was utterly insufficient. Clutching his ears, Steve, burdened by the financial reports from the company, rushed towards the laboratory exit, seeking to summon his protective team of bodyguards. David's gaze shifted. He remained rooted in place, his hands falling to his sides. Answer my question. Under the influence of mental control, Steve responded like a puppet, obediently divulging information. Cutting into the body. The more severe the injury, the better. Implant the metal within, preferably with a strong will to endure the awakening of abilities. The somewhat gruesome method caused David to frown. Coupled with the necessity of possessing a formidable will, it seemed temporarily inapplicable for his parents. Do you have any mutable metal here? Bring me some, David commanded, and the controlled Steve turned to retrieve canisters of mutable metal from a vault towering over him. Very well. Act as though I were never here. After half a minute, Steve stood before the testing platform, momentarily dazed. What was he about to do? The silver helmet lay before him. Ah, the testing helmet. His eyes brightened, but a frown crossed his brow as he sensed he had forgotten something. Upon further contemplation, it seemed there were no issues. Was it merely fatigue? He had scarcely rested for several days. David had not taken the mental amplification helmet with him. The helmet bore significant side effects, warping one's thoughts and plunging the user into darkness. Steve Dayton would later transform into a supervillain crime lord due to the helmet's repercussions. Utilizing the Prometheus metal to create a cadre of individuals with superpowers, forming a villainous organization at his command. As David swiftly traversed a desolate expanse in Mexico, burdened with a backpack filled with Prometheus metal, he suddenly halted, feeling a surge of vitality within him, his expression changing. He focused intently. Black Emperor template fully integrated 100. Loading new template. The second template has been successfully merged. David's eyes shone brightly. What might the third template be? His gaze burned with anticipation, a mix of anxiety and excitement. After a few seconds of anticipation, David felt a thrilling hum in his head. Shaking it slightly, he suddenly sensed a wondrous force surrounding him, drawing his gaze into the void. An immense, intangible presence, previously imperceptible to him, unveiled itself. Unknown insects chirped wildly amidst the verdant expanse of wild grass. David glanced downward, his fingers twitching. Several pebbles on the ground appeared to be seized by an invisible force, rising into the air. With a flicker of his gaze, the stones shot forth like bullets from a sniper's rifle, piercing a tree several dozen meters away. Another subtle motion caused the heavy backpack on his back to plummet to the earth. Moreover, as he closed his eyes to attune himself to this sensation, it grew increasingly vivid. There existed an infinite and boundless realm enveloping the planet. David felt akin to an ant that had suddenly encountered an ocean, marveling at his ability to harness and manipulate the power of this vast expanse. With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes, feeling the air around him thicken under immense pressure. The grass, swaying in the wind, was abruptly pinned to the ground. The insects' cries fading into silence as the branches of the trees cracked under the strain, cascading to the ground. An unseen force extended over a radius of several miles. In that moment, his feet lifted off the ground, and David's elongated form ascended as though he were a deity rising to the heavens. The pebbles around him floated like celestial rings, soaring into the sky alongside him, while the sun bathed his classically sculpted visage in a golden glow, imbuing him with a hint of divinity. In the expanse between earth and sky, David, now endowed with the gift of flight, marveled at the diminutive wilderness below, a sense of grandeur enveloping him, an exhilarating feeling of liberation as if the world lay open for his exploration. To soar freely like a bird in the sky has been a timeless dream of humanity. Now he had realized it. He had conquered the skies, breaking free from the shackles of gravity. More precisely, he had mastered gravity itself. Clenching his fist, David felt as though he was grasping an unseen realm with great force. His eyes ablaze with intensity. The capabilities of the new template were now unmistakable, omnipresent, permeating every corner of the planet, yet often overlooked gravity itself. The Wanli King template is fully loaded, having integrated 30 Wanli King. With a flicker of his eyelids, David searched his memory, finally recalling this figure whose moniker bore resemblance to Magneto. Much like Magneto, one primarily wielded control over magnetic forces with a hint of electromagnetic power, while the other commanded gravity with a touch of universal attraction. Wong Li, originally known as Franklin Hall, was once a physicist who, following a catastrophic accident during an experiment involving particle accelerators, acquired the extraordinary ability to manipulate gravity. Subsequently, he emerged as one of the formidable adversaries of the Avengers. Within his mind, a wealth of information regarding Wong Li's background and capabilities unfolded. As a member of the Wan lineage, his prowess was by no means inferior to that of Magneto. In fact, under normal circumstances, he was slightly more powerful. He had bested the Avengers on multiple occasions, even managing to defeat the entire assembly of Earth's heroes, including Hulk, Thor, and Scarlet Witch, in a single confrontation. His failures were often attributed to mental instability and poor judgment, whether through self-sabotage or being exploited by others, suggesting a technological burden weighing down his capabilities. However, he lacked such weaknesses. Acquainted with his newfound powers, David beckoned with his fingers, summoning a backpack from the ground. He then extended his hand, directing it towards a towering mountain, approximately 800 or 900 meters high, situated several kilometers away. At the base of the mountain, an elderly shepherd, adorned with a cross necklace and a white hat, tended to his goats, brandishing a whip as the goats leapt between the rocky crevices, nibbling on the grass. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed through the air, causing the mountain to tremble and rocks to cascade down its slopes. An earthquake? The shepherd, startled, gazed up at the mountain. In the next moment, his jaw dropped in disbelief as he beheld an unforgettable sight. It appeared as though an invisible giant hand had grasped the peak, tearing apart the earth at its base and lifting the mountain from the ground, suspending it in midair. The flock of goats bleated in terror as they fled. The shepherd stood frozen, utterly astonished. "Oh God, what am I witnessing?" he gasped, rubbing his eyes. Yet the scene remained unchanged. The mountain hovered several meters above the ground. Is this real? As if struck by lightning, the shepherd was paralyzed, awestruck by the monumental force, feeling as insignificant as an ant, continuously invoking the name of God as he knelt in prayer. After several moments, David, manipulating the gravitational field, gently returned the mountain to its original position and glanced at his palm. The strength to uproot a mountain was nearly the limit of his current abilities. Immersed in the exhilaration of his newfound power, David remained oblivious to the shepherd below, who believed that the return of the mountain was a divine jest. Unlike the portrayal of Wong Li in comics, who could reshape lunar craters and levitate islands and cities at will, David recognized that a greater level of integration was required to achieve such feats. Nonetheless, his capabilities had surged immensely. He could now effortlessly uproot mountains and alter the landscape with a mere gesture. The excitement was evident on his face as he mentally compared himself to others. The slight distinction between Wong Li and Magneto led to inevitable comparisons. Undoubtedly, gravity, as a force, proved to be far more versatile than magnetism, allowing for the effortless manipulation of all matter, not merely confined to metals, and offering superior control. Regarding the limits of two types of abilities, it is well established that among the four fundamental forces of the universe, electromagnetic force surpasses gravitational force in strength. David believes that an unseen upper limit is indistinguishable from non-existence. There are also some extended abilities related to manipulating gravity. For instance, one could distort light to perceive distant objects, sense things across vast oceans through gravitational fields, negate gravity altogether, create gravitational fields to attract all matter, generate gravitational shields, induce earthquakes, and emit gravitational wave beams. The possibilities are numerous, although he has yet to master some abilities concerning universal gravitation. However, the most fundamental aspect is that within the range of gravity, he can manipulate all things with near-divine prowess. The planet beneath his feet becomes his weapon. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sonic booms erupted, resembling clouds of sound produced by punctured white gaseous disks, manifesting continuously in the sky. By controlling the deflection of Earth's gravitational influence, David's eyes sparkled as he familiarized himself with his newly acquired flight ability, breaking through the clouds and racing freely amidst the heavens. 10 times the speed of sound, 50 times, 100 times, 200 times the speed of sound. In a mere span of seconds, David accelerated to 200 times the speed of sound, reaching nearly 260 times the speed of sound, the limit of his velocity, with a gravitational field surrounding him, continually protecting his attire. Unable to contain his joy, David laughed heartily, resembling a shooting star streaking across the sky, no longer burdened by the constraints of the ocean's depths. Where movement was cumbersome due to immense pressure and resistance from the water, his strength had been significantly diminished. He recalled his impending journey to Atlantis. But now, everything seemed surmountable. Returning home, he placed the mutable Prometheus medal beneath his bed. The process of acquiring this ability had been somewhat bloody and brutal, testing his personal will, leaving David uncertain about how to proceed. He decided to set it aside for the time being, to revisit it when necessary. After leaving his home, David visited Paradise Island to ensure that the Amazon warriors were not slacking off. He materialized before them, serving as a silent reminder. Subsequently, he followed the North Sea in search of Atlantis' location. Enveloped in an elliptical gravitational field, David floated serenely in the frigid azure waters, surrounded by a myriad of fish swimming by. With his eyes closed, he attuned himself to the pulsing heartbeat of the planet beneath him, perceiving the vast expanse of the ocean through the omnipresent gravity. Atlantis, the 7 underwater nations, each scattered across the 7 seas, though referred to as nations, were merely cities. Finding a few cities within the waters of this planet was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, he had acquired the ability to manipulate gravity. Through the planet's gravitational field, he could sense objects 1,000 miles away, saving him considerable time. In David's mind, vivid yet silent images flickered by, resembling sonar echoes. As he searched frantically for traces of the city, reflecting on his newly acquired abilities, he recalled an anomaly prior to the complete fusion with the Black Emperor template. It was merely a matter of days, yet the rate of template integration had surpassed his expectations. Initially, he speculated that some upheaval was brewing on Paradise Island, perhaps a clandestine rebellion or a mass gathering inciting resentment and hatred towards him. However, after visiting Paradise Island, he found no evidence of such unrest. When did this abnormal escalation begin? Was it when he revealed himself to the public, storming the military base outside Metropolis to rescue Clark, igniting shock and discourse among the masses? What connection existed between these events? David had always believed that ordinary people could not provide him with any emotional resonance, yet perhaps he had been mistaken. Suddenly, the silhouette of a high-tech underwater city emerged in his mind. He had found it, the 7 undersea kingdoms. David opened his eyes wide, momentarily setting aside his doubts. He resolved to seek certainty before pondering the uncertain. The surrounding currents seemed to come alive, propelling his gravitational shield as he sped through the water. In a splendid palace, seemingly crafted from underwater crystals, the princess awaited. A middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose entered, slightly bowing in greeting. "Vico, you have returned." Dressed in green-scaled, form-fitting armor, Princess Mira of the Zebair kingdom resembled a striking mermaid. She turned her head gently, her brow furrowed in discontent at the sight of the elder who had once instructed her. "This time is different, Princess Mira," Vico replied, a hint of excitement in his voice as he clutched an ancient scroll. At last, he had the opportunity to fulfill the late queen's final wish. "What makes it different?" Mira inquired, rising to her feet, her fiery red hair swirling in the water like beautiful red coral. "Are you not here once more to persuade me to support the queen's eldest son, Arthur, in claiming the throne?" She openly acknowledged her deep affection for the queen. "In my childhood, the queen almost assumed the role of my mother, guiding my growth and teaching me the principles of life. My time in Atlantis was the most carefree period of my existence. Even after my father established the kingdom, becoming the princess of Zebair, that remained unchanged." Mira displayed a wistful expression. Yet, that did not equate to harboring any special feelings for the queen's eldest son, whom she had never met. There was no reason to assist him in overthrowing her father's choice of fiancé, the current king of Atlantis, OM, in favor of another. "But you do not love him, do you? You and Prince OM have only met a handful of times," Vico asserted, striking at the heart of the matter with emotional appeal. "Your father, in his quest for dominion over the 7 seas, has thrust you into the arms of Prince OM, seemingly without a thought for your happiness. Atlantis operates under a system of joint governance by couples, Should Mira ascend to the role of queen, the ambitious king Zaber, who conceals his aspirations beneath a facade of benevolence, would attain the highest power over the seven seas. I cannot betray my country and my people. A flicker of struggle crossed the crimson-haired princess's eyes as she shook her head. When it comes to ambition, it is the king of OM who harbors insatiable desires. Unabashedly so. If he is not constrained by the ancient system, he will inevitably initiate a war to annex the kingdom of Zabair. This time is different, princess. Arthur's opportunity to claim the throne is no longer a distant dream. Vico hurriedly emphasized again, swiftly approaching a crystal table where he unfurled an ancient scroll. Noticing her hesitation, he had already persuaded Mira several times, yet she remained uncertain. Today, however, was a different matter. Regardless of how daunting the queen's final wishes may be, he was determined to see them fulfilled. The Atlanteans harbor a deep-seated disdain for land dwellers. In the crown, prince born of the queen and a lighthouse keeper possesses half the blood of the land people. Without formidable support, ascending to the throne would be impossible. Princess, do you recall the lost trident of Atlantis? That legend? Mira looked at the scroll in astonishment, where a golden trident radiating with light was illustrated at its center. This was a depiction from a mythical scroll illustrating a tale. No, not merely a legend. Perhaps time has rendered it too distant, causing our people to regard it as mere folklore. Yet, in the records of the royal family and the nobility, it was once a true history. Vico exclaimed, shaking his head in excitement. Historically, the greatest weapon forger of Atlantis crafted a trident for the first generation of Atlantean kings from Poseidon's cold iron, said to possess the power to dominate the seas. Mira recalled the ancient tales, murmuring softly, whoever gains its recognition will immediately wield limitless, supreme authority over the seven seas, with all Atlanteans bowing at his feet. As a member of the Atlantean Council, Vico passionately recited the latter part. That is the indisputable symbol of sovereignty over the seven seas. Mira furrowed her brow, her heart filled with doubt as she gazed at him. Regardless of whether it was true, due to the insatiable greed of the Atlanteans, the pursuit of the trident's power led to unforeseen calamities, resulting in Atlantis' sinking and the destruction of our terrestrial civilization. The trident vanished alongside the self-exile of the first Atlantean king. Looking around cautiously, Vico carefully retrieved a rusted cylindrical object from behind his waist. Just recently, our archaeological team uncovered this at the old site. This is an ancient recorder that can be traced back to the First Dynasty, containing the final messages the Atlantean king left for his people. Following it could lead us to the exalted trident. No sooner had Vico finished speaking than the water in the room seemed to transform into a hand, pulling the recorder from his grasp. He assumed Mira had been swayed and looked at her with excitement. Princess Mira, manipulating water is a gift inherent to Mira, unique within Atlantis. Yet, in the next moment, she gazes at the recorder, ensnared by the currents between them, stepping back in astonishment. This is not my doing. Chapter 114. Go back and inform your king. Not Mira's doing? Who else among the Atlanteans possesses the ability to command the waters? Vico reacted swiftly, intent on reclaiming the recorder that held the sacred trident's clues. But the water, like a colossal hand, seized the device and propelled it toward a shadowy figure. A tall man, strikingly handsome as if sculpted from ancient Greek marble, stood with one hand behind his back, extending his arm to catch the recorder. Was this the trident capable of bending Atlantis to its will? Who are you? Mira, like a startled fish, wore a vigilant expression, swirling currents forming beneath her hands, poised to unleash a formidable strike at any moment. This was her chamber as Princess Zeeble, not a public park for strangers to wander. David cast a fleeting glance at the guards, unconscious on the floor, their fates sealed by the water's might. Return it to me. Vico, consumed by rage, lunged at David. The recorder bore the weight of his hopes to fulfill the late queen's wishes. Though Vico was not of royal blood, he possessed undeniable noble lineage and a strength surpassing that of a blue whale. With a mere motion, he stirred the waters, his body akin to a torpedo launched from the deep sea. Yet, David merely regarded him with a sidelong glance. The gravity of the water intensified abruptly. Thud! Vico crashed violently to the palace floor, the ground fracturing like a spider's web beneath him, as if an aircraft carrier had descended upon him. His head lay helplessly pressed to the ground, unable to move even a finger, his eyes glancing upward at the enigmatic figure, struggling to speak. Who are you? Under the immense gravitational force, even uttering a word drained his strength. However, David showed no inclination to respond. Whoosh! The water coalesced, resembling a monstrous serpent, suddenly striking toward David. Witnessing the overwhelming force, Mira, who had been taught combat techniques by the elder in her youth, felt a chill of apprehension as she prepared to confront the intruder in her palace. She could manipulate the water's form, altering its density and hardness. Even the feeblest current in her hands could slice through steel and demolish walls. Yet, with a mere lift of his hand, David rendered her control over the water null and void, causing it to dissipate instantly. Impossible. Mira staggered back in shock, staring at her hands, recognizing how effortlessly her command over the water had been stripped away. She felt like a child grappling with a giant for a toy, powerless against the slightest exertion that snatched her control away. A humming sound echoed as another invisible gravitational field expanded. Under the immense pressure, the water surged, and Mira felt a constriction in her chest, forced to kneel upon the ground. Faced with an unfamiliar man, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, struggling to rise, yet feeling as if a mountain pressed upon her, rendering her efforts futile. "Do not resist," David said, casually toying with the recorder in his hand before crushing it effortlessly. The shards drifted away with the sea. "No," Vico shouted in desperation. "What have you done?" That was the only clue to find the sacred trident. He attempted to rise, but felt utterly powerless. The sole hope for Arthur, the son of the former queen, to ascend to the throne was now annihilated. Mara, with her flowing red hair, gazed at David in disbelief, unable to comprehend his actions. If not in pursuit of the trident's clue, why had he suddenly appeared to defeat them? "This recorder holds no value for me," David declared. "I have long known the whereabouts of the sacred trident. I simply had no need to retrieve it until now." The recorder pointed to the Lost Kingdom, one of the 7 realms beneath Atlantis, a remnant of a palace that once thrived in the now parched Sahara Desert. There, one would find a vial, which would direct them to Sicily, Italy. By placing the vial at the statue of Rome's first emperor on the island, and gazing out to sea from its opening, one could discover the final location where the sea-dwelling clan of the Trench resides. The sacred trident lies there. For David, the recorder was superfluous. Its destruction was merely a means to eliminate the possibility of others uncovering the clue, unwilling to have his treasure hunt interrupted. Vico's astonishment was palpable. Who was this individual, and were his words genuine? He had long known how to control the whereabouts of the sacred trident, yet had chosen to leave it untouched. The proud red-haired princess, still kneeling in oppression, let out a derisive laugh. "What, do you not believe me?" David raised an eyebrow. He reached out, and a hand formed from the flowing water tightly grasped Mara's neck, lifting her effortlessly. "Let me go." Mara strained with all her might to break free. But the watery grip was as unyielding as dense alloy, while her own abilities felt feeble as sand, unable to penetrate its hold. Captured like a bird ensnared, she was drawn to David's side. "Return and inform Alm that I have taken his fiancée. He must summon all Atlanteans," he commanded, disregarding Mara's futile struggles beside him. Casting a glance at Vico on the ground. "When I return, Atlantis will have a new king." His calm tone suggested a predetermined outcome, showing utter disregard for the Atlantean king. "Do not leave." Vico exerted himself in a desperate attempt to save Mara. "Release Princess Mara." David, with Mara's neck still ensnared by the flowing water, soared from the palace, drawing the attention of a throng of palace guards who rushed forward, brandishing their spears and shouting in outrage. He waved his hand dismissively. The gravitational waves surged forth, sending a dozen elite warriors of Atlantis hurtling backward like balls struck by a powerful force, crashing against the palace walls. David intended to execute a plan akin to that of Paradise Island, to rule over them while instilling a sense of discontent and helplessness among his subjects. Even the wisest of kings cannot occupy the hearts and minds of their people constantly. David glided slowly over the expanse of his kingdom, where towering structures resembling luminous jellyfish rose from the seabed, interspersed with sleek underwater trains traversing the advanced cityscape. Conversely, the oppressed and humiliated citizens yearned fervently for the demise of the tyrant that loomed over them. His cruelty was not excessive. It sufficed that the Atlanteans harbored resentment. "Intruder, release the princess." A cadre of kingdom warriors, mounted on deep-sea creatures reminiscent of sharks, charged forth, brandishing spears and long guns. The air hummed with tension as David, without a glance, unleashed wave after wave of gravitational force. In the waterlogged depths, massive ripples became evident, resembling unstoppable tidal surges, as the advancing Atlantean warriors were sent flying as if swept away by autumn winds. It was as if an earthquake had struck the ocean floor, shaking the entire city. Is that Princess Mira? Countless terrified Atlanteans looked upward, witnessing a figure carrying their princess, striding forth like an invincible deity, with none daring to approach. Mira, stunned, ceased her struggles, gazing in astonishment at the seemingly indifferent profile of the man clad in terrestrial attire, who possessed such formidable strength. My daughter. Upon receiving the news, King Zebair, with a regal countenance, hastily pursued on a giant seahorse, but could only glimpse the retreating figure. A disheveled Vico emerged from the palace, clutching his chest. Vico, what is the meaning of this? The king's immediate suspicion of Vico, as he appeared in a place he should not be, ignited his fury. Having departed from the city of Campbell, David no longer felt the need to moderate his speed. He accelerated dramatically, achieving an astonishing speed of 10 times the speed of sound, even in the depths capable of crushing steel. He glanced back at the rapidly diminishing city of Campbell. Having already exhibited a fraction of his power, coupled with the words he left behind, he anticipated that upon his return with the trident, OM and Mira's father would be prepared with all the Atlanteans they could muster. That should efficiently save him considerable effort. As for Mira, the protagonist's fate bore little relation to hers. There was no need for animosity towards Mira due to a particular actress. The character of Mira was conceived in the 1960s. Long before the actress's mother was even born, such a notion seemed rather tragic. Long before that actress came into the picture, Mira had already established herself as a beloved character in the realm of comic books. Chapter 115. You are too arrogant. Land dweller David grasped the elusive Mira from a distance, causing ripples that would inevitably affect both nations. The boundless azure sea suddenly erupted, as if a missile had breached the surface, sending towering waves soaring into the heavens. After a brief pause, David maneuvered the gravitational field enveloping him, propelling himself like an intercontinental missile, accelerating rapidly beyond 200 times the speed of sound. He glanced at Mira, who was still struggling. Released, Mira plummeted, her eyes wide with panic, fearing she would crash into the ocean 1,000 meters below. To her astonishment, she landed with a thud against a solid barrier. Dazed and disoriented, she attempted to rise, only to be met with a painful bump against the barrier. Do not move recklessly. I will not retrieve you if you fall, David remarked, regarding her with an expression of disdain. The streamlined force field allowed for effortless flight, with insufficient space for her to stand. Beyond the force field, the blue sky and white clouds raced past, blurring together like colliding pigments. The speed was at least beyond 100 times the speed of sound. Witnessing David's flight, Mira could hardly conceal her astonishment. While she could achieve supersonic speeds underwater, her reflexes far surpassing those of the land dwellers, she could not even discern David's velocity. Recalling the mere glimpse of his prowess when he had seized her from Zeeble, she pondered just how formidable this man truly was. Her body stiffened as she gazed up at David soaring above, the sky stretching beneath her, and she hesitated to act. Without his force field, she would plunge at a speed exceeding 100 times that of sound, crashing into either the ocean or the earth, undoubtedly reduced to mere pulp. However, after a moment, Mira sensed a certain awkwardness in the positioning of the two within the barrier, one above, the other below, rendering her quite uncomfortable. Yet David, fixated on the sky ahead, paid her no heed. Who are you, truly? She inquired. I am the princess of Zeeble, the betrothed of the king of the seven seas. Land dweller. Should you abduct me, you might unleash calamity upon the entire world. Observing David's attire, which reflected the style of a land dweller, Mira, having adjusted to her circumstances, issued her warning. How do you know I am not an Atlantean? David replied with a smile. Once the Atlanteans were part of land civilization, but after sinking to the ocean depths, various tribes began to evolve, resulting in grotesque hybrids like the brackish and trench dwellers, as well as the fisherman tribe, a blend of human and fish. Among them were the Atlanteans, indistinguishable from humans save for their ability to breathe underwater. Do you think I am easily deceived, land dweller? Mira retorted with a cold smile. The Atlantean garb, aside from ancient armor and advanced suits, typically resembled tight-fitting diving attire, while David's clothing appeared akin to that of a seaside vacationer, clearly not reflective of Atlantean fashion. Most importantly, the Atlanteans dwell in the depths of the ocean, cherishing water as much as land dwellers cherish air. They do not shy away from contact with water. So, that is your reasoning, David chuckled. Although he had consistently avoided getting wet, he had no intention of altering this flaw. Did you hear what I said? She continued to gaze ahead at David, who seemed unfazed. Which part? My disappearance could pose a threat to the surface world. Mira observed his nonchalance, her frustration prompting her to reiterate her point. This is not mere alarmism. My identity is one factor, and ORM's ambition is another. ORM had long harbored resentment towards the surface dwellers for their pollution of the ocean. Transforming the sea, he ruled into a dumping ground for land dwellers. One might even say it was a form of hatred. My abduction could very well serve as his pretext for waging war against the surface and claiming dominion over the world. This does not concern me, David replied, his voice calm as he dismissed the howling winds capable of tearing a body apart, which were kept at bay by the force field. As for the so-called king of the seven seas, he will soon cease to be. You are exceedingly arrogant, land dweller, Mira scoffed. ORM possesses the purest royal bloodline among contemporary Atlanteans. The royal family and ordinary Atlanteans might as well belong to different species. Atlanteans can thrive in the high-pressure depths of the ocean, their bodies more resilient than steel, while the strength of the Atlantean royalty surpasses that of commoners by 10-fold, even 100-fold. David chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying Mira's claims about ORM's might. In the Justice League, on land, Aquaman's power pales in comparison to Superman, and even Wonder Woman outmatches him. However, the scenario shifts dramatically underwater, where Wonder Woman is no match for him. Sharks are fearsome only in their aquatic domain. Aquaman possesses the strength to effortlessly lift a nuclear submarine weighing tens of thousands of tons, propelling it swiftly to the surface against the currents. In the water, Aquaman's strength is estimated to reach several tens of thousands of tons. As for ORM, who has lived in the ocean since birth, his prowess in the water surpasses that of Aquaman. Do not place too much hope in the trident of Poseidon. Mira urged him to abandon his quest for the sovereignty of the seven seas and return her to the ocean's depths. Even if you acquire the trident, you may not be able to contend with ORM. Since their descent into the depths, the Atlanteans have evolved, not only technologically, but also physically. Any modern Atlantean, if cast into ancient times, would emerge as an invincible warrior, leaving behind a legacy of epic tales. She remained skeptical about the legendary trident of Poseidon. I have never hoped to resolve matters with any trident. David sought the trident merely for its symbolic significance, as a means to establish a rightful claim to the title of king of the seven seas. A terrestrial being could never ascend to the throne of the king of the seven seas. While he may conquer the Atlanteans through a reign of terror and slaughter, wielding fear as his weapon, he cannot reside indefinitely beneath the waves, for his home lies not in the shadowy depths devoid of sunlight. A throne obtained through bloodshed and servitude would inevitably face insurrections, even if I were to remain in the depths. Moreover, he lacks the capacity for such deeds. Mira was about to speak again when they arrived. David halted his flight, gazing down at his destination, an enchanting island, where a warm breeze caressed the air, whispering through the crystalline, azure waters. The white seabed was visible beneath, presenting a breathtaking panorama that nearly rivaled the beauty of paradise. Italy, the stunning island of Sicily. Yet, in Mira's eyes, it was a different place, her expression shifting. This was the domain of the trench dwellers. What brings you here? The trench dwellers were once a faction of Atlanteans, yet whether they had evolved or devolved remained uncertain. They had transformed into monstrous beings of the deep. Unlike the saltwater folk, who bore the semblance of crabs and crustaceans but retained their intellect, the trench dwellers were consumed by madness and bloodlust. Any creature that ventured into their abyss would be mercilessly torn apart by countless trench dwellers. Mira's expression was complex. The queen who had watched her grow had been sacrificed to the trench dwellers, deemed an affront to the royal bloodline of Atlantis for uniting with a terrestrial man. David gazed into the ocean, for the sacred trident of Atlantis, long lost, lay just beneath the surface. The day was overcast and rainy. The air in his home felt stifling. He opened the window to let in a breeze, feeling drowsy and unwell. He contemplated taking a brief respite. If the second chapter did not appear by dawn, he would postpone the update until daylight. There would be no reduction in frequency. Chapter 116. Luther's Typhon plan. A luxurious black limousine glided along the road. Inside, an air of silence enveloped the space as Luther sat quietly in the back seat, swiftly navigating through company affairs on his tablet, while occasionally glancing outside through the window. Two armed bodyguards sat opposite him, their expressions serious and alert, not uttering a word. Suddenly, a blue figure streaked across the sky and landed firmly in front of the limousine, halting its path. Clark stood with arms crossed, illuminated by the sunlight, forcing the vehicle to a stop. It was Superman. The driver hit the brakes, and the bodyguards swiftly exited the vehicle, using the doors as cover, their handguns aimed at Clark. "Put the guns away," Luther commanded, his tone darkening as he waved dismissively. He turned his gaze toward Clark. "If the renowned Superman intends me harm, what good would your firearms do? I trust he would not recklessly endanger an innocent civilian." Throughout the journey, he refrained from notifying anyone, uttering not a single word from beginning to end. Any matters were communicated through written instructions on his tablet to his subordinates. Yet he was still intercepted on the way to the company. "Regrettably, you are not blameless, and this is not a human affair." The once favorable impression Clark held towards Luther dissipated, as he had duped him into a trap, treating the lives of thousands of citizens as a jest. A crimson laser ignited in Clark's eyes, and in the next moment, the bionic Luther was incinerated by intense heat, leaving only a pair of feet standing in place. The synthetic rubber skin revealed a skeletal framework of steel and wires beneath. The two bodyguards gaped in astonishment, bewildered at how their employer had transformed into a robot. Since the destruction of a bionic robot at the military base, Luther had made his first appearance under the sun, cautiously testing for potential attacks, though he remained the only mechanical figure capable of traversing the metropolis. "Gentlemen, do not be alarmed by today's events. I recommend you continue with your duties," he advised. After all, securing a bodyguard position where one need not worry about the employer's safety is a rare find. Having dealt with Luther's robotic incarnation, Clark jested with the two terrified bodyguards before springing away. His form resembled that of a great bird, leaping across several miles back into the city, where he resumed his surveillance of criminal activities from atop a high-rise building. Under the golden rays of sunlight, Clark opened his eyes towards the sun. In the gray world, vast patches of light occupied the center of his vision, obscuring clarity, yet it was no longer a realm of darkness. His eyesight was gradually returning. Previously, Clark believed that his formidable physique would suffice even without eyesight, but Luther and the commander at the military base imparted a crucial lesson. His brother was right. No other ability could replace the gift of sight. Fortunately, within just 2 days, signs of recovery in his vision began to manifest. Not only that, Clark clenched his fists. Under the warm sunlight, he felt as if he were once again an infant within his mother's womb, with every fiber of his being growing stronger by the second. After fainting from exhaustion a couple of days prior, his body seemed to sense urgency and danger, accelerating the growth of his abilities. In a mere 2 days, Clark experienced a notable enhancement in his capabilities, with each new day allowing him to surpass the strength of the day before. In an underground fortress, Luther removed the remote-controlled helmet resembling that of a bionic robot, his countenance grim. Initially, the invention of bionic robots was merely a precautionary measure. Having inherited a vast fortune, he was likely under scrutiny during this period. The bionic robots could serve as a substitute to face dangers on his behalf. However, he had not anticipated the present situation. He was now relegated to manipulating the robotic body in the sunlight, while his true self remained hidden from the sun's rays underground. The bad news was far from singular. Luther sought to procure the materials necessary for the creation of the armored steel warrior, intending to enhance his battle suit and bionic robots. However, he was met with an unyielding refusal from Sam Lane, who sternly warned him against delving into military secrets. Even with the influence he wielded within military and governmental circles, the outcome remained unchanged. Some of the high-ranking officials with whom Luther associated lacked even the clearance to access the Steel Warrior Project documentation. With a dismissive scoff, he entered the laboratory situated on the 3rd subterranean level of the fortress. A scientist who had just finished listening to a report from one of his research subordinates approached him, a weary yet exhilarated expression gracing his face. We have made a significant breakthrough in our experiments. For the first time, we successfully modified the transformative abilities of 3 types of meteoric materials. Peering through the thick bulletproof glass, Luther furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a barrage of sharp rifle bullets struck the experimental subject, only to ricochet off its impenetrable skin. The subject momentarily swayed, its skin shifting to a state of camouflage, rendering it invisible. The security personnel, wielding rifles, were caught off guard as the subject silently closed the distance, disarming them effortlessly. A searing heat emanated from the subject's hand, distorting the surrounding air as the rifle melted into molten iron, pooling on a laboratory floor. "What do you think, sir?" inquired the elderly scientist, his thinning white hair framing an expression of barely contained excitement. He sought Luther's approval, confident that if this project were conducted within the military, even the most critical generals would applaud the results demonstrated by a single entity capable of rivaling an entire special forces unit. "Quite impressive, though still insufficient," Luther replied, his countenance devoid of any trace of joy. Had he received news of such results a few days prior, he might have expressed admiration. However, the circumstances had shifted, and an unsettling urgency gnawed at him. "Dr. Jones, I have thus far invested over $1 billion into the Typhon project and assembled a research team of remarkable caliber for you. The ultimate goal of this initiative is to create a biological weapon endowed with countless abilities, capable of adapting to any situation and vanquishing all foes. Yet now, after expending over $1 billion, you have merely achieved the modification of 3 abilities? Sir, possessing the technology for multiple biological modifications means that achieving 100 or even 1,000 abilities is merely a matter of time," the esteemed scientist, a former Nobel laureate, reminded him. "A comparison of 0 to 1 signifies a breakthrough. 3 compared to 1 is a monumental leap, which is why I am elated. This project is already 80% successful. I am aware. However, the issue lies in my inability to wait that long." Luther waved his hand impatiently, dismissing any objections. "Starting tomorrow, I will participate in your project, working alongside you to expedite the completion of the Typhon project." Typhon, the progenitor of all monstrosities in Greek mythology, is depicted as a colossal figure with 100 monstrous heads. He is the ancestral source of fearsome creatures such as the 100-headed dragon Ladon, the 9-headed serpent Hydra, and the 3-headed hound Cerberus. Typhon once vanquished the king of the gods, Zeus, instilling endless terror in the deities of Olympus. Luther named his plan after this formidable entity, not only due to the extraordinary abilities derived from individuals mutated by meteorite influences, but also because of the exceptional expectations he harbored. A creature so powerful that it could slay a god. He pressed his hands against the control panel, his gaze piercing the experimental subjects within, a flicker of fierce resolve igniting in his eyes. Originally, the plan entailed creating a perfect biological weapon for his own use. Now, however, it necessitated a revision. In Norse mythology, Odin, the king of the gods, sacrificed one of his eyes to gain ultimate wisdom, hanging himself upside down from the world tree for 7 days and nights. If he wished to roam freely under the sun once more, rather than remain eternally concealed in a shadowy bunker, he might have to pay a price, perhaps even undergo a transformation of his own. Chapter 117. The magical vortex beneath the sea. What? How did you come by this information? Mira exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at David. "I must caution you. The one who conveyed this news may harbor ill intentions. The long-lost trident, capable of commanding the 7 seas, had supposedly remained within the habitat of one of Atlantis' tribes all along. No one has informed me of this," David replied, contemplating the depths below as he stroked his chin. He pondered the thoughts of Atlantis' first king, who left behind a trail of clues that led to the Sahara Desert, ultimately pointing to the heart of Atlantis. Why not simply state that the trident is here? Is it not mysterious enough? The Trench tribe consisted of evolved Atlanteans, having lost their intellect during the course of evolution and transformed into monstrous beings, albeit slightly more powerful than ordinary Atlanteans. Their reproductive capabilities had also undergone significant changes. The abyssal trench below housed millions of these trench dwellers. Mira swallowed hard, sensing that David either underestimated the might of the Trench tribe or was utterly insane. If you truly possess the strength you claim, you could defeat OM without the trident. I suggest you return and seize the throne directly. She secretly wished to convey that if David sought death, he should not drag her down with him. "I have other uses for the trident," David replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed by Mira's words, as he manipulated the gravitational field to plunge into the ocean depths. He traversed the azure waters, arriving above a vast trench. The inky abyss below appeared as a fissure tearing through the earth, resembling a silent, watchful eye of death, observing all creatures that dared to venture into its domain. With a brief pause, the gravitational field enveloping the two plummeted rapidly. The abnormal currents stirred, awakening the monsters lurking in the depths of the ocean. Towering nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a grotesque merman, the creature bore sharp fins along its back and elbows, slicing through the water while howling at the seabed. Its eyes filled with malevolence as it charged toward the sole source of light beneath the waves. Under the violet glow, a terrifying horde of monsters surged forth from the abyss, akin to a swarm, eliciting a primal fear. In the deep trench, David remained composed, radiating a purple luminescence that illuminated the ocean floor like a beacon. He manipulated the gravitational forces to control the flow of water. Enormous whirlpools materialized around him, stretching out for hundreds of meters. It resembled a colossal maelstrom as the trench dwellers shrieked and rushed forth, their cries echoing like wails of tormented souls, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, they were swiftly engulfed by the expanding whirlpool, their sounds silenced in an instant. The white whirlpool resembled a ring of stars encircling the purple celestial body, creating a breathtaking tableau. David descended with calm determination into the depths of the trench. The trench dwellers were drawn into the vortex, colliding with one another as if caught in a massive meat grinder, bones shattered and blood spilling into the sea. An even greater number of trench dwellers were stirred into frenzy, pouring forth like a tide of monsters, hundreds of thousands, akin to moths drawn to a flame, intent on devouring any creature that entered their domain. As the whirlpool consumed more of the trench dwellers, its ferocity diminished, allowing some to break free and crash against his gravitational field, only to be violently repelled. Mira's heart raced, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the countless trench dwellers outside, feeling as though she could be torn apart at any moment. David clicked his tongue, a hint of regret crossing his features. Alas, these trench dwellers could no longer be considered human. Upon entering the trench, they attacked him with frenzied abandon, devoid of any emotional nuance. More and more trench dwellers battered against the protective shield. David began to accelerate, diving swiftly toward the bottom of the trench, unperturbed by the potential threat posed by these creatures. With the ability to manipulate energy, he was akin to a perpetual motion machine, and the formidable form of the eternal beings rendered him impervious to their assaults. Indeed, David was confident he could annihilate the millions of trench dwellers inhabiting this abyss. It merely required time, though it was unnecessary. Such an endeavor would yield no benefit, especially with a formidable enemy awaiting him below, the sea monster Karasin, guardian of the sacred trident. This creature, stretching 2 kilometers in length, was an extraordinary being with a form as massive as a mountain, possessing the strength to shatter peaks. Lacking the ability to communicate with the Sea King or the creatures of the deep, David had no choice but to confront it directly. His gaze shifted, and the gravitational shield he commanded surged downward with the force of a solid steel sphere, striking at supersonic speed, obliterating all flesh and blood beings in its path. Amidst the millions of trench dwellers surrounding him, a bloody corridor of carnage and death was forged. Mira struggled to contain her astonishment. These formidable creatures possess bodies capable of withstanding the immense pressures of the deep sea. Yet before the man, they shatter like crimson bubbles at a mere touch. Could it be that this land dweller truly surpasses OM in strength? Within mere seconds, David could not ascertain how many of the trench dwellers he had vanquished. Finally arriving at the ocean's abyss, a deep, enigmatic blue light manifested at the trench's floor, taking on the form of a swirling vortex. "What could that be?" Mira exclaimed. "I sense a potent magical force emanating from above." "You understand magic?" David raised an eyebrow. "Land dweller, during ancient times, the advancements of we Atlanteans are beyond your imagination. While other surface dwellers were still unaware that the Earth was round, we had already harnessed the technology of infinite energy, exploring the world and uncovering secrets unknown to us. Magic was among them." Mira glanced back, noticing that the trench dwellers seemed to fear the power present here, daring not to approach. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she regained some composure. I know more about this than you do. David was not astonished by the sudden emergence of magic within such a technologically advanced civilization like Atlantis. In the DC universe, Atlantis has numerous origin stories, some claiming it to be an extraterrestrial race that arrived on Earth and discovered Atlantis, where another alien species already resided, leading to the establishment of Atlantis before a subsequent civil war. Others suggest it was native Earthlings who, due to the inherent mystical powers of the land, first developed a magical civilization. There are also tales that the magic of Atlantis originated from the Eternal Rock. In any case, it is not surprising that Atlantis possesses magic, as many versions of its origin include such elements. What surprises me is that you do not appear to be well-versed in magic, he continued. What Mira displayed was merely a talent for manipulating water currents, without exhibiting any magical abilities. It is perilous there. Should we enter, the outcome is uncertain. Mira felt a surge of frustration, but dared not voice her thoughts, gazing anxiously at the magical vortex, realizing David intended to venture into it. The result will be another small world, David remarked with an indifferent expression, fully aware of the enigma at hand. There, a sacred trident awaited alongside a sea monster as colossal as a mountain. Chapter 118. The New King? Seeking Death. Somewhere in the Atlantic, elite Atlantean warriors patrolled warily outside an abandoned deep-sea palace, riding upon grotesque, lobster-like behemoths. Inside the palace stood 7 majestic statues, each several meters tall, converging weapons at a single point. Beneath the weapons lay rows of ancient thrones, encrusted with seaweed. King Nereus, what brings you to summon me with such urgency? Adorned in golden locks and clad in ebony armor, Om glided through the waters, exuding an inherent nobility and authority with every movement. His towering figure seemed to harbor a power that could instill dread even in the depths of the ocean. The current king of Atlantis bore a hint of impatience upon his brow. The venue for this meeting left a sour taste in his mouth. It was once the site of royal councils, a time when the trident had not yet been lost. Back then, the king of Atlantis reigned as the true sovereign of the 7 seas, and none dared to defy his commands. Although he held disdain for the monstrous races beyond Atlantis and Zeeble, deeming them unworthy of the title of Atlanteans, a pressing matter compelled him to summon Nereus here. Nereus's countenance was grim, dark enough to seem as if it could drip with water. The two were soon to be bound as father-in-law and son-in-law, yet their tones lacked any semblance of warmth, perhaps due to their mutual disregard for the union, focusing instead on the transformations it would bring. My daughter has been abducted from the palace. Mira, at the mention of his betrothed's plight, Om's expression darkened with fury. Who dares to seize my fiancée within these 7 seas? Though he had consented to the marriage for Nereus's backing to regain true control over the seas, he could not deny his profound affection for Mira, the most exquisite pearl of the ocean, with whom he had grown up. Most importantly, it was common knowledge that Mira was to be his bride. I do not know, Nereus replied, but the captor left a message for you. With a wave of his hand, the disheveled Vico was ushered in by Zeeble's warriors. Vico said, his voice laden with defeat under Nereus's frigid gaze. The one who took Mira has a message. Prepare yourself, for when he returns, Atlantis will have a new king. Vico was entirely innocent in this matter, but it was of little consequence. His plan with Mira to restore Arthur to the throne had already been shattered. The formidable youth had disrupted everything like a shark invading tranquil waters, obscuring the clarity of the ocean's course. A new king? He seeks death. Upon hearing those words, fury ignited in Om's eyes, his murderous intent sending tremors through the air. He clenched his fist, causing the waters to ripple violently. The sea beasts patrolling outside the palace reacted with anxious cries, as though the smaller fish sensed the wrath of a mighty whale. The king of Atlantis would not tolerate provocation. Whoever he may be, I shall rend him to pieces. Summon the troops. Even if I must turn the 7 seas upside down, I will find him. The abduction of his soon-to-be bride was an undeniable fact, and under the king's wrath, the warriors outside the hall fell silent, bowing their heads in obedience. Vico, when the world has transpired, how did you end up in Zeeble? The notion that the union proposal could have originated from a scheming Nereus is utterly implausible. Om's eyes, like bolts of icy lightning, pierced through Vico, his voice resonating with a somber fury as he demanded to uncover the intricate details of the matter. Who was the audacious fool that dared to provoke him? Beneath the depths of the abyss, a magnificent and enigmatic whirlpool of magical energy stirred, its purpose shrouded in mystery. Mira found herself bewildered by the confidence radiating from the man before her, as though he had personally witnessed the trident submerged within. Wait, are you suggesting that the colossal sea creature, Karasun, resides within? A sudden realization struck her, causing her body to tremble. Was it the very beast that even the inaugural Atlantean king, holder of the sacred trident, feared? With her eyes wide with astonishment, Mira turned to flee, but within David's gravitational shield, there was nowhere to escape. David, calm and composed, directed the gravity field towards the blue luminescent whirlpool. In an instant, the world spun in a dizzying chaos, as if time itself had warped. Suddenly, without warning, in a tranquil expanse of pale blue waters, a shield materialized. The waters churned violently as a gargantuan creature, nearly 20 meters in length, thrashed its powerful tail, propelling itself swiftly towards them, its maw brimming with razor-sharp teeth poised to strike. Curious, David stole a glance at the dinosaur that should have been extinct since the Cretaceous period. The creature, akin to a thrashing crocodile, stirred the surrounding waters with ferocity, yet it found itself unable to crush the two diminutive beings, as if they were impervious to its relentless assault. Before long, the minuscule entities erupted forth with unfathomable power. With a mere gesture, David transformed the water that would typically yield effortlessly to the beast's flippers into a solid, steel-like barrier, compressing with immense force. The creature's eyes widened in terror, unable to comprehend the impending doom, as its skull shattered like brittle cookies, blood oozing from its maw as it sank into the depths. Disregarding the spectacle, David broke through the ocean's surface, ascending into the air. Above him, a pterosaur soared gracefully, unveiling a resplendent microcosm. Yet the sky overhead was not adorned with clouds, but rather clusters of luminous crystals. Where was this place? Mira pondered in astonishment. Was it cavern? Yet how could such a vast expanse exist within a cave, stretching infinitely, even boasting islands, mountains, and a vast sea? This was the world within the earth. David surveyed the terrain below, spotting a group of small velociraptors darting across a sandy beach. Dinosaurs, long thought extinct, thrived in this subterranean realm. A female figure emerged from a rocky alcove, brandishing a harpoon, clad in a full suit of armor crafted from fish skin shed by the denizens of the trench. Her gray-white hair cascading from beneath her helmet. Cautiously, she concealed herself behind a rock, observing the two strangers who had inexplicably materialized in this inner world. The world beneath the earth. Was that a person? Mira caught sight of the figure, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with the pair of eyes peering from beneath the helmet, and a frown creased her brow. David lowered his protective visor and stepped onto the sandy shore. "Are you Mira?" The figure emerged from the cave, recognizing Mira by her naturally red hair and the faint traces of her childhood features. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Mira was perplexed as to why someone living in this isolated little world would recognize her, yet the voice carried a sense of déjà vu. The woman removed her helmet, revealing an exquisitely aged visage, with wrinkles adorning the corners of her eyes, yet remnants of her youthful beauty were still evident. "Your Majesty," Mira gasped in astonishment. She was face to face with a long-deceased figure, the former queen of Atlantis, Atlanta. "Weren't you sacrificed to the Deep Ones? This is precisely why I am here. I managed to escape from the clutches of the Deep Ones and arrived at this place." Atlanta gazed at Mira with a complex expression, reflecting on how the once little girl resembling a mermaid had grown so much. She wondered how her two sons were faring. "You have been here alone for 20 years? Mira could scarcely believe it. "Why not leave? The Atlanteans have long thought their former queen was dead, yet you have remained alive all this time. It is harder to leave this world than to enter it." Atlanta shook her head. "Without the power of the trident, there is no way to return to the surface. To enter this place, one must escape the jaws of millions, if not tens of millions of Deep Ones. To leave here, I would prefer to confront the Deep One siege and pursuit 10 times over. At least the odds of success are not zero. A perfect threat and an object of control. No one can defeat Karasun." Atlanta pointed to a waterfall cascading into the canyon behind the island, a light laugh escaping her lips, emanating an air of regal composure and grace. Even with the sacred trident in hand, one cannot contend with Karasun. How then can one pass through Karasun to obtain the trident? And does one who can traverse the trials unarmed still require the trident? The surface dweller. You have heard him as well. Who is he? David turned to Mira and smiled, slowly rising into the sky. Be cautious. Do not perish just yet, for you are still of use to me. A low hum resonated as Karasun, a creature 2 kilometers in length, presented its forebody resembling a deep-sea crustacean, while its rear was adorned with tentacle-like appendages akin to an octopus. Could it be that this surface dweller had indeed known the location of the trident all along, but simply chose not to retrieve it? Not only did she not conceal it, but even pointed David towards the trident's whereabouts. Atlanta sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from this young man, akin to a small fish in the deep sea feeling the unease of a colossal beast. It lies behind the waterfall in the canyon. You shall not lay claim to it. Did the first king of Atlantis truly never intend for anyone to acquire the trident? Was he forced into the abyss, arriving here in desperation, while Mira was sacrificed to the abyssal tribe by Atlantis for reasons unknown? David appeared intrigued as he inquired. A colossal beast, resting in slumber, abruptly awakened as if from a dream, its eyes snapping open to survey its surroundings. The waters grew tumultuous, enveloped by an unseen, immense force. She glanced at David beside her. What? Having come this far, would one return empty-handed? The sacred trident lies before us. Atlanta furrowed her brow, cautiously regarding David. How did you arrive here? Only a true king can claim it. After all, it belongs to Karasun. Mira assumed that David hesitated at this critical juncture, feeling a flicker of doubt, her beautiful visage tinged with trepidation. Roar! Karasun emitted an enraged bellow, sending shockwaves through the sea, striving to break free from the binding force. Its mountainous tentacles thrashing, unleashing a terrifying power that detonated countless tons of seawater, creating a void. Beneath the depths, a colossal rift was brutally torn open by unimaginable might, revealing the deep sea concealed by the island. David chuckled softly. No one shall mock your retreat now, land dweller. A highborn princess, willing to accept a cold political marriage for her nation and people, wed to one she holds no affection for, regardless of his motives for seeking the trident. Atlanta's pupils constricted, her spirit shaken as she gazed towards the distant canyon. The air hummed, an invisible force stirred, causing the stones upon the island to tremble. Atlanta's gaze flickered, offering a sincere warning. If you lack the royal blood of Atlantis, I strongly advise against attempting such a feat. He claimed the sacred trident is here. That he ventured to claim that treasure. I am uncertain. He spoke the truth. Mira retreated suddenly, startled by the unforeseen change. She gazed beyond the waterfall, her eyes seemingly piercing through the cascade. Yet she remained motionless for a time. Although Karasun had long since vanished, it remained a nightmare for the Atlanteans. The protagonist of the terrifying tales told to children, dwelling in the deep sea, a fearsome creature capable of sinking an island with a single blow. The remains of the first king of Atlantis and the sacred trident are guarded by the deep-sea monstrosity, Karasun. You would do well to relinquish your ambitions. She directed at David. Abduction? The ground trembled, the waterfall cascading upwards, the canyon appearing as if torn apart by invisible, gargantuan hands. The entire island seemingly on the verge of being ripped asunder. Karasun has slain all who sought the trident. Its power is beyond your imagination. Is it not he who dares to challenge Karasun beyond the waterfall? Why then does he caution himself? What does the true king referred to by this lady signify? Is Mira truly here? Mira discreetly glanced at David, who had closed his eyes as if sensing something, and responded in a hushed tone. His colossal form was as formidable as an indomitable mountain. Ever since this young man arrived, the small realm she had inhabited for 2 decades seemed to possess an inexplicable change. Throughout the years, she had made countless attempts. Had it not been for her possessing the pure bloodline of the original Atlantean king, she would have long succumbed to the monstrous tentacles that obscured the sky. Reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, she felt as though she were within the cavernous maw of an immense beast, her life hanging by a thread. Upon hearing the subtly elevated tone of Atlanta, David understood that her words were directed at him. He opened his eyes and gazed at the current king of the seven seas and the future ruler of the ocean's mother. His abduction of Mira was not solely to unite Ocean Lord ORM and King Zeeble to summon all Atlanteans. There was another consideration. Mira was perplexed by David's words. After his ascension to the throne of Atlantis, he could not remain in the depths of the sea indefinitely. Someone had to manage affairs in his stead. The original ORM was certainly unfit for the task, and Mira was a commendable choice. The lost treasures of Atlantis resided in the habitat of one of the seven tribes. Despite sensing the peculiarity of this unusual world, Mira was still taken aback. In the next moment, the answer became clear to her. Thunderous roars echoed. That power was omnipresent, utterly unshakable, forcibly yanking it from the ocean depths, parting the tumultuous waves until it breached the surface. Atlanta furrowed her brow, glancing around, as an unsettling feeling intensified within her, as if the unseen colossal creature had stirred. Even the Atlantean king wielding the trident was no match for it, and I was being held captive. However, David had already discerned the situation. Through gravitational perception, he detected the trident gripped by the remains of the original Atlantean king, along with the monster lurking beyond the waterfall. A deep-sea behemoth that no one could defeat? I shall put that to the test. Pulling it toward the surface, the two looked up, seeing a man who seemed to command the heavens, as if a god of the earth, effortlessly tearing the ground asunder. This scene was indelibly etched in their minds, stirring tumultuous waves within their hearts, their mouths agape. Carlson, a shadow loomed, casting darkness over the island. As they gazed at the deep-sea monstrosity, which, despite its thrashing in the air, was inexorably drawn from the depths, their mouths widening in astonishment. Their eyes were fixed on the figure in midair, emanating earth-shattering power. Oh God! Chapter 120, The Battle That Shattered the Island. The two gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape. Exchanging stunned glances as they beheld the figure above, rendered speechless. David manipulated gravity to pull Kraken from the depths of the ocean. As a colossal creature of the deep, emerging from the water should have rendered it somewhat weakened. Furthermore, he intended to clearly demonstrate his prowess, making it evident that should he desire, obtaining the sacred trident and obliterating Atlantis would be a trivial endeavor. To prevent any calamity befalling Atlantis, it would be prudent for them to comply. The massive form of Kraken was hurled onto the island. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, causing the two to struggle to maintain their footing, hastily retreating. The island was scarcely larger than the giant beast itself, resembling the gaping maw of a chasm, and they could even detect the foul stench emanating from Kraken's mouth. With a furious gaze directed at David, Kraken unleashed a deafening roar that shattered the clouds above, causing the luminous core crystals in the sky to sway. It lashed out with its massive tentacles, seeking to reduce this insignificant creature, drawn from its lair, to mere pulp. The octopus-like appendages stirred up a tempest, shaking the air for miles, while the winged reptiles overhead were sent spiraling away like fragile butterflies in the gale. With an outstretched arm, David stood as unyielding as Olympus itself, effortlessly blocking the titanic tentacle imbued with the force of a tidal wave. The point of contact erupted in a circular shockwave that reverberated outward. The stark contrast between the giant appendage and the diminutive figure of David created a striking tableau. Mara, retreating into the water, let her crimson hair cascade as she swiftly raised her hands, commanding the currents to form a barrier of water to shield herself and the queen from the onslaught. However, she could not withstand even the residual force of the clash between the two titans. The water barrier dissipated, and a mist enveloped the area. She felt a surge within her, but thankfully, Queen Atlanta's quick reflexes saved her from being cast away. "Thank you, my queen," Mara said, her face pale and her body unsteady, lacking the robust constitution of the royal bloodline of Atlantis. "Stay behind me," Atlanta urged, her astonishment evident as she shielded Mara. With the combined might of energy absorption and gravity manipulation, David effortlessly countered Kraken's strike, his eyes emanating terrifyingly intense violet energy beams that sliced through the air, severing the tentacle. A torrent of dark blue blood gushed from the wound like a spring. As if electrified, Kraken's tentacle recoiled, spilling blood. In the blink of an eye, the dual lasers cleaved through Kraken's thick appendage to a depth of several meters. Yet compared to its thousands of meters of bulk, it was akin to a mere scratch made while chopping vegetables. Hardly a significant injury. Cutting through titanium alloy proved more challenging. The resilience of Kraken's body exceeded David's expectations, and the delicate energy beams inflicted negligible harm. In an instant, David's body propelled forward, breaking the sound barrier, shooting through the air like a cannonball. The air erupted with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere. From a distance, the colossal Kerosene seemed to be struck by David, who was comparably diminutive, as if a mountain had crashed upon its head, delivering a tremendous blow. Reeling in pain, it flailed its tentacles and limbs as sturdy as mountains, in a frantic attempt to strike back at David. Within the depths of its gigantic eyes, the fury and humiliation were palpable. However, its immense size rendered it sluggish. David effortlessly evaded its atmospheric assaults, his eyes emanating beams of light as he wielded cosmic energy to conjure a formidable energy cannon aimed at Kerosene's eyes. The blinding, searing pain forced Kerosene to shut its eyes. In that moment of blindness, it became an easy target. David, manipulating gravity and augmenting his own strength, unleashed blows that rivaled Kerosene's titanic might, yet surpassed it in speed. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of thunderous sounds reverberated throughout the small world. The deep-sea behemoth, standing upon the island, staggered helplessly, devoid of any means to retaliate. As it reopened its eyes to focus on David, the latter could have unleashed a continuous barrage of energy blasts capable of vaporizing steel upon its eyes, preventing it from ever opening them again. Yet he refrained. Having gauged Kerosene's capabilities, David found such measures unnecessary. Even with its eyes open, Kerosene's speed could not match David's. It remained a mere target, while David deftly evaded its formidable attacks, relentlessly striking back. Kerosene, possessing intellect not unlike that of humans, was consumed by rage and frustration, yet utterly powerless. Its ferocious strikes failing to even graze the vexatious insect. Desiring to retreat into the depths of the ocean to escape the assault, it turned but was ensnared once more by that familiar force, drawing it back. Its forelimbs, reminiscent of pillars, carved deep gorges upon the island, but to no avail. Kerosene was humiliatingly yanked back, only to be met with another onslaught, the weight of David's blows nearly threatening to shatter the very island. In the tumultuous sea, the two figures rose and fell with the surging waters, their disbelief palpable as they witnessed David utterly overpower the deep-sea monster that had instilled endless terror in the hearts of the Atlanteans. It was akin to a giant bullying a child. Atlanta was struck with profound shock. Having sought the sacred trident on numerous occasions and faced Kerosene multiple times, she understood all too well the immense strength of this beast that had existed for untold ages. It was as if a lion were toying with an ant, casting her back from the waters behind the waterfall to the ground below. Were it not for her royal bloodline from Atlantis, she might have perished countless times over. A thought flickered in Atlanta's mind. Perhaps only her exceptionally gifted eldest son, Arthur, who could communicate with marine creatures, might forge a connection with Kerosene and gain an opportunity to wield the trident. No one else in the world could touch it besides Arthur. This had once been her belief, even surpassing that of Poseidon, the god of the sea. The power of this beast was enough to instill fear in the divine. However, now, as Atlanta beheld the scene before her, her thoughts were inevitably transformed. The formidable exoskeleton of the colossal Kerosene lay shattered, its razor-like teeth scattered, while the dark blue blood stained the ocean, deepening its hue. The earth-shattering roars gradually diminished in power. The one-sided battle reached its conclusion. With a final, devastating blow, David propelled his fist through the air with tremendous force, an unimaginable energy erupting alongside the weight of the earth itself, sending the mountain-like bulk of Kerosene flying. A shockwave swept across the expanse, and the solitary island above the abyss could no longer withstand the violent tremors, shattering and sinking into the depths. The Kerosene, resembling a toy ravaged by a tumble-dryer, floated feebly upon the dark sea, its injuries rendering even a single tentacle incapable of movement. The battle had come to an end. The cataclysmic clash concluded. Mira's complexion paled as she gazed at David, who stood alone in the air, lost in thought. Mira had considered that with David's displayed prowess, perhaps entering the waterfall would not position him as Kerosene's adversary, but he could at least retreat with his life intact. She could never have anticipated the current spectacle. David had violently extracted Kerosene from its lair in the deep sea, following which he unleashed a relentless barrage, leaving it grievously wounded. Standing in the void, David surveyed Karasun, ensuring it had lost consciousness and was devoid of any fighting spirit. Before he extended his hand, beneath the ocean's depths, within the lair of Karasun, a corpse sat upon a throne, its form radiating golden light. The golden trident it grasped emanating a dazzling brilliance, struggling against the gravitational force that sought to envelop and control it. How dare you impede my claim to the trident? Since the one who wielded it is deceased, do not return to cause further chaos. Yet, as David exerted his will, the furious power extinguished the fragile golden flame, and the anguished light let out a wail before vanishing entirely. The remains crumbled into dust, scattering across the seafloor. The golden trident pierced through the water, soaring into David's grasp. Under the sunlight, the dispersed mist refracted light, forming a radiant rainbow. With the sacred trident aglow in his hand, David stood like a deity suspended in the air. He had indeed secured the trident. Mira, resembling a mermaid amidst the waters, gazed at that figure with a mixture of shock and complexity. Everything unfolded as David had foretold. He had always known the trident's location, yet refrained from claiming it until the moment he sought it, effortlessly acquiring it. Without any obstacles, without paying any price, and without shedding a single drop of blood, he had laid claim to the trident guarded by the deep-sea behemoth, Karasun. Having acquired the trident, what do you intend to do next? David descended upon a fragmented island, where Mara and Atlanta emerged from the depths of the sea. Unable to suppress her trembling voice, she inquired, "You seem rather anxious?" Fiddling with the trident in his grasp, David cast a glance her way. The sacred trident was forged from exceptionally resilient material, impervious to his mere physical strength, akin to that of an ordinary divine artifact. And it evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Could it be Amazonian metal? He pondered whether the so-called Poseidon cold iron was, in fact, a remnant of the weapon wielded by Poseidon in his battle against Ares, now reforged by the Atlanteans into this trident. You have demonstrated your capacity to subvert the ocean, and your aim is directed at the Atlanteans. As a princess of Atlantis, how could I not feel apprehensive? Mara admitted, biting her lip. A flicker of fear danced in her eyes as she regarded David, akin to gazing upon a dormant underwater supervolcano poised to erupt and annihilate all. I prefer conquest over destruction. As long as your kin submits to me without resistance, I shall not incite a massacre, David asserted, tentatively brandishing the trident. In an instant, the winds surged and the vast ocean heaved in response to his movement, colossal waves crashing into the abyss. The sacred trident harbored the power to command the sea. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Atlanta's expression was a tapestry of complex emotions as she recalled the legends surrounding the trident's might. She observed the artifact, lost to her people for millennia, now held in the hands of an outsider, and lamented that it would never return to her kind, especially not from the grasp of this formidable youth. The sacred trident was akin to a conductor's baton, bestowing the wielder dominion over the ocean's forces. Yet, despite possessing such a divine relic, David appeared unenthusiastic, clicking his tongue in disapproval. To him, it seemed rather mundane, with his ability to manipulate gravity. He could achieve similar feats with a mere gesture. Simply put, Mara could also control the flow of water. Was the so-called sacred trident merely an augmented version of Mara's capabilities? The sacred trident has been lost for many years. My people have long since regarded it as mere legend. David's tone remained unchanged, as if recounting a well-known fact. However, Mara no longer perceived him as arrogant, for she had come to understand and experience the godlike power he wielded. He possessed the ability to manifest his words into reality. Could such feats still be considered mere bravado? Although it symbolized supreme authority, the ocean had always whispered that its possessor would be the next king of the seven seas. Yet, to expect that its mere presence would compel OM to relinquish his throne and bring all Atlanteans to their knees in submission seemed rather unrealistic. Mara's tone bore no hint of mockery, yet her face reflected a subtle concern, and her words were laden with hesitation. She worried about the repercussions should her kin refuse to submit to David and provoke his ire. Fear not, I shall grant the Atlanteans an opportunity. However, should I vanquish their king and conquer their armies, yet they still refuse to submit, let not be said that I am devoid of mercy. David cast a casual glance at the two, his tone light-hearted, for he deemed them no challenge at all. Of course, if those Atlanteans remained obstinate, he would not resort to wanton slaughter. Instead, he would construct an unprecedented deep-sea prison, confining them all within. There, in the lightless abyss, they would be rendered powerless, consumed by their futile resentment towards him, inadvertently providing him with their emotional energy. Yet, David's nonchalant words tightened the hearts of Atlanta and Mira, as they gazed upon the figure who toyed with their ancestral divine artifact, an insatiable dread swelling within them. As ominous clouds gathered, the world dimmed and a tempest erupted. A colossal vortex ravaging the ocean's surface. David wielded the trident, familiarizing himself with its powers, and finally discerned something intriguing. The ability to conjure and command storms upon the sea was a feat he could not yet achieve. This trident, at last, proved to be of some worth. Although he had not anticipated that acquiring this weapon would enhance his strength, he sought merely to possess a mantle of righteousness. Even if such virtue bore no tangible effect at times, it served well to silence dissent. In the future, should the Atlanteans harbor thoughts of defiance against his rule, they would find themselves at a loss for words, for he had earned the trident's divine endorsement, destined to be the sovereign of the seven seas. It was time to depart. Ignoring the anxious duo, David finally discerned how to exit the world within the earth. With a gesture of the holy trident, a familiar blue vortex materialized upon the ocean. The gravitational field enveloped Mira, and David ascended with her into the sky. "Wait, what about the queen?" Mira exclaimed, just as they were about to enter the teleportation vortex. She noticed Atlanta was not ensnared by David's power, remaining on the shattered island. "Did I ever say I would take her with us?" David glanced back at her. Mira was his chosen one, tasked with managing affairs and maintaining stability in Atlantis during his absence. Yet, she still bore many immaturities, her will comparatively weak, with significant vulnerabilities, often swayed by the desires of her people. The former queen of Atlantis, having endured betrayal and the vicissitudes of life, was altogether different. Casting a final look at Atlanta, whose face was a tapestry of despair, David guided the gravitational field into the teleportation vortex and vanished. Chapter 122. Mira, your father calls for you after David defeated Kerosene. He did not slay it. Although Kerosene was a beast, it possessed an intellect on par with humans, unlike the brutish creatures of the Abyssal Clan, and could communicate freely with the Sea King, consistently providing emotional energy. The formidable strength of the deep-sea Leviathan is noteworthy. However, it plays a negligible role in the fate of the world, contributing merely a handful of emotional points, which is a small consolation. The main focus shifts to the forthcoming Atlantean lineage. Breaking through the ocean's surface, David cast a cold glance at the swarming creatures of the trench below. With a sweep of his trident, he sent the ravenous monsters crashing into the depths. The gravitational field instantaneously breached the sound barrier, slicing through the atmosphere under the weighty guidance of the contemplative Mira as they journeyed toward Atlantis. In the Pacific, beneath the waves, lay the Palace of Atlantis, a grand hall, resembling the bones of a whale, exuding an aura of sanctity and authority. OM sat upon his throne, emanating an overwhelming presence, adorned in resplendent silver armor, crowned with a spiky headpiece reminiscent of coral. Two figures flanked him on either side. Within the palace, the elite warriors of Atlantis, clad in advanced white battle armor, along with two officers of distinctly different appearance and armor, bowed their heads to report the results of their search. "Your Majesty, esteemed kings, we have deployed personnel and instruments to scour various maritime regions. Thus far, we have thoroughly searched the Red Sea, the Adriatic, and the Caspian, yet we have found no trace of the culprits. Continue the search. Relentlessly pursue them." OM's voice boomed coldly, reverberating through the palace. His gleaming silver trident struck the ground with authority, sending powerful waves sweeping through the hall. All present struggled to maintain their footing under the wrath of the King of the Seven Seas, lowering their heads in silence, fearful to even breathe. "His Majesty's will is our own," spoke Nereus from the left side of the throne. On the opposite side sat the King of the Fishermen, a towering figure with azure skin covered in scales, with no legs but a robust fishtail. Both rulers issued commands to their respective forces. "Esteemed kings, we once belonged to a singular lineage, sharing a common ancestor. Despite our evolutionary differences, some truths remain unchanged. We are all Atlanteans, OM stated grimly to the two monarchs. For decades, the land dwellers have polluted our oceans, treating our home as their refuse. We have suffered greatly. Now, our princess of Atlantis, the future queen, has been abducted by these vile and despicable land dwellers, her whereabouts unknown. I propose we wage war against the land, making them pay for their transgressions. Over the course of time, Atlantis has diverged into 7 factions. Aside from the original Atlanteans and the Zebelites, who retain their humanoid forms, and the somewhat altered fishermen, 4 other factions have met their demise. One has succumbed to the ocean, transforming into the Sahara Desert. Another has vanished without a trace. One has devolved into the mindless trench dwellers, and the last has become aggressive and savage, evolving into the brackish dwellers of the sea. The 3 sovereigns currently governing Atlantis are present, almost embodying the entirety of the Atlantean lineage, as 3 formidable armies converge beyond the city's gates. I would wage war against anyone, should my daughter return to safety. Though Nereus allied his daughter with OM for the sake of the 7 sea sovereignty, it does not imply a lack of affection for her. The land dweller who has taken her away is shrouded in mystery. Perhaps inciting conflict against the land dwellers could expedite her return. Long ago, our clan embraced an ancient belief. Inevitably, we would clash with the advanced land dwellers over the struggle for living space. The king of the Fisherman Kingdom spoke with an icy demeanor. I am eager to join you in teaching the arrogant land dwellers, who have only just begun to grasp technology, yet presume themselves as the rulers of the earth. A lesson. Excellent. Upon hearing the 2 kings acquiesce to his proposal, ready to wage war against the land, OM rose with a hearty laugh. Prepare to summon the troops to attack all vessels of the land dwellers at sea, declaring war. Your Majesty, a criminal has coerced Princess Mira to appear above our city. Suddenly, a guard rushed in, kneeling to report. With a swift motion, OM rose from his throne, incredulous at the news, his expression oscillating between rage and disbelief. Could that scoundrel have kept me waiting, claiming he would return merely to placate me? After listening to Vico recount the events, OM believed the man was merely boasting. Overthrowing a few Atlantean warriors didn't grant him the power to claim the title of king of the 7 seas. As for the sacred trident, Vico's leads were uncertain. Moreover, the man foolishly destroyed the recorder, asserting he alone knew its whereabouts. In OM's eyes, David, though possessing some strength, was merely a braggart from the land, a wretched individual who had provided him with an excuse for invading the land. Mobilize the army, OM commanded with a wave of his hand. Before further action could unfold, a colossal force wrenched open the dome crafted from deep-sea stone as if it were a mere can. The elite warriors, startled, raised their weapons. OM, gripping the trident, glared upward, where he beheld a figure wielding a golden trident, audaciously gazing down upon him from an elevated position. His fiancée, the fairest princess of the 7 seas, stood faithfully beside the young man. Maida, at the sight of his abducted daughter's return, Nereus leaped to his feet, a look of distress etched upon his face. The tremendous sound of the palace's destruction echoed through the depths of the sea. All Atlanteans looked up toward the direction of the palace. The communicator issued commands, and the palace guards and soldiers outside the city ascended to encircle the approaching enemy. David, holding the trident with a calm demeanor, allowed the elite Atlantean forces, clad in diverse armaments, to surround him from afar. His gaze swept across the scene. He appeared not as a besieged captive, but as a sovereign inspecting a parade. Nodding slightly, almost all of the Saltwater clan has arrived. He could spare himself considerable effort. And as for the Saltwater tribe, isolated in the depths of the underwater volcano, their absence was entirely reasonable. He did not hold high expectations for Omu, the soon-to-be-defunct king of the 7 seas. Land dweller, lay down your arms and surrender immediately. I shall grant you a fair execution. Ascending above the city, Omu's purple cloak billowed with the currents of the sea, his visage imposing as he brandished a trident. Pointing directly at David, his voice resonating across the ocean. Deep-seated disdain and fury shone in his eyes. Land dweller, your mother is the very embodiment of degradation. A union with the filthy and base land dwellers that sullied his bloodline, leading to her execution by his father. Land dweller, you are unaware of the ancient and formidable existence you have provoked. The king of the Fisherman Kingdom spoke coldly. When your ancestors were still gnawing on raw flesh, we had already ruled the world. High-tech firearms capable of easily breaching houses were aimed at David. Daughter, I shall rescue you soon. The nobles of Atlantis had long maintained a tradition of wielding tridents as weapons. Nereus aimed an energy-laden trident at David, believing that Mira was trapped and held captive within the gravity field David had created. Land dweller, you will soon pay for your brazen and despicable actions. Dare to release my daughter. Mira, your father calls for you. Surrounded by tens of thousands of troops, David, smiling, released the gravity field, allowing Mira to return to the sea. Daughter, come quickly. Witnessing David's reckless act, Nereus urgently called for his daughter. In Chapter 123, I am the king of the seven seas, Nereus hastily summoned Mira, knowing that with her ability to manipulate water, she could arrive in an instant. Before the army, Omu gazed upon his future beautiful queen. Father, you must surrender. You cannot defeat him. In the water, glancing at David, Mira turned her head, biting her lip, refraining from seizing the opportunity to escape, her words surprising everyone. Daughter, what nonsense are you speaking? Nereus's eyes widened in shock, glaring at David. Land dweller, what have you done to my daughter? Omu's displeasure was evident. Before the gaze of his countless subjects, his future queen was attempting to persuade the enemy to surrender. How would he accept this? He turned to the army and slowly issued orders. Be cautious. As we prepare for battle, do not harm my queen. She is under the enemy's mental control. Father, that in his hand is the lost sacred trident. What they witnessed today was an unprecedented alliance of three mighty Atlantean armies. However, after witnessing the fierce battle between David and Karasan, Mira, in her inner turmoil, doubted the possibility of victory for the Atlantean race. If defeat was inevitable, it would be wiser not to ignite a war that would provoke David into unleashing a massacre. He is the chosen king of the seven seas. The sacred trident? A few gazes filled with astonishment turned towards the trident in David's hand, which shimmered as if forged from radiant gold. The eyes of other Atlanteans also gravitated towards the weapon wielded by that figure. The legend of the sacred trident has long been whispered among the Atlantean kin. Whoever possesses this trident, capable of wielding the ocean's might, shall earn its favor and ascend as the king of the seven seas, reclaiming dominion over the waters and obtaining supreme sovereignty. The Atlantean commoners and soldiers below collectively recalled that ancient tale. Could that truly be the sacred trident? Our clan's most powerful treasure, lost for millennia. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, igniting fervent discussions. That trident must be a counterfeit. How could a land dweller ever gain the trident's approval? A cold glint flashed in OM's eyes as he calmly raised his hand, issuing a command. Seize this criminal who dares to provoke the illustrious Atlantean lineage. The crowd snapped back to reality, recognizing the incongruity. David was clad in the garments of a land dweller and seemed to resist contact with the sea, appearing nothing like an Atlantean. The sacred trident had been lost for thousands of years. How could it be so easily reclaimed by an outsider? Charge! Nereus and the king of the Fisherman's kingdom also issued commands in unison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Laser guns discharged in rapid succession. A multitude of armed Atlantean warriors surged forward like a swarm of sharks, poised to attack David. You contemptible land dweller! One shouted. Have you forgotten that your ancestors were also land dwellers? David gently waved the trident. The sea erupted in violent turbulence, as if enraged, unleashing a cataclysmic force. With tumultuous waves crashing below, wreaking havoc, the formidable Atlanteans were sent reeling, their once mighty ranks now disarrayed and in disarray. Atlantean soldiers collided heavily against the city structures, clutching their wounds in shock as they gazed towards the center, which had once been surrounded. The ocean surged forth like a disciplined army. Could it be that this was indeed the legendary sacred trident? Identical to the tales of old, the onlooking commoners erupted in excitement. After millennia of loss, the sacred trident had reemerged. Could this individual truly be the chosen one? With all eyes upon him, David shattered the assembled forces of the three Atlantean kingdoms with a single strike, softly inquiring amidst the tumultuous vibrations. Ultimately, only a scant few nobles, possessing the faintest traces of royal blood, remained unscathed from the upheaval above the city. OM lowered his arms, which had been bracing against the tumultuous waves, his eyes a tempest of rage and astonishment, fixated on David like a killer whale poised to strike. He sensed that power. It might indeed be the genuine trident. He must have deceived Vico, concealing the true recorder. Yet, how could he have garnered the trident's endorsement? Nereus's expression was one of shock, his heart filled with uncertainty as he glanced at his daughter, seeking an explanation with his eyes. Mera, her face contorted with pain, vigorously shook her head, signaling to her father to cease his resistance. "The trident," exclaimed the king of the fisherman's kingdom, his features a mix of confusion and disbelief, momentarily at a loss for what to do. In the midst of the collective astonishment, Mera seized the opportunity to step forward, hoping to persuade her kin and subjects to lay down their arms. Yet, she suddenly realized she did not even know the name of this formidable man. "Great new king, your hands wield a genuine trident. I have witnessed it with my own eyes, for he earned the trident by defeating the monstrous Leviathan, Carathan." Mera paused momentarily. Urgency etched on her brow as she shouted. She sought to convey to her people just how powerful and fearsome this man truly was. Carathan, the name echoed like a legendary tale, the ancient beast of colossal proportions capable of reducing cities to ruins with effortless ease. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. The king of the fisherman's kingdom, hesitating, gazed at the trident radiating with golden light, retracting his combative stance against the perceived enemy. Nereus, convinced of his anxious daughter's honesty, found himself engulfed in indecision. After thousands of years, even if Carathan still lived, he would surely have aged beyond recognition. Observing his two allies, Al mistakenly believed they were succumbing to fear and gestured for his elite soldiers to attack, swiftly turning to persuade them. Alm, recognized by the trident, was the ruler of Atlantis, the sovereign of the seven seas, a legend and a royal decree passed down through the ages. The king of the fisherman's kingdom, once showing a hint of respect towards Alm, now regarded him as a transgressor on the brink of punishment, veiled warnings in his gaze. A king endorsed by the trident was not one whose throne could be compared to Alm's, a title inherited through blood, yet devoid of substance. In an instant, the 20 or so elite noble warriors, who could effortlessly sink a battleship with their might, were hurled back by the overwhelming current, crashing into the palace and collapsing heavily onto the ground, bones shattered, unable to rise again. In response to their assault, David merely waved the trident, revealing an astonishing display of power. However, he also wielded a degree of gravitational manipulation. "Lay down your weapons, Alm." Nereus's expression hardened. The trident now aimed directly at Alm. "A pack of cowards and useless fools." Alm roared in fury, swinging the trident to send Nereus flying, like a projectile launched from water, its tip aimed menacingly at David, his gaze fierce and imposing. "It is merely an inanimate object. Even if possessing it would make one the king of the seven seas, that title rightfully belongs to me." Alm, unwilling to relinquish his throne, brandished his trident and charged directly at David. David, with a single hand, swept his trident across, resulting in a collision of the two weapons. The ocean floor erupted in monstrous waves, reminiscent of a minuscule shrimp beneath the tail of a marine titan, as Alm was violently propelled backward, crashing into a corner of the palace. The display of immense divine power left the onlookers in awe. The previous strike had not revealed any golden radiance from the sacred trident, nor had the surrounding waters shown any disturbance. Was this attack merely a manifestation of his own strength? Alm, possessing the mightiest Atlantean bloodline within the seven seas, found himself unable to withstand a single blow from David. How could this be possible? Land dweller, I'm the true lord of the seven seas. Amidst the ruins of the palace, the silver trident lay bent. Alm's hands trembled. His palm split, blood mingling with the seawater. In his disheveled state, under the gaze of the crowd, he became acutely aware of the vast chasm between himself and David. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, summoning his strength to grip the trident and charge once more. "Alm, cease your actions," Mera interjected, positioning herself before David, commanding the currents to obstruct Alm, urging him to abandon his futile endeavor. The queen had raised her, and if possible, she wished to save the queen's youngest son. She feared Alm's actions would endanger David's kin. "You, like our mother who was sacrificed to the abyssal tribe, have betrayed your people, betrayed me." The forceful torrent surged forth, effortlessly shattering the rocks. Yet Alm retaliated with a strike of his trident, countering the assault. Faced with the choice of confronting his former fiancée, now aiding his adversary, his eyes blazed crimson as he thrust the weapon toward her alabaster neck, exuding a lethal aura. The sharp point of the trident advanced with lightning speed. Mira swiftly manipulated the waters to form a whirlpool, attempting to divert the silver trident. However, Aum's murderous intent proved formidable. After a brief stalemate, the waters shattered and the trident's tip bore down on Mira's vital spot. "Daughter!" Nereus cried out, his eyes wide with shock and fury. Mira sensed the chilling breath of death approaching, akin to facing the gaping maw of a shark. A flicker of fear evident in her gaze. In the next moment, the waters shifted dramatically, solidifying with the rigidity of steel as Aum's trident struck against an immovable wall. Unable to penetrate further, Aum summoned all his strength, his face flushed with strain, a thunderous roar escaping his lips, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet he could not drive his trident another inch forward. He glared, realizing that David had raised his hand, manipulating the water through a gravitational field, compressing it upwards. Aum soon discovered that not only was his trident immobilized, but his entire being felt as though it were ensconced in a dense alloy, squeezed from all sides by towering peaks, rendering him utterly motionless, his bones groaning under the unbearable weight. Mira, retreating swiftly, cast a glance back at David, her heart racing with trepidation. She had not anticipated that David would intervene to save her. "Your tricks end here." The Atlantean clan was nearly made aware of his formidable power, and thus, the character of OM was destined to exit the stage. David's gaze flickered as he wielded gravity to twist OM's head to the side, the degree of force increasing. OM seemed to sense something amiss, his eyes widening in alarm and fury as he attempted to resist the overwhelming force. His body erupted with a strength that could easily sink a submarine. Yet, like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, a faint crack echoed, and OM's neck snapped like brittle straw. The trident he held fell from his grasp, sinking to the ocean floor, transforming him into a lifeless corpse. OM's prowess was undeniably formidable, particularly within the aquatic realm that was his domain. Even the miraculous Wonder Woman, a descendant of Zeus, would find herself vanquished in the depths. Had David not manipulated the gravitational forces to elevate mountains, confronting OM in the sea would have required considerable effort. Henceforth, the Atlantean clan would fall under my dominion, David's rule. Those who are unwilling may step forth. Turning away from the sinking corpse, David's gaze swept over the gathered Atlanteans, who bowed their heads in awe, too intimidated to meet his eyes. "Your Majesty, you have gained the sacred trident's recognition. You are indisputably the king of the seas," proclaimed the king of the Fisherman Kingdom, his expression grave as he placed a hand over his chest. Once, he had been merely a lesser-ranking Nereus, unaccustomed to bowing his head, his gaze averted. Given the display of power David had just exhibited, he felt no inclination to oppose him. Yet a flicker of doubt lingered in his mind. Even now, David had not made contact with the seawater, behaving nothing like an Atlantean. If he were not of Atlantean lineage, how had he gained the trident's acknowledgement? David's eyes scanned the crowd, detecting uncertainty in the gazes directed at him, a whisper of doubt regarding his identity lingering in the air, though none dared speak up. Intimidated by the potency with which he had effortlessly dispatched the previous ruler of the seven seas, he remained unfazed. This was precisely what he desired. After reclaiming the kingdom of Zebul and the Fisherman Kingdom under the Atlantean rule, David led the two kings into the territory of the Saltwater clan. The king of the Saltwater Kingdom resembled a crab, his temperament brash and coarse. However, upon witnessing David wield the long-lost sacred trident and experiencing his unfathomable power, he found himself immobilized in the water, unable to move even a finger, and yet, after being spared, he willingly submitted to David's throne. The palace, having been restored, now stood taller and more imposing than ever. David took residence within the royal abode, delegating the tedious affairs of the Atlanteans to Mira, whom he appointed as the regent. "Your Majesty, there have been rumors circulating within the palace regarding you." A few days later, within the White Palace, David sat upon his throne, and Mira entered. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. "Oh, what rumors are these?" "Do share," David replied, propping his chin upon his hand, feigning indifference. The tone did not suggest that he had heard rumors about himself. Rather, it seemed a prompt for Mira to share intriguing tales from the kingdom. Whispers circulated that you were not of Atlantis, but rather a land dweller who had obtained the trident through dubious means. After a moment's hesitation, Mira replied, "What do you think?" "Made up. David appeared to watch her with keen interest. "These rumors are undoubtedly false," Mira said, biting her lip, her voice tinged with difficulty. "There are rebels in the kingdom intent on spreading lies to undermine His Majesty's rule. I suggest we apprehend them all and confine them to prison." Gazing at Mira beneath the throne, David waved dismissively. "Let them spread their tales. If they are indeed mere rumors, they will collapse under their own weight." Mira looked up in astonishment, taken aback by David's unexpected reaction. She longed to ask him if he truly believed the rumors were not evident, but she held her tongue, wary of provoking the fearsome figure seated upon the throne. Mira had anticipated David's ire, perhaps even a decree to capture or execute those who threatened his reign. Yet she had never imagined his indifference. Was he confident in his own abilities, unafraid of insurrection within the kingdom? Or was he biding his time, waiting for a disturbance to provide a legitimate pretext for a massacre, delivering a harsh lesson to the Atlantis clan? As this thought crossed her mind, Mira glanced at the man upon the throne, a shiver coursing through her, deterred from delving deeper into such unsettling speculations. Otherwise, the only explanation for David's peculiar behavior might be a sinister motive. At that moment, he remarked, "I may need to leave for a while. You will handle the affairs of the kingdom in my absence." David slowly rose, as if recalling something. Now, Mira was even more taken aback. David had only recently ascended to the throne of Atlantis as an outsider. His power and the people's loyalty were still tenuous. To choose this moment to depart? His tone suggested he would be gone for quite some time. She quickly lowered her gaze, concealing her uncertainty from him. One unusual action might be a coincidence, but a series of odd behaviors undoubtedly concealed reasons unknown to outsiders. His ascent to the throne had been remarkably smooth, yet hidden dangers lurked beneath the surface. As many dissenters had not yet revealed themselves, Mira became increasingly convinced that David intended to allow rebellion to fester, subsequently employing brutal measures to instill fear in her kin, ensuring they would never entertain similar thoughts again. "I must not allow him to succeed," Mira silently resolved, clenching her fists. Once David departed, she would immediately attend to the kingdom's affairs, ensuring no disturbances arose. Those who harbored rebellious thoughts would be imprisoned without exception. Mira's suspicions, while grounded in reason, had veered off course. David indeed had undisclosed motives for his actions. Through the palace window, he gazed outward, fully aware of the rumors circulating about him within the kingdom. Directly questioning the legitimacy of my throne, those rumors, though seemingly unfounded, bear an unsettling truth. Initially, such whispers would have found no traction, yet my own demeanor has rendered them credible. If David had not intended for the Atlanteans to waver in their loyalty to his rule, he possessed numerous avenues for redress. Primarily, prior to ascending the throne, he ought to have shielded himself within the protective force field, like a fastidious individual reluctant to step into a filthy barn. His aversion to even a drop of seawater raised considerable doubts. Furthermore, upon claiming the throne, he should have promptly unearthed records within the royal lineage of Atlantis to substantiate the purity and legitimacy of his bloodline. Lastly, he should have employed a strategy that appeared lenient outwardly yet was stringent internally to manage the discourse surrounding these matters. By adhering to these measures, coupled with the formidable power I previously exhibited that instilled fear in Atlantis, I believe any lingering doubts regarding my rule would dissipate, provided I refrained from exhibiting extreme cruelty. However, David's deliberate inaction contradicts his fundamental aim of conquering Atlantis. "Is there an issue, my chancellor?" David inquired, turning to the stillness of Mela, who appeared lost in fervent contemplation. "Certainly not, your majesty." The man before me displayed no hint of a desire to incite a massacre, as though he were indifferent to the supreme authority he had painstakingly secured over the ocean. A chill coursed through Mela's heart, prompting her to hastily lower her gaze and force a smile. "That is reassuring," David mused, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. In the cold, boundless expanse of the universe, stars glitter like colorful gemstones embedded in the dark tapestry of space. "Sinisto, I am currently traveling at maximum velocity. Inform Vantera that I shall arrive shortly," declared the serious-faced extraterrestrial, clad in a battle suit woven from green energy, the emblem of a lantern emblazoned on his chest. He spoke gravely into the ship's communicator, wishing to convey to his comrades that he would soon reach them, urging them to hold on a little longer. Abinsu, not only a renowned member of the illustrious Green Lantern Corps, but also a legendary Green Lantern in his own right, possessed formidable strength, extraordinary courage, and unyielding will, enabling him to vanquish numerous adversaries intent on disrupting the cosmic order. Whenever a member of the Corps encountered an insurmountable foe, the Guardians frequently dispatched him to resolve the matter, and he consistently executed his missions with excellence. Yet at this moment, he felt a twinge of unease even before confronting the enemy. Vantera is dead. The image of Tarsanisto, one of the most distinguished lanterns within the Green Lantern Corps, loomed like a silent statue. After a brief pause, he spoke. Well, the planet's inhabitants. Like Talek, the entire biosphere of the planet was annihilated. Its life energy siphoned away, leaving behind a haunting silence, littered with remnants of yellow energy. Sinisto's expression was far from pleasant, his brow furrowed in concern. The creature before him was unlike any he had previously vanquished. It had grown more formidable. He implored the Guardian to reveal its origins, but the image was suddenly disrupted, collapsing into chaos. Beep, beep, beep. Abinsu swiftly turned to gaze into the vastness of space outside the spacecraft, as the Green Lantern ring, his source of power, emitted a series of urgent warnings, signaling the approach of danger. The cosmos lay in eerie silence, a pitch-black expanse, as though everything were merely an illusion. Yet, in the depths of his being, a chilling call echoed, instilling an uncontrollable dread within him. A blinding yellow light erupted, akin to a sun colliding with the spacecraft, shattering its hull. Abinsu was hurled backward like a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing into the walls of the cabin and tumbling down from the deck. In the midst of his rapid descent, a monstrous being with a grotesque visage, its yellow, ghostly form brandishing long tendrils, lunged toward him, its piercing shriek evoking the deepest fears buried within the human soul. Abinsu maneuvered the lantern ring to take flight, unleashing energy attacks upon the beast. Yet his strikes lacked the potency they once possessed years ago. The green energy blast struck the creature's massive body, akin to a feeble candle flame extinguished by an unrelenting storm. Gritting his teeth, Abinsu summoned the full might of the lantern ring to manifest a laser gun, transcending the primitive energy attacks, finally achieving some effect. After a series of shots, he declared, "You cannot escape, Abinsu." One of the creature's insignificant tendrils was severed, provoking a furious howl that reverberated with the memory of being imprisoned within a desolate planet by this very man many years prior. "I will drain your life force, allowing you to perish in agony and fear." From the severed tendril emerged a lantern ring, resembling a finely carved emerald. Abinsu, using his energy, summoned the familiar lantern ring of his comrade into his grasp, a fleeting sorrow flitting across his eyes as he fixated on the creature, firing while shouting. "Perhaps I am no longer your equal, but there are legions that can confront you. Once I drain a few more life planets, the lantern rings representing cosmic order will all become my spoils, and I shall reduce the Green Lantern Corps to mere cosmic dust." The creature roared fiercely, its tendrils unleashing energy lasers like a tempest, shattering the energy shield in an instant, striking Abinsu in the chest. He grunted in pain, clutching his chest as he retreated into the spacecraft's escape pod, hurriedly pressing the button. The escape pod launched several miles away in an instant, alerting the Guardian of the impending crisis in the universe, necessitating the summoning of the legions. As the weakened Abinsu glanced back at the monstrous creature emerging from the spacecraft, he maneuvered the escape pod to flee, his vision fading to black, and with his chest a bloody mess. He delivered his final command to the two lantern rings in a whisper of weakness. "To the nearest life-bearing planet. Initiate the program and select the successor of the Green Lantern." Chapter 125. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. David had returned home. In the early hours of the morning, as dawn broke, he slowed his pace, hovering above the small town, gazing at the warm glow emanating from his home. Through the windows, he could see his parents preparing a delightful breakfast, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Neither the grand palaces of Paradise Island nor the majestic underwater Atlantis could evoke in him the profound sense of relaxation and comfort that home did. Although he was merely a prospective college student in the human realm, with the power he wielded, he could easily erect a tower akin to Babel on Earth if he so desired. Yet, such thoughts brought him no joy, for the cold stone columns were devoid of family presence. As David prepared to descend, a wise life form had locked onto him, announcing, David Kent from Earth. You possess a formidable will to overcome fear. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. Suddenly, a vibrant green light, akin to a shooting star, sped towards him and hovered before him, emitting a mechanical voice. Was this the Green Lantern ring? The ring radiating green light caught his attention, and he raised an eyebrow upon seeing the lantern emblem. With a swift arc, the ring autonomously adorned his finger. Surprised, yet intrigued, he contemplated the unexpected fortune of being selected by the ring, which bestowed upon him the universe's most powerful weapon. Had a Green Lantern perished near Earth? Turning his gaze towards the starry sky, he observed another green light streaking swiftly towards Metropolis, his brow furrowing in concern. Upon the death of a member of the Green Lantern Corps, the ring would initiate a selection process, seeking a nearby being of formidable will as the successor. 2 rings? Each unclaimed ring, akin to a meteor crossing the heavens, symbolized the loss of a Green Lantern. The rings were renowned as the most powerful weapons in the universe, although their potency varied according to the wielder's strength of will. However, any lantern possessing a ring was guaranteed considerable power. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that more than 2 lanterns had perished near Earth, indicating that unusual events were unfolding. Yet, according to the narrative, the first ring should not have arrived in Metropolis, but rather in Coast City, where Hal Jordan resided. Had there been a lantern in Metropolis? David's gaze deepened as he observed the city awakened by sunlight, his mind racing through memories of those selected by the Green Lantern ring in the comics. A familiar figure, draped in a crimson cape, striking a heroic pose, materialized in his thoughts. Clark? He raised an eyebrow. Help me, someone, please help me. On the rooftop of a 6-story building, a towering crane had snapped, its structure precariously tilting, leaving the operator terrified and clinging to the railing. Swaying precariously in the high altitude, the live report was emanating from the heart of Metropolis. The inexplicable crane collapse incident has left the construction workers trapped within a perilous predicament, as passersby call out the same name in desperate hope. A television host, clad in a suit, faces the camera to deliver the news. He is none other than Superman. Jimmy, focus on that point. Superman will appear momentarily. Upon hearing of the construction accident, Lois Lane hastily arrives with her reporter assistant, her excitement evident as she observes the life-saving air cushions positioned beneath the workers. Alleviating her concerns. Everything will be fine. Jimmy, with his fiery red hair and freckled face, captures a couple of photos of the terrified workers, intending to juxtapose them with images of their rescue by Superman later for publication. Look, is it a bird? Is it a plane? A vibrant figure in blue and red soars between the towering buildings, leaping with remarkable grace, prompting a little girl by the roadside, clutching a balloon, to innocently inquire. No, it's Superman, her mother gently corrects. Since Superman's emergence, this thriving city has experienced a significant increase in safety. Despite previously being targeted and captured by the military, his fervor for combating crime and aiding citizens has remained unscathed. Creak. A mournful groan emanates from the fractured crane, which finally succumbs to its fate. No, help! The terrified construction worker screams, fearing he will plummet alongside the massive structure, reduced to mere pulp. Suddenly, the crane begins to move. Eyes widen in astonishment as everyone gazes skyward. Bathed in the golden hues of the rising sun, a tall, powerful figure, symbolizing hope, grasped the severed metal arm, gradually maneuvering it with ease. Below the operator, dizzying heights were replaced by mere centimeters of rooftop. Sir, I can't hold this thing forever. You may descend now. Clark said with a weary smile after a moment of time had passed, his vision slightly restored as he observed the construction workers staring at him in awe. I'm sorry, Superman. This is the first time I've seen you up close. I'm just so exhilarated. The operator, momentarily starstruck, transitioned from victim to fan, sheepishly releasing his grip to leap on his solid ground, his expression brimming with excitement, almost begging for an autograph. It's quite all right. I hope this little mishap at dawn doesn't disrupt your beautiful day, Clark said, gently placing the severed crane down, a sunny smile illuminating his face. Although at times the enthusiasm of the metropolitan citizens made him feel like a hot celebrity, which he found somewhat disconcerting, it was also a part of the vision he cherished. By setting an example through his actions, he aspired to inspire others, hoping to see more heroes emerge in this city. Boom! You finally showed up, Superman. A sudden punch sent Clark flying, colliding with the crane's metal arm. his face feeling as though it had endured the impact of an intercontinental missile, and he could hardly suppress a wince of pain as he furrowed his brow in confusion. A middle-aged man, with eyes and mouth emanating a green luminescence, appeared at the rooftop entrance, exuding an aura of fierce malevolence and intense radiation from his hands. "Be cautious, Superman." The onlookers below gasped in astonishment. "He is an individual with superpowers, attacking Superman. What does he intend to do?" Beneath the glaring green light, Clark experienced a stinging pain across his body, swaying unsteadily as he rose to his feet, his complexion pale and fixed on his adversary. The radiance of the meteorite enveloped the man, leaving the crowd in shock, having never witnessed Superman in such a state. Superman is injured. What could have happened? Who is this man, and how can he be more powerful than Superman? Jimmy could hardly believe it. Could he be another of Superman's extraterrestrial kin? Like the previous being of violet light, Lois Lane, frowning yet composed, radiated the essence of a formidable woman, recalling whispers of military secrets she had heard from her father. A man of green light? With a resounding impact, the man, filled with hatred, leapt before Superman and delivered a crushing blow, sending him reeling backward while mocking him. "I previously discovered signs of violent destruction on the crane. That was your doing to lure me here. Who are you?" Wiping the blood from his mouth, Clark regarded the man with a grave expression. The adversary seemed oblivious to the meteorite being his weakness, mistakenly believing it was merely his own superhuman strength. Yet Clark could not recall when he had made an enemy of this individual. "You do not recognize me? You ruined my marriage, cast me out of my home, and took my wife, and you dare claim ignorance of my identity?" The man, reeking of alcohol and exuding a brutish ferocity, launched a vicious assault, forcing Clark to retreat as he raised his arms in defense. "Wait, I remember now. You are Krell Ramsey. What has happened to you?" Struggling to fend off the man's relentless attacks, Clark finally recognized him. Just 2 weeks prior, he had encountered a disheveled, heavy-drinking painter with no such abilities. He had distinctly wished for all meteorites to vanish. "Heaven has bestowed upon me the power to exact revenge. You stole my family, my wife." Ramsey cackled maniacally, delivering a punch that sent Clark sprawling. In his desperation to procure money for alcohol, he had taken a job painting a wealthy family's villa with a glow-in-the-dark paint when he accidentally spilled a bucket of paint on himself, miraculously acquiring his newfound abilities. Clark, crashing against the wall and leaving a spiderweb of cracks, scowled and shouted in anger, "Stole your wife? You mean the woman you subjected to years of domestic violence while intoxicated, who was too afraid to speak out? You coward who only dares to unleash fury upon women. I have relocated her to a women's shelter. Do not dare disrupt her life again." Clark swung his fist, sending Ramsey flying several dozen meters, crashing into an advertisement board on another towering building. Fueled by righteous indignation, he advanced to subdue the man. Although the adversary had somehow acquired a formidable physique and the ability to emit meteorite radiation, his radiation was still no match for a mere fragment of genuine meteorite. At that moment, Clark still possessed the strength to teach this foe a lesson. Suddenly, a glowing green ring hurtled towards him with astonishing speed. Recognizing the familiar green glow, it resembled a ring crafted from a green meteorite. The weakened Clark dodged just in time, only to find the object curving back towards him at alarming speed. In a swift motion, he seized a nearby piece of shattered wood and struck the ring away like a baseball. The ring soared into the sky, traveling thousands of meters in an instant before being firmly grasped by a figure soaring through the air. Before Clark could catch his breath, a beam of green light, as thick as a barrel, struck him. It was as if he had been hit by a freight truck, sending him crashing through a wall, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Amidst the wreckage of the broken advertisement board, Ramsey clumsily rose to his feet, gazing at his injured adversary with triumphant laughter. "How's that, you son of a dog? Did you not expect this move? The next hit will be quite painful." Gathering green energy in his hands, Ramsey prepared to leap over the building for a close-range strike against the weakened Clark. "What did you just say?" A shadow loomed over him, casting a dark presence that felt as chilling as an icy wind sweeping from an everlasting glacier. Looking up, Ramsey beheld a figure suspended in midair, gazing down upon him with an expression of utter indifference. For reasons unknown, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over him, a trembling fear akin to that of a frail creature being hunted by a prehistoric predator. In a fit of rage, he unleashed another shockwave, Do you truly believe this laughable attack can affect me? The shockwave struck David, akin to harmless beams of light in a dance hall. With an expressionless demeanor, he lifted a hand. Under the immense force, Ramsey's body became unmanageable, his limbs straightening as he felt like a laboratory mouse, utterly defenseless on the dissection table. Help! I'm about to be torn apart. The excruciating pain rendered him desperate as he cried out in terror. Let me go. A wretch like you has undoubtedly never contemplated the beauty of the cosmos above. David, discerning the type of person Ramsey was, rude, barbaric, and foolish, akin to a gluttonous bulldog that barks only at the weak, resolved to let him experience a moment of clarity before his demise. With a swift motion, he raised his hand again. Ramsey was catapulted into the sky like a projectile, discarded by the Earth's gravitational field, soaring to heights of tens of thousands of meters. In the relentless acceleration of the process, he gasped for breath, his lungs feeling as though they were being tightly grasped by a colossal hand. He experienced the profound agony of suffocation, his eyes wide with terror, fixated on the increasingly radiant sun that loomed larger. Ultimately, he was cast into the chilling silence of space, his formidable body acutely aware of the excruciating pain of plummeting atmospheric pressure and the boiling of bodily fluids. After a few agonizing seconds, enveloped by an extreme cold, he succumbed to despair. Ramsey's contorted visage solidified into a frozen statue adrift in the cosmos. Purple light bearer, where have you sent him? Upon seeing his brother appear, Clark, clutching his pained chest, rose to his feet. Gazing at his brother hovering in midair, astonishment etched on his face, he began to call out his name, but altered his address midway. Although his vision had partially returned, he was not yet capable of the far-reaching sight he once possessed. Serene heaven. Clark hesitated, gradually acclimating to his brother's demeanor, especially after hearing Ramsey's recent coarse words that had invoked their mother, rendering him unsurprised at the grim fate that awaited. How did you learn to fly? I think my ribs are broken. With a lingering pain in his chest, Clark wished to approach his brother to exchange a few words, though movement proved somewhat arduous. Ramsey's energy radiation, while not overwhelmingly potent, seemed to penetrate his flesh and cells like a stubborn stain. Even after basking in the sun for a while, relief eluded him. This will assist you. David manipulated the gravitational forces, and the Green Lantern ring glided toward him. Upon seeing the familiar green glow, Clark instinctively felt a twinge of fear. Yet reassured by the thought that his brother meant him no harm, he hesitated before accepting it. Intelligent life form identified, Clark Kent from Earth. You possess a formidable will to conquer fear. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. As he approached the chosen successor, the ring finally began to recite the incantation of selection. Did you speak? What is this? The ring automatically slipped onto his finger, causing Clark to feel a surge of panic as he turned to David in disbelief. A testament to your membership in the Corps. Realizing that indeed Clark had been selected by another lantern ring, David gazed into the distance, no longer resisting the power of the ring, allowing a green light shield to envelop him as he floated away. The owner of the lantern appeared not to be deceased. Was this a selection protocol triggered by the brink of death? A member of the Corps? Seeing David yield to the power, seemingly resigned to being taken somewhere unknown, Clark mimicked his brother's actions. Though unlike David, who seemed cognizant of the unfolding events, he was filled with questions he longed to pose. Detected residual lethal radiation targeting your species. It has been purged. A wave of green energy coursed through his body, lifting Clark's spirits and restoring him to a state of clarity. He glanced at the ring. Though uncertain of its nature, it appeared promising. The two were whisked away by the green energy shield, soaring toward the horizon, leaving behind a series of bewildering twists and turns that left the onlookers in a state of astonishment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding scenario. Cough! The will of the chosen has arrived. At the dock in the early hours, the cold sea breeze swept through. On the shore, a damaged escape pod lay, and the feeble, near-death Abinsu gazed upwards, somewhat relieved that after landing on this backward planet, he had managed to endure until the chosen ones were brought forth. Two youthful figures descended upon the beach, yet the situation seemed to diverge from his expectations. A message emanated from the power ring, causing Abinsu to pause, glancing at Clark and then at David. One surviving Kryptonian and a being of an equally formidable, unknown cosmic race? Perhaps it would be best to forego security measures. They seemed overly cumbersome, and the readers would likely find it discomforting. Chapter 126. Kryptonian? Are they speaking of me? The spaceship had crash-landed on Earth, unveiling an alien with purple skin on the brink of death. This must be a Binsu. David waved his hand, and the gravitational field gently lifted the escape pod from the water to the sandy shore. He glanced at the ring upon his finger, uncertain whether he or Clark had acquired the Green Lantern ring that rightfully belonged to Hal Jordan. "Hey, how are you?" Clark exclaimed, hurriedly prying open the transparent door of the escape pod, pressing against the Binsu's chest in an attempt to staunch the bleeding. "Don't die. I'll get you to the hospital immediately." Despite knowing the hope was slim, perhaps this alien, with his purple blood, bore a structure similar to that of a human. "No," a Binsu weakly shook his head, summoning the strength to fulfill the final duty of a lantern. "Cough. My name is Binsu, a guardian of the Green Lantern Corps in Sector 2814. The power of fear was gnawing at his body. He would not last much longer. "Do not speak. Conserve your strength. In 5 seconds, you will reach the nearest hospital." Witnessing the horrifying sight of blood spilling from a Binsu's mouth as he spoke, Clark wished to lift him and hasten toward the nearest street hospital. "Let him speak, Clark," David urged, placing a hand on his shoulder to halt his movement. Shaking his head, the medical facilities on Earth could not save him. As one of the most advanced technological creations in the universe, the Power Ring possessed healing capabilities. If it could heal him, the selection process for a successor would not have been initiated. Regarding the life of this honest and upright lantern, he found himself powerless. Even the influence of the god of wine might prove futile. David's gaze swept over Abinsu's grievous injuries, marred by the insidious power of fear. "I do not have much time left," Abinsu managed to nod weakly. Clark's expression was complex. A living alien, though seemingly of a different lineage, was the only extraterrestrial visitor he had encountered, and yet, upon their first meeting, the being was on the verge of death. "According to the core code, I must select a successor for the power ring before I perish. This time is somewhat special, as I must also consider the ring of my comrade Vantala from Sector 2811. Abinsu cast a glance at Clark before turning his attention to David. David understood that the ring in Clark's possession likely belonged to Abinsu, aligning with his suspicions. As a scion of tomorrow, Clark had been sought out by the Green Lantern ring on multiple occasions within the comics. Indeed, at the very moment Abinsu was on the brink of death, it was Clark's formidable will that the ring first sought. However, due to his Kryptonian heritage, Abinsu was compelled to seek another, leading to the emergence of Hal Jordan. What the outcome of this encounter would be remained uncertain. A flicker of enlightenment ignited in David's eyes as he suddenly considered the extraordinary capabilities of the Green Lantern Corps members, each bearing a significant role in the cosmos, potentially providing him with a wealth of emotional energy, perhaps even surpassing that of Atlantis. This moment was not merely about selecting successors for the two rings. It also pertained to their identities as Kryptonians and members of a formidable, unknown race. The selection process of a ring, amidst a planet teeming with billions of indigenous life forms, inexplicably chose two extraterrestrials. Abinsu was at a loss for words. "Kryptonians? Is it referring to me?" Clark pointed to himself, bewildered. After nearly 20 years, had he finally been granted the chance to uncover his lineage? Yet, what was this formidable unknown race that his brother spoke of? "I'm an Earthling." Shaking his head slightly, David recognized that it was undoubtedly the unique physiology of the eternal variant that had led Abinsu to this misunderstanding. All other templates were Earthlings, save for that of Thanos. "The ring has chosen you. Don the ring, aim the lantern, recite the oath, and you shall become a member of the Green Lantern Corps, shouldering immense honor and responsibility." Abinsu had no time to discern whether the two were truly suitable. They did not appear to be greedy or malevolent individuals. And upon witnessing a high-tech alien craft's occupant on the brink of death, they harbored no ulterior motives. One of them even contemplated rescuing him. He trembled as he pointed toward the lantern beneath the life pod, meant to charge the ring. "The universe needs you. As the last lantern, I have fulfilled my duty. I hope the cosmos can weather this crisis." Krypton had endured a lengthy, tumultuous history with the Green Lantern Corps, almost steeped in animosity. The unspoken rule forbidding the selection of Kryptonians as lanterns, although not inscribed in any codex of the Corps, stood as a tacit understanding. Yet, in this moment of cosmic peril, Abinsu felt that exceptional circumstances warranted a breach of protocol. The universe required stronger lanterns to safeguard it. having silently recited the final thought. Abinsu, hailed as one of the greatest lanterns, closed his eyes and passed away. Members of the Corps, hoping for the universe to overcome its crisis? As Clark gazed upon the lifeless body before him, he found himself momentarily at a loss. The instinctive resistance he felt towards joining any military faction clashed with the unsettling notion that the universe was in peril. He turned to David, hoping to glean some answers from his brother, despite the fact that extraterrestrial matters were not typically within David's realm of knowledge. The impression his brother left was that there were few things he did not understand. The Green Lantern Corps, under the leadership of the Cosmic Guardians, is dedicated to maintaining the order of the universe, wielding the power of will as their weapon. David succinctly introduced the Green Lantern Corps. The so-called cosmic crisis likely refers to the parallax entity. It sounds as though it is a noble band of vigilantes led by selfless individuals, deserving of respect. Upon hearing Clark's words, David revealed a hint of disdain. In the brilliance of daylight and the vastness of night, there are no shadows to hide the malevolent spirits. The treacherous factions tremble before our divine light. The Green Lantern shines eternally, illuminating the ages. Is that sufficient? As the ring transmitted the oath, in the attic of the farm, Clark hesitated, imitating David, and directed the lantern ring toward the green light to pledge his oath. A burst of green radiance erupted, and the functionalities of the ring were officially unlocked. A suit woven from the fabric of willpower enveloped Clark's body. This sensation was unsettling. Clark felt a wave of discomfort as he glanced at the suit faintly glowing in green. He despised the color. He harbored little desire to join the Cosmic Corps, abandoning his family and the planet beneath his feet to safeguard the peace of the universe. However, the words spoken by Abin-Sur before his demise regarding the cosmic crisis compelled him to take heed. The Earth resides within the cosmos. Should calamity befall the universe, Earth cannot evade its consequences. Furthermore, he yearned to uncover the mystery of his origins. Why? As an infant, he was programmed to travel to Earth aboard a spacecraft. What is family, his kin? After the ring was unlocked, a plethora of information regarding the lantern flooded into Clark's mind, and he rapidly assimilated knowledge pertaining to the Green Lantern Corps, a race of Kryptonian lanterns. Beside him, David crossed his arms, his expression somewhat peculiar. This was likely an unprecedented occurrence in the millions of years of the Green Lantern Corps history. How could this be? As Clark perused the information stored within the ring, he could hardly contain his urgency to finish reviewing the details related to Krypton, and his complexion shifted, a hint of panic crossing his face as he glanced at his brother. Am I truly a descendant of a cold-blooded cosmic colonial empire? Witnessing Clark's reaction, David waved his hand, and the information recorded within the lantern materialized as a luminous projection. Unlike the detailed entries concerning cosmic races or factions, the information regarding Krypton was limited to a mere page, consisting of only a few sentences. Krypton, located in the 2183 sector of the universe, was a life-bearing planet within the Andromeda Galaxy, now ceased to exist. Once a colonizer of the cosmos, Kryptonians thrived during its former glory, a time marked by a prolonged era of darkness in the universe, during which countless life-bearing planets were subjugated. The internal structure of Krypton was ancient and decayed, inherently limiting its potential. The achievements one could attain were predetermined at birth, with the ruling class stifling individuality and the class system remaining unshakable. Every Kryptonian was a powerful machine, inherently cold-blooded. David raised an eyebrow, understanding why Clark reacted in such a manner. Anyone who discovers they are a descendant of those who once brought dark humiliation upon a universe would feel a sense of disquiet. My homeland has been obliterated. Am I truly a descendant of the cold-blooded cosmic colonizers? Clark turned to David, urgently seeking an answer. He could not help but recall the prophecy of Lady Cassandra. Upon returning home, David shared some of his knowledge with Clark, revealing that this planet was far more complex than it appeared, concealing ancient entities and races predating human civilization. He had encountered some of the Atlanteans and learned truths unbeknownst to ordinary individuals. As for his conquest of Atlantis and his title as the Lord of the Seven Seas, David deemed it unnecessary to elaborate. Half of it was indeed true. He nodded, affirming that Krypton had once been a colonial empire of the cosmos, having colonized nearly all known life-bearing planets at its zenith. The so-called Guardians of the Universe, the little blue beings, led the Green Lantern Corps in battles against the Kryptonians. However, with merely 100,000 Kryptonians possessing the power to annihilate the universe, the number on Krypton far exceeded that. Even the seasoned lanterns of the Green Lantern Corps, forged in the crucible of battle, found themselves outmatched by a mere Kryptonian who had basked in the yellow sun. The little blue beings spoke little of the outcome of that war, yet they described it as the darkest era they had ever endured, the implications being self-evident. The Green Lantern Corps, which prided itself on upholding cosmic order, chose not to bravely sacrifice themselves against the evil forces of universal colonization, but instead forged an alliance with Krypton to maintain peace in the cosmos. This was precisely why Clark's earlier comments had elicited a derisive chuckle from David. From what I know, the Kryptonian society is rife with decay. The son of a general is destined to be a general, and the son of a scientist. Yet, one could hardly call it inherently cold-blooded. David shook his head solemnly. Clark, you are who you are. You need not let others define you. Can you not perceive what kind of person you truly are? It was entirely normal for the little blue beings to insert their own biases into their internal records. Those shameless little blue beings exhibited a double standard. They professed to uphold cosmic order. Yet many of the crises that nearly led to the universe's destruction were instigated by them. With David's reassurance, Clark felt considerably better. As for the devastation of Krypton, while it shocked him, the impact was not as profound as he had anticipated. He had long speculated about what circumstances could compel an infant to embark on a journey to another planet, and why, after all these years, no relatives or kin had sought him out. Gazing toward the Andromeda Galaxy, he pondered when his homeland had once shone there, now extinguished. Clark lowered his head, feeling a twinge of loneliness. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that his family was right beside him. What mattered now was protecting the loved ones and home he still had. Thus, you two were chosen by rings from outer space and brought before a dying alien, selected to join a corps dedicated to maintaining peace in the universe. After breakfast, Jonathan sipped his hot tea, nearly spitting it out in surprise, his expression peculiar. Had he not been aware of the extraordinary nature of his two sons, he would have dismissed their claims as mere nonsense. Yet even with this knowledge, the mention of an alien legion compelled Jonathan to set down his teacup and sit up straight. Indeed, Clark nodded resolutely. A legion? Surely, there would be no peril. Meeting the anxious gaze of their mother, Martha, David assured her. He and Clark had initially intended to keep this matter from their parents. However, having seen their sons publicly enveloped in green light on television, an explanation was warranted. In truth, we do not intend to join them. David suggested that it might be best to refrain from discussing the cosmic crisis, hoping to spare their parents any unnecessary worry, to which Clark, after a moment's hesitation, wholeheartedly concurred. The parallax entity, which David secretly dismissed as a mere harbinger of doom, represented one of the 7 forces of the cosmic emotional spectrum, the power of fear. Though formidable enough to obliterate civilizations, it seemed excessive to claim it threatened the entirety of the universe. The so-called cosmic crisis likely referred to the destruction of the little blue beings and the Green Lantern Corps, disrupting the order of the cosmos. Nevertheless, while the universe's fate remained uncertain, Earth was undeniably on the brink of impending danger. David understood that, according to the narrative trajectory, Parallax would trace the severely wounded Abin Sur to Earth, the very place where the legendary Green Lantern had once vanquished it. Even though Abin Sur, having consumed the life forces of 2 planetary civilizations, was now diminished, the entity harbored an insatiable hatred accumulated during its confinement beneath the planet's surface. It would not rest until it witnessed Abin Sur's demise, reducing his remains to ashes. Mom and Dad, we may need to be away for a while. Clark hesitated before stating, to resolve the issue of the Legion's identity. Hearing of the impending cosmic crisis, Clark could hardly remain still. He yearned to journey to OA, the headquarters of the Legion as recorded in the Lantern-S lore, to ascertain the situation and see how he might contribute, for the sake of the universe. And for Earth. He clenched his fist in determination. David fell into a contemplative silence, unsure how to articulate that Parallax would soon follow them to Earth. Suddenly, he sensed something through the gravitational field and turned to look. A figure, entirely dissimilar to any human form, with fish-like fins on its head and bare skin, was soaring toward the farm. Clad in sleek battle attire, it bore a Green Lantern ring upon its hand. Perhaps it was unnecessary to worry. Someone was already arriving. Chapter 127. The cosmic source of power 4K, on OA within the cold and imposing open temple. Towering stone columns supported the weight of cosmic guardians, each with azure skin and resembling ancient beings. They stood as the masters of OA, the founders of the Green Lantern Corps, their faces devoid of emotion, gazing down upon the realm below. A colossal beam of light has vanished from the cosmos. Gazing up at the immovable stone guardians of the universe, Sinestro mourned the loss of his mentor, who had been both teacher and friend, while simultaneously feeling a surge of rage. The inhabitants of 2 planets have been annihilated by an unknown adversary, one that wields the insidious power of the Yellow Fear. Yet, we remain oblivious to its identity. Before his demise, Abin Sur uttered but a single phrase, parallax. Sinestro glared at the cosmic guardians, yearning for them to provide an answer rather than merely dispatching a terse command to the Corps members to search for the enemy and prepare for battle. We have already resolved to assess this catastrophe, deliberating whether to escalate our efforts. The voices of the ancient guardians, who have endured the vicissitudes of time since the dawn of the universe, remained unwavering. An assessment? Guardians, I am capable of leading the warriors of the Corps to confront this formidable foe. I shall demonstrate that our golden age has not yet faded. However, I wish to uncover what you are concealing. Sinestro's tone was intense. The soldiers of the Green Lantern Corps joined to uphold cosmic order and justice, not to become mindless automatons who obey orders without understanding the underlying truths. A heavy silence enveloped the Guardians. Guardians, no one knows how long you have lived or the extent of your powers, yet it is universally acknowledged that you possess knowledge as vast as the cosmos itself, with little that escapes your understanding. Why, then, is the directive so succinct this time? Stepping forward with fervor, he vociferously questioned, barely able to contain his emotions. The lives of Corps soldiers may be sacrificed for the safety of the universe, but not in vain nor without knowledge. The willpower has always been the core weapon against the dark forces within the universe. Yet when that power proves insufficient, the exalted Guardians finally broke their silence. We engaged in a vigorous discourse regarding whether to invoke the fear power we vowed never to unleash. The Green Lantern Corps has preserved the order and peace of the universe for billions of years. Yet the darkness of the universe does not always yield to their green light, as exemplified by Krypton and the New Gods. Although Sinestro was not well-versed in the core historical narratives, he surmised it was linked to the obscure and dark epics mentioned in the Book of OA. The power of fear is exceedingly unpredictable, with a peril of corruption that is too great. Another Guardian cast his gaze upon a fractured stone column within the sanctum and continued. The emotional spectrum of the universe, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, reveals that the closer one is to the center of the spectrum, the lesser the impact on the user. For instance, the green of willpower exerts minimal influence on its wielder, while the other powers differ significantly. One of our own, in a misguided attempt to prove that fear is controllable, ventured directly into the essence of fear itself, ultimately being consumed by it and transformed into our adversary. This is the origin of the parallax creature. Before it consumed fear to grow powerful, they had imprisoned it beneath a desolate planet by Abin Sur. Yet now it has escaped, becoming increasingly formidable. After Abin Sur's demise, it was Sinestro, the most powerful lantern of the Green Lantern Corps, who, with a fleeting expression, paused for 2 seconds before inquiring, "Is the power of fear greater than that of will?" One of the Guardians of the Universe nodded. The strength of willpower derives solely from one's own determination. The greater the personal will, the more formidable the power one can wield, but it often has its limitations. Fear, however, is different. It can siphon strength from the fears of others. Infinite life, infinite fear, represents boundless power. The Green Lantern Corps has upheld cosmic justice for eons, their renown echoing throughout the universe. Countless wrongdoers tremble at the mere sight of the core light. One can only imagine the magnitude of such power. The parallax creature may have absorbed the fears of numerous civilizations. Its might raises the question, can our warriors withstand it? Sinestro's countenance shifted, his brow furrowed as he suddenly realized a dire truth. The Guardians exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. In that case, we have no choice. We must combat fear with fear. What do these Guardians truly think of the core warriors? Had he remained silent, what fate would await them? The lives of fearless and righteous warriors seemed to pale in comparison to the hidden transgressions of their foe. Sinestro clenched his fists, suppressing his rage, while a semblance of respect strained his ashen face. I believe we must forge a yellow power ring. The ring is here. Take it. One guardian opened his palm, and a ring of fear floated towards the glimmering eyes of Sinestro. The forces of fear and willpower share a common origin. One need not undergo training to harness its might. The core members had determined that the parallax creature was heading towards a planet known as Earth. He gestured, revealing an image of the parallax creature, resembling a flowing desert of death, soaring through the cold starry sky with an imposing demeanor towards a specific direction. Your task now is to leverage the core millennia of renown to resolve this cosmic crisis, warned the Guardians. But remember, be wary of the encroachment of fear. I will. Gripping the yellow ring tightly, Sinestro's heart raced. He dared not don the ring within the sanctity of the temple, suppressing his exhilaration as he swiftly departed. Within the ancient temple, only the guardians of the universe remained to uphold cosmic order. After a prolonged silence, a voice, seemingly devoid of emotion, shattered the stillness. The core accumulated renown over countless years will render him immensely powerful, yet it may not suffice to defeat and capture the parallax creature. Do not worry. We have the Kryptonians and that formidable life form of an unknown race. One guardian cast a detached gaze towards the vast cosmic nebula. I have arranged for a guide to lead them. Bang! Tamaray descended from the cosmos, following the flickering signals of the lantern rings, poised to enter the quaint town and meet the two newly chosen candidates for the role of lantern. However, he was abruptly ensnared by an invisible force, as if mired in a quagmire, rendering him unable to advance any further. His demeanor shifted to one of vigilance, suspecting an ambush. The green light swiftly coalesced into a high-tech suit resembling a spacesuit. Why had the lantern rings not issued a warning? This formidable, intangible energy enveloped the town, and Tamaray was astounded by its magnitude as he surveyed his surroundings with caution. Two figures of green light ascended from the town. David scrutinized the alien before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Moments earlier, he had exercised his powers to prevent a stranger from encroaching upon his home. Most of the Lantern Corps were honest and valiant beings, deserving of trust. Yet, the small blue entities leading the Corps were not of the same ilk. In midair, Clark experienced an extraordinary sensation, akin to that of a bird in flight, unburdened by the need to flap its wings, propelled solely by thought. This evoked memories of flying in his dreams. New recruits. I am Tamaray from Sector 2813. It appears you have acclimated quite well, he remarked, astonished. Many chosen by the Lantern Rings were initially intimidated by their newfound powers. Uncertain of their circumstances, he keenly sensed that these two successors selected by the Rings were indeed extraordinary, particularly in light of the earlier display of power. Wait a moment. You are a Kryptonian? He exclaimed, retreating several meters in midair upon seeing Clark, as the Lantern Rings issued a notification, leaving Tamaray aghast. Hadn't T-Krypton been destroyed? Each member selected by the Ring was required to undergo familiarization with the Lantern Rings and combat training before officially becoming a Lantern, typically facilitated through mentorship. The orders from the Corps had not indicated that he would be training a Kryptonian. He glanced at the sun overhead. Moreover, this was a Kryptonian who had absorbed the yellow sun's energy. And you are an unknown cosmic species not cataloged by the Lantern Rings? The Rings rated you as a potential life form whose abilities might rival those of Kryptonians. Tamaray felt overwhelmed by the day's revelations. What would he possibly teach these individuals? Perhaps only the nuances of the Lantern Rings. In truth, we do not intend to join your Corps, David stated, confronting the alien who had launched into an elaborate explanation, resembling a fishman. He had no desire to traverse the cosmos, extinguishing fires under the command of those small blue beings. Are you of a similar mindset? Tamaray inquired, casting a curious glance at the astonished Clark. He was no stranger to such looks, having visited countless alien worlds with over 80,000 sectors to manage. Membership in the Corps was entirely voluntary. However, I suggest you take a moment to comprehend the immense honor that comes with joining the Green Lantern Corps. Tamar was about to elaborate on the illustrious history of the Green Lantern Corps when David, stroking his chin, fell into contemplation. This Tamar was merely an ordinary member of the Corps. He might be unaware of the news regarding the transmission of the power rings to the OA headquarters. Yet the little blue beings could not possibly be ignorant. How could they, fully aware that Clark is a Kryptonian, treat him as just another candidate member? Had the blue beings truly set aside their millennia-long disdain for Kryptonians? David found it hard to believe such a notion, suspecting that they might be scheming to utilize Clark and his powers in anticipation of an impending conflict. Abinser informed us that the universe seemingly stands on the brink of crisis. Clark interrupted, cutting straight to the chase. David felt a twinge of helplessness, realizing that his brother was unwittingly pushing for exploitation. Abinser and Tamar shared a moment of reflection, having forged a deep friendship due to their adjacent sectors responsible for maintaining order. Not only had his dearest friend perished, but the Green Lantern Corps had also lost a valiant and great lantern forever. You are correct. The parallax creature roams this sector of the universe, feeding on life through fear. Once it accumulates sufficient power, it is likely to strike, a place no being has dared to attack in millions of years. His expression turned grave as he pursed his lips and muttered to himself. This is probably why the guiding mission was arranged so hastily. Normally, the process of mentoring new recruits would commence with bringing the candidate lanterns to OA, where they would experience the glory and history of the Corps, allowing them to comprehend the honor and responsibility that come with the title of Lantern. Very well, those matters will be handled by our official Corps members. Some among us are already dispersed, searching for the whereabouts of the parallax creature. Although Tamar maintained a mindset of facing formidable foes, he clearly did not regard parallax as an insurmountable disaster, chuckling lightly. Now, allow me to introduce you to the capabilities of the power ring. David subtly shook his head, aware that Tamar had never encountered parallax, or rather, that nearly all existing Green Lanterns had yet to behold parallax. Even if the current parallax was a creation of the little blue beings, they excelled at concealing their dark history. To this day, the members of the Green Lantern Corps remain oblivious to the true power of parallax. A typical Green Lantern stands as a mere flicker against the overwhelming force of parallax. The emotional spectrum, one of the fundamental forces of the universe, is an energy field activated by the emotions of all living beings. Each type of energy corresponds to a conscious energy entity, known as a lantern beast. These beasts require a bond with a living being to unleash their full potential. And parallax embodies the power of fear, currently housed within one of the former Blue members. Nevertheless, the primary members of the Green Lantern Corps are not in a hurry, and David, too, remains unperturbed. The parallax entity, as one of the manifestations of the emotional spectrum, undeniably possesses immense power and plays a pivotal role in the fate of the universe. Should one succeed in inciting the parallax entity's ire, the emotional energy it could yield would be profoundly significant. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. Furthermore, the parallax entity holds an exalted status, and his current vessel is incapable of fully harnessing his extraordinary abilities. This moment presents a rare opportunity. However, the parallax entity has yet to arrive on Earth, so there is no immediate urgency. While the cosmos may harbor dangers, Clark felt a sense of urgency, yet observed that Tomari appeared rather unperturbed. He recalled that the Green Lantern Corps had safeguarded the universe for countless ages, ensuring its safety through sheer willpower, and thus must be extraordinarily formidable. As an outsider, he deemed it inappropriate to exhibit greater concern than the righteous cosmic guardians. Clark remained skeptical and chose not to voice his doubts any further. Tomari led the two to a tranquil, desolate expanse, where he demonstrated the might of the power ring as the green light unfolded the history of the Corps. The Guardians wield their willpower as the core weapon, the most potent force in existence. Across the 3,600 sectors of the universe, tranquility and order are maintained under the brilliance of this willpower. Mastery of this power could enable one to accomplish virtually anything. Anything? Clark could not suppress his skepticism. Would that not equate to the omnipotence of a deity? David, however, remained composed, recognizing that Tomari's assertion was not overly exaggerated. He gazed down at the power ring in his hand, his eyes shimmering with contemplation. The emotional spectrum is a manifestation of idealistic power. As long as the will of the lantern is sufficiently robust, even a single power ring can touch the zenith of willpower. Shattering planets or creating stars poses no challenge. He paused briefly, pondering how much power he could wield through this power ring. The power ring can transform thoughts into reality, constructing and simulating all manner of entities. From black holes and stars to handsaws and screws, the potency and resilience depend upon the wielder's will. Tomari waved his hand, and willpower materialized into a glass bottle, levitating in midair. With a flick of his finger, it produced a crisp sound, akin to a genuine glass vessel. "Now it is your turn," he encouraged. Smiling at the duo, Clark, astonished, extended his ring, holding his breath as he attempted to mold the green light according to his intent. A somewhat crooked glass bottle materialized in the air, appearing as a mere imitation compared to Tomari's creation. It's normal to be unskilled at first. Just focus on imagining more details, Tomari assessed, then turned his gaze to David. David raised his hand, and green light coalesced, as a slender neck leading to a Klein bottle instantaneously appeared in the air. He arched an eyebrow, contemplating the power ring upon his finger. A wondrous sensation enveloped him, akin to wielding a universal printer commanded by mere thought. "Oh!" Toromare exclaimed in astonishment, diverting his gaze from the peculiar bottle to David. "I have never encountered a newcomer capable of mastering the willpower so swiftly." Were it not for the information within the lantern ring regarding David, he might have assumed a seasoned lantern warrior stood before him. David maintained a serene demeanor. The abilities he possessed, particularly in manipulating energy and gravity, demanded an exquisitely refined control, akin to the mastery of willpower. "Now, let us assess the strength of your will." Toromare directed the bottle towards Clark's, the most straightforward method of verification being a collision. The stronger would inevitably prevail. With a resounding clang, Clark's concentrated bottle shattered, while the remaining bottle bore several fissures, disintegrating into motes of light. He was somewhat taken aback, dismissing the notion that Clark's construction of the bottle had faltered. The simultaneous shattering of both bottles implied that this youth before him possessed a will even more formidable than his own, a battle-hardened warrior. Toromare harbored no doubts. Everyone possesses will, yet in a tranquil environment, the disparities in strength typically remain concealed. Despite the youth likely having lived a life of peace, appearing unrefined by hardship, he might possess immense potential, ready to unleash a formidable will upon encountering adversity. "Very well. It is now your turn." Should this Kryptonian youth join the Legion, he would undoubtedly achieve greater feats than Toromare had within its ranks. Nodding in appreciation, Toromare turned to David and conjured another glass bottle to collide with it. Crack! Several fissures emerged, yet it was not David's novice-crafted bottle that bore the brunt. Toromare's glass vessel shattered spectacularly, while the uniquely shaped Klein bottle remained suspended in the air. Unscathed, Toromare's eyes widened in shock. Were all newcomers now monstrous? He glanced back and forth between the two. Another whose will surpassed his own, yet he remained uncertain as to who among them was the more formidable. David, with an expression of calm, waved his hand and dissipated the bottle. He had slain the son of Zeus, the ancient war god, frightened off the embodiment of the hellish demon king, single-handedly besieged the paradise island created by the gods, and conquered the Atlanteans, rulers of the seven seas. A mere alien surprise held little sway over him. As Toromare prepared to impart further insights into wielding the power of the lantern ring, it suddenly illuminated with a message from the OA Star headquarters. Upon reading it, his expression faltered, disbelief etched across his face. The parallax entity has arrived at the life-bearing planet known as Earth in Sector 2814. Toromare, responsible for Sector 2813, you are required to lead the 2 Legion newcomers to confront and eliminate the parallax entity, safeguarding Earth civilization from annihilation. Thus, thrusting 2 novices, still acclimatizing to the lantern ring, into battle against a formidable adversary, a rarity in the annals of the Legion's history. What distinguishes this from teaching someone to pull the trigger and then immediately casting them into the meat grinder of battle? Swiftly stepping aside, Tamar communicated urgently with the headquarters through the power ring, articulating his doubts and uncertainties. Yet, he was met with the unquestionable commands of the founders of the Corps. In the face of formidable threats to the universe, should the parallax creature continue to amass strength, the entire cosmos would be at the mercy of the calamities it unleashes. The Green Lantern Corps must mobilize every available resource to eradicate the darkness. Now, there's some exceedingly grim news for you. With the safety of the universe at stake, Tamar hesitated, opening his mouth but unsure of what to say as he approached the 2. The parallax creature, is advancing towards our planet. I realize this is profoundly unfair to you. However, the Corps requires your assistance in confronting it. When we encounter this monstrous entity, you shall follow closely behind me. That creature, known as Parallax? It's en route to Earth? Clark gasped in astonishment. Wasn't it said that the universe was in peril? Why then was it so precisely targeting Earth? David, however, remained somewhat composed, for he was already aware of the creature's impending arrival. Wait a moment, it seems it has already arrived. David's expression grew serious as he swiftly turned to a particular direction. Clark closed his eyes, straining to listen, and heard the chaos from miles away. A once vibrant city now engulfed in turmoil, with cries of alarm and shouts of despair echoing through the streets. What is happening? A monster, help! In Beach City, David, utilizing the gravitational field, sensed the pandemonium unfolding from afar, along with the massive form of the Parallax creature looming above the city. Where are the Green Lanterns? Clark inquired impatiently. The colossal creature had reached Earth, wreaking havoc in the city, and he had little experience dealing with such a monstrosity. They may still be on their way, Tamar replied, his expression tightening with a hint of embarrassment. For now, we may have to rely on ourselves. Previously, he had stated that there was no need to worry about the Parallax creature, as it would be dealt with by the official members of the Green Lantern Corps. Yet, with the monster now on Earth and chaos erupting, the Corps members had yet to arrive. The three ascended rapidly, heading towards Beach City. David glanced at the anxious Clark beside him. In his eagerness to save others, Clark failed to notice that he was flying faster, exceeding the limits of the inexperienced power ring that had granted him flight, breaking the sound barrier in an instant. David managed to keep pace effortlessly, but Tamar, an experienced lantern, struggled to match their speed, his face reddening as he strained against the power ring. "We'll go ahead," David declared, accelerating, with Clark following suit. In the blink of an eye, Tamar could only watch as the two sped away, his expression a mixture of astonishment and concern. Reflecting on his earlier words, he suddenly realized that once they faced the Parallax creature on the battlefield, it might not be clear who would safeguard whom. Above Beach City, the Parallax creature loomed in the air, its colossal and grotesque form suspended as thousands of tentacles writhed menacingly. One of these appendages clutched the freshly unearthed corpse of a Bensu. Familiar features. Indeed, it was the lifeless body of a Bensu. At last, a Bensu, you have succumbed to death. Alas, I cannot see you one last time before your demise. The dead know no fear. He cannot siphon the life energy from a corpse. A crackling sound echoed as bone shattered. Abinsu's remains were crushed into a viscous pulp and hurled from on high, while the Parallax creature cast its malevolent, avaricious gaze upon the city below. You can no longer impede me. Now, witness how I drain these fearful vermin of their essence. Help! Is anyone there to save us? Oh God! On the streets of Seaside City, cars lay abandoned, and the terrified populace emerged from their vehicles, eyes wide with horror as they gazed upward, frozen in place. The leaden-gray clouds loomed ominously, obscured by the monstrous entity enveloping the city. The dark yellow space creature appeared as the very embodiment of fear. A mere glance ignited uncontrollable terror within, ensnaring the mind and body in a trembling grip. Countless terrified souls turned to flee, only to despairingly realize they could not escape the creature's extending tendrils. Hiss! The scent of fear permeated the air. The Parallax creature inhaled deeply, eyes gleaming with malevolence, as it opened its gaping maw to begin absorbing the life energy of those gripped by terror. One by one, those who drew near were twisted in fear, their life essence drained, collapsing into mere skeletal remains upon the ground. "Cease this, Parallax creature!" A thunderous voice rang out as two figures streaked through the sky, trailing long waves of energy. This was the Parallax creature in its cosmic guardian form, resembling a celestial octopus. After a brief assessment, David unleashed a powerful violet energy shockwave from his eyes, striking the Parallax creature with force. Wrapped in green battle attire, Clark concealed the emblem of the Green Lantern Corps on his chest, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Monster, you shall harm no more lives," he bellowed, his eyes firing beams of heat targeting the Parallax creature. A crimson and violet ray arced across the sky, accompanied by the terrifying heat that evaporated steel, relentlessly bombarding the creature, which howled in pain, being pushed back through the air. "It's Superman," and the purple light. The terrified crowd gazed at the two figures in the sky, their eyes alight with hope, as if witnessing a savior, their spirits ignited with fervor. Despite Clark's focus on combating crime in Metropolis and David's rare public appearances, the two remained the only prominent superpowered beings in the world, subjects of fervent discussion. Few who browsed the internet were unaware of their existence. "You insignificant insects, how dare you assail me?" The parallax beast, consumed by fury, found it utterly astonishing that within this ocean of fear, he could detect not a hint of trepidation from the two individuals before him. With a deafening roar, he unleashed a torrent of light, formed from the very essence of fear, sweeping across the sky. The impact echoed with a series of thunderous booms. Having absorbed the life force of two civilizations, the parallax beast's power was formidable. David and Clark raised their arms in defense, yet Clark was sent spiraling through the air, only to regain his balance afterward. His green attire was tattered, his arm ablaze with pain and crimson, yet he bore no significant injuries. Supported by the gravitational field, David remained anchored in the air, impervious to the beast's assault. Once the tide of fear subsided, he emerged unscathed. Raising his palm, a wave of yellow fear energy manifested, piercing the heavens as it surged forth. "Now, you shall experience this sensation." Following his complete amalgamation with the Black Lantern template, David found the absorption of any power as effortless as the act of eating or drinking. "How dare you wield my power against me?" The parallax beast bellowed, brandishing its tendrils to effortlessly uproot skyscrapers as if plucking weeds, hurling them towards David. However, with a mere gesture, he manipulated the gravitational field, suspending the buildings in midair. Under the weight of his immense force, the skyscrapers appeared as mere toys. Within those buildings resided surviving humans, and David carefully positioned them at a distance. Clark, believing David would struggle, charged forward, delivering a powerful blow to the grotesque head of the parallax beast. A circular wave of white energy erupted, spreading for miles. The creature was sent hurtling into space. This was an unprecedented crisis for Clark. Behind him lay an entire city's populace. The stark remains on the streets, serving as a grim reminder of how swiftly this monster could claim thousands of lives. The lives of countless individuals are at stake. Failure is not an option. In a surge of righteous anger, he unleashed a power he had never before possessed. Buzzing with intensity, he thought, "This place is too crowded. I must find another battleground." Releasing the skyscrapers, he pursued, while David unleashed torrents of fear energy, as if it were currency, propelling the parallax beast further into the cosmos. It was but a trivial effort for him, and he had no qualms about saving lives. David could flawlessly control the powers he absorbed. Yet the fear energy was disconcerting. Whispers of terror echoed in his ears, slightly irritating him. The fear energy indeed gnawed at one's psyche. His mental resilience allowed him to perceive it as mere noise, but others might find their minds beginning to erode. Parallax beast. Tamar finally arrived from a distance. His expression darkened with rage as he beheld the corpses of intelligent beings strewn across the ground. He wielded his power ring to conjure an immense net, ensnaring the parallax beast and dragging it skyward with his spacecraft. Though Tamar was among the more formidable lanterns of the Green Lantern Corps, his strength paled in comparison to that of the parallax beast. All these bothersome lanterns deserve to perish. The vast net woven from green energy resembles a frail spider's web to the parallax creature, easily shattering with the slightest motion, yet it incites its fury, unleashing torrents of energy from its eyes. "Get back!" Clark swiftly intervenes, assisting Tamar in raising his arm for protection. The fearsome force, akin to a deluge, splashes against Clark's body, sending Tamar hurtling away despite his shield, nearly crashing through a skyscraper. Blood seeps from his lips, his insides shaken, leaving him feeling as if he has brushed against the precipice of death. He had never realized how diminutive he was, guardian of countless galaxies, nearly slain by the mere aftershock of the parallax creature's casual strike. A chill envelopes Tamar. Over 90% of the Lantern Corps possesses lesser power than he does. Can they truly confront this terrifying monstrosity with the might of the Corps? Doubt begins to gnaw at him uncontrollably. You wish to annihilate this planet? Then taste its wrath. Parallax. Among the global lives the creature seeks to consume are Jonathan and Martha. David's gaze turns icy, unleashing his full strength. He strikes with cosmic energy, utilizing the gravitational force of the planet beneath him to launch remote assaults on the parallax creature, each blow propelling it back several kilometers. Insect, I shall reduce you to cosmic dust. Though the parallax creature is dazed and reeling from the onslaught, it retaliates in furious anger, yet fails to inflict any harm on David. Its attacks dissipate against him as if they were nothing. By the gods! Tamar, having just comprehended the terror of the parallax creature, gazes at David, who relentlessly batters the creature with ferocity, his mouth agape, overwhelmed by unspoken shock. On the television broadcast, two figures engage in combat with the colossal monster in the sky, relentlessly driving it further away. What is that thing? A space monster has appeared in Seaside City, and thousands have already perished. Good heavens, have aliens launched an assault on Earth? Come on, Purple Lantern Superman. Is the safety of Earth truly reliant on these two superheroes? What is the space agency doing, spending so much on space each year without issuing a timely warning? What is the military doing, merely standing idly by? The online discourse erupts, with fear rising uncontrollably in the hearts of all who witness the massive shadow of the creature, praying for Superman and the Purple Lantern and for the fate of Earth itself. In Gotham, at the Wayne family estate, Bruce Wayne gazes gravely at the satellite's high-definition transmission, repeatedly clicking his pen, the veins on the back of his hand slightly taut, betraying his inner turmoil. Master Wayne, you must understand. Your Batwing is ill-equipped for combat in space, Alfred remarks, observing the conflict unfolding on screen. I know, Alfred. Do not remind me that I can only sit here, powerless. Bruce's voice bore a slight rasp. This was no monstrous foe akin to the bank robbers he had previously encountered. The Bat's equipment requires an upgrade. I need more contingency plans to ensure that I'm not relegated to mere observation next time. It is not merely the threats lurking within the city and the world that I must guard against. I must also consider extraterrestrial and cosmic dangers, as the world evolves at an alarming pace. Master, you're not obligated to bear the weight of the entire world upon your shoulders. Alfred's expression faltered. The child he had watched grow was now burdened, often returning to the Batcave, battered and bruised, to lick his wounds. Gotham had already drained him of vitality. The identity of Bruce Wayne had nearly become his mask, a role played by Batman once he shed his battle attire. When the storm approaches, it is prudent to be prepared. It will not show mercy whether you challenge the ocean or merely observe from the shore. The screen flickered, and Bruce Wayne's countenance darkened. Kent Farm. In the living room, on the couch, Father Jonathan held Mother Martha tightly in his embrace, holding his breath as he fixated on the scene unfolding on the television, completely oblivious to the kettle whistling in the kitchen. Son, give it your all. He clenched his fist, as if trying to convey strength to his two sons battling the monster through the intensity of his gaze. Bang, bang, bang. Clark accelerated instantaneously, his powerful form akin to a missile soaring through the sky, pursuing the creature known as Parallax alongside David, sending it hurtling into the heavens. Yet, when his fist connected with Parallax, it felt akin to striking a resilient mass of rubber, imparting a sensation of minimal damage. Use your eyes, Clark, David urged, his voice low as he unleashed a torrent of energy with his punch. He was nearly a being of pure energy, exempt from a significant portion of physical attacks. As they were about to breach the atmosphere, Clark would be bathed in sunlight, receiving a continuous influx of energy. Hiss! Following David's guidance, Clark deftly evaded Parallax's sweeping tentacles, his eyes emitting heat vision that sliced through the creature's form. A flash of green light signaled the arrival of Tomar Rhee, who manifested the willpower to create a spacecraft. He piloted it with remarkable agility, continuously firing to assist David and Clark in their offensive maneuvers. Who are you, unknown life form? I sense a potential within you. You are more suited than anyone to bear my power. Parallax appeared to sense something as it was propelled away, locking its gaze upon David and swinging its massive tentacles toward him, eyes glinting with greed. This body that I inhabit, though powerful, is ill-suited to harness my fear energy. Though he was the vessel of fear, he could not control all its power. However, Parallax could perceive the fear energy coursing through David's being like a flowing river. Embrace me, young life form. Together we can spread fear throughout the cosmos. Surrounded by a gravitational field, David's tall and imposing figure emanated a tremendous repulsive force, rendering the Parallax creature's tentacles as if mired in a quagmire, unable to extend. I held no interest in such matters. He struck the grotesque visage of the parallax with a powerful punch, unleashing a torrent of cosmic energy that seemed to conjure a small purple sun in the void of space, sending the creature hurtling away with an assault capable of flattening an entire block. The parallax was currently contending with a member of the Cosmic Guardians, the earliest intelligent beings in the universe, who had once believed that emotions would hinder progress and thus forsook certain feelings. Despite the immense power of the Cosmic Guardians, their sparse records included one who had nearly obliterated Shazam, yet they were ill-suited to wield the fear-driven power of terror. The parallax claimed to be adept at harnessing the essence of fear, likely due to its ability to manipulate energy, as it could command any energy with remarkable proficiency. David's expression was icy, yet he would never relinquish his body willingly. Tamar felt as if he were walking on the edge of a knife, tension coiling within him. Had it not been for David and Clark's relentless assaults on the creature, he had no doubt that a mere moment of vulnerability would result in his obliteration. Do you think you can impede me? In an instant, the parallax was tossed back and forth like a ball between David and Clark, ascending to the thin layers of the atmosphere, on the verge of being expelled from Earth. Realizing the vexing truth of this situation compelled it to take matters seriously and begin to shrink its form. Its enormous and menacing size instilled fear in those insects upon first sight, allowing it to absorb life energy more swiftly and easily, yet it had become too cumbersome, effectively becoming a punching bag for David and his companion. Its size diminished, yet its strength increased. The once colossal creature, capable of overshadowing half a city, now stood a mere 7 to 8 meters tall, and with a swift lash of its tentacle, it sent Clark flying. He clutched his chest, feeling a twinge of pain and surprise. This was nearing its original form. David's countenance grew serious as he attempted to attack. The energy blasts raged like a tempest. Unafraid of depletion, but unlike before, each strike no longer found its mark. In the near-vacuum environment, coupled with the parallax's immense strength, its agility remained unaffected. Do not advance any further. This is a battle beyond your involvement. Amidst the fray, he turned to Tamar with a grave expression. Even from a distance, the parallax could effortlessly extinguish Tamar with a single blow. Gritting his teeth, Tamar was compelled to remain stationary. It's up to you now, newcomers. Why had his comrades not yet arrived? Now, they had to rely on 2 individuals who had yet to decide on joining the Legion to resolve this cosmic crisis. What is the matter? Annoying insect, have you slowed down? Facing the advancing Clark, the parallax's tentacles swiftly ensnared him, its skeletal visage looming ominously close to his face, hoping to instill a flicker of fear within Clark, becoming the breach it sought. However, Clark's will prove to be far more potent than he had envisioned. As he unleashed his heat vision, he roared with fury, breaking free from his adversary's grasp. The stench you radiate is utterly foul. Parallax. David's fist connected with the creature's face, aiding Clark in his escape. Before Parallax could drift too far, David seized one of its tentacles and yanked it back, delivering another crushing blow. Your strength. The beast's head shook violently, leaving it momentarily dazed and astonished. Have you grown stronger? It seems I have sensed a more formidable weapon. David cast a glance toward the resplendent star, the sun, gleaming in the distant cosmos, and with a swing of his fist, he manipulated the gravitational field to send the creature hurtling away, free from Earth's gravitational pull and its disruptive force. David felt the gravitational influence of the sun, a far mightier force. Useless. I have consumed the life energy of 2 planets. My strength is boundless. Several tentacles were severed, and amidst the chaos of their battle, they found themselves in the vastness of space. Parallax stabilized itself in the vacuum, its tentacles swiftly regenerating, once again lunging ferociously at David and Clark. You shall surely perish. The trio engaged in a fierce confrontation among the stars. Today, Clark encountered realms previously unknown to him, such as flight and space combat, yet he adapted remarkably well, driven by an urgent desire to vanquish the creature before him. He was acutely aware of the empowering sensation of sunlight bathing him, invigorating his resolve. I feel as though I could fight like this for an entire day. Not to mention David, who transformed Parallax's fear-based attacks into his own strength. The 3 of them brimmed with nearly limitless energy, unleashing waves of power throughout the cosmos. As minutes turned into dozens of minutes, the battle intensified. Each combatant remained locked in a stalemate. The true form of Parallax, concealed beneath the monstrous facade woven from fear, sustained damage, yet it could easily restore itself through the consumption of fear energy. Clark, basking in sunlight, could heal from his injuries almost instantaneously. Meanwhile, David, wielding the gravitational field for protection alongside his energy manipulation and formidable physique, remained unscathed, though even he could not swiftly dispatch Parallax. The creature's reservoir of fear energy was far too abundant. At this rate, it would take days to defeat it. With each punch, torrents of energy surged through space, capable of annihilating all, leaving gaping wounds the size of barrels on Parallax's form. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it would heal. David's gaze was steely. He could afford to bide his time. The Green Lantern Corps was on its way, and soon the burden would fall upon them. However, the unprecedented emotional points from this singular entity's rage were enticing. Should the Green Lanterns ultimately vanquish this foe, it was unlikely to leave a lasting impression on him. He resolved to eliminate the creature before their arrival, and he had already devised a plan. Although the Parallax creature no longer exhibits the same arrogance as before, confronting Hal Jordan with its massive and unwieldy form, it unwittingly allows him to exploit the sun's gravitational pull on larger objects, drawing the creature into the sun's core. However, Hal Jordan does not possess the same ability to manipulate gravity. As we did previously, let's send him into the sun, Clark, David remarked to the weary Clark, who appeared somewhat fatigued. How did I not think of that? Clark's eyes lit up. The sun's core temperature exceeds 20 million degrees Celsius, capable of annihilating all. Reinvigorated, he charged toward the Parallax creature. Fool, you foolishly revealed your plan to me. Do you truly believe you can succeed? The creature scoffed disdainfully, evading Clark's charge and striking him away with its tendrils. You intend to push me into the sun for my destruction? I shall return to that planet and see if you can stop me. Previously, it had been expelled from the planet's atmosphere due to its cumbersome size. But the circumstances had changed. Oh, then why do I sense a hint of fear emanating from you? David's voice turned icy as the power of fear he absorbed became more potent, indicating that the grotesque creature before them harbored a sliver of trepidation. The Parallax creature felt a surge of anxiety. After such a prolonged struggle against these two, there was no sign of their power waning, particularly David's unwavering defense, which instilled a sense of dread within it. I require greater strength to combat these indomitable pests. I must return to that planet. Its opportunity to eliminate these two lay on that very world, undoubtedly filled with those they cherished. Before I obliterate the lives you hold dear, I shall observe whether you experience worry or fear. The Parallax creature unleashed a beam of light, the sustained onslaught pushing David back, attempting to destabilize the two with its words as it cackled arrogantly. Once fear takes hold, it cannot be halted. It governs me. Your will is as steadfast as mountains. Yet I wonder if your loved ones will tremble before me. Monster, do not presume you shall succeed. Reminded of the ghastly, lifeless husks drained of life energy and reduced to mere skeletons, Clark struggled to contain his fury, delivering a crushing blow with the iron fist of the aircraft carrier towards the Parallax creature. Believe me, you shall never have such an opportunity. As the creature sent Clark flying and sped towards Earth, David's voice was colder than the frigid void of space at over 200 degrees below zero. Template has integrated 40. He extended his palm towards the distant, radiant star, connecting with the gravitational field that enveloped the entire solar system while simultaneously linking to the Earth's gravitational field behind him. During this confrontation, my abilities have experienced a breakthrough. The ability of Wanli Wong to manipulate gravity allows for the rapid traversal from Earth to the Sun through the control of their gravitational fields, achieving a form of interstellar travel that even exceeds the speed of light. Currently, David has not attained the full strength of the template, making superluminal travel impossible for him. However, he has mastered this particular technique. Two immense gravitational fields aligned along a faint line, creating a connection. Suddenly, the planet looming closer exerted a tremendous repulsive force against the Parallax monster, while simultaneously, a distant, mature star behind him exerted a gravitational pull strong enough to rend the Earth asunder. What have you done? He struggled against the overwhelming force. Striving to resist being drawn toward the sun, barely managing to remain stationary, devoid of any excess power to move his limbs. "I have opened a passage for you." As David slowly approached him, his expression remained impassive until he delivered a powerful punch to the monster's head, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that erupted forth. A passage to death. With David's forceful strike, the parallax monster plummeted as if teetering on the edge of a cliff, drawn inexorably toward the abyss of demise. Terror-stricken by the formidable gravity pulling him toward the searing star. "You cannot kill me." The parallax monster roared defiantly, exerting all its strength to stabilize itself. But David offered no respite, manipulating the gravity to draw himself closer. Boom! 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 Like a meteor, David surged forward, raising his fist to send the parallax monster flying. Then rapidly pursued with another punch, delivering a relentless barrage of attacks that ultimately struck the creature deep into the surface of the sun. The searing temperatures of the solar surface illuminated David's face as he unleashed his final blow, causing an explosion of flames that surged for miles. "No!" The parallax monster screamed, completely ensnared by the sun's immense gravitational field, drawn into the core where nuclear reactions incessantly occurred, its form melting away like a candle consumed by fire. "I will return. I will surely return. When I come back, you shall cherish." The voice gradually faded away. Drifting in a void of space, David waited quietly. Moments later. Guided by the gravitational field, the energy sheath of the parallax monster was shattered, revealing the body of the cosmic guardian it had occupied, under the extreme heat. In an instant, not even a trace of ash remained. "Is it resolved?" David returned to the vicinity of Earth, where Clark eagerly approached him, filled with excitement and questions. Glancing over David's shoulder, Tamar watched intently, having only witnessed the moment the parallax monster was struck away by David before the pair vanished like fleeting light near Earth. "What the creature that absorbed 2 civilizations?" "It is dead," David replied slowly. "At least for the foreseeable future. We need not worry about it posing a threat to anyone." "For the foreseeable future?" Tamar was filled with astonishment. Was it not said that the terrifying creature was dead? How could it be that you, a member of the Green Lantern Corps, were unaware of what the parallax creature is? David glanced at him. Old gods like Ares are exceedingly difficult to kill. Yet when it comes to immortality, Ares and his ilk pale in comparison to the parallax, an embodiment of fear. As long as sentient beings in the universe continue to experience fear, the parallax shall never perish. David cast a fleeting glance at the notification. Having slain the parallax, it would forever provide him with emotional points. Now, the parallax would return to the primordial source of cosmic fear to regenerate, awaiting rebirth. The true form of the parallax was not that of an octopus with a bald, skull-like head, but rather an insect-like entity. Its grotesque appearance was likely a consequence of the influence of its host. Tamar's expression shifted dramatically. The formidable creature, capable of extinguishing the life of a lantern with a mere wave of its hand, could never truly be vanquished. "Fear not, even if it were to return. As long as your cosmic guardians refrain from making foolish mistakes again, finding a host capable of unleashing such power is no trivial matter." David suddenly recalled that Tamar's ignorance was somewhat justified, considering that even members of the Green Lantern Corps were unaware of the fact that their central battery on OA was being controlled by the willpower of the light beast Ion Shark. How could they possibly grasp the intricacies of the parallax? Cosmic Guardians, hosts? The enormity of this information rendered Tamar's mind momentarily incapacitated, his mouth agape. What does this mean? That creature resides within the body of one of the Cosmic Guardians. He suddenly recalled the broken stone pillar in the temple. Just as Tamar was about to inquire further, a brilliant green light shot across space, and a multitude of figures clad in energy battlesuits came to a swift halt, forming a line that numbered in the hundreds, each exuding an aura of seasoned prowess. Their mere presence commanded an unspoken authority. Each was an elite lantern of the Green Lantern Corps. At the forefront stood Sinestro, distinguished by his yellow battle attire. He radiated confidence, poised for action, akin to a knight ready to engage in battle with a monstrous adversary. Having just acquired a legendary sword. "Tamar, where's the parallax?" he inquired, surveying the cosmos with a grave tone. Upon recognizing the distinctly featured, red-skinned, pointy-eared figure with a small mustache, David raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement of Sinestro. The future master of the Yellow Lantern Corps seemed to still be within the ranks of the Green Lantern Corps. "You have arrived too late, Sinestro." Tamer expressed his mild dissatisfaction with a frown, addressing his fellow Corps member. If not for the two newcomers, the parallax would have already wrought havoc on the life planet behind them, potentially siphoning the life essence of millions. Is this truly the Green Lantern Corps, tasked with safeguarding the cosmic order? They appear no different from the neighborhood police on Earth, always arriving heavily armed, yet only after the chaos has ensued. With a clenched fist, disappointment flickered in Clark's eyes as he silently grumbled. Ignoring the unfamiliar faces of the two newcomers, Sinestro furrowed his brow, his gaze directed towards Earth. His voice icy. Had that planet fallen, and the parallax creature departed from this realm? No, the parallax had been vanquished by them, Tomari stated. It had been cast into the sun by David. He looked at David, a sense of reverence rising within him for the young man who had delivered the final blow to resolve the cosmic crisis. Resolved? Sinestro regarded the two with disbelief, his eyes laden with skepticism. You mean to say that these two rookie members of the Corps defeated the creature that had slain Abin Sur? Just then, a message arrived, and all the lanterns present received a command from the Guardians of the Universe. Retrieve your rings. The Green Lantern Corps would not permit the Kryptonians, who once sought to colonize the cosmos, nor any unknown races associated with them, to join. Tomari's expression shifted dramatically. How could the Guardians do such a thing? He looked up in disbelief, exclaiming, to confiscate the rings of the two who had just resolved the cosmic crisis? Kryptonians. In the next moment, the piercing gazes of hundreds of lanterns turned towards David and Clark, their expressions cold. The Book of OA, which chronicles the history and laws of the Green Lantern Corps, clearly states that Kryptonians once plunged the entire universe into darkness. Surrender your rings. Sinestro's yellow ring flared brightly, eager for action, a thrill of excitement curling at the corners of his mouth. The parallax was gone, but there were still Kryptonians. He was eager to test the power of his new ring. Buzz. The emerald-hued ring, intricately carved, flickered twice as if it had lost power, and the green uniform vanished, leaving Clark in a panic, flustered. He was in space. Calm down, Clark. David's gaze turned towards him, tinged with exasperation. You Kryptonians can already fly. You can traverse space in your physical form. You have awakened your biofield long ago, yet you refuse to accept the fact that you can fly. Why hasn't your ring malfunctioned? Realizing he was indeed fine in space, Clark was astonished to find that David's ring still shone brightly. What did you do to the core ring? Sinestro furrowed his brow, and the other lanterns exchanged glances, perplexed, as it should not be this way. Their rings contained programs inscribed by the Guardians of the Universe, who held supreme authority over the rings. It was merely a new program that overwrote the old one. Despite having held their rings for countless years, the ring on David's hand, having been in contact with it for less than a day, continued to emit a dazzling brilliance. Did you not know this was possible? The Green Lantern ring serves as the instrument through which the Green Lantern wields the power of will, a metaphysical force capable of creating and altering reality, endowed with a myriad of abilities. Among these is the capacity to rewrite the internal programming of the ring itself. In the comics, Hal Jordan has executed such a feat, programming commands into the ring to seize control of a deceased Lantern's ring, even conjuring a ring from nothingness through sheer will. Hal Jordan is said to be the embodiment of the universe's primordial will. David, lacking such extraordinary willpower to fabricate a ring from thin air, finds it relatively effortless to obscure the control of the rings from the Guardians of the Universe. Those diminutive blue beings have long forsaken emotion, and their grasp on the power of emotion is, in truth, quite feeble. David smirks at the thought. The assembly of lanterns stands in astonishment, realizing the potential of willpower to achieve such feats. They promptly pursue the ring and apprehend the perpetrator responsible for altering its programming to bring him back to OA. Even from light years away, Sinestro senses the urgency of the Guardians through the messages transmitted across the cosmos. He glances at the yellow ring upon his hand, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Yet, the immediate priority remains to fulfill the Guardian's command. Seize them. The rings are instruments of cosmic guardianship and must not falter. He gestures with authority. Perpetrator, surrender at once. A multitude of lanterns, shaking off their disbelief, adopt serious expressions as their rings blaze with vibrant light, unleashing chains of green energy towards David and Clark. Clark becomes ensnared in the dense web of chains, yet he thrashes like a frenzied bull. beyond the control of mere mortals. With a single movement, he sends several lanterns hurtling through the air. The remaining chains, however, are directed toward the astonished David. David's mastery over the power of will surpasses that of ordinary lanterns, even seasoned veterans. Yet he cannot rely solely on the ring's power to contend against 70 or 80 lanterns. He unleashes beams of cosmic energy from his eyes, severing all approaching chains as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Yield, boy! Feeling the surge of newfound power, Sinestro's yellow aura radiates brightly as he conjures a massive extraterrestrial beast resembling a menacing wolf to charge at David, similarly capable of manifesting reality. The optimal use of the fear-inducing yellow ring is to materialize terrifying entities, such as ferocious beasts and monsters. With a resounding crash, the alien wolf is sent flying by a single punch from David, its form shattering. Dozens of Green Lanterns materialize an array of weapons: mechanized suits, hammers, swords, spaceships, laser guns, charging towards David. Yet, all their assaults are mere trifles to him. With a casual wave of his hand, he manipulates the omnipresent gravity of the solar system, sweeping through the ranks of attackers. Observing his comrades, who resemble sheep confronted by a tiger, crumple under the onslaught, Sinestro is deeply shaken, his eyes revealing apprehension. No wonder this boy was able to confront the Parallax alongside the Kryptonians. Nevertheless, he is not to be underestimated. Let us see what my newfound power can do. Sinestro unexpectedly simulated the form of the Parallax creature, enveloping it at the center, and charged toward David. He was now immensely powerful, drawing the dread of the Green Lantern Corps from every corner of the universe. After unleashing an energy blast that sent a multitude of Green Lanterns flying, a formidable tentacle lashed out, reminiscent of the resurrected Parallax. David, from a distance, seized it and crushed it fiercely. How audacious to utilize something I just vanquished against me. Is there a flaw in your reasoning? Very well. Let us see if you can slay the Parallax once more. The tentacle shattered into luminous particles, and Sinestro, unfazed, chuckled coldly as other tentacles surged toward David, engaging him in fierce combat. David had to concede that the Parallax capabilities, simulated through Sinestro's power of fear, were nearly 80% of the original's prowess, allowing it to withstand his attacks and battle him fiercely. At this moment, Sinestro was undoubtedly at his zenith. For nearly billions of years, the Green Lantern Corps had spread its illustrious reputation throughout the cosmos, instilling terror in countless interstellar pirates, criminals, and brutal dictators alike. As the sole wielder of the power of fear within the Corps, Sinestro commanded an oceanic reservoir of fear energy exclusively for himself. Once he severed ties with the Green Lantern Corps, his strength might wane significantly. David's expression remained impassive. However, he had already dealt with the true Parallax. What could an entity with merely 80% of its capabilities do against him, even with an ostensibly infinite energy supply? The cosmos was his domain. And as he unleashed cosmic energy upon Sinestro, pushing him back relentlessly, he once again tapped into the gravitational field of the sun. The gravitational conduit was reconstructed. In the midst of combat, just as Sinestro was preparing to launch another devastating strike, he suddenly sensed a terrifying force pulling at him from behind. Struggling, he turned to see the sun looming in that direction. Is this your method for defeating the Parallax? Sinestro, possessing remarkable adaptability, smirked. But I'm not devoid of intellect, like the Parallax. The energy guise he manipulated began to morph into a colossal extraterrestrial eagle adorned with 6 fiery wings, flapping vigorously and surprisingly resisting the gravitational pull, appearing more effortlessly than the previous Parallax. A gleam of triumph flickered in Sinestro's eyes. The Anglesis eagle, a notorious beast among several star systems in Sector 2143, could even reach the speed of light after acceleration. The universe is teeming with diverse life forms, many of which possess unimaginable abilities. He believed he had thwarted David's strategy for overcoming the Parallax. Yet, unbeknownst to Sinestro, David was effortlessly manipulating and slightly altering the sun's gravitational field along a linear trajectory. The force he grappled with was not David, but the sun itself, a commendable adaptability. But did you anticipate this? David slowly applauded. With his eyes radiating intense cosmic energy, Sinestro was violently propelled backwards towards the sun. his vision blurred, filled with streaks of light. He could only perceive the terrifyingly hot star rapidly approaching, growing larger and exerting an immense pressure upon him, making him feel like a bug tossed into a fiery pit. No, Lantern, activate the wormhole. Fear gripped Sinestro's heart like a vice, and he could almost smell the acrid scent of his own impending immolation. He hastily opened a wormhole behind him. Similar to the Green Lantern, the Yellow Lantern possessed the capability to open a wormhole for interstellar travel. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traversed the cosmos to arrive here so swiftly. Sinestro vanished into the wormhole. David, well acquainted with the Lantern's abilities, was not surprised. Sinestro had narrowly escaped a calamity, but he would not return anytime soon. The wormhole opened by the Lantern was not particularly precise. Given Sinestro's ambition, it was only a matter of time before he would sever ties with the Green Lantern Corps, and by the time he returned, he would likely be diminished in strength. Without Sinestro, the remaining Lanterns were no match for David, who wielded gravity with ease, effortlessly defeating them like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Even the dozen or so who had been engaged in battle with Clark were sent hurtling away, suffering various degrees of injuries. They gazed at the formidable young figure before them, their expressions a mixture of shock and dread, for they had never encountered such a powerful adversary. Enough. The Lantern's rings glowed, coalescing in space to form colossal projections, looming over David and Clark. They were the Cosmic Guardians. Having existed for billions of years, their faces marked by an austere indifference, their tone carrying a warning. Know your place, young life form. The Cosmic Guardians, with their towering projections in the void of space, bore aged, yet imposing visages, subtly emanating an air of stubborn decay. Return the Lanterns. Your selection was a programming error. You were never meant to be chosen. Gazing at the legendary Guardians who had formed the Green Lantern Corps to maintain cosmic peace for countless ages, Clark felt a surge of anger as they ruthlessly demanded the return of the Lanterns, despite having just aided in resolving the issue with the parallax. However, he did not hold the Lanterns in particularly high regard. Even if the Lanterns could assist in eliminating meteor radiation, it would be better to return them to their rightful owners, David. Flying alongside David, Clark cast a glance at the dozen figures. It was too generous to them. David shared a similarly indifferent stance toward the Lanterns. The Green Lanterns were heralded as the most potent weapons in the universe. Whoever was chosen by a Lantern could ascend to become a cosmic guardian of order. Yet for him, the Lantern ring offers no enhancement to his abilities. At most, it serves as a convenient tool, akin to an adept instrument. Surrendering the Lantern ring is simply out of the question. To utilize our strength and then attempt to reclaim the Lantern ring as if nothing had transpired is no trivial matter. His tone was laced with chilling disdain. Before we confronted the parallax creature, why did you not reveal yourselves to retrieve the Lantern ring? Once parallax was cast into the sun, did you swiftly realize it was a programming error? David mercilessly pointed out the hypocrisy of these cosmic guardians. Among the crowd, Tamar, who had remained inactive until now, showed a subtle shift in expression, piecing together the sequence of events. Disbelief washing over him as he gazed at the so-called sacred and wise guardians through the eyes of the Lantern hero. Everything indeed seemed too fortuitous. Clark also grasped the situation, his countenance darkening. Without your intervention, Parallax would have been vanquished in this expanse of stars. One of the Cosmic Guardians spoke up, their demeanor resolute. The Lantern ring is the sole weapon employed by the Green Lantern Corps to uphold cosmic order and must never be leaked. Implicit in their words was the notion that the peace of the universe currently rests upon the protection of the Green Lantern Corps. Should the Lantern ring fall into the wrong hands and someone discover methods to counteract it, the entire universe could be plunged into peril. With a wave of his hand, images coalesced in green light, revealing the remaining 3,000 Lanterns stationed at the Corps headquarters on OA, a formidable army poised to sweep across the cosmos, exuding an overwhelming presence. Simultaneously, another image emerged, a living planet enveloped in green light, vast and ancient, larger than OA itself, floating majestically in the void of space. Mogo, the Green Lantern. David's gaze sharpened. The essence of Green Lantern energy embodies willpower. Thus, any entity possessing self-will could potentially become a Green Lantern. The Corps comprises various extraterrestrials alongside some extraordinary beings. Much like Mogo, a sentient, diminutive living planet endowed with immense, boundless strength. An ultimate weapon the Green Lantern Corps seldom employs. In the comics, it was said that a single strike from Mogo had obliterated a quarter of the Yellow Lantern Corps. Are you attempting to intimidate me, Cosmic Guardians? He scoffed derisively. Without a doubt, David's current strength is far from explosive, even though Mogo is comparatively small among planets. You shall not retrieve these 2 lantern rings today, and I intend to keep at least a dozen more. He reached out, seizing a dozen of the lanterns that had previously attacked Clark with the utmost ferocity, holding them frozen in place. With a swift motion, their arms were forcibly torn asunder, blood staining the void of space. The lantern rings were immobilized, flying into the palm of David's hand, struggling to escape and return to their rightful owners. Yet they were as helpless as moths trapped in resin, only able to tremble feebly. Numerous lanterns swiftly intervened to protect their comrades who had lost the safeguard of the power rings, casting furious glances at David, the one who had harmed their companions. However, recalling the scene where David had effortlessly swept them aside, coupled with the presence of the Guardians of the Universe, they hesitated to advance. You possess an audacity beyond measure. Young life form, exclaimed the Guardians, their blue skin and large heads making them appear as if they were cast from the same mold, indistinguishable from one another. You are provoking the Green Lantern Corps, which has safeguarded the universe for billions of years. They had only just begun to demonstrate the might of the Green Lantern Corps. Yet David, far from being intimidated, brazenly seized a dozen power rings right before their eyes, displaying a level of audacity that was truly astounding. Although they prided themselves on having forsaken emotion, this group of little blue beings had not succumbed to becoming emotionless statues. When you sought to exploit us, you should have anticipated this moment, David replied coldly, his demeanor unyielding. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to mobilize your Green Lantern Corps. Even if it were merely for the sake of emotional points, it was to protect Earth that he had eliminated the parallax creature. Yet, this band of Guardians could not expect to reap the rewards of their own plans without consequence. Despite the Green Lantern Corps' claims of having preserved universal peace for billions of years, an assertion that sounded impressive, the reality was less grand. Within the realms of comics, the Green Lantern Corps was often described as invincible in one-on-one combat, yet they had faced total annihilation on numerous occasions. Beneath the radiant light of this star, its gravitational pull was omnipresent. Your planet's lantern, Mogo, should you dare to step into the solar system, I shall cast it into the sun, David declared, pointing toward the sun. The larger the form, the greater the gravitational force exerted by the sun, under different circumstances. David might not have been able to contend with Lantern Mogo. However, within the gravitational field of the sun, he could harness its power to confront, or even eliminate, Mogo. The vastness of space fell into a momentary silence, the expressions of the Guardians fluctuating between uncertainty and dread as they hesitated to wager against David's ability to manipulate gravity. David's strength had transcended that of an ordinary lantern. No amount of numbers could alter the current situation. As for Mogo, he was the ultimate weapon of the Green Lantern Corps. Should other lanterns perish, replacements could be readily summoned. The loss of thousands would pose no real issue. Yet, the living planet Lantern Mogo was singular. They had but one. You have eradicated the parallax creature, addressing a crisis for the universe. Should we hear whispers of your misuse of the power rings for malevolent purposes, know this, no matter where you flee, no matter the cost, the Green Lantern Corps will pursue you to the ends of existence. The expressions of the Guardians darkened as they spoke in cold, hard tones, acknowledging David and Clark's contributions to the universe by eliminating the parallax creature as a mere stepping stone. It seemed their trepidation stemmed not from David's capabilities, but rather from a recognition of their own significant contributions to the universe. After delivering a threat that bore no weight, they waved their hands to deactivate the projection, issuing a command for the lanterns to retreat. With an initial unwavering determination to reclaim the lantern rings, the attitude of the leaders suddenly shifted, commanding the valiant, battle-wounded Green Lanterns to assume the role of jesters. However, for the Guardians of the Universe, this was the norm. One of the tenets inscribed in the Book of OA mandates that members of the Corps must unconditionally obey the edicts of the Guardians. The injured Green Lanterns, bearing various wounds, departed in disheartened silence. Tamar sighed, his emotions complex as he faced David, who had gravely injured several of his comrades. Was this truly the conclusion? In the blink of an eye, the vastness of space appeared desolate. save for the remnants of severed arms and tentacles. Clark stood momentarily stunned, having clenched his fists in anxious anticipation, fearing that his brother's unwavering resolve would ignite a full-scale conflict, subjecting both himself and his sibling to the onslaught of the entire intergalactic police force. Yet, the adversaries simply retreated. Those selfish old-timers, who had existed for countless years, had chosen compromise once again when faced with defeat. Watching the Green Lanterns recede into the starry expanse, David was not particularly surprised and let out a derisive snort. Just as years ago, they had capitulated before Krypton, and likewise before Darkseid. Even when brandishing their banner of universal peace, they could yield. After all, it was merely a handful of lantern rings. David intended to modify the program of these rings with the power of will, ultimately bestowing 2 of them upon Jonathan and Martha. This would provide his parents with a means of self-defense in the face of unforeseen circumstances. The Green Lantern contained a considerable reservoir of willpower, sufficient to endure multiple battles. The remainder would be stored away for safekeeping. Kryptonite liquid, the Holy Trident Green Lantern rings. Promethium metal. David raised an eyebrow, contemplating the prospect of establishing a collection room. Thousands had perished. Yet the monstrous entity of space was vanquished by the combined efforts of the Purple Lantern and Superman, saving Beach City. Major American newspapers prominently featured this momentous event, marking the public's first encounter with confirmed extraterrestrial life. Although Superman and the Purple Lantern had long been rumored to be aliens, such claims were limited to speculation due to lack of evidence. David's remarkable performance against the parallax creature drew attention to this typically inactive superhero, sparking fervent discussions about the once elusive vigilante. In retrospect, Purple Lantern seemed a rather hasty title for a hero who had saved an entire city. A new moniker was warranted. Some argued that the name Purple Lantern derived solely from the hero's luminescent appearance. While distinctive, it lacked gravitas. Ultimately, the online discourse culminated in the birth of a new title, the Transcendent. This designation, undoubtedly linked to Superman, arose from their frequent joint appearances, leading the public to name David with a term synonymous with superhuman prowess. Countless individuals extol the valiant deeds of the Overman and Superman. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that the Parallax Beast possesses the formidable capability to absorb the energy of entire life planets. David and Clark have salvaged not merely a coastal city. Space monstrosities? Are Superman and the Overman truly heralded as heroes who save millions of lives? In the subterranean bastion's secret laboratory, Luther gazes at the freshly printed newspaper, imbued with the scent of ink, and smirks disdainfully. Is it truly worthy of celebration that 2 extraterrestrial beings have driven away yet another alien creature? The palm snake, introduced to the American mainland post-World War II, has led to the extinction of numerous indigenous birds and reptiles. The cane toad, dispatched to Australia with the intention of pest control, has instead caused the demise of various species, significantly diminishing local biodiversity. There are countless such instances. This foolish crowd seems utterly blind, failing to recognize that local species possess the potential to obliterate entire natural ecosystems, whether intentionally or inadvertently. Luther toys with the globe on his desk, his eyes betraying a chilling ruthlessness. He must eradicate Superman and the Overman, not merely because they prevent him from basking in sunlight, but also due to the complications arising within his Luther Corporation operations, exacerbated by the threats posed by these 2 extraterrestrials, formidable enough to rival nuclear weapons. Only through experiencing pain does one grow. Should the coastal city assault prove successful, a global sense of crisis would ensue, prompting nations to commence their research into extraterrestrial threats. The sword of Damocles hangs overhead. Humanity will inevitably retract its long-held arrogance of being the planet's dominators, potentially ushering in yet another technological renaissance in a short span of time. Yet, at present, it has devolved into a farcical celebration of other alien invaders by short-sighted simpletons. Luther's gaze is laced with mockery as he casually discards the newspaper and clicks his mouse. A video, which he has viewed dozens of times, ignites a thrill within him as it begins to play. It depicts a battle between Superman and a green glowing painter, through the lens of his astute intellect. Luther meticulously analyzes the destruction wrought upon steel and walls within the footage. A being whose strength barely exceeds 100 tons has managed to send Superman reeling. Blood spilling from his lips. Undoubtedly, the green luminescence has weakened our great hero. He murmurs softly, a sneer escaping his lips as he examines a canister of green luminescent battery solution, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Intriguing. The very radiation emitted by extraterrestrial meteorites, which grants humans transformative abilities, seems to counteract you. It appears he has uncovered Superman's fatal vulnerability. And what of the Overman, now transformed into the current incarnation? A wicked smile curls at the corners of Luthor's mouth, reminiscent of a vulture poised to hunt. I wonder if you're also susceptible to the meteor's influence? Just days prior, his Typhon project was declared a resounding success. A fleet of colossal, iron-gray spacecraft sails through the starry expanse with unyielding resolve. Before the transparent porthole stood Zod, a robust figure with a beard reminiscent of steel needles, exuding an aura of military iron will and authority. He gazed into the boundless expanse of the starry cosmos, a hint of complex mockery gracing his lips. How ironic it is, for our rebellion against the Council. We were condemned to the Phantom Zone for 2 centuries. Yet upon our escape, we discovered that we, the traitors, had become the sole survivors of Krypton. Just moments ago, Zod and his battalion departed from a derelict outpost once established by Krypton in the universe. As in times past, they procured some supplies. Yet not a single surviving kin was found. The universe may be vast, but our homeland is no more. Beside him, the tall and strikingly beautiful officer, Kara, placed her hand upon the porthole, a trace of sorrow reflected in her eyes. Krypton has perished. All that she once knew vanished in the cataclysm, and now, these homeless Kryptonians have become wandering refugees of the cosmos. In the endless universe, there exists no harbor for them to dock. Krypton was destroyed by decay. Zod repressed his emerging emotions and turned once more, embodying the stern demeanor of a general, facing the assembled officers within the spacecraft. His voice resonated with strength and conviction, compelling obedience. The decaying council, the rotting system, they languished in comfort and satisfaction, fearful of our potential and power, abandoning the vast territories that once nearly ruled the known universe, retreating within Krypton. Ultimately, this led to the annihilation of both Kryptonians and their planet. He paused, surveying the impassioned officers, his resolve unwavering as he declared, "But I shall rebuild Krypton. The Kryptonian Empire shall be reborn from destruction. Let the mighty Krypton once again reign over this universe. Rebuild Krypton, rebuild Krypton." As they spoke of the former glory of Krypton, which once made the entire universe tremble, the officers flushed with excitement, kneeling on one knee and pounding their chests in fervent cries. "Dominate the universe! Dominate the universe!" Now let us retrieve the central artifact launched into the cosmos by Jor-El. Jor-El recognized the impending doom of Krypton, but failed to warn any of his kin. He infused the most precious central artifact of Krypton into his son, launching it into the universe, preparing for a new beginning far beyond the distant stars. That new beginning was meant to be ours, the rebirth of Krypton. Zod bellowed, pointing with determination towards a direction in the heavens. "Let's reclaim it, our soldiers." Chapter 132. I am your father. Cal, the raspberry pie made by mother, is eternally delectable. In the afternoon, having just saved Earth, David and Clark returned home, devouring their meal with great relish. Clark, satisfied, gave a thumbs up. Slow down. The 2 now-grown children, having secured the safety of the city, found Martha smiling, her heart filled with a sense of fulfillment. Father Jonathan observed with a cup of red tea in hand, a smile subtly gracing his lips. He felt an immense pride for the 2 sons he had raised, heroes who had triumphed over alien monstrosities to save their city. "Mom and Dad, please take these 2 rings," David said, reclining back after a hearty meal to recuperate from the exhausting battle against the parallax creature. As he rested, he glanced at the 2 Green Lantern rings placed upon the table. "Are these the alien rings you spoke of?" he asked. "No, these are different rings," he briefly explained. The parents exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond to their son's frustration over the duplicitous cosmic guardians who had stolen their collection of rings. Having run a farm, they were no strangers to dealing with various individuals and understood that sometimes official representatives did not embody justice or righteousness, like the American military that had sought to abduct their eldest son for experimentation. "David, if you take their rings, won't they come looking for trouble?" Jonathan straightened in his seat, a frown creasing his brow. The implications of such cosmic matters were indeed worrisome. Would they bring repercussions to Earth? They hesitated to provoke conflict, knowing the Guardians had already compromised. David reassured his parents that there was no need for concern, advising them only to learn how to use the rings for self-defense. After dinner, in the small courtyard, David watched as his parents, adorned with the lantern rings, conjured a tractor and a weeder with their willpower, while another parent simulated a spray can and scissors. They reveled in the novelty, akin to office workers who had long awaited a trip to an amusement park. What marvelous rings, akin to a universal toolbox, Jonathan mused, conjuring various sizes of wrenches and screwdrivers, marveling at the convenience of being able to produce what they needed without rummaging through the attic. Indeed, if only this ring could be used freely, Martha sighed, wielding a tangible, energy-converted sprayer to tend to the orchard. This year, the farm will surely save considerable expenses. Mom and Dad, these are weapons for your protection, David said, scratching his head, slightly bewildered. The universe's most formidable weapon, employed by the Green Lantern Corps to uphold cosmic order, was being utilized in such a manner. This was largely due to the couple's kind nature. They bore no ill intentions and had little understanding of firearms or weaponry, thus manifesting an array of tools through their boundless willpower. Yet he thought it was of no consequence. The Green Lantern rings could effortlessly lift hundreds of tons and facilitate rapid flight. With these attributes, even if his parents were not adept at crafting weapons, they would still be sufficiently equipped. Clark, appearing somewhat preoccupied, pulled David aside. David, you mentioned encountering a legendary, high-tech underwater nation known as Atlantis. What about it? David observed Clark, who seemed hesitant yet eager to inquire. He gestured for him to proceed with his questions. My kin and the Green Lantern Corps appear to have a strained relationship. The database within the Lantern Rings contains scant information regarding Krypton. Does Atlantis possess any more detailed knowledge on this matter? Finally uncovering the origins of his lineage, which he had often gazed up at in the night sky, Clark was fervently eager to learn more. He could only trouble his brother for assistance. How could those small blue beings possibly have meticulous records about the formidable foes that once compelled them to concede? Historical accounts from Atlantis revealed that many years ago, an extraterrestrial spacecraft had descended upon the Arctic. David, noticing the mix of trepidation and excitement in Clark's eyes, pondered aloud. The design of that spacecraft bears a striking resemblance to the exploratory vessels of the Kryptonian Empire. Krypton nearly colonized the entirety of the known universe at its zenith, with planets being discovered and conquered every moment, only to see its vast dominion contract. The ruling council of Krypton grew fearful, realizing that even a mere civilian exposed to yellow sunlight could withstand the formidable technology that had been cultivated over countless years. If this continued, the very foundation of their reign would be jeopardized. Coupled with the vigilance and hostility from the Green Lantern Corps and other cosmic forces towards Krypton, they retreated, forbidding their kin from venturing to explore under yellow sunlight. Countless abandoned Kryptonian exploratory ships, much like the one in the Arctic, likely litter the cosmos. The Arctic's Kryptonian vessel? Truly? Clark's eyes sparkled with hope as he inquired, half-heartedly expecting a revelation related to Krypton from his brother. David, could you truly have erred in your memory? Would I misremember the existence of an alien spacecraft on Earth? David retorted with a smile. I understand. I am simply overwhelmed with excitement. Clark, unable to contain his eagerness, immediately set his course for the Arctic. David recalled that according to the narrative, should the Kryptonian exploratory vessel in the Arctic be activated, it would transmit a signal that Zod would intercept, prompting him to arrive on Earth. The son of Krypton was destined to embark on a journey to discover his heritage. He could not hinder Clark from meeting the late Jor-El, even if the encounter would not be with the true Jor-El, but rather a replicated consciousness and artificial intelligence. Growing up alongside Clark, he was acutely aware of the loneliness, confusion, and pain that accompanied Clark's unique identity during his formative years. Yet, Jor-El could provide Clark with the answers to all his inquiries, illuminating his lineage and purpose, allowing him to embrace the world with newfound clarity and completeness. David's gaze flickered. As for Zod and his troops, they were merely a handful of Kryptonians, formidable, yet not to the extent that he would regard them with trepidation. The Kryptonians surpassed him only in speed, but in his gravitational field, they would first need to establish their footing. Moreover, Zod and his cohort of Kryptonian soldiers represented a wellspring of emotional energy. From a newspaper, David encountered his freshly coined moniker, the Overcomer, within the realms of another universe. The title signifies an almost invincible power, a stature he has yet to attain. One wonders if through the continuous melding of templates, he might someday possess the might akin to that of the Overcomer. After several days of familiarizing themselves with the use of the Green Lantern rings, Jonathan and Martha marveled once more at the convenience of the lanterns. Yet, upon returning to their ordinary farm life, they felt no sense of disorientation. For that was the life they had known for decades. Humans are often nostalgic, clinging to familiar surroundings and lifestyles. After several days of combating crime in the city, Clark could no longer resist the call of the Arctic. David, having rested at home for 2 days, made his way back to Atlantis. He intended to select a group of scientists to study the rings, seeking a stable method to recharge them. Deep within the ocean floor, in the Palace of Atlantis, David ascended the long-abandoned throne and summoned Mara. Several Green Lantern rings floated towards him. By the way, you seem different somehow. Though only a few days had passed, Mara exuded an aura of maturity and intensity upon their reunion, despite the fatigue that lingered in her brow, as if she had undergone significant trials. Resembling a true stateswoman capable of balancing power. Often, through difficult choices, individuals experience growth. In recent days, Mara had nearly instigated a purging within Atlantis. She had to personally order some of her kin imprisoned in the deep-sea dungeons, all in the name of upholding the rule of a conqueror over her people. Is growth not a positive thing? David seemed oblivious to the underlying implications of her words, merely responding with a smile. Before returning to the palace, he sought to understand the situation in Atlantis and was quite pleased with Mara's actions. It was not merely about maintaining her own dominion. Rather, her harsh and unyielding suppression of a faction was akin to damming a river. The flow may diminish downstream, but the unseen currents run even stronger. The discontent among Atlantis' populace had intensified, significantly fueling the emotional undercurrents. Yet, it was far from the time for a revolt against tyranny. After all, since David ascended as the king of the seven seas, he had done little apart from distinguishing himself from the other rulers, many of whom were suspected not to be true Atlanteans, and he intended to continue in this manner. Is this a Green Lantern ring? Mara exclaimed, her eyes widening. How do you possess 3 of them? You recognize them? David raised an eyebrow. Atlantis' ancestors had once joined forces with the Lanterns to repel extraterrestrial invaders. He had forgotten this history. When the 8-year-old Darkseid led an army to Earth, the gods, Amazons, humans, and Atlanteans united to repel him, and among them was a lantern. He was merely slain by Darkseid in 2 swift strikes. The Lantern Ring of the Green Lantern Corps automatically seeks out the next worthy bearer upon the demise of its current wielder. And your forceful interception of one of these rings poses a significant danger, Mara cautioned. The Green Lantern Corps has meticulously divided the universe into 3,600 sectors, maintaining peace across the cosmos for billions of years. Their power is beyond your imagination. As she spoke, a flicker of regret crossed her eyes. Should she have refrained from warning him, would the Green Lantern Corps arrive to apprehend this individual? Although, in the immediate context, David's ascension to kingship seemed more beneficial for Atlantis than that of ORM. Atlantis truly remained isolated from the world. David felt a sense of disappointment. The emergence of space monsters on Earth sent shockwaves throughout the human realm, yet Atlantis remained oblivious. Otherwise, they would certainly recognize him. Witnessing his acts of salvation on land would inevitably lead to greater suspicion regarding his identity. Mara, puzzled by David's words, wondered if some world-shattering event had transpired outside, prompting such a statement. It dawned on her with a jolt. The presence of 3 unclaimed rings signified the demise of 3 lanterns tasked with maintaining cosmic order. What had transpired on land? Do not concern yourself with those cosmic guardians who prey on the weak. Your only task is to mobilize the Atlantean scientists to study the lantern rings, David commanded, disregarding Mara's question. Although the rings are imbued with considerable energy, it would be prudent to acquire the technology necessary to recharge them. The emotional spectrum is one of the fundamental origins of the universe, omnipresent yet less concentrated in places devoid of lantern creatures. Entrusting Atlantis with the study of the lantern rings is not as absurd as assigning cavemen to investigate electric lights. Even if the technology possessed by the little blue beings is among the most advanced in the universe, one must not underestimate Earth. Atlantis has mastered the technology of infinite energy over millennia. Their scientific prowess is formidable. By utilizing the accessible lantern rings for research, even allowing for destructive disassembly, reverse engineering, and exploration, they stand a significant chance of yielding results. In fact, in the comics, Batman infiltrated Hal Jordan's lantern ring using his Earth technology, eavesdropping on his communications with other lanterns unbeknownst to them. Preying on the weak? Mara's eyes widened. Is this term truly applicable to those cosmic guardians, rumored to have existed for billions of years, who single-handedly established the Green Lantern Corps to uphold peace in the universe? The implications hidden within such a brief phrase were chilling. Without prior contact, how could he possess knowledge of the Cosmic Guardian's predilection for dominance over the weak? If this were a personal experience, the ramifications were too daunting to contemplate. I understand now, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. At this moment, Mara felt as though she were walking on thin ice. She must not allow her people to incite rebellion against this man, who had effortlessly conquered Atlantis and might be far more powerful than anyone could imagine. Recalling David's announcement of his temporary departure, Mira was taken aback when he unexpectedly returned a few days later, confirming her suspicions. Indeed, he had been fishing. Mira's complexion paled, as if she were teetering on the edge of a precipice. His brief absence had lulled her kin into a false sense of security, revealing their dissenting hearts, only for him to return abruptly with evidence to cleanse Atlantis. Fortunately, she had sensed the impending danger in advance and had reluctantly silenced those among her people who sought to incite opposition. This man must be deeply disappointed for having missed the opportunity to execute his cleansing. Stealing a glance at the man seated upon the throne, Mira clenched her fists in quiet determination. Unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Mira's mind, David gazed beyond the palace, stroking his chin. At that moment, Clark was oblivious to whether the spacecraft had been activated, perhaps encountering his deceased father. The system initiated diagnostics complete and operations normal. The imaging had been authorized beneath the Arctic, thousands of meters beneath the ice, within a colossal spacecraft encased in eternal frost. Clark swallowed nervously as he removed the necklace from around his neck. His hand, typically strong enough to bear the weight of a warship, trembled slightly as he gripped the black emblem, inhaling deeply before inserting it into the matching void. A series of mechanical voices resonated to life. A middle-aged man, adorned in a black noble robe and exuding an air of calm wisdom akin to that of a scholar or scientist, emerged from the control room. His gaze melancholic as he regarded Clark, momentarily taken aback. "You have grown, Cal. If only Lyra could witness this moment." "Who are you?" "I am your father, Kal-El." "Kal-El? Is that my name?" Clark felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. The answer he had pursued for nearly 2 decades was now within reach. The prospect of finally meeting his biological father left him at a loss for words. "I have so many questions." "My son, there's no need to rush. I will answer all your inquiries," Jor-El replied, his eyes radiating kindness and patience. "We have ample time. I found the mom and dad." As the cool autumn breeze swept across the farm that evening, Clark, with a smile unconsciously blossoming at the corners of his mouth after a few bites of food, suddenly spoke. "What?" Jonathan, his father, paused mid-stir with his spoon, looking at his son in confusion. Having returned home after entrusting the Atlantis people with the research on energy charging, David recognized the unprecedented joy and tranquility in Clark's gaze and understood what he was conveying. "Thank you, brother." After expressing his gratitude to David, Clark turned to his parents, joyfully explaining his revelation. "My kin, my parents, I have come to understand my heritage." Jonathan was momentarily taken aback. Martha's mouth fell agape, struggling to process the astonishing revelation, seemingly caught off guard. "Wow, that is truly wonderful," she exclaimed, though her exuberance waned into silence, as if she wished to inquire further, yet hesitated to voice her thoughts. "What is it, Mom and Dad?" The dining table fell into a hushed stillness, as a perplexed Clark observed the unexpected quietude. "This is splendid, Clark. You have discovered your lineage, found a place of belonging." Jonathan, who had never smoked, felt an inexplicable urge to light a cigarette at that moment. He rifled through his pockets, only to find them empty, leaving him in a state of bewilderment, his voice heavy. Mom and Dad, you need not worry. Clark will not be going anywhere. After this terse statement, the couple remained engulfed in the shock of the sudden revelation, while David reassured them not to fret. Their adopted son, after 20 years, had suddenly uncovered his homeland. His relatives. The inevitable next step would be a return to his origin, that distant alien realm, to reclaim what was rightfully his. Yet Krypton had long since perished. Reduced to cosmic dust, my homeland has been obliterated by the cataclysmic explosion at its core. My biological parents perished in that very explosion. From Jor-El, Clark had gleaned answers to all his questions. Who he was, why his parents had to part with him, and the reasons behind his launch to Earth. The only thing they did before their demise was to send me to Earth, sparing me from disaster. Do not grieve, my child, though I never met your biological parents. I can only imagine they were extraordinary individuals, Martha said, rising to embrace her somewhat melancholic adopted son, gently stroking his head. Jonathan looked into Clark's eyes, offering words of comfort to his eldest son. At the American Space Agency's orbital monitoring station, General Swanwick was urgently ushered into a room by the department head. The imposing figure of the general, exuding an air of calm authority, was met with a large screen displaying an unidentified flying object hovering near Earth's orbit. What is this, Doctor? A comet or an asteroid? Comets do not alter their trajectories, General, replied Swanwick, scanning the anxious faces of the technicians in the room. After all, the last encounter with a celestial visitor had not been a benign one. It had nearly turned an entire city's inhabitants into skeletons. It is too enormous. Even amateur astronomers can spot it through their telescopes. I must inform you before it incites panic, the head of the department said, visibly tense. Have you attempted to contact them? Swanwick, who had disguised himself as a human and had ascended to a position of power within the human world, narrowed his eyes. The vessel, black and unyielding, bore an unmistakable Kryptonian design. We have sent signals, yet they have yet to respond. Upon mentioning this, the leader's voice betrayed a hint of panic. Silence can sometimes convey a sentiment, such as disdain or scorn. At the very least, piloting the spacecraft to another civilization's planet while disregarding their cordial greetings and inquiries does not resemble the behavior of a guest. Was their intention a breathtaking descent, or perhaps a search for someone? Swanwick recalled the young Kryptonian who had recently mastered the art of flight, soaring above the metropolis. He braced himself. Earth might soon face a formidable challenge. He turned and issued orders. After dinner, as per routine, his mother Martha was scrubbing the dishes. The three of them, father, son, and brother, sat on the living room sofa, engrossed in a television program. Suddenly, the screen depicting an intense football match was interrupted by an urgent news bulletin. A scene of a spacecraft near Earth's orbit flashed on the screen, and the host, visibly anxious, broke the news that a technologically advanced alien civilization ship had been discovered in Earth's vicinity. Before he could finish, Father Jonathan sat upright in stunned silence. That was the mothership of the Kryptonian fleet. Clark recognized the vessel immediately, his expression one of shock. Hadn't his father, Jor-El's vision indicated that Krypton was annihilated, leaving him as the sole survivor? Zod had indeed arrived. David raised his eyebrows. At the dining table, upon hearing Clark recount the events following his activation of the Arctic spacecraft, he had anticipated this moment, though he hadn't expected Zod's arrival to be so imminent. Was he so eager to reclaim the Codex and resurrect Krypton? A sudden crackle of electricity filled the air, and the house was plunged into darkness. A power outage? Martha, perplexed, dried her wet hands and emerged from the kitchen, only to find the television flickering with static, a segment of sound repeating as if calibrating. You are not alone. Jonathan fished out his phone, only to discover that the same phrase was being broadcast on its screen. You're not alone. It was a global signal intrusion. Clark listened intently for a moment as various television stations from different countries relayed the same message in myriad languages. Shock washed over him as he straightened, comprehending precisely to whom the pronoun referred. Could it be that he was not the last surviving Kryptonian in the vast cosmos? Son, is that ship searching for you? Jonathan inquired, his expression a mixture of suspicion and concern. It seems so, Clark replied gravely, instinctively glancing at his brother, his tone somber as he cautioned him to prepare for battle. David, we may need to get ready. Don't you wish to greet your fellow countrymen who have traveled such a distance? David suggested. After meeting his father, Clark appeared to have matured significantly. He was no longer so impulsive, having come to understand the value of his own life and the weight of the mission he bore. Jor-El had sent Clark to this planet with the hope that he would guide this nascent race, akin to the Kryptonians, as they stumbled through their early days on Earth, leading them through potential calamities and becoming a symbol of hope. They may not have arrived with friendly intentions. Facing his parents' confusion, Clark shook his head. My father, Jor-El, had recounted the extent of Krypton's decay before its destruction, a rigid and mechanical class system ingrained in their very genes. Laborers were forever laborers, soldiers eternally soldiers. Those who commanded the vast starships for interstellar expeditions were, at the very least, high-ranking officers before Krypton's demise. The individuals capable of commanding such officers, as part of the once mighty Kryptonian Empire, possessed a cold and ruthless demeanor, with bloodshed and conquest coursing through their veins. Their arrival on Earth might herald ominous tidings. I am General Zod. I hail from a distant planet, having traversed the vast cosmos to reach your world, in search of one of my people who hides among you. On television, Static formed a blurry image of Zod, his deliberate tone imbued with an irresistible authority. Kal-El, Earthlings may appear similar to us, yet you are not the same. You relish playing the role of a hero on this planet, indulging in childish games. If you truly care for the fate of this world, I demand your surrender within 24 hours. Upon receiving Zod's warning, Clark clenched his teeth and fists. Events were indeed unfolding in the most dire manner he had anticipated. The audacity of threatening an entire planet was no mere idle threat. Just a handful of Kryptonians, basking in the yellow sun, possessed the power to annihilate worlds. David turned to him with a smile. What do you intend to do? You seem remarkably unperturbed, David. Clark paused, momentarily taken aback. Isn't the enemy rather clear? David shrugged. What is there to fear? I've lived alongside their kin for over 20 years. I know their capabilities all too well. Clark was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Yet David's nonchalant demeanor significantly alleviated the tension that had nearly engulfed their home. Clark, we do not comprehend their intentions. The oppressive imagery on the television abruptly ceased, and the room was illuminated anew as Jonathan sighed with relief. His worry evident as he placed a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder, urging him not to act rashly. The term surrender employed by their adversaries made it clear that they harbored overt hostility towards his son. However, we have no other choice. Gazing at his mother, who had raised him with visible concern in her eyes, Clark's voice grew heavy as he resolved, looking towards his brother. I cannot allow Earth to be threatened because of me, especially with you and David here. The alien invasion commandeered all electronic displays, initiating a dialogue with Earth and with Superman, igniting a global discussion. Superman was, indeed, an extraterrestrial. The whispers that had circulated for so long had now been confirmed. What was his purpose in coming to Earth? The Earth finds itself in peril due to the arrival of Superman, prompting some to adopt a hasty defensive stance. The very planet that sustains humanity and the lives of billions is threatened with annihilation by extraterrestrial forces because of Superman. Surrender Superman, for the Earth must not face calamity. Why should we bear the brunt of this? Oh God, has the apocalypse arrived? Superman has ushered in disaster, attracting the dangerous gaze of the cosmos. He is the harbinger of calamity. General Zod must take him away. Otherwise, this will not be a singular occurrence. And then there is the Overman, who may also be an alien. Such a formidable being cannot possibly be of human origin. Why did that alien general not mention him? Could he be yet another extraterrestrial? Yet, some voices advocate for Superman, noting that he has come to Earth to save many, improving countless lives. He once rescued a city alongside the Overman. Must we now forsake our hero? However, these few voices in defense of Superman are drowned out by the overwhelming tide demanding his surrender. Humanity possesses a glimmer of brilliance. Yet more often than not, it is ultimately selfish. Under the morning sun, above Metropolis, Clark gazes at his phone, frowning as he scrolls through the online discussions surrounding this issue. David casts a glance and remarks, "This is humanity. Clark, will you be disappointed by it?" The two hover at the city's periphery, awaiting Zod's arrival. Clark has donned a new outfit, no longer the youthful Superman in a blue short-sleeved shirt and red cape, but rather a form-fitting dark blue suit crafted from high-density material, impervious to damage in battle, solemn yet approachable. I can listen to the voices of an entire continent without a phone. If this can bring me down, you underestimate me. David Clark chuckles, tucking away his phone, only to grow somewhat melancholic. You shouldn't have come, brother. He gazes into the distance, his supervision revealing the Kryptonian mothership dispatching a vessel from near-Earth orbit, hurtling towards them. With the capability to infiltrate an entire planet's electronic systems, his eyes and ears are everywhere. How could Zod be oblivious to his and David's presence above the city? If danger arises, do not concern yourself with me. You seem to have lost faith in yourself. David responds, nor do I believe I can contend with them. Indeed, Clark has matured more than before, yet under his influence, Zod's arrival on Earth has been hastened. And having missed the original timeline filled with experiences, including the loss of his father, he is not as mature and resolute as he might have been. The innate talents of Kryptonians are predetermined from birth. The son of a warrior is a born fighter. The son of a mechanic is destined for repair work. And I am the son of a scientist. Clark furrows his brow, clenching his fist. He is prepared for battle, even sacrifice. Yet, regarding the outcome of this confrontation, he possesses little confidence in victory, disagreeing with David's earlier assessment. You cannot simplistically equate my power with Zod's. A well-trained warrior could easily overpower a multitude of scientists who have spent their days ensconced in laboratories. I dare say, a dozen would pose no challenge. You underestimate your potential, Clark. In the distance, a black spacecraft approached, yet David exhibited no signs of trepidation, instead allowing a slow smile to emerge. He had also underestimated the prowess of the scientists. Joel, indeed a scientist, was also a master of martial arts capable of subduing Zod. Had he not looked up contentedly as he watched Clark's ship ascend and relinquish his resistance, Zod might not have been able to defeat him. With a soft hiss, the black ship hovered in midair, and its hatch opened. A strikingly composed and formidable female officer emerged, standing regally upon the descending door. I am Fiora, she announced. The general has awaited your arrival for some time, Kal-El. Her gaze fell upon Clark, recognizing the emblem of the elf family emblazoned upon his chest. Clark furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Who are you? Fiora directed her scrutinizing gaze towards David, her expression shifting to one of mild incredulity. Are you an Earthling? Who are you? An Earthling? Fiora appraised him from head to toe. In her search for information regarding Clark, this individual had frequently surfaced, exhibiting strength comparable to that of an average Kryptonian warrior. Yet, among the known powerful races in the universe, none bore resemblance to him. What of it? David replied. You're not among those summoned by General Zod. Fiora retorted coolly. Summoned? David scoffed. You boldly bring your ship to Earth's skies, uninvited, and dare to speak of summons? This is Earth. Establish your standing. The audacity of a mere native from a primitive civilization to address a Kryptonian officer with such disrespect provoked Fiora's disdainful laughter. Just as she was about to respond, Zod's voice resonated through her transparent helmet. I understand, she acknowledged, nodding towards the communication channel, then cast a menacing glare at David, her tone laced with warning. General Zod is quite curious about you. You are permitted to board the ship with Kal-El. I trust you will not engage in any foolish actions. David feigned indifference to her words. Zod commanded a retinue of dozens, most of whom were high-ranking rebels. Common soldiers were unworthy of being confined alongside him in the Phantom Zone. The sheer number of Kryptonians necessitated a serious approach. In the realm of space combat, the advantage tilted further. As he boarded the warship with Clark, David gazed through the porthole at the stellar light illuminating the cosmos. Moreover, should conflict erupt on Earth, the destructive capacity of numerous Kryptonians would be catastrophic, resulting in untold casualties. I would advise you, Fiora warned, our atmospheric composition is toxic to species lacking sufficient strength. The spacecraft, measuring several meters in length, was absorbed into the belly of the colossal mothership suspended in the void of space. Before the hatch opened, Fiora crossed her arms and cast a haughty glance at David, her demeanor exuding an air of superiority, as if anticipating his folly. You still have time to retreat. She taunted. My strength is of no concern to you, David replied nonchalantly. Breathing? He had no need for it. Furthermore, what kind of environment could be so hostile as to extinguish an Eternal's life solely through the air? With a hiss of steam, the hatch swung open, revealing a towering figure standing with arms behind his back, basking in the warm sunlight amidst the cosmos. Zod, I have finally laid eyes upon you, he declared, his voice resonating with the force of clashing steel. Living on this backward planet, you likely have no inkling of the vast distances we traverse to seek you. You are Zod? Clark's brow furrowed. The man before him was not quite what he had envisioned, aside from the expected powerful physique. Zod appeared far from the ruthless warrior he imagined. His majestic visage bore a profound sorrow, reminiscent of a general burdened with the weight of his nation's fate. "It is General Zod," Fiora interjected sternly, correcting Clark's brusque tone. "You should address him with respect. Do not concern yourself. He is unfamiliar with our customs." Zod gestured dismissively, appearing quite amiable. "Zod, your people should be aboard this vessel," David observed, surveying the 7 or 8 individuals within the cabin. The residual energy field suggested there were likely dozens aboard. He wished to avoid any oversights that could lead to complications during the impending conflict. "Our home planet has been annihilated. In the wake of its destruction, we, the prisoners confined by the Council, were unexpectedly liberated," Zod candidly revealed, his every gesture radiating formidable confidence. "What you see before you is all that remains of my kind. Even with only a handful left, I am confident in our ability to conquer Earth with ease." "That is reassuring," David replied with a smile, choosing to dispense with further pleasantries as he began to manipulate the energy field, crafting an ethereal passageway between Earth and the moon. "David, something feels amiss," Clark murmured, his vision swimming as his body swayed precariously. Just as he was about to topple, David caught him, frowning as he turned to Zod. "Is there toxic gas? Is there anything in the cosmos that could incapacitate a Kryptonian who has thrived under a yellow sun?" "Kal-El, you have lived on this planet for 20 years, fully acclimated to its environment. It is lamentable that as a Kryptonian, you are unaccustomed to the atmosphere of our own Krypton," Zod remarked, his expression tinged with displeasure. "The ring," David reminded him. Clark hastily retrieved the ring, placing it upon his finger. The Green Lantern ring detected its owner's distress and activated its healing function, enveloping his head in a protective aura reminiscent of a space helmet. The Green Lantern ring, Zod recognized, narrowing his eyes. "You are acquainted with it." David was slightly taken aback. The Kryptonians had long since adopted a policy of isolation, ceasing to explore the cosmos, choosing instead to remain within their planet's confines. Having had contact with the Green Lantern Corps at least 10 millennia ago, the universe is replete with marvels. "My heart has always yearned for the stars," Zod mused. "Yearning for the stars? Perhaps you mean the desire to conquer and colonize alien worlds," David replied coldly. "I have perused the visual documentation regarding you from that planet. You possess powers akin to ours. From which race do you hail in the cosmos? Zarnians, Durlans, or perhaps Daxamites?" Observing David's somewhat similar appearance, Zod expressed a flicker of interest and named several formidable races in the universe. Yet, he remained skeptical that David was indeed an Earthling. How could such a diminutive and primitive planet give rise to such a potent life form? "None of them," David retorted. Suddenly, the spacecraft jolted violently, causing the others to glance around in surprise. David chuckled softly. He was well-versed in the powerful races Zod had mentioned. Zarnians, the race of the cosmic hunters known as the Wolf, possessed super strength, speed, and various abilities, their power nearing that of the Kryptonians, along with an immortality trait. Durlans, having evolved the ability to mimic the powers of other races due to their harsh living conditions. And the Daxamites, residing in the same stellar system as Krypton, shared nearly identical abilities to the Kryptonians and were among Krypton's oldest colonies, albeit their kryptonite was lead. "Commander, we're being drawn off course by a force field." Suddenly, the ship veered away from Earth's trajectory, and the operator hastily reported. He sat at the control panel, attempting to wrestle the spacecraft against the pull of that immense force, to no avail. The several hundred-meter-long mothership spewed fierce engine flames, as if gripped by an invisible hand, being swiftly and powerfully yanked away from Earth. "The target is the far side of the moon. You're behind this." Zod's expression turned icy as he regarded David, who possessed the ability to manipulate the force field. "Zod, Earth does not welcome you." David's visage was frosty. Moments ago, he had connected the gravitational fields of Earth and the moon, redirecting the mothership towards the moon's shadowed side. As for why he did not assist in vanquishing the parallax creature or scaring away Sinestro with sunlight, it was simply because that group drew their strength from sun. "Seize him," Zod bellowed in fury. Several armored Kryptonian warriors lunged at David. Not a chance, though he remained unclear about Zod's intentions. Clark suspected that Zod and his cohort were not merely seeking to reclaim their kin. He swung his fist at one of the warriors. David stood firm, his eyes radiating cosmic energy. A torrent of purple energy surged forth with immense force, sending multiple Kryptonian warriors crashing against the walls of the spacecraft, causing the entire mothership to shudder violently. This matter does not concern you. My objective is not directed at you. Casting a tense glance at the spacecraft, Zod fixed his cold gaze upon him, clenching his fists tightly. Within the vessel lay a planetary terraforming device, integral to the grand scheme of resurrecting Krypton. Should any errors occur, it would be irreparable with the current materials. Departing from this planet, I could pretend as though nothing had transpired. I prefer to see this planet remain unchanged. As David spoke, the moon had already arrived, and the colossal mothership crashed heavily onto the icy surface of the moon, stirring up clouds of lunar dust that soared several miles into the air. The Kryptonian warriors within the ship staggered unsteadily. Only David and Clark managed to ascend, maintaining their composure. Bam! Clark struck the bulkhead with his fist, shattering it and catching a glimpse of the unfamiliar far side of the moon. What shall we do now? Stop! Before David could respond, the furious Zod lunged at him, his iron-like fist colliding with Clark's head. The ferocious force shattering the protective barrier constructed by the light ring as if it were mere glass. Clark felt as though he had been struck by a satellite plummeting from the heavens, his eyes rolling back as he was hurled through the breach. Zod, intent on attacking David, was met with a punch from David that unleashed a torrent of terrifyingly high-temperature purple energy, engulfing Zod and propelling him far away, like a stone cast across the water, colliding violently with the lunar surface several times before being flung hundreds of meters away. General, upon witnessing Zod under assault, the loyal Fiora and several Kryptonian warriors roared as they charged at David. Once they moved, their speed was astonishing, especially on this planet with significantly lesser gravity than Earth, akin to lightning. Yet, as they entered within 10 meters of David, their velocity plummeted abruptly as though they had plunged into a quagmire. Opting not to continue the battle within the spacecraft, David leapt upward, breaking through the ceiling above and soaring into the air, looking down upon them. Zod, fearing that the internal terraforming machinery of the ship might be damaged, was also intrigued by Kryptonian technology. This is the ultimate technological pinnacle of your Kryptonian civilization, is it not? Zod had once scoured various technological representations at Krypton as colonial outposts, and this mothership could be considered the Noah's Ark of Kryptonian technology. The armor worn by these Kryptonians could withstand their mutual assaults, and the world engine capable of altering planetary environments and gravity represented the pinnacle of technology across the cosmos. Even if Krypton was left with only us, it is not for you to look down upon. Glaring up at David, Fiora, enraged alongside other Kryptonians, leaped through the breach. Charging towards David, David soared into battle with them, the thunderous roars echoing as the lunar surface was pockmarked with massive craters, the intense heat melting the ground into vast pools of magma. These Kryptonians, having bathed in the filtered yellow sunlight through their armor, had attained astonishing levels of strength and speed, while still lacking other abilities, yet their prowess had become nothing short of extraordinary. Under the relentless assault of dozens of Kryptonian officers, David remained composed, as the forceful blows that shattered mountains seemed to land upon him with the softness of a feather. With a death counter, he sent one of them hurtling away, crashing into a lunar crater. Yet, he could not claim a decisive advantage, as the battle did not escalate to overwhelming dominance. Meanwhile, Zod, having been struck back, rose to his feet and glanced at the slightly scorched armor on his chest, then turned to see Clark Kent soaring nearby. Hand over the central codex, he demanded, leaping forward with a clenched fist. Clark summoned all his strength to withstand the onslaught, engaging in a fierce struggle against Zod's relentless attacks. What central codex? I know nothing of it, he retorted, raising his arm to absorb Zod's powerful punch. Clark knelt on one knee, grunting as the hard lunar surface beneath him shattered like glass under the impact, fissures extending for dozens of meters. The Kryptonian child had yet to reach his full physical potential, while Zod, already an adult and genetically predisposed to lead soldiers as a general, possessed strength that surpassed Clark's own. Before Krypton's destruction, your father Jor-El, amidst the chaos, infiltrated the life origin chamber of Krypton and seized the central codex. which contain the DNA information of all Kryptonians. Without it, the reconstruction of Krypton is impossible, Zod proclaimed angrily, striking Clark once more. Do you intend to rebuild Krypton? Clark winced, feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen as he looked up. I believe there is some misunderstanding. I have never seen any Central Codex. After learning of his extraterrestrial origins, he had thoroughly searched the spacecraft that brought him to Earth, for it was the sole connection he had to his homeland and parents. Clark hoped to discover remnants left by his parents beyond the black emblem, yet found nothing else. Impossible. Are you telling me that Jor-El risked his life to seize the Codex only to perish with it? Zod's fury escalated. You must have hidden it on the ship that brought you here. In a fit of rage, Zod launched a kick, which Clark caught with both hands. As Zod spun to deliver another swift kick, Clark was sent flying backward. Your combat skills, if showcased on Krypton, would not even qualify you for the rank of private. Zod advanced with an imposing presence, seizing Clark by the collar and lifting him from the ground, his emotions swirling with disdain and unease. Deep down, he felt a flicker of doubt and rage born from panic. If Clark spoke the truth, then how could the Central Codex not have been sent to Earth for the reconstruction of Krypton to be possible? Then how about this? Clark's eyes ignited with a crimson glow, fueled by anger after being repeatedly forced back. He unleashed a searing heat vision that struck Zod's force field helmet, causing him to stagger backward. Seizing the moment, Clark pressed forward, landing several blows upon Zod, creating visible shockwaves that disturbed the lunar dust for hundreds of meters around. Zod, listen closely. If you aspire to reconstruct Krypton, perhaps I could offer my assistance. There's truly no need for us to resort to physical confrontation. As he pinned Zod to the ground, Clark unleashed a series of powerful punches to his head, shouting fervently. He too is a Kryptonian, and if it merely involves the restoration of a homeland he has never witnessed, he would be more than willing to lend a hand. Bang! A Kryptonian warrior was sent flying, carving a long trench across the lunar surface, while David hovered in midair, his tone icy. Clark, do you know where they intend to rebuild Krypton?